Chapter 1 Remember, I dumped you. Anchun.
At the gate of Anhui University, the top university in Dragon Country, 3 men and 1 woman stood opposite each other. Lin Xiao, this feathery white mate X5 is so suitable for our Nana.
You should quickly place an order for Nana.
It's only 36,000, which is not expensive. One of the men spoke slowly. He shook his phone and the page stopped on a certain website. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Xiao, who was wearing simple clothes sitting opposite him, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Lin Xiao lowered his head and said nothing, but he had actually clenched his teeth.
36,000 is enough for my mother to undergo 2 chemotherapy sessions.
He did have 50,000 yuan in his hand, but that was his mother's life-saving money, which he had just borrowed from relatives. Before he could even use the money, his so-called girlfriend and her male best friend came to his door.
Why? Are you reluctant to part with it?
Lin Xiao didn't say anything, and his male best friend Xiansong spoke again, his brows slightly frowned.
Lin Xiao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're not suitable for a relationship. Look at us, Nana, how can we have a good life with you? Now you are reluctant to buy a mobile phone even if I ask you to. I am really worried about Nana's future.
Xiansong said, then turned to Zhou Na and continued earnestly, Nana, I've told you that Yang Yuqing likes you very much. You should have agreed to his pursuit a long time ago. Yang Yuqing's family owns a small shopping mall with tens of millions of assets.
He is definitely a rich second generation.
But you just fell for such a poor boy.
Look at him now. He is reluctant to even buy you a Mate X5. If it were Yang Yuqing, I would just wave my hand and give it to you.
Zhou Na pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xiao indifferently.
Lin Xiao, I'll ask you one last time, can I buy the phone? If not, our relationship should end.
Lin Xiao looked up suddenly and stared at Zhou Na. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao suppressed the nameless fire in his heart and spoke in a voice as low as possible.
Zhou Na, do you know that this is my mother's life-saving money? She is now lying in the hospital waiting for chemotherapy. TSK, Lin Xiao, Nana, and I have asked around. Your mom's chemotherapy only costs 18,000 yuan per session. Tell Nana that you borrowed 50,000 yuan and you still have some left. That's more than enough, okay?
As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Xiansong's voice rang out again. Then, Zhou Na also echoed, yes, Lin Xiao, you really disappoint me.
Bang!
Lin Xiao raised his hand and slapped it directly on his forehead, feeling extremely helpless. He really didn't know how these 2 people could say such shameless words. Although Zhou Na is his girlfriend in name, he has never even held her hand in more than 3 years. My family is not well off, and I gave her a lot of gifts while I was working and studying. To be honest, Lin Xiao didn't expect that Zhou Na would be such a person. At this moment, his heart turned completely cold.
Hey, what are you doing? Can you give me a definite answer if I can place an order?
Xiansong spoke again, his words were aggressive.
Cannot.
Lin Xiao removed his hand from his forehead and his eyes became extremely cold.
Xiansong raised his eyebrows, and anger immediately surged on his face. Nana, look at him, can he still be considered a boyfriend?
Break up immediately, he doesn't deserve it. Zhou Na shook her head with disappointment in her eyes. Song, you are right, it is indeed unworthy. However, before she could finish her words, a deafening roar erupted, directly drowning out her voice. Fuck you, Xiansong, you bastard, I've been putting up with you for a long time.
The voice came from Lin Xiao. Zhou Na's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. His usual timidity had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of madness.
Huff!
A sound of breaking air was heard, and a slap tore through the air and landed heavily on Xiansong's acne-ridden face with light makeup.
Bang! The harsh sound spread in the air. Ah!
With a sissy-like manly scream, Xiansong fell heavily to the ground, and the left half of his cheek swelled up.
You dare to hit me?
It took Xiansong a long time to react. He raised his index finger and pointed at Lin Xiao, his face full of disbelief.
Lin Xiao, are you crazy? You dare to hit Song? I want to break up with you.
Zhou Na also roared, looking fierce but actually being a coward.
Fuck, I almost forgot about you.
Zhou Na's pupils shrank and her eyes suddenly met Lin Xiao's, her eyes suddenly becoming filled with fear.
You.
She was about to say something when Lin Xiao slapped her in the face.
Bang!
The crisp sound rang out again, and Zhou Na fell sideways heavily beside Xiansong, her still pretty face had deformed.
Ah!
Jonah screamed, attracting countless people to watch, and they all looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Among them were some of Lin Xiao's classmates, who were completely shocked by Lin Xiao's actions. They even doubted whether this was still the Lin Xiao they knew. Where was his usual timidity? Today, even Jonah, whom he regarded as his forbidden lover, fell victim to his vicious hands.
Call! Lin Xiao exhaled deeply.
At this moment, he felt relaxed all over. Looking at the screaming Jonah, Lin Xiao took 2 steps forward and lowered his head slightly.
Jonah, we're over.
Remember, I was the one who dumped you.
Now, get as far away from me as possible.
Don't let me see you again, or I'll slap you every time I see you.
What? Jonah was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
This is totally unlike Lin Xiao's style.
Shouldn't he be obedient and follow my orders?
Forest. Xiansong wanted to say something, but Lin Xiao suddenly looked at him, with a dangerous look in his eyes. It looked as if he would take action if Xiansong dared to say a word. Xiansong was so frightened that he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shut his mouth. His previous disdain for Lin Xiao had completely turned into deep fear.
Why don't you get out of here?
Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand again. Jonah and Xiansong both shrank back. Jonah held on tightly, pulled Xiansong up, and glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Just wait, I won't let you go. After saying these harsh words, the 2 men left in disgrace.
Oh!
Lin Xiao sneered, turned around and left. At this moment, he felt extremely relaxed. But suddenly, his footsteps paused and his pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. Because at this moment, a special mechanical synthesized sound suddenly rang out in his mind.
Ding!
Legend lottery system has been successfully bound, the only host is Lin Xiao.
Ding! Bind the system for the first time and get 5 primary draws for free. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of slapping the gold digger, and being rewarded with a high-level lottery.
Legend value +1. Legend value +1. Chapter 2 guaranteed 10,000 TCM Master Elementary. System?
Lin Xiao was confused. It's not that he hasn't read novels, but what surprised him was that the things in the novels actually existed. At this moment, Lin Xiao became excited. Maybe, Mom can be saved. At this moment, Lin Xiao didn't think too much. His mind was filled with the haggard face of his mother Qi Yan. If this system is really as omnipotent as the system in the novel, then my mother can really be saved. Without much hesitation, Lin Xiao quickened his pace and rushed towards the hospital. At this time, quite a lot of people had gathered at the school gate.
What's this? Who can tell me? What did Lin Xiao do? TSK, Jonah and the sissy Xiansong asked Lin Xiao to use his mother's chemotherapy money to buy the latest Mate X5. The usually submissive Lin Xiao finally exploded.
He angrily slapped a gold digger and her male best friend.
Damn, it's so satisfying just watching him. Hiss. Lin Xiao awakened? Damn it, I actually missed it.
The crowd was talking, and no one noticed that behind them, a beautiful figure paused slightly. She has a slender figure, delicate eyebrows, and skin as white as cream. She looks like a fairy walking out of a painting, independent and detached from the world.
Lin Xiao? She raised her pretty eyebrows and said, "Finally, you have some manliness?"
Yu Bing murmured softly. She and Lin Xiao were classmates, but because of their identities, they had no intersection. Even after 3 years of being classmates in college, I'm afraid the total amount of communication between us was no more than 10 sentences. But she knew that Lin Xiao had been dating a girlfriend for more than 3 years who would never let him hold her hand, and Lin Xiao always gave people the impression of being timid.
It's still possible.
Finally, Yu Bing murmured something and took small steps away from the crowd.
On the road, a Rolls-Royce was already waiting for her arrival.
Lin Xiao was unaware of what was happening at the school gate. At this moment, he was already on bus number 8 heading to Wanqing First People's Hospital.
Now, he finally had the heart to study the so-called system. Legend value +1.
At this moment, prompt sounds popped up in my mind from time to time. As soon as Lin Xiao thought of this, a transparent virtual panel appeared in front of him. Lin Xiao was startled and quickly turned around to look around. He found that everyone was normal and felt relieved after confirming that he was the only one who could see the virtual panel.
The panel is simple, with only a few lines of text. System, Legendary Lottery System Primary. Host, Lin Xiao. Number of draws remaining, 5 beginner 1 senior. Legend value, 108.
Achievement, slap the gold digger.
So simple?
Lin Xiao was slightly startled and scanned the panel. When he focuses his eyes, the information he wants to know will immediately appear in his mind. The first thing was the words Legendary Lottery System Basic, and some more information about the system came to my mind.
The legendary lottery system consumes legendary points to participate in the lottery, and obtains items randomly. Lin Xiao needs to experience the details himself.
The system is now at the elementary level and can only conduct elementary lotteries, which require 100 legendary points each time. The system can be upgraded, which requires 1000 legendary points. After the upgrade, the intermediate lottery will be enabled, and there will be higher and more levels to unlock.
The process is similar.
Lin Xiao focused his eyes on the legendary value, and immediately got an explanation of the source of the legendary value in his mind. Legendary points, obtained by causing emotional fluctuations in people around you or by spreading your reputation. Note 1. Everything obtained from the system lottery is reasonable and legal, please feel free to use this system. Note 2. Unlocking achievements can get you a higher level chance to win a lottery, regardless of the current system level. Achievements are hidden settings that require the host to explore on their own.
That's all the introduction to the system. It's very concise and not complicated at all.
Consume legendary points to draw prizes, unlock higher level prizes, everything is based on legendary points. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, and he seemed to understand the function of the system. Then, his eyes fell on the remaining number of draws.
Ding! Do you want to conduct the primary lottery?
The system prompt sound rang in my mind at the right time.
Yes.
Lin Xiao took a deep breath and gave the confirmation command with his mind. There was no sign at all, but as the thought came to his mind, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Congratulations, money plus 10,000. At the same time, the number of primary draws on the Unreal panel also changed from 5 to 4.
Byte.
Just at this moment, Lin Xiao's second-hand smartphone vibrated, and a bank deposit text message was displayed on it. Your bank card with the last number 3534 has received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 62,800.36 yuan. Hiss. Lin Xiao gasped and stared at the phone screen, his face full of excitement. 10,000, that's a full 10,000 yuan, won in one lottery. Anqing is a first-tier city, but the number of people with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan does not exceed 50%.
With this system, if nothing else, I can live a good life in the future, right? Call.
It took Lin Xiao 3 full minutes to calm down. Unfortunately, there is no way to save my mother.
System, continue the lottery.
Lin Xiao was completely focused on saving his mother Qi Yan. His father died of illness when he was very young, and he has been dependent on his mother since childhood.
He doesn't want anything to happen to his loved ones.
Congratulations, money plus 10,000. Congratulations, money plus 10,000. Congratulations, money plus 10,000. 3 consecutive reminder sounds rang out, and Lin Xiao's second-hand smartphone also received 3 consecutive deposit text messages, and the balance directly reached 92,800.36 yuan.
Gudong.
Lin Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So, the minimum guarantee for this primary lottery is 10,000 yuan, so if there is something to give out, what will it be? With excitement, Lin Xiao had another thought.
System, continue the lottery. Congratulations, you have gained Chinese medicine experience, Master Level 1. Something good has come out. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
It was at this moment that a large amount of knowledge emerged in my mind.
Well.
Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain in his head and almost cried out. Fortunately, the stinging sensation only lasted for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. The next second, Lin Xiao widened his eyes in horror. There was already a lot of unfamiliar yet extremely familiar knowledge in his mind.
He even directly integrated that knowledge, giving him a very profound understanding of Chinese medicine.
In fact, just by taking a look at the old man sitting next to him, he could tell from his complexion that the old man had weak qi in blood and a weak liver fire. In an instant, countless medical methods to treat the old man appeared in his mind.
Gudong.
After swallowing a big mouthful of saliva again, Lin Xiao became excited. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the system, he could live a life without worries about food and clothing with his current skills in traditional Chinese medicine. That's all, it's just something that comes out of the primary lottery.
There are countless high-level draws behind the system.
Even now, he still has one advanced lottery that has not been used. Lin Zhao's eyes were fixed on the opportunity for the advanced lottery, so much so that he was not so concerned about the legendary value that had increased to 120.
Chapter 3 Chinese Martial Arts, Banquet.
System, conduct an advanced lottery. With an extremely nervous mood, Lin Zhao gave the order with his mind. The primary lottery, which enabled him to obtain master-level experience in traditional Chinese medicine, brought about a radical change in Lin Zhao himself. It is no exaggeration to say that he now has the ability to become a big shot. And this is just the achievement granted by the primary lottery. Lin Zhao was extremely looking forward to what the advanced lottery could bring him.
Perhaps, even the guaranteed minimum is unimaginable? Congratulations! Finally, the system prompt sounded 1 second later. Obtain Chinese martial arts, Banquet, mastery level.
Lin Zhao was slightly stunned.
Chinese martial arts? It's not an unfamiliar term.
As a native of the Dragon Country, I have some understanding of Chinese martial arts. I even fantasized about myself roaming the world.
But as he grew older, all kinds of trivial matters and responsibilities made Lin Zhao's fantasies about the world of martial arts disappear.
But now, the system actually won the lottery for Chinese martial arts, which made Lin Zhao look forward to it.
Boom!
At this moment, Lin Zhao felt as if there was an explosion inside his body. Immediately afterwards, a magical force emerged out of nowhere and suddenly merged into his body, causing his body to be suddenly filled with infinite power. Not only that, a large amount of information poured into his mind, and even his eyes became vague for a moment, as if he saw a figure practicing martial arts diligently day and night in the scorching heat. Sitting on the bus, Lin Zhao couldn't help but close his eyes gently, taking in all the special changes happening to him. After a long time, he felt that he had completely integrated the knowledge of Banquet. When he opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The people around inexplicably felt a sense of oppression and looked around, not knowing why. What a powerful force! Even my body has undergone tremendous changes. Is this the power of the system? Omnipotent. This is Lin Zhao's true opinion of the system. At this moment, he is extremely excited. Perhaps, there really is a way to save my mother from the system. You must obtain more legendary points or unlock more achievements to get a chance to win a prize. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth secretly and had a clear plan for the future in his mind.
Ah! Thief, give me back my wallet? Get lost. Ah!
Be careful, he has a knife in his hand. There were sudden exclamations from inside the bus, and Lin Zhao immediately came to his senses. When I turned around, a bloody scene appeared before my eyes. I saw a thin man wearing a baseball cap, holding a sharp dagger, leaning against the back door of the bus. A group of passengers moved away from him. One of the male passengers had a painful look on his face and a huge knife wound on his arm, which was bleeding profusely.
Stop the car, stop immediately and open the door.
The man in the baseball cap shouted at the bus driver in a harsh voice with a fierce look on his face.
The bus driver had a calm expression and said loudly, "Brother, don't be impulsive. We can talk it over. Stop the car right now, or I'll kill you with my knife."
The man in the baseball cap had an extremely ferocious look on his face. He glanced around and the passengers on the bus immediately backed away. The driver was helpless and could only pull over slowly with a sullen face. The man in the baseball cap secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Everything was going well.
Now, as long as the bus stopped, he could get away immediately. This was certainly not the first time he had committed a crime, so he naturally had his own way of doing things.
Sizzle.
The harsh sound of brakes was heard and the bus slowly stopped by the roadside.
Open the door.
The man in the peaked cap shouted in a deep voice. The driver had no choice but to press the door opening button. During the whole process, no one dared to step forward to stop it.
Boom! However, at this moment, everyone heard a roar.
Then their pupils shrank, and in their eyes, a figure was speeding on the aisle of the bus at an extremely fast speed. In almost an instant, the man was in front of the man in the baseball cap.
You are looking for death.
The man in the baseball cap was startled and swung the dagger in his hand directly forward.
Ah!
The passengers in the car screamed and closed their eyes. They really didn't want to see the bloody scene that was about to happen. But at this moment, an incredible scene happened. The figure who was rushing towards the man in the baseball cap suddenly made a move. He just raised his hand slightly and grasped the wrist of the man in the baseball cap, preventing his dagger from moving forward an inch.
Elbow to the heart.
The clear words reached the ears of the man in the baseball cap.
The next second, his back arched and he hit the back door of the bus. Boom! The rear door of the bus fell off under the tremendous force, and the man in the baseball cap flew out of the bus along with the rear door, fell to the ground, and quickly slid several meters before finally stopping. Ahem! The man in the baseball cap started coughing violently, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he only felt a tearing pain all over his body, and his chest seemed to be about to explode. He wanted to stand up, but found that he had no strength at all. I'll go. Lin Xiao stood at the car door and was shocked by his own strength. Fortunately, I only used 30% of my strength, otherwise someone would have died. There was a chill in the bus. Everyone stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. What just happened is something you can only see in movies. Fuck, a martial arts master. Quick, take a picture, it's so fierce, there really is such a fierce person. Brother, thanks to you. Finally, exclamations were heard one after another, and many people took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of Lin Xiao. Legend value +3. Legend value +2. In Lin Xiao's mind, the system prompt sound suddenly accelerated, and the legendary value on the system panel also increased rapidly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Quick, can someone help call 120? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. It turned out that the injured man had fallen down. Lin Xiao glanced sideways and saw at a glance that the artery in the man's arm was cut and he had obviously lost too much blood. Make way. Taking a step forward, Lin Xiao came to the man, raised his hand, tore off the man's sleeve, and then quickly bandaged the man. This is an emergency measure. We don't have any tools, so this is the only way. This scene was captured again and posted on the internet. Lin Xiao's legendary value is still rising wildly, but it's a pity that he doesn't have the mind to pay attention to it now. Bite. Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. He immediately had a bad feeling. He quickly swiped the answer button, and the serious voice of Qi Yan's attending physician, Dr. Zhang, came immediately over the phone. Qi Yan's family, please rush to the hospital as soon as possible. Maybe you can see the patient for the last time. Boom! Lin Xiao's mind went blank in an instant, and he no longer cared about the bus. He rushed down and ran towards the hospital. Fortunately, we are not far from the hospital now, only 1 kilometer away at most. Chapter 4, Medical Miracle Rare Level Lottery. Legend value +3. Legend value +1. On the system panel, the legend value column has reached 368. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, acting bravely, and getting an intermediate lottery chance +1. However, Lin Xiao no longer had the energy to pay attention to any changes in the system. He was now extremely urgent and was rushing to the hospital. After mastering Bajiquan, Lin Xiao's physical fitness was enhanced countless times and seemed to have surpassed that of ordinary people. He galloped all the way, like a gust of wind, and he had covered a distance of 1 kilometer in just over 3 minutes. Rushing quickly into Anqing First People's Hospital, Lin Xiao did not choose to take the elevator. Instead, he ran all the way to the ward on the second floor of the inpatient department. Qi Yan suffers from stomach cancer, and today happens to be the day of her second phase of chemotherapy. At this point, chemotherapy had obviously ended, but problems arose after chemotherapy. Inside the ward, several hospital experts gathered around the bed. The instruments in the ward were also sounding alarms frantically. Qi Yan, lying on the hospital bed, was dying, her face looking horrifically haggard. Bang! Lin Xiao pushed open the door of the ward and rushed in hurriedly. Mom! A group of expert doctors immediately stepped aside. Son, come. A happy smile appeared on Qi Yan's haggard face. Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and his eyes turned red instantly. Mom, I have raised the money, we will use the best medicine, you must hold on. No. No need. I know my own body. I can't add any more burden to you. Qi Yan's voice became a little weaker. Beep, beep. The instrument alarm sounded even more shrill. No, Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? You must not go to sleep, Mother. Lin Xiao shook his head frantically. Men don't shed tears easily, but now, Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. Young man, be prepared. We have tried our best. We have exhausted all the Chinese and Western medicine methods. We are powerless to save the patient. Behind Lin Xiao, a white-haired old man reached out and patted Lin Xiao on the back, counseling him.
Lin Xiao was slightly startled and looked at Qi Yan. Only then did he discover that there were silver needles on Qi Yan's body. The acupuncture technique was extremely skillful, which was enough to temporarily keep Qi Yan alive. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he had already gained experience at the level of a master of traditional Chinese medicine. At this moment, the experience of the master of traditional Chinese medicine came into play, and Lin Xiao summarized and analyzed Qi Yan's various symptoms.
In just a few seconds, a feasible solution immediately popped into my mind. Mom, hold on, I'll save you right away. Lin Xiao didn't think too much about it.
After he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and pulled out a silver needle.
What are you doing? You're crazy. Get out of my way.
The sudden change stunned the doctors in the ward, and then they exclaimed in surprise.
Even the old man who comforted Lin Xiao changed his expression and shouted, "Young man, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your mother?" The old man's name is Yu Menghua.
He is a master of medicine with master's degrees in both Chinese and Western medicine. He has been working in his position for 40 years. To be honest, if it weren't for him, Qi Yan's vital signs might have disappeared long ago.
I'm saving my mom.
Lin Xiao explained casually and reached out to grab another silver needle.
Asshole, stop it.
Yu Menghua was completely furious and reached out to grab Lin Xiao's wrist.
Do you know what you are doing?
You pulled out the silver needle and your mother died immediately.
You are committing murder, you bastard. Lin Xiao was startled, looked at Yu Menghua, and suddenly said, "Thank you. However, I know my limits. I don't have time to explain. I'm sorry for offending you."
After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao pushed hard under the incredulous gazes of everyone, and Yu Menghua was immediately pushed away by a huge force.
Master Yu! Master Yu!
A group of doctors exclaimed and hurriedly supported Yu Menghua.
Asshole, asshole, hurry up, stop him.
Yu Menghua was filled with anger and pointed at Lin Xiao with trembling hands.
Unfortunately, it was too late.
Lin Xiao pulled out all the silver needles with such quick speed.
Beep.
The alarm sounds of major instruments have changed from rapid to single, and everything is set in stone.
Asshole, call the police immediately.
Everyone was angry, and no one stepped forward to stop Lin Xiao because there was no need to do so.
The alarm from the instruments said it all. Lin Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to them.
He took the silver needle he had just pulled out and suddenly stabbed Qi Yan. The next moment, he moved both hands and began to dance like a butterfly among flowers. Silver needles were inserted quickly one after another, and each needle landed on a clear acupuncture point, with the depth being perfect.
Hiss. Yu Menghua took a deep breath. Hello? 110, this is Anqing number 1. Wait, Xiaoxiang, don't call the police. Don't bother the police.
Qi Yan's attending physician had just made a call, but was stopped by Yu Menghua.
Ah? Dr. Zhang looked at Yu Menghua in confusion.
However, Yu Menghua was now staring at Lin Xiao. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Xiao. At this moment, the silver needle that was pulled out by Lin Xiao had returned to Qi Yan's body again.
Beep, beep.
At this moment, all the major detection instruments around suddenly made sounds.
Everyone looked at the instrument in horror.
Something that shocked them happened. Qi Yan's vital signs were recovering rapidly, and her condition was becoming stable.
What? How is this possible? Oh my God. Miracle, this is simply a miracle.
In the ward, a group of doctors widened their eyes in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The phone in Dr. Zhang's hand fell directly to the ground and broke into pieces without him noticing.
Legend value plus 10.
Legend value plus 13. The system prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Xiao's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Medical Miracle, and obtaining a rare level lottery chance plus 1. On the system panel, the remaining number of draws became 1 intermediate, 1 rare. The legend value is rising crazily, soaring all the way to 798. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to these things at the moment. His eyes were fixed on Qi Yan. Qi Yan's eyes, which were originally closed, trembled slowly at this moment, and finally opened again.
Mom!
Lin Xiao shouted with relief.
Son!
Qi Yan was a little confused.
Her consciousness had just fallen into complete darkness. For some reason, she felt very energetic now. Mom, it's okay. We'll use the best medicine and I'll heal your body. You'll definitely get better.
Lin Xiao held Qi Yan's hand and comforted her softly.
Chapter 5, Information Worth a Million. Son, don't let me delay you.
In the ward, Qi Yan's face was full of worry.
No, Mom.
Just take good care of yourself. You should have a good rest first.
You shouldn't talk too much now. Keep your strength.
Lin Xiao comforted her softly. Qi Yan nodded slightly, then gently closed her eyes, frowning slightly.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel distressed. Unfortunately, even though he now has master-level experience in traditional Chinese medicine, he still cannot cure cancer.
But fortunately, at least for now, it seems that there will be absolutely no problem in saving Mother Qi Yan's life.
As long as the system exists, there are endless possibilities.
Lin Xiao murmured in his heart, stood up and left the ward. At this moment, outside the ward, a group of people in white coats were staring at him. The leader was naturally Yu Mengua, the authoritative master of medicine.
Well, my friend, I would like to ask, who is your acupuncture teacher? Can you tell us? Yu Mengua spoke with some embarrassment. After all, he was an elder, and to be honest, it was the first time for him to ask a junior in such a low voice. Feel sorry.
Lin Xiao simply shook his head and refused.
The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The system is his biggest secret and must not be known to anyone. Even so, no one will believe it. Oh, that's a pity. Okay, let's all go. Don't disturb the patient. Yu Mengua sighed and waved everyone away. Thank you, master.
Lin Xiao thanked him and walked straight towards the payment window. Yu Mengua stared at Lin Xiao's back for a long time aside, and left.
Lin Xiao paid all the fees quickly, including the money needed for the next chemotherapy, all at once.
Of the more than 90,000 yuan in his card, only less than 20,000 yuan was left. Of course, this is because he upgraded the chemotherapy drugs by 2 levels.
Fortunately, there is a system. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh again. An illusory system panel appeared in front of him. Seeing that the legendary value had risen to 888, Lin Xiao felt a little relieved. In any case, even if it is just a guarantee, these nearly 9 draws can bring me another 90,000 yuan, which is enough for my mother's treatment expenses for a period of time. Number of draws remaining, 1 intermediate, 1 rare.
Finally, Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the number of draws. 1 intermediate lottery, obtained for the heroic achievement, and 1 rare lottery, obtained for the medical miracle achievement. I wonder what I can get. Lin Xiao murmured, and the system prompt sound rang in his mind at the right time.
Ding! Do you want to proceed with the intermediate lottery? Yes. Lin Xiao gave the order without hesitation. 1 second later. Congratulations, we have obtained the detailed information of the Qingkanshi Bronze Gilt Vajrapani seated statue.
Lin Xiao was stunned, and a lot of information appeared in his mind.
As he browsed the information, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually widened, and he became excited.
In the shop number 36 on Antique Street, Jubiozai, there is a plaster statue, inside of which is a bronze gilt statue of seated Vajrapani from the Kanshi period of the Qing dynasty. According to information, this seated statue is worth up to 1 million yuan, while the plaster statue is just a decoration in the store and is sold for no more than 1,000 yuan.
It's a bargain. This is really a huge bargain. Who doesn't want to get rich overnight? Now, the opportunity is here.
Lin Xiao turned around and entered the ward, confirmed that his mother Qi Yan had fallen into a deep sleep, and left after he found that she was temporarily fine. When he arrived outside the hospital, Lin Xiao called a taxi for the first time and headed straight to the Antique Street. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce also stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Yu Mengua had changed back into ordinary clothes and got into the car naturally. Inside the car, Yu Bing was sitting upright. Seeing Yu Mengua coming up, she quickly reached out to support him.
Grandfather!
Yu Bing cried out sweetly, and the ice on her face melted. If the students of Anhui University saw the scene, I wonder how shocked they would be. Yu Bing is the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University, known as the Ice Goddess. She always has a frosty face and an image that keeps people at a distance. I'm afraid only those closest to her can see such a smile.
Yeah, okay. Yu Mengwei nodded slightly and casually told the driver, go to Jubiozai. Then, he talked to Yu Bing again. Bing Bing, a big thing happened in the hospital today. It can be said to be a medical miracle. Yu Mengwa told Yu Bing everything about Lin Xiao. Yu Bing's handsome brows frowned. Grandpa, are you sure it's my classmate Lin Xiao? He and I both studied finance. Are you sure he has Chinese medicine skills that surpass yours?
I can't say that his Chinese medicine skills are better than mine, but in acupuncture, he has definitely surpassed me, haha.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Yu Mingwa smiled helplessly, and then continued, Bing Bing, you can try to contact him in the future.
I feel that he is not simple.
Yu Bing frowned, did not answer, and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. This little-known Lin Xiao seemed to have appeared in his world quite a bit more times today. Yu Mingwa said no more and began to close his eyes and rest. At the same time, on Antique Street, a latest model of BMW 5 Series slowly parked in a parking space. 3 figures got out of the car, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the handsome young men walked up to the woman with a gift box.
Nana, this is the latest model of Mate X5, the feather white model, for you. Wow, you are worthy of being young Master Yang. Nana, take it quickly. Isn't it better than that damn loser Lin Xiao?
Xiansong, who was wearing makeup and had acne scars on his face, spoke immediately.
This Yang Yucheng is a little too precious. We are just friends.
Zhou Na did not accept it immediately, but pretended to be reserved.
He. Nana, as long as you are willing, you are my girlfriend now. There is nothing wrong with me giving you a gift, right?
Yang Yucheng smiled very gentlemanly and stuffed the gift box directly into Zhou Na's hands.
I've heard about what happened before. Now just relax.
As for Lin Xiao, don't worry.
Leave him to me.
I will make him regret coming into this world.
This. Thank you, Yang Yucheng.
Zhou Na raised her head, and her eyes suddenly became affectionate.
Ha ha. Between us, there's no need to say thank you. Let's go into the Antique Street and take a look. Yang Yucheng laughed and took the initiative to pull Zhou Na up.
Zhou Na lowered her head in shame but did not resist.
Oh, I really envy you, Nana. Young Master Yang is so good to you. Xiansong, this sissy, kept complimenting them and followed them happily.
At the same time, Lin Xiao also got off the taxi and stepped into the Antique Street.
Lin Xiao arrived at shop number 36, Jubiozai, very quickly.
He immediately locked his eyes on the plaster statue of Guanyin in the shop.
Lin Xiao, why are you here, you bastard?
Lin Xiao was just about to ask about the price of the plaster statue when a sharp cry like that of a drake reached his ears. When Lin Xiao turned his head, Xiansong's disgusting appearance appeared in front of him, as well as Yang Yucheng and Zhou Na holding hands.
At this time, the 3 of them were standing outside Jubiozai. Chapter 6 Gambling.
Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of disgust towards Xiansong.
As for Zhou Na and Yang Yucheng, Lin Xiao only felt irony.
With her other hand, Zhou Na was fiddling with the Yushibai Mate X5 worth 36,000. She and her have been boyfriend and girlfriend for 3 years, but they have never even held hands. Now, with the help of a mobile phone, they have held hands.
Zhou Na even wants to hang on to Yang Yucheng. Isn't this irony? Get away from me, and don't force me to slap you.
Lin Xiao took a deep breath and blurted out in a light voice.
Xiansong was startled and took a step back involuntarily.
But the next second, he immediately thought of Yang Yucheng who was beside him, and he immediately toughened up. Lin Xiao, don't be so arrogant.
Now that young Master Yang is here, you can't get any benefits. The matter of you beating me and Nana today is not over yet.
Zhou Na was also blaring at Lin Xiao fiercely at this time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes and turned his head away, not bothering to look at them again.
You bastard! Xiansong was ignored and became furious. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhou Na. Nana, look at this bastard, you should let young Master Yang teach him a lesson. Zhou Na's face also looked unhappy, and she couldn't help but look at Yang Yucheng with a pitiful look. He.
Yang Yucheng smiled gently, patted Zhou Na's white and tender little hand, and said confidently, leave it to me.
Let's go in. Xiansong and Zhou Na's eyes lit up at the same time, and then they followed Yang Yucheng into Jubiozai in high spirits. The ghost is still there.
Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, feeling that he could no longer control the situation with his hands.
But fortunately, he finally endured it. This is Jubiozai, one of the top shops in the Antique Street.
If you break something here, I won't be able to afford the compensation.
He actually came here?
At this moment, Yu Bing and Yu Mengwa walked in from the side door. When they saw Lin Xiao, Yu Mengwa's eyes lit up. Yu Bing frowned slightly, said nothing, and glanced at Lin Xiao and the others. When she saw Yang Yucheng and Zhou Na, Yu Bing couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in her eyes.
Brother Lin Xiao, do you also study antiques?
At this time, Yang Yucheng had already brought Zhou Na and Xiansong to Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao didn't want to pay attention and walked away.
However, the three of them stuck to him like a dog skin plaster. Lin Xiao, every item here costs tens of thousands.
I'm afraid you can't afford it. TSK, for someone who can't even afford to give his girlfriend a cell phone worth 36,000 yuan, it's inappropriate for you to be here, isn't it?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Yang Yucheng's words. That's right, this is not a place where every poor loser can come.
Xiansong quickly agreed. Lin Xiao, you're not going to take a chance with your mother's life-saving money, are you?
You're such a filial son.
Zhou Na also sneered.
Lin Xiao finally stopped and slowly turned his head to look at the three people. The three of them stared at Lin Xiao with teasing eyes.
Why? You must be beaten. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh.
Then he raised his hand and slapped him at an extremely fast speed.
Yang Yucheng and the other two only heard a sound of breaking air, and the next second, Xiansong covered his face and backed away. Ah!
Xiansong's drake-like scream attracted countless people's attention. Yang Yucheng and Zhou Na were both stunned. They could never have imagined that Lin Xiao would dare to take action in public.
Wasn't he afraid of damaging things here and not being able to afford the compensation? Bang!
However, at this time, Lin Xiaoke did not give them time to think, and raised his hand and slapped them again.
Ah!
Zhou Na screamed and took a few steps back, and the Yeshibai mate X5 in her hand fell directly to the ground.
Yucheng, he hit me. Tears rolled down Zhou Na's eyes.
She raised her finger and pointed at Lin Xiao. Her voice trembled and she was filled with anger.
Asshole! Yang Yucheng was completely furious.
He cursed and prepared to take action. But at this time, Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded. Yang Yucheng, any item here is worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Although your mall is not small, can you afford the loss? Yang Yucheng was stunned, and then his movements became stiff.
This little friend is really interesting.
Yu Mengguo watched the whole thing and couldn't help but laugh at this moment.
Yu Bing didn't say anything, just continued to watch calmly.
Lin Xiao, if you have the guts, come out with me.
Yang Yucheng suppressed his anger and growled in a low voice. I don't have time to play with you, go away.
Lin Xiao glanced at him as if he was a fool, then turned and walked towards the counter.
You!
Yang Yucheng almost exploded with anger. He had really lost face in front of Zhou Na. He had originally brought two people in here to look for trouble, but now he was in a completely passive situation. He felt terrible.
Yucheng! Young Master Yang!
Zhou Na and Xiansong were also looking at him eagerly at this moment. Yang Yucheng just felt a burst of irritation in his heart and kept taking deep breaths. After a long time, he calmed down a little, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he shouted directly at Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao, do you dare to bet with me?
If you lose, kneel down and apologize to Nana. Lin Xiao ignored him and went to find a shopping guide in Jubiozai to inquire about the price of the plaster statue of Guanyin. But Yang Yucheng and the other two kept shouting at the side.
Lin Xiao, are you a man? Humph, a loser is a loser.
At this time, many people in Jubiozai were attracted by the sight, which was very meaningful.
Why?
Lin Xiao was helpless.
He knew that if he didn't do something, these three clowns would not let it go today. Finally, he turned to look at the three people and asked calmly, what's the bet? What if I win? Yang Yucheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, since we are in the antique street, we will naturally gamble for treasures. Each of us should pick something worth 30,000 yuan. Whoever has the highest value will win. I will ask the appraiser from Jubiozai to help with the appraisal. As for your claim of winning, if you really can win, then you can set the conditions. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Or do you not even have 30,000? That's okay, I can lend it to you.
Lin Xiao was stunned.
Isn't Yang Yucheng obviously looking for death? I now have top secret information worth millions. How can he win?
Unless he opened his third eye and saw the extraordinariness of the plaster statue of Guanyin.
But that is totally impossible. He was about to agree when a crisp voice sounded beside him. Yang Yucheng, a junior in the archaeology department, you gambled with someone from the finance department? If this gets out, aren't you afraid that your instructor will lose face?
The voice was like the sound of heaven, as if it did not exist in this world.
As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Everyone focused their attention on her, and they were all astonished by her beauty.
Yu Bing. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned.
This girl was the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University, the ice goddess.
Chapter 7. You can kneel down and apologize.
Yang Yuqing, a famous archaeologist in the junior year of the archaeology department, is said to have conducted field archaeological studies with his supervisor many times and won many honors.
Of course, the reason why Yu Bing knew him was because they were both members of the student union and they often had interactions.
And it was such a person who actually wanted to gamble with a person from the finance department who had never come into contact with antiques and cultural relics.
No matter how cold and calm Yu Bing was, she couldn't stand it. School beauty you are here too?
Yang Yuqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
He glanced at Yu Bing secretly, his eyes filled with emotion.
Of course, he knew very well that a person like Yu Bing was not someone he could control.
There were countless jackals, tigers, and leopards lurking around her.
Yu Bing nodded and looked at Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, gambling is not a joke, you should think it over carefully.
Thank you for the reminder, but I have thought it through.
Lin Xiao came back to his senses and smiled at Yu Bing. Yu Bing said no more and prepared to leave. At this time, Xianxong and Zhou Na looked like they were constipated, with faces full of discomfort. It was because Yu Bing's aura was too strong after she appeared that they didn't dare to speak at all. Of course, they also knew that today's matter would probably end in nothing. Yu Bing has made it so clear, if Lin Xiao still agrees to gamble, he would be a fool. However, what no one expected was that Lin Xiao's voice suddenly spread.
Yang Yuqing, I agree to bet with you, can we start now?
Yu Bing suddenly stopped and turned her head, staring at Lin Xiao with cold eyes. Yang Yuqing and the other two were even more shocked, their faces full of confusion, fearing that they were hallucinating.
You agreed? After a long time, Yang Yuqing finally reacted and asked uncertainly.
That's right, hurry up and don't waste time. Lin Xiao seemed a little impatient.
Ha ha.
Yang Yuqing smiled, and his smile was particularly happy. Yushuahua, you saw it, he agreed to it himself. Some people just love to overestimate their own abilities, so I won't be polite to him.
Nana, just wait and see.
Today, I will humiliate him. Remember to take a video and upload it to the campus forum later. Yu Bing frowned, withdrew her gaze from Lin Xiao, and walked back to Yu Mengwa without saying a word.
Ha. Young Master Yang, I'm ready. Tomorrow, the video of Lin Xiao kneeling down to apologize will definitely spread throughout an day. Xianxong smiled and turned on the recording function of his mobile phone.
He wanted to broadcast the entire process live on the campus forum. Okay, Lin Xiao, you can pick anything from the entire antique street, as long as it's not over 30,000.
Meet at Jubiozai in half an hour. I'll ask the appraiser from Jubiozai to help with the appraisal and valuation.
I'll issue formal receipts for every item, so don't worry that I'll forge them.
Of course, it's definitely not necessary for you, huh? Nana, Xianxong, let's go. As Yang Yuqing spoke, he invited the two to walk out of Jubiozai.
Lin Xiao had long wanted to have some peace and quiet, so after the three of them left, he just wandered around Jubiozai and didn't even have the intention of going out. Yu Bing and Yu Mengwa observed him the whole time. Yu Mengwa keenly discovered that there was a hint of indifference in Yu Bing's eyes, but because of her personality, she was too lazy to show it.
Perhaps, he has some outstanding qualities? Yu Mengwa said half-jokingly. Department of Finance. It's scary enough that he has horrific Chinese medicine skills. If he also studies antiques, that would be incredible. Grandpa, do you think such people exist in this world? I don't even know if he's stupid or what.
Yu Bing shook her head slowly. But I think he seems to have it all figured out.
Yu Mengwa nodded slightly. You're just pretending. There are too many people like this.
Yu Bing shook her head slightly.
Yu Mengwa didn't say anything else. Soon, half an hour passed.
Yang Yuqing and the other two came back, their hands full of things, more than 10 items in total. Yu Mengwa glanced at it casually, then nodded slightly.
There is no suspense.
When Yu Bing saw the changes in Yu Mengwa, she had already guessed something in her heart, and her eyes turned even more indifferent when she looked at Lin Xiao. At this time, Yang Yuqing spoke. Lin Xiao, I have already selected my items.
Each item has a formal receipt.
You can check it to avoid you accusing me of cheating you if you lose later.
By the way, where are your things? No need to test, just identify it directly. Lin Xiao didn't want to delay and waved his hands impatiently.
Okay,
You want to lose face so soon, right? I'll grant you your wish. Yang Yuqing smiled and directly invited the appraiser from Jubiozai. The appraiser quickly looked at all the items, then focused on a few items. He observed them for nearly 10 minutes before he stood up. Sir, the things you bought are basically imitations. It is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish the authenticity. Only this porcelain vase is an antique that was restored later. Of course, its value is greatly discounted. Adding them all together, it is worth about 80,000 yuan. 80,000? Hiss. Young Master Yang, you are indeed the one. You have earned 50,000 in just half an hour? Yucheng, you are so amazing, what can he compare with you? After the appraiser finished speaking, Qiansong and Zhou Na immediately looked at Yang Yuqing with surprise. Some people in Jubiozai couldn't help but look sideways at this time, and felt a little admiration for Yang Yuqing. You know, it's not really that easy to find bargains in the antique market. It requires unique vision and profound knowledge. Not everyone can find bargains by luck and become rich overnight. That only exists in legends. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Where are your things? Yang Yuqing was extremely satisfied with the reactions of the people around him. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiao with pride on his face. I didn't see him take anything. It seems he never left here. Indeed, I have been wandering around here just now. I am afraid that the situation of this gambling treasure has been decided. Inside Jubiozai, everyone started talking. Upon hearing this, Jiansong laughed out loud. Ha, I never left, Lin Xiao. Did you know you were going to lose so you didn't bother wasting money? TSK, that seems to be your style. Now, can you kneel down and apologize to us? At this moment, Yang Yuqing, Zhou Na and Xiansong all looked at Lin Xiao jokingly. Yu Bing frowned, shook her head and sighed. Yu Mingwei was puzzled, did I misjudge him? Is he really just pretending? Finally, when everyone was guessing, Lin Xiao slowly walked to the plaster statue of Guanyin. Here are my things. I have just communicated with the shopping guide. I have purchased it and can start the appraisal. Everyone focused their attention on the plaster statue of Guanyin and was stunned. The appraisers were all unhappy and looked at Lin Xiao unhappily. Was he making fun of him? Chapter 8: The Legend of Picking Up a Bargain. You're going to use this to gamble with young Master Yan? Qian Singlan's orchid fingers trembled slightly, and he felt that his IQ was insulted. Even he could see that this thing was just a plaster statue, a decoration, which was only used to embellish the environment of Jubiozai. Any questions? Lin Xiao shrugged and then looked at the appraiser. The appraiser's mouth twitched and he turned away, not bothering to look at him. This is a pure insult to him, okay? He bought that thing at the market. As it was a large item, he paid for its transportation that day and got reimbursed later. I really misjudged you. Yu Mingwa smiled somewhat disappointedly. Yu Bing nodded without saying anything. In fact, even she was speechless. She originally thought that a miracle would happen, but the result was just this? Waste of expression. Yang Yuqing finally spoke, his face full of displeasure. Lin Xiao, you lost, kneel down and apologize. Hee, did you see that, classmates? Lin Xiao took a plaster statue to gamble with young Master Yang, and now he is lost. He has to kneel down and apologize to Nana. Some people are so miserable now as they were arrogant before. I advise my classmates to keep a respectful heart. Xiansong has already started live broadcasting on the campus forum, and many students from Anhui University are already watching. The barrage of comments immediately took off, all mocking Lin Xiao. I haven't verified it yet. Are you so sure that I lost? Lin Xiao looked at Yang Yuqing with some amusement. Laugh. Do you still need identification? Yang Yuqing sneered, but seeing Lin Xiao's half-smile, he immediately changed the subject. Master Appraiser, please appraise him and prove it to him. I will add an extra 2,000 yuan for the appraisal fee. Young Master Yang is mighty. Young Master Yang is mighty. On the Anda forum, barrages took off again. Ha, you really don't know what you are capable of. You dare to gamble with young Master Yang? Ha. Actually, it's not that I overestimate my own abilities. I still have some self-awareness. Look, buying a plaster statue to lose is a complete loss. Why? At the scene, the appraiser sighed. For the sake of 2,000 yuan, he had to go ahead with it even if he was insulted.
Afterwards, with everyone's attention focused in Xiansong's live camera on, the appraiser slowly walked to the plaster statue of Guanyin. A plaster statue of Guanyin, source, South City Decoration Market, purchased for 800, shipping cost 200, sold for 1,000 today.
Puff. Ha ha ha. It's so funny, it turns out that your Jubiozai didn't make a penny. How bizarre.
Lin Xiao actually fell in love with other people's decorations.
What's the point of him coming to the antique street?
Buy modern craft decorations, hee.
Clown. Jonah laughed.
She was now very glad that she had ended things with Lin Xiao earlier, otherwise she would have been embarrassed by following him sooner or later. Stop wasting time, Lin Xiao.
Kneel down and apologize quickly. Your classmates are waiting for you.
Xiansong couldn't wait any longer and started urging loudly.
He. However, Lin Xiao laughed inexplicably and ignored Xiansong, looking at the appraiser. Are you sure you saw it clearly?
The appraiser was stunned. Nonsense, I purchased this in the south of the city, and I paid for the shipping fee to bring it back. Young man, admit defeat and kneel down to apologize.
Oof.
Our young lady has already warned you, but it's a pity that you took your kindness for granted.
It's no use regretting it now.
After the appraiser finished speaking, he just waved his hand and was about to leave.
Wait.
However, at this time, Lin Xiao raised his hand and called him. Then, under the impatient gaze of the appraiser, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pressed on the Guanyin statue, saying lightly, "Now, take a closer look." After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao pushed the Guanyin statue down.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the Guanyin statue fell to the ground and shattered into pieces.
What are you doing? The appraiser was furious. Fuck, is this young man crazy? Well, even if he destroyed the Guanyin statue, it can't cover up the fact that he lost the gambling, right? It's $1,000, and you just threw it away like that? The people watching in Jubiozai and on the campus forum were all talking about it.
No, look at that fragment, there's something. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard.
Everyone's eyes turned to the debris on the ground.
A touch of gold suddenly came into view.
This is.
The appraiser was stunned for a moment, then suddenly bent down and pulled apart the fragments. Immediately, a Buddha statue appeared in front of everyone.
The appraiser's pupils suddenly shrank. Crash.
At this moment, even Yumengwa couldn't help but stand up, staring at the golden Buddha statue with his old eyes.
Seated statue of Vajradhara.
Yumengwa murmured, and a light of extreme shock suddenly flashed in his eyes. At this time, the appraiser also carefully held the Buddha statue and began to study it.
Yang, young Master Yang, what is that?
Xiansong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, Yang Yuqing had no time to answer him at this moment, as all his attention was attracted by the Buddha statue. In the live broadcast room of the forum, students from Anhui University kept posting comments and asking questions, showing their curiosity to the extreme. But at this time, no one could give them an answer.
Really, it's actually true, oh my god.
Suddenly, the appraiser exclaimed. This is a bronze-gilt statue of Vajrapani from the reign of Emperor Kanshi of the Qing dynasty. The appraiser turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao, his face full of disbelief. He even suspected that Lin Xiao could see through things, as he actually found such an object in the plaster statue. At the same time, he was also regretting deeply.
Why did he move the plaster statue so carefully?
If it had dropped, he would not have sold the Vajradhara statue for 1,000 yuan.
Please give me an estimate. Lin Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also nervous before this.
After all, no one could tell whether the information given by the system was 100% accurate.
It's different now.
Lin Xiao fully believes that the system is omnipotent.
Estimate? Let me think. The appraiser was stunned.
This seated statue of Vajradhara had been sold at an auction before, but he had forgotten about it for the moment.
I really like this Vajradhara statue. How about giving it to me for 1 million?
Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Hiss. Everyone gasped and their eyes focused on Yumengwa's face. The pupils of several people contracted, obviously, they all recognized Yumengwa's identity. What? A million? This, 1 million?
Xiansong and Zhou Na were both stunned.
The campus forum was in an uproar.
Fuck, $1,000 for 1 million, Lin Xiao is awesome.
Awesome, really awesome.
Fuck, it turns out there is a legend of finding bargains.
Brothers, see you tomorrow at the Antique Street. Chapter 9, the Yu family's way to break the situation. A Qing Kangxi-era gilt bronze statue of Vajrapani, worth 1 million. Yang Yucheng murmured in a daze. If the master likes it, of course you can.
Lin Xiao looked towards Yu Mengwa.
The system's detailed information stated that the seated statue of Vajradhara was also worth 1 million. Lin Xiao didn't think there was anything good about this thing anyway, so the sooner he sold it, the better it would be to exchange it for cash. My mother Qi Yan has cancer and all the family savings have been spent. The previous 50,000 yuan was borrowed from relatives. This money must be repaid with interest. Nowadays, there are not many people willing to lend money. These favors should not be forgotten. Okay. Leave your card number here, and the 1 million will be deposited immediately. Just sign the transfer agreement later. Yu Mengwei is decisive and efficient, and Lin Xiao doesn't like to be long-winded. In just 1 minute, the information that 1 million had arrived appeared on the mobile phone. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Yang Yucheng and the other two who were still in a daze. Now, who loses? The light words directly brought Yang Yucheng and the other two back to reality. The three of them looked silent. I remember you said that if I win, I can set the conditions, right? Lin Xiao smiled jokingly, and under the anxious gazes of the three people, he said directly, I want you to walk out of Jubiozai on your knees, and broadcast the whole process live. The three people's faces changed and they all looked up, looking at Lin Xiao in disbelief. It would be so embarrassing to walk out on my knees. Lin Xiao, don't go too far. Yang Yucheng looked grim. Today, he had lost both his wife and his army. If he went out on his knees again, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. What? You can't even admit defeat? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Too much bullying? He just went too far, so what? It was you who had to get your faces close to him, right? You. Yang Yucheng was speechless. Lin Xiao, let's just forget about what happened today. What do you think? Zhou Na suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao immediately looked at her as if she were a fool. Zhou Na, who do you think you are? Can you not pursue this matter? Ha ha. Sorry, I will pursue this matter. Get out of here on your knees. Or do you intend to break the rules of this antique street? I wonder if the people in the antique street will agree to it. Zhou Na lowered her head, her face looking terribly gloomy. Xiansong, the sissy, didn't dare to speak. He looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose. No one can break the rules of Antique Street. At this moment, Yu Mengwa's voice sounded, with a hint of reminder. Yang Yucheng trembled all over and clenched his teeth. Lin Xiao, just wait for me, I won't let you go. After he finished speaking, Yang Yucheng turned around, knelt on his knees, and walked out of Jubiozai with a face full of humiliation. Young Master Yang. Yucheng. Xiansong and Zhou Na couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Unfortunately, Yang Yucheng ignored them and went outside on his own. The two had no choice but to look at each other, then kneel down and follow. Wow. Fuck, I'm really kneeling down, how awesome. Lin Xiao, strong. The whole school will be discussing this topic tomorrow, right? The campus forum exploded, and the people in Jubiozai were all confused at this moment. Legend value plus 15. Legend value plus 30. At the same time, the legendary value on Lin Xiao's system panel was also rising wildly, quickly breaking through the 1,000 mark, the 2,000 mark, and approaching 3,000. Unfortunately, the achievement was not unlocked. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly disappointed. My dear, can you come into the inner room for a cup of tea? Let's discuss antiques. Yu Mengwa walked over to Lin Xiao at some point. Yu Bing followed him, her pair of autumn water eyes staring at Lin Xiao, the meaning of which was complex and difficult to understand. Perhaps she herself did not even realize that a thought called curiosity had sprouted in her heart. Actually, I'm just lucky. I don't know much about antiques. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and answered truthfully without hiding anything. The reason why we were able to obtain the seated statue of Vajradhara was entirely due to the system. My friend, you are too modest. Yu Mengwa shook his head and changed the subject, sighing, it is hard for me to imagine how talented you are to be able to master acupuncture and moxibustion at your age, and also have such achievements in antiques. Yu Mengwa was certain that Lin Xiao had seen through the clues of the plaster guanyin statue. Otherwise, why did he only buy the seemingly useless decoration when there were so many things in the store?
Lin Xiao felt helpless, but he was too lazy to explain. He just waved his hand and said goodbye. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Etc.
Yu Mengwa waved his hand hastily, then quickly took out a business card and handed it to Lin Xiao. My friend, this is my business card, and it has my personal phone number on it.
Let's just consider it as we are friends. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can call me. I have some say in Ansheng.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Lin Xiao answered a few times quickly, then turned and left Jubiozai. Grandpa, you haven't given out your personal business card for many years, right? How many people want to get one but can't get one? Do you think highly of Lin Xiao?
After Lin Xiao left, Yu Bing looked at Yu Mengwei in shock.
Bing, I think he is not a simple person. You can get in touch with him.
Maybe the solution to our Sihai group's failure lies in him.
Yu Mengwei's words made Yu Bing's eyes widen. How is it possible? How can my Sihai group break out of this impasse?
That would involve the turmoil of tens of billions of assets. Yu Bing couldn't believe it, but Yu Mengwa didn't say much. Maybe it was intuition. Yu Mengwa felt that it might not be long before Lin Xiao would become a huge mountain weighing down everyone's heads. He trusts his intuition very much, and this intuition has helped Sihai Group survive countless storms. Lin Xiao didn't know about the conversation between Yu Mengwa and Yu Bing, and he had already left the antique street. Instead of taking a taxi or bus, Lin Xiao just walked forward. Before his eyes, an illusory data panel was flickering.
System, Legendary Lottery System Primary. Host, Lin Xiao. Number of draws remaining, 1 rare. Legend value, 3325.
The legendary value is still increasing.
Obviously, what he had done before is still fermenting and spreading.
First, upgrade the system, then conduct 2 intermediate level draws, and use up the rare level draw opportunities. Lin Xiao made some secret plans, and then his mind moved slightly, and the legendary value was directly deducted by 1000.
Ding!
The system has been successfully upgraded, unlocking the intermediate lottery, each time costing 1000 legendary points.
Conduct the intermediate lottery. Lin Xiao continued to give orders. Chapter 10 Lin Xiao, do you dare to accept the challenge?
Congratulations, money plus 50,000.
This should be the minimum for the intermediate lottery.
1000 legendary points and 50,000 cash.
Compared to the primary lottery, it's a loss.
Lin Xiao murmured, however, if something is drawn, the value will definitely be higher than what you get from the primary lottery, so there is no need to participate in the primary lottery just to get more money. The system has been upgraded, but the primary lottery can still be carried out, but Lin Xiao thinks it is unnecessary. What's more, he already has more than 1 million in his card. At this stage, he doesn't have to worry about money, nor does he have to rush to participate in the primary lottery.
Continue, intermediate draw.
After thinking everything through, Lin Xiao gave another order.
Congratulations, you have obtained professional level driving skills. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
The next moment, a large amount of knowledge merged into his mind, and then a series of feelings as if electric currents were running through his body appeared. In just a moment, Lin Xiao felt that he had gained considerable experience in driving a vehicle and had muscle memory.
What a pity, there is no car.
Lin Xiao complained slowly. He did get a driver's license while working part-time during his sophomore year. I remember that at that time, Jonah was angry for half a month because I used my money to get a driver's license and didn't buy her lipstick.
Thinking about it now, I was an idiot back then. Call.
Shaking his head, Lin Xiao threw away the complicated thoughts from his mind.
He has completely changed now.
The emergence of the system has directly changed his life in just one day.
He will never meet someone like Jonah again. Perhaps, only a woman like Yu Bing is qualified to be his woman. Very arrogant. But also extremely confident.
Lin Xiao firmly believes that that day will come. System, start the rare level lottery.
Instructions continued to be issued.
Rare level lotteries are obviously more incredible than high level lotteries. Now Lin Xiao has not unlocked that level yet, and he can't even see what level of lottery is after the rare level.
I hope it's not a guaranteed minimum.
Lin Xiao prayed silently. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have won the Peach Blossom Spring No. 1 villa, worth 100 million.
Oh my god.
Lin Xiao lost his composure and started swearing while standing on the street, attracting attention.
Peach Blossom Land? That is the villa area next to Anda University, a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Ordinary rich people are not qualified to live there. It is also said that the higher the ranking of the villa, the more prestigious the status of the person living in it. Taoyuan number 1 is the best villa in Taoyuan. A value of 100 million is a fortune that many people cannot earn in 10 lifetimes. Go to the hospital to see mom first, get the medication level up to the best, then go to the villa. It took Lin Xiao a long time to come back to his senses. He called a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Soon, Lin Xiao met Shi Yan and briefly told her about his experience in the antique street. Shi Yan was shocked at first, but gradually came to her senses and immediately told him, "Son, don't spend money recklessly. Pay back your uncle and Xiangzi first. They have had a hard time, and they are one of the few relatives we have." "I know, Mom. I'll go find Xiangzi this weekend and pay him back with interest. You can rest assured and get treatment," Lin Xiao responded to Qi Yan. After that, Lin Xiao stayed with Qi Yan until late at night, and he left the hospital only after Qi Yan fell asleep. The hospital provides special care for patients who are not accompanied by their family members. Let's find time to go to Peach Blossom Spring number 1 tomorrow. Let's go back to school first. Lin Xiao's home is in an old residential complex in the eastern district of Ancheng. For convenience, he usually lives in the Anda dormitory. As he entered his 3rd year, his 3 roommates had all moved out, so now Lin Xiao was the only one left in the dormitory. Lin Xiao was also happy to have some free time. He came back very late and didn't meet anyone, so naturally he didn't have any trouble. Time flies. The night passed quietly. The next day, Lin Xiao had a lot of classes in the morning, and he attended them one by one. Compared to before, Lin Xiao is now considered a prominent figure in Anda University. Wherever he goes, people point fingers at him. The only good thing is that the legendary value is constantly increasing and has now exceeded the 1,000 mark again. At noon, Lin Xiao had a quick meal in the school cafeteria. Afterwards, at a certain period of time, the growth rate of the legendary value suddenly became faster. What's going on? Lin Xiao looked confused. At this moment, Lin Xiao's cell phone vibrated wildly. Lin Xiao immediately took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a message from the group, all of which were tagged to him, and there was also a video on it. "I, Yang Yuqing from the Taekwondo Club, challenge Lin Xiao from the Traditional Martial Arts Club. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Ah, Yuqing, so handsome. Young Master Yang is so handsome. Wow, Yang Yuqing, I love you." The video stopped abruptly and messages flew around in the group. "Lin Xiao, do you dare to accept the challenge? Ha ha. You made such a big splash yesterday, but you're scared today? Lin Xiao, accept the challenge if you can." There are always many people who like to watch the fun no matter how big the event. Lin Xiao's face was full of helplessness. To be honest, he really looked down on people like Yang Yuqing. Now he is proficient in Bajiquan, and he is afraid that if he uses too much force, he will directly beat Yang Yuqing to death. However, this is an opportunity to gain legendary points, and Lin Xiao cannot miss it. The system is your foundation, and legendary value is particularly important. We can put the villa viewing on hold for now and go to the gymnasium first. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and walked towards the gymnasium. At the same time, inside the gymnasium, on the ring, Guo Fei, the president of the traditional wushu club, and his fellow members were confronting Yang Yuqing and the others. "Yang Yuqing, don't go too far. Lin Xiao is busy with his studies and hasn't come to the club to study for a year. How could he be your opponent?" Guo Fei, a senior in the year, is a simple and honest person, and is admired by the members of the martial arts club. Others may not know, but Guo Fei knows it very well. Yang Yuqing has been practicing Taekwondo since he was a child and has now reached the blue belt level. Blue belt is no longer an ordinary person. He has a certain aggressiveness. In the entire University of Anhui, there are only a handful of people who can beat him in a one-on-one fight. Ha ha. I just went too far, so what? Yang Yuqing raised the corner of his mouth, looking extremely arrogant. If you are afraid, then just don't fight. At most you will be labeled a coward. Be a coward, be a coward. Ha 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 ha. Xiansong immediately started shouting, followed by bursts of laughter from the audience. The people from the Wushu Club were livid, while the people from the Taekwondo Club were full of pride. Chapter 11, Traditional Martial Arts are Rubbish? Traditional martial arts? Ha, it's not worthy of being on the stage. It should have been eliminated long ago. Not only is Lin Xiao a coward, but everyone in the entire traditional martial arts club is a coward.
Seeing the gloomy faces of the people from the Wushu club, Yang Yuqing and other people from the Taekwondo club immediately intensified their ridicule.
Shut up! Guo Fei's eyes were filled with anger as he scolded in a deep voice.
However, no one paid any attention to him and continued to look at them jokingly.
No one can insult Xuanwu, so shut up.
Guo Fei raised his voice again and took a step forward, staring at the people from the Taekwondo club. The whole audience fell silent, and then even more playful smiles appeared on the faces of the Taekwondo club members.
Yang Yuqing took a step forward, a disdainful smile on his face. Today I want to insult your traditional martial arts, what can you do about it? He.
Yang Yuqing smiled and said, how about you, as the president, come and warm up with me before that coward Lin Xiao comes?
Let me give you Chuanwu a fair name? President.
The faces of the members of the Chuanwu society changed.
Yang Yuqing's move was clearly a provocation.
To be honest, traditional martial arts are indeed not suitable for combat before they reach a certain level.
The people in the Chuanwu club know very well that their fighting ability is not as good as that of the Taekwondo club. Come on, I told you, no one can insult Xuanwu.
Guo Fei spoke suddenly, causing everyone in the Chuanwu society to change their expression slightly.
However, at this moment, Guo Fei turned around and looked at them. We can't hide away.
They are coming for our club. Guo Fei looked towards the bottom of the ring. There stood a young man with a stern face and a slender figure, looking at this side with disdain. There were several people standing around him, all with sneers on their faces. Everyone in the Chuanwu society followed Guo Fei's gaze and were slightly startled. They then clenched their fists and gritted their teeth.
Ha ha!
Not bad, Guo Fei, you are indeed a real man.
Everyone, please step back first.
Yang Yuqing smiled and waved his hand, and all the people from the Taekwondo club around him jumped off the ring.
Yuqing, come on. Young Master Yang, come on.
Before Jonah and Xiansong stepped down from the stage, they both cheered for the team. Yang Yuqing smiled confidently, Nana, just watch how I vent your anger.
The Chuanwu club is just an appetizer.
If Lin Xiao dares to come today, I will make him unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life.
Aha! Yuqing, you are so nice.
Jonah nodded repeatedly, her eyes trembling with emotion. On the side, the sissy Qiansong was full of envy, wishing he could turn into Jonah.
Okay, let's get started.
A minute later, everyone on the ring retreated, and Guo Fei and Yang Yuqing were ready. At this time, Yang Yuqing raised a finger, pointed it at Guo Fei from a distance. The faces of everyone in the Chuanwu society immediately turned ugly.
1 minute, Guo Fei, I will defeat you in 1 minute. Wow! Yang Yuqing is mighty. As Yang Yuqing finished his words, screams were heard from the audience. Arrogant!
Guo Fei immediately took a stance, his heart filled with rage.
Traditional martial arts are indeed not suitable for fighting, but to defeat me within a minute, isn't that too much of an insult? Ha ha! Whether I am arrogant or not, you will know if you try it. I am going to attack.
After Yang Yuqing finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the next second he rushed towards Guo Fei like a cheetah.
He is extremely fast and extremely agile. Laugh.
When he was less than 1 meter away from Guo Fei, Yang Yuqing immediately lowered his body, then increased his speed again, and then launched a whip kick towards Guo Fei's waist.
Taekwondo is all about speed, accuracy, ruthlessness, and extreme bursts of power.
Although Yang Yuqing is not a professional player, his family is well off and he has been training since he was a child, so his fighting ability is not low at all.
Bang!
Guo Fei stepped back and raised his legs to block, but the huge force still caused his body to shake slightly.
Ha ha! Chuanwu was really just a show-off.
At this time, Yang Yuqing's sneer had spread, and the next moment, he jumped up and approached Guo Fei like a cheetah.
Bang, bang, bang.
A violent collision sound was heard. Yang Yuqing attacked throughout the whole process, and each blow was powerful and heavy. Guo Fei gritted his teeth and resisted, but was at a disadvantage from the beginning.
Yuqing is mighty. Taekwondo is awesome. Traditional martial arts are not up to par. There were screams from the audience. On Chuanwu's side, everyone's face looked gloomy. There is no way.
Even people who don't understand can see that Guo Fei is at a disadvantage.
If you defend for too long, you will lose. It won't be long before you are defeated. Yang Yuqing's strength has improved slightly.
It is estimated that he has reached the strength of blue-red belt. Before graduation, he should be able to reach red belt in all aspects.
Offstage, the stern young man suddenly spoke.
The eyes of the people around him suddenly focused.
Mr. Song, do you mean that he has already walked ahead of us?
Song shouted, not comment, you are only blue belts, but he is starting to turn into a red belt, so you are naturally not as good as him.
A hint of envy immediately appeared in the eyes of several people.
Among them, someone said, red belt, that's already the level of young Master Song.
He.
Song Xiao smiled instead, I have completed my red belt training, and now I am a red black belt. After graduation, I will participate in professional competitions, and then I should be able to take off my black belt directly.
What?
As expected of Master Song. Black belt, so strong. All the students were shocked and amazed. Song Xiao smiled slightly, with an expression of great satisfaction on his stern face.
Boom!
At the same time, there were new changes on the ring. Yang Yuqing's powerful kick actually knocked Guo Fei, who had been in a blocking state, off the ring.
Ha ha! Chuanwu is really rubbish. He can't even last a minute.
Yang Yuqing stood at the edge of the ring, looking down with disdainful eyes. Everyone in the Chuanwu society hurriedly helped Guo Fei up and glared at Yang Yuqing, but there was nothing they could do.
Ha ha ha!
The laughter spread, and everyone regarded Chuanwu society as a laughingstock. Below the stage, Zhou Na excitedly rushed up to the stage and kissed Yang Yuqing in public, causing countless screams. Yang Yuqing also gained enough face and became the most popular person at that time. However, at this time, Lin Xiao had just walked to the entrance of the gymnasium. He had watched everything that had just happened on the live broadcast of the campus forum. At this moment, he frowned deeply.
Traditional martial arts are garbage?
A faint sense of anger spread in my heart. At first, he just wanted to teach Yang Yuqing a lesson, but now, he has changed his mind.
He wanted to completely crush the Taekwondo club and make them kneel in front of the Chuanwu club. This is not just about Yang Yuqing alone, but also includes the entire Taekwondo club. Lin Xiao.
Just as I reached the door, a crisp voice came from the side.
Chapter 12. You all come together, so that I won't be disappointed. At the entrance of the stadium.
Lin Xiao turned his head to look, and saw Yu Bing standing beside him, like a beautiful scenery, attracting people to stop. Lin Xiao was a little confused and didn't know why Yu Bing appeared here. Yu Bing saw Lin Xiao's confusion, but she didn't mean to explain. Instead, she slowly said, Yang Yuqing already has the strength of a blue and red belt.
Today, it's not just against you. It's a contest between the Taekwondo club and the Chuanwu club. Well, thanks for the reminder.
Lin Xiao didn't understand why Yu Bing said this to him, but he thanked her anyway. Of course, he did not take the so-called blue and red belt seriously. He is proficient in Bajiquan, and the system has transformed his body. Even the door of a bus cannot withstand his strength, and that's when he didn't use his full strength.
In his opinion, the so-called Taekwondo ranks are nothing but a joke.
His physical fitness and combat capability have long surpassed those of ordinary people. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he was about to step into the gymnasium.
This scene made Yu Bing stunned for a moment, didn't you understand?
What I mean is that it won't do any harm to hold back your anger for a while.
This is directed at the Chuanwu society, not just you.
I see. Lin Xiao paused, and then continued, but in my eyes, they are just chickens and dogs, and I can suppress them with just a flip of my hand. Yu Bing was stunned, and an incredible light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was completely stunned, and only reacted when Lin Xiao completely walked into the gymnasium.
Who do you think you are?
Yu Bing frowned, and there was a hint of anger in her voice. Then, she turned around and walked towards the gymnasium, saying as she walked, Grandpa, he is too arrogant.
How can such a person become my breakthrough person?
In the Yu family mansion, Yu Mingwa sat on the armchair with his cell phone lying quietly beside him. Yu Bing's voice came from inside.
Ha ha! He is so arrogant and proud. How can a young man not be arrogant? Bing Bing, please be patient. I always feel that he can subvert everyone's cognition.
At the entrance of the gymnasium, Yu Bing sighed and reached out to take off the hidden headset embedded in her ear. Of course she wouldn't come to the stadium to watch the fun for no reason. If Yu Mingwa hadn't given the order, to be honest, she would have preferred to read 2 more books. Yu Bing's appearance caused screams in the gymnasium. However, due to her icy nature, no one dared to approach her and they could only watch from afar. She is like a fairy in a painting, independent and detached from the world. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived under the stage.
For those of you who are traditional martial artists, is it that hard to admit that you are trash? Ha, you're not convinced, right? Then come on stage. Our Taekwondo club really wants to test your abilities today. Everyone in the Chuanwu society looked unhappy. Assholes, you are going too far. I'll go up and teach them a lesson.
One person couldn't hold himself back anymore and was about to jump onto the stage.
But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Lin Xiao.
He turned his head and then exclaimed.
Lin Xiao is here? Lin Xiao. It's him. He got a bargain of 1 million yesterday. He's so happy. Fuck, why does he do that?
A deafening sound came from the gymnasium, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xiao. At this moment, the legendary value is rising wildly and has already broken through the 1,000 mark.
Let me.
Lin Xiao smiled at the man from Chuanwu Society, and then pulled him back without saying anything.
Lin Xiao, don't be impulsive. At this moment, Guo Fei grabbed Lin Xiao. This guy is very strong. He is no longer just a blue belt. You haven't come to train for a year. You will only suffer if you go up there.
Lin Xiao felt warm in his heart.
Guo Fei is a very nice person and he takes good care of everyone in the club.
But at this moment, before he could say anything, a sharp voice was heard from the ring.
Hey, Lin Xiao, you coward finally came. Today, we will make you pay for what you have done.
Lin Xiao, Yuqing will make you look good.
The humiliation you gave us will be returned to you double today.
The voices naturally came from Chen Song and Zhou Na.
The two looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of resentment.
Yang Yuqing also looked over at this time. Now that you are here, don't hesitate, come up. Yesterday you made me kneel down to leave Jubiozai. Today, I will also make you kneel down, kneel in front of everyone.
Lin Xiao. Guo Fei tightened his grip and tried to grab Lin Xiao.
However, Lin Xiao waved his hand gently, and a strange force immediately shook Guo Fei away.
President, don't worry. I don't take these people seriously. Today, the entire Taekwondo club must kneel.
Guo Fei was still shocked by Lin Xiao's strange power, but when he suddenly heard Lin Xiao's words, he froze in place. At this moment, everyone in the gymnasium fell into silence because of Lin Xiao's words. The whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop.
A moment later, an uproar broke out. Fuck, Lin Xiao, did you make 1 million yesterday and forget who you are today? Are you looking for death? You want everyone in the Taekwondo club to kneel down? Who the hell do you think you are? Damn, he's so rich that he seems to be floating around, right?
Young Master Yang, teach him a lesson and make him kneel down in front of you and sing conquer.
Hoof.
How shameless of you to talk like that, Lin Xiao.
You're too arrogant.
Xianzong, the sissy, raised his finger and pointed at Lin Xiao.
Yuqing, teach him a lesson.
Zhou Na also spoke, looking at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. At this moment, Lin Xiao jumped onto the stage in one step, completely ignoring the shouting around him. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand and, in front of everyone's puzzled gazes, slapped them twice.
Pa! Ah! Ah!
2 screams were heard, and Xianzong fell to the ground like a sissy, covering his face with his eyes red. Zhou Na also fell to the side. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
It was so embarrassing. I told you, I'll slap you every time I see you, so come early tomorrow.
Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Lin Xiao spoke casually, as if he had done something insignificant.
Lin Xiao, you're looking for death. Yang Yuqing's roar spread at this moment. Zhou Na is his current girlfriend, and she was the envy of many people just now. Now she is slapped in the face. He can't just sit there and watch. Wait.
However, at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and stopped Yang Yuqing.
Yang Yuqing paused, his eyes ferocious. What? Are you scared now? It's too late. No, you misunderstood.
Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. I wanted to say that you should come together so that I won't be disappointed. As Lin Xiao spoke, he raised his hand and made a gesture towards the direction of Song Xiao and the others below the ring.
Boom. Fuck. Chapter 13 I am enough to defeat you. Fuck.
Lin Xiao is crazy. He actually challenged young Master Song.
Oh my god, he's declaring war on the entire Taekwondo club.
There was an uproar at the scene. Lin Xiao's actions shocked everyone.
You're looking for death. On the stage, Yang Yuqing looked fierce.
Lin Zhao's behavior showed that he did not take him seriously at all.
Ha ha. You don't know your own limitations, and you dare to provoke young Master Song? Even Yucheng has been enough for him, and he still dares to provoke young Master Song?
Xiansong and Zhona covered their faces with their hands. Their original anger had turned into deep disdain.
Grandpa really made a mistake.
Yu Bing watched everything coldly.
How could such a person be able to become the one who breaks her predicament? Too high profile and doesn't know how to hide himself at all.
Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Zhao was already smiling from ear to ear at this moment.
For no other reason, because at this moment, his legendary value was skyrocketing.
In just a few minutes, it had broken through the 4,000 mark and was heading towards 5,000. Now, he has found the fastest way to obtain legendary points.
That is to just act high profile. Although doing so may offend more people, but since I have a system, can't I do whatever I want?
Of course, we must also find a degree and keep it within a safe range.
For example, now,
facing the entire Taekwondo club, he doesn't need to feel any pressure at all.
His mastery of Bajiquan is enough to give him the confidence to face everyone alone. Pa.
Mr. Song suddenly raised his hand and applauded.
Everyone fell silent at this moment. Interesting. Lin Zhao, you are really arrogant.
I would never have liked someone like you, but I didn't expect that making a million yesterday would make you so arrogant.
Challenging my Taekwondo club, you are overestimating yourself. Everyone looked at Lin Zhao as if he were a fool.
Obviously, they all agreed with Song Xiao. However, at this time, Lin Zhao shook his head. You misunderstood, I actually don't take you seriously at all.
Legend value plus 108.
As Lin Zhao finished speaking, the legendary value suddenly jumped to a 3-digit number.
Lin Zhao's eyes lit up.
This is not a legendary system at all.
This is a system for showing off. As long as you are high profile and show off, it will be fine.
Accumulate legendary points and start the advanced lottery.
Maybe there will be a way to cure cancer in the advanced level.
Lin Zhao murmured in his heart and once again set a clear goal.
Interesting.
Song Xiao's eyes darkened, and a layer of dark clouds covered his stern face.
Yang Yucheng, I leave it to you. He had no intention of going on stage. If the entire Taekwondo club really went up, even if they won, they would be laughed to death. Yes, President. Yang Yucheng responded and waved his hand, and everyone left the stage again. Ah, it's you who didn't listen to my advice.
Lin Zhao sighed.
Snort.
Hearing Lin Zhao's words, Yang Yucheng snorted coldly, and without saying anything else, he rushed out. This time, Yang Yucheng burst out with all his strength. Both his speed and strength were much stronger than when he fought against Guo Fei. Blue and red belt, worthy of being young Master Song, his eyesight is much better than ours. Someone next to Song Xiao spoke, and he stared at Yang Yucheng with a serious look.
Can that kid take 10 moves? I bet on 3 moves.
There was a lot of discussion around Song Xiao, but he himself did not say a word. He just looked at the arena calmly. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. On the ring, Yang Yucheng had already approached Lin Zhao. He crouched down and kicked out with the classic whip kick across the waist again.
Huff!
The powerful force directly tore the air apart, and a sound of breaking wind was heard. Faced with such a kick, even Guo Fei, who had practiced traditional martial arts for many years, could only resist with difficulty. But at this time, Lin Zhao just slapped out a palm lightly.
The palm suddenly turned into a fist in the middle, the speed increased dramatically, and it arrived first, landing heavily on Yang Yucheng's calf. Bang!
A muffled sound was heard, and Song Xiao clearly saw a look of pain on Yang Yucheng's face. Before he could be shocked, he saw Lin Zhao raised his leg high, and then chopped it down directly from top to bottom.
Bang!
Yang Yucheng was hit on the back and fell to the ground, crawling down like a toad.
In just a moment, Yang Yucheng was defeated.
The gymnasium was dead silent. Many people didn't even react to what had just happened.
Bang!
At this moment, Lin Zhao kicked Yang Yucheng and turned him over, with his cheek facing the towering roof of the gymnasium. I told you all to come together, but no one listened.
It's really not fun.
A faint voice was heard.
Everyone in the gymnasium widened their eyes and their mouths opened involuntarily. Bang!
Another kick, with such powerful force that Yang Yucheng slipped off the ring like a dead dog, and then fell heavily under the ring.
Ah!
Finally, Yang Yucheng let out a scream, and curled up, hugging his legs, with his head buried deep in his stomach, looking extremely painful.
Legend value plus 280. Legend value plus 300.
Two large numbers suddenly jumped up on the system panel, and the legendary value was infinitely close to the 6,000 mark.
It's so comfortable.
Lin Xiao withdrew his mind from the system panel and swept his sharp eyes towards the area below the ring where Song Xiao and others were.
Fuck. Lin Xiao is so powerful? Oh my god, is this still a human? That's Yang Yucheng. How many people in a day can defeat him? No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the capital to be so arrogant. Humph.
You won't be so proud for long.
Song Gaofei's strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He is a professional level existence.
Some people were shocked by Lin Xiao's strength, but some others were not optimistic about him.
But it doesn't matter, these can all provide Lin Xiao with legendary points.
Come on, continue. You say traditional martial arts are rubbish. Then today you will see what traditional martial arts are.
Compared with traditional martial arts, Taekwondo is not even rubbish.
Lin Xiao stood on the stage, looking down with disdain.
His attitude was even more arrogant than when Yang Yucheng looked down previously.
But this time, it was the people from the Taekwondo club who fell silent. On the other hand, everyone in the Chuanwu society was so excited that they couldn't express it in words. They looked at Lin Xiao as if they were fanatical believers of the Western god.
Lin Xiao.
Mr. Song, also known as Song Gaofei, suddenly spoke.
He now understood how Guofei felt before.
It turned out that this was how it felt when the society was insulted.
What are you doing? All of you come up here together.
Today, Chuanwu is going to step on your Taekwondo club to get to the top.
From now on, when you see someone from Chuanwu club, avoid them.
Lin Xiao confronted him. This time, he not only wants to vent his anger for the Chuanwu society, but also wants to restore the reputation of Chuanwu.
Need not. I alone am enough to defeat you.
At this time, Song Gaofei took a deep breath and jumped onto the stage in one step.
Chapter 14, Fame in Martial Arts. Mr. Song, destroy him.
Below the ring, Yang Yucheng, who had recovered a little, stared at Lin Xiao fiercely.
Yucheng, he will definitely be taught a terrible lesson. Jonah supported Yang Yucheng, but glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Song Gaofei jumped onto the ring, turned his head and nodded lightly at Yang Yucheng.
Then, his face returned to its stern look. Song Gaofei walked towards the center of the ring step by step, looking at Lin Xiao with a calm gaze. Lin Xiao, you have some strength, but that's all. When Song Gaofei's voice rang out, everyone held their breath, as if they were afraid of missing it.
You are very crazy.
Of course, you have the capital to be crazy, but you should stop here.
I'll give you a chance.
Apologize to everyone in the Taekwondo club, and I'll let you lose in a decent way later.
Laugh. Listening to Song Gaofei's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Hey, what are you talking about? If you want to apologize, shouldn't your Taekwondo club apologize first? Besides, what qualifications do you have to make me lose? You are like...
Lin Xiao paused, curled the corner of his mouth, and raised a finger. The familiar scene made the scene suddenly quiet.
Isn't this the gesture that Yang Yucheng used towards Guofei just now? No way?
Everyone looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. At this time, Lin Xiao also continued to speak. One move, someone like you can't even take one of my moves.
Fuck.
Even crazier than Yang Yucheng, he only had 1 minute, but Lin Xiao just used one move.
How confident is that? Oh my god, that's Song Gaofei, Master Song.
Lin Xiao is in trouble. Just based on what he said, young Master Song will not let him off easily today. At this moment, Song Gaofei on the ring paused.
He was so angry that he laughed.
This was the first time he had been ignored like this in all these years. He is about to become a black belt in Taekwondo, and he even plans to join a professional league after graduation to compete for the individual championship in Asia. Unexpectedly, I am being ignored by my junior classmates who are 1 year younger than me. Song Gaofei suppressed the anger in his heart and said slowly, Lin Xiao, you must kneel here today.
Just you?
Lin Xiao still didn't take it seriously.
Song Gaofei gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, are you ready?
As he spoke, his body bent slightly.
Do I need to prepare to fight you? Don't you think too highly of yourself?
Lin Xiao became more and more arrogant, but in fact his mind was still completely focused on the legendary value. The legendary value is already 7,000 and is still rising wildly.
This is a rare opportunity, and you can't miss the chance to gain legendary points. Court death. Song Gaofei finally couldn't remain calm anymore. He shouted angrily and suddenly shot out.
His speed was much faster than Yang Yuqing's. In the eyes of the people around him, he even turned into an afterimage. In just a moment, the distance between him and Lin Xiao was bridged.
Lin Xiao, kneel down.
Song Gaofei shouted angrily, raised his leg and chopped it down, concentrating all his strength on one leg. The sound of breaking wind spread, causing several members of the Taekwondo club to change their expressions and look envious.
It's just so. However, facing this kick, Lin Xiao didn't care at all.
Shaking his head, he took a step forward, gathered all his strength, and punched out.
8 extreme collapse.
Lin Xiao let out a soft cry in his heart and barely used 50% of his strength.
Boom!
The muffled sound of fists and legs colliding was actually deafening.
The audience around were all shocked.
What a powerful force!
Countless people covered their mouths. Thump, thump, thump.
At this moment, Song Gaofei's figure suddenly stepped back, his steps were weak and his face was full of extreme pain.
Mr. Song! Yang Yuqing and others exclaimed. However, before they could react, Song Gaofei had already completely withdrawn from the ring. Bang!
Song Gaofei fell to the ground, his face pale, his right leg trembling and cramping constantly.
So weak.
Lin Xiao curled his lips, took 2 steps to the edge of the ring, and looked down at Song Gaofei and others.
Holy crap! We won already? Damn it, isn't Lin Xiao too powerful? He defeated Song Gaofei in seconds. One move, it's really just one move. Is Chuanwu so awesome? Do you want to switch over?
There was an uproar in the stadium. Yu Bing was standing not far away, her eyes full of shock.
Her gaze couldn't help but fall on Lin Xiao's face.
At this moment, her mood became extremely complicated. In the Yu family mansion, Yu Menguo watched the live broadcast of the Anhui University campus forum on his mobile phone with a strong smile on his face.
Sure enough, he is not that simple at all.
His medical skills, treasure appraisal, and even martial arts are so strong.
Yu Menguo tapped the armchair lightly with his fingers, wondering what he was thinking.
At this time, in the Anda gymnasium,
Lin Xiao glanced at everyone in the Taekwondo club. Who else?
Anyone who disagrees, come up. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole area fell silent.
No one dared to say anything.
Lin Xiao just stood there on the ring, like a mountain, pressing down on everyone in the Taekwondo club so hard that they couldn't breathe.
No one dares to speak.
The legendary value is skyrocketing, officially breaking through the 10,000 mark, and is moving forward unswervingly.
No one laughed?
Lin Xiao raised his lips and said, "Who dares to say that traditional martial arts are rubbish?
Taekwondo is rubbish. If you see someone practicing traditional martial arts from me in the future, avoid them. Do you understand?"
Still no one dared to say anything, and they could only accept it with frustration.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, becoming famous for martial arts, and getting a high-level lottery chance +1. The system prompt sounded, and the word 1 advanced was added to the number of draws on the panel. Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied, but he was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. He had plenty of time and his legendary value had exceeded 10,000, so he had to plan well. At this moment, Guofei and others were extremely excited, and they all felt proud. One by one, they looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. There was an uproar in the stadium. Lin Xiao became famous again, and this time it was even more shocking than earning 1 million yesterday.
There is no other reason, it's because of Song Gaofei.
This person was very famous in Anda, but now he has been stepped on by Lin Xiao. I believe that it won't be long before Lin Xiao's name will become popular throughout Anda. Lin Xiao left the gymnasium quickly, and only talked briefly with Guofei and others. Everyone watched him leave. Yu Bing's eyes flickered and she wanted to chase after him, but finally gave up. Lin Xiao's reputation spread throughout Anhui University, and he walked out of the school gate and went straight to the Peach Blossom Spring on the side.
Peach Blossom Spring number 1 is now his asset.
Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at the gate of Taoweiyuan number 1. The huge door was even more luxurious than that of Anda, and was large enough for several large trucks to run side by side. There did not happen any bloody plot of the security guard looking down on others, because here, every owner has intelligent identity recognition.
Chapter 15 News about the top-grade blood jade. Dear owner of Taoyuan number 1, welcome home.
Lin Xiao had just arrived at the gate when a sweet mechanical female voice rang out.
Taoyuan is completely intelligent.
The system had already reminded Lin Xiao that the smart room cards, real estate certificates and other documents are all in the villa. Of course, room cards are optional. Just like that, with a click sound, the gate of the Peach Blossom Spring Villa district opened directly, and there was no chance of swiping a card to enter. A security guard in red uniform trotted out and immediately stood at attention and saluted when he saw Lin Xiao.
Mr. Lin, welcome home.
To be honest, Lin Xiao felt flattered. Thanks for your hard work. After holding it in for a while, Lin Xiao could only utter these 3 words.
It is my duty to serve every owner. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern.
The security guard spoke again, his face full of gratitude.
Lin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and walked straight into the door. Unexpectedly, the security guard hurriedly followed and said, Mr. Lin, do you need a ride home? It's still a long way from here. Ah. Is that okay? Thank you.
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then agreed. Seeing that the security guard was about to shout slogans again, Lin Xiao immediately stopped him. Soon, the security guard drove a mobility scooter and quickly took Lin Xiao to Villa number 1 in Taoyuan. The smart access control system opened the door directly, Lin Xiao walked in, and the door closed automatically.
I'm so envious. He's already the number 1 owner at such a young age. How big of a background does he have to be? The security guard sighed and drove his mobility scooter towards the door. At this time, Lin Xiao was already strolling around Villa number 1. It must be said that the villa worth 100 million yuan satisfied all of Lin Xiao's fantasies about luxury. The whole house is smart and full of technology. All kinds of smart devices are available, including private cinemas, gyms, and swimming pools. After taking a look around, the only feeling Lin Xiao had about this villa was comfortable. The happiness of rich people is really unimaginable.
Lin Xiao lay down directly on the soft leather sofa in the living room on the first floor and fell asleep unknowingly.
Half an hour later, Lin Xiao's biological clock automatically woke him up.
Opening his eyes, Lin Xiao was still lying on the sofa, feeling extremely satisfied. At least all this is not a dream. Sitting up straight, Lin Xiao opened his lips and said, "Turn on the system." An illusory panel immediately appeared before my eyes.
System, Legendary Lottery System Intermediate. Host, Lin Xiao. Number of draws remaining, 1 advanced. Legend value, 13060.
The system panel was still very simple, but Lin Xiao was lost in thought at this moment. More than 10,000 legendary points are enough to upgrade the system to an advanced level, but after the upgrade, I don't even have enough legendary points for the lottery.
Even after upgrading, he could only participate in 3 intermediate draws. It seems like it's not a good deal.
Lin Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the opportunity for the high-level lottery.
Ding! Do you want to conduct the advanced lottery? Yes.
Without thinking too much, since it was free this time, Lin Xiao directly gave the order for the lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained the news of the top-grade blood jade. When the high-level lottery item was delivered, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Then, a lot of information flooded into my mind.
The top-grade blood jade will be delivered to Donghua Jade Shop on Suiyin Street at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
A picture appeared in Lin Xiao's mind.
It was none other than the 3-dimensional image of the top-grade blood jade.
It turned out to be a rough stone. Lin Xiao murmured, "This is very interesting, just like antiques, it is very gambling-oriented.
However, it is easy to make a small investment for a big gain and become rich overnight." 5 o'clock in the afternoon? It's only 2 o'clock now, so there's still some time.
Lin Xiao looked at his phone, then continued to pay attention to the system page. System, Intermediate Lottery, 13 consecutive draws. Lin Xiao has decided not to upgrade the system for the time being and wait until he has enough legendary points. Congratulations, money plus 50,000. Congratulations, money plus 50,000. The reminder sound keeps ringing, but it is always a guarantee. Finally, after 9 times of plus 50,000, the system prompt tone changed. Congratulations, money plus 500,000. Lin Xiao was stunned. It turned out that not only was the minimum prize of 50,000 guaranteed, but one could also win money from regular draws. Looking at his second-hand smartphone, Lin Xiao discovered that the balance had reached a staggering 1.95 million. The 11th draw has a balance of 2 million. The 12th lottery draw has a balance of 2.05 million.
The 13th lottery draw.
Congratulations, you have received a 29 times cashback card.
Ding.
Obtained virtual items, the system space has been opened, only for storing system rewards. A virtual space appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, with a golden card lying quietly inside. When the thought touches the card, it immediately responds with a series of information. The 29 times cashback card is only for Lin Xiao's personal consumption, and the single consumption must not exceed 1 million. In other words, the limit is 990,000, and if it exceeds that, you cannot use the cashback card.
Nice one. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It just so happens that it's time to change my outfit.
I heard that those luxury brands are very expensive.
I happen to have a cashback card, so I can go and try it out.
For this kind of experience where spending money is making money, Lin Xiao doesn't feel sorry for the money.
I just hope that when I use the cashback card, the rate will be higher.
Let's go to the hospital first, then go to Suiyin Street in the afternoon, and then go buy some clothes in the evening. Lin Xiao made the decision and then went to the hospital to accompany his mother Qi Yan. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't say anything about the villa, he really didn't know how to start the conversation.
Time flies. At 4:30, Lin Xiao walked out of the hospital.
Just as he reached the door, a Ferrari 296 as red as a flame stopped in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked down in confusion, and the car window slowly lowered.
Jade School Beauty. The owner of the Ferrari was none other than Yu Bing. A car worth 3.5 million. This is what a truly wealthy person looks like.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I was just in the hospital looking for my grandpa.
Where are you going?
I'll take you there.
Yu Bing's voice rang out. Well.
Lin Xiao was flattered, but he keenly discovered that Yu Bing's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly.
Isn't it troublesome? I'm fine anyway. Yu Bing replied. I'm going to Suiyun Street. Lin Xiao nodded. Are you going to Suiyun Street too? Do you know that a new batch of raw stones has been shipped there? Do you want to pick up some bargains too?
Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao in confusion.
Sort of. It's on the way, let's get in the car. Yu Bing nodded slightly.
Lin Xiao opened the car door and sat in. Looking at the luxurious configuration inside the car, he felt a little envious.
Would you like to try it?
Yu Bing suddenly asked, her face still cold and arrogant, but her eyes flashed with wisdom.
Think.
Lin Xiao answered without hesitation.
Yu Bing didn't say anything more.
She just opened the car door and walked to the passenger side.
Chapter 16 Extreme Drift. Lin Xiao sat in the driver's seat skillfully and started the car. Buzz. The inspiring sound waves swept around.
At this moment, Lin Xiao felt the blood in his body boiling, as if a wild beast was about to awaken. Reaching out and grasping the steering wheel, at this moment, Lin Xiao's entire body became one with the Ferrari 296 beneath him.
Buzz. Shifting gears and starting off are all done in one go without any lag. Professional level driving skills play a huge role. Even all driving operations have formed muscle memory. Everything is so natural and smooth.
Yu Bing was observing the whole process.
Are you familiar with this car? She couldn't help but ask.
There was no sense of sluggishness at all, which was totally unlike that of someone who had never driven a car before.
Moreover, even an experienced driver would not be able to drive a high-end sports car as smoothly as Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing suddenly discovered that Lin Xiao seemed to become mysterious, as if he was wrapped in a layer of mysterious gauze, making it impossible to see clearly and guess what he was thinking.
Well.
No, it's my first time driving a car other than a training car. Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Of course, he also knew why Yu Bing asked this, but he had no way of explaining it. Yu Bing nodded slightly, and although she was confused, she didn't ask any more questions. Suiyun Street is in the West District, more than 20 kilometers away from Anda University, but it only takes about 20 minutes to get there via the Ring Road. You need to go around Suiyun Mountain in the middle, and that section of the road is quite fast. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to drive the 296 at full speed, and the vehicle drove smoothly on the road. The private cars around it avoided from a distance for fear of scratches.
Beep, beep.
Suddenly, a horn blared urgently. Lin Xiao frowned and looked through the rearview mirror. A Lamborghini was following closely behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Niu accelerated and came directly to the side of Lin Xiao and the others. The car window was lowered, and a gray-haired young man turned his head to look over here.
Ignore him.
Yu Bing's voice rang out in the car. Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at her and keenly noticed the impatience in her eyes.
Do you know him?
Lin Xiao couldn't suppress his doubts.
He is pursuing me, and my second uncle intends to marry me to him. Yu Bing explained calmly.
Lin Xiao was stunned and nodded slightly.
It was obvious that Yu Bing didn't like the gray-haired young man. So what do your parents mean?
For some unknown reason, Lin Xiao asked. After asking, Lin Xiao realized that he seemed to be meddling too much. Fortunately, Yu Bing patiently explained, my parents don't like him, but...
Yu Bing paused and didn't say anything else.
Lin Xiao was too lazy to ask more questions.
Beep, beep.
At this time, the urgent horn sounded, and even Yu Bing's cell phone rang. Yu Bing didn't answer the call and turned on flight mode after hanging up. Then, the horn sounded even louder.
Lin Xiao felt inexplicably irritated. Hold on tight. He didn't want to go with that calf anymore. What?
Yu Bing was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao, somewhat confused. Lin Xiao did not reply, but at this moment, Ferrari 296 gave the answer.
Buzz.
He roared suddenly like a wild beast out of the cage.
Boom.
In an instant, it rushed out like lightning, with unparalleled speed. The dense traffic flow did not have any impact on its speed thanks to Lin Xiao's superb driving skills.
Oh.
In Xiao Mavericks, the gray-haired young man curled his lips. The next second, the car window slowly rose up and the Maverick's engine made a terrifying roar. Then, the calf turned into a green shadow and passed through the traffic, chasing after him.
Be careful.
Inside the Ferrari, Yu Bing spoke up to give a reminder. Her pair of delicate hands tightly grasped the car door, and a rare hint of nervousness appeared on her icy face.
Rest assured.
Lin Xiao smiled confidently and glanced at the rearview mirror. He's catching up, I have to speed up.
Buzz.
The engine continued to roar, the superpower was released instantly, and the Ferrari 296 accelerated again.
Interesting.
In the calf, the gray-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly. He has been racing for many years and even often participates in various competitions, and has long developed a spirit of never admitting defeat. At this moment, he was too lazy to restrain himself and sped up to catch up. For a moment, two flashes of lightning, one red and one green, were speeding on the highway, attracting countless eyes.
The distance of several kilometers was quickly crossed at the extremely fast speed of two lightning bolts. A towering mountain comes into view.
Suiyun Mountain is the landmark of Ancheng and also the mountain with the densest circulation in Ancheng.
This is the hub between Ancheng and the outside world. There are many bends here.
Generally, all vehicles have to slow down when arriving here.
However, Lin Xiao was driving the Ferrari and had no intention of slowing down. In the passenger seat, Yu Bing frowned, there's a sharp bend ahead.
Lin Xiao in the driver's seat did not respond.
Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing couldn't help but raise her voice. However, there was still no response. She couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao, but found that Lin Xiao had a calm face, as if he was immersed in a certain state and would not be disturbed by the outside world at all. Less than 100 meters away from the sharp bend, Yu Bing's heart began to beat wildly. She couldn't help but close her eyes.
She regretted it.
She shouldn't have stopped the car before. How much better it would have been if she had just passed by Lin Xiao.
Fuck, is she crazy?
At the same time, the gray-haired young man on the Mavericks couldn't help but swear.
He thought Yu Bing was driving. How can you possibly get through at this speed? You're courting death.
The gray-haired young man has participated in countless competitions of all sizes.
This kind of curve cannot be passed unless he drifts.
However, there is a lot of traffic now, and the conditions for drifting are not met at all. Moreover, drifting at this speed is impossible unless you are a professional driver.
It's over.
The gray-haired young man couldn't help but spit as he watched the Ferrari enter the corner like red lightning.
Fuck.
However, the next second, his eyes widened and burst into classic Chinese poetry. I saw that the red lightning turned diagonally and rushed in like a blade.
Sizzle.
The next second, the tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream and thick smoke rose up. Then, the red lightning-like Ferrari drifted through the corners under extremely extreme conditions. The front of the car was less than 10 centimeters away from the isolation guardrail, and the rear of the car was less than 5 centimeters away from the car next to it.
Buzz.
After turning the corner, it turned into a flash of lightning again and sped away.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
The gray-haired young man cursed repeatedly, his eyes widened like bells.
I'm alive. Inside the Ferrari, Yu Bing's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 17, City Car God Perspective Card. Oh my god, God of Cars, did you see that drift just now? That's just my dream. No, I have to try it.
On the Tsuiyan Mountain Expressway, inside a car, the man driving was staring at the Ferrari driven by Lin Xiao, his blood boiling.
I'm not blind yet. Damn it, Li Erden, what are you going to do? If you dare to speed up again, I'll kill you. What the hell can you do about it? Well.
Li Erden felt a chill on his back, and his passion finally cooled down under the fierceness of the tiger.
God of Cars, what the hell?
Drifting, this is the first time I've seen it in my life, it's so damn cool.
Fuck. Which great god has descended upon my Anchun?
However, not only Li Erden and his wife, but many more people were shocked by Lin Xiao's drifting. If the conditions allowed, they would have wanted to get out of the car to take pictures.
The person driving the car is definitely not Yu Bing.
At this moment, the gray-haired young man in the green calf murmured to himself. He was very familiar with Yu Bing, but he had never heard that Yu Bing had received any further training in driving skills. Moreover, even if Yu Bing had studied driving skills, it would be impossible for her to reach this level at her age. This requires not only talent, but also countless times of crazy practice to achieve.
I'm alive.
At the same time, inside the Ferrari, Yu Bing's voice trembled slightly. Feeling the vehicle moving forward steadily beneath her, she actually felt it was a little unreal.
Certainly.
Lin Xiao's voice rang out, instantly bringing her back to reality. Yu Bing suddenly turned her head, a rare rage flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao, you bastard.
Well. Lin Xiao's face was filled with embarrassment.
To be honest, he had never seen the frost goddess scold anyone before.
He was probably the first one to do so.
The car suddenly fell silent. But soon, Yu Bing suddenly asked, "Can
we do it again?" Ha!
Lin Xiao turned his head in surprise. At this moment, a scene that shocked Lin Xiao appeared. The ice goddess Yu Bing's pretty face suddenly turned red.
She bit her teeth lightly and then said, "It's very exciting. I want to experience it again." Lin Xiao was startled, then smiled slightly. Yeah. To be honest, he really didn't expect that beneath the cold appearance of this frosty school beauty, there was actually a passionate heart hidden.
Hold on tight.
Lin Xiao reminded.
At this moment, the green calf appeared again in the rearview mirror.
Yu Bing nodded slightly.
There was also a hint of teasing in Lin Xiao's eyes.
Buzz. The next second, the Ferrari 296 roared out again.
There was a sharp turn ahead. Yu Bing opened her eyes wide, feeling the tension of the rapid cut.
Sizzle.
Drifting around a corner still requires extremely extreme drifting conditions.
Any slight mistake will result in the car being destroyed and people being killed.
My heart suddenly tightened and started beating wildly.
Ah!
Yu Bing shouted loudly, as if releasing the huge pressure in her heart. Lin Xiao was not disturbed and focused on driving the car. On the winding hub, the red lightning did not slow down at all and drifted all the way. Countless people were watching, excited beyond words, wishing they could become one of them.
Legend value plus 10. Legend value plus 188.
In Lin Xiao's mind, the system prompt sound kept ringing. In just a short distance, the legendary value soared by more than 2,000.
Following the previous lottery, the legendary value once again broke through the 4,000 mark. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, City Car God, and getting a rare level lottery chance +1.
Ha! There's such an unexpected surprise?
Lin Xiao was delighted.
It's a rare lottery.
Last time, I won Peach Blossom Land number 1, a huge asset worth over 100 million yuan.
System, use rare level lottery.
Without any delay, Lin Xiao directly gave the lottery instructions in his mind.
1 second later.
Congratulations, you got the perspective card. As the prompt sounded, a transparent card suddenly appeared in the system space, with a light blue eye embedded on it, which was magnificent.
A perspective card?
Lin Xiao's mind entered the system space, and the information about the perspective card immediately appeared in his mind. The perspective card can help you see through the essence of things after use, and lasts for 10 minutes.
What a good thing!
Lin Xiao became excited.
If he could use this well, he could easily make a huge fortune.
You should know where you are going now, which is Tsuayan Street, where countless people became rich overnight.
System, continue the lottery, intermediate level, for consecutive draws.
Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao issued the lottery order again.
Congratulations, money plus 50,000, x3. After 3 consecutive hits, Lin Xiao had a strange look on his face. Could it be that just after I got the perspective card, the lottery started going in the unlucky direction?
Fortunately, the last prompt tone changed. Congratulations, you have gained Chinese medicine experience and reached the intermediate level of master. In an instant, a large amount of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge merged into his mind, and Lin Xiao gained a deeper understanding of medicine.
Today is my lucky day.
Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction and continued driving the Ferrari.
The green calf had already been thrown far away and disappeared. Mad, you are awesome.
The gray-haired young man drove the Maverick away from Tsuayan Mountain and could no longer see the Ferrari, which made him unable to help but swear.
Time flies. 5 minutes later.
Lin Xiao and Yu Bing came to Tsuayan Street.
Sizzle. The Ferrari drifted directly into position, causing passers-by to exclaim in amazement.
Yu Bing and Lin Xiao opened the car door and got out.
Yu Bing's face was covered with frost again, but her face was still a little flushed, and her boiling blood had not yet completely cooled down. Fuck, what's up with that kid? A beautiful woman with a nice car but a poor boy? I don't accept it. Asshole, what right does he have?
The combination of Lin Xiao and Yu Bing caused passers-by to scream and complain.
Yu Bing glanced at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but say, actually, you don't have to be so frugal. Lin Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled casually. You didn't have the conditions before, right? He
had secretly decided in his mind that after returning from Tsuayan Street, he would go to the mall immediately to buy a set of clothes.
I haven't used the System Space cashback card yet.
Anyway, I can earn it back after spending it, so the rest no need to feel bad.
Yu Bing shook her head gently. If you are willing to use your medical skills, wealth and glory will be within your reach. In fact, there is no need for people to be so low-key.
Lin Xiao's medical skills, at least in acupuncture, are so good that even her grandfather Yu Mengwa would be ashamed of himself.
For such people, isn't it easy to acquire wealth? Lin Xiao nodded, not wanting to say more. After all, this is really too horrifying.
All these changes in him have only started in the past 2 days.
Can you believe it? Lin Xiao? Why are you here?
Just then, a voice was heard. Lin Xiao turned his head and looked over, and the owner of the voice was actually Song Gaofei.
Chapter 18. You are not qualified to play the top configuration. Song Gaofei was looking at Lin Xiao with disdain.
To be honest, he was quite surprised to see Lin Xiao here.
Tsuayan Street is a jade street. People who don't have some capital will hardly come here. Of course, what surprised Song Gaofei even more was Yu Bing beside Lin Xiao. This person's identity is not ordinary. He actually appears with Lin Xiao. This makes Song Gaofei simply unable to understand.
Of course, this did not prevent Song Gaofei from looking at Lin Xiao with contempt.
Hey, isn't this the defeated general? Why, you can be here but I can't?
Lin Xiao keenly caught the disdain in Song Gaofei's eyes, and was too lazy to show any good face, so he directly confronted him.
Asshole. Song Gaofei's face fell.
Until now, his right leg was still aching slightly. Lin Xiao was simply asking for trouble. Lin Xiao, don't be so arrogant. You do have some strength, but let me tell you, my face, Song Gaofei, is not so easy to step on. Song Gaofei's eyes were particularly gloomy, and he changed the subject again.
Don't think that you can make it here just because you picked up $1 million.
Let me tell you, in Tsuayan Street, your $1 million won't even make a splash.
This is not a world you can touch.
Lin Xiao frowned, feeling unhappy.
Just as he was about to speak, Yu Bing took the lead. Shut up. If you really want to say it, even if all your Song family's assets were thrown into Tsuayan Street, it wouldn't cause any waves. Well. Song Gaofei was stunned. He never expected that Yu Bing would actually speak out against him. Unfortunately, he couldn't refute it at all because what Yu Bing said was the truth. The Song family is a senior executive of a company under the Chongshan Group and has some capital. However, what he had was nothing compared to the Yu family's Sihai Group. Song Gaofei's face turned pale and blue, and he felt inexplicable.
Lin Xiao found it funny and the anger in his heart quietly dissipated.
Yu Bing's domineering suppression made him a little moved.
In this era, having money and status is really important. He used to be a poor boy who didn't dare to ask for anything or think too much. But now, with the system, he has unlimited possibilities in the future. One day, I will stand on the top of the mountain and let everyone look up to me. Lin Xiao swore secretly in his heart. Buzz. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard, and the green calf stopped in the parking space. The gray-haired young man got out of the car. His handsome face and high-end custom-made brand clothes caused passers-by to scream. However, the gray-haired young man ignored his surroundings and just walked straight towards Lin Xiao and the others.
Mr. Li. Song Gaofei hurried to meet him.
This person is the big boss above him, the prince of Chongshan Group, Li Shang. Li Shang nodded casually as a response. However, Li Shang's gaze always stayed on Yu Bing. As he came closer, Li Shang showed a gentlemanly smile on his face.
Bing Bing, long time no see. I've been busy lately.
Shut up, we're not that familiar. Yu Bing spoke quickly, interrupting Li Shang's words.
Li Shang was not angry either. He glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "Just now, were you driving?"
Lin Xiao nodded without commenting. Li Shang raised his eyebrows and suddenly praised, "You drive well, it's quite interesting." Lin Xiao still didn't speak. This Li Shang gave him an uncomfortable feeling.
His condescending attitude was more obvious than that of anyone Lin Xiao had ever met.
Li Shang didn't care. He suddenly took a step forward and got closer to Lin Xiao. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes.
But you are not qualified to play the top configuration. There are some worlds that you will never have the chance to step into in your lifetime. Do you understand?
Li Shang said this and looked directly at Yu Bing.
Yu Bing frowned and looked unhappy. She wanted to say something, but this time, Lin Xiao was faster than her. What if I force my way in?
Lin Xiao looked at Li Shang straight in the eyes, not afraid at all. Lin Xiao, how dare you talk to Master Li?
Song Gaofei's face changed slightly and he immediately started scolding.
But at this time, Li Shang raised his hand and stopped him directly. Li Shang's eyes were sinister, and the corners of his mouth curled up fiercely. "Very good, if you insist on breaking in, then be prepared to be crushed to pieces." After saying that, Li Shang withdrew his gaze and then walked towards the depths of Suiyin Street.
"You're done." Song Gaofei left a word and immediately chased after him.
Lin Xiao and Yu Bing stayed where they were.
"He is the prince of Chongshan Group, Li Shang."
Yu Bing suddenly spoke, and at the same time, stared at Lin Xiao. She wanted to see what Lin Xiao's expression would be when he knew Li Shang's identity. However, to her surprise, Lin Xiao's eyes did not change at all, he just nodded slightly.
"You're not afraid at all?"
Yu Bing was a little surprised.
Chongshan Group is a multi-billion-dollar group.
The Prince of Chongshan holds immense power in his hands.
Why should you be afraid?
Lin Xiao looked at Yu Bing suddenly, his eyes cold and arrogant. His trump card is the system. He can rely on the system to accomplish things in a short period of time that others cannot do in their entire lives.
No matter how much power Li Shang possesses, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will trample him under my feet.
Yu Bing was stunned, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She didn't understand where Lin Xiao's confidence came from. He remained calm in the face of a multi-billion-dollar group.
This is not like an ordinary person at all. But his information is very ordinary, so ordinary that it's shocking.
The Yu family had already collected Lin Xiao's information, but they did not find anything unusual.
You know him?
At this time, Li Shang, who was deep in Suiyin Street, suddenly asked Song Gaofei behind him.
No. Song Gaofei quickly replied, with a respectful attitude, he is a third-year student in the Department of Finance at Anhui University. This morning, he was in the ring. Song Gaofei told Li Shang everything he knew about Lin Xiao. Li Shang narrowed his eyes slightly. $1 million? And a good fighting ability? Are you sure this is an ordinary person?
I used all my family's connections to gather all the information and this is it.
Song Gaofei answered helplessly.
Li Shang fell into deep thought. After a long while, he spoke again. Forget it, find someone to teach him, let him be in awe of this world, have some sense, don't kill anyone, Chongshan can't have any negative news at this stage.
I understand, Mr. Li. Song Gaofei responded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Time flies. Deep in Suiyun Street is Donghua Jade Shop.
A large number of raw stones were transported, and tycoons with considerable status in the jade industry arrived first. Some individual stone gamblers also came upon hearing the news.
This can only be considered a small gathering. The real big guys won't show up. You can go and try. If you find good jade, I can buy it.
Yu Bing said to Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
He came here for the top-grade blood jade and his eyes had already been searching in the pile of raw stones. The information in his mind was very complete, even including a three-dimensional image of the raw stone containing top-grade blood jade.
Chapter 19, A Waste, Dares to Call Yourself a Master? This is a small gathering of this scale?
As expected, I have only seen the tip of the iceberg of the world of the rich. Lin Xiao walked among the group of raw stones. This is the warehouse of Donghua Jade Company, and all the raw stones have just been delivered.
Only after being selected by the bigwigs here, the remaining ones will be sold on the market.
This is also the reason why 9 out of 10 people who gamble on stones lose.
There are some who can become rich overnight, but the probability of that happening is extremely low.
Lin Xiao's eyes kept searching, quickly comparing the three-dimensional image of the top-grade blood jade stone in his mind. At this time, Yu Bing was standing at the entrance, looking casually into the warehouse. She came here today mainly to see if there are any individual customers or some experts in gambling on jade who can get good jade.
The Sihai Group has a wide range of businesses, naturally including the jade industry. If someone finds a good piece of jade, Yu Bing will talk to them and make the deal on the spot.
This was not her first time here, and she was familiar with everything.
Bing Bing.
At this moment, Li Shang brought Song Gaofei and a middle-aged man to Yu Bing. Yu Bing ignored him and just looked at the crowd in the warehouse. Li Shang's eyes did not change at all, as if he had long been accustomed to Yu Bing's temper. She just stood beside Yu Bing and said to herself, Bing Bing, I brought Master Luo Dalua with me.
The jade reserves of Sihai are running low, right? For today's match, how about letting Master Luo help you choose?
Yu Bing paused, looked towards Li Shang, and was somewhat tempted. Luo De is no ordinary man, he is a leading figure in the jade world, and almost all the jades he selects are rising in value.
In Chanchan's jade industry, Luo De is a terrifying cash cow. Unnecessary. Of course, although she was interested, Yu Bing was not interested in Li Shang's proposal and she rejected it outright. But at this time, Song Gaofei spoke, his voice was very loud and he did not conceal it at all. Jade School Beauty, this is a great opportunity. With Master Luo De here, almost all the top quality jades here today will be gathered here. No one can compare to Master Luo at this scene. In the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop, a group of jade industry bosses paused when they heard Song Gaofei's words, and then looked towards him. However, when they saw Luo De, they just silently withdrew their gazes and secretly spat, what bad luck. There is no way, this is strength. Song Gaofei's words were very pretentious, but he had enough qualifications to be pretentious. The two words Luo De were like the unshakable Mount Tai in the jade realm. Yu Bing didn't say anything, but even she had to admit that Luo De was absolutely the real deal. However, Luo De is from Chongshan and Li Shang, so she cannot accept such a favor. Sihai is now on a downward trend, its market value has been evaporating, and it is facing constant crises. Yu Bing's second uncle immediately thought of joining forces with Chongshan to stabilize the situation in Sihai. And the condition is her. She didn't want to follow such an arrangement. If she accepted Li Shang's favor now, she would only step into Li Shang's abyss step by step in the future. Bing Bing, you don't need to be so formal with me. We will be a family from now on anyway. Li Shang spoke again at this time, and what he said made Yu Bing very unhappy. She was about to retort when a voice spoke first. What family? Can't you see that our school beauty looks down on you? But it was Lin Xiao who came back. In his hand, he was holding a piece of raw stone that looked very bad. It was square and had a very thick skin. The key point is that there is a price of 30,000 on it. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Shang frowned unhappily. Do you have a say here? Li Shang glanced at Lin Xiao indifferently. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao chose to ignore him. His attitude was as arrogant as it could be. Lin Xiao had already figured it out. Li Shang had already started targeting him, so there was no need to know when to stop. He could just do whatever he wanted. Let's go, I don't want to stay here anymore. Just at this moment, Yu Bing's voice also rang out. Can. Lin Xiao's goal has been achieved and he has no intention of staying any longer. As for the perspective card, there will be plenty of opportunities to use it in the future, so there is no need to rush. It's really that Li Shang is too annoying, like a big-headed fly, disgusting. Snort. Lin Xiao's reaction made Li Shang angry. He looked directly at Song Gaofei. Song Gaofei understood instantly, took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I found a bargain worth millions in the antique street, but you only bought a rough stone worth 30,000? If you can't afford it, can you please not play with it? This is provocative and unabashedly so. The price of raw stones is not divided into high and low, as long as there is stock, it's fine. How come Mr. Song looks quite high ranking, but he doesn't have this common sense, like a bumpkin? Lin Xiao responded indifferently. You. Song Gaofei's face flushed instantly, but he still suppressed his anger and said coldly, you are so confident. Even an outsider like me can see that this rough stone of yours is waste. I don't know where you get the confidence from. It's waste indeed. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Luo De suddenly spoke, and even took out a high-intensity flashlight and casually scanned it over Lin Xiao's rough stone. The skin is thick, but there is no feedback when the light is turned on. It does not even meet the basic conditions for jade. Young man, this line of work still requires experience. Not everyone can play this game well. Luo De looked at Lin Xiao with great disdain. He is an experienced man, so how could he not see that Li Shang was looking for trouble with Lin Xiao? As an elite talent in Chongshan, he naturally has to stand up at this time. If by chance I get promoted by the prince, the wealth I earn every year could be multiplied several times. Ha ha. Even Master Luo De said so. Lin Xiao, you should throw away this waste as soon as possible. Do you really think you can still find bargains like you did in Antique Street? You've already used up all your luck in Antique Street, you know? You are a loser, and you are destined to be a loser for the rest of your life, understand? Your fate cannot be changed. Song Gaofei's voice sounded at the right time, constantly belittling and stimulating Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes were calm, but he was already feeling unhappy in his heart. He glanced at Luo De calmly, Master Luo De? Are you famous in the jade world? Laugh. Ha ha. There are still people who don't know Master Luo De. It's so funny. You don't even know Master Luo De, and you still dare to hang around in Suiyun Street? Lin Xiao didn't know that his words would cause such a big reaction. Now even a fool would know that Luo De has made great achievements in the jade industry. That's perfect, let's give him a good beating today. Luo De was looking at him with disdain at this time, and he was too lazy to even answer Lin Xiao's question. Lin Xiao exhaled lightly and spoke slowly, a piece of trash dares to call yourself a master? Quiet. Deathly silence spread in the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop. Chapter 20, Cutting the Stone Brings Humiliation Upon Oneself? In the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop, all the bosses looked at Lin Xiao in horror. A piece of trash dares to call himself a master? These words were heard and echoed wildly in the ears of almost every big boss. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to say that to Luo De. This guy is the Taishan of the jade world. He says Anqing is second to none. Who dares to claim to be first? But such a person was actually called a waste by a young man? Even a well-informed rich second generation like Li Shang was stunned at this moment, and actually felt a little admiration for Lin Xiao. Yu Bing pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated look. Lin Xiao came with her and was considered to be on her side. But now, she couldn't help but recall a classic saying in her mind, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He. Finally, a light laugh was heard in the silent warehouse. There was suppressed anger hidden in the laughter. Good, very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to say this to me. Young man, you are very brave. Luo De looked at Lin Xiao with a stern look. Just the facts. Lin Xiao was not afraid at all and shrugged slightly. Fuck, he's a real man. Ha ha. I just don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. TSK, judging from his age, he should still be a college student, right? He has no respect for the world at all. The crowd also reacted, shaking their heads slightly, looking at Lin Xiao with extreme disdain. Facts? Ha ha. Luo De continued, from what you said, you are very confident about the rough stone in your hand. Nature. Lin Xiao nodded without commenting. This is the raw stone containing top-grade blood jade provided by the system. How could it be wrong? The magic of the system is beyond human comprehension. Very good, then do you dare to cut the stone on the spot and let us see if there is really something inside? Luo De spoke lightly. Li Shang and Song Gaofei both sneered at this time. When Luo De said this, he must be 100% sure that there was nothing inside the raw stone.
Of course, even someone who knows a little bit about this can tell at a glance that there isn't much in this raw stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao. Let's go.
Yu Bing suddenly spoke.
If the stone cannot be cut, then that is fine. But if there is really nothing inside after cutting the stone, then that would be completely embarrassing.
If word got out that an unknown person mocked a master of the Jade World, Lin Xiao would probably be drowned in spit.
Whispering sound. What is that? Go home, little kid.
Upon hearing Yu Bing's words, countless Jade World bosses started shouting. They all treated what happened just now as a farce.
Of course, their disdain for Lin Xiao was extremely real. However, what no one expected was. At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed not to have heard Yu Bing's words, and said calmly, "What is there to be afraid of?
I will have to trouble Master Jieshe again." In the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop, there are a total of 10 stone cutting machines and 10 stone cutting masters on duty to make it convenient for everyone to cut the stones.
Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing was startled and frowned deeply.
Hey, refreshing.
Lin Xiao, I'll help you deliver the raw stone. Before Yu Bing had time to say much, Song Gaofei had already taken the raw stone from Lin Xiao and walked 2 steps to a stone cutting machine.
Master, please hurry up. Song Gaofei urged. He couldn't wait to see Lin Xiao make a fool of himself.
Yu Bing frowned deeply, but in the end, she could only sigh helplessly.
Don't worry, the car won't flip over.
Lin Xiao's voice rang in her ears.
Yu Bing's expression remained unchanged, and she simply responded, "Be prepared." Buzz.
At this time, the stone calendar had already started to sound. The stone cutting master is very professional and Lin Xiao doesn't need to worry about anything at all. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused. Some people looked at Lin Xiao from time to time, with disdain in their eyes.
Lin Xiao, I really don't know where you got the courage to mock the Jade World Master, Master Luode.
Do you know that if you fail to deliver the goods after this cut, you will be scolded by the Jade World to pieces? Besides, it won't be long before word of this incident gets back to school.
By then, you'll become a laughingstock, and you might not even make it to graduation, right? Song Gaofei has come back.
At this moment, his eyes are full of excitement, as if he has seen the scene of Lin Xiao becoming a laughingstock.
Song Gaofei's words were recognized by countless people.
They all turned around and looked at Lin Xiao jokingly.
Lin Xiao's eyes remained calm. What? The results haven't even come out yet, and you've already seen through it? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Song Gaofei burst out laughing. Lin Xiao, the result was already determined when Master Luo made the decision. Don't you understand?
Buzz. At this moment, the sound of the stone calendar stopped abruptly.
Oh. Song Gaofei looked at Lin Xiao jokingly.
The stone cutting master turned on the stone cutting machine and took out Lin Xiao's raw stone. The next second, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the stone cutting master exerted a little force, and the original stone, which had been cut into 1/3, was split into 2.
The cut surface is smooth and has no impurities. Ha 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 ha.
Although I had expected this result, I still felt like laughing when I saw it with my own eyes.
Hey, young man, go home and drink your milk.
TSK, how embarrassing, especially in front of a beautiful woman.
There were mocking voices all around. Why? Yu Bing sighed and shook her head.
Li Shang looked at Lin Xiao with disdain. He even thought that the calmness on Lin Xiao's face was just forced.
You are all seniors in the Jade World. Can you tell whether the raw stone has been shipped just by cutting it?
At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words.
Haha, an amateur is an amateur. If you can't deliver the goods with the first cut, how can you expect to deliver the goods with the second cut? TSK.
You have the mentality of a gambler, young man. You have the potential to become addicted to gambling.
Master, give him a second cut to make him give up. Okay, stop humiliating yourself, okay? The crowd laughed.
Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Master, please cut it for me. The stone cutting master nodded slightly and put the original stone into the stone cutting machine again.
The lithotripter started up again. There was a lot of discussion around, and some people didn't even bother to pay attention. After all, the result was almost foreseeable. And everyone can imagine that this young man Lin Xiao will become famous tomorrow. The newbie in the Jade World mocked the master of the Jade World, but was eventually ruthlessly slapped in the face. I believe that soon, Lin Xiao's detailed information will be dug out, and by then he will probably become a laughingstock. Cyberbullying is no joke.
Soon, the stone cutting machine stopped and the raw stone was taken out again by the stone cutting master.
Crack! Without any further ado, the stone cutting master just broke it open. In an instant, a shocking red color occupied everyone's sight. Chapter 21: Arrogant and Presumptuous. There was deathly silence in the warehouse of Donghua Jade shop.
Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the result.
At the same time, I once again admire the system. It can do what ordinary people can't, and it is 100% accurate. Legend value plus 99. Legend value plus 111.
On the system panel, the legendary value was jumping wildly, and Lin Xiao was in a good mood.
Fuck, blood jade.
Finally, a cry from the stone cutting master brought everyone back to their senses.
Really, is it really a blood jade? Let me see.
It's shiny and translucent, with excellent water content. It's top grade blood jade.
Oh my god. How many years have we not seen a top grade blood jade? This big piece must be worth more than 8 million, right? Do you remember how much the raw stone sold for? 30,000. Holy shit, I'm rich. One cut makes you poor, another cut makes you rich. True saying.
As the stone cutting master woke everyone up, there was an uproar in the Donghua Jade store warehouse.
Lin Xiao's legendary value increased faster, which made him couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, with a very complicated light in her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao looked at him, his eyes deep and mysterious. At this moment, Yu Bing actually felt her heart beating wildly uncontrollably. She still remembered what Lin Xiao had said just now, "Don't worry, nothing will happen," and she really didn't believe it at the time. But now, the appearance of top-grade blood jade directly overturned her cognition.
How is this possible? This is fake, right? Song Gaofei rushed to Master Jiesher in 2 steps and looked carefully.
The red color became more dazzling and translucent.
Boom!
At this moment, it was as if a bolt of thunder struck his mind, and he froze in place. Feeling it up close, even a layman like him could tell that this piece of blood jade was of great value.
Master Luo De, what do you think?
At this moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang out in the warehouse of Donghua Jade shop.
Luo Da's face turned pale and he didn't reply. Everyone, what do you think?
Lin Xiao looked around with a smile on his face. At this moment, all the bigwigs in the Jade realm lowered their heads in complete silence. Even Li Shang frowned deeply, looking very unhappy, but said nothing.
Master of the Jade realm?
Lin Xiao said again, nothing more than that.
Luo Da's face became even gloomier. When Master Luo Da made his decision, the result was already there? TSK. Who said that?
Lin Xiao's voice continued to ring out, spreading throughout the warehouse.
Countless people blushed. Especially Song Gaofei, wasn't that what he said? And at that time, countless people echoed him. But now, whatever Lin Xiao said was simply a slap in their faces, and it was a loud slap. Legend value plus 368. Legend value plus 500.
Lin Xiao continued to speak and act in a high-profile manner, his legendary value continued to rise, and he was very happy.
What a joke!
Yu Bing raised her eyes, and suddenly there was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao was like a mountain, pressing down on everyone's heads.
Arrogant and insolent. However, no one could refute him.
The more they looked down on Lin Xiao before, the more uncomfortable they feel now.
This is an absolute contrast. He's getting more and more mysterious. Yu Bing whispered softly. Lin Xiao, that's enough.
Finally, Li Shang spoke.
He couldn't bear to listen anymore.
At this moment, there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he had never been treated like this in his life.
What? Can't accept the fact?
Lin Xiao's face was full of teasing.
Humph, it's just good luck, why are you so arrogant?
Li Shang snorted coldly. Who among those present is not a big shot in the Jade realm, who is not a senior in the Jade realm?
The jade we have seen is more than the rice you have eaten. It is just a small achievement. Is it worth it for you to show off like this? Wow! Following Li Shang's words, there was an immediate commotion in the warehouse. Exactly, what are you so proud of? What does a moment of luck count for? There are many lucky people in this world. What are you pretending for? Damn, what the hell? At this moment, everyone was dissatisfied. Young man, keep a low profile. Everyone makes mistakes. I did fail today, but you are still a little naive if you want to step on me and the seniors to get to the top. Luo De also spoke at this time. In his opinion, Lin Xiao just wanted to gain some fame by relying on him and everyone else. We have seen many people like this, and in the end they are just trying to attract attention. Oh. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiao sneered, "What do you mean to me? Do I need to step on you to get to the top?" Boom. Lin Xiao's words shocked everyone again. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Even Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, thinking that he was too high profile. Boy, you are too presumptuous. Get out, this is not the place for you. What the hell, who the hell do you think you are? The crowd was excited. At this moment, Lin Xiao had completely offended this group of people. But unfortunately, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. The reason was simple. At this time, his legendary value was rising even more crazily, approaching the 10,000 mark without limit. He ignored everyone and turned to look at Yu Bing. School beauty Yu, do you want to accept this blood jade? Yu Bing was stunned, not knowing why Lin Xiao asked this at this time. However, she still nodded. 10 million, my Sihai group wants it. Okay, deal. Lin Xiao nodded. The noisy sound in the audience paused again. To be honest, no matter how unhappy they were with Lin Xiao, they had nothing to say at this moment. 30,000 for 10 million is more than 300 times the original amount. Even in the Jade world, this is quite a big deal. The deal was done. Lin Xiao turned around again and looked around. Angry eyes were cast upon him. Are you upset with me? You think I'm lucky? I stepped in dogshit, right? Lin Xiao is asking questions. No one answered, but their thoughts were not difficult to see through. They were very sure that Lin Xiao was just lucky. Lin Xiao shook his head gently. Ignorance is fearless. Dear seniors from the Jade Realm, today, please open your eyes and see how ignorant you really are. Boom. What did you say, kid? Fuck, you're getting more and more pretentious. Are you crazy? Young man, if you are too high profile, you will die. Surprisingly angry. At this moment, the bigwigs in the Jade Realm wanted to go up and slap Lin Xiao twice. But at this moment, Lin Xiao's aura was so strong that for a moment, all the big guys stopped where they were. Oh. Lin Xiao ignored their shouts and walked directly into the warehouse, waving his hand. Someone, help me move the raw stones. The staff of Donghua Jade Shop moved immediately and pushed the cart directly towards Lin Xiao. What is he going to do? Pick the rough stones directly? What else can we do? From what he said, he wants to select some raw stones to teach us a lesson. Ha, you don't know what you can do. Do you really think your luck will keep going? Humph. Let me see how you end up. Li Sheng watched coldly. No one is optimistic about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was not panicked at all. When the staff came to him, he gave the order directly through his mind. System, use the perspective card. Chapter 22. The miracle has just begun. Ding. The perspective card was used successfully. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. A faint blue light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. At this moment, the world in front of him changed completely. Under his gaze, the thick skin of all the raw stones disappeared, leaving only a few shocking colors. Magic! Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, then looked around. The first person that caught his eye was the staff member. After just one glance, Lin Xiao quickly looked away. In fact, the scene is too explosive. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly swept over Yu Bing. Suddenly, the figure of Winnie the Pooh appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt a heat in his nose and quickly looked away, his old face turning red. Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao, confused. Just now, she felt a strong sense of evil. But it seems that there is nothing wrong. No one knows about Lin Xiao's changes. All eyes were on him, most of them angry. Lin Xiao also took a deep breath and calmed down his somewhat irritated mood. Then, he finally stopped squinting and began to observe the raw stone attentively. This piece, this piece, this piece. Then, all the jade bosses in the entire warehouse saw an extremely strange scene. Lin Xiao was seen walking forward continuously, going deep into the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop. As we walked, we pointed out the raw stones. Behind him, there were several confused staff members.
Every time Lin Xiao gave instructions, they would step forward to pick up a piece of raw stone and put it in the cart. The cart fills up quickly and they quickly switch to another cart.
What the hell are you doing? Are you selecting rough stones? Aren't you just browsing the market? Asshole, does he think we are fools? Can rough stones be selected like this?
The bigwigs in the jade world were directly shocked.
This method of selecting raw stones has never been seen before in the jade industry. Grandstanding. Luo De waved his hand with disdain on his face.
As a master in the jade world, he has handled too many jades. But even for him, it is impossible to pick out a jade raw stone just by looking at it.
What's the difference between Lin Zhao's behavior and putting on a show? Haha, idiot.
Li Shang shook his head, and his original unhappiness actually dissipated a little.
Time is passing quickly. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. However, he was not panicked at all, and continued to wander around the warehouse, giving instructions from time to time. The staff immediately came forward and picked up the raw stone. 10 minutes, not long at all.
Lin Xiao walked to the deepest part of the warehouse. 10 minutes had passed and the world in front of him was completely restored.
It would be nice if I could use this ability at will. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, feeling extremely regretful.
Then he looked at the staff and said, "Okay, I want all these rough stones."
Mr. Lin, these rough stones are worth 5.03 million in total. I'll give you a small change. Just give me 5 million.
The staff member spoke immediately. Lin Xiao selected a total of 68 raw stones, of all sizes. The most expensive one reached 300,000, but there were also cheaper ones that cost only a few thousand yuan. Lin Xiao nodded, then looked at Yu Bing. "School beauty Yu, I'm in trouble. The money from the blood jade has not been transferred, and Lin Xiao only has 2 million in his card now."
However, at this moment, Yu Bing couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, are you sure?"
She really didn't know how to express her feelings at the moment.
5 million is not a small sum.
Lin Xiao was lucky enough to get a piece of top-grade blood jade.
Will he continue to be lucky in the future? When?
Lin Xiao was about to speak, but someone spoke faster than him.
Bing Bing, why do you care about him? Have you forgotten his bold words just now?
He has offended half of the Jade Realm in Ancheng.
If he can't get anything out of these rough stones, I'm afraid today will not end well.
The one who spoke was Li Shang.
He glanced at Lin Xiao as if he was a fool. There are actually people who think that their luck will always be good. In less than 10 minutes, 68 pieces of raw stones were selected. Under normal circumstances, this would only be enough to look at 2 or 3 pieces of raw stones, right? If this is shipped, that would be weird. I'm afraid that Master Li will be disappointed.
Lin Xiao took over the conversation and nodded to Yu Bing. "No problem."
Why?
Yu Bing was helpless, sighed softly, and nodded to the staff. The staff member understood and turned to Lin Xiao. "Mr. Lin, these rough stones belong to you now.
Do you want to cut them?"
At this moment, the whole audience is paying attention.
Certainly. Lin Xiao nodded. "I have already said it. If it doesn't make sense, wouldn't it be in vain?"
The staff member understood and waved to the 10 stone cutting masters.
Buzz.
A harsh mechanical sound was heard. 10 stone cutting masters worked at the same time, and the scene was extremely spectacular.
"Humph, arrogant boy. See how much you can sell. It's really worth coming here today. I can actually see such a wonderful scene. He's still a college student, right? He's challenging everyone here on his own, right? Among them is Master Luode, who is really brave."
There was a lot of discussion in the warehouse, and everyone looked at Lin Xiao from time to time with puzzled eyes. Lin Xiao's gaze remained unchanged throughout the whole process. With his ability of perspective just now, he could see all the raw stones clearly, and he had already selected all the high-end raw stones. Among them, there are 2 incredible fine pieces. Just based on those 2 pieces, Lin Xiao feels that it is worthwhile to use the perspective card. Of course, there is also Winnie the Pooh QAQ. At this moment, Yu Bing couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. Her mood suddenly became heavy. This feeling was inexplicable and made her feel a little irritated.
Buzz.
Just then, a machine stopped, and the stone-cutting master turned on the machine and took out a piece of raw stone the size of a head.
Swish. All eyes were fixed on Master Jiesher.
The stone-cutting master felt a little uncomfortable and nervous. At this time, the rest of the stone crushing machines also stopped one after another. Crack! The first piece of raw stone was broken open, and a hint of dim green instantly swept out.
It's green. Hiss. Isn't this too good of a luck? This kid is quite interesting. But don't be too happy, there are so many raw stones.
The big guys in the jade world were still relatively calm at this moment.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
However, with 3 crisp sounds, the 3 pieces of raw stones were broken apart, and the bigwigs in the jade world were collectively dumbfounded.
It's out. It happened again. Besides. Damn, they're all green, the color is good, and the water content is sufficient. They began to be shocked. For consecutive shipments, this is even lower than the chance of winning the lottery. Ha, the miracle has just begun.
Lin Xiao smiled indifferently at this time.
Chapter 23, Anqing Jade Realm, Respect the Forest God. Mad, am I dreaming? Are you kidding me? When did it become so easy to get green? Incredible, absolutely incredible.
In the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop, everyone was expressing their shocking words.
They are all bigwigs in the jade industry and have been working in the jade industry for their entire lives.
But they swore that they had never seen such a shocking scene in their lives. We have now opened the 10th piece of raw stone, and without exception, all of them have turned out green.
What about the 50 or so pieces of raw stones left? If all of them were shipped, wouldn't that be a miracle? Would it create a miracle in the history of the jade industry? Damn, how is this possible? How can someone be so lucky? Song Gaofei's mouth was dry and his face was full of disbelief.
Beside him, Li Shang's face was terribly gloomy, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent from time to time.
Beside them, Master Luo De had a pale face. To be honest, he had never seen anything like this in his life.
Now, every piece of raw stone shipped is a huge blow to him. Even if it was him, it was impossible for him to select jade from every piece of raw stone. He is revered as the master of the jade world in Anqing, so it goes without saying that he is extremely experienced. But at this moment, he felt like a child, and his little tricks were completely useless in front of Lin Xiao.
He couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. But he found that Lin Xiao had already found a chair to sit down, watching the stone cutting scene with boredom. Wow. Awesome, 6. Another shipment, the 30th in a row, damn. What kind of god is this? There were constant exclamations in the warehouse. People have begun to become numb, and now in their eyes, shipping raw stones has become the norm. Luo Da's body was shaking. Oh my god. At this moment, a voice suddenly spread, attracting everyone's attention. Luo Da looked over hurriedly, and his pupils suddenly shrank into needle shapes. Imperial Green, a big batch is out. Fuck, this waterhead is at least top quality. This piece is worth at least 20 million. It's even better than the blood jade just now. Oh my god. Mr. Lin, no, Master Lin, God Lin, can you teach me how to identify rough stones? That's awesome, that's awesome. God Lin is right. All of us are trash and not worthy of being on the stage. It's so funny. We actually laughed at Master Lin at the beginning. Ha ha. We are the clowns. The bigwigs in the Jade Realm immediately lost their composure, and their eyes turned fanatical as they looked at Lin Xiao. Oh. Lin Xiao just smiled and thought, there's bigger ones to come. Imperial Green? There is more than one piece. There is a better one, which has been put into the stone cutter. Lin Xiao. Yu Bing didn't know when she had come to Lin Xiao's side, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. Very stable, won't tip over. Lin Xiao smiled confidently at Yu Bing. At this moment, Yu Bing couldn't help but be stunned, with an inexplicable emotion flashing through her heart. Suppressing the complicated and inexplicable guilt, Yu Bing took a deep breath and finally spoke slowly, "Can you sell all these jades to me? Don't worry, I will never let you suffer a loss. I will definitely buy it at a 10% premium over the market price." Sure. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. He wouldn't think the money is too much. A 10% premium over the market price means it's at least several million. Thanks. Yu Bing let out a long breath and felt much better. With these jades, their Sihai Group's jade business will be able to operate for a long time. Mad. As for Li Shang, his face had completely turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Xiao just walked around like he was visiting a vegetable market and picked out so many jade stones. This is like a joke.
Beside him, Song Gaofei and Luo De also had dark faces and could not utter a word.
Fuck, top quality Imperial Green. Nima, it's really the best Imperial Green. I'm rich.
This piece is worth at least 50 million.
Hiss. This is the power of God Lin. From now on, the Jade Realm of Anqing should respect the forest god as the most respected. Crash.
At this moment, as the top-grade Imperial Green was opened, the atmosphere in the Donghua Jade store warehouse reached its peak.
Boom. Unlike everyone else, Luo De felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue.
He was exhausted both physically and mentally. He fell to the ground with a pale face. It is shocking to see jade coming out of every piece of raw stone, and the top-grade Imperial Green is also terrifying enough. But unexpectedly, now there is another piece of top-quality Imperial Green.
Is there any chance for us to survive? Who the hell is this person? Compared with Lin Xiao, I, the master of the Jade World, am not even worth a scum, okay? You used to mock others, and even after they opened the blood jade, you still thought they were lucky? Now, he was slapped in the face by strength, and it was a loud slap. Luo De suddenly felt ashamed.
The so-called master of the Jade World, these few words, at this moment, seemed like a mountain, pressing down on him so hard that he could hardly breathe.
Legend value, 23680.
Lin Xiao smiled at the shock of the crowd. At this moment, he was looking at the system panel.
It's almost done.
System, upgrade to advanced lottery.
Upgrade successfully, unlock advanced lottery.
On the system panel, the font behind the legendary lottery system changed to advanced. Advanced lottery requires 10,000 legendary points to be consumed each time.
There are 13,000 left.
System, conduct an advanced lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained the great mastery of Bajiquan. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up from the armchair, with a gleam in his eyes. He had never expected that the high-level lottery after the first unlocking would actually be delivered.
Moreover, it is actually a good thing that can directly strengthen oneself.
At this moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted in the body, and then this force turned into strands of magical warm currents, flowing into every part of his limbs and bones. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that his strength was surging, and it seemed that a magical force was appearing in his body.
As long as you are willing, it seems that you can mobilize this energy.
And with the blessing of this force, it seemed that his own strength had been further enhanced to a terrifying degree.
What's this?
Lin Xiao was extremely curious, but unfortunately it was obviously not suitable for experimentation now.
Time flies. Another half an hour passed, and all the raw stones were cut and shipped without exception. Yu Bing had even called and asked people from Sihai Group to start estimating the price and packing. The bigwigs in the Jade World have been watching with envy. Li Shang, Song Gaofei and Luo De had already stood far away.
Only at this moment did they realize how ridiculous it was for them to be here.
Chapter 24, Legend of Jade World, Rare Level Lottery. Boss, this rough stone, do you still want to see it?
In the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop, a professional stone appraiser asked his boss.
You're such a jerk, aren't you? God Lin has picked out so many top-quality jades, and you're still looking at them? Are there any left for you?
The owner of Jade Realm scolded him angrily. The stone appraiser looked embarrassed. Indeed, there are a total of 68 raw stones, all of which are high-end goods, and there are 2 pieces of Imperial Green.
Donghua Jade's output this time is indeed beyond the standard. But this is not the point.
The point is that all of this was accomplished by one person. As for the remaining raw stones, it goes without saying that most of them are probably not good quality.
The more you pick, the more you lose. Why? Thinking of this, many jade industry bosses sighed in regret.
What they regretted were the 2 pieces of top-quality Imperial Green, which could be regarded as the treasures of the store. Unfortunately, they were all taken away ruthlessly by Lin Xiao. Thinking of Lin Xiao, the bigwigs in the Jade World couldn't help but cast their eyes over there. At this moment, a hint of fanaticism could not help but appear in the depths of their eyes.
Now, they regret it to the extreme.
I regretted why I followed Li Shang and the others to mock Lin Xiao in the beginning. If I had stood up and said something at that time, I would have been rich in the future. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world.
Lin Xiao, the calculation is complete.
This time, there are 68 pieces of jade, with a 10% premium. Together with the previous blood jade, the total is 110 million. After deducting the 5 million cost, I will transfer 105 million to you. When Yu Bing said this number, she felt a little shocked.
Get rich overnight. This is really not just a legend.
Although she was the eldest daughter of Sihai Group, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, earning 100 million a day was enough to shock her.
Good. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. No one knew that he was more excited than anyone else. That's 100 million.
He never thought he would have so much money in his life. Before, Peach Blossom Land number 1 was just a house after all, so I didn't feel much about it.
But now, this 100 million is cash. Bite.
A text message from the bank rang. Lin Xiao glanced at it and almost fainted. A 1, then a series of zeros, then a 7, then another series of zeros.
Adding the 2 million in the card, the total is more than 107 million. Fuck, 100 million. Damn it, that's how you make 100 million?
God Lin, your move this time is enough to be recorded in the history of Anqing Jade Realm.
Hey!
5 million raw stones, and 100 million.
Who else can I ask? TSK. I don't know what Master Luodi is thinking now. Hee, what else could he be thinking?
The words Jade World Master are going to crush him to death.
Ha ha ha.
As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. At this moment, Luoda's reputation as a master in the Jade World plummeted, and he even became a topic of conversation among some people with ulterior motives. Hearing these discussions, Luoda's face turned pale, but he could not refute. He could only stare at Lin Xiao fiercely, his heart filled with flames of hatred.
Walk!
Li Sheng couldn't stay there any longer, the saliva around them was about to drown them.
Song Gaofei kept his head down the whole time, not even daring to raise his eyes. He was completely suppressed. He.
Lin Xiao watched the 3 people leave dejectedly with cold eyes, then opened the system panel and paid attention to the legendary value. After Yu Bing's quotation and transfer, the legendary value on Lin Xiao's system panel began to soar again, and soon broke through the 10,000 mark again.
Not bad, not bad.
Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied, and then directly gave the order to draw the lottery. Congratulations, money plus 100,000.
I'm not an afro.
Lin Xiao had no choice but to close the system panel. This time, he only got the guaranteed prize. But it's still 100,000 after all. According to the salary level in Anqing, many people will have to work hard for half a year.
Lin Xiao, let's go.
At this time, Yu Bing's voice brought Lin Xiao back to reality. Nodding and standing up, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing left the warehouse of Donghua Jade Shop side by side. The two of them are like a pair of fairy lovers, the envy of others.
Farewell, Lord Lin.
At this moment, someone suddenly shouted.
The next second, a deafening shout was heard. Farewell, Lord Lin.
Farewell to Lord Lin. Lin Xiao paused, turned around, and waved to the group of Jade World bosses.
Ah! God Lin greeted me. Ha ha!
God Lin, come to Tsuiyan Street often when you have time.
My home is called Donglishun. God Lin, and my home is Sanyu Temple. Forest God.
A group of bigwigs in the Jade World were frantically reporting their identities, but Lin Xiao was already drifting away. Yu Bing tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xiao's profile. At this time, the sky was already a little dark and the street lights were turned on. Under the light, Lin Xiao's profile was actually somewhat mesmerizing. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Yu Bing quickly withdrew her gaze, lowered her head and walked forward.
Lin Xiao did not notice these.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Jade World Legend, and obtaining a rare level lottery chance +1.
Oh? Rare level? That's a level higher than rare level? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
The rare level can draw something as amazing as a perspective card, so how much more awesome must the uncommon level be? Just as she was about to draw the lottery, she had already walked to the side of the Ferrari, and Yu Bing went straight to the passenger seat.
Well.
Lin Xiao suppressed his eagerness to participate in the lottery, scratched his head, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat.
Buzz.
As the engine roared, the Ferrari turned into a red lightning and sped away into the distance.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The intoxicating sound wave slowly approached, and Li Sheng drove the Maverick slowly to a stop. There was another person sitting in the caf, and it was Song Gaofei.
Do it cleanly. I don't want to see him safe and sound again.
Li Sheng gave orders with a gloomy face.
Yes, Mr. Li. Song Gaofei quickly agreed, his face looking slightly panicked. He could see that Li Shang was really angry and even had murderous intentions. Of course, at this stage Lin Xiao can only be considered lucky. Sihai Group is on the decline, while Chongshan is on the rise. No negative news can be allowed to appear now. Buzz. Soon, the calf left too. The Ferrari sped along the road and soon returned to the city center where Anda University was located. Lin Xiao stopped at the World Capitol building. Do you need me to walk with you? As soon as the car stopped, Yu Bing asked suddenly. Lin Xiao was stunned and immediately wanted to agree, but in the end, he held back. Thank you, School Beauty Jade, but your status is too high. If you were with me, people would think you had a gigolo, although I'm not very fair. I don't care. Yu Bing shook her head slightly, and then continued, but it is true that it may cause you some trouble, so forget it. Lin Xiao was stunned, then nodded slightly. Yu Bing moved to the driver's seat and lowered the window before leaving. Just call me Yu Bing from now on. Yu Shuehua sounds strange. Okay. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that Yu Bing treated him as a friend, so he agreed immediately. Yu Bing didn't say much and drove away in the Ferrari. Chapter 25 Shopping. Lin Xiao is floating. Ha, this kind of woman is the perfect one. Compared to her, Zhou Na is so inferior. Looking at Ferrari leaving, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. He has experienced so much in the past 2 days, and his mentality is constantly changing. Now he has become completely confident and is no longer the same person he used to be. It can be said that he is a little arrogant, but Lin Xiao believes that he is now qualified enough to be arrogant. Of course, it is also very important to keep your original intention. Purchase a set of clothes, then go back to the villa to draw the lottery, and go to see Changzi and my cousin tomorrow, the weekend. Lin Xiao made a secret decision and then walked into the Shida building. Shida building, the most prosperous shopping mall in Ansheng, has famous luxury brands on every floor. Lin Xiao went straight to the top floor. This time, he planned to spend 990,000 yuan. After all, the cashback card was there, and he couldn't miss the opportunity to get the money. The top floor happens to be home to internationally famous brands. As soon as you step out of the elevator, you'll see luxury stores like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and Prada. The shop assistants' eyes lit up when they saw Lin Xiao, but then dimmed again. Of course, when Lin Xiao passed by, they still welcomed him with professional smiles. Even so, Lin Xiao did not walk into their store. The attitudes are pretty good. Lin Xiao sighed secretly, strolled along the way, and finally arrived at the door of Versace. Dear guest, welcome. A beautiful shopping guide bowed slightly to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and looked around the store. All of Versace's clothes were very good. They even had a high-end custom series. It is worth mentioning that this Versace is actually connected to the Patek Philippe next door. Lin Xiao glanced across the counter and immediately set his eyes on a Patek Philippe watch. Sir, would you like to buy a watch? Please come inside and take a look. The beautiful shopping guide had a sharp eye and saw through Lin Xiao's intention instantly. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and walked directly to the counter, then asked the shopping guide to take out the watch. Sir, this is Patek Philippe G001. The strap is made of 18K white gold and the watch mirror is made of sapphire crystal glass. The shopping guide continued to introduce the products. This is a special grade watch, and the current price is 560,000. Do you like it, sir? Lin Xiao was stunned. To be honest, when he heard the selling price, he couldn't help but tremble. 560,000. He had never dared to even think about it before. But now, he had hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket, and 560,000 was just a drop in the bucket. Of course, I still feel sad, but when I think about getting system cashback later, the feeling of pain is reduced a little. Like. Finally, Lin Xiao nodded, and then said, but I still want to see the clothes. Of course, sir, please follow me. We have high-end custom-made and ready-made clothing. Which one do you need? The shopping guide is still enthusiastic. Take both. Let me take a look. Okay. In the following time, Lin Xiao went shopping in Versace. The shopping guide kept recommending products to Lin Xiao and trying them out, never getting tired of it. At the same time, on the top floor, 3 young figures walked side by side, 2 men and 1 woman. Yang Yuchen, that bag is only 98,000 yuan, and you are reluctant to buy it for Nana? Are you still her boyfriend? A sissy voice sounded.
Yang Yuching looked a little embarrassed. Nana, my funds are not in place yet, how about buying it in 2 days?
Yang Yuching's family assets are worth tens of millions, but that's his family.
98,000 is not cheap for a college student like him. At this moment, Jonah looked at him pitifully, but, I like it very much.
This.
Yang Yuching had a headache, but he didn't want to lose Jonah, this beauty, so he was in a dilemma. But fortunately, at this moment his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure.
Damn it, Lin Xiao!
Yang Yuching exclaimed directly.
Hey, Yang Yuching, don't change the subject. Lin Xiao? How could Lin Xiao be in the next life? That country bumpkin.
Xiansong frowned, but paused before he could finish his words, and then screamed.
Oh my god, it's really Lin Xiao, Nana, look, he's at Versace.
Jonah looked over quickly and saw that Lin Xiao was walking around inside.
He was wearing a high-end Versace casual outfit and looked extremely handsome. TSK. Why didn't I realize this country bumpkin is kind of handsome before? Xiansong suddenly spoke, and Jonah and Yang Yuching couldn't help but nodded. But suddenly, the three of them realized something was wrong. Wait, he's trying on clothes at Versace? So cocky? I got a bargain of 1 million.
Logically, I should be able to buy Versace, but... Yang Yuching narrowed his eyes slightly, that 1 million is just a rootless duckweed, how can it withstand such a waste?
Suddenly, Yang Yuching's eyes rolled and an immature idea popped up in his mind. Let's go over there. Xiansong will take a video later.
If he really buys clothes, we will post it on the campus forum with the title Inflated Bumpkin, hee.
Xiansong and Jonah's eyes lit up.
In the past 2 days, they were badly insulted by Lin Xiao and were slapped several times.
Now, the opportunity for revenge is right in front of them, how could they let it go? Hey, isn't this Lin Xiao? How come, you just found a bargain of 1 million in the antique street and you were so proud of yourself?
A harsh sound suddenly rang in Lin Xiao's ears. Turning his head, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly.
It's you three again. Can you please be quiet? I don't want to slap you today.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at the shopping guide. Okay, that's all.
Pack them all up for me and send them to my house.
Yes sir, please leave your address. The shopping guide smiled and nodded, handing Lin Xiao a pen and a piece of paper. Versace provides delivery service, which is free anyway, so Lin Xiao thinks it would be a waste to use it. Taking the paper and pen, Lin Xiao quickly wrote down his address. Of course, the address was that of Teo Weiyuan, and there was also his own smart identification code.
Without this thing, the shopping guide couldn't even enter the villa area.
When the shopping guide saw the address and the series of identification codes, her eyes immediately lit up. She couldn't help but stare at Lin Xiao, with a hint of charm in the depths of her eyes. Lin Xiao keenly captured this scene, but simply chose to ignore it. The shopping guide was helpless and could only sigh.
Lin Xiao, it seems that you are really arrogant. You still need delivery? Did you buy more than one set?
At this moment, Yang Yuching suddenly spoke with a joking look on his face.
TSK. Lin Xiao, you're squandering like this, is your 1 million enough for you to spend? Xiansong also started to tease.
Jonah shook her head, it's a good thing we broke up.
A bumpkin is a bumpkin.
When he suddenly got rich, he started spending vengefully without considering the future at all.
Chapter 26, Crazy Filial Son. What's wrong with you three? What does this have to do with you?
Lin Xiao turned his head and glanced at Yang Yuching and the other two, unable to complain.
Ha ha. Of course it's none of our business. You have money, spend it as you like. But tomorrow, some people are going to become famous. Xiansong smiled contemptuously and shook his phone, obviously recording a video.
Lin Xiao slapped his forehead helplessly, but he had no intention of stopping it. To be honest, it would be better to post this video, then I can gain another wave of legendary points.
Lin Xiao, hurry up and pay the bill.
Let's see how arrogant a person will become after suddenly becoming rich.
Jonah suddenly urged. TSK, I've heard of someone who performed a three-mouthed pig show after becoming rich. Yang Yucheng said jokingly. Ha ha.
Xiansong Yang laughed, you won't see the three of them and a pig today, but you can see Lin Xiao buying 3 sets of Versace.
Idiot.
The ridicule of the three people made Lin Xiao speechless, but he was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with them.
Open the order.
He looked directly at the shopping guide. The shopping guide smiled and nodded. However, what Lin Xiao didn't expect was that the shopping guide girl was very capable. When Lin Xiao was confused, she suddenly said, "Dear sir, you ordered 3 sets of high-end Versace formal wear and 9 sets of Versace casual wear, with a total consumption of 430,000 yuan after discount." Well, Lin Xiao was bewildered and stared at the shopping guide, not knowing what was wrong with her. However, he saw the shopping guide's eyes full of smiles.
He reacted instantly, nodded slightly, and let it go.
The shopping guide did this on purpose. The purpose, of course, was to let the 3 of them have a good look at it.
Fuck.
Xiansong, this sissy, shook all over after hearing the number, and almost shook out all his masculinity.
430,000? Did I hear it right? Lin Xiao, are you crazy? Zhou Na's eyes widened. Is this still Lin Xiao? That stingy person? The Lin Xiao who couldn't even afford to buy himself a Mate X5. A dead bastard who can't even bear to give someone a lipstick and instead uses the money earned from part-time work to learn how to drive? Is he really crazy? 430,000? Yang Yuqing was also stunned. No matter how rich he is, he can't afford to do this. His family has tens of millions, but he doesn't spend so much on clothes, right? You look like you have never seen the world.
Lin Xiao was in a good mood and replied casually.
Damn, you're getting carried away, Lin Xiao. You're really getting carried away. I'm afraid you don't have much left of your 1 million. Isn't your mother still in the hospital? You're such an unfilial son.
Xiansong came back to his senses and immediately started shouting.
It was obvious that he was planning to make a fuss. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Xiao chose to ignore it. Are you kidding?
He is now worth over 100 million yuan and has already bought the best medicine for his mother Qi Yan.
Moreover, I am now a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and even an intermediate one at that. I can already start treating my mother.
Although I can't say that she has been cured, it should be no problem for her to recover to 60% of her health.
Dear sir, the Patek Philippe G001 watch you bought in our store is worth 560,000 yuan. Please keep it.
At this moment, the shopping guide's voice sounded again, clearly reaching everyone's ears.
Fuck. X3.
This time, Yang Yuqing, Zhou Na and Xiansong all performed the national quintessence at the same time.
Then, their eyes became dull.
A watch worth 560,000 yuan and clothes worth 430,000 yuan, Lin Xiao has now spent 990,000 yuan.
What the hell, he found a bargain of 1 million and he spent it all? Lin Xiao, I didn't expect you to have expanded to this extent?
Yang Yuqing had a puzzled look on his face, and he looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a fool.
Zhou Na and Xiansong both nodded. This is simply inflated to the extreme.
1 million, just spent like this, it's simply.
Swipe the card. Lin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them and directly took out his bank card. Bite.
The card machine printed out a long slip. Lin Xiao picked up a pen, casually signed his name, then turned and left Versace.
Dear sir, take care, and we look forward to seeing you next time. The shopping guide bowed respectfully and said goodbye.
Lin Xiao raised his left hand wearing the Patek jade watch and waved it, looking as cool as possible. The light reflected from the watch brought Yang Yuqing and the other 2 back to their senses.
Xiansong held up his cell phone to record the video and suddenly said, "Classmates, did you see that?"
Lin Xiao, his mother is still in the hospital for chemotherapy, but he spent the money to save her life directly on luxury goods. He is really a filial son. After saying that, Xiansong couldn't wait to post the video on the campus forum. Yang Yuqing and Zhou Na immediately took out their mobile phones, entered the campus forum, and began forwarding comments.
Ignorance.
The 3 of them didn't know that behind them, the beautiful shopping guide was looking at their backs with disdain on her face. In her hand, she was holding Lin Xiao's address sheet, on which the words Taoyuan number 1 were clearly written. 1 million is nothing to me, to be able to live in Taoyuan number 1. The beautiful shopping guide shook her head. That's the Peach Blossom Spring.
Versace often delivers goods there. The people there are either rich or noble. It's not as bad as these 3 people describe. Anhui University Campus Forum. As Qiansong's video was posted, the entire forum immediately exploded.
An article titled "A Swollen Bumpkin and a Crazy Filial Son" was forwarded, commented on and even criticized crazily. Yang Yuqing and the other 2 looked at the comments flying all over the place and laughed.
Lin Xiao is completely stinky. You deserve it. This is what you deserve if you dare to mess with us. The three of them were delighted and continued to guide public opinion in the forum. Lin Xiao was soon criticized to pieces. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to it. After leaving Versace, he went to the second floor of Shido and bought two of the latest Mate X5s. Xianzi should like the gift I prepared for him very much. Lin Xiao replaced his mobile phone and carried a brand new one in a handbag and finally left the World Capitol building. After staying with Qi Yan in the hospital for a while, Lin Xiao returned to Taoyuan No. 1 in the evening. The beautiful shopping guide delivered the goods to my door at 9:30, which was the agreed time. Ignoring her crazy hints, Lin Xiao politely escorted her out of Peach Blossom Land. At this time, the campus forum went completely crazy. Is this the filial son? He ignored his mother who had stomach cancer and spent money like crazy. It's crazy, it's even crazier than 3 people and a pig. Lin Xiao, you should return the items as soon as possible and be more rational. Hey, what kind of person could do such a stupid thing? Lin Xiao didn't like visiting forums and had no idea about this. At this moment, his consciousness sank into the system space and landed on the cashback card. System, use cashback card. With a thought, the cashback card in the system space immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 27, leaving him to whip him up. Ding. Successfully used the cashback card and randomly received 8 times cashback. Ding. The host's most recent purchase was detected to be 990,000 yuan, and after an 8-fold cashback, he received 7.92 million yuan. Byte. As soon as the system notification sounded, Lin Xiao's new phone immediately rang with a text message notification sound. When he looked up, Lin Xiao felt a little dizzy. After a careful count, the balance reached 114 million. In just 2 days, his net worth exceeded 100 million. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the power of the system. There is another rare lottery. Forget it, go to sleep first and smoke tomorrow. Lin Xiao lay on the soft big bed and fell into a deep sleep. You family. Yu Bing was browsing on her phone, bored, so she logged into the Anhui University campus forum. Suddenly, countless titles about the filial son came into view. With her eyebrows slightly furrowed, Yu Bing slowly clicked the button. Swish. She sat up directly from the bed, her brows and eyes cold. It's just a mere $1 million, but some people make a big fuss about it. There are so many mean people in this world. After a long time, Yu Bing murmured something, then exited the campus forum and made a phone call. The person on the other end of the phone was the head of Donghua Jade Shop. Yu Bing's request was very simple. She wanted Lin Xiao to buy the raw stone and make a video of the stone cutting. Naturally, there was no objection from the other side, and it was quickly passed to Yu Bing. Yu Bing didn't say anything more. She attached a screenshot of herself transferring more than 100 million yuan to Lin Xiao, and then uploaded it to the campus forum. Yu Bing is the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University, the ice goddess. I don't know how many people are following her every day. The moment she posted the message, countless people flocked in. Fuck. However, soon, the screen was filled with fuck words. Oh my god, Lin Xiao is so amazing. Forest God. Legend of the Jade Realm. The Jade Realm respects the Forest God as its supreme leader. Damn it, my blood is boiling. Oh my god. 30,000 turned into 10 million, and 5 million turned into 100 million. Oh my god. Everyone, God Lin has a net worth of over 100 million. Do you think it is reasonable for Versace to spend 1 million? A comment popped up. Fuck, that's too reasonable, right? Only 1 million? If it were me, I would just spend 10 million, okay? Everyone, I also found the latest news. When Lin Shen only had 1 million, his mother's chemotherapy drugs were upgraded to the top level. Lin Shen is really filial. Long live God Lin. Lin Shen, I want to marry you. Lin Shen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Please, just look at me. The campus forum was in an uproar and the server almost crashed. Lin Xiao was completely unaware of all this. His phone was on silent mode and the system did not disturb him. The group was in shock, news was flying everywhere. The system prompts were scrolling on the screen frantically, and the legendary value was soaring, quickly breaking through the 30,000 mark, and then 50,000, 60,000, and steadily moving towards 100,000. At the same time, Yang Yuqing took Zhona and Xianson to a bar for a drink. Ha ha. Young Master Yang, this is really a brilliant move of yours.
Now Lin Xiao can no longer hold his head up.
Ha ha. Yuching, it has to be you. I think Lin Xiao won't dare to go back to Anda on Monday.
Yang Yuching raised his head proudly. The reason why the poor are poor is because they have no brains.
Without brains, they will be poor forever. Yes, yes. Young Master Yang is right. Qiansong nodded quickly, agreeing very much with Yang Yuching's point of view. Come on, let's have a drink. Yang Yuching raised his glass and the three of them drank heavily. Yang Yuching, are you still in the mood to drink here?
Just then, a discordant voice rang out.
Yang Yuching was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down his glass and stood up. Mr. Song, why are you here? This is my family's property, why can't I come? Song Gaofei curled his lips. Oh, of course not. I want to ask you what you just said.
Yang Yuching didn't know why, but he always had a bad feeling.
Song Gaofei glanced at Zhou and Qiansong, then said, I don't know what you were thinking. How dare you provoke Lin Xiao again? Go to the forum and take a good look. Ah.
The three of them were stunned and had no idea what Song Gaofei meant.
However, Song Gaofei was too lazy to explain and just turned around and left. What's going on?
The three of them had countless question marks in their heads.
Fortunately, Qiansong reacted quickly and took out his mobile phone to open the forum.
A minute later, the three of them opened their eyes wide in shock. Originally, the forum was scolding Lin Xiao, but now the tone has completely changed and people have started scolding the three of them.
Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. These three guys actually dared to mock God Lin.
Lin Shin waved his hand for 100 million yuan and spent 1 million yuan, but he was criticized and made into an article.
It's so funny. This bitch Zhou Na is Lin Shin's ex-girlfriend, a gold digger. Only an idiot like Yang Yuching would like her.
And Qiansong, the sissy, claims to be Zhou Na's male best friend.
Damn, it's so disgusting. I think they've slept together before.
In the bar booth, Yang Yuching, Zhou Na and Qiansong's faces turned pale, and the lights in the bar could not hide their expressions at all.
100 million. Forest God. Is it fake?
Yang Yuching swallowed hard.
That was posted by Jade School Bell.
In the video, those jade stones were also sold to Jade School Bell.
Crazy, crazy.
Qiansong stuttered out a sentence, which completely shattered Yang Yuching's fantasy.
Bang! Yang Yuching slumped down on the booth. 100 million, what does that mean?
I could buy 10 of his shopping malls with this money.
How could I have offended such a terrifying existence? If Lin Xiao wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it just take a word?
No, Lin Xiao doesn't even have to deal with him.
Now he is almost scolded to death by the people from ND. I'm afraid.
I have to rest at home for a while, and wait until the storm is over before going to school, right?
Yang Yuching felt bitter inside.
At this moment, Qiansong's voice suddenly rang out. Nana, you said. Lin Xiao loved you so much before, if you beg him, will he forgive you and reconcile with you? Yang Yuching stared at Qiansong in disbelief. But at this time, Qiansong and Zhou Na were unaware of anything.
Zhou Na said in a daze, No. No, it should be. He loves me very much.
I said that I left him to spur him on.
Yes, Nana, you are really smart. Ha ha. Let's go find him tomorrow.
Qiansong smiled like an auntie, and was extremely happy.
Qiansong, Zhou Na, do you think I am nothing? At this moment, Yang Yuching was extremely angry and burst into shouting.
The two were startled. Qiansong jumped up, put his hands on his waist, and raised his orchid finger. Yang Yuching, why are you yelling?
You are not qualified to yell at us now. Chapter 28 Future News. Fuck, who the hell do you think you are?
You sissy. Yang Yuching roared, his eyes bloodshot.
Yang Yuching, my Nana is Lin Xiao's girlfriend. We will get back together tomorrow.
Lin Xiao is worth over 100 million.
If you dare to yell again, are you looking for death? Qiansong became extremely tough in a sissy way. Yang Yuching was stunned. What the hell, are you so confident? So what have I been doing these 2 days? Reconciliation? Is it so easy to reconcile? Nana, do you want to get back together with Lin Xiao? Yang Yuching asked suddenly.
Jonah suddenly looked up. Yang Yuching, don't call me so intimately, I'm afraid Lin Xiao will misunderstand.
That's right, I'm going to get back together with him.
I left him before just to spur him on.
Yang Yucheng, please don't bother my Nana. You'd better have some self-awareness. Qiansong spoke at the right time. Fuck it.
Yang Yucheng exploded, picked up a wine bottle and shouted at Qiansong. You bastard, I've been putting up with you for so long.
Bang.
There was a dull thud and blood flowed from the head.
Ah. Yang Yucheng, what are you doing?
I will tell Lin Xiao the truth, and Lin Xiao will not let you go.
Qiansong is calling a sissy.
Yang Yucheng, stop it. Zhou Na was also shouting. Get lost. However, Yang Yucheng's eyes were already red with anger at this time, and he kicked Zhou Na, causing her to fall over.
There was chaos in the booth.
The three of them started fighting, but there was no way Zhou Na and Qiansong could be a match for Yang Yucheng, a taekwondo master, and they were soon beaten black and blue. In the end, they were stopped by the bar's security personnel. When leaving, Zhou Na and Qiansong supported each other, and even made some harsh remarks, saying that they would teach Yang Yucheng a lesson. Yang Yucheng almost couldn't help but take action again, but when the two men saw that the situation was not good, they fled first. Time flies and a night has passed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and naturally opened the system panel. In a daze, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened.
Fuck. What the hell is going on?
He jumped up directly from the soft big bed. On the system panel, the legendary value has reached an astonishing 98,000 and is still rising rapidly.
It is about to break through the 100,000 mark. What happened?
Lin Xiao was full of doubts.
This is totally unscientific, okay?
Just take a nap, and the legendary value will break the 100,000 mark.
Do you dare to believe it? Are you forcing me to unlock the rare level lottery?
Lin Xiao murmured, but soon shook his head. According to the system rules, a rare level lottery requires 100,000 legendary points.
I'm afraid I can't afford it now.
Forget it, I'll do a 10-shot combo after I see Qianzi. But what happened? Lin Xiao picked up his phone and was shocked to find that the screen was full of messages.
I quickly clicked on it and entered the group.
Soon, Lin Xiao understood what had happened.
There is actually such a thing. TSK.
People, when luck comes, nothing can stop it.
Zhou Na, Yang Yucheng, Qiansong, I really want to thank you.
At this moment, Lin Xiao didn't know what to say.
All of this is simply too dramatic. Ding dong. Suddenly, someone in the group tagged myself and attached a video.
Lin Xiao clicked it in confusion. It turned out to be Zhou Na, with a bruised face and nose, holding flowers in her hands and spouting declarations of love from her mouth.
Fuck.
Lin Xiao endured the disgust and finished reading. Fuck you, if you dare to come, I will slap you twice. Lin Xiao closed the video directly. He had realized Zhou Na's gold-worshipping nature, and now that he had awakened, whoever wanted this kind of thing could take it.
Call.
It took Lin Xiao a long time to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He picked up his phone and dialed a number.
The note on the number is Winnie the Pooh, ahem. As for the owner of the number, needless to say, it's Yu Bing. Lin Xiao. Yu Bing's calm voice sounded on the phone.
The numbers were saved to each other just yesterday, but there are notes on each.
Yu Bing, thank you.
Lin Xiao spoke immediately.
There was silence on Yu Bing's side for a long time, and then another voice came out. Do you have anything to do today? I'm going to the east side.
Lin Xiao wants to find Xiangzi and return the money to him.
I'm just fine. Where are you?
I'll go with you.
What?
Lin Xiao was a little bit unbelievable. He could never have imagined that Yu Bing would actually take the initiative to ask to be with him.
Is it not possible? Yu Bing frowned.
No, I'm in Peach Blossom Land. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection. Lin Xiao quickly spoke.
Good. Yu Bing replied and hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao still felt like he was in a dream. But soon, he raised his head confidently. Fool, it's only been 2 days, and I have achieved a lot.
The Frost Goddess is so proactive, why am I still timid?
System, rare level lottery, start immediately.
Lin Xiao gave the order in his mind. Congratulations.
At this time, at the Yu family, Yu Bing walked downstairs and Yu Menguo was sitting in the living room sipping expensive tea.
Want to go out?
Seeing his granddaughter coming downstairs, Yu Menguo asked casually. Yu Bing nodded gently, took 2 steps, and paused. Grandpa, Lin Xiao and I are going to the East District.
I made an appointment with him. Puff. Yu Mingwa spit out a large mouthful of precious fragrant tea and looked at his granddaughter in disbelief. Bing Bing, you changed your personality? You actually took the initiative to ask someone out?
Yu Bing was not embarrassed at all, he is very mysterious.
I want to know more about him.
I wonder how much more shocking he will give me.
Yu Mingwa's eyes narrowed.
Of course he knew everything about Lin Xiao and Suiyan Street, and even he admired him very much. All 68 pieces of raw stones were shipped, including 2 pieces of imperial green.
Is this something that only gods can do?
Now, the Jade world has regarded him as a legend.
Forest god.
I don't know how heavy the weight these 2 words represent is.
It seems that my intuition is right again this time.
After a long while, Yu Mingwa finally smiled gently.
Yu Bing nodded and looked towards Yu Mingwa with admiration. Go ahead. Yu Mingwa waved his hand and Yu Bing turned and left. Ha. I wonder if you can save the situation for my Sihai group. I'm really looking forward to it.
He has superb medical skills, is first-rate in antiques and stone identification, and has terrifying skills.
You are so extraordinary, an ordinary person like you. My Yu family can't even dig up any deeper information. It's really a failure. Yu Mingwa shook his head and sighed.
How could he know that Lin Xiao really didn't have any deeper information? If there was any, it could only be from his mother Qi Yan.
Mother Qi Yan is from the imperial capital.
Of course, even Lin Xiao doesn't know this at the moment. At this time, Lin Xiao was still in the living room, his face full of excitement. The system prompt sound echoed wildly in my mind.
Congratulations, you have received future news. Chapter 29 Close Relatives.
Congratulations, I got the news from the future. The 800 mu of wasteland in the old city east of the city will be included in the future commercial street planning in 10 days. It is now listed for sale by an agent. It is expected that the value of the wasteland will increase tenfold in 10 days. The state has invested a lot of money, and all the funds will be in place in 15 days. The above is what Lin Xiao won in the rare lottery, and future news. Lin Xiao stood there in a daze, his face full of horror.
The wasteland at the site of the old city in the east of the city. Isn't that behind my house? My house doesn't have any land at all. After a long while, Lin Xiao murmured, Xiangzi's family has 10 acres of wasteland. I thought it was useless, but now it seems. Xiangzi will soon become a multi-millionaire.
If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, someone had sold that piece of wasteland for more than 100,000 yuan per acre.
10 days later, the value of the wasteland increased tenfold, which is skyrocketing. More than 1 million yuan per acre, and Xiangzi's family has 10 acres, so wouldn't that mean tens of millions of yuan in income? Hey!
Fortunately, I have a system, otherwise, I will have to follow Xiangzi in the future. Lin Xiao was in a good mood.
He left Villa number 1 directly, carrying the Mate X5 prepared for Xiangzi and walked leisurely to the outside of Taoyuan. Let's take over the wasteland first, and then go buy a car. I remember Xiangzi said he wanted a BMW X5, so let's buy him one.
Anyway, he will be a multi-millionaire soon, so he still needs to show off. Lin Xiao has already made plans to leave Peach Blossom Land.
Sizzle.
Just then, a sharp brake sound was heard and a Mercedes-Benz G stopped in front of Lin Xiao. Yu Bing opened the car door and walked out, her pretty face arousing people's imagination.
I don't know what you're going to do in the east of the city.
If you want to take the mountain road, 296 may not be able to do it, so I drove this car. After getting off the car, Yu Bing started explaining directly. Lin Xiao was stunned, and at this moment, he suddenly felt like what else could I ask for?
It's a pity that he hasn't got a wife yet. Or should I drive?
Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao asked. At this moment, there was no longer any sense of strangeness between the two of them, as if they had been old friends for many years.
You are such a good driver, so naturally you should drive. Yu Bing had already walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and sat in. Good.
Lin Xiao smiled, got into the car without any hesitation, started the car, and the G-Class started driving smoothly. Unlike the 296, the G-Class gives people a sense of heaviness and is extremely safe to drive. Moreover, the explosive power is not weak at all, which fully meets the young people's needs for power. The east side of the city is also more than 20 kilometers away from the city center, but it is a little remote and there are not as many cars as in the west side.
The big G is speeding on the ring road. Yu Bing glanced at Lin Xiao's briefcase and asked inexplicably, meeting a girl?
Yu Bing could tell at a glance that the box in Lin Zhao's hand contained the latest Mate X5.
Now, which little girl doesn't want this kind of mobile phone? No, it's for my brother.
Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment and shook his head to explain. Yu Bing nodded slightly, feeling inexplicably relieved. There was no conversation along the way, and soon, the two arrived at the East District.
Arrive!
Lin Zhao parked the car on the side of the road and walked into the alley next to it. Yu Bing got out of the car, but didn't care about the dilapidated surroundings at all, and followed Lin Zhao closely. However, the appearance of the two inevitably attracted the attention of countless passers-by. The truth is, Yu Bing's appearance is too stunning, and her high-end custom-made Chanel outfit is very valuable and also particularly eye-catching. There is no need to say anything about Lin Zhao. Ever since Lin Zhao changed into a set of Versace yesterday, paired with a world-class Patek Philippe watch, his entire temperament has changed drastically. To be honest, the two people walking in this old neighborhood seemed like they were not from this world at all and looked out of place here. On the street, a cramped but clean and tidy shop comes into view. There are only two simple words "noodle shop" on the sign, and people who get up early to go to work are queuing up to wait. In the kitchen, a sturdy young man was busy, while outside the kitchen, a middle-aged man with half-gray hair was standing with the help of a cane, listening to the needs of the guests. Lin Zhao saw this scene from afar and stopped suddenly. Lin Zhao felt a lump in his nose and raised his head slightly to suppress his endless thoughts.
They are the people you want to see? Yu Bing keenly noticed Lin Zhao's abnormality.
Yes, that's my uncle Gao Changlong and my cousin Gao Chang. Lin Zhao answered with a smile, but his heart was extremely heavy. My cousin Gao Changlong was in the army when he was young, but later he injured his leg and became half-disabled, so he had to retire. My cousin Gao Chang stopped studying after graduating from high school.
Just because he has a cruel mother.
His mother took his father's military pension and ran away, leaving the father and son behind. Gao Changlong was almost half-disabled and had difficulty taking care of himself, so Gao Chang had to go home to take care of him. Fortunately, a breakfast shop opened on this street and business is surprisingly good. Previously, Gao Chang had talked to Lin Zhao and said that he had saved some money and planned to treat Gao Changlong's leg. After consultation, he was told that it would cost 200,000 yuan and there was a 50% chance of recovery. Gao Chang has been saving money for the past 2 years. However, he had not saved enough money to treat his leg because Lin Zhao encountered an accident and his mother Qi Yan was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Lin Zhao's family was not well off and their savings were quickly spent, so he had to find Gao Chang and Gao Changlong. Gao Chang lent Lin Zhao 110,000 yuan without saying a word, and Lin Zhao was able to hold on for a while. But after all, it was cancer, and the 110,000 was quickly used up. Just 2 days ago, Gao Chang scraped together another 50,000 yuan to Lin Zhao, which was the day Zhona asked to buy a mobile phone. Lin Zhao knew that those were all Gao Chang's belongings, so he was extremely angry at the time. It's my responsibility as your brother to help you. The reason why Lin Zhao felt a little sad when he came here was that he felt that he owed Gao Chang too much. But now it's okay. Lin Zhao can make up for what he owes Gao Chang. Share the glory and wealth.
Come on, let's go over there. My cousin's noodles are really good. We can eat as much as we want later.
Lin Zhao greeted Yu Bing and sat down outside the store.
Yu Bing has a cold personality and just nodded slightly.
Boss, 2 bowls of braised beef noodles, more beef, no coriander. With a loud shout. Whether it was Gao Changlong who was leaning on a cane or Gao Chang who was busy in the kitchen, they all paused.
Brother Xiao.
It's Xiaozi, wait a minute, there are a few more guests ahead. 2 voices came from the store at the same time.
Xiangzi, uncle, you guys go ahead and do your work first.
Lin Zhao replied, looking at the two of them without blinking. Yu Bing watched the whole process and was inexplicably touched. She could feel that the two of them held a high position in Lin Zhao's heart. Perhaps, he had already treated them as close relatives. If Lin Zhao knew Yu Bing's thoughts, he would probably have to sigh at her sharp mind.
Chapter 30 Chanya. Just as Yu Bing thought, Lin Zhao had already treated Gao Chang and Gao Changlong as his closest relatives.
Lin Zhao had been in school before, and he also worked extra hard in order to give the two of them a good life in the future. But now, with the arrival of the system, Lin Zhao has the ability to realize it for them in advance. Of course, they were not unlucky either.
The wasteland behind the old city was worth a lot of money. Brother Xiao, the noodles are ready.
About 10 minutes later, Gao Chang shouted in the store.
Okay. I'll be right there. Lin Xiao agreed and looked at Yu Bing. Do you want it spicy? All right.
Yu Bing responded softly.
Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. He walked into the store and quickly brought out 2 bowls of hot noodles topped with braised beef. Try it now.
Lin Xiao handed Yu Bing the chopsticks. Yu Bing didn't say much, she quickly took a bite, and then her beautiful eyes lit up.
Ha ha.
Xiangzi's cooking skills have never failed.
If it's not enough, just add more. When I come here, I usually get unlimited refills.
Yu Bing responded and lowered her head to concentrate on eating noodles. Lin Xiao didn't wait any longer, he opened the package of disposable chopsticks and started to eat.
To be honest, Gao Chang eats this braised beef noodles every day and never gets tired of it.
Hey, Xiaozi, go slower.
You might choke.
You're almost graduating from college, and you're still so impatient. At this time, Gao Chenglong came out with a cane.
Uncle, it smells so good, I can't help it. Don't worry, you won't choke me.
Lin Xiao hurriedly helped Gao Chenglong sit down and spoke incoherently.
Hey, you kid.
Gao Chenglong shook his head and laughed, his eyes swept over Yu Bing, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Xiaozi, is this your girlfriend?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
He never expected Gao Chenglong to be so direct.
Yu Bing's body stiffened, and the movement of eating noodles became unnatural for a moment.
Uncle, please don't talk nonsense. This is my classmate and he has a very high status. Oh.
Sorry, little girl, I was rude.
Gao Chenglong responded and apologized quickly.
Yu Bing shook her head, looked at Lin Xiao, and said solemnly, you will achieve great things in the future.
Maybe one day, all of us will look up to you.
Lin Xiao paused and looked at Yu Bing. But he found that Yu Bing was looking at him steadily with an extremely serious gaze. Lin Xiao nodded in response, without any pretense.
Gao Chenglong looked at the 2 people's reactions, somewhat confused.
However, as an old hand, he could tell at a glance that there was still room for development for these 2.
Hey.
Wang Suihua from the next village is not bad either, and Xianzi is already grown up.
Gao Chenglong muttered to himself. Achoo.
In the kitchen, Gao Chang sneezed. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and a face shield to protect against droplets.
Gao Chang. Come out quickly.
Lin Xiao and Yu Bing were still eating noodles, but at this time, a hurried shout was heard. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing looked up at the same time, and saw a man in business attire coming to the door of the shop.
Hey, Brother Chen, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Gao Chang responded quickly.
Hurry up, I don't have that much time to waste with you. Brother Chen urged with dissatisfaction.
Again. Gao Chenglong sighed helplessly at this time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Uncle, what happened to Chinya? He looks very anxious. It's not about the rent. Gao Chenglong shook his head, there is still a month left. Chinya has been asking for rent every day these days. There is no time to delay. You're asking for it before it's due?
Lin Xiao frowned.
Was this an emergency? That's right.
Gao Chenglong sighed. Xiangzi asked around and heard that he wanted to be promoted to a supervisor at Sihai Lingxiu and needed some help. Yu Bing raised her head. Sihai Lingxiu is a subsidiary of their Sihai group, engaged in real estate.
She really didn't expect that within her own group, there was such a way of playing tricks to get a high position.
She silently opened WeChat, found someone, and sent a message.
What does it have to do with us if he wants to take care of it? If we don't have money, we can find a way. The rent is not due yet, why is he asking for it so urgently?
Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable and really disliked this kind of behavior.
That is. Don't worry about him. Let Xianzi talk to him. Xiaozi, eat your noodles. Gao Chenglong waved his hands.
However, there was no way Lin Xiao could sit down, so he just stood up and walked over.
Xiaozi.
Gao Chenglong wanted to call him, but Lin Xiao just waved at him. At this time, Gao Chang also walked out of the store with a kind smile on his face.
Brother Chen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm a little busy.
Chenya's face was not looking good, and he said in a deep voice, Gao Chang, I have been here for several days, and you know the situation well.
Hurry up and give me the rent. Well. Gao Chang was embarrassed. Brother Chen, I'm having a hard time right now. The store only has 2,000 or 3,000 yuan left for stocking up. Can you give me some time? Besides, the rent is only due in a month. Gao Chang.
Gao Chang tried to speak kindly, but Chenya was furious. I need urgent money now. Don't tell me those useless things, either pay me the rent or pack up and leave today. There are a lot of people waiting to rent my shop.
Ah. This. Gao Chang was stunned.
This was his source of income. It would be difficult if he moved out. Besides, the rent was not due for another month.
Chenya, this is against the rules, isn't it? Xiangzi's rent hasn't expired yet. If he moves out, how will this month's rent and losses be calculated?
Just then, Lin Xiao came closer.
Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang seemed to have seen his backbone, and Lin Xiao immediately gave him a reassuring look.
Lin Xiao. Chenya looked over, but his expression didn't change much. Of course I can't refund the rent. What about this month's loss? Ha ha. How much money does this crappy store make in a month? What does it have to do with me? Today, I'm putting this on hold. Either you pack up and leave, or you pay the rent. And the rent is going to increase by 5,000. Do you understand?
You, Brother Chen, you are too cruel.
Gao Chang's face changed.
The rent here is 30,000 yuan, and they increased it just because their business is doing well.
It's already the highest on this street.
Gao Chang used to think that everyone was a neighbor, so he didn't care.
But now the rent is going to increase by 5,000. How is that any different from risking his life? Stop talking to me about that useless stuff. If you don't want to pay the rent, get out of here. There are plenty of people waiting to rent my shop. Chenya has a very bad attitude. A feeling of anger was rising in Lin Xiao's heart. Brother Chen.
Gao Chang was about to speak, but Lin Xiao spoke faster than him.
We won't pay the rent until the end of the lease, and we won't be doing this job after the last period of time. Chapter 31 Mr. Lin. Brother Xiao. Gao Chang was startled. How can I quit?
This is my source of income, I can't act on impulse. However, before Gao Chang could finish his words, Lin Xiao shook his head at him and told him not to worry. Gao Chang had no choice but to swallow back the words that were about to come out.
At this time, Chenya said again, you don't want to do it? Fine, then pack up your things and get out of here now, huh? I thought I wanted you or something? I've already said that I won't quit until the lease expires. There's still a month left, so please go back.
Lin Xiao spoke lightly. Chenya's eyes darkened and he stared at Lin Xiao. At this moment, he seemed to have regained his consciousness and looked at Lin Xiao carefully.
Oh?
Lin Xiao, you've been studying in college for a while and you seem to be doing well.
He. You're wearing pirated Versace. Why are you pretending to be so great in front of me?
Chenya suddenly spoke, his eyes full of extreme disdain.
That's all I have to say today. If you don't want to do this anymore, get out of here right now.
Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't suffer the consequences.
You can't get away with it? Ha ha. Okay, I really want to see it.
Lin Xiao was not afraid at all and looked at Chenya calmly.
The two of them almost came to a stalemate.
At this moment, Yu Bing suddenly stood up and walked over, standing in front of Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao.
She opened her mouth and shouted. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao waved his hand to stop her.
Yu Bing didn't say anything else.
It was Chenya who suddenly looked at Yu Bing, and then a light flashed in his eyes.
He had never seen a woman like Yu Bing in the East District. For a moment, he was distracted and almost fell into her trap. Gudong.
He couldn't help swallowing and looked at Lin Xiao. Good for you, kid, your girlfriend is so awesome.
Lin Xiao frowned.
At this time, Chenya spoke again. I changed my mind.
Okay, Lin Xiao, I'll do as you said. You can move out after the rent expires. But?
Chenya changed the subject and looked at Yu Bing's face. Your girlfriend wants to have dinner with me later.
How about that? This request is not too much, right? Brother Chen, you're going too far.
At this moment, even Gao Chang's expression turned ugly. Lin Xiao looked up suddenly, staring at Chenya with eyes like a poisonous snake.
Who do you think you are? Should I eat with you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Are you worthy?
Yu Bing frowned deeply, but when she suddenly heard Lin Xiao's words, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart.
Although she was not Lin Xiao's girlfriend, she felt inexplicably warm in her heart at this moment.
As for Chenya, she really doesn't look that good, with unkempt hair and a bit of weight. For a woman like this unkempt man to fall in love with him, there must be something wrong with her eyes.
Fuck. How the hell do you talk like that? Chenya's face darkened. Okay, since you can't do it, then move the things, immediately, right away, do you hear me? I said, I won't move out before the lease expires. Lin Xiao refused to retreat. Okay, Lin Xiao, you are so arrogant, right? I told you that you have to move today whether you want to or not. Chenya was furious, and as soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the table next to him. Crash. The table fell down directly. It was just an ordinary table, and it broke into pieces in an instant. Chenya, are you crazy? Gao Chang was furious. Lin Xiao frowned deeply. This is a case of encountering a leper. Xianzi, don't be impulsive. Don't do it. At this time, Gao Changlong also came over. Seeing Gao Chang was about to take action, he hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Gao Chang had no choice but to stop, but his face looked very ugly. He. Chenya had a sneer on his face at this time. He took 2 steps forward and kicked again. Clatter. A table was kicked away again, smashing not far away and breaking into pieces. You. Gao Chang was shaking with anger. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. This Chenya was really lawless. But it's not easy to do it in broad daylight. Hey, I told you not to move, and I let you be arrogant. Finally, Chenya became more aggressive and knocked over tables and chairs one after another, making the whole shop a mess. The guests had already run away, frightened by Chenya. Brother Xiao, what should we do? Gao Chang looked at Lin Xiao for help. Don't worry. Lin Xiao's eyes were sinister. I won't let you suffer any loss. Lin Xiao, Sihai Lingxiu is a subsidiary of my company. I have already contacted someone to handle it. Just then, Yu Bing suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao was stunned and looked over in confusion. They are involved in arranging things and accepting bribes. Their hands must be dirty. Maybe they are involved in commercial crimes. At the very least, they can be fired without any responsibility. Yu Bing continued to explain. Ha! There is such a thing. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up and he looked at Chenya, and suddenly, he felt pity for her. At this time, Chenya was also very satisfied with the sale, because Gao Chang's store could not be opened anyway. Lin Xiao, Gao Chang, let me ask you again, are you going to leave or not? Chenya looked at the two of them jokingly. At this moment, he thought he had intimidated Lin Xiao and Gao Chang. Gao Chang's teeth were grinding. Lin Xiao looked calm. Chenya, now we can talk about the issue of compensation. Compensation. Ha ha. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chenya laughed. There's nothing wrong with you, right? You want me to compensate you? Who do you think you are? A poor college student. As he said that, Chenya looked at Yu Bing and said, Sister, there is no benefit in following this kind of useless college student. Come on, have a meal with me and I will show you what the upper class looks like. Yu Bing looked away in disgust. Lin Xiao found it inexplicably funny. Chenya really doesn't know anything. Yu Bing is the princess of a billionaire group. What does the upper class mean to her? She is a top celebrity. What kind of scene has she not seen? At this moment, Chenya looked like a clown. You will pay for it. At this time, Lin Xiao shook his head and spoke. Yu Bing just said that the people who will deal with it will be here soon. What? Did you call the police? Ha ha. I have plenty of connections. Chenya is extremely arrogant. Sizzle. Just then, a sharp brake sound was heard at the intersection, and then a group of people rushed in quickly. Chenya looked up and his gaze suddenly changed. Boss Ma, why are you here? Get lost. However, the so-called Mr. Ma pushed Chenya away and quickly came to Yu Bing and Lin Xiao. Then, under Chenya's incredulous gaze, Mr. Ma bowed directly to Yu Bing. Miss. What shocked Chenya even more was that Mr. Ma actually bowed to Lin Xiao. And, he shouted in an extremely respectful tone, Mr. Lin. Chapter 32 I will pay 10 times the amount. This is. Lin Xiao looked at Yu Bing in confusion. He searched his memory but could not find any information about this Mr. Ma. Mr. Lin, you are a forgetful person. Before Yu Bing could speak, Mr. Ma quickly introduced himself. I was the one who organized the people to transport the jade away at Donghua Jade Shop last night. As Mr. Ma spoke, he looked up at Lin Xiao, with an unconcealable fanaticism flashing in the depths of his eyes. What happened last night shocked the entire jade industry.
Although the man in front of us looks young, he is called a god in the jade industry.
His name is Ma Zhong. He is the person in charge of the Sihai Lingxiu real estate here and a direct employee of Sihai. Yu Bing's voice also sounded at the right time. Bang!
Lin Xiao slapped his head and seemed to react.
He didn't pay much attention last night.
Now that he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have seen it twice in the Donghua Jade store warehouse.
Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I apologize to Mr. Ma.
Lin Xiao hurried forward and extended his hand to Ma Zhong. Unexpectedly, Ma Zhong was flattered and reached out to Lin Xiao's hands. Mr. Lin, you are too kind.
I am just a small person. It is a great honor for me to be able to talk to you, Mr. Lin.
At this moment, both Chenya and Gao Chang and his son had their eyes wide open.
What the hell is this talking about? When did Lin Xiao become so high in status?
It is obvious at first glance that Ma Zhong is not a simple person.
What's the reason for his inexplicable respect and fanaticism? Legend value plus 88. Legend value plus 188. Messages kept scrolling on Lin Xiao's system panel, and the legendary value was steadily rising. He.
Lin Xiao ignored the system panel and felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had no idea that this Ma Zhong was also a person who had been active in the Jade Circle for many years. Lin Xiao's heroic act last night was deeply rooted in people's minds. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Ma Zhong would have wanted to kneel down and become his disciple.
It's over.
At this moment, Chenya suddenly woke up and realized that he might have hit a wall today. But he couldn't figure out why a poor boy who grew up almost as close to him as he did was suddenly treated so respectfully by his boss's boss.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry.
I came here today to take care of some things. At this time, Ma Zhong also put away his thoughts and quickly apologized. Lin Xiao felt relieved.
To be honest, Ma Zhong's attitude made him a little creepy.
Lin Xiao even suspected that he was gay.
Shanya.
At this time, Ma Zhong had already turned around, his eyes turning cold.
What happened? Mr. Ma.
Chenya was startled and hurried to Ma Zhong's side.
What's wrong? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Ha.
Now, the company is conducting a thorough investigation and suspects you of bribing your superiors and disclosing company secrets.
The relevant departments are already waiting for you at the company. Ma Zhong's words made Chenya's face turn pale and he suddenly collapsed. I didn't.
After a moment, Chenya quickly spoke again. Boss Ma, I am Vice President Sun's right-hand man.
Vice President Sun can prove for me that I am absolutely loyal to the company. Vice President Sun is Chenya's backer.
The reason why he is about to be promoted is also because of Vice President Sun's promotion. Naturally, his so-called arrangements are also to take care of Vice President Sun. But what Chenya didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Ma Zhong immediately sneered.
He. Vice President Sun has been arrested and is now confessing. Do you still want him to help you? Are you dreaming?
At this moment, Chenya's face turned pale and his eyes became dull. Gao Chang and Gao Changlong felt relieved and happy when they heard this. Chenya's arrogance just now and the high-spirited look when he smashed the stall formed a stark contrast to now. Gao Chang was thankful that he did not fight with him, otherwise he would have bitten back at him and he would have been charged with mutual assault and would have had to spend a few days in jail.
Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. People from the relevant departments are still waiting in the company. You guys, take him away.
Ma Zhong waved his hand, and the group of people who followed him immediately stepped forward and controlled Chenya.
Chenya did not resist.
Everything was already a foregone conclusion.
What was the point of resisting? Mr. Ma, wait a moment.
Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke.
Mr. Lin. Ma Zhong looked over with great respect.
Lin Xiao glanced at Chenya, and at this time, Chenya also looked over. Immediately, he saw a hint of indifference in Lin Xiao's eyes, and Chenya suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Lin Xiao said, Boss Ma, look at these. Lin Xiao pointed around, and Ma Zhong saw that there was chaos all around, with even some spilled noodles and broken porcelain bowls.
Did Chenya do this?
Ma Zhong's face darkened slightly, and he almost guessed the reason why Lin Xiao called him.
Lin Xiao nodded gently. I won't go into details. Anyway, he is very stubborn and doesn't intend to pay. It doesn't matter.
Mr. Ma, please check him carefully.
Chenya glared and his breathing became rapid. Lin Xiao.
He gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Ma Zhong glanced at him with disdain in his heart, and then said to Lin Xiao, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, Xinyu will not be able to escape from prison this time. I can't guarantee anything else, but it's okay for him to stay in prison for a few more years."
Oh. Okay.
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded gently.
You.
Xinyu was almost angry to death at this time.
Don't these two know how to be discreet?
They just chat casually, not taking me seriously at all. But suddenly, he seemed to react.
People simply don't take a small figure like him seriously, okay?
Shenyu's heart couldn't help but start beating wildly when he thought about having to stay in there for a few more years, in that dark place surrounded by evil people. A deep fear spread in his heart, and he regretted it to the extreme. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world for him to buy.
Take it away.
At this time, Ma Zhong waved his hand and everyone started moving.
Wait.
Shenya opened his mouth suddenly, trying to break free from the crowd, but failed. He was too lazy to try and just shouted, "Lin Xiao, Gao Chang, I was wrong.
I will compensate you for your losses. I will double it."
"No, I will compensate you 10 times. At this moment, Chenya's arrogance and toughness completely disappeared, and all that was left was deep regret.
Legend value plus 66. Legend value plus 78.
The speed at which messages scrolled on Lin Zhao's system panel increased. At this moment, the people around who were watching from afar were all shocked.
Chapter 33: The Vengeful Woman. Oh? 10 times the compensation? Then tell me, how much?
Lin Xiao raised his eyes full of mockery. This kind of look made Shenya feel humiliated. But now, he only had fear of Lin Xiao, and no matter how humiliating it was, he had to endure it. He glanced around at the tables, chairs, and porcelain bowls that he had smashed, and weighed them in his mind. 2,000, no, 5, 10,000. I'll pay 10,000.
I'll transfer the money now.
They were just some tables, chairs, and bowls, worth no more than 1,000 yuan in total, but they were compensated 10,000 yuan, which is definitely over the limit.
Gao Chang and Gao Changlong's eyes lit up.
However, Lin Zhao's eyes darkened. "It seems that you are not sincere, Mr. Ma, thank you for your help."
Ah? Shenya glared, "This is called insincerity?"
But in a moment, he finally realized that Lin Xiao wanted him to bleed heavily.
"Mr. Lin, a small problem."
Fortunately, Ma Zhong had already spoken, and the look in his eyes was full of pity.
No. Wait a minute.
Shenya panicked and shouted hurriedly, "Lin Xiao, I will pay 30,000 yuan.
Is 30,000 yuan okay?
Lin Xiao remained unmoved.
Brother Xiao. Gao Chang couldn't hold back any longer, even the cane in Gao Changlong's hand trembled slightly. 50,000.
Lin Xiao, we grew up together, please be kind, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong.
Shenya was about to cry. He. You also know that we all grew up together? Then where is your conscience? Has it been eaten by a dog?
Lin Xiao suddenly sneered.
Well.
Shenya was stunned and regretted his decision. But he really didn't want to stay in that kind of place for a few more years. As a staff member of Sihai Lingxiu, he has some friendship with Vice President's son, so he certainly knows that Ma Zhong and others are not exaggerating.
There really is a way to make him stay in there for a long time.
Okay, I was wrong, Lin Xiao, Gao Chang, I apologize to you, 100,000, I will pay you 100,000, this is all the money I have. Finally, Shenya gritted his teeth and spoke, taking out all his belongings. God have mercy on him, this was the money he was going to use to bribe Vice President's son and get him promoted to department head.
100,000. Hiss. At this moment, Gao Chang and Gao Changlong couldn't help but take a breath.
This is the money that the father and son have saved after a year of frugality.
That's more like it.
Lin Xiao finally gave in. Shenya heaved a sigh of relief, then took out his cell phone and quickly transferred the money. As Gao Chang's WeChat notification sounded, Gao Chang hurriedly took it out and took a look. The orange-red transfer record is particularly eye-catching.
Gao Da's thumb trembled slightly. I've got it.
Lin Xiao directly helped him click it. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Gao Chang gritted his teeth and confirmed the payment. Damn it, he broke a few tables and had to pay 100,000 yuan in compensation.
Shenya has really hit a wall this time.
This kid from Qi Yan's family has made great progress.
It's time to teach this guy a lesson. He's so arrogant on weekdays. Speak softly, don't let him remember. Don't forget his brother Chen Wei. I don't think things will end so soon. The kid from Qi Yan's family. The people around were talking and the scene was a little noisy. At this time, Lin Xiao looked at Mahjong again. Boss Ma, thank you very much. Since he has already compensated, you should handle it impartially. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, we will handle this impartially. Mahjong said this, waved his hand and was about to leave with his people. Shenya finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought about his 100,000 yuan being wasted, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Wait. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Mahjong and Lin Xiao were both stunned and couldn't help but look towards the owner of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than Yu Bing. At this moment, her expression was indifferent, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chenya leisurely. Little sister. Mahjong bowed respectfully. At this moment, Chenya's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart beat wildly several times. He spoke rudely to me and even asked me to have dinner with him. Yu Bing uttered a word lightly. It's over. Chenya felt hopeless. He could never have imagined that Yu Bing would do this in the end. Lin Xiao was a little shocked and couldn't help swallowing. Yu Bing is known as the Frost Goddess and the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University. But after all, she is still a woman, and she is quite vindictive. Bang! A crisp sound exploded in the air. It was Mahjong. He raised his hand and slapped Chenya in the face. You bastard, you want the young lady to have dinner with you? You are unworthy. Humph. Think about how you are going to spend the rest of your life in the cell. After Mahjong finished yelling in a deep voice, he looked at Yu Bing again. Miss, I know what to do. Yu Bing nodded slowly. Legend value plus 33. Legend value plus 67. Lin Xiao's legendary value was skyrocketing. At this time, it had exceeded 110,000. In such a short period of time, it had increased by more than 10,000. Finally, Mahjong and others took Chenya away, and the neighbors who were watching the fun also left. However, the topic about Lin Xiao did not diminish at all. Instead, it continued to spread and became more and more popular. For this, the direct benefit Lin Xiao obtained was that the growth rate of legendary value became faster again. Brother Xiao, I. Gao Chang was still immersed in excitement at this time and his speech was a little incoherent. Lin Xiao felt a little distressed and patted Gao Chang on the shoulder. Xiangzi, from today on, we are different. Pack up quickly, I'll come pick you up later and take you somewhere. Xiaozi, where are you going? Gao Changlong asked doubtfully. Lin Xiao shook his head. Uncle, you will know later. I'm going home now. Yubing, let's go. Lin Xiao didn't mean to keep the secret, it was mainly because the news was indeed a bit shocking, and he was afraid that Gao Chang and his uncle couldn't bear it, so he decided to just take them with him later. He asked Yu Bing to leave, leaving behind Gao Chang and his son, who were both bewildered. Dad, Brother Xiao has changed a lot. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Gao Chang couldn't help but sigh. Gao Changlong nodded. He could also feel that Lin Xiao seemed to have completely changed and was no longer like before. Let's clean up first. Xiaozi might have something to do later. After a long time, Gao Changlong finally spoke. Gao Chang didn't say anything more and quickly cleaned up. At this time, Lin Xiao brought Yu Bing to his home, a cramped old house with 3 bedrooms and a living room in an old neighborhood. Of course, everything inside is still quite tidy, without any mess. Sit anywhere. I'll collect some things. When Lin Xiao's voice came, Yu Bing nodded slightly, without any disgust, and found a stool to sit down, and then began to look around the place where Lin Xiao grew up. Chapter 34, The Next Village, Wang Cuihua. Can such a person who defies the heavens be cultivated in this kind of environment? Yu Bing glanced at Lin Xiao's house and murmured to herself. These past few days, Lin Xiao had given her too many shocks. If you don't know, you might think that Lin Xiao is a new genius cultivated by some ancient hidden wealthy family. But the fact is, Lin Xiao's family is extremely ordinary, it can even be said that there is nothing surprising about them. What are you thinking about? Why? Do you want to stay here a little longer? Yu Bing came to her senses after hearing the voice, only to see Lin Xiao standing in front of her, hunched over and looking closely at her. At such a close distance, Yu Bing could even feel Lin Xiao's breath. Her eyes trembled slightly, and Yu Bing felt her pretty face getting a little hot. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already retreated and said, "It's time to go. Xiangzi probably hasn't finished packing yet. I'll take you somewhere. Good.
Yu Bing took a deep breath to calm herself down, stood up, and followed Lin Xiao away. Soon, the two of them bypassed the neighborhood and came to the back of the downtown area. Looking at the large, uneven piece of wasteland in front of him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be moved.
He confirmed it again and again in his memory. This was indeed the wasteland mentioned in the system's rare lottery. Because there is still a three-dimensional image in my mind, it can be said that it is exactly the same as the one in front of me.
Is there anything special here? Yu Bing was confused and had no idea why Lin Xiao brought her here.
Very special.
Lin Xiao didn't look back. Soon, the value of this place will skyrocket, and I will make a huge fortune from it. Yu Bing raised her eyebrows, frowned in thought, then realized that she had not seen any information about this piece of land. Then, she took out her cell phone, took a few photos and sent out all the information including the location.
Soon, she got feedback. Lin Xiao, have you heard any gossip?
There is no development or planning here.
Don't be fooled. Well. Lin Xiao was stunned, secretly admiring Yu Bing's methods, but this information came from the future. How could Yu Bing find out? Don't worry. It won't flip over.
Lin Xiao responded casually, then turned around and asked Yu Bing to leave. When Yu Bing heard these familiar words again, her expression became a little puzzled. She wanted to say something, but in the end she stopped and didn't say anything.
However, he edited the words "continue to investigate further" on his mobile phone and sent it out. The big G is driving on the road.
Lin Xiao was driving, Yu Bing was sitting in the passenger seat, and Gao Chang and his son Gao Changlong were sitting in the back seat. At this time, Gao Chang was tinkering with the Mate X5, with a look of shock on his face.
Brother Xiao, this 36,000, are you just going to give it to me like this?
Gao Chang was always unwilling to believe that one day he would be able to upgrade his weapon to a better one.
A cell phone worth 36,000 yuan normally only exists in fantasy, okay? Okay, this is the 8th time you've asked me this.
Lin Xiao replied helplessly.
Are there so many?
Gao Chang grumbled, but then he started to mutter, Brother Xiao, how did you become so rich all of a sudden?
You own a G-Class and a Mate X5.
Hiss. Wait, you can't, oh my god, Brother Xiao, you have fallen. As Gao Chang spoke, he took a breath of cold air and looked at Yu Bing in disbelief.
Lin Xiao's forehead went dark.
He knew exactly what Gao Chang was thinking. Shut up, Yu Bing and I are friends, and
I am a man of 7 feet tall, in the prime of my life. How could I lose the desire to fight? Really? Gao Chang didn't quite believe it and looked at him with scrutiny.
Lin Xiao was too lazy to say more and changed the subject. I transferred 200,000 yuan to you.
Please accept it first. This is what I borrowed from you before. Huh? What do you mean by 200,000?
Brother Xiao, we are brothers and we should be clear about the accounts.
I gave you 160,000, and you also gave me such an expensive phone. I can't ask you for a penny more.
Gao Chang directly refuted, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao before he could finish his words.
Okay, I told you to keep it, so just keep it. You've already said it, dear brother, what's a little pocket money for me as your brother to give you? Also, I have a way to treat my cousin's leg. It doesn't even require high medical expenses, and I am 80% sure that I can cure it. What?
Gao Chang and Gao Changlong both exclaimed. Lin Xiao was too lazy to explain. Well, anyway, everything has changed, and the future will be better.
Sizzle.
Lin Xiao stepped on the brakes and the G-Class stopped in the parking space. At this time, they had arrived at the East City Agency. Lin Xiao opened the car door and walked out first.
No, Brother Xiao, can you please explain yourself clearly?
Gao Chang's mind is now filled with 100,000 questions.
Dad, slow down.
Gao Chang was so anxious that he scratched his head while helping Gao Changlong get out of the car.
Alright Xiangzi, Xiaozi will definitely tell us, let's go and take a look first. I wonder what we are doing here.
Gao Chang had no choice but to nod and follow. Soon, a group of 4 entered the East City Agency. The east side of the city is a little remote, and there are only 2 or 3 cats and kittens in the agency, all doing their own things. But at this moment, Gao Changlong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed at a woman who was applying lipstick in the agency and said, Xiangzi, that's Wang Suihua, from the next village, the one I told you about.
Well. Lin Xiao and Gao Chang were both startled and looked sideways.
Wang Suihua is good-looking, tall, and has perfect facial features, at least 80 points. At this time, Wang Suihua also noticed a few people and walked over with a smile on her face.
However, after seeing Gao Chang and Gao Changlong, Wang Suihua frowned. "Why are you here?" she almost asked in a questioning tone. "Didn't I tell Auntie Wang? I've been to your noodle shop and met you guys. You're not my type at all, okay?"
Wang Suihua even glanced at Gao Changlong and then continued, "What's more, there is such a burden.
If I marry him, will I have to take care of his shit and urine in the future?"
This.
Gao Chang was stunned and was a little at a loss for a moment. Gao Changlong's eyes darkened and his expression turned grim.
When he heard Aunt Wang talking about how great Wang Suihua was, he was quite happy. Now after hearing this, I immediately knew that Aunt Wang was talking complete nonsense and she was not a woman of noble character at all.
More like a shrew. Lin Zhao's eyes darkened slightly, and his sense of Wang Suihua dropped to freezing point. "Humph. You're really haunting me. You even came to my workplace. Aren't you ashamed? Get out of here right now."
At this time, Wang Suihua snorted coldly again.
Chapter 35, Buying Land for 100 million, Are You Sane? "Suihua, what's wrong?"
At this time, a woman with several black spots on her face came up. She was wearing the same uniform as Wang Suihua, and her eyes were narrow and long, full of gossip. "Look, the guy I told you about going on a blind date with me, I didn't like him, but I didn't expect him to find my workplace." Wang Suihua explained to the woman with black spots very unhappily.
"TSK. These days, there are really all kinds of people. We, Hatsuehua, were not born to be poor. How could an ordinary person be worthy of us?"
The woman with black spots looked at Lin Xiao and the others with mocking eyes.
Gao Changlong and Gao Chang's faces turned pale. What is the difference between what these two people said and humiliation?
Lin Zhao's eyes sank slightly. He took a step forward slowly and swept his gaze over the two of them with a hint of disgust.
"Get out of the way, don't block the road."
Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots looked at Lin Xiao at the same time. The handsome Lin Xiao made their eyes light up slightly, but when they thought that Lin Xiao came with Gao Chang, their eyes became disdainful again.
"What are you doing? This is an agency, not a place for you to play."
Wang Suihua replied directly. Lin Xiao was almost laughing out of anger. "Of course I know it's an agency, get out of the way, I want to buy something."
"Ha!"
However, his words made Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots open their mouths wide.
"Ha ha ha." The next second, both of them laughed. The black-spotted woman even said, "Little brother, are you kidding me? This is an agency, selling houses and land. The cheapest land here costs hundreds of thousands. Do you have money? Ha! Or is it that the beef noodle vendor wants to buy a house and land? No way, a stinky beef noodle vendor, how can he afford it? Hey, that's enough, who are you looking down on?" Gao Chang couldn't help it anymore and glared at the two of them. "I look down on you. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? You are a bunch of bumpkins and country bumpkins."
Wang Suihua spoke directly without any intention of concealing anything. She even thought that Gao Chang and the others appeared here just to harass her.
"Humph. What kind of person are you? You think you are worthy of me? You still dare to pester me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you have the qualifications?" Gao Chang was left speechless by Wang Suihua. Where the hell does this confidence come from? Her face and figure are all good, but with this kind of personality, she wouldn't be able to eat 4 dishes in her lifetime, right? Get lost. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to listen any longer and shouted loudly. At this moment, all the people in the agency turned their eyes over. Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots were also startled at this moment, and they both quickly dodged to the side. But soon, the two reacted. "Why are you shouting? Do you know what a public place is? Do you believe I will ask the security guards to kick you out? Call." Lin Xiao suppressed his anger. Now was not the time to teach this shrew a lesson. The real business had not yet been done. To be honest, if the wasteland had not been taken yet, Lin Xiao really wanted to slap her twice right now. Of course, this matter will not end like this. His eyes swept across and fell directly on a woman with a relatively innocent appearance. The woman looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, as if she wanted to persuade him but had no chance to speak. Lin Xiao could tell at a glance that this little girl had a good temper. "You, come here." He raised his hand and waved directly towards the little girl.
The little girl was startled, then she gritted her teeth and walked up.
Wang Xinrui, what are you doing here? You don't think they really want to buy a house or land, do you? TSK. As a fellow villager and a senior, let me remind you that some people are not worth wasting your time on.
Wang Suehua's voice rang out again. Wang Xinrui was slightly startled, and couldn't help looking at Wang Suehua. Sister Suehua, you should say less.
If the supervisor hears it, he will be unhappy again. Shut up, Wang Xinrui. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to lecture me? After hearing what Wang Xinrui said, Wang Suehua just quit. Wang Xinrui's expression changed slightly, she pursed her lips, and finally had no choice but to shut up.
At this time, Lin Xiao glanced coldly at Wang Suehua, and then looked at the little girl named Wang Xinrui.
Hello, sir. Wang Xinrui's attitude was quite good.
She greeted directly and did not have the condescending and overbearing look like Wang Suehua at all.
No need to say more. Is the wasteland behind East Street listed for sale here?
Lin Xiao asked directly.
TSK, buying land? You really are a bumpkin, right?
Wang Suehua spoke at the right time. The black-spotted woman also covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at this side mockingly. It's so funny, I thought there would be a twist. Without paying attention to the two of them, Lin Xiao looked at Wang Xinrui steadily. Wang Xinrui did her homework very well, and when Lin Xiao asked her questions, a lot of information immediately flooded her mind. Sir, the land you mentioned is 800 acres in total and is indeed listed for sale here, but it is not for retail sale. As she spoke, Wang Xinrui opened her cell phone and quickly found a photo of the land with the sales price on it, a full 100 million yuan. Of course, she didn't mention the price, because in her opinion, there was no need to do so.
100 million, huh?
Lin Xiao looked at Wang Xinrui's phone, murmured, and then said lightly, I bought it, bring the contract.
What the hell?
Wang Suehua and the woman with black spots were both stunned, and then looked at Lin Xiao like fools.
Wang Xinrui was startled and stared at Lin Xiao. Sir, you want to buy this land?
Lin Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he took out his bank card and said two words lightly, swiped the card.
Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Wang Suehua and the woman with black spots couldn't help themselves and burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? You want to buy a 100 million piece of land? Little brother, are you okay?
The black-spotted woman also spoke up. Wang Xinrui, go back to your job and stop wasting your time with a bunch of lunatics. At this time, several staff members of the agency also started discussing it.
It's so funny. What are you laughing at? What if someone really buys it? TSK, let's not talk about anything else, just talk about yourself, do you believe it? Didn't you hear what Wang Suehua said?
Wang Suehua, there's nothing else to say, but he's pretty accurate in judging people.
He said that person sells noodles, so he must be right.
It would be strange if he could buy a piece of land worth 100 million.
First, sir.
Wang Xinrui stared at the card in Lin Xiao's hand, feeling a little overwhelmed.
Swipe the card.
Lin Xiao still just uttered two words softly.
Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang couldn't help but step forward and gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lin Xiao waved his hand and gave him a reassuring look. Afterwards, he still looked at the little girl Wang Xinrui with a calm gaze. Chapter 36, Card swiping succeeded, 4 people were shocked. Oh, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Wang Xinrui, quickly swipe his card.
Quick, let everyone see how someone fails in pretending to be cool.
Seeing Lin Xiao was so persistent, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. In the entire scene, I'm afraid that except Yu Bing, no one else would believe Lin Xiao.
Gao Chang was a little nervous.
He was afraid that Lin Xiao did this just to save face for him.
Gentlemen.
Wang Xinrui looked at Lin Xiao with some concern.
She has a kind heart and really doesn't want to do anything evil. If Lin Xiao didn't spend 100 million yuan on the card, wouldn't that be embarrassing? It's okay, just do as I say.
Lin Xiao saw through Wang Xinrui's thoughts, and his feelings towards the little girl suddenly increased.
Okay, Wang Xinrui, hurry up. I don't want to see these country bumpkins anymore.
Use your card to expose them and get them out.
Wang Suehua started yelling. That's right, Wang Xinrui, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up. The woman with black spots also urged.
Wang Xinrui took a deep breath, and finally, had no choice but to take Lin Xiao's card. However, she did not disrupt the process and turned around to pick up a stack of contracts.
Sir, this is the contract for the land behind East Street. Please take a look at it first, and you don't have to sign it first. Usually it's signed and then paid. But now, even Wang Xinrui doesn't think that Lin Xiao can really buy that land. If I sign, I will be ridiculed by people around me later, which is not worth it. So after saying that, she directly swiped the card for Lin Xiao. At this moment, everyone's lips curled up, ready to see Lin Xiao make a fool of himself. Wang Suihua even opened her mouth, she was ready to laugh. Ha! Her laughter was about to escape. But at this moment, beep! The card machine suddenly beeped, and then a ticket printed out from the top. Oh my god! Wang Xinrui was confused. What does this mean? This means that the card was successfully swiped for 100 million. Gah! Wang Suihua's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed her neck. The entire agency fell into deathly silence at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the card machine in Wang Xinrui's hand. At this moment, the long and narrow bill seemed to emit an incomparably dazzling light. From a distance, they could even see the string of zeros on the bill. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, another strange noise was heard. Everyone turned their heads woodenly and looked towards the source of the sound. It turned out that it was Lin Xiao who signed the contract, and his flamboyant handwriting was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, countless people's eyes lit up. Lin Xiao seemed to be emitting endless light. Fuck, brother Xiao, 100 million, that's 100 million. You, when did you become rich? Finally, Gao Chang's exclamation brought everyone back to reality. 100 million, a number that many people have never thought of in their lifetime. Life is only a few decades long, and those who can earn several million or tens of millions are already elite. 100 million. It was just brushed away so casually. Calm down. Lin Xiao waved his hand gently to calm the excited Gao Chang. Of course, there is one thing he didn't say. This 100 million will increase tenfold to 1 billion in 10 days. Fuck, brother Xiao, how can I stay calm? 100 million, that's 100 million. Gao Chang yelled. Oh my god, it's true. My god, our agency actually received such a huge order. Awesome, damn, I met a god today. Oh my god, Wang Xinrui has made a fortune. Oh my god, why wasn't I the one who opened this order? Damn it. This order is enough for Wang Xinrui to get a promotion. Not only that, but there is also a huge commission, which is enough to pay for a down payment on a house in the city center. The staff at the agency suddenly became noisy, and looked at Wang Xinrui with envy. Wang Xinrui herself was in a daze, her face full of disbelief. She held the card machine tightly, her fingers turning white. How is it possible? He's just a stinky noodle seller, how could the people with him afford to buy a piece of land worth 100 million? Wang Suihua's face turned pale. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. If she had known this earlier, she would have spoken nicely, and not only would she have received a huge commission, she might even have been able to marry into a wealthy family. Wang Suihua, didn't you say he was a stinky noodle seller? 100 million, that's 100 million, that's a lot of commission. The woman with black spots suddenly started shouting like crazy, I wanted to go up and entertain you. I clearly wanted to entertain you. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you slut. Wang Suihua was stunned and immediately got angry. Get lost, don't think I don't know what you are thinking? Who do you think you are? Asshole, say it again if you dare. I told you, what's up? Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots almost got into a fight, but at this time, no one had time to care about them. The contract has been signed. Does that land belong to me now? At this time, Lin Xiao handed the contract to Wang Xinrui, who was in a daze. Wang Xinrui was stunned, and reached out to take it, her arms still trembling slightly. First, sir, yes, but please wait a moment, I still need to report to my supervisor. Wang Xinrui turned quickly with the contract in hand. Legend value plus 333. Legend value plus 180. Lin Xiao took a look at the system panel and was extremely satisfied with the increase in legendary value. Who knows, there's a chance to do 20 draws in a row. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, but he was not so anxious to upgrade the system. After all, upgrading it once more would cost 100,000 each, which was a bit too expensive. At this time, the agency was in an uproar, and Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots were still arguing fiercely.
But soon, the two seemed to reach an agreement and suddenly walked towards Lin Xiao and the others.
Uncle Gao, Gao Chang, huh?
I'm sorry, we were wrong just now, I'm really sorry. The disdain and arrogance on Wang Suihua's face had long been hidden away, and now, her face was full of flattery. The woman with black spots was also there, smiling. The two of them even wanted to talk to Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao simply chose to ignore them.
Gao Chang, on the other hand, suddenly raised his head and puffed out his chest. What? Are we familiar with each other?
Gao Chang swore that he had never been so tough in his life.
Damn, Wang Suihua, who was so arrogant just now, can only bow her head and smile obsequiously now. This feeling is so damn good. Ah.
Hey, we can get to know each other slowly, brother Gao Chang.
Look, can you give me this order? I can do anything for you.
Wang Suihua licked her face and spoke shamelessly.
Chapter 37. Get out of the agency. Humph.
What the hell, you're not even worthy of being a slave.
Don't even think about pestering me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What the hell?
Gao Chang felt uncomfortable when he heard what Wang Suihua said, and he retorted without thinking. Wang Suihua was stunned.
Isn't this exactly the same as what she said before? Just now I looked down on Gao Chang and told him to pee and look at himself in the mirror. Now, these words have almost been returned to me. She couldn't refute it, and felt extremely regretful, but couldn't say anything. The woman with black spots gave a dry laugh and was unable to say a word.
Gao Changlong smiled and looked at Gao Chang with great admiration. These few words are really refreshing.
Of course, all this is thanks to Lin Xiao. He couldn't even help but look at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of pride.
Finally, at this time, Wang Xinrui and a middle-aged man ran towards this side quickly.
Manager. Manager. As the voices rang out, the man's identity was self-evident.
However, at this time, the agency manager had no time to pay attention to them, but strode to Lin Xiao.
Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry.
If I had known that Mr. Lin was coming, I would have come out to greet him in person. The agency manager naturally didn't know Lin Xiao, but he had to say some polite words.
That piece of land should belong to me now, right?
Lin Xiao asked calmly.
Of course.
The agency manager was all smiles.
Lin Xiao nodded gently. Then the commission for this order will not be deducted by others, right? I only recognize her.
With a huge order of 100 million and high commission, it is hard not to be tempted. Lin Xiao had a good impression of Wang Xinrui. In the entire agency, Wang Xinrui was the only person who did not look at him strangely. Wang Xinrui was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Xiao with great gratitude. The agency manager immediately responded, Mr. Lin, don't worry, this will never happen. I will organize an internal meeting later to promote Wang Xinrui to sales director.
No one can take away her commission. Wow. As soon as the agency manager's words came out, the entire agency was in an uproar.
At this moment, they all looked at Wang Xinrui with great envy. They even wished they could become Wang Xinrui.
This is such a great joyous event. It's a one-step climb to heaven. It's simply a one-step climb to heaven.
You know, some of them have been working here for more than 10 years.
However, up to now, few people have got a job.
Because of one order, Wang Xinrui became a phoenix and rose to the top.
Damn it, damn it. This order should have been mine. It should have been mine.
Not only will I get a promotion and a raise, but I can also marry into a wealthy family.
A wealthy family.
Wang Suihua regretted it so much. Wang Xinrui was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, she would even kneel down to Lin Xiao.
Yeah. Not bad.
Lin Xiao finally nodded with satisfaction.
Mr. Lin, these are the ownership documents of the wasteland on Old City East Street.
The agency manager handed over a package of materials. Lin Xiao took it and gave it to Gao Chang. Gao Chang held it solemnly in his arms.
That's right.
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. A man who spends 100 million yuan casually is naturally very eye-catching.
His every move can completely attract everyone's attention.
The agency manager immediately moved closer, as if waiting to hear instructions. To be honest, if this piece of wasteland wasn't so important to me, I wouldn't even want to set foot in here just based on the attitude of the people in your agency.
Swish.
As Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Especially Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots, their faces turned pale as paper in an instant, and their hearts were beating violently. At this moment, Lin Xiao was glancing at them intentionally or unintentionally.
The agency manager understood what was going on almost instantly.
His face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Shinrui, what happened just now?
Instead of getting angry immediately, the agency manager looked at Wang Shinrui. Wang Shinrui was stunned, and reluctantly recounted everything that had happened before.
There is no exaggeration, just an ordinary narration.
After hearing this, the agency manager felt terrible, as if a dark cloud was covering him. His eyes seemed to be choosing someone to devour, staring at Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots. That was a huge order worth 100 million, and it was almost ruined by these two bastards.
The loss is simply incalculable. Get out of this agency. All your performance for this month will be cancelled and your salary will be deducted.
After a long while, the agency manager finally roared.
Ah!
Manager, we were wrong, we know we were wrong, please forgive us this time.
Manager, woo-woo.
I have parents and children to take care of. Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots were so frightened that they even fell to the ground. Faced with their pleas, the agency manager simply didn't bother to pay any attention.
Go away. Don't make me say it for the third time. Indifferent.
Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots were still begging.
Security, throw them out.
If they dare to step in again, do not hold back and treat them as thieves.
Manager. The desperate cries of Wang Suihua and the woman with black spots. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them.
Several burly security guards rushed in and dragged the two men out. Lin Xiao and the others watched the scene coldly. They had no sympathy, only a sense of relief.
This kind of person should be treated like this. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Finally, at this time, the agency manager put on a smile.
He. Don't bother me anymore, we'll leave first.
Lin Xiao smiled. After this time, they would probably not have any more interactions, so he was too lazy to say polite words.
Everyone, take care.
The manager was not vague at all and hurried to see him off. Wang Shinrui followed closely behind and reached the door. Lin Xiao suddenly paused and everyone looked at him. Xiangzi, go add Wang Shinrui's contact information.
If there are any problems with this land in the future, I'll ask you to contact her. Okay, Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang was stunned, but then he had no choice but to do as he was told and walked towards Wang Shinrui. Wang Shinrui didn't think much about it and quickly exchanged contact information with Gao Chang. Only Gao Changlong seemed to have noticed something, with a gleam in his eyes.
Xiangzi, from now on, it's all up to you.
The situation has been decided, Lin Xiao patted Gao Chang on the shoulder.
Gao Chang was confused.
Wang Shinrui seemed to understand something, and two blushes appeared on her pretty face.
Ha ha.
Lin Xiao smiled and walked in front.
Mr. Lin, take care.
The agency manager hurried to see him off. While Gao Chang was confused, Lin Xiao and others drove away from the agency in a G-Class. Afterwards, the four of them went to have a meal and then went straight to the BMW 4S store. The legendary value is 150,000, and the 20th consecutive draw is not far away. Lin Xiao was driving while glancing at the system. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the system.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement.
Spend 100 million and get a rare level lottery chance +1. Chapter 38 Deshang Tai Chi. Rare level lottery? What a pleasant surprise.
System, use the rare level lottery. On the system side, rare level draws also require 100,000 legendary points per shot. Lin Xiao has not been unlocked yet. Congratulations, you have acquired the great martial art, Tai Chi.
The system prompt sounded immediately afterwards. Afterwards, a powerful force surged up in Lin Xiao's body, and his entire body was instantly strengthened from the inside out. It's shipped right now?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at his luck. Deshang Tai Chi is obviously not an ordinary thing. Like Bajiquan, it not only brings him a lot of experience in Chinese martial arts combat and training, but also further strengthens his body. Even the miraculous power in the body that was born from the Deshang Bajiquan was strengthened and greatly enhanced at this moment.
If you keep going like this, you won't become Superman directly, right? Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Seriously, it seems that this is really possible.
If Lin Xiao can acquire some kind of traditional Chinese martial art that can strengthen the body in the future, who knows, one day he may be able to withstand bullets with his body.
Xiaozi, uncle is very confused. Why do you want to buy that piece of wasteland? I also have 10 acres at home. If you plan to develop something, you can use it as well.
Just as Lin Xiao was thinking, Gao Changlong in the back seat suddenly spoke. No, uncle, Xiaozi, that piece of land was bought to wait for its value to appreciate. It won't be long before it is available.
Just wait and see. You may get an unexpected surprise later.
Lin Xiao didn't plan to say more. After all, this was a bit too shocking.
That's news for the future. The government may not even have planned a meeting yet. Appreciation? How is this possible?
Gao Changlong was puzzled. Someone has sold that piece of land before, for a little over 100,000 yuan per acre. I actually wanted to sell it a long time ago, but unfortunately no one bought it. That's real wasteland, where even crops can't grow. Only some big bosses bought it to build warehouses.
Uncle, I can't tell you right now.
Anyway, just be patient and wait. Lin Xiao shook his head and said. But Gao Changlong sighed. Hey, you have so much money, why spend it on something like this? Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly. At this time, Yu Bing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also spoke up. Lin Xiao, I have asked my family to confirm repeatedly that the land is indeed of no use.
You were too careless this time.
Lin Xiao's ability to make money is terrifying, but he spent 100 million at once.
The key is that he couldn't see any return.
Even Yu Bing started to worry about him. Yu family, Yu Menghua looked at the news in his hand and frowned deeply.
What's going on? This kid actually bought a piece of wasteland? What was he thinking?
Yu Menghua didn't believe it at first, but he made inquiries from many sources, even investigating the government's plans. However, there was no information about the wasteland, which made him a little confused.
Forget it.
Everyone has their youthful and frivolous moments.
The worst that can happen is a loss of 100 million.
No one knows what the future holds. Throwing down the documents in his hand, Yu Menghua stopped worrying about it.
At this time, inside the car. Don't worry, it won't overturn. Just wait and see.
Lin Xiao said something to Yu Bing.
Yu Bing shook her head and said nothing more.
The topic was not continued. Anyway, everything has been decided and no one can change it.
Xiaozi, there is one more thing in my mind. Uncle, tell me.
Lin Xiao gave a response.
Why?
Gao Changlong sighed. You still remember, Chenya has a brother named Chen Wei, a gangster.
Lin Xiao nodded.
It seems that Chen Wei has made a name for himself. In the East District, there is a big bar called Louis Bar.
The owner of Louis Bar is named Zhou Kuan. It is said that he is very resourceful and has many connections with some big bosses.
It is precisely because of Chen Wei's behavior that Chenya has always been arrogant and domineering.
The most important thing is that no one can do anything to him. Uncle, are you worried about Chen Wei's revenge? This is indeed a problem.
Some people live on the edge of the rule of law and pose a huge threat to ordinary people. He will certainly take revenge.
Gao Changlong spoke in a firm tone. It has come to this. We should stop the enemy with soldiers and cover the water with earth.
Lin Xiao didn't have any good solution for the time being. However, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. With the Deshang Baji and Deshang Taiji, Lin Xiao felt that he had already surpassed the level of ordinary people. Perhaps, he didn't have to worry about anything at all.
That's all we can do. Gao Changlong sighed.
I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time. Some things are beyond the reach of my family. However, if things get out of control, I can ask Grandpa to step in, and some people will probably give me some face.
Yu Bing spoke from the passenger seat. Thanks. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and did not reject Yu Bing's kindness.
There was no more conversation in the car, and soon the car arrived at the BMW 4S dealership. Lin Xiao and his group got off the car. However, to their surprise, a figure appeared in their sight.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Gao.
It was none other than Wang Xinruwei.
Why are you here?
Lin Xiao asked puzzledly.
Wang Xinruwei blushed. Well,
I used to use my lunch break to work part-time here. Anyway, I was doing sales. Wang Xinruwei felt a little embarrassed. But as soon as he said this, everyone's eyes became strange. Wang Xinruwei is only 24 or 25 years old, but she works so hard that not everyone can compare to her.
Lin Xiao and others' favorable impression of her increased again.
But at this time, Wang Xinrui said embarrassedly, "But now, I don't plan to do this part-time job.
I also want to thank Mr. Lin. I got a lot of commissions and a promotion.
I have enough money for my mother's surgery, and I don't have to work so hard anymore.
I'm planning to lie down now, huh?" Lin Xiao and others understood and nodded slightly.
When people are under pressure, they naturally choose to work hard, but when you have enough wealth, you can choose to rest. There are people who rush around all their lives, but finding the right balance between work and relaxation is the way to life.
Don't quit your job yet, just take care of our order.
Lin Xiao spoke at this time.
Mr. Lin wants to buy a car?
Wang Xinrui was puzzled.
I guess so.
Lin Xiao looked at Gao Chang. "Xianzi, give her your ID card." Gao Chang didn't think much about it and just took out his ID card.
BMW X5, the best configuration.
Wang Xinrui was stunned, but quickly came to her senses.
Compared with spending 100 million, what was this? Chapter 39, didn't you eat? Not strong enough? BMW 4 store.
With the help of Wang Xinrui, an acquaintance, it only took 2 hours from purchasing the new car to registering it, paying the full amount of 840,000 yuan, and taking care of insurance and everything else. After completing this order and taking the commission, Wang Xinrui successfully quit her part-time job.
Xianzi, this car is yours from now on, drive it as you like.
Gao Chang was stunned when he heard Lin Xiao's words.
Brother Xiao, didn't you ask me to be your driver?
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Gao Chang in annoyance.
What kind of driver do you want to be? Isn't your dream to become a food king? Are you going to give it up now? No. Brother Xiao, this is more than 800,000 yuan. Gao Chang looked anxious. He.
Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, these 800,000 yuan will soon be nothing to you.
By the way, I think you can find a place for the food city plan you've been designing. Funding and other things will be in place soon. If you really feel bad, return the 800,000 yuan to me when you make some money."
This. Gao Chang scratched the back of his head and said, "Brother Xiao, my lease for the noodle shop is only up for 1 month. I'll finish this month first."
Okay, anything is fine. Lin Xiao nodded immediately.
Anyway, it would take half a month for the money from Gao Chang to arrive.
He couldn't just be idle during this period, right? By the way, Xianzi, you should get ready. Open the shop in the morning, and then bring your uncle to the city center to find me at noon or in the evening.
I will help your uncle with his leg disease, which will take quite some time.
I understand, Brother Xiao. Gao Chang responded that he had unconditional trust in Lin Xiao. Come on, uncle, let's go for a walk.
Lin Xiao helped Gao Chang long up, and then said to Gao Chang, "Xianzi, please see Wang Xinrui off."
This. No, don't bother, right?
Wang Xinrui was walking on the side and was startled when she heard these words. Then, she seemed to remember something and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment.
It's okay, don't be polite to us, just make friends, I will trouble you with something in the future.
Lin Xiao said this, nodding at Gao Chang.
No matter how slow Gao Chang was, he finally understood what Lin Xiao meant after a while. Ms. Wang Xinrui, Brother Xiao is right. You don't have to be polite with us. Let's go. I'll take you there. Wang Xinrui has good character and is pretty. To be honest, she is much better than Wang Cuihua.
Gao Chang also thought that it would be best if they could develop some potential.
Thank you. Wang Xinrui finally agreed.
Soon, Gao Chang drove away in a BMW with Wang Xinrui, and Lin Xiao and the others fell behind a little.
Half an hour later,
Lin Xiao and Yu Bing sent Gao Chang along to East Street. As soon as they reached the intersection, the three saw Gao Chang's car parked on the side of the road, with 7 or 8 people surrounding the car.
What's wrong? The three of them frowned.
Lin Xiao stepped on the accelerator hard, and the G-Class accelerated and came directly to the front. After the car stopped, Lin Xiao opened the door and jumped out. His face was as gloomy as water, and he walked a few steps to the front of the BMW. With a casual glance, the situation on the scene immediately appears before your eyes. The front of the brand new BMW X5 had been knocked and deformed. Gao Chang covered his arms and leaned against the side of the car, with a trace of pain on his face. And those 7 or 8 people were looking at him jokingly at this moment. Among them, the one closest to Gao Chang was a yellow-haired man wearing a big gold chain and holding a Shui family cigarette in his mouth, looking very unruly.
Xianzi, you know how to play. Ha ha.
Not only did he send my brother to jail, but he also turned around and asked for an X5.
I'm afraid this matter today won't go over well.
The yellow-haired man was none other than Chen Wei, Chen Ya's brother.
Gao Chang didn't say anything, his eyes were cold.
Now, he just hoped that Lin Xiao and the others would not come back, otherwise, something bad would definitely happen. However, before he could finish his thought, a voice rang out.
That's right, Chen Wei, we can't get over this today.
It's Lin Xiao.
Seeing the scene, Lin Xiao became immediately angry.
Gao Chang was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and there was a high bulge on his arm. With his experience as a master in traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Xiao initially judged that it was at least a bone fracture.
Everyone turned and looked in the direction of the sound. Brother Xiao, let's go.
Gao Chang's face changed and he shouted loudly.
However, at this moment, Chen Wei grinned. Go? Can we go?
Lin Xiao, you're not bad, you're quite courageous.
There are so many of us, aren't you afraid? How dare you come up here? Lin Xiao walked towards Gao Chang with a calm look. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of my fear? You overestimate yourself. Legend value plus 130.
The system prompts are scrolling, and the legendary value increase has started a new round of acceleration.
Wow. That's crazy.
You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers.
You haven't even graduated from college yet, and you are already so arrogant? Ha ha. As a neighbor, I will teach you today what society means. Chen Wei sneered.
Lin Xiao's arrogance really made him unhappy. As he spoke, he winked at a man holding a wooden stick. The man understood and without any further ado, he smashed the wooden stick in his hand directly towards Lin Xiao.
Call. There was a whistling sound in the air, and the scene was horrifying. Lin Xiao. Xiaozi.
In the distance, Yu Bing and Gao Changlong exclaimed.
Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang's eyes were bloodshot and he let out a loud roar, and his burly figure was about to rush forward.
But, how can he be as fast as a stick?
As he moved, his eyes were already less than 10 centimeters away from Lin Xiao's shoulder.
Gao Chang's eyes rushed forward, angry to the extreme. But, there is no way. He.
Chen Wei smiled jokingly, his eyes full of disdain. The others also looked at Lin Xiao with disdain at this moment. But soon, their eyes widened in disbelief. Because, the wooden stick that was falling madly suddenly stopped at this moment. I saw a slender hand gently supporting it. The owner of the palm was the target of the wooden stick, Lin Xiao.
Didn't you eat? You're not strong enough?
Lin Xiao uttered a few words softly amid the shocked gazes of everyone.
You.
The man was startled and tried to pull back the stick. However, no matter how hard he tried, the wooden stick held by Lin Xiao in one hand did not move at all.
It's still not strong enough.
Lin Xiao's voice rang out again, and to the people around him, it sounded like thunder, deafening.
The next second, he pulled gently. Ah!
Before the man had time to think, he was pulled in front of Lin Xiao. Then, a foot suddenly stomped into the air and attacked.
Bang!
With a dull thud, he arched his body and flew backwards in the air. The scene seemed to be frozen, and everyone was stunned on the spot.
That's a person weighing over 100 pounds. Chapter 40 The Power of Tai Chi. Bang!
5 meters away, the gangster fell heavily to the ground, then slid a long distance before stopping weakly. He raised his hand and gestured towards Lin Xiao from a distance, but no sound came out.
Legend value plus 666. A message suddenly scrolled up on the system page. What? How the hell is this possible? Chen Wei's scalp exploded. That's over 100 pounds, and how can it be kicked that far? This is a joke. Brother Xiao, is this so fierce? Gao Chang also stood there in a daze. He is so awesome.
Yu Bing covered her mouth, and most of the frost on her face melted away.
It was really too horrifying.
Compared to in the gym, Lin Xiao's performance this time was even more terrifying. At this moment, Yu Bing couldn't help but feel sad for Song Gaofei and Yang Yuchen. They actually dared to challenge Lin Xiao. To be honest, judging from the situation now, I don't know how much water Lin Xiao released that day.
I'm afraid we can just say that he released it into the sea. Otherwise, the two of them would have been kicked to death. Nothing is impossible. I told you, we can't get over this today.
Lin Zhao's faint voice spread at this moment.
Grass.
Chen Wei cursed angrily, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted directly, "Fuck him."
He is a small gangster, and doesn't he rely on his ruthlessness to make his way in life?
Lin shouted frighten him, but that was all. As a typical gangster, he couldn't stand anyone being more arrogant than him. Similarly, the thugs under his command are of the same character as him. After hearing Chen Wei's words, a group of gangsters took action. Including Chen Wei, a total of 7 people, they swarmed towards Lin Zhao. They all had weapons in their hands, and without regard for the consequences, they attacked Lin Zhao's head, chest, and other vital parts directly.
Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang shouted again, worried to the extreme. But soon, Gao Chang was stunned. He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. It seemed that the sticks that were heading towards Lin Zhao were controlled by him and slowly avoided him.
Moreover, even if it hit him, it would actually slide gently to the side of his body.
And those thugs were even more horrified. They looked at the target that had clearly been hit, but they didn't feel like they had hit a solid entity at all.
It's magical. In just a flash, all the attacks of everyone failed. Is this Tai Chi? It's really useful.
Lin Zhao was also secretly shocked at this time, and he had a deep understanding of Chinese martial arts. His Tai Chi is not comparable to Teacher Ma's, this is real Kung Fu. Just now, he used soft power to relieve the force. All the attack force was directed directly to his feet. If there was a magnifying glass, one would definitely be able to see that when those attacks landed on him, the ground beneath his feet was shaken up by a layer of dust that was invisible to the naked eye.
Next, try to be strong.
Lin Zhao curled the corners of his mouth. Tai Chi is the combination of hardness and softness. He raised his hands casually and slapped them to the side casually under the puzzled gazes of the gangsters. The speed is very slow, moving forward slowly.
Bang! However, when he slapped a gangster, Lin Zhao's palm shook violently and became powerful and strong. Ah!
The gangster screamed and flew backwards. A moment later, he was hit hard several meters away.
He felt tearing pain all over his body and couldn't even get up. Good. Lin Zhao was very satisfied with the effect. Grass. Didn't you eat? Kill him. Dry.
The eyes of the gangsters turned red. Subsequently, the intensity of the greetings was intensified.
Unfortunately, it's still useless.
Lin Zhao stepped on the lotus, dodged and moved flexibly, dispelling all attacks.
He then used Tai Chi strength and Bajiquan alternately. Bang, bang, bang.
With Gao Chang's eyes almost popping out of their sockets, Chen Wei and a group of other thugs were all blown away in less than 20 seconds. Among them is Chen Wei, the gang leader.
Bang!
Lin Zhao raised his foot and stepped on Chen Wei's face, pressing Chen Wei's face hard on the asphalt road, causing direct scratches on the surface of the skin.
This matter cannot be resolved, I said.
Lin Zhao lowered his head and spoke in a cold voice. Chen Wei trembled all over, but there was still a defiant light in his eyes. Lin Zhao, don't be complacent. If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, I will make sure you can't stay in this East Street anymore. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and Chen Wei is such a person. Lin Zhao frowned deeply. To be honest, he really had no way to deal with Chen Wei.
You said kill him? It seems unrealistic.
You say you should call the police, but these people are all old hands in the cell.
They have been in there for a few days and keep coming out. It's still troublesome.
Lin Zhao had a headache for a moment.
What? You don't dare?
Chen Wei sneered. Lin Zhao, you are quite capable, but let me tell you, I am with Brother Kun. If you touch me today, you will have a grudge against Brother Kun, and Brother Kun will not let you off easily.
Don't just talk about East Street. There's nothing in the entire East District that Brother Kun can't protect. Do you understand?
If you know what's best for you, take your feet away now, kneel down, and apologize to me.
Maybe I'll be happy and forgive you.
Lin Zhao's eyes turned slightly cold. I couldn't do anything to you originally, but now, you have given me an idea.
Chen Wei was startled, then sneered. Haha, Lin Zhao, are you kidding me? Crack.
However, at this moment, Lin Zhao exerted force with his feet, and a sound of dislocated bones was heard, and Chen Wei's chin hit the ground directly.
Woo woo. Li and Shiwo. Hong Lang.
He was cursing, but unfortunately his jaw was removed and his words were inaudible.
You talk too much.
Lin Zhao's voice sounded faintly, and then he bent over and picked up a gangster. Under Chen Wei's incredible gaze, Lin Zhao spoke faintly.
Go, let Zhou Kuan come to see me, otherwise, they won't be able to go back today. Ahem. The little thug's eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. You asked Brother Kuan to come see you? No. Lin Zhao asked back calmly. What do you want to do? The gangster was a little shocked. At this moment, the pain in his body didn't seem so severe. Of course, step on him, just like Chen Wei. By the way, let him restrain Chen Wei and don't bother me. Lin Zhao's words made the gangster and Chen Wei confused. This is fucking crazy, how dare you say such things in the East District? That's Zhou Kuan, Brother Kuan from Louis Bar, a person many people have to give respect to. You are a college student, are you looking for death? Chapter 41, able to kill hundreds of people. Are you looking for death? The gangster who was being held by Lin Zhao murmured unconsciously. Lin Zhao frowned and threw the gangster out without hesitation. Bang! The gangster fell not far away, and the powerful impact made him slide several meters along the ground. After he stopped, he fainted. Can you speak? Lin Zhao spat in annoyance, then bowed again and mentioned another gangster. Did you hear what I just said? Listen, I heard it. The gangster nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He had witnessed the miserable plight of his companions with his own eyes, and he didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Lin Zhao asked again. No need. I'll go back right away and inform Brother Kuan. The punk answered quickly. Good. Lin Zhao finally nodded in satisfaction, put him on the ground, and patted his shoulder. Hurry up. Yes. The gangster turned around, his body slightly hunched, and he limped away, holding his stomach which was still in great pain. Woo-woo. On the ground, Chen Wei was saying something incoherently. Lin Zhao was too lazy to pay attention and walked straight to Gao Chang. Brother Xiao. Cao Chang's eyes were extremely complicated. At this moment, Lin Zhao seemed to be completely beyond his understanding. He didn't know why Lin Zhao had changed so much. What? I'm still your brother. Lin Zhao keenly perceived Gao Chang's thoughts and said something in a bad mood. He. Gao Chang smiled somewhat awkwardly. Lin Zhao was too lazy to say more. He reached out and gently touched Gao Chang's arm, pressing it to feel it. Gao Chang grimaced in pain, but ultimately endured it and said nothing. It's okay, it's just a bone fracture, it's not a big problem, it will heal in a few days after bandaging it. Lin Zhao murmured and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao, I'm fine, it's just the car. Gao Chang looked at the car with some heartache. This was a brand new BMW X5 that he had just purchased, and the total cost was more than 800,000 yuan. As long as the people are okay, don't worry about the car, just fix it. Lin Zhao patted Gao Chang on the shoulder. After a long time, Gao Chang finally nodded and stopped hesitating. Fortunately, Wang Xinruwei had been sent back to the agency by Gao Chang earlier, otherwise, no one knows what would have happened before Lin Zhao arrived. At the intersection of East Street, a group of hooligans attracted attention. However, when the neighbors saw that the person lying on the ground was Chen Wei, they immediately turned around and went home. It is obvious how bad Chen Wei's reputation is in East Street. Wherever he is, nothing good will happen. Neighbors are ordinary people. They just want to live a peaceful life and don't want to be involved in unnecessary things. Therefore, no one even called the police, and everyone acted as if it was none of their business. Louis Bar is open 24 hours a day and never closes. The gangster who rushed back from East Street stumbled into the deepest part of the bar. Brother Kuan. I want to see Brother Kuan. At the door of an office, the gangster was stopped by a strong young man. What happened? The sturdy young man frowned deeply as he looked at the gangster. Yes, it's Wei Gu. Wei Gu, we have met a tough guy. Wei Gu and his men are being detained there. That person specifically asked to see Brother Kuan. The gangster said hurriedly. The sturdy young man raised his eyebrows, didn't say much, opened the door and let the gangster in. There were not many people in the office, and the gangster quickly explained everything. Oh. Zhou Kuan sat in the main seat, with a scar on his face, looking a little ferocious. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fierce light flashed in them. In this East District, is there anyone who dares not to give Zhou Kuan face? He is really brave to ask to see him. So arrogant? Ha, are you looking for death?
A feminine-looking man suddenly spoke from the side. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, shaking a glass of red wine in one hand, and holding a pretty girl in the other.
Brother Kun, how about I take someone over to take a look? The feminine man's voice sounded again. Joe Cohen looked over, but before he could say anything, a burly man walked out from behind him. Master, we must not be careless.
According to his description, the other party might be a martial artist.
The legal advisor Chow Mang is a feminine man.
He is one of the two generals under Joe Cohen. The man who spoke was naturally another general, without a name or code name, Red Wolf.
After hearing what Shi Lang said, Master Chow Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. Shi Lang, are you sure?
The probability is very high. Shi Lang answered expressionlessly, then looked at Joe Cohen. Brother Cohen, I think we can go over and take a look.
If possible, maybe we can recruit him to our side. Sitting in the main seat, Joe Cohen nodded slightly.
Then, he slowly stood up and said, Take your cubs and go take a look.
By the way, let me see how you have trained them. I will never let you down, Brother Cohen. Shi Lang is extremely confident.
Soon, several modified G-Class cars left Lewis Bar, with a total of 13 people in the cars.
Except for Joe Cohen, Shi Lang, and his advisor Chow Mang, the other 10 were all strong young men, each with a defiant look and extremely ferocious. East Street. 20 minutes had passed since the gangster left.
Lin Xiao found something and bandaged Gao Chang's arm. Yu Bing and Gao Changlong had already arrived nearby. Gao Changlong's face was full of worry, and Yu Bing also frowned deeply.
You guys go home and wait for me to come back after I've dealt with it. I can't do anything with you here.
Lin Xiao looked at the three people. Gao Chang and Gao Changlong looked at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. Yu Bing's eyes were filled with a hint of worry. Hearing this, she said, Lin Xiao, Joe Cohen is not a simple person. My grandfather has already contacted old friends and can mediate between them.
We can leave now.
Yu Bing, thank you, but I don't think it's necessary. Lin Xiao smiled. He is certainly not arrogant, but he has absolute confidence. Apart from anything else, Deshang's Bajiquan was very powerful, and he had previously acquired Deshang's Tai Chi. Lin Xiao felt that, although he could not be so exaggerated as to fight 100 against 1, he would definitely have no problem fighting dozens of people alone. If he fought without restraint and mobilized all the strength in his body, Lin Xiao even felt that he could kill hundreds of people. This is horrifying, and far beyond the scope of normal people.
Why? Yu Bing sighed, there is a very dangerous person around Joe Cohen. Forget it.
I'll stay with you. My grandfather said that as long as I tell you my identity, Joe Cohen won't dare to touch me.
At least, I can still protect you.
Lin Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but stare at Yu Bing's eyes. However, there was an unnatural look in the depths of the girl's eyes.
Chapter 42, 2-on-1, One Punch Breaks Hand Bones. Xiangzi, uncle, you go back first.
Lin Xiao urged the father and son.
But Xiaozi. Brother Xiao.
The father and son wanted to say something, but were interrupted by Lin Xiao waving his hand. Don't worry, Xiangzi, listen to me and take your uncle away. If something really happens later, it will be difficult for me to do anything if your uncle is around. Gao Chang was silent for a moment, finally gritted his teeth, nodded, and then used his good hand to support Gao Changlong as he left. Finally, at the intersection of East Street, only a group of gangsters, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing, were left. Yu Bing just stood quietly beside Lin Xiao, without any extra words, but very firm. Lin Xiao glanced at the system panel and saw that the legendary value had reached 180,000.
It will be 200,000 soon.
I have 20 consecutive high-level draws.
I wonder what good things they can give me.
Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the roar of car engines was heard, and several modified G-Class cars were seen driving towards this side. After seeing these cars, the gangsters lying on the ground finally looked better. They struggled to sit up and looked at the cars respectfully.
Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, there's a ding inside. Shen Wei still spoke incoherently. Bang!
Lin Xiao glanced at him and kicked him so hard that he slid several meters away. Then he lay on the ground and rolled his eyes.
Sizzle.
With the sound of harsh brakes, several G-Class cars stopped at the intersection of East Street. At this time, it was gradually getting dark, there were no pedestrians at the street corner, and every household in the surrounding area had already locked their doors and windows.
Crash!
The door of the G-Class opened and a group of 13 people got out.
Zhou Kuan, Qi Lang, and his advisor Chao Mang walked in the front, and the other 10 strong young men followed closely.
Standing at the intersection, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xiao and Yu Bing.
Interesting. Zhou Kuan spoke first.
When he came, he had anticipated Lin Xiao's age, but he didn't expect him to be younger than he imagined. Then, he looked at Yu Bing again. The little princess of the Yu family is very beautiful.
Yu Bing didn't say anything.
At this time, Zhou Kuan looked at Lin Xiao again. When I came here, someone called to plead for you.
But I refused. This is the East District. You hurt my people and threatened to see me. If you don't leave something behind, I, Zhou Kuan, will not be able to survive in the future. I know you are a martial artist, but if you cause trouble in the East District, or if you cause trouble to me, Zhou Kuan, you won't get any benefits. Zhou Kuan's condescending attitude corrupted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned. Are you so confident? He. Beside Zhou Kuan, Chao Mang, the master of the law, showed an inexplicable smile on his face. Boy, don't you know how famous Brother Kuan is? Do you know that you have exposed the truth now? Have no idea.
Lin Xiao shrugged.
He could tell that the people behind Zhou Kuan and the other two were not simple. After all, that physique was not something that ordinary people could possess. But to be honest, those people didn't give him that dangerous feeling. After that kind of magical power was born in his body, Lin Xiao could feel that his 5 senses had been enhanced several times. He can sense things that ordinary people cannot, and he also has a sense of crisis. His intuition became extremely sharp, and he seemed to be gradually moving away from human instinct and gaining the ability to seek benefits and avoid harm.
How courageous! Chao Mang narrowed his eyes, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and then his gaze became gloomy.
He turned his head and looked at Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan nodded lightly. A cruel smile appeared on Chao Mang's lips. He stepped forward and waved behind him.
10 strong young men immediately came out behind the 3 of them.
Lianjia, right? Have you seen them?
They are all good fighters, elites trained by the Red Wolf with a lot of resources.
Do you think you can be their opponent? 10 people stared at Lin Xiao menacingly. The teasing voice of Master Chao Mang fell into Lin Xiao's ears. A country boy like you is worthy of being called an elite?
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke.
Legend value plus 460.
At this moment, the whole place was silent.
Everyone, including Zhou Kuan, held their breath. Very arrogant.
Master Chao Mang was already filled with anger, and he instructed the 2 men.
You 2 go and break his limbs.
2 strong men came out and without any nonsense, they accelerated and rushed towards Lin Xiao. As they ran, veins bulged around their bodies, and all their muscles became tense and contracted together. It was obvious that they were mobilizing all their strength, and each subsequent attack would definitely not be simple.
Of course, that's only for ordinary people.
Lin Xiao didn't take all this seriously at all. He reached out and, for the first time, held Yu Bing's tender and smooth hand. Yu Bing was startled, her heart beating wildly. Then, a force pulled her backwards and she came directly behind Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao's not-so-broad back actually made her feel extremely at ease.
Shoo!
Just when Lin Xiao finished doing all this, 2 sounds of breaking wind were heard at the same time.
It was the 2 sturdy young men.
They attacked at the same time, and their powerful fists hit Lin Xiao directly. The distance between the 3 people was closing rapidly. Lin Xiao raised his hand and punched out twice.
You actually chose to fight head-on?
Qi Lang had been observing this side, and suddenly a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Any questions? Zhou Kuan asked.
Qi Lang didn't waste any time and explained directly, the people I lead are just like me. They practice hard skills, which is horizontal training.
We are strong in our bodies. If we confront them head-on, we will die. Oh. Zhou Kuan nodded.
At this time, Lin Xiao's fist had collided with the 2 men's fists.
Bang, bang, bang.
A dull sound was heard. However, the scene that Qi Lang and Zhou Kuan expected did not appear.
Instead, 2 click sounds were heard. Puff. Puff. Suddenly, Zhou Kuan and Qi Lang's eyes narrowed.
The arms of the 2 sturdy young men who were fighting with Lin Xiao were deformed directly, and white bones suddenly protruded from their arms.
Ah!
A moment later, screams were heard and the 2 men retreated in pain.
What?
The nearest legal advisor, Chao Mang, was startled and opened his mouth wide, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. These 2 are the elites trained by Red Wolf. It was 2 against 1, and his hand bones were broken by a single punch.
What kind of monster is this? So weak?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur at this time.
It's a good idea, let's do it together.
The red wolf suddenly shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 8 strong young men immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao. The 8 men moved extremely fast with fierce eyes and approached in an instant.
Waste of time.
But unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiao's face was full of boredom, and then he stepped into Tai Chi, and his figure became erratic.
Chapter 43. You give me a very ordinary feeling. This move. This kid is not simple.
As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not at one glance. The moment Lin Xiao took a step, Shalong's gaze suddenly focused.
Oh? Zhou Kuan narrowed his eyes.
He hadn't seen Red Wolf like this in a long time.
Humph. What's so difficult about it? Are you still afraid of him?
Master Chow Mang stepped back and snorted coldly. That incident just now really scared him, and at the same time, his heart was full of resentment towards Qilang.
Doesn't he usually brag a lot about how great the people he trains are? Now someone breaks my hand with just one punch, and that's considered powerful? If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, Chow Mang would have really wanted to mock Qilang.
Of course I'm not afraid, he's still too young.
Qilang responded calmly.
At this time, Lin Xiao had already fought with the 8 people. He did not use Bajiquan, but instead fought with Tai Chi.
He moved flexibly and with ease.
The 8 men attacked fiercely and fell on him madly. However, he dissipated the force of each blow and directed it into the ground. After one round, Lin Xiao was unharmed. The 8 people's faces changed drastically, some of them were in disbelief.
Too weak.
Then, they heard Lin Xiao's faint sarcasm. The next second, Lin Xiao moved, his hands swept across the air, and his body twisted in an extreme arc.
Boom!
At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have turned into a high-speed train. Every inch of his body carried a terrifying impact force. As soon as he approached a strong young man, the young man immediately flew backwards uncontrollably.
Well.
In the air, the young man curled up in pain. He just felt as if his whole body was torn apart and the pain was unbearable.
Bang!
After a few seconds, he fell heavily to the ground and tried to prop himself up, but he couldn't do it. One blow directly made him lose his fighting ability.
Boom, boom, boom.
At the same time, continuous roars broke out. The remaining few strong young men immediately flew out like kites with broken strings.
Is this a joke?
Master Chow Mang stared. At this moment, the arrogance in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by deep horror.
Is this the man you trained?
Zhou Kuan frowned deeply and stared at Qilang.
He is not simple.
Shalong's face was solemn, he should have entered the Ming Jin stage.
Ming Jin? Isn't that the same as you? Zhou Kuan was stunned.
Qilang shook his head, then said confidently, not as good as me, I have reached the peak of Ming Jin, I can easily suppress him.
However, this person is a rare genius.
At such a young age, he has already reached the Ming Jin level. In 10 years at most, he will have the opportunity to enter the In Jin level.
Brother Cohen, this is a talented person. If you can use him, why worry about not achieving hegemony?
Zhou Kuan's eyes suddenly lit up, but then returned to normal. Then it seems that you can try to recruit him.
If you fail to recruit him, you can kill him. If you can't use me, you will become a hindrance to me sooner or later. What's more, we are offending each other now. No problem. Qilang responded softly.
At this time, the 8 strong young men also fell down one after another, rolling in pain, and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness.
Not far away, Chen Wei was already stunned.
Lin Xiao's fighting ability really scared him a little. He knew those strong young men very well. They were the men that Brother Cohen valued very much. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Why did he have to cause trouble for Lin Xiao? Of course, what shocked him even more was where did Lin Xiao learn such skills?
At this time. Pa pa pa. Zhou Kuan clapped his hands and looked at Lin Xiao with admiration.
Little brother is quite skilled.
We can be said to have known each other for a long time. I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to listen to it, little brother. Lin Xiao paused slightly and looked at Zhou Kuan in confusion.
At this time, Zhou Kuan stretched out his hand and pointed at Qilang. My brother is called Qilang, a retired soldier king and a top international mercenary. He once wiped out the world's top mercenary team, the Silver Snakes, all by himself and with just one dagger. Silver Snakes, that is a team equipped with real guns, and every member of the team is a super soldier, and it costs millions of dollars to hire them once. But even such a team was wiped out by Red Wolf alone, which shows how terrifying he is. At that time, the two words Red Wolf even became the nightmare of the mercenary world.
What are you saying this for?
Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Cohen like a fool.
Are you trying to put pressure on him?
That's embarrassing. He has no idea about the importance of the so-called Silver Snake mercenary organization.
Zhou Cohen paused and pursed his lips. What I mean is, I invite you to follow me and work for me. Of course, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Doing things for you?
Lin Xiao raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Cohen. Zhou Cohen still had a smile on his face, but against the backdrop of the scar, his smile seemed a little hideous.
You deserve it?
Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came out.
Zhou Cohen was startled, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. Boy, do you know what you are talking about?
Master Chao Mang spoke, his eyes becoming sinister.
Nonsense.
Lin Xiao didn't give me any face at all. To put it bluntly, you are just a bunch of hooligans, not worthy of being in a decent place.
You want me to work for you, are you stupid? Haha, very good. Zhou Cohen laughed angrily. You insist on not accepting my toast and drinking the penalty wine, right? Red Wolf, I leave it to you. No need to hold back.
The Red Wolf walked forward silently, staring at Lin Xiao like a poisonous snake.
Young man, you are too crazy. Although you have entered the Ming Jin realm, do you know that there are huge differences within the Ming Jin realm? With your level, you are at most at the middle stage of Ming Jin, while I am already at the peak of Ming Jin. It is too easy for me to crush you. I advise you to follow Brother Cohen if you are smart. Otherwise, you will waste your talent. Ming Jin?
Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and slightly curious about the new term that Qi Lang said.
But this is obviously not the time to chat. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? To be honest, you give me a pretty average feeling. Humph, how shameless of you.
Qi Lang snorted coldly. Okay, if you don't want the face I give you, then kneel down and pick it up. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Lang suddenly bent over, and all the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant.
Boom! The next moment, there seemed to be an explosion around him.
It was as if a powerful force exploded in his body. The terrifying force pushed his body directly and shot towards Lin Xiao like a cannonball. The two were about 10 meters apart, but in the blink of an eye, the Red Wolf came close to Lin Xiao. Clenching his fist, Qi Lang punched out.
Chapter 44 Defeat the Red Wolf.
Veins bulged all over the Red Wolf's body, and the muscles in his arms seemed to spin in a circle, bursting out with even more powerful strength. The wind from the punch was so strong that it had already hit Lin Xiao's face.
Interesting.
It was the first time that Lin Xiao met someone as strong as Qi Lang. Although he was not as strong as himself, he was definitely a leader. Perhaps, this has something to do with what Qi Lang called the Ming Jin. Lin Xiao immediately had an idea to test it out. Lin Xiao practiced Tai Chi and faced the Red Wolf's powerful fist head-on. Raise your hand and face your fist with your palm.
Bang!
A crisp sound spread out, and the soft power of Tai Chi directly unloaded the force, pushing the Red Wolf's fist to the other side.
Red Wolf frowned.
He was practicing external skills, training his body horizontally, emphasizing strength and power. But now, when he punched out, it felt like hitting cotton. This feeling made him almost vomit blood. Of course, he is also a top mercenary in the world with rich combat experience. When his attack missed, he immediately changed his tactics and started a new round of attack. The Red Wolf has experienced hundreds of battles, both large and small, and has long since formed his own fighting style. Combining modern fighting with real kung fu, each of his moves goes straight to the vital points and can be said to be deadly. Lin Xiao responded with Tai Chi, using his soft strength to restrain the Red Wolf's ferocity. For a moment, the two men fought fiercely with unparalleled speed. In the eyes of outsiders, their figures even left a series of afterimages.
So strong.
Yu Bing's eyes were full of surprise.
This kid. Zhou Cohen and his advisor Chao Mang were equally surprised. Bang, bang, bang.
At this time, the muffled sound still exists. The words legendary value plus kept popping up on Lin Xiao's system panel. Finally, the legendary value broke through the threshold of 200,000, reaching Lin Xiao's current peak.
Boom!
Just at this time, the red wolf, unable to attack for a long time, suddenly retreated. Lin Xiao did not chase after him. He stopped where he was and looked at the red wolf indifferently.
What's going on? Didn't you say it would be okay to suppress him? Zhou Kuan spoke unhappily. Brother Kuan, it's okay. The red wolf took a deep breath and his body sank slightly. Snort. Zhou Kuan snorted in displeasure. At this moment, Lin Xiao keenly saw that the blood vessels around the red wolf seemed to be rolling, as if the blood was circulating faster, and his strength had increased greatly. What is this?
Lin Xiao was very surprised, and at the same time he realized that there seemed to be a unique system in a place he didn't know about.
For a moment, he couldn't help but feel the urge to explore.
Boy, your kung fu is very strange.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be Tai Chi, right?
I have to say, Tai Chi is really the nemesis of our horizontal training lineage.
But it doesn't matter. As long as there is absolute power, your defense is not unbreakable.
The voice of Qi Lang was heard. What he said was absolutely correct. But what he didn't know was that Lin Xiao's upper limit was much higher than he imagined, and it was simply beyond his reach.
Boom!
He took another step and rushed forward. He gathered all his strength and punched out suddenly. There was a sound of explosion in the air, as if the air was compressed to the extreme because the fist was too fast.
Forget it. I'm too lazy to play with you. Feeling this punch, Lin Xiao shook his head in disappointment.
He thought that this red wolf would allow him to estimate his own combat effectiveness.
However, the red wolf was too weak.
Even if it burst out with all its strength now, it seemed that it could not even pose the slightest threat to him. I no longer have the desire to continue playing. Lin Xiao took a step forward and threw a straight punch.
Humph. You actually gave up your soft power and are fighting me with hard power? You're just courting death.
Seeing this scene, Qi Lang could not help but snort coldly. At the same time, he felt insulted and his strength suddenly increased.
Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying force swept through.
A sneer appeared on Shalon's lips.
8 extreme collapse.
At this moment, Lin Xiao shouted in his heart, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted. Not only that, Lin Xiao also mobilized a bit of the magical power in his body and poured it into his fist.
Boom!
There was a loud bang next to the red wolf's ears, and it seemed that a huge mountain was collapsing before his eyes. A terrifying force that shook the world suddenly erupted from his fist, causing his heart to suddenly tighten.
You are not strong. Puff!
The red wolf screamed suddenly, then opened his mouth and spurted out a large mouthful of blood.
Dark power, you are a dark power master, how?
Shalong's eyes widened, his pupils shrank into needles, and his voice stuttered. Before the sound was fully transmitted, the terrifying force had already erupted. The red wolf's body flew up uncontrollably, and then suddenly flew backwards.
Puff!
While in the air, a large amount of blood spurted out and turned into a cloud of blood mist.
Zhou Kuan and his advisor Chao Mang were stunned.
They have been friends with the red wolf for decades, but this is the first time they have seen the red wolf in such a miserable state.
In the past, the red wolf was invincible in their eyes, but now, he was so miserable?
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would even have thought they were dreaming.
Bang!
Finally, the red wolf fell to the ground and slid more than 10 meters before it stopped.
Ahem!
He started coughing violently, propped himself up with difficulty, half knelt in the distance, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Lin Xiao with a look full of shock.
Is this still a human?
Yu Bing covered her red lips slightly, her face full of surprise. Lin Xiao was really shocking her more and more. At this moment, Lin Xiao became more and more mysterious in her heart.
She couldn't help but want to explore what secrets this person was hiding. Pa!
When everyone was horrified, Lin Xiao clapped his hands together and brushed away the non-existent dust. Then he walked towards Zhou Kuan, looking directly at the so-called big boss of the East District.
What are you doing? Get back! Master Chao Mang opened his mouth suddenly.
It was obvious that he had long been accustomed to being superior and had not yet figured out the situation.
Bang!
Lin Xiao glanced at him indifferently, then raised his hand and slapped him.
Ah!
Chao Mang was blown away like a kite with a broken string, his gold-rimmed glasses shattered and he flew far away. Lin Xiao stepped forward and stood in front of Zhou Kuan, looking at him indifferently.
Zhou Kuan was very tough, worthy of being a big boss. Although he was very panicked, he still looked at Lin Xiao without any fear.
Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. I called you here just to talk to you and ask your people not to harass my relatives.
Impossible.
Zhou Kuan shook his head directly. You and I have become enemies, and the situation is already a fight to the death.
Chapter 45 Psychological Game. It must be said that Zhou Kuan is indeed a big shot.
He showed all the qualities a big boss should have. Although he was clearly at a disadvantage, he still remained very tough. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly.
This is what it means to refuse a toast and then drink the wine for punishment. You want to save yourself? This is totally impossible. Raise your hand. Swish.
A residual image passed through the air, and Lin Xiao slapped Zhou Kuan directly in the face.
Bang.
A crisp sound was heard, and Zhou Kuan's entire body was blown sideways toward the ground.
Bang.
As it came into close contact with the ground, Zhou Kuan's brain began to buzz and everything went dark before his eyes. Lin Xiao raised his foot and stepped down on Zhou Kuan's big face, just like he had stepped on Chen Wei before.
You are so tough. You want to fight to the death? Fine, then fight to the death. Zhou Kuan is used to being a big boss. Does he really think that everyone will spoil him?
Lin Xiao has the system to back him up. Sooner or later he will rule the world.
Do we still need to pamper him?
To Lin Xiao, people like Zhou Kuan will sooner or later become small characters who will be stepped on.
He really did that? Chen Wei was completely confused.
Lin Xiao said at the beginning that he would let Zhou Kuan come to see him, and then step on Zhou Kuan just like he stepped on Chen Wei. At that time, Chen Wei thought Lin Xiao was dead. But now, Lin Xiao actually did it.
Chen Wei almost passed out. This completely overturned his worldview, okay? Legend value plus 999. Legend value plus 777.
At this time, the legendary value on Lin Xiao's system panel was also rising wildly, reaching 210,000 in the blink of an eye.
Zhou Kuan,
the real boss of the East District, no one had ever thought that one day he would be stepped on like this. The person who stepped on him was just a college student. Qi Lang and his advisor Chao Mang were both stunned, their eyes filled with extremely complicated expressions.
There was a gleam of light in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes.
Her heart was also filled with shock.
That was Zhou Kuan. Although she didn't know him very well, she knew how powerful Zhou Kuan was in the East District.
That person didn't even give face to her grandfather Yu Menghua, but now, he was trampled under Lin Xiao's feet. Perhaps, he is really the one who showed up on purpose to help my Yu family break the impasse. Yu Bing murmured in her heart, not knowing what she was thinking about, and two blushes appeared on her pretty face.
You're looking for death.
Zhou Kuan came back to his senses from the dizziness and felt a stinging pain on his face.
He felt unwell all over.
He had never been insulted like this in his life.
You said that we should fight to the death, and I just did what you said. Lin Xiao's voice fell into Zhou Kuan's ears.
At this moment, even Zhou Kuan had to admire Lin Xiao for being so decisive when facing him. But deep down in Zhou Kuan's heart, there was more boundless anger surging.
Boy, this is the East District, where I, Zhou Kuan, was born and raised.
You have no idea of my power here.
It's a fight to the death. Very good. If you have the guts, kill me, Zhou Kuan, today.
Otherwise, not only in the East District, but in the entire Anqing, you and your family will not be able to live in peace. The arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones.
Zhou Kuan is a gangster who doesn't care about his life and never considers the consequences. Bang!
Lin Xiao kicked out with great force, and the violent force directly kicked Zhou Kuan, causing him to roll out and hit his master Chao Mang.
Ah! Chao Mang was knocked flying backwards. Ahem!
Zhou Kuan stopped, trying hard not to fall to the ground, and started coughing violently. There was a tearing pain around him, but he remained strong.
Oh! Don't you dare to kill? You are worried, right?
If you kill me, you can't get away, but if I let someone kill you or your family at any time, you can't do anything to me.
Zhou Kuan sneered and provoked Lin Xiao madly. Call. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly.
He took a few steps forward and looked down at Zhou Kuan, who was full of defiant look. That hideous scar was extremely eye-catching.
Bang!
Raising his foot, Lin Xiao stepped on Zhou Kuan again.
You reminded me, since we are going to fight to the death, and since you want to attack my family, why can't I attack your family?
Today, everyone in your family will die with you. Lin Xiao's voice was calm, but his words made Zhou Kuan's pupils shrink suddenly.
At this time, Lin Xiao looked at Yu Bing. Yu Bing, the Yu family should be able to find the whereabouts of his family, right? Zhou Kuan shuddered all over. He had just forgotten the existence of the Yu family, and at this moment he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. On this side, Yu Bing nodded slightly, and Lin Xiao showed a bright smile on his face. Bang! He stomped on him again, and Zhou Kuan's head hit the ground, making him dizzy. Are you going to fight to the death? I will slaughter your entire family and immediately go deep into the mountains. No one will be able to find me. Lin Xiao's faint voice, like a heavy hammer, hit Zhou Kuan's heart hard. Brother Kuan. At this time, Xilang suddenly said, he is a master of dark energy. Ordinary pistols can hardly hurt him without his advanced prediction. Ahem. Puff. Shilang's voice was filled with fear, but before he could finish his words, he started coughing violently and spit out a large mouthful of blood due to his injuries. What? Zhou Kuan felt dizzy and was immediately shocked when he heard this. At this moment, his so-called dignity as a big boss collapsed in the face of the terrifying strength of his family and Lin Xiao. Wait, cough. I give up. Zhou Kuan suddenly spoke, and the subject completely changed. Oh? Say it again. Lin Xiao curled the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but glance at Xilang. He now understood that the mysterious power in his body might be what Xilang called the dark energy. He didn't know how much of a shock this hidden force had given to the Red Wolf. I, Zhou Kuan, admit defeat. At this time, Zhou Kuan spoke again, enunciating each word. Lin Xiao stepped on him for a few more seconds, then slowly moved his foot away. Please keep your promise. Otherwise, just like you said, unless you kill me, you and your family will never live in peace. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Yu Bing. This is essentially a psychological game with the underworld boss. If Lin Xiao were asked to really kill someone, unless the person was an unforgivable criminal, he really wouldn't be able to do it. But if the situation really comes to a life and death situation, Lin Xiao will naturally not show mercy. Let's go. Lin Xiao reached out and pulled Yu Bing away. Is he really that scary? After Lin Xiao walked away, Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth and looked at Xilang. Xilang said nothing and pulled open his clothes. Zhou Kuan looked up and his pupils shrank into needle shapes. The Red Wolf's chest was completely collapsed, and no one knew how many ribs were broken. His injuries were extremely serious. If he was not an expert in horizontal training, he would be dead by now. I estimate, this is at most about 40% of his strength. At this moment, Shilang's voice raised Zhou Kuan's shock to another level. Chapter 46 Bugatti, Sound of the Night. 40% strength? This is so strong? Zhou Kuan's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Shilang's words really shocked him. He knew the fighting power of the Red Wolf better than anyone else. The Red Wolf is strong, and that strength lies in his body. Even if an ordinary knife scratches his skin, it can only leave a white mark. But even with such a strong body, he suffered such serious injuries at the hands of Lin Xiao's 40% strength. Zhou Kuan couldn't help but be shocked. The horror of dark energy is beyond the comprehension of mortals. Xilang smiled bitterly, coughed twice, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Just now, he used the secret method of horizontal training, and his qi and blood were circulating wildly to strengthen himself, but unfortunately he was defeated and seriously injured in an instant. He was filled with infinite yearning for dark energy, but that required supreme talent, and he didn't know if he could achieve it in this lifetime. Why? At this moment, Xilang couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. Lin Xiao is such a person, but they had actually thought about recruiting him before. With such an existence, everything they want is within their reach. What do they count for in the eyes of others? Zhou Kuan also pursed his lips at this time. Obviously, he also saw what Xilang was thinking. Unfortunately, he had nothing to say. After a long time, Zhou Kuan and his group left the intersection of East Street. Only at this time did some neighbors open the door and come out, each of them with an expression of incredible shock on their face. Things are going to change. Zhou Kuan was actually being taught a lesson. Not only that, judging from Zhou Kuan's expression, he doesn't even have the thought of revenge. The neighbors were extremely shocked, but it was dark and they were so afraid of Zhou Kuan that they didn't dare to pay any attention to this side. They didn't even know who the person who educated Zhou Kuan was. Legend value plus 165. Legend value plus 199. At this time, Lin Xiao had already brought Yu Bing into his own old neighborhood.
The message on the system panel was scrolling, and the legendary value reached 220,000.
Of course, the most eye-catching one is the news. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, stepping on the East District boss, and getting a rare level lottery chance +1.
Oh! There is such a good thing.
Lin Xiao became very excited.
It's rare.
The previous rare level lottery directly obtained future news. That is news worth billions.
I wonder what I can get this time.
Lin Xiao couldn't help wanting to draw the lottery, but he had already arrived at Gao Chang's house. Gao Chang had been pacing anxiously at the door of his house until he saw Lin Xiao and Yu Bing, then he breathed a sigh of relief.
Brother Xiao. Gao Chang rushed forward and came close quickly. Brother Xiao, are you okay? Where are those people? It's okay, it's been resolved.
Lin Xiao temporarily closed the system panel and patted Gao Chang on the shoulder.
Call.
Gao Chang let out a breath slowly, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart.
Brother Xiao, have you seen Zhou Kuan? Many people in the East District knew how terrifying Zhou Kuan was. Gao Chang was very curious about how Lin Xiao dealt with Zhou Kuan. I saw it.
Lin Xiao nodded gently, but did not explain. Xiangzi, I will tell you slowly later.
It's getting late now. We have to go back.
Bandage your hand nearby and come to me tomorrow and I will treat you. Also, don't forget to bring your cousin here tomorrow. By the way, call Wang Xinrui for the car. Lin Xiao explained one by one.
Okay, Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, slow down. Xiaozi, slow down.
Gao Chang and his son saw them off. Lin Xiao waved to them and left the East District with Yu Bing.
20 minutes later, Lin Xiao returned to Peach Blossom Spring number 1. You live here?
Looking at the luxurious villa number 1, Yu Bing couldn't help but frowning slightly. According to the information found by the Yu family, Lin Xiao seems to have been living in the school dormitory. She was shocked by the identity recognition when she entered the door. She didn't expect that Lin Xiao would come directly to villa number 1.
She knew about Teo Weiyuan.
The closer to the front of the house, the more expensive the villas were. This villa was probably worth no less than 100 million.
Dear Mr. Lin, welcome home.
Before Lin Xiao could answer, the villa's smart butler had already given the answer.
I just moved in too. Lin Xiao responded with a smile and invited, come in and sit down? Yu Bing shook her head, let's do it another day. My mother sent me a lot of messages. I have to go back. I don't know what to do. Good.
Lin Xiao did not try to persuade him to stay, be careful on the road.
Yu Bing climbed onto the G-Class and left quickly.
Lin Xiao watched them leave and then entered the villa. It was already late, and Lin Xiao did not go to the hospital, but just made a video call with Qi Yan. Tomorrow I will be treating my uncle's injuries, so I'll list some of the things I need to buy first. Lin Xiao is now a master of traditional Chinese medicine after all, but unfortunately he has no medical equipment. He directly took out a piece of A4 paper and began to list some necessary Chinese medicine tools, planning to buy them tomorrow. It took Lin Xiao a full hour to finish the list and check it. After finding no problems, Lin Xiao put away the paper and pen.
Almost there. System, open the panel.
Lin Xiao murmured, and the system panel appeared out of thin air in front of him.
Use the rare level draw first, then the advanced level draw.
Lin Xiao made the decision and quickly issued a command with his mind, and the number of rare level draws was directly reset to 0.
As Lin Xiao was full of anticipation, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations, you have won the top supercar worth 130 million yuan, Bugatti Noir.
Oh my god.
Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. There is information about the location of the voice of the night in the garage, and also the storage location of all the necessary documents. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and he directly took out the car keys from the system space.
The high-tech car key is like an infinitely compressed supercar.
The quantum touchscreen has an extraordinary texture and runs smoothly with a light tap. A car is definitely the most powerful weapon that can arouse a man's primitive ambitions. At this moment, Lin Xiao temporarily suppressed the idea of pumping 20 times in a row, and directly opened the door and went towards the underground garage. Soon, in the bright underground garage, a cool supercar that was as black as ink but emitting dazzling black light came into view. The streamlined body of the car looks like a wild beast crouching on the ground.
Lin Xiao tapped the unlock button.
Buzz. The voice of the night roared directly, and the lights all over its body flashed, as if welcoming the arrival of its owner. When Lin Xiao came closer, it immediately opened the car door automatically like a respectful servant.
Awesome!
Lin Xiao didn't know what words to use to describe this car, it was really cool to the extreme. I quickly sat on it and felt everything about it carefully. Chapter 47, 23 consecutive draws, crazy shipments.
It's too late. Let's test drive it tomorrow.
Lin Xiao drove the Bugatti Noir around the garage for 2 laps at random, then suppressed the urge to go out for a spin, locked the car door, and left the underground garage. However, the supercar that suddenly appeared in the underground garage still attracted countless people's attention. Those who could live in Peach Blossom Land were naturally of high status, and many people recognized the voice of the night at first sight. Soon, a large number of photos were uploaded to the internet, and posts began to become hotly discussed.
Fuck, Bugatti Noir, a supercar worth 130 million, appeared in Anchang. Who is this hidden boss?
The voice of the night, Peach Blossom Land, this is the underground garage of Peach Blossom Land, the boss is in Peach Blossom Land.
Damn, Peach Blossom Spring? Is that a place that poor people like us can enter? Damn, we can only see if we are lucky enough to see it on the main road in the future. The internet was in an uproar.
Lin Xiao's legendary value was rising slightly, but he didn't care too much.
Back in Villa Number 1, Lin Xiao opened the system panel again.
The legendary value has increased to 230,000. System, Advanced Lottery, 23 consecutive draws. Congratulations, money plus 10W. Congratulations, money plus 10W. Congratulations, money plus 10W. Faced with a series of non-African Americans, Lin Xiao curled his lips, indicating that he was completely used to it. Congratulations, money plus 300W.
Finally, a prompt sound different from the previous ones made Lin Xiao's eyes light up.
But then, there was another series of plus 10W prompt sounds. Lin Xiao couldn't help but opened his mouth and yawned, but suddenly, he couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, the system seemed to be energized and started shipping products continuously.
Congratulations, you have won the blue diamond necklace worth 30 million, Angel's Tears. Congratulations, you have won the blue diamond watch worth 20 million, Angel's Heart.
Congratulations, you have won the blue diamond crown, the Angel's Crown, which is worth 50 million.
3 things, worth 100 million? After a long while, Lin Xiao finally closed his mouth, still not suitable for a suit?
His mind moved slightly, and he immediately sank into the system space. Soon he saw 3 magnificent blue diamond jewelry in the system space. But before he could appreciate it carefully, the system was shipped again. Congratulations, you have obtained the formula of Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream. This time, no items appeared in the system space, but a large amount of information flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream is a secret ointment developed by the king of medicine who spent his entire life researching. It has miraculous effects in removing dead tissue and regenerating new skin. Hiss. This has gone beyond the scope of ordinary medicine, right? There is a lot of information introduced, but generally speaking, the efficacy of this Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream has surpassed any other medicine for external injuries on the market. If we can put it on the market, wouldn't that be a miracle? Lin Xiao murmured and studied the materials carefully. He found that they were all some precious Chinese medicinal materials, but it didn't matter because they could all be bought on the market. Even with just this thing, you can live a life of luxury. No, even Fukuzawa Judai can do it. Lin Xiao sighed, and at the same time included the purchase of medicinal materials for the Black Jade Skin Regenerating Ointment in tomorrow's schedule. It just so happens that this Black Jade Skin Regenerating Ointment has a miraculous effect on my cousin Gao Changlong's leg injury. It is like a pillow given to you when you are sleepy. Congratulations, you have acquired 70% of the shares of Jinxiu Tianxia Real Estate. The system prompt sound continued to ring in my mind. System, did you draw today? Lin Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't know whether he was lucky or there was a bug in the system today. Anyway, there are really too many of these goods. He knew Jinxiu Tianxia, this real estate company, it had just been opened and had only developed a small real estate project. The company's market value has not even exceeded 100 million, so its 70% shares are only worth tens of millions. If you want to know why Lin Xiao knows so much, we have to go back to the time before Qi Yan got sick. Qi Yan happened to start working at this company when it first opened, and is considered one of the first batch of employees. Originally, Qi Yan was on the verge of a promotion and a raise in salary, but unfortunately she was diagnosed with cancer and had no choice but to resign.
Just right.
When Mom is discharged from the hospital, I will give her the shares and let her become the chairman.
She will rise from the grassroots to the top in one step.
Lin Xiao laughed. He could even imagine Qi Yan's shocked expression after becoming the chairman.
Time passed quickly, and the 23 consecutive draws finally ended.
I don't know if it's because of Lin Xiao's complaints, but after the shares of Jinzhou Tianxia, nothing else has appeared. All of them are guaranteed to be worth 100,000. Of course, Lin Xiao was also very satisfied. This time, he drew 23 times in a row and got something very valuable. Especially the formula of the black jade skin regenerating cream. If it were put on the market, it would definitely be able to make a lot of money in a short period of time. Lin Xiao took a look at the bank deposit text message. Now this amount of money could hardly allow him to make too much fluctuation. After all, he is a man who spends 100 million without any hesitation. And that 100 million can immediately become 1 billion in just 10 days. To Lin Xiao now, money is really just a number. And all this happened in just 3 days, from the time the system was acquired. Not to mention others, even Lin Xiao himself felt like he was dreaming at this moment. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Xiao recalled everything that happened in the past 3 days and gradually fell asleep. At the same time, an unpleasant incident was happening in the Yu family mansion. As soon as Yu Bing returned home, she was called to the meeting hall.
Old man Yu Mengwa was not there, only Yu Bing's parents and Yu Bing's second uncle were there.
The three of them had extremely heavy expressions on their faces as they looked at Yu Bing quietly.
Yu Bing's father is Yu Sungwen, and his second uncle is Yu Sungwu. They are the current top 2 leaders of the Yu family.
Of course, the power of the Yu family, or the power of the world, is still in the hands of Yu Mengwa.
Yu Bing's mother is Qin Feng.
The Qin family is considered a big family in Ansheng. Although not as powerful as the Yu family and the Sihai group, it also has very strong means.
Dad, Mom, second uncle.
When Yu Bing saw the expressions of the 3 people, she knew that something big must have happened. And this matter must be related to me.
A bad premonition was spreading in Yu Bing's heart.
The 3 of them nodded at Yu Bing, but his parents didn't say anything.
Instead, it was Yu Bing's second uncle who stepped forward and spoke. Bing, what do you think about marrying Li Shang? Yu Sungwu asked directly without any euphemism.
Yu Bing raised her eyebrows and said, "Second uncle, I've said before that I won't marry Li Shang.
Let him give up on this idea. Besides, my parents didn't agree."
Yu Bing looked at Yu Sungwen and Qin Feng. However, at this moment, the 2 of them shook their heads helplessly.
Yu Bing's heart skipped a beat. Mom and Dad, Yu
Sungwu curled the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly.
Chapter 48, Crisis of the 4 Seas.
Bing, your mother and I have changed our minds. Yu Sungwen looked at Yu Bing with some distress and spoke softly. Qin Feng also nodded slowly. Bing, maybe Li Shang is also a good choice.
Boom!
There was a sudden explosion in Yu Bing's mind, and her brain seemed to go blank in that instant. She looked at her parents in disbelief.
Dad, Mom. Don't you know Li Shang's character? Didn't you say you wouldn't let me become a tool of the group?
Yu Sungwen and Qin Feng felt heartbroken when they saw Yu Bing's appearance, but they shook their heads helplessly, not knowing what to say. At this time, Yu Bing's second uncle Yu Sungwu said, Bing, don't be willful anymore. You were born in the Yu family, and you are the apple of the eye of the Sihai group. As soon as you were born, you shouldered the mission of making the group and the Yu family glorious.
No, I don't need it. This is what you forced upon me. Yu Bing turned around and spoke angrily.
Yu Sungwu shook his head. Even if we force it on you, you have to accept it.
After all, your last name is Yu. Snort.
Yu Sungwu suddenly snorted coldly. It's best to cut off contact with the guy you've been in contact with these days. He is a toad wanting to eat swan meat.
Who does he think he is?
The person Yu Sungwu was talking about was naturally Lin Xiao.
Second uncle, you are not allowed to say that about Lin Xiao. He is my friend.
Yu Bing raised her voice.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
There's no point in saying this now.
Li Shang is in your school. Now, go and see him immediately.
Yu Sungwu seemed not to want to dwell on Lin Xiao's topic and directly changed it to another one.
No.
Yu Bing's face was cold as he uttered 2 words. Yu Sungwu didn't say anything, but just looked at Yu Sungwen and Qin Feng.
The 2 looked at each other. Qin Feng walked forward and took Yu Bing's hand.
Bing Bing, go ahead, just consider it as helping us once. The share price of Sihai Pharmaceutical is falling wildly and has already hit the daily limit for consecutive days.
If there is no special opportunity, it will be suspended within a month.
Sihai Pharmaceutical is the foundation of our U family. If it is suspended, the operation of other industries will also be in trouble, and Sihai will face a huge crisis.
Mom! Yu Bing shuddered. Am I really going to be the sacrifice of my family?
She was unwilling to accept this. This was not the life she wanted at all.
Some things can't be helped. Xin Fang lowered her head.
She also doesn't want her daughter to do things she doesn't want to do. But that is the root of Sihai Group. Yu Bing's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes turned, she looked at Yu Sungwen and called softly, Dad.
Why?
Yu Sungwen sighed, looked at Yu Bing, and slowly said, Bing Bing, go ahead, you can try to contact him.
If it doesn't work, you can discuss it again.
In short, getting through the current crisis first is the most important thing. Yu Bing stood there in a daze, her eyes becoming empty. She didn't know how much time had passed before she came to her senses. She slowly let go of Qin Fang's hand and lowered her head.
I see. She turned and walked away.
Yu Sungwu looked at her back with a smile. Yu Sungwen and Qin Fang looked distressed. When she reached the door, Yu Bing paused for a moment and said, I won't marry him, and I won't have anything to do with him. Yu Bing raised her head, her eyes determined.
Yu Sungwu frowned. Bing Bing, do you know what you are talking about?
Yu Bing turned around suddenly and looked directly at Yu Sungwu. Second uncle, I know exactly what I am talking about.
I will never become a tool for your benefit. Presumptuous. Yu Sungwu raised his voice. Are you trying to kill our family? Yu family, Sihai Group, can't they survive without Chongshan?
Yu Bing gritted her teeth.
What do you know? Yu Sungwu said in a low voice, if Chongshan were to take advantage of someone's misfortune now, do you know what the consequences would be? Sihai and the Yu family would collapse faster. Bing Bing, your second uncle is right. You must not be willful. That's right, Bing Bing. Chongshan is not a pushover.
We at Sihai used to compete head-on with them, and now he's showing signs of wanting to take advantage of their misfortune. Qin Fang and Yu Sungwen also hurried to persuade him.
I don't want it.
Yu Bing was very stubborn and turned around and left. I'm going to tell Li Sheng that I, Yu Bing, would never marry him even if I die.
Nonsense. Bing Bing. X2.
Yu Sungwu, Yu Sungwen and Qin Fang spoke at the same time. But at this time, Yu Bing ignored them and walked outside on her own. It seemed that he was about to leave the sight of the three people. Yu Bing, if you don't go see Li Sheng tonight, you will no longer be a member of the Yu family. Suddenly, Yu Songwu's roar was heard. Yu Bing paused, turned around, and looked at the three people in the conference room in disbelief. At this moment, she wanted to hear her parents' rebuttal. But, no, the parents were silent. Yu Bing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a piercing pain attacked her soul.
Grandpa, is that what you mean?
Yu Bing asked, pursing her lips. Yu Sungwu nodded calmly, this matter is entirely up to us to decide. This time, your grandfather will not interfere.
Otherwise, why didn't he come?
Yu Bing shuddered. Yes, in the past, when things were discussed in the meeting room, Yu Menghua was the one who took the lead. But this time, Yu Menghua did not come at all.
She was disheartened. Dad, Mom.
She looked at Yu Sungwen and Qin Fang again. However, the two still did not speak and continued in silence. After watching for a long time, Yu Bing lowered her head in despair. I know what to do.
She turned around and left like a zombie. Why?
Seeing her leave, Yu Sungwen and Qin Fang felt heartbroken.
Second brother, if Dad knew, do you know the consequences?
Yu Sungwen suddenly spoke at this time.
Snort.
Yu Sungwu snorted coldly. Brother, you and Dad are both indecisive. Bing Bing has no right to choose her own happiness since she was born. Sihai needs her, and she must make sacrifices.
You and I both know how important Sihai Pharmaceutical is. Do you really want to see Sihai collapse? Why?
Yu Sungwen shook his head.
This was certainly not the result he wanted to see.
Likewise, he didn't want to see his daughter fall into the abyss. But, how can you have the best of both worlds? Yu Bing walked out of the conference room in a daze. At this time, someone was already waiting for her.
Miss, I will take you to the auditorium of Ende. Thank you for your help. Yu Bing said this casually and left.
She held her cell phone tightly. Before getting in the car, she paused, opened WeChat, found Lin Xiao, sent a message, waited for a few seconds, and received no response. She sighed helplessly. It's time to go to bed. Forget it, I won't bother him anymore. Murmuring, Yu Bing opened the car door and sat in. Chapter 49, Auditorium, Take Me Away. And a red carpet stretched directly from the main entrance to the auditorium. Along the way, roses of various colors are everywhere, paving out a rose avenue that seems to lead directly to the happy heaven. All around, the lights are dazzling, illuminating the world in a snow-white manner. Luxury cars were parked outside the auditorium. The auditorium is decorated like a paradise in a Western fairy tale world, magnificent and beautiful. Buzz. An intoxicating roar sounded, and a red Lamborghini drove into the auditorium and drove directly to the center of the auditorium. Wow! What a great guy! The Prince of Chongshan Group has arrived. At this moment, the auditorium became noisy. Countless people screamed. They are all students of Anhui University. Although it is a holiday today, not everyone has gone back. Such a big thing happened at Anhui University today that some people even rushed back to school early. After the conversation, almost all the students knew that today was the day when Li Shang, the Prince of Chongshan Group, would confess his love to Yu Bing, the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University and the Frost Goddess. Ah! I really don't understand the world of rich people. Just a confession of love, this cost must be millions, right? The crowd was talking. That's not true. Just the roses that stretch from the school gate to the auditorium cost hundreds of thousands. TSK. School beauty Jade is so happy. If someone confessed to me like this, I would agree immediately. The scene was extremely noisy. At this moment, the door of Dania's car slowly opened, and Li Shang, wearing a high-end custom-made suit, got out of the car. He had gray hair, a tall stature and a handsome face. As soon as he got off the car, he immediately caused a burst of screams from the crazy fans at An University. Ah! Mr. Li, I love you. Is this Prince Chongshan? So handsome. I'm in love. Master Li Shang, look at me. I am willing to warm your bed unconditionally. Li Shang listened to the screams around him and felt extremely satisfied. Mr. Li, Miss Yu Bing is here. At this moment, a voice came from Li Shang's headset. Li Shang nodded lightly, then gently adjusted his bow tie and turned his gaze to the end of the red carpet. There, a Rolls-Royce stopped, the door opened, and Yu Bing's slim figure immediately appeared in everyone's sight. The school beauty is here. I'm so envious. School Bellew is still as beautiful as ever. What a pity, she will soon be taken. Only someone like Li Shang, the Prince of Chongshan, is worthy of Jade School Belle. Yu Bing's eyes were filled with complexity and she was in an extremely low mood. But at this moment, she had no choice but to bite the bullet, walk across the Rose Avenue, and enter the auditorium. Screams were heard, and everyone in the auditorium was shouting wildly. Li Shang spoke directly, and began to pour out a long and extremely affectionate confession. Yu Bing just stood opposite Li Shang. To be honest, she didn't feel anything about it. Instead, Lin Xiao's figure kept flashing through her mind. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao didn't reply until she got off the car. Maybe he can't help me out. This is all just my and Grandpa's fantasy. Yu Bing murmured in her heart. At this time, Peach Blossom Spring number 1. Lin Xiao woke up, but not naturally. Instead, his butt was numb from the vibration of his cell phone. I forgot to block the group again. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain and took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. He was about to turn it off directly, but after facial recognition, it automatically entered the main page. News about Yu Bing. Lin Xiao did not pay attention to the group chat, but opened Yu Bing's WeChat, which contained only one sentence. Great Hall, take me away. 6 words. Ambiguous. What's going on? Lin Xiao frowned, somewhat confused. I was planning to make a phone call to ask, but at this moment, the words Jade School Beauty just popped up in the group chat. Lin Xiao clicked into the group chat without hesitation. Wow, so happy, the true love of the school beauty, this is true love. Mr. Li is so affectionate that he actually wrote such an affectionate confession. Li Shang confessed? Lin Xiao was stunned and quickly clicked on a live broadcast link. Suddenly, the scene in the auditorium of Anda University appeared before his eyes. Li Shang was still reciting his confession, while Yu Bing stood there motionless with no expression on her face.
Swish! Lin Xiao suddenly stood up from the sofa.
The next second, he turned and ran towards the underground garage. In less than a minute, the Bugatti Noir roared out of the garage and turned into a black flash in the darkness, rushing out of the Peach Blossom land. At this time, in the auditorium, Li Shang's long speech finally came to an end.
Everyone held their breath. Bingbing, I like you and I am willing to do anything for you. Please give me a chance and be my girlfriend.
Li Shang smiled like a gentleman, stepped in front of Yu Bing, and looked at her with a smile. Sihai is facing a huge crisis, and now only Chongshan can save Sihai. He deliberately picked this timetable, and Yu Bing had no choice but to agree. If it were any other time, no matter how big a scene he made, Yu Bing would definitely not even look at it.
But now, Yu Bing is here. Since they are here, they must be ready to agree. They have no choice but to agree.
If they don't agree, the world will surely collapse. Li Shang smiled confidently.
I refuse.
However, what Li Shang did not expect was that the moment he finished speaking, Yu Bing spoke without hesitation.
What? School beauty Jade, rejected? This. The silent crowd was in an uproar.
Li Shang's heart sank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Of course, his expression did not change at all, and he still maintained a gentlemanly smile. Bingbing, you are kidding me, right?
I'm not kidding. Yu Bing spoke again. She's crazy. She wants to put our Sihai and Yu family to death.
In the Yu family, Yu Sungu was furious because they were watching the entire live broadcast.
How can Bingbing be so ignorant? Why? Yu Sungwen and Qin Feng also sighed.
At this time, Yu Bing said word by word, Li Shang, I don't like you, there is no possibility between us.
The whole place fell into deathly silence once again, and everyone was stunned.
They thought that all this was just a natural progression, but they didn't expect that the ending would be such a big reversal. Li Shang's face turned cold.
Yu Bing, do you really want to ignore your Yu family in the world? It's impossible for us? Ha ha. I can't think of anyone else who could be with you except me. Could it be that poor boy Lin Xiao? Are you attracted to him?
Li Shang was wearing a headset, so his voice naturally spread throughout the venue.
What? Lin Xiao? What's going on? Why did Master Li suddenly mention Lin Xiao? The crowd was full of doubts. Chapter 50, Suppression. The God of Luxury. Fuck, this is big news. Is Lin Xiao already having a relationship with the school beauty Yu? Tisk, it's really hard to say, but does he really not know the gap between himself and Jade's school beauty? You really don't know what you can do. Do you think you can look down on Jade's school belle just because you got lucky twice? Inside the auditorium, people began to talk.
Li Shang's words directly ignited the atmosphere on the scene.
Listening to the noisy sound, Li Shang's mouth curled up.
As for Yu Bing, her expression looked a little ugly. Li Shang singled out Lin Xiao, which clearly showed that he had no good intentions. In this situation, even if he had nothing to do with Lin Xiao, people would still make up a lot of things about him.
These remarks are obviously disadvantageous to Lin Xiao now. Li Shang, don't talk nonsense.
Yu Bing spoke quickly, and the discussions at the scene were temporarily suppressed.
Am I really talking nonsense?
However, Li Shang replied casually, with a hint of meaning.
Everyone's eyes became strange. Yu Bing's eyes grew even darker.
At this time, Li Shang shook his head and looked at Yu Bing. Bingbing, after all, he is just a poor boy.
He can't give you a high-quality life. I've heard about his story too.
He found a bargain of 1 million in Antique Street and another 100 million in Suiyin Street.
He really is quite lucky.
But these are nothing but rootless duckweed, and still can't change his identity as a poor boy.
Mr. Li is right, school beauty you can't take it lightly. That's right, I'm just a poor boy, not worthy of you, the school beauty. Only Master Li is your destiny.
Someone started shouting first, it was none other than Song Gaofei. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately echoed him.
Afterwards, the auditorium became noisy again.
At that moment, Li Shang became Yu Bing's destined son.
It could be said that he was everyone's choice.
Li Shang was extremely satisfied this was exactly the effect he wanted.
It doesn't matter if Yu Bing refuses. He can take his time. Anyway, he just wants to create the situation that Yu Bing can only be his. By the way, you can also suppress some ignorant people, so why not do it?
Yu Bing didn't say anything, but there was a flash of ice in her eyes. At this time, Li Sheng continued, Bing Bing, I know that Lin Xiao used his 100 million to buy the wasteland in the East District.
He has no money left now, right? Yu Bing looked up suddenly. Are you investigating him? Does this kind of thing need to be investigated? Naturally, someone told me. Li Shang shrugged.
He indeed did not investigate Lin Xiao, he did not even regard Lin Xiao as an opponent, so why waste time?
He was just paying attention to the Yu family.
The Yu family was investigating the wasteland in the East District, and soon someone reported back to his family, so of course he knew about it.
Bing Bing, I can tell you very clearly that Lin Xiao's wasteland is truly a wasteland.
His 100 million has gone down the drain, and it will be difficult for him to recover in this life. Some people, just because of a bit of luck, always think they are destined to succeed and are too ambitious.
You just gained the qualification to walk, and you want to learn to run? Do you really think you can run? 100 million is already a lot for ordinary people. What a pity, it's just wasted.
Bing Bing, don't have too high expectations of him.
Only I can give you happiness.
Li Sheng smiled confidently.
Wow.
At this time, the scene was in uproar again.
Fuck, this is shocking news. Lin Xiao actually spent 100 million to buy wasteland? He doesn't have much money now. Damn, this is such a waste. So much money is just wasted on wasteland?
Ah, idiot, if you give me 100 million, even if I just lie down and earn the interest, it's better than throwing it on a piece of wasteland.
I know that wasteland. It's usually used to build warehouses. Many places are uneven.
Even people who build warehouses on it don't like it.
It's over.
I thought you were a rising star, but you fell halfway.
The auditorium was filled with noise.
Song Gaofei, Li Shang's super lackey, was extremely satisfied with the atmosphere on the scene. He immediately shouted loudly, School Beauty Yu, please agree to Master Li.
Only Master Li is the one that everyone wants and the best destination for School Beauty Yu. Promise Master Li, promise Master Li.
Countless people echoed, and the roar shook the sky. Yu Bing's pretty face turned slightly pale, but she shook her head with a determined look. Li Shang frowned slightly. The atmosphere at the scene had been pushed to its peak, but Yu Bing still refused.
This is a bit like if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished by drinking the wine.
He narrowed his eyes slightly. In that case, he decided to show some more things.
Pa!
He raised his hand and waved it, and crisp applause spread throughout the auditorium through the speakers. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became quiet. At this moment, in the darkness, a tall, blonde and blue-eyed Western beauty slowly walked into the light. In her hand, she held a silver box, which flashed a dazzling silver light under the light, attracting countless people's attention.
Master Li Shang.
The Western beauty spoke fluent Mandarin and bowed slightly to Li Shang.
Bing Bing, let me introduce you to Luo Wenyi, the top international fashion and luxury designer. Luo Wenyi bowed gently to Yu Bing. Hello, Miss Yu Bing, I have heard of you for a long time. Yu Bing didn't say anything, she didn't know what Li Shang wanted to do. Lovenay, oh my god, it's actually Lovenay. The god of luxury, the most outstanding student of Al Nordua, this is a big deal, this is a big deal.
Luo Wenyi, only someone like Mr. Li can invite such a terrifying international figure.
What Rowena? What Al Nordva? Who is that person?
However, more people are unfamiliar with this and ask questions with great confusion.
If you don't understand, ask Baidu. Are you crazy? Some people yelled, but no one got angry.
They all took out their phones and started searching. In an instant, a lot of information about Rowena and the god of luxury, Al Nordwa, became known to everyone.
Al Nordva, a luxury designer, possesses the most advanced design and production technology. All luxury goods of the European royal family are designed and produced by his team. Al Nordva's most outstanding work is called Angel's Love, which is a masterpiece that he has spent his entire life on.
The European royal family once offered 200 million yuan to buy Angel's Love, but was rejected by Al Nordwa.
He once said that art is priceless and that was his peak.
Until his death, Angel's Love never appeared in front of the world, which almost became the biggest regret in the luxury goods industry. Chapter 51 Lin Xiao arrives and makes a grand appearance.
Rowena. The god of luxury, one of Al Nordwa's most outstanding students.
Today, the international luxury goods industry's evaluation of Rowena is that she will reach the heights of her teacher, Al Nordva, in the future. This is a true celebrity, a celebrity with endless potential.
Wow, he's actually a top celebrity. I'm really impressed. Mom, I've made it. One day, I'll be able to meet such an amazing person. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Oh my god, Rowena, if you could design a luxury item for me, then my life would be complete without any regrets.
Screams filled the auditorium.
The celebrity effect is spreading, and light is flashing in the eyes of countless people.
Pa!
At this time, Li Shang clapped his hands again, suppressing the atmosphere on the scene once again. Then he signaled to Rowena with his eyes.
Luo Waney understood, nodded slightly, and then walked towards Yu Bing. Stand 1 meter in front of Yu Bing. At this moment, the dazzling lights came into focus.
Everyone held their breath, they could almost know what was going to happen next. I saw Luo Waney gently open the silver box in her hand. Suddenly, under the dazzling light, a shocking red appeared in everyone's eyes. It was a diamond, a blood-red diamond as big as a pigeon egg.
Ms. Yubing, this is a South African blood diamond that Master Lee picked especially for you.
It's worth 10 million.
Wow.
The whole audience was in an uproar, and their envious eyes could not be hidden at all.
After that, our team will do its best to design a necklace for you. Li Xiao has already named this necklace, Qing Cheng. What a good name. Qing Cheng.
The beauty of Jade School Bell is definitely worthy of the name Qing Cheng.
Ha, I think it's more like stunning beauty. Everyone will be fascinated by it. I'm so jealous.
This is a South African blood diamond, created by a team of top international designers. You should quickly agree to Master Lee's pursuit.
School beauty you, if you miss a man like this, you will never have another one. The auditorium was extremely noisy. School beauty you, what are you still hesitating about?
Young Master Lee has already done his best.
If it were Lin Xiao, would he be able to do the same?
A sudden voice sounded.
Yu Bing's eyes turned cold and she looked over. It was Li Shang's super lackey, Song Gaofei.
Seeing Yu Bing's look, Song Gaofei was not afraid at all, and continued to speak loudly. You school beauty, with Lin Xiao, can he do this for you?
Can he do it?
In the final analysis, he is just a poor boy with good luck.
Song Gaofei's words immediately attracted more people to agree. That's right, school beauty you, Lin Xiao is not worthy of you. Even if he hadn't failed in his investment, there is still a huge gap between him and you.
Li Xiaokai is your destiny, Jade School Bell. Not only is he a good match for you, but he has done so much for you. Even if it's just one thing, he is 100 times better than Lin Xiao.
Bite. At this time, Yu Bing's cell phone rang.
Yu Bing gritted her teeth and swiped to answer the call.
Promise him, immediately.
Yu Songwoo's cold voice sounded. Yu Bing pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. She would never agree to this. She didn't want her life to be arranged for her.
He.
The corners of Li Shang's mouth curled up, as if he was sure of victory. There was even a hint of evil in his eyes, and the desire to conquer in his heart was magnified to the extreme at this moment.
The world is decided.
Li Shang murmured to himself.
But suddenly, a dazzling light appeared at the end of Rose Avenue. Who is blind?
Li Shang narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. But what I saw was a sea of white. Buzz. At this moment, a sound like the roar of a prehistoric beast sounded in the distance.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar is approaching.
Finally, Li Shang saw clearly that it was the car lights. A supercar that was almost completely blended into the darkness approached rapidly, speeding all the way, rushing through the Rose Avenue, and rolling up petals all over the sky.
Roar. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the roar of a wild beast. What is that? Countless people's eyes were focused. Immediately, a black lightning appeared in everyone's sight. Shit, who? Damn, at such a fast speed, are you looking for death? What car? Damn, it's so cool. Bugatti, damn, Bugatti voice of the night, I just saw it online. Fuck it, how did it appear here?
Screams were heard everywhere. At this time, the voice of the night finally rushed across Rose Avenue and entered the auditorium with a beast-like roar.
Sizzle.
Under everyone's horrified gazes, the side of the voice of the night car drifted in a big turn and circled around Yu Bing, Li Shang, and Luo Waney. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless people, the car door opened, and a man stepped out of the car and stood in front of Yu Bing.
Sizzle.
The sound in the night was still moving and drifting until it came behind Yu Bing. The passenger door was already open, facing Yu Bing directly.
Fuck, this is so cool. In the auditorium, everyone became excited. Such an extremely gorgeous appearance can't be seen in any fucking movie, okay? I am coming.
An extremely magnetic voice was heard, not loud, but at this moment, it penetrated deeply into people's hearts.
It's Lin Xiao. Oh my god. Why is it him? He Bugatti voice of the night, Lin Xiao. How is this possible? How is this possible?
At this moment, Lin Xiao's face was finally seen clearly. Many people grabbed their hair tightly, their faces full of disbelief. At this moment, their worldview was shattered. Lin Xiao's image in their eyes was completely overturned.
Legend value plus 1111. Legend value plus 1234.
On Lin Xiao's system panel, messages were scrolling wildly, and the legendary value increase broke through 4 digits for the first time.
Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep.
However, Lin Xiao ignored everything else and spoke softly to Yu Bing.
Fine. Thank you.
Yu Bing spoke, and at that moment, the frost that had been in her heart for a long time completely melted. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at this scene in shock. This was definitely the first time in their lives that they had seen beauty you look like this. Li Sheng frowned, and the fire in his heart burned to the extreme in this short moment. As soon as Lin Xiao appeared, the Bugatti sound of night alone crushed him. He couldn't figure out where the car came from.
Lin Xiao was obviously just a poor boy.
Even his previous investment had failed.
Could he ever own a supercar like that? Let's go.
At this time, Lin Xiao chose to ignore Li Sheng and directly invited Yu Bing.
Chapter 52, All-Round Crushing. Under the gazes of countless people, Yu Bing turned around and was about to walk towards the co-pilot seat of the voice of the night.
Li Sheng's face looked extremely ugly.
Finally, the fire in his heart erupted, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Wait!"
Yu Bing and Lin Xiao paused at the same time, but it was just a pause. Neither of them had any intention of paying attention to him and prepared to move forward.
But Li Sheng refused to give in and said sternly, "Lin Xiao, what qualifications do you have to take Bing Bing away? Don't forget your own identity.
You are just a poor boy, worthless." Lin Xiao paused completely, but Yu Bing looked at him and shook her head slightly.
The meaning was very clear.
Yu Bing told Lin Xiao not to care about it, as it was all just empty talk. However, Lin Xiao gave Yu Bing a reassuring look in return. He turned around and looked at Li Sheng calmly. "It's obvious that she doesn't want to stay here.
Why can't I take her away? Mr. Li, a forced melon is not sweet. Everything should be based on mutual consent."
"Oh, you are rich, is it that great to be rich?"
"You still can't even get what you want, Is it great to be rich? But you still can't even get what you want."
These words, at this moment, irritated everyone's nerves.
Fuck. Isn't Lin Xiao too brave? How dare he mock Li Xiao like this? Haha, awesome. No wonder school beauty you is like this. Even I have a new respect for him. Humph, idiot, if you offend young Master Li like this, will young Master Li let you off easily? There was an uproar in the auditorium, and many people looked at Lin Xiao in shock. At this time, Lin Xiao's legendary value was also skyrocketing. Li Sheng's eyes became increasingly gloomy. If there weren't so many people here, he would even have thought of killing Lin Xiao.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Xiao also lost interest and had no intention of staying any longer. He signaled Yu Bing to leave with his eyes. This time, Li Sheng did not open his mouth to stop him.
He really didn't know what to say.
"Lin Xiao, Master Li is right.
You are just a poor boy. How can you be worthy of the school beauty? Humph. Do you know that just for this confession party, young Master Li spent $1 million? Can you do it?
Lin Xiao, you are not even worthy of carrying Mr. Li's shoes. Only Mr. Li and school beauty, you are a perfect match, a match made in heaven.
You should get out." A shrill voice suddenly rang out. It was none other than Li Sheng's super lackey, Song Gaofei. "That's right, Lin Xiao, it's time for you to get out." "Humph. I don't know why you are here. Is this the place you should be?"
Those who were on good terms with Song Gaofei and wanted to curry favor with Li Sheng also followed suit. Li Sheng sneered and looked at Song Gaofei with great admiration. Lin Xiao turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked at Song Gaofei and the group of people who wanted to curry favor with Li Sheng like fools.
You're all idiots, right?
Suddenly, Lin Xiao spoke. The whole audience was silent, and countless people couldn't help but hold back their laughter at this moment.
Lin Xiao, you bastard. Song Gaofei's face turned red. Lin Xiao still looked at him as if he was an idiot, isn't it? Take a good look at my car. Lin Xiao pointed at the Bugatti Noir. My car is worth 130 million. It costs me millions to remove a wheel. Do you think I can't organize a love confession worth $1 million? He can do it with a junkie bull, but I can't do it with a Bugatti? What's your logic? I call you an idiot, and you still don't accept it? Well. Song Gaofei opened his mouth wide, completely dumbfounded. There's no way to refute this. The few people who agreed with him also had red faces at this moment, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Just now I was just thinking about currying favor with Li Shang, without considering too many other things. Now, it's so embarrassing. Li Shang's eyes turned cold and he glared at Song Gaofei fiercely. Wow, ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. How can someone who drives a sports car worth 130 million yuan not come up with $1 million? What is Song Gaofei thinking? Hey! Lin Xiao is right, they are all idiots, ha. The atmosphere was lively and everyone was laughing. Song Gaofei was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground with his toes. His brain was working frantically. He raised his head suddenly and said loudly, "Don't talk about the car. Lin Xiao, who knows if this car is yours?" The whole place was silent, and everyone's gaze became strange. Yes, they had never thought about this issue before. Lin Xiao is a poor boy, and he has bought some simple things these 2 days. But, suddenly driving a sports car worth 130 million, this is a bit unreasonable. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, his eyes remained calm. However, in the eyes of Li Shang and Song Gaofei, this scene was just a desperate struggle. Lin Xiao, you have nothing to say? Li Shang felt that he might finally have a chance to turn defeat into victory, and his eyes gradually became playful. Why? Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, some people really won't cry until they see the coffin. He walked to the passenger seat of the Bugatti, lowered his head and opened the storage box. After a moment, he turned around and walked directly to Li Shang. A transparent file bag was handed directly to Li Shang. Master Li, please open your eyes and look at the car purchase contract, transit ticket, various documents, and the pure gold maintenance manual. Please help me find some problems. Lin Xiao's voice was extremely harsh. Li Shang did not answer, but his eyes were extremely gloomy. Since Lin Xiao dares to take them out so blatantly, there must be nothing wrong with these things. If Li Shang really went to answer it, he would be asking for humiliation. Now, he just wanted to pull Song Gaofei up and beat him up. Haha, it seems to be true. Damn, who the hell is this person? How did Lin Xiao become so awesome all of a sudden? Fuck, I'm so jealous. Luxury cars, beautiful women, wealth, my life is complete. It's a pity for Master Li. He was crushed so badly tonight. There were discussions everywhere, and countless people looked at Li Shang with some pity. Prince Chongshan was crushed in all aspects. Anyone else would not be able to withstand such tremendous pressure. At this moment, there was a strange light in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes. To be honest, Lin Xiao shocked her greatly. She could never have imagined that Lin Xiao actually possessed such means. This was an all-round crushing, leaving no chance for Li Shang to survive. Of course, Song Gaofei's assist was also quite nice, but it is estimated that Song Gaofei will not have a good time after today. After all, it was because of him that Li Shangkai was embarrassed twice in a row. Lin Xiao, what are you so proud of? Even if the car is yours, so what? You are still not even worthy of carrying Mr. Li's shoes. Do you think young Master Li can't afford your car? Young Master Li can have as many cars as he wants, okay? Suddenly, Song Gaofei's voice sounded again. Everyone's eyes became strange. Chapter 53. Don't worry, it won't fail. The moment Song Gaofei spoke, Li Shang even had the urge to go over and strangle him to death. However, after hearing Song Gaofei's words, Li Shang breathed a sigh of relief, nodded without comment, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. At this time, momentum is absolutely important. At this time, Song Gaofei's voice continued to sound. Mr. Li confessed his love to Jade School Belle and immediately gave her a blood diamond worth tens of millions. He even invited the world's top luxury design team to carefully design it for her. Can you do it? This time, even if you sell the car, it will be useless. This is called connections. Do you understand connections? You are just a nouveau riche at best. There are some things you will never be able to own in your lifetime.
Finally, Song Gaofei finished speaking, and then he looked at Lin Xiao with a sneer on his face. He could give himself full marks for this wave. It is indeed as he said, there are many rich people in this world, but being rich does not necessarily mean having connections. On the contrary, if you have connections, money will flow to you continuously.
Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but looked at Luo Wenyi and the blood diamond that Luo Wenyi was holding.
When Lin Xiao looked at her, Luo Wenyi raised her chin proudly and spoke slowly.
Art is priceless.
Although a blood diamond is only worth tens of millions, after we carefully carve and polish it, it has a value that exceeds its own value.
To dedicate art to the one you love is the most sincere love in the world. Mr. Lin, your sincerity to Miss Yubing is particularly insufficient.
There was a hint of sarcasm in Rowena's words. She has always been on Li Shang's side, so of course she has to speak for Li Shang at this moment. The auditorium fell silent, and everyone was looking at Lin Xiao, wanting to see how he would respond.
Art is priceless? I'm sorry, I don't think much of it. In my eyes, it's worthless.
Before Lin Xiao could speak, Yu Bing's voice suddenly rang out.
Wow! At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Anyone could hear that Yu Bing was helping Lin Xiao out of trouble.
Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned towards Li Shang, and they began to show pity.
And the look he gave Lin Xiao was full of envy.
Li Shang's eyes were extremely gloomy, and there was even something called murderous intent in his heart.
Lin Xiao, let's go.
Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao and spoke.
Coward.
In the end, he actually had to rely on a woman to save him.
Where's the arrogance just now? Where's the high-spiritedness just now? Song Gaofei's voice sounded, followed by a response. TSK. That's it. Now I can only be a coward and save myself some face. Ha, what the hell, he can actually show up in this kind of situation?
The mocking voice was particularly harsh. At this moment, Lin Xiao became the focus, and countless people sneered at him.
Wait a minute. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to others and looked at Yu Bing. Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing was slightly startled.
Don't worry, it won't flip over.
Familiar words came into Yu Bing's ears. This was not the first time Yu Bing had heard these words. For some reason, she felt at peace.
It just so happens that I have something to give you. This thing is of no use to me.
Lin Xiao raised his voice a little, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, he once again walked to the passenger seat of the Voice of the Night and pretended to open the storage box. But at this moment, his body completely blocked the view of the outside world. With a thought, he directly took out the 3 blue diamond jewelry he had obtained from the previous 23 consecutive draws from the system space. He had never studied it and it had been lying in the system space.
He didn't expect it to come in handy now.
The system introduction said that the value was 100 million. In fact, the system had fed back information that these 3 items were a set called Angel's Love. Once, a European royal family offered 200 million for it, but the maker refused to sell it because in his opinion, art is priceless and cannot be measured by money. Lin Xiao didn't understand anything about art, but he felt that it would be no problem for him to take it out now and crush the so-called blood diamond. The most important thing is that Lin Xiao also wants to tell everyone that connections are completely useless to him.
He himself is his own biggest background. Oof. Let's see what tricks you can come up with.
Li Shang, Song Gaofei and others were staring at Lin Xiao at this moment, with disdain on their faces. Just then, Lin Xiao came out from the passenger seat, holding 3 extremely ordinary boxes, 1 tall and 2 flat. To be honest, the box doesn't really have anything special about it. It looks like it was bought from a street stall.
Lin Xiao, what are you doing? What did you take? Did you find something you could get at a street stall? Song Gaofei spoke at the right time and his words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha.
Everyone stared at Lin Xiao, and even the lights were focused on him at this moment.
Lin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him or the laughter.
He walked straight to Yu Bing and handed the box to her. Yu Bing took it silently, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Although Lin Xiao said that the car would not fail, at this moment, even she had lost confidence. I've had this thing for a long time, and I don't have much use for it, so I'm giving it to you today. Lin Xiao's voice rang out.
Thanks. Yu Bing said politely, and at this moment, it was in sharp contrast to Li Shang sending the blood diamond.
Li Shang's teeth were almost broken.
What a rubbish, school beauty, Open it and let everyone see it. That's right. We are really curious about what kind of things a nouveau riche can come up with. It can't be an antique from a pile of dead bodies. Song Gaofei and others immediately urged them. Yu Bing frowned, took a deep breath, and was about to refuse directly. But at this time, Lin Xiao was the first to speak. Why are you in such a hurry? Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Then, Lin Xiao opened the first box directly in front of Yu Bing's surprised gaze. Under the dazzling light, a shocking blue appeared in everyone's eyes. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into darkness at this moment, and that touch of blue, in the shape of a teardrop, was surrounded by gorgeous platinum chains. What is that? So beautiful. Oh my god, how can there be such a thing? I really want to wear it. This is a modern thing, not an antique. The crowd was talking. Oh my god. Suddenly, to no one's surprise, Rowena exclaimed. Her emerald eyes were fixed on that blue teardrop. Angel tears, these are angel tears. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Weini in surprise. It seems that they are worthy of being a top luxury design team, as they are able to recognize angels' tears. System introduction. This is the lifelong masterpiece of the top luxury designer, Al Nordva. Chapter 54, 100% imitation. Angels' tears? I think I've seen them somewhere before. You forgot that when we were searching for Winnie, we saw her teacher, Al Nordua. Angel's tears is her teacher's life's work, but didn't Baidu say that the angel suit disappeared? The auditorium suddenly became lively. The only thing that could make Roweini lose her composure like this could be her teacher's masterpiece, right? Everyone's eyes suddenly became fanatical. To be honest, they really didn't expect to see such a magical thing. Lin Xiao actually took out something that surprised everyone. So many people know about this? However, no one knew that Lin Xiao was even more surprised than them at this moment. But it was only for a moment, and he was too lazy to think about it. Shall I help you put it on? He asked Yu Bing for her opinion. Yu Bing nodded slightly. Lin Xiao smiled, picked up the angel's tears, and approached Yu Bing directly. At this moment, the two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. A special emotion spread in the hearts of the two. Yu Bing's pretty face flushed, and a hint of shyness flashed across her eyes. This scene made others envious, and countless people felt heartbroken. Especially Li Shang, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, after a few seconds, Lin Xiao took a step back, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! At this time, Lin Xiao threw the box on the ground and opened the second one. The blinding light continued to shine. It is still a shocking blue. But this time, it is a heart-shaped watch, which is beautiful. Angel heart, this is angel heart. Rowena became excited again, and then she looked at the remaining taller box. Isn't that the angel's crown in there? She looked at Lin Xiao with great anticipation. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation, picked up the watch, put it on Yu Bing, and then opened the tall box. In an instant, the magnificent crown appeared before everyone's eyes. However, Lin Xiao still looked very casual. He took it out and put it on Yu Bing's head. The whole action was smooth and flowing. At this moment, that touch of blue is fully revealed. Combined with Yu Bing's peerless beauty that looks like a banished immortal, it is simply the ultimate in beauty. Everyone in the auditorium was stunned, regardless of gender. Their eyes were filled with endless envy. What a nice view! Why didn't such a beautiful thing happen to me? Isn't this 100 times better than that blood diamond? A sudden voice sounded, followed by an uproar. That's right, much stronger than blood diamond. TSK, it turns out that having money can crush connections. Everyone, your ideas are very dangerous, but I agree with you, There was a lot of noise in the auditorium. Song Gaofei looked as pale as death. He had already felt Li Shang's murderous gaze. But he just couldn't figure out why Lin Xiao could possess these things. Was it really something he could possess? Angel's love set? Why should he, a poor boy, get it? At this time, even Luo Weini put away the blood diamond in her hand, then took 2 steps forward and actually extended her hand to Lin Xiao. Under Lin Xiao's extremely puzzled gaze, Luo Weini spoke. Mr. Lin, thank you for allowing me to see his masterpiece 10 years after his passing. Luo Weini. Li Shang's face looked ugly. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, he would have yelled at her. But at this moment, Luo Weini ignored Li Shang. He.
Lin Xiao smiled, stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Luo Weini.
Is this considered turning enemies into friends?
However, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that Luo Weini's next sentence was so shocking that it made Lin Xiao's scalp numb. Mr. Lin, this is really the replica that looks most like your teacher's work. I have never seen a replica with such exquisite craftsmanship in my life.
Gah!
The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone stared at Rowena in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Imitation? Fake? Two nouns come to mind.
Lin Xiao's eyes sank slightly.
Turn enemies into friends? Is this a bad intention?
Li Sheng curled his lips and almost laughed out loud. His resentment towards Luo Weini disappeared without a trace, and instead he looked at her with great admiration.
Ha ha ha, this is so funny, it turns out to be a replica. Miss Rowena, you are not kidding, are you? Song Gaofei burst into laughter at this time. Of course not.
Luo Weini shook her head slightly. Teacher's Angel's Love three-piece suit has long disappeared without a trace.
The Angel's Love that exists now is 100% a replica. Ha ha ha. Hearing Luo Weini's affirmative answer, Song Gaofei smiled even more happily. He looked at Lin Xiao with a mocking expression. Lin Xiao, aren't you too cheap? You drive a sports car worth 130 million, and you give a gift, and it's a high-end imitation?
Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you to Miss Rowley.
Her teacher is El Nordua. You don't know, do you? El Nordua is the designer and manufacturer of your Angel Love three-piece suit.
Ha, you're really showing off your skills in front of Guangong.
The entire auditorium was filled with Song Gaofei's shrill laughter. This. Hee, it's a bit embarrassing. Lin Xiao, hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself anymore.
Damn it, I was so envious for such a long time, but in the end, it turned out to be a high-end imitation.
Lin Xiao, do you think we are fools? That's right.
If Miss Rowena hadn't been here today, we would have really been fooled by him.
Fuck, what the hell is this? Noisy voices echoed in the auditorium, and everyone was criticizing Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked calmly and glanced at Luo Weini, and had already withdrawn his hand.
Unfilial disciple.
Suddenly, he spoke.
Luo Weini's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Oh.
Lin Xiao sneered. Tell me, if Master El Nordua knew that his most proud student couldn't even recognize his work, how would he feel?
Hee, you don't have a fever, do you?
If this were my teacher's work, I would kneel down here and apologize to you today.
Rowena smiled coldly. Good. Remember what you said.
Lin Xiao turned and walked to the car, then turned around and walked back. A stack of documents was thrown directly at Rowena.
Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Luo Weini's face looked grim.
She took the document and looked at it carefully.
The pupils in her green eyes suddenly shrank into needle shapes. European Royal Family Certification, Allied Nations Certification, World Alliance Conference Certification. How is this possible?
Luo Weini looked at Lin Xiao in shock, but in an instant, she shook her head and said, impossible. My teacher's works all have his unique logo, which is engraved by the teacher himself and cannot be reproduced. Luo Weini walked over to Yu Bing and wanted to check, but Yu Bing immediately took a step back vigilantly.
Let her see.
When Lin Xiao's voice sounded, Yu Bing finally stopped.
Luo Weini hurriedly checked carefully. Chapter 55 Achievement, Stepping on the Mountain Prince. The auditorium was silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Rowena. At this time, Luo Weini took out a magnifying glass from somewhere and used the bright white light to check the necklace on Yu Bing's neck. Suddenly, the pupils in Rowena's green eyes suddenly contracted. Beneath her magnifying glass, a string of Arabic characters appeared. Boom!
At this moment, it was as if thunder exploded in Luo Weini's mind.
How is this possible?
She couldn't help but exclaim, and her voice spread throughout the venue. Everyone stared at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, Luo Weini suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sneered, continue. Luo Weini trembled all over, raised her hand, gently took off Yu Bing's crown, and held it in her arms with great treasure, her eyes trembling and extremely cautious.
Hiss. Could it be real? Not a replica? No, that can't be true. Then, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? It's worth a lot of money? Can't you tell from Rowena's reaction? Rowena might be about to flip over. Damn, isn't Lin Xiao too awesome? Countless people realized something at this moment. Song Gaofei's face turned pale.
Li Shang was not much better, his eyes were extremely gloomy.
It's actually true.
It's the teacher's work. It's the teacher's work. At this time, Rowena had also finished studying the Angel's Crown and saw the special Arabic text again.
Others may not know, but as a disciple of Al Nordua, how could she not know?
That was her teacher's exclusive mark. Translated into Chinese, it is 3 words I love you, and that string of characters was engraved by her teacher Al Nordua himself when he was making it. No one else can replicate that string of characters, because without reaching the pinnacle of handcrafting, it is impossible to achieve such fine carving.
Rowena trembled as she put the crown on Yubing's head again, her eyes filled with envy.
In the end, she seemed to be unwilling to give up and gently held Yubing's wrist. Soon, she found the special character on Yubing's watch again.
Bang! At this moment, Rowena collapsed. It's actually true.
The masterpiece that the teacher has devoted his entire life to has actually appeared in this world.
Rowena whispered. Suddenly, she became excited.
She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she turned over and stood up. Then, she knelt deeply towards Lin Xiao. Hiss.
Oh my god. He really knelt down. Awesome, Lin Xiao is awesome.
At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, with bursts of gasps being heard.
Legend value plus 1,256. Legend value plus 1,321.
Lin Xiao's legendary value began to soar wildly, and in the blink of an eye there was a new breakthrough.
Mr. Lin, thank you for letting me see your masterpiece again. I was wrong before.
I sincerely apologize to you here. Luo Wenyi, kneeling, bowed her head deeply towards Lin Xiao.
Rawani, you are crazy. That is a high imitation, absolutely a high imitation.
Li Sheng couldn't help but scold at this time.
At this time, even if it is true, you can't admit it, right? This is obviously a matter of losing face.
Moreover, at this moment, Lin Xiao's arrogant look was extremely dazzling in Li Sheng's eyes.
Yes, Miss Luo Wenyi, you must be mistaken.
Lin Xiao is just a poor boy who suddenly became a nouveau riche recently.
How could he own such a valuable thing?
That is the masterpiece of Master El Nordua's life.
Is it worthy for ordinary people to own it? Miss Rowena, don't be fooled. Song Gaofei also agreed at this time.
At this moment, countless people looked at him and Li Sheng with contempt. The facts are already laid out before our eyes, yet you are still quibbling.
Are you trying to cover up the truth? Countless people disdain it.
Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly.
Master Li Shang.
At this time, Luo Wenyi took a deep breath and looked at Li Shang. I'm really sorry. If I really ignored the teacher's masterpiece, then even if I died, I would not be able to face the teacher.
The teacher is the person I respect most in my life. I cannot speak against my conscience. Rowena's worship of El Nordua reached the extreme, almost treating him as a belief.
But her words made Li Shang and Song Gaofei's faces turn pale.
Crush it.
It was a complete crush. Prince Chongshan, what a resounding name, but at this moment, it is not as famous as the word Lin Xiao.
Haha, why bother struggling? Is it that hard to admit that you're a wimp?
Lin Xiao's teasing voice sounded at this moment. Li Shang and Song Gaofei lowered their heads, their faces so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out.
They didn't say anything.
Their previous high spirits had already been shattered by Lin Xiao's ruthless slaps in the face.
In the auditorium, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xiao fanatically.
At this moment, Lin Xiao is the absolute protagonist. The legendary value is soaring, having already broken through the 200,000 mark and is still increasing rapidly.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, step on the Prince of the Mountain, and get a rare level lottery chance +1. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xiao's mind, and a deep smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth.
Let's go!
There was no need to stay at the scene any longer, so Lin Xiao spoke softly to Yu Bing.
Yu Bing nodded slightly.
At this moment, her pretty face flushed, and under the light, she was the most attractive person in this space. The three-piece set of Angel's Love showed its greatest value on her.
She is just like an angel from mythology, fascinating and intoxicating. Buzz.
The voice of the night roared, and the huge friction caused it to drift in place, circling around Li Shang and Luo Wenyi, and then it went away like a black lightning.
Fuck. This is a provocation, a naked provocation.
Lin Xiao is too brave.
That's Prince Chongshan. Isn't he afraid at all?
Prince Chongshan has been completely crushed.
I'm afraid that after today, the title of Prince Chongshan will become a heavy burden, weighing heavily on Li Shang, right? Stop talking. This time, Prince Chongshan was humiliated terribly.
All his methods were completely crushed.
It was simply. The auditorium was noisy.
Li Shang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out.
Snort.
He snorted coldly, got on the big bull, started the vehicle and drove away.
Song Gaofei and some like-minded lackeys looked at each other, all with bitter smiles on their faces. Soon, they left in disgrace, but the auditorium was still noisy and Lin Zhao's reputation became even more famous. Chapter 56. Don't you understand the importance of reciprocity? Asshole, asshole.
The big Red Bull was parked casually on the side of the road, and Li Shang was sitting in the car, roaring.
His cell phone had already dialed Song Gaofei's number.
At this time, Song Gaofei was on the other end of the phone, listening to Li Shang's roar with a nervous look on his face.
Song Gaofei, are you a piece of shit? Asshole, haven't you done what I asked you to do?
I want him to disappear from my sight.
Song Gaofei's intermittent voice soon came from the phone.
Li, Master Li, I've already contacted someone from the East District, someone will be here soon.
Master Li, do you want to kill him directly? Are you deaf? I don't want to see him. If anything goes wrong, you have to take the blame for me. Otherwise, your Song family will be doomed. Beep, beep.
Li Shang finished his roar and hung up the phone. On the other side, Song Gaofei's face was full of bitterness, but there was nothing he could do.
Lin Xiao, it's all your fault. His face was extremely gloomy. This is outrageous. What right did that damn poor boy have to take Bing Bing away?
At the Yu family, Yu Sungwu was also roaring.
Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong also looked unhappy.
Just now, they were watching the entire live broadcast and saw everything. To be honest, Lin Xiao's performance really shocked them for a moment. But it was only for that moment. What they care about most now is not the mystery of Lin Xiao, but the future of their Yu family. Lin Xiao's actions have completely ruined the future of their Yu family. Without Chongshan's support, Sihai Pharmaceutical would inevitably collapse in a short period of time, which would be a devastating blow to the foundation of their Sihai group.
There's nothing we can do. Let's just take it one step at a time. Bing Bing didn't answer the phone either. Our attitude this time has hurt her. Qin Fong suddenly sighed. Isn't it because you guys usually give her so much stamina? Freedom to fall in love?
Born in a family like ours, she must realize her own value, and everything must be based on the interests of the family. Yu Sungwu looked at his eldest brother and sister-in-law and said, no matter what, we must let her go to Chongshan to apologize. Only in this way can Sihai and the Yu family have a chance of survival.
Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong fell into silence.
They wanted to do so too, but as parents, they knew their daughter's character very well. If they pushed her too far, Yu Bing might do something irreparable. Yu Bing, the person involved, had no idea about the situation at home at that time. The sound of the night moved quickly on the road like a flash of black lightning. Inside the car, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing were both silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward.
Thank you, Lin Xiao.
Finally, Yu Bing spoke up and she looked at Lin Xiao with a sincere gaze.
You are welcome.
Lin Xiao smiled, then looked at Yu Bing with admiration, turned around and asked, where are we going now?
Shall I take you home? I'm not going back.
Yu Bing shook her head directly, take me to your house.
Puff. Sizzle.
Lin Xiao was stunned and even stepped on the brakes instinctively. The car just stopped on the side of the road. He turned his head and looked at Yu Bing in disbelief, with an expression on his old face that was not sure whether it was shyness or anticipation.
Well, aren't we developing a little too fast?
Well, although, I don't really mind, but shouldn't you tell your family, ahem. Lin Xiao's words were sarcastic, but even a fool could hear the deeper meaning behind them. Yu Bing's pretty face flushed red, and the frost on her face melted away. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao in a charming manner and said angrily, I want to stay at your house for one night.
What are you thinking? How can I be such a casual person? Ha ha.
Well, sorry, I thought, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. Yu Bing did not respond, but just lowered her head and looked at the car floor. It took a long time for Lin Xiao to come back to his senses from the embarrassment and drove towards Taoyuan.
More than 10 minutes later, in the living room of Villa Number 1. There are many rooms, you can choose anyone. All the necessary supplies are available. Just use them as you see fit.
Oh, by the way, I need to buy some herbs and some Chinese medicine stuff tomorrow.
Do you have time? Take me around. You have a pharmacy at home and have many connections. Opposite Lin Xiao, Yu Bing stood there in a pretty manner. Hearing this, she nodded gently. Thank you. I don't want to go home tomorrow either.
I can help with the herbs.
Lin Xiao nodded gently. Yes. That's it for now.
You should go to bed early. You've been running around in the East District all day, and this incident happened in the evening.
You must be very tired. Yu Bing nodded silently.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao turned around and prepared to go upstairs.
But at this time, Yu Bing called him. Lin Xiao. What's wrong?
Lin Xiao turned his head in confusion. However, Yu Bing took off the crown and also took off the necklace and watch.
What?
Lin Xiao frowned.
Thank you.
Yu Bing thanked him and then said, but this is too expensive, I can't accept it. At this moment, Lin Xiao's heart suddenly began to beat a little.
That was the angel's love set of inestimable value, and Yu Bing actually refused it.
In comparison, the difference between Zhou Na, that gold digger who threatened to break up because of a mobile phone, is really too big. Of course, Yu Bing's ability to do this is also related to her family background, but that is a priceless item after all. But I don't think anyone else is worthy of it except you. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. This one sentence made Yu Bing's heart beat wildly and her pretty face turned red. But it's worth a lot. Yu Bing shook her head, her eyes full of determination. Lin Xiao nodded. Okay, then take it to whichever room you live in and put it there.
When you figure it out, you can take it away, or...
Lin Xiao paused, stared into Yu Bing's eyes, raised his lips, and said jokingly, or you can come and stay anytime, and then put it on for me to appreciate, huh? Yu Bing rolled her eyes, suddenly showing the attitude of a little girl, and spat softly, you wish.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Xiao was too lazy to say anything more and turned around to go upstairs.
But suddenly, Yu Bing called him again. Lin Xiao. Again.
Lin Xiao turned around, and before he could ask, he suddenly felt a pretty face approaching, and then his cheek felt warm.
Oh my god.
Lin Xiao froze in place as if he had been electrocuted. At this time, Yu Bing quickly dodged past Lin Xiao and rushed upstairs.
Wait a minute, don't you understand the rules of reciprocity?
Lin Xiao reacted quickly and shouted.
Ah! You bastard! Yu Bing ran even faster.
Lin Xiao stood there, shaking his head helplessly. You were obviously driving the car, how come I am a gangster?
Chapter 57, Ghost King 13 Needles.
Lin Xiao lay on the bed, touching his cheek and grinning foolishly from time to time. During the 3 years of college, Zhou Na and I were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But, in 3 years, let alone kissing, Lin Xiao hadn't even held her hand. How could he have imagined that one day he would be ambushed by Yu Bing, the most beautiful girl on campus at Anhui University, also known as the Ice Goddess?
If this gets out, I wonder how many people will be envious. What a pity. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it.
Lin Xiao had a proud look on his face and gradually fell asleep. At this time, in the auditorium of Anda University, the crowd began to slowly disperse. Song Song, all of this should have belonged to me, the 130 million Bugatti Night voice, the almost priceless angel's love suit, but now, they've all been taken away by that little bitch Yu Bing. Jonah leaned on the shoulder of Qiansong, the sissy, with great sadness. Qiansong reached out and patted her on the back. Nana, don't be discouraged. You will definitely be able to win Lin Xiao's forgiveness.
You will definitely be able to do it. I support you. Everything that belongs to you will be returned to you in the end.
In this world, you are the only one who deserves Lin Xiao.
He is where he is today because of your encouragement. Aha! Zhou Na nodded firmly. Behind the two of them, Yang Yuqing looked unhappy. Fuck, why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves carefully? Are you worthy of the current Lin Xiao? That's a person who even Prince Chongshan trampled under his feet. What the hell are you, a gold digger? Zhou Na and Qiansong both froze. Then, the two of them turned around at the same time and glared at Yang Yuqing. What did you say, asshole? Qiansong raised his orchid finger. Yang Yuqing, do you know whose girlfriend you are humiliating? Are you looking for death? Snort.
Jonah also snorted coldly. Yang Yuching, believe it or not, I will tell Lin Xiao that as long as he says a word, your small shopping mall will have to close down.
Ha 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 ha. Yang Yuching burst out laughing. You are flattering yourself too much. Would Lin Xiao pay attention to a gold digger like you?
And Xiansong, you damned bastard, if you try to point at me again, I'll beat you to death.
You dare. X2. Xiansong and Jonah roared almost at the same time. However, what answered them was Yang Yuching's deep shout, spinning kick.
Yang Yuching turned 2.5 times in the air, and the sound of breaking wind was extremely piercing.
Ah! Xiansong was kicked and fell to the ground. Song. Jonah was horrified. Yang Yuching, I will fight you. Rubbish. Yang Yuching sneered. Soon, Jonah and Xiansong were severely taught a lesson by Yang Yuching. Woo woo.
The two hugged each other and cried, Yang Yuching, we won't let you go. Lin Xiao will never let you go.
Idiot.
Yang Yuching spat, feeling refreshed, and left in small steps. Now, he finally understood the joy that Lin Xiao felt when he slapped Jonah and Xiansong. He realized that he was a fool before. He actually fell in love with someone like Jonah. He was simply blind. If Lin Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would probably shake hands with him. After all, Lin Xiao was also blind before.
Carrot. Time flies and it is the next day.
Lin Xiao woke up from his sleep and found that his drool had covered half of the pillow.
Recalling the dream he had last night, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly, beast. Then he happily opened the system panel. Legend value, 50W+. Fuck, I'm rich now.
Looking at the legendary value on the system panel, Lin Xiao instantly woke up from his sleepy state.
System, upgrade, quickly.
As soon as the command was issued, the system immediately deducted 100,000 legendary points and automatically upgraded the level.
System, legendary lottery system rare panel text changes quickly. Ding. Upgrade successfully, unlock rare level lottery. A piece of information appears in my mind.
The system has unlocked a rare level lottery, but this lottery is a bit expensive, requiring 100,000 legendary points per draw.
System, for consecutive draws.
Looking at the remaining 400,000 legendary points, Lin Xiao did not hesitate at all. Congratulations, you have obtained the medical skill, Ghost King 13 Needles.
Damn, it's already shipped on the first batch? Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy. The next second, a large amount of information emerged in my mind.
The 13 needles of the Ghost King were inherited from a being dubbed the Ghost Doctor. After receiving that information, Lin Xiao was completely shocked. The 13 needles of the Ghost King can be said to be a completely new approach to acupuncture and is extremely bold.
No wonder he is called a medical ghost. Only a medical genius would dare to make such a bold attempt. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Then continue to focus on the system.
Unfortunately, the next 3 rare level draws are all guaranteed. But don't underestimate this guarantee, each bet is worth 500,000 yuan. The wealth increased by another 1.5 million, but unfortunately, Lin Xiao is no longer so obsessed with money. After all, the wasteland in the Eastern District is still worth 1 billion. As long as we wait for 10 more days, we will have another 1 billion in the card. At this time, money is really just a number to Lin Xiao. Although he is not the richest, for an ordinary person, this money is enough to live lavishly or spend lavishly for several lifetimes.
There is another rare lottery, draw now.
I had previously unlocked the achievement of the prince stepping on the mountains, and the system rewarded me with a rare lottery.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Rare level. I have drawn it twice so far. One time I got Future News and the other time I got Bugatti Voice of the Night. I don't know what good things I will get this time.
Congratulations, money plus 1 million.
Lin Xiao. He was speechless. With such a strong achievement, he only got a guaranteed reward? It's not very scientific, but it seems reasonable. After all, it's a lottery, and there's too much randomness involved. Knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Lin Xiao, are you up? I made breakfast.
Yu Bing's clear voice rang out outside.
What? You can also make breakfast?
Lin Xiao jumped up from the bed, rushed to the door and opened it.
Look down on me?
Yu Bing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous light.
Well.
Lin Xiao was stunned, then smiled awkwardly and said teasingly, "In my opinion, as a wealthy person like you, you should be served with clothes and food as soon as you open your eyes. What's the difference between that and trash?" "Humph." Yu Bing snorted softly, "Hurry up and wash up, aren't you going to the pharmacy later?" "Oh, yes." Lin Xiao agreed and quickly returned to the house. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at the restaurant. Looking at the well-matched and nutritious breakfast, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give Yu Bing a thumbs up. Soon, the sun was at its highest point in the sky, and Lin Xiao and Yu Bing returned to Villa Number 1 in Taoyuan. At this time, at the entrance of Taoyuan, a large G-class slowly stopped. It turned out to be the boss of Louis Bar, who arrived with Gao Chang and Gao Changlong. After reporting Lin Xiao's name and contacting Lin Xiao, Big G slowly came to the door of Villa Number 1. Chapter 58, East District Master, humble as dust. "Fuck, Brother Xiao, am I dreaming? This big villa, is it really yours? And that car, holy shit, what is it called? It's so cool." At the gate of Peach Blossom Land Number 1 Villa, Gao Chang was as excited as a child. He looked at the villa for a while, and then lay on Lin Xiao's Bugatti parked at the gate. Legend value plus 99. Legend value plus 99. On Lin Xiao's system panel, prompt messages kept scrolling. Lin Xiao's second uncle Gao Changlong also had a look of shock on his face, and kept looking at Lin Xiao. He swore that at his age, he would never dare to do this even in his dreams. But Lin Xiao was still borrowing money for his mother Qi Yan's cancer a few days ago. Why has he suddenly changed into such a terrifying person? Gao Changlong couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. "Brother Chang, this is the Bugatti Noir, it's worth 130 million. At this time, the master of Louis Bar was introducing with a respectful smile on his face. Hiss. Gao Chang couldn't help but gasp, and quickly climbed up from the car. He looked at it carefully, as if he was afraid that he would make a scratch. He. Lin Xiao couldn't help but find it funny when he saw this scene. He took out his car keys and threw them to Gao Chang. "Go and have some fun." Bang! Gao Chang took the car keys, and then he became very excited. "Xiao, Brother Xiao, can I? Open it as you like." Lin Xiao waved his hands helplessly. "Okay." After getting confirmation, Gao Chang opened the car door and got in. Buzz. As the sound waves like the roar of a wild beast swept out, the sound of the night also slowly moved. Gudong. Chao Mang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was really a little envious. A world-class supercar worth 130 million. Not to mention driving it, even just touching it is worth savoring for the rest of your life. This is the man's obsession with supercars. Slow down, be careful not to get bumped. Gao Changlong couldn't help but give a reminder. "Uncle, it's okay, come on, let's go into the house." Lin Xiao said this and helped Gao Changlong up. Chao Mang hurriedly stood aside with a smile. Only then did Lin Xiao seem to see him and his eyes fell on him. "Come in and sit down." "Yes, thank you, Brother Xiao." Chao Mang was flattered. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and was too lazy to say anything more. "Why don't you look in the mirror? You are in your 30s and I am in my 20s, and you call me brother." However, Lin Xiao didn't care much about it. After all, Chao Mang was a gangster, so it was natural for him to have a stronger gangster style. "Xiaozi, you really have made great progress." Entering the villa and looking at the high-tech decoration, Gao Changlong couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiao just smiled along. But at this time, Gao Changlong changed the subject. "Xiaozi, everyone has their own secrets, and your uncle won't ask too many questions, but your uncle wants to remind you that no matter what we do, we must be true to our conscience, understand?" "I know, uncle, don't worry." Lin Xiao's face straightened and he answered solemnly. "Tea is ready." At this moment, Yu Bing's voice rang out. On the coffee table in the living room, she had already brewed the finest fragrant tea. For a moment, Lin Xiao once again felt that with a wife like this, there was nothing more he could ask for. Of course, he was just in a daze for a moment, and then Lin Xiao helped Gao Changlong to sit down. Chao Mang stood aside with a smile. After all, he would feel embarrassed to sit down without Lin Xiao. But at this time, Gao Changlong said, "Xiaozi, we are really troubling Xiao Chao by coming here this time. Also, Xiao Chao apologized to us for what happened yesterday, and Shen Wei and the others also taught us a lesson. You should stop getting angry with them in the future." After hearing this, Lin Xiao finally understood. This is the reason why Chao Mang came here. Obviously, his powerful fighting ability has completely frightened these big guys in the East District.
This is certainly a good thing.
At least in the future, no matter what Gao Chang does in the East District, no one will be indifferent.
I know, uncle. Chao Mang, right? Lin Zhao's eyes fell on Chao Mang. Yes, brother Xiao, I am Chao Mang. Chao Mang answered quickly, his tone extremely respectful. After returning yesterday, Chao Mang learned about the horror of dark force warriors from Shalon's narration. It is said that powerful dark energy warriors can walk on water like in the movies. This is completely beyond the scope of ordinary people. Although they are gangsters, they cannot afford to provoke this godlike figure. Therefore, an apology is necessary. Today, not only he came, but also Zhou Koan and Qi Lang, who was still seriously injured, came. It's just that those two didn't come over here. Sit down. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Yes, thank you, brother Xiao.
Chao Mang suppressed his excitement and sat down. I'll have to trouble you with Xiangzi in the future. Lin Xiao said casually.
Brother Xiao, you are too kind. This is what we should do. As for Chen Wei's matter, we will definitely handle it properly and give brother Xiao a satisfactory explanation.
Chao Mang kept his head down throughout the whole process and was extremely respectful.
If the big guys in the East District saw this, I wonder how shocked they would be. Master Chao Mang is a powerful figure in the East District. He is arrogant and domineering on weekdays and never gives face to anyone.
But now, in front of a college student, he is as humble as dust. It is impossible not to be shocking.
You can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't affect me.
Lin Xiao waved his hand.
Yes.
Chao Mang immediately understood, and then continued, Brother Xiao, actually, Brother Koan asked me to come here this time.
Brother Koan and Qi Lang are both in the city center. Brother Koan wants to apologize to you, Brother Xiao, tonight. I hope Brother Xiao can do me the honor.
Lin Xiao was ready to refuse without even thinking about it, but then he thought about Gao Chang's future development and did not say the refusal.
Okay, contact me in the evening.
Lin Xiao agreed after careful consideration.
Good. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your kindness. Chao Meng's face was filled with excitement and he was extremely excited, as if he had accomplished something huge.
This reaction made Zhu Bing look sideways slightly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao became even more intense. She felt that Lin Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious. What she couldn't imagine was that Lin Xiao's change was too fast. In just a few days, Lin Xiao had become a terrifying existence that no one else could ever become in their entire life. If some more time passes, I really don't know how amazing Lin Xiao will reach. Finally, Gao Chang came back from the test drive, with an expression of suppressed excitement on his face. Lin Xiao found it a little funny and called him over, then looked at his cousin Gao Changlong.
Uncle, let's get started.
The process may be a little scary, but I promise that you will be able to move today and recover in half a month.
What? Gao Changlong's eyes widened. Of course it's not just him, the rest of the people are the same too. Chapter 59, Strange in Fantasy. Xiaozi, are you serious? Gao Changlong was a little excited.
He has had no feeling in his leg for 20 years. If it weren't for that leg, he would probably still be at the border, sacrificing his life and shedding his blood for the Dragon Kingdom.
It's been 20 years. I'd been to big hospitals, but they said that even if you spend a lot of money to get treated, it's impossible to be the same as before. At best, you can just move, and this requires an extremely long treatment process. Is it possible?
Yu Bing raised her eyebrows slightly. To be honest, Lin Xiao's words did surprise her. Chao Mang also frowned, but he was thinking about something.
Gao Chang was very excited.
No matter what, he absolutely trusted Lin Xiao.
Certainly. In response to Gao Changlong's question, Lin Xiao did not give much explanation, but just nodded confidently.
Of course, before this morning, he might not have dared to say this. But since obtaining the 13 needles of the Ghost King, Lin Xiao dared to make a promise. The 13 needles of the Ghost King, combined with the black jade skin regenerating cream obtained from the previous high-level lottery, and Lin Zhao's experience as an intermediate master of traditional Chinese medicine, made Lin Xiao 100% sure that Gao Changlong could move today and recover in half a month.
Gao Changlong also became excited at this moment.
Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and said directly, Uncle, you should prepare yourself mentally first, I will also prepare myself.
Good. Gao Changlong agreed and Lin Xiao left.
A few minutes later, Lin Xiao came back with a brocade bag in his hand. In the bag was a brand new set of silver needles, which were very complete and came in both long and short lengths. These were purchased with the help of Yu Bing. One of the silver needles was more than 20 centimeters long and was specially made on the spot.
Uncle, let's start.
Lin Xiao spread out the silk, then reached out and pulled Gao Changlong's leg. Suddenly, Gao Changlong's trouser leg was torn apart. A skinny leg appeared in front of everyone, which no longer looked like a normal person's leg. Without exercise for many years, muscles have begun to atrophy. There is an extremely terrifying scar on Gao Changlong's leg, which was left by the emergency surgery he underwent that year. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Lin Xiao was very calm. He reached out and pulled out the silver needle, without pressing it, and just stabbed it down casually.
Puff!
A very subtle sound was heard, and everyone at the scene widened their eyes.
Fuck! Gao Chang exclaimed, Xiao, brother Xiao, it went through.
This.
Are you sure this is how it was cured?
Look, that silver needle directly pierced Gao Changlong's entire leg. It was really scary to look at.
Gao Changlong took a deep breath, but his legs had no feeling and he couldn't react.
Piercing therapy is rare in traditional Chinese medicine, but it does exist. Before Lin Xiao could explain, Xiao Mang suddenly spoke.
Oh?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at him with surprise.
Ahem.
Xiao Mang was a little embarrassed. Brother Xiao, to be honest, my Xiao family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and I am the 39th generation of my family's only heir, but
I abandoned it later and went out to mix in the underworld.
Xiao Mang's old face turned red. A doctor is actually hanging out in the underworld, which goes against the ideals of his family. If this were made public, he would be laughed at. Gold will shine wherever it is. Lin Xiao was also speechless.
Gao Chang and Yu Bing couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Only the person involved, Xiao Mang, had an embarrassed smile on his face.
Then, Lin Xiao said no more and continued the treatment. But this time, he focused his eyes, stretched out his hand, pulled out the needle, and stabbed it in one go.
The next second, he was fully focused, his hands flying like a butterfly, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Gao Changlong's legs were soon filled with silver needles, and his fists were pierced through. Such a method. Lin Xiao didn't know that everything he did shocked everyone.
The acupuncture moves as smoothly as flowing water, with varying depths, yet is extremely exquisite. Hiss. Gao Changlong took a deep breath, and then his face became excited. I feel it, it hurts a lot.
He was so excited.
It's been 20 years, and today I finally felt the pain.
What does this mean?
This means there is real hope for treatment.
Uncle, bear with it.
Lin Xiao reminded at this time.
Gao Changlong nodded heavily.
The next moment, Lin Xiao slapped his hand, and all the silver needles were instantly penetrated.
Ah!
At this moment, even though Gao Changlong had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't stop crying out in pain.
The pain that goes straight to the soul is simply impossible to suppress. This is just the beginning.
Lin Xiao reminded again, then suddenly retracted his hand.
A horrifying scene appeared.
Lin Xiao's hands seemed to be equipped with magnets, and he pulled out the silver needles that were embedded in Gao Changlong's thighs. The pain was getting worse and Gao Changlong's face turned pale, but he was born in the military after all, so at this moment he gritted his teeth and said nothing.
At this moment, even Xiao Mang couldn't help but admire him.
However, Xiao Mang was more shocked than admired, shocked by Lin Xiao.
That terrifying acupuncture technique is like a legend.
It seems that there is a record in the medical books at home, this set of techniques. At this moment, his mind was filled with scenes of being whipped by his father with a stick to force him to recite medical books.
He kept exploring deep into his memory, trying to find something. And Lin Xiao, the acupuncture is still going on.
It was always penetrating acupuncture, constantly pulling out and putting in, over and over again.
Gao Changlong's face became paler and paler.
Even though he came from a military background, his patience was about to reach its limit. Fortunately, just when he was about to lose control, Lin Xiao raised his hand and pulled out all the silver needles.
Call.
Lin Xiao let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Okay, uncle, you can try to see if you can move.
Lin Xiao had just used all of the Ghost King's 13 needles thoroughly. If Gao Changlong hadn't been suffering from leg disease for too long, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. Gao Changlong also let out a long sigh and tried to move. At this moment, a long-lost feeling came over him, and his legs, which had been numb for 20 years, moved slightly.
Okay, it's really okay, huh? I. Gao Chenglong was so excited that he was incoherent. Yu Bing stared at Lin Xiao in shock, looking at him in disbelief. It actually, really cured the leg disease that had lasted for 20 years. Even Grandpa wouldn't dare to say it was so efficient, right? No, even the king of medicine in Anqing can't reach this level. Chao Mang standing by was also muttering to himself. The penetrating treatment is like a magic trick. Each needle goes against the grain, reaching the limit of acupuncture. This is the Ghost King's 13 needles. Bang! Suddenly, Chao Mang knelt down towards Lin Xiao and bowed deeply. Chapter 60 Master, please accept my greeting. Well. Everyone looked at Chao Mang in confusion, wondering what was wrong with him. But at this moment, Chao Mang stood up and looked at Lin Xiao with fiery eyes. I don't know if the master of the ghost doctor lineage is here. Chao Mang, the 39th generation descendant of the Chao family, would like to pay his respects to the master. As Chao Mang spoke, he bowed down again, and this time, he prostrated himself completely. Ghost doctor lineage? Master? Gao Chang and his son and Yu Bing became even more confused. Get up, I'm not from some medical ghost lineage, but you actually know the Ghost King's 13 needles? Lin Xiao's faint voice came out. Master, you are joking. If you are not a ghost doctor, how could you perform the Ghost King 13 needles to such an extent? Chao Meng's face was full of disbelief. When I was young, I read a lot of medical books, and I did a lot of research on the lineage of ghost doctors. The only one who can perform the 13 needles of the Ghost King to this extent is a direct descendant with extraordinary talent. Master, I am blind and ignorant. I have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes, but based on this he was able to infer what a position this medical ghost lineage and the Ghost King's 13 needles occupied in the medical world. The system really gave a big surprise. Okay, hurry up and get up. I still have to go make some medicine. Lin Xiao waved at Chao Mang, then turned and left. Lin Xiao has already purchased all the necessary medicinal materials, and the next step is to make the black jade skin regenerating ointment. Gao Chenglong has been paralyzed for many years and has to use the black jade muscle regenerating ointment to recover. Now only his leg disease has been cured, but his muscles have long since atrophied. To achieve 100% recovery, black jade skin regenerating cream is a must, and it must be used for up to half a month. Lin Xiao left, and Gao Chang pulled Chao Mang aside to listen to Chao Mang's explanation of the so-called ghost doctor lineage. Yu Bing also listened quietly. For her, this was also a new world. She is not interested in medicine, but her grandfather is a master of medicine. But many of the things Chao Mang was talking about now were things she had never heard of before, and she became interested for a moment. At this time, Lin Xiao was in an empty room which was filled with medicinal materials and a huge stone mortar for pounding medicine. These were purchased together in the morning. Lin Xiao put countless precious Chinese medicinal materials into the stone mortar, then mobilized the dark energy in his body to bless it and began to make medicine quickly. The preparation method of black jade skin regenerating cream is not complicated, but it requires a lot of medicinal materials, and the proportions and even the order of fusion cannot be wrong. It took more than an hour for Lin Xiao to produce about half a pound of black jade skin regenerating cream. Call. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Xiao walked out of the empty room. The black jade skin regenerating cream is pitch black in color, just like a piece of black jade, dotted with a few white particles. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived, a special fragrance was smelled by everyone. Chao Mang suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao with horror. What's wrong with you again? Lin Xiao frowned. Great, master. The way Chao Mang addresses him has changed from brother Xiao to master. His eyes are fanatical and he looks like a little fanboy of Lin Xiao. This is this. Black jade skin regenerating cream? I was wondering what medicine should be used to treat this stubborn disease. It turns out that it is this magical medicine. Master. Bang. Chao Mang knelt down again, his eyes full of fanaticism. Yes. How do you know everything? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. This Chao Mang, the only son in a family of traditional Chinese medicine for 39 generations, is really not an exaggeration. From his knowledge, it can be seen that his Chao family is probably not simple. But for such a person, why doesn't he just inherit the medical skills and instead go out and mingle in the underworld? Master, you have simply exceeded my understanding. Chao Mang stared at the black jade skin regenerating cream in Lin Xiao's hand. It's a legendary magical medicine. It can turn bones into flesh. I was lucky enough to use it once when I was young. It was the last bit of stock in my Chow family. I thought I would never see this miraculous medicine again in this lifetime, but I didn't expect to see it here today. Master, I have no regrets, no regrets. Meat and bones? Gao Chang, Gao Changlong, and Yu Bing all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They all thought that this was a bit exaggerated. The idea of flesh turning into bones only existed in legends. But looking at Chow Mang's expression, he doesn't seem to be faking it. The most important thing is that Lin Xiao did not refute it, which is enough to prove that this black jade skin regenerating cream may really have such miraculous effects. With this thing, Mr. Gao Changlong's leg won't need half a month to heal. He already has feeling now, and it will be back to normal in a week at most. At this time, Xiao Mang's voice came again. Oh? Lin Xiao had made a conservative estimate before, but he didn't expect that he actually underestimated the black jade skin regenerating cream? Master, can you let me see this? At this time, Xiao Mang asked again with an expectant look on his face. Lin Xiao handed the black jade skin regenerating cream that he had casually put on a disc to Xiao Mang. Xiao Mang took it, smelled it first, then pinched it, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. Soon, he opened his eyes. This is of higher quality than what I used at the beginning. It won't take a week. Mr. Gao's leg will be healed in 5 days at most. After Xiao Mang finished speaking, he stared at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes. Master, did you just make this? Lin Xiao nodded slightly to show his affirmation. Master, please accept my greeting. Xiao Mang no longer knew how to express his feelings at the moment. Once again, I was completely impressed. Lin Xiao did not dodge, but took the black jade skin regenerating ointment from Xiao Mang's hand. Xiao Mang's behavior reminded him that some of the things he obtained from the system might be a little outrageous, and in the future, some things should not be easily shown to others. You must always be on guard against others. Meat and bones, such a miraculous medicine. If it can be mass-produced in Sihai Pharmaceutical, then the crisis of Sihai. Yu Bing's thoughts were extremely complicated at this moment. In the following time, Lin Xiao applied medicine to Gao Changlong, and then asked them to come every day for acupuncture and changing of dressings. After doing all this, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and drank tea with Gao Chang and others. Just then, Yu Bing's cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and looked at it. She wanted to hang up, but after thinking about it, she swiped to answer the call. But the next second, Yu Bing suddenly stood up, and a look of panic suddenly flashed across her pretty face. What's wrong? Lin Xiao frowned and had a bad feeling. My grandfather is critically ill and has fallen into a coma. Yu Bing gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Walk. Lin Xiao grabbed her and the two of them went straight out of the villa. Soon, the Bugatti Nocturne rushed out of the Peach Blossom Land. Chapter 61. Even the gods can't save. There are still 8 days left. In 8 days it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday. In the car, Yu Bing pursed her lips tightly, tears still welling up in her eyes. Don't worry, it will be fine. Lin Xiao comforted him and continued to increase the speed of the car. With the help of professional level driving skills, the traffic on city roads did not affect Lin Xiao at all. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yu Bing shook her head slightly. Maybe, it won't get better. It's not that Yu Bing is pessimistic, but she knows more about Yu Menggui's condition than Lin Xiao. My grandfather served in the army when he was young and was seriously injured. He had a lung problem. The war situation was tense at the time and he was not treated immediately. What's more, my grandfather studied medicine and was in good control of his condition. He persisted until he couldn't take it anymore and then retired. Unfortunately, it was too late when I wanted to get treatment. The hidden injury to my lungs remained. It has recurred over the years, but this is the first time I fell into a coma. My grandfather said that if he passed out, it would mean that his life might be coming to an end. A doctor should not treat himself. Yu Menggua has well presented the essence of this sentence. In fact, it's not that I don't treat myself, but that I have a clear understanding of my own body. Sometimes I feel more relaxed if I don't force treatment. As Yu Bing spoke, she began to cry. Lin Xiao took out a tissue and handed it to her, comforting her. Everything is still unclear. When you see your grandfather, maybe he has woken up. Thank you, Lin Xiao. After Yu Bing thanked him, she fell silent. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more and focused on driving. More than 10 minutes later, Bugatti Noir arrived outside the Yu family mansion. To be honest, this was the first time that Lin Xiao came to Yu Bing's house. Apart from anything else, even the gate was as majestic as the gate of Peach Blossom Spring. Inside the gate, there was a manor-style structure with security guards at the door, but they opened the gate immediately after Yu Bing lowered the car window. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing drove all the way to the depths of the Yu family's home and the car slowly stopped in front of the main house. Lin Xiao couldn't estimate how big the entire Yu family was. There were modern villas as well as quaint old houses, crisscrossing each other, giving it a unique flavor. This way. After getting off the car, Lin Xiao followed closely behind Yu Bing. After passing through the main house, there were separate doors and courtyards at the back. Yu Bing took Lin Xiao directly into a courtyard. The yard is in the form of a quadrangle. What shocked Lin Xiao was that every room in the yard was equipped with the most advanced medical equipment. There are some who even Lin Xiao cannot name. At first, Lin Xiao was wondering why Yu Mengwa was not in the hospital when he was critically ill. Now he understands. The Yu family's facility is much more advanced than the hospital. The world of rich people is really unimaginable. A house was now full of people, and Yu Bing took Lin Xiao and walked straight towards there. At this moment, a middle-aged man just walked to the door. The moment he saw Yu Bing and Lin Xiao, his face instantly darkened. "You still remember to come back?" The middle-aged man suddenly shouted, his face gloomy. It was none other than Yu Sunwu, Yu Bing's second uncle. Yu Bing paused and did not answer. She didn't like her second uncle, not for any other reason, but because he was too utilitarian and didn't care about any feelings at all. Everything he did was for his family and for the Sihai group. Even the idea of pushing Yu Bing out and marrying her to Li Shang was suggested by this second uncle. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yu Sunwu didn't bother to say anything more, but he turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. He frowned, and then said unhappily, "What kind of people of questionable character are brought home? Is this a place where he can come?" Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, feeling a little unhappy. "Do you call yourself a person of questionable character?" At this moment, his impression of Yu Sunwu became negative. "Uncle, Lin Xiao is my friend." But at this time, Yu Bing spoke first, and she looked at Yu Sunwu steadily. Snort. "Friend? As a friend, he shouldn't have taken you away from the Great Hall of Ande. He doesn't know the current situation. It's better not to have friends like him." Yu Sunwu snorted coldly. Lin Xiao was a little angry and his eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. "Second brother, stop talking." Yu Sungwen walked out of the ward, followed closely by Qin Feng. They both glanced at Lin Xiao, then looked at Yu Bing. "Let's go in and see your grandfather." After saying that, Yu Sungwen nodded to Lin Xiao again. "Of course, that's all." Qin Feng, however, looked at Lin Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze the whole time, which made Lin Xiao very unhappy. But now, because of Yu Bing, Lin Xiao didn't say a word more. "Lin Xiao, let's go in." Of course, Yu Bing did not forget Lin Xiao. She did not go in by herself, but greeted him instead. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and followed. Yu Sungu wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Yu Sungwen with a look. Finally, the group entered the house with different mindsets. Inside the room, there were all kinds of advanced medical equipment, and a group of people in white coats were researching and discussing things. Lin Xiao glanced around and saw various films and case analyses. At this moment, Yu Bing suddenly ran forward 2 steps quickly and came to a man in a white coat. "Grandpa Luo, how is my grandpa?" When the man in the white coat saw Yu Bing, he reached out and took off his mask, and an old face appeared in front of Lin Xiao. "Why?" The old man sighed and shook his head. "The situation is not optimistic. It's too late to perform surgery now, and your grandfather's body may not be able to hold up. Traditional Chinese medicine is useless. I am powerless." As the old man spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yu Mengwa, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yu Bing trembled all over, and tears instantly blurred her eyes. "Grandfather." Yu Bing walked to the bedside dejectedly, stretched out her hand gently and grasped Yu Mengwa's hand. Unfortunately, the Yumeng kingdom did not move at all, as if it was unaware of anything. "King Luo, is there really no solution?" The brothers Yu Sungu and Yu Sungwen walked forward, their faces full of worry. "Even gods can't save you." The old man, King Yi Luo, shook his head slightly. Yu Sungu and Yu Sungwen both fell silent. "The person in front of you is the master of Anqing's medical world, the king of medicine Luo Tsuwen. Since he said this, it can almost be concluded that the Yumeng kingdom is beyond salvation."
The title of King of Medicine was not given randomly, it was a title that was recognized by everyone in the medical community of Anqing. Luo Zhuwen has reached the pinnacle in both Chinese and Western medicine.
No one in the whole Anqing can match him. Don't worry, Bing Bing. Your grandfather's illness is not serious.
However, just when everyone was sad, Lin Zhao's voice suddenly rang out.
Chapter 62. Just because you can't cure it doesn't mean I can't.
Lin Xiao, what did you say? Yu Bing suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes widened. At this moment, Yu Sungwu, Yu Sungwen and Luo Zhuwen, the king of medicine of Anqing, also looked at him. But unlike Yu Bing, the three of them frowned. I said, your grandfather's illness is not serious, it can be cured easily, you don't have to worry. Lin Xiao emphasized it again. He had already looked at Yu Mingguo's case. Even with such a difficult and complicated case, his master-level experience in traditional Chinese medicine was enough to treat it, and he didn't even need to use the Ghost King's 13 needles.
Real? Yu Bing became excited. Lin Xiao, please, save my grandpa.
Don't worry, your grandfather's illness is nothing serious. Not only can I cure him, but I can also make sure he can host his birthday party in good health. Lin Xiao smiled confidently.
Great, Lin Xiao, then hurry up.
Yu Bing has already urged him on.
Right now, nothing is more important than Yu Mingguo's recovery. Nonsense.
However, at this moment, a shout rang out. It was none other than Yu Sungwu, the person Lin Xiao hated the most. Yu Songwu's face looked extremely ugly, and his majestic eyes stared at Lin Xiao.
If you keep talking nonsense here, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold and he wanted to speak, but Yu Bing was faster than him.
Uncle, what are you talking about?
Lin Xiao can cure grandpa's illness.
Confused. Yu Sungwu glared and said, who does he think he is? Even your grandfather Luo, the king of medicine, can't cure it, so how can he cure it? Yu Bing, I think you've lost your mind.
Yu Bing's whole body stiffened, and her eyes suddenly became complicated. Yes, she was just too worried. Luo Zhuwen is the king of medicine.
No matter how amazing Lin Zhao's medical skills are, I'm afraid it's hard for him to surpass Luo Zhuwen's, right?
Thinking of this, Yu Bing couldn't help but smile bitterly.
King of medicine?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Luo Zhuwen at this moment, and then said with some disdain, you can't even cure this disease, and you dare to call yourself the king of medicine? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Only Lin Zhao's system gave him a prompt in his mind.
Legend value plus 999.
At this moment, the legendary value on the system panel has reached 50,000, and the growth rate has also accelerated a bit at this moment.
Of course, it is absolutely incomparable to what happened in the auditorium last night. How dare you? X2.
After a moment, Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen both shouted in a deep voice. They stared at Lin Xiao.
Yu Sungwen said, Lin Xiao, do you know what you are talking about? Humph. Don't you even have the most basic respect for your elders? Yu Sungwu looked at Yu Bing. Bing Bing, this is what you call a friend? Humph.
Lin Xiao was not surprised at all that Yu Sungwen knew him. After all, he is from a billionaire family.
Isn't it easy for him to get some information about him?
What's more, I have been with someone else's precious daughter these days.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, it's just a minor illness.
I can cure it quickly if I help. Lin Xiao spoke lightly.
No repentance. Yu Sungwen waved his hand and his face darkened. At this time, Luo Zhuwen's old eyes flashed with a faint light. Young man, you are so confident, can you tell me your method of treatment? Is it Western medicine or Chinese medicine?
Yu Sungwen, who was about to say something, shut up after Luo Zhuwen spoke.
At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xiao. Of course it's Chinese medicine.
Lin Xiao responded calmly, I only need to give you acupuncture and you will be cured.
Luo Zhuwen shook his head regretfully, I thought too much. I thought there really was some magical method. Young man, stop making trouble.
Even surgery may not work.
How can you cure it with just acupuncture?
The looks that Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen gave Lin Xiao had turned unfriendly.
Just because you can't be cured doesn't mean I can't be cured.
But at this time, Lin Xiao still retorted faintly.
Kick him out.
However, before he finished speaking, Yu Sungwu had already scolded him.
Second uncle.
Yu Bing was startled and quickly stood in front of Lin Xiao.
Bing Bing, come here.
However, at this moment, Qin Fong, who had been silent, spoke and pulled Yu Bing to her side. At the same time, a tall figure walked in from outside the door. He was dressed in black, and underneath the black clothes, his explosive muscles were coiled and he looked incredibly burly. His face was not that of a dragon country, his skin was slightly darker and his cheeks were thin. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao like a poisonous snake.
Mom, why are you pulling me?
Yu Bing tried to break free from Qin Fong, but to no avail.
Bing Bing, don't make friends like this anymore. We in the Yu family don't welcome people like this.
Qin Fong's faint voice sounded in Yu Bing's ears. Yu Bing trembled all over and was speechless for a moment. At this time, Lin Xiao also looked at Yu Bing and shrugged helplessly. Yu Bing, it's not that I didn't take action, it's that your family didn't give me a chance.
Don't blame me in the future.
Yu Bing's beautiful eyes turned red in an instant, and she was extremely sad. But at this time, Yu Sungu continued to shout, "Stop talking nonsense!
Long Ba, blast him out!"
The man in black, Long Ba, nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand without hesitation and grabbed Lin Xiao.
Why?
Lin Xiao sighed and slowly raised his hand.
Bang!
He grabbed Long Ba's wrist and patted it gently. Long Ba's hand instantly missed and flew to the side. Long Ba's eyes narrowed suddenly, and at this moment, he became extremely alert. At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stared at Long Ba's eyes.
If you dare to attack me again, I will make sure you won't be able to stand up this month.
As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not at one glance. This Long Ba is very strong and should not be an ordinary person, but he is weaker than Xi Lang.
Even Xi Lang couldn't take one of my attacks, let alone him. Stop being alarmist. Long Ba, hurry up. Yu Sungu urged again at this time. Stop.
Yu Bing shouted. Unfortunately, no one cares about him. Long Ba moved, took a step, and flew into the air. At this moment, a unique aura exploded from him. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. In his eyes, Long Ba at this moment seemed to have turned into a weapon from head to toe, and every one of his attacks seemed to be fatal.
Muay Thai?
Lin Xiao murmured.
Call.
At this time, Long Ba's attack also came, and the violent sound of breaking wind rang in his ears. Lin Xiao practiced Tai Chi, with soft power spreading throughout his body, and he raised it lightly with his hands.
Long Ba was extremely fierce, and he immediately caught the powerful attack.
Then, he stared at Long Ba calmly. At this moment, Long Ba trembled all over.
Chapter 63 Everything is up to Lin Xiao. What kind of eyes are those?
Long Ba will never forget this moment in his life. Lin Xiao gave him a feeling of contempt for all living beings.
Seem.
In front of him, I was like an ant and he didn't take me seriously at all.
Retreat. Without any hesitation, Long Ba began to retreat violently.
However, at this time, Lin Xiao had already made a move, and he gently slapped out with his palm.
Seems slow but is actually fast.
Looking at the soft palm, it seemed to have passed through space and arrived at Long Ba's chest in an instant.
Long Ba's pupils suddenly shrank into needle shapes.
He wanted to resist, but found that his body could not keep up with the reaction speed. He could only watch as Lin Xiao's palm fell on his chest.
Boom! An extremely terrifying force exploded in the chest. Long Ba's eyes almost popped out.
At that moment, he felt as if he was hit by a high-speed train. Then, waves of severe pain came all over my body, as if my entire body was about to be torn apart. Perhaps, if it weren't for the fact that he was practicing ancient Muay Thai and had already reached a certain level, he would have been beaten to pieces at that moment.
Call.
Long Ba's huge body flew backwards from the air, flew directly out of the house, and landed on the open space outside the door.
Puff.
The moment he landed, Long Ba could no longer bear it and spurted out a large mouthful of blood.
What?
At this moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Especially Yu Sungu, his mouth was open so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. That's Long Ba, a 9-star bodyguard hired by a top international security group, with an annual salary of nearly 100 million.
Just like that, defeated in one fell swoop? He couldn't even help blinking, fearing that he was dreaming. Just stay in bed for a month.
At this time, Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded.
Legend value plus 888. Legend value plus 1326. Information was scrolling wildly on Lin Xiao's system panel.
Everyone came back to their senses, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes.
Someone, come quickly, subdue this thug.
Yu Sungu panicked and yelled.
Crash. At this moment, 10 bodyguards in black appeared, each of them exuding a fierce aura. Not as good as Longba, but there are more people. Hey. I really don't want things to get out of control.
Lin Xiao sighed, then looked at Yu Bing helplessly.
Yubing, you can't blame me for this. Stop it, all of you stop right there, Lin Xiao, I will take you out.
Yu Bing shouted in panic. Unfortunately, no one cares about him. 10 bodyguards in black approached Lin Xiao vigilantly, all looking for an opportunity. Finally, the distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters. Lin Xiao was also ready to take action.
All of you, stop it, old man.
Suddenly, a voice came fiercely. The tense atmosphere was broken. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bed.
Dad. X3.
Yu Sungwu, Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong shouted at the same time.
Grandfather. Yu Bing also exclaimed. Old Jade. Luo Tsuwan also spoke. The bodyguards stopped forcibly. After all, that person was the actual controller of Yu Mengwa, Yu family and Sihai group. How dare you? At this time, Yu Mengwa ignored everyone. He was still lying there, but he was full of anger. Everything is up to Lin Xiao. I am an old man, but I am not afraid of death. What Yu Mengwa said shocked everyone. Oh? Lin Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but look towards Yu Mengwa. But at this moment, he met Yu Mengwa's gaze. His eyes were full of sincerity. Interesting.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly at him.
Lao Yu, are you crazy? At this time, Luo Tsuwen shouted. Don't worry. Yu Mengwa waved his hands gently, then fainted again. Beep, beep.
At this moment, the instrument started to alarm wildly, and everyone's heart was in their throat.
Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing suddenly shouted and broke free from Qin Fong.
Leave it to me.
Lin Xiao originally didn't plan to treat the patient, but now, he changed his mind.
He inexplicably developed a fondness for Yu Mengwa. Yu Bing nodded heavily.
At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xiao with extremely complicated eyes. But Lin Xiao glanced at the entire audience indifferently. In the room, the air conditioner is turned on to the maximum. I want the temperature to rise to over 40 degrees Celsius in the shortest possible time.
Everyone froze, not knowing what was going on. Are you all deaf?
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, then pointed at Yu Mengwei, or does his words not work?
Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen looked unhappy. Do as he says. And call the police. If he causes anything to happen to Lao Yu, it would be murder. Luo Tsuwen spoke slowly. Call.
Yu Sungwu let out a breath and raised his hand to signal the bodyguards.
Lin Xiao didn't care. To him, Yu Mengwa's problem was just a minor one. Adjust the central air conditioning power to maximum.
At this moment, the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. After just over 10 minutes, everyone felt that breathing was extremely difficult, and they even felt dry mouth and tongue due to dehydration.
Help him up.
The temperature was almost right, and Lin Xiao himself couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Yu Mengwa, and immediately 2 bodyguards came forward and helped Yu Mengwa up. I want 2 buckets of ice water, below 10 degrees Celsius. As Lin Xiao walked towards the bed, he glanced at Yu Sungwu and gave an order.
Yu Sungwu gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 bodyguards. Go.
After just a few minutes, 2 bodyguards came in carrying 2 large buckets filled with ice water, emitting a faint chill.
Swish. Lin Xiao took direct action and tore open Yu Mengwa's hospital gown, exposing his entire upper body to the air. Asshole. What are you doing? Yu Sungwu finally couldn't help but yell. Shut up.
Lin Xiao glanced at him indifferently and motioned to the 2 bodyguards carrying buckets.
Throw it on him.
At the same time, he had already picked up a silver needle in his hand, which was a specially made silver needle that was 20 centimeters long. At this moment, Lin Xiao mobilized the strength in his body and added it to his fingertips. The silver needle trembled slightly and became hard and straight.
What?
However, at this time, the 2 bodyguards did not move.
That's their old employer, how dare they?
Lin Xiao, you are so insolent.
Don't push your luck any further. Yu Sungwen couldn't help but speak. You shut up too.
Lin Xiao glanced at him calmly, then looked at the 2 bodyguards. Hurry up.
The bodyguards still didn't move, after all, his family members didn't say anything.
Just do as Lin Xiao said.
At this time, Yu Bing spoke.
However, her words directly led to Yu Songwu's scolding.
Yu Bing, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your grandfather? Chapter 64 Treatment, Shock. Yu Bing, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your grandfather? Yu Songwu glared at Yu Bing.
Lin Xiao hasn't started the treatment yet, but he has already heated up the room and filled it with ice water. These actions have absolutely nothing to do with curing the disease.
Yu Songwu doesn't think that Lin Xiao has any real talent or knowledge. If he continues like this, Yu Mengguo will not be able to survive. Uncle, Grandpa said that everything should be done by Lin Xiao. Yu Bing looked at Yu Songwu. Grandpa has seen Lin Xiao's methods, and Grandpa believes in Lin Xiao. Nonsense.
Yu Songwu waved his hand and said, he is trying to kill your grandfather.
Open your eyes and watch. Yu Songwen and Qin Fong also looked solemn at this time.
They looked at Yu Bing with extremely complicated expressions in their eyes. When Yu Bing saw this scene, her heart trembled slightly. Obviously, even his parents don't trust Lin Xiao. Splash water. Lin Xiao was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. The temperature had reached a certain point and the ice water could not last long in this environment. The two bodyguards were stunned and didn't dare to move. Splash water. Yu Bing took a deep breath and shouted, I, Yu Bing, will take responsibility for everything.
Bing Bing, stop messing around. Yu Songwen finally couldn't help but speak softly.
Splash water.
Are you deaf?
This time, Yu Bing chose to ignore her father and yelled at the two bodyguards.
Yu Bing. Yu Songwen's eyebrows were raised and his face looked extremely ugly. Yu Bing still ignored him and just stared at the bodyguard.
The two bodyguards were under tremendous pressure. Finally, they gritted their teeth and splashed the water out fiercely. Their target was Yu Mengguo, who was shirtless.
How dare you?
Yu Songwu and Yu Songwen were furious, but it was too late.
Crash. Laugh. 2 buckets of freezing cold water were poured directly on Yu Mengguo's body.
In this extremely high temperature environment, everyone even heard a slight sound coming from Yu Mengguo's body. Then, his slightly thin body trembled violently and he shuddered. At this moment, Lin Xiao moved suddenly. He was extremely fast, pinching the silver needle between 2 fingers and stabbing it down fiercely.
Puff.
The silver needle penetrated his body, piercing directly from Yu Mengguo's chest to his back. The piercing sharpness of the silver needle was frightening.
You. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene in disbelief.
The king of medicine Luo Xuan stared with his dim old eyes, his heart in turmoil.
However, this is just the beginning. Lin Xiao didn't pay any attention to everyone's reactions.
He pulled out the silver needle very quickly and then dropped it again.
Puff.
At another location, the silver needle penetrated the body again.
Everyone is numb. It's okay if it happened once, but why are you coming a second time? However, before they could react, Lin Xiao pulled out the needle again and stabbed it down with smooth movements. 3 stitches, less than 2 seconds.
At this time, Yu Mengguo's body completed trembling, and all the muscles in his body were tightened, including his lungs.
Shhhhhh.
At this moment, 3 blood arrows shot out from his body, forming a line on his chest and back, and the snow-white bed immediately turned bright red.
Asshole. The extremely bloody scene finally made Yu Songwu react.
Lin Xiao, you're done. The police will be here soon.
Your life is over.
After yelling, Yu Songwu turned to Yu Bing and continued to yell, Yu Bing, this is the consequence you have to bear.
Now, you have to bear it well.
Yu Bing's pretty face turned pale and she looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
Asshole, asshole.
At this time, Yu Songwen and Qin Fong were both shouting and cursing, and the looks they gave Lin Xiao were filled with extreme resentment. The bodyguards stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Xiao slowly reached out his hand, took some alcohol to disinfect the silver needle, then took out the brocade bag and inserted the silver needle back.
Then, he looked at Yu Bing and said, don't worry, it won't overturn.
Yu Bing was stunned when she saw Lin Xiao's calm expression. The familiar words suddenly made her feel at ease.
What are you still standing there for?
Go ahead, catch him, don't let him escape. Yu Songwu shouted loudly at this moment.
The bodyguards put down what they were doing, suddenly reacted, and looked at Lin Xiao fiercely. Stop it.
But at this moment, a voice was heard.
Everyone looked at it in confusion. To their surprise, the person who spoke this time was Luo Xuan. The instrument alarm has stopped, and Lao Yu's life status is recovering. Oh my god! Luo Tsuwen exclaimed.
Having been the king of medicine for many years, his state of mind has long been calm. But now, the calm lake of my heart has been stirred up by a huge wave.
Well.
Yu Sungwu, Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong were all stunned at this moment, looking at the various instruments in disbelief. Then, their eyes froze and suddenly became shocked.
Ahem.
At the same time, a cough was heard, and Yu Mengwa suddenly opened his eyes.
Cold. Yu Mengwa was trembling all over.
Even though the temperature in the room was extremely high at this moment, his hair stood on end. But at this moment, no one paid attention to him, and everyone looked at him blankly. Just now, it was so horrific, with blood splattered all over the bed, but how come he can still speak now?
He doesn't even look like a seriously ill person. Legend value plus 1999. Legend value plus 1068.
On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value was increasing rapidly, which showed how shocked everyone was.
Why is there so much water?
Yu Mengwa spoke again, frowning, and then without caring too much, he pulled open the quilt and prepared to get out of bed.
Grandfather! Yu Bing finally reacted, shouted with surprise on her face, and then rushed to the bed in 2 steps.
Yu Mengwa nodded slightly, but his eyes fell on Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao, thank you. You guys chat.
Lin Xiao waved his hand casually, turned around, and walked out of the ward.
Wow!
At this moment, there was an uproar in the ward.
Dad Yu
Sungwen and Yu Sungwu stared, not knowing how to express their feelings at the moment.
Shut up first. Yu Mengwa waved at the two of them and looked at Luo Tsuwen. Old Luo, how am I now? Take a look first.
Luo Tsuwen temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart and then began to give Yu Mengwa a detailed examination.
Then, everyone was shocked.
The fluid in Yu Mengwa's lungs had completely disappeared, but his body was still a little weak for the time being, just like he had caught a cold and was in the recovery stage.
Just because you can't be cured doesn't mean I can't be cured. You can't even cure this, and you still dare to call yourself the king of medicine? Luo Tsuwen stepped back suddenly and fell onto his office chair.
At this moment, Lin Zhao's previous words kept echoing in his mind, shattering his pride. Chapter 65 Achievement: The King of Medicine Pays Compliment.
If you don't recognize Mount Tai, you won't recognize a real dragon. Luo Tsuwen's face was full of bitterness and his heart was extremely complicated.
To be honest, he would never have thought of Lin Xiao's treatment method in his entire life.
But now, he finally reacted.
Lin Xiao took advantage of the body's stress response, causing Yu Mengwa to react instinctively at that moment, and then gave him acupuncture in a very short time to release the fluid in the lungs.
Very simple treatment process. But most people simply can't do it.
When Lin Xiaokai came in, he just observed various films.
It was truly incredible that he could achieve this.
Compared with this, his title as the so-called King of Medicine is simply like garbage.
How could this happen? The condition is so good.
The fluid in the lungs was almost completely cleared, just those 3 injections.
Such medical treatment.
Yu Sungwen, Yu Sungwu and Qin Fong all had expressions of shock on their faces at this moment. They were looking at several reports in their hands. It was not until this moment that they realized how ignorant they were.
If Lin Xiao had taken action at the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many things happening later. Grandpa, that's great.
Yu Bing was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. From childhood to now, Yu Mengwa has been the best person to her, even doting on her more than her parents.
I said, I can't be wrong in judging people. No, that's not right. I was still wrong.
Yu Mengwa said as he shook his head.
That's right, Grandpa. Yu Bing frowned. He. Yu Mengwa smiled and then said, I still underestimated him. He is much more terrifying than I thought.
Yu Bing was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, her mind was suddenly filled with Lin Xiao's image. Then, she recalled the scene when she sneak attacked Lin Xiao, and her pretty face suddenly turned red.
Yu Sungwen, Yu Sungwu. After a long time, Yu Mengwa's deep shout woke Yu Bing up. Dad! Dad!
The 2 men hurried forward, lowered their heads, and were very nervous.
Who told you to bypass me and force Bingbing to do something she doesn't want to do? The Yameng Kingdom sent an army to punish the culprit.
The 2 of them trembled. Yu Sungwen gritted his teeth and raised his head. Dad, Sihai Pharmaceutical is in danger.
It concerns the lifeblood of our Sihai. Shut up. Yu Mengwa interrupted him directly. Bingbing's happiness is up to her to choose. But Dad.
Yu Sungwu also spoke up. Chongshan will definitely take advantage of our misfortune.
We are in danger. If enemies come, we will fight them. If floods come, we will block them with earth. The worst that can happen is bankruptcy. Humph, 2 pieces of trash. Yu Mengwa was really angry.
He didn't care at all that the 2 were his own sons and started scolding them. Yu Bing's eyes were slightly complicated, but she was extremely moved in her heart.
Seeing this, Luo Tsuwen immediately left the ward.
Lin Xiao stood in the yard.
Luo Tsuwen hesitated for a moment and then walked forward. Coming behind Lin Xiao, Luo Tsuwen bowed deeply. Little brother, I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you.
Lin Xiao turned around and glanced at Luo Tsuwen calmly. I don't take it to heart.
Luo Tsuwen looked up suddenly and immediately saw the indifference in Lin Xiao's eyes.
At this moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart again. It seems that I am nothing in Lin Xiao's eyes. This was the first time that he felt frustrated. But there was no way he could not accept it. It was only natural for Lin Xiao to look down on him. He has reached the limit of his life. If he wants to go further, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. Not to mention anything else, he would never be able to learn Lin Xiao's acupuncture technique in his lifetime.
I see. Thank you. Luo Tsuwen bowed again and then walked to the side.
Lin Xiao frowned. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Luo Tsuwen's back, he felt that he seemed very lonely.
Of course, Lin Xiao was too lazy to think about it.
In this world, many people have famous names, but unfortunately they do not have the abilities to match them.
The title King of Medicine, in Lin Xiao's opinion, carries much more value than just that.
I can only say that people's hearts are too impetuous. Just as Lin Xiao was sighing, the system prompt sound suddenly rang.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. The King of Medicine is convinced, and you get a rare level lottery chance +1.
Oh? There is such a good thing?
Lin Xiao's mouth corners suddenly curled up, and he glanced at the system panel.
The legendary value had reached 100,000 again.
Take a sip? Lin Xiao had an idea in his mind, but before he could put it into action, Yu Bing suddenly came out.
Lin Xiao, thank you.
Yu Bing's voice sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. She was standing beside Lin Xiao, very close to him. When their eyes met, Lin Xiao felt a palpitation in his heart, while Yu Bing's pretty face turned slightly red.
Otherwise, let's be practical. After yesterday, that feeling is really unforgettable. Just shut up.
Yu Bing's pretty face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but spit. Then she turned around quickly and said, My grandfather wants to thank you in person. After saying this, he rushed into the house as if escaping.
He.
Lin Xiao laughed.
Frost Goddess Jade Schoolbell, I'm afraid I'm the only one who was qualified to see her like this, right?
Lin Xiao is extremely proud. After being narcissistic for a while, Lin Xiao walked into the room. At this time, the room had been tidied and was clean and tidy.
Yu Mengwa was supported by Yu Bing and stood at the front.
Yu Sungwen, Yu Sungwu and Qin Fong all stood behind him.
Lin Xiao, thank you.
When Lin Xiao came in, Yu Mengwa immediately stepped forward with a sincere look on his face. Lin Xiao nodded and accepted Yu Mengwa's gratitude calmly.
At this moment, Yu Mengwa turned around and said in a deep voice, What are you still standing there for? Humph.
Lin Xiao was very confused. But at this time, Yu Sungwu, Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong all stepped forward. They gritted their teeth secretly, then looked at Lin Xiao and said, Lin Xiao, we're sorry, please forgive us.
Oh?
Lin Xiao curled the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but look towards Yu Mengwa.
The Yameng Kingdom is really good, they actually have such awareness. You know, I'm just a student.
The 3 people in front of him were social elites who ran multi-billion-dollar companies. Asking them to bow their heads and apologize, I'm afraid only the Yameng Kingdom would have such courage. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao replied indifferently.
I don't take it seriously.
Upon hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but look towards Yu Mengwa.
Put away your arrogance. You don't even have the right to make others angry. Do you understand? Yu Mengwa couldn't help but give him a lecture.
The 3 of them were stunned, then looked at Lin Xiao with angry eyes.
Snort.
This scene again caused dissatisfaction among the people of Yameng State. Lin Xiao was too lazy to care about all these and just let them do as they pleased. But at this time, Yu Menghua took out a bank card and a gold-stamped invitation and handed them over. This is Chapter 66, Raging Fury. This is. Lin Xiao's brows trembled slightly as he looked at Yu Menghua.
Lin Xiao, there is 100 million in the card. It's for your consultation fee. Just accept it. This old man's life is worth more than this little money. Yu Menghua began to explain.
Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but he was extremely shocked in his heart.
This is fucking, only 100 million? This is really inhumane.
To be honest, if Lin Xiao hadn't obtained the system, he didn't know whether he could earn 100 million in his lifetime.
And here is this invitation. It's for my 80th birthday. I hope you can honor me with it.
Yu Menghua's face was full of smiles and his words were very cautious, as if he was afraid that Lin Xiao would disagree.
Lin Xiao still didn't say anything, not because he was pretending to be cool, but because he was genuinely shocked. Yu Menghua was a little anxious and couldn't help but pull Yu Bing's sleeve.
Yu Bing's pretty face turned slightly red. She suppressed her inner shyness and said, "Lin Xiao, my grandfather is offering this with kindness.
I hope you won't refuse." "Well. No, of course not."
Lin Xiao reacted, naturally stretched out his hand, and took the card and invitation. "I will be there on time." That's 100 million, Lin Xiao will not let it go. This is also something he earned through his own ability.
That's great.
Yu Menghua was slightly excited. "Lin Xiao, if you have nothing to do, stay for dinner later.
I'll let Bing Bing cook for you."
"I tell you, Bing Bing's cooking skills are very good."
"Have you tried it yet?" "Well."
Lin Xiao was startled and glanced at Yu Bing, only to see that Yu Bing's face was slightly red. He felt amused in his heart, thinking that maybe Yu Menghua didn't know yet, and Lin Xiao was lucky enough to have tasted it. Of course, he didn't agree, but shook his head. "I still have to go to the hospital to see my mother, maybe next time." Yu Bing felt a little disappointed, but didn't show it.
Yu Menghua said regretfully, "That's a pity."
Then he continued, "Your mother's problem is not serious. She was treated early, and you upgraded the medication in time, so the damage was reduced a lot."
Bang!
As he said this, Yu Menghua couldn't help but pat at his forehead. "Look at me, I forgot that you have great medical skills, just prescribe some conditioning medicine for your mother. In the future, we may not be able to recover to its original state, but we can still recover to 80% of the normal state." As he said this, Yu Menghua felt a little regretful in his heart. So far, Chinese medicine has not yet found a good treatment for cancer, but he believes that there will be one in the future.
Maybe Lin Xiao will be able to make his mother fully recover in the future?
After all, Lin Xiao's medical skills are now extremely advanced, and even the king of medicine Luo Tsuan has to admire him.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
He was confident that he could recover to 80% of his normal state. It's a pity that some of the damage caused by chemotherapy is irreversible. I just hope that the system can come up with some good things in the future that can play a targeted role. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao became more and more eager for legendary value.
Unfortunately, things like what happened in the auditorium can't happen every day, which is a pity. Forget it. I'm still young and have plenty of time.
Finally, Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. Finally, Lin Xiao drove away from the Yu family's manor. Yu Bing watched him from afar until he could no longer be seen, and then she returned home.
"Dad, how should we deal with the pressure from Chongshan?" "Dad, you understand what happened. Li Sheng is very angry about Bing Bing's incident. Chongshan has even started to snipe at our High."
When Yu Bing returned home, she immediately heard these topics. The information about the black jade skin regenerating cream suddenly flashed through her mind. At that moment, she didn't hesitate too much and went straight into the place where everyone was talking. Lin Xiao didn't know what was happening in the Yu family. At this time, he was driving on the circular line. As soon as the thought came to him, he issued the lottery command directly in his mind. "Congratulations, money plus 500,000. The legendary value is consumed, and it's all in vain. A rare lottery, let's use them together." Lin Xiao gave another order.
"Congratulations, you have achieved perfect Bajiquan."
When the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up.
"This lottery is really the same as upgrading your equipment in games. You need to put in some effort and accumulate some luck. I haven't drawn anything good before. This perfect Bajiquan is definitely extraordinary.
At this moment, his whole body trembled, and a powerful force generated in his body. At this moment, his muscles, bones, and even his fascia and blood seemed to have been terribly strengthened. Lin Xiao could feel that his own strength had been exaggeratedly enhanced, and even the so-called dark power in his body had suddenly become much stronger. It was as if a dragon suddenly appeared in his body, and he could do something against the will of heaven at any time as long as he wanted to. But at this moment, Lin Xiao felt something different. It seemed that his body and strength had reached a limit, as if there was a layer of barrier blocking him and he could not move forward any further.
Is this the legendary bottleneck? Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur. Everything has its limit. Once you break through this limit, you will enter a whole new world. He didn't know that he had indeed reached a bottleneck. In the martial arts world, this state of his is called the peak of dark energy. Going one step further, that is the legendary transformation of energy, which is truly a whole different world. Bite. Before he had time to think too much, Lin Xiao's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. Lin Xiao frowned, then swiped to answer the call and turned on the speakerphone. Lin Xiao? A strange voice came from the phone. It's me. Lin Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. We're in the basement garage at the hospital. We'll give you 10 minutes to show up. Otherwise, we'll go to Ward 201 on the second floor and take a look around. The strange voice came from the phone again. Boom. At this moment, Lin Xiao only felt a flame suddenly erupting in his heart. Who are you? His voice sank slightly. You don't deserve to know. The person on the other end responded arrogantly and then hung up the phone. Buzz. The sound of the night roared suddenly, and then turned into a black light, rushing across the road. Lin Xiao's heart was filled with anger. Room 201 on the second floor of the hospital is my mother Qi Yen's ward. He didn't know who he had offended, and someone actually used his mother as a bargaining chip to threaten him. But today he would make this man pay the price of blood. The person who threatened him gave him 10 minutes, but Lin Xiao arrived at the hospital's underground garage in just 5 minutes. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the night, like a black panther, slowly stopped in a parking space. Damn, this car is really impressive, 130 million, ugh. A group of more than 10 people appeared, holding sticks, looking at the sound of the night, their eyes full of greed. Chapter 67. I promise he will never see the rising sun. More than 10 people gathered around him, but Lin Xiao did not panic at all. He opened the car door and got out with a serious face. Glancing at them casually, Lin Xiao asked calmly, "Who called me just now?" A dozen thugs holding sticks were all stunned. To be honest, this was not the first time they had engaged in such fights, but Lin Xiao was definitely the calmest one they had ever seen. Wow, you are quite courageous. You are indeed a man with some skills. A young man in his 30s stepped out from the crowd, holding a metal baseball bat in his hand. You called? Lin Xiao's eyes fell on him. It's me. The young man carried the baseball bat on his shoulder with a wild expression. Get your people out of Ward 201. Lin Xiao remained calm. He did not act rashly because he was afraid that some of these gangsters might be with his mother, which would be difficult to deal with. Oh. The young man raised his lip and said, "Boy, you don't really think that after we teach you a lesson, we brothers still need to find a hostage, do you? Do you look down on us?" The gangsters around laughed jokingly. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xiao felt relieved at this moment and breathed a long sigh of relief. You are very confident. Lin Xiao said calmly, but you don't know what kind of person you are facing. Legend value plus 999. Lin Xiao's words directly caused the legendary values on the system panel to scroll. TSK, brothers, this kid is really pretentious. The young man looked at Lin Xiao with some amusement. Ha, Brother Dao, people who pretend to be cool usually don't have a good ending. Brother Dao, let me beat him up. I can't stand anyone showing off in front of me. The gangsters started yelling at the top of their lungs. Okay. The young man, the so-called Brother Dao, raised his hand and pressed it, then said, "Okay, I'm taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters, so let's fight." Okay. A group of thugs came towards Lin Xiao with sticks in their hands, very decisively and without any hesitation. Obviously, they have rich combat experience and, of course, are also very brave. Brother Dao didn't move, but slowly said, "Kid, remember, there are some people you can't mess with in the future, otherwise, you will end up in a miserable situation. Oh, sorry, maybe after today, you won't have the chance to provoke anyone again."
After Brother Dao finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. After all, everything was foreseeable. Lin Xiao knew that he was quite capable, but as the saying goes, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. The people he brought today were all his elite men who had experienced dozens of fights, big and small. It would be easy for them to teach an unarmed person a lesson. Bang! At this time, a muffled sound was heard, and Brother Dao's mouth corners slightly curled up. What? However, a cry of surprise was heard. What surprised Brother Dao was that it seemed to be the voice of his brother. Turning around in confusion, Brother Dao immediately saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw more than a dozen of his brothers frozen in place. One of them was standing with a complete baseball bat in his hand. At the bend of the baseball bat, a fist was slowly retracting. Gudong! Brother Dao swallowed in disbelief. Could it be that the baseball bat was bent by a punch? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the owner of the fist, Lin Xiao, casually slap him. Seems slow but is actually fast. The slap instantly landed on his brother's face. Bang! With a crisp sound, his brother flew to the side without even a scream and fainted. Bang! Falling heavily to the ground, Dao Ji's brother rolled far away like a broken sack. The underground garage was dead silent. Is this a human being? A dozen or so hooligans' eyes widened. They had experienced dozens of fights, big and small, but had never seen anyone so fierce. Grass! What are you standing there for? Fighter, come at me together, don't hold back. Only Brother Dao noticed something and yelled loudly. At the same time, he turned around again and rushed towards Lin Xiao with a baseball bat. Fuck him. Brothers, fight. The gangsters reacted and attacked at the same time. They looked fierce and roared loudly, as if this was enough to give them courage. But then they realized that making loud noises was useless. Lin Xiao glanced at them indifferently and took a sudden step. Iron Mountain. Baji is used, which is a very common attack. Boom! The three thugs were knocked out directly. In the air, the gangsters stared at Lin Xiao with wide eyes. Is that still a human being? How come it crashed into them like they were hit by a train? My whole body was in tearing pain, the light in front of my eyes disappeared, and I gradually fell into darkness. When they landed, the gangsters were already in a coma. Bang, bang, bang. A second later, dense collision sounds were heard, and all the gangsters flew out in less than a minute. Ding ding dong dong. The baseball bat fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Brother Dao maintained an attacking posture, standing 1 meter away from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced over indifferently. Brother Dao trembled all over. Bang! Lin Xiao kicked out without hesitation. Ah! Brother Dao flew backwards, the baseball bat in his hand fell off, and then he fell 5 meters away. Ahem! Pft. He coughed violently, then spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shrank to the extreme in an instant. At this time, Lin Xiao had already stepped in front of him. She raised her foot and stepped hard on his head. Who told you to do this? Brother Dao's eyes widened with horror, but he felt humiliated in his heart. He has never suffered such a great injustice since he was assigned by Zhou Kuan from the East District to the city center. He did not answer Lin Xiao, but endured the severe pain and said fiercely, "Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting, but do you know that there are many people in this society who are better than you in fighting? My name is Chen Xiaodao, I'm from the East District, and I'm a subordinate of Brother Kuan from the East District. If you dare to do anything to me today, there will be no place for you in Anqing tomorrow." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Are you Zhou Kuan's subordinate? His eyes had sunk. When Chen Xiaodao heard Lin Xiao's words, the corner of his mouth curled up. He couldn't help but sigh that Zhou Kuan's reputation was still as useful as ever. That's right. Brother Kuan is my boss. Today we are in trouble. But don't get complacent. Brother Kuan has many talented people around him. Sooner or later, you will pay the price. Bite. At this time, Lin Xiao's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Chao Meng calling. Lin Xiao swiped to answer the call. Before the other party could speak, Lin Xiao said calmly, "Tell Zhou Kuan to come to the underground garage of Anqing First People's Hospital to see me within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I guarantee that he will never see the rising sun again." Ha! Chen Xiaodao, who was stepped on by Lin Xiao, suddenly widened his eyes. Chapter 68 Chen Xiaodao's faith collapses. What the hell are you talking about?
Chen Xiaodao made an incredible sound. That's Zhou Kuan, Brother Kuan, a well-known figure in the East District.
In Ansheng, he is also a well-known giant in the underworld.
It would be fine if you asked him to come to see you, but if he doesn't come, do you want to prevent him from seeing the sun tomorrow? What kind of joke is this?
Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Xiaodao at his feet indifferently, too lazy to say more.
Ha, kid, who do you think you are? Don't F King think you can fool me with a phone call. I'm not an idiot.
At this time, Chen Xiaodao continued to speak. I tell you, sooner or later Brother Kuan will take control of the entire Ansheng world.
Crack.
Lin Xiao couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he pushed harder with his foot, and Chen Xiaodao's cheek immediately made a sound of bone cracking.
Ah!
He screamed, but unfortunately Lin Xiao had no intention of letting go, and a faint voice came out.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? What I want to ask you is, who told you to do this? He. Chen Xiaodao's voice was dull, his eyes full of resentment. You want to know? Maybe in the next life. Brother Kuan will not let you go, even the gods can't save you. Bang!
Lin Xiao kicked Chen Xiaodao directly, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted.
He was too lazy to ask. As the saying goes, evil needs evil to deal with it. Just because he couldn't ask the question himself doesn't mean others can't ask it.
From what Chen Xiaodao said, he seemed to admire Zhou Kuan very much. Zhou Kuan was already in the city center, so it wouldn't take him long to get here. Sure enough, at this time Zhou Kuan, Qi Lang, and his advisor Chao Mang were all rushing over here at a rapid speed. A Maybach was speeding on the ring road, and the surrounding cars avoided it from a distance. The driver was Qi Lang, while Zhou Kuan and Chao Mang were sitting in the back seat. At this time, the three people in the car all looked nervous.
What happened? Why is he so angry? Was he angry when you saw him in the morning? Zhou Kuan asked Chao Mang tremblingly. No.
Chao Mang tried to recall. I invited him this morning, and he agreed without giving it much thought.
Now it's like this. I can't figure it out either. Hey! It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. Let's go to the hospital garage first. Zhou Kuan sighed deeply. His fear of Dark Force warriors was already deep enough.
After Chao Mang found him in the morning, he also described Lin Xiao's terrifying medical skills to him. This made his fear of Lin Xiao doubled.
His martial arts and medical skills are both extremely extraordinary. How could he be an ordinary person? That's obviously impossible.
You can only make friends with people like this, you must never provoke them. Zhou Kuan was still congratulating himself for being wise and not getting too involved, but now, he couldn't help but feel uneasy.
In less than 10 minutes, the Maybach entered the underground garage. The dazzling light soon shone on Lin Xiao's side. It's our people. It's Chen Xiaodao. Asshole, no wonder he's so angry, it's one of ours who provoked him again. Zhou Kuan's face turned pale.
At this moment, he wanted to kill someone. First it was Chen Wei, and now it was Chen Xiaodao. What the hell, from now on, Zhou Kuan won't want anyone with the surname Chen under his command.
Zhou Kuan quickly opened the car door and got out with Qi Lang and Chao Mang.
Then, the three of them walked quickly towards Lin Xiao. At this time, Chen Xiaodao and a group of gangsters also woke up slowly under the glaring car lights. When they saw three familiar faces, there was a look of great surprise in their eyes.
Brother Kuan is really here?
Only Chen Xiaodao looked confused. But then, something even more shocking happened.
Zhou Kuan and the other two quickly came to Lin Xiao's side.
Then, the three of them actually knelt down in front of Lin Xiao.
Mr. Lin, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was so blind as to offend you again. This time, I will definitely not let you off easily.
Zhou Kuan's voice spread in the silent garage and reached the ears of every gangster. At this moment, they truly felt what it meant to be heard like thunder.
That's Zhou Kuan, a godlike existence in their eyes.
Their dream is to become a terrifying figure like Zhou Kuan who can call the wind and rain one day. But how come now, their beliefs have been forced to kneel down?
This is unscientific.
Especially Chen Xiaodao, his eyes were wide open, and it seemed as if his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. When Lin Xiao asked Zhou Kuan to come and see him, Chen Xiaodao absolutely did not believe it. But now, the truth was right before his eyes, and the impact on his heart was enormous.
Legend value plus 3,333.
On the system panel, the legendary value began to soar again. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhou Kuan calmly. Your people are always so arrogant, right?
Zhou Kuan's entire body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Xi Lang and the master didn't dare to breathe either. They lowered their heads and trembled with fear. Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I didn't restrain them well. But please rest assured, Mr. Lin, this is definitely the last time. If it happens again, I, Zhou Kuan, will die as a token of my guilt. I hope Mr. Lin will forgive me. As Zhou Kuan spoke, he bowed his head deeply towards Lin Xiao. At this moment, those gangsters were almost scared to death. Damn it, their faith has actually reached this point. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if you beat them to death. Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Kuan quietly, which made Zhou Kuan feel uneasy. But he didn't dare say a word more, for fear that Lin Xiao would be unhappy. After a long time, Lin Xiao finally spoke, "Find out who is behind this, and you can handle the rest." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he walked straight towards the elevator. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. Zhou Kuan breathed a sigh of relief and watched Lin Xiao enter the elevator. It was not until the elevator door closed and started to move upward that Zhou Kuan and the other two slowly stood up. Red Wolf, throw them all into the sea to feed the fish. Finally, Zhou Kuan roared. Brother Kuan, don't. Brother Kuan, please let us go. Brother Kuan, this is none of our business. It was Brother Dao who asked us to do this. There were cries of pleading everywhere, and all the voices were directed at Chen Xiaodao. Xi Lang had already walked over, carrying Chen Xiaodao and coming to Zhou Kuan's side. Zhou Kuan's eyes were sinister, as if he was ready to devour someone. Chen Xiaodao was shaking all over, sweat was pouring down his body, and his clothes were soaked. What are your last words? Zhou Kuan asked directly. Brother Kuan, woo-woo. Chen Xiaodao was so scared that he peed his pants. Who could have thought that one day, your backer and your faith would become the knife that slaughters you? He had no doubt that Zhou Kuan was cruel and ruthless. He could also see that there would be no good outcome for him. Chen Xiaodao did not hide anything and quickly confessed everything. Xi Lang, come with me. Today's matter is not over yet. We must give an explanation to Mr. Lin. Master, go find Mr. Lin and tell him everything. Soon, following Zhou Kuan's instructions, everyone left the garage. Chapter 69 Bar Street Incident. Son, are we going to be discharged from the hospital now? In the hospital elevator, Lin Xiao was carrying large and small bags of supplies purchased for the hospital, and Xi Yan was standing beside Lin Xiao. Xi Yan's complexion has improved a lot. She changed out of her hospital gown and returned to casual clothes. She looked much younger now, but her face was a little pale due to the pain and chemotherapy. But it can be seen that Xi Yan's appearance is not bad at all. It's almost done, Mom. Haven't you lived here long enough? Now that the chemotherapy is over, you just need to have regular checkups. I've prepared some Chinese medicine for you to regulate your body. It's in our new house. Apart from the system, Lin Xiao had no intention of hiding anything else from his mother. Well, I really can't stay here any longer. If there is no other way, who would be willing to be hospitalized? Xi Yan shook her head and then looked beside them, where Chao Mang was following them with an apologetic smile on his face. Son, are you a friend? Lin Xiao looked at Chao Mang. Chao Mang took the initiative to introduce himself. Madam, my name is Chao Mang, you can just call me Xiao Chao. How can I be the master's friend? If you don't mind, you can just treat me as the master's subordinate. Xi Yan was stunned, then looked at Lin Xiao with some surprise. Mom, I'll explain it to you later in the car. Lin Xiao responded and looked at Chao Mang. Come to my house to find me. Yes. Chao Mang responded with great respect. At this time, the three of them also came to the underground garage. Lin Xiao walked to the front of the car and opened the door. Bugatti voice of the night, son, how on earth did you? Xi Yan was so shocked that she was speechless. Mom, you actually knew that? This time it was Lin Xiao's turn to be surprised, and he looked at Xi Yan in amazement. Don't worry about it. Just talk to Mom. Xi Yan got in the car and reached out to fasten her seatbelt. Lin Xiao walked around from the front of the car to the driver's seat, started the car and left. Heading all the way towards Peach Blossom Spring No. 1, Lin Xiao told Xi Yan everything except the system. Since nothing could be explained, Lin Xiao directly brought up the Yunlin Kingdom and said that it was given by him. Xi Yan was skeptical, but in the end she didn't ask any more questions. Soon, they entered Peach Blossom Land Villa No. 1. Xi Yan was shocked again. Lin Xiao's legendary value increased several times.
But what surprised Lin Xiao was that his mother was able to regain her composure so quickly.
Mom, I prepared a gift for you. Do you still remember Splendid World?
Lin Xiao asked Qi Yan to sit down, and then asked.
Certainly.
Qi Yan frowned slightly. That's where I work.
What a pity.
If it weren't for this stomach cancer, I would at least be promoted to Deputy General Assistant now.
Hee, what's a Vice President Assistant?
Lin Xiao smiled at this time. Mom, starting tomorrow, you will be the chairman of Jinqiu Tianxia. Lin Xiao took out a stack of documents and handed them directly to Qi Yan. Qi Yan frowned and took it, then her eyes fixed.
Splendid World, 70% shareholder, son, you. Qi Yan's eyes were extremely complicated.
She suddenly found that she could not understand her son. A sports car worth 130 million, a villa worth 100 million, wasteland worth 100 million in the East District, and shares worth nearly 100 million. Is this something that an ordinary person can own in such a short period of time? I'm afraid it's something that many people would never be able to achieve even if they struggled for dozens of lifetimes.
Mom, anyway, there will be more unexpected things happening in the future.
Lin Xiao would not explain too much. All of this was given by the system. It was too horrifying. Qi Yan fell into deep thought for a long time, then shook her head slowly. Son, I won't ask too many questions, but I have to thank you.
You helped me a lot.
Lin Xiao was confused and looked at Qi Yan.
Now you can know some things.
Qi Yan suddenly spoke, her eyes serious. Lin Xiao immediately became solemn. Then, Qi Yan began to tell the story. Qi Yan told Lin Xiao something that shocked him.
He never knew that his mother was from an ancient and huge family in the imperial capital.
Because she was dissatisfied with the family arrangement, she broke with her family and came to Wanqing to get married. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire his father for having such a beautiful woman.
Unfortunately, he died of illness at an early age, which is really a pity.
Someone in the capital has been targeting me and blocking all my paths. They want to completely crush my family to death in this small place of Wanqing.
Qi Yan smiled bitterly. Mom, we are no longer the same as we were before. No one can stop us.
Lin Xiao looked serious. Qi Yan did not say who was putting pressure on her and obstructing her, but Lin Xiao could feel that the person was definitely not simple. Of course, he was not panicked at all. With the system in hand, Lin Xiao will sooner or later rule the world and stand above everyone else. Indeed, it is a very good foundation.
Don't worry, son. Mom will not let you down.
Qi Yan nodded gently, with a faint fire in her eyes. Let's take Splendid World as the starting point. In the future, I will definitely return to the imperial capital.
Son, I have some ideas that I need to plan. If you have nothing else, don't bother me.
Good.
Lin Xiao nodded, stood up and walked out of the living room.
Chao Meng has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Xiao coming out, he hurriedly bowed to him.
Master, Chen Xiaodao is your classmate.
He was ordered by Song Gaofei. We found out that the person behind him is Li Shang, the prince of Zhongshan of the Billion Group. Chao Meng's voice was heard.
That's as expected. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. These are the only people I've provoked.
Master, Brother Koan and Qilang have already led people over.
We can't move Chongshan, but Song Gaofei and the Song family must pay a price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Chao Meng continued to speak.
Lin Xiao looked at him and said casually, Come to me if you have anything.
Yes, master, I'll take my leave now. Chao Meng didn't dare to stay any longer and left directly.
In the following time, Lin Xiao began to boil medicine for Qi Yan, while Qi Yan was studying something and took out some paper to write and draw.
Time flows silently.
On the bar street in the city center, sirens were blaring and there was chaos. The next day, which was Monday, Anqing TV reported a large-scale fight on Bar Street.
Although no one died, some people were seriously injured in the fight.
Lin Xiao had classes on Monday, so he went to school and immediately heard the discussions among his classmates.
Have you heard? Something big happened on Bar Street. Who doesn't know this now? The president of our school's taekwondo club was beaten into a vegetable. His father is in an even worse situation.
He has shattered fractures in all 4 of his limbs and will be unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life.
It is said that they have provoked an extremely terrifying existence, but no one knows who it is? Legend value plus 2,345. Legend value plus 1,789.
Lin Xiao looked at the system panel with an extremely puzzled look. Chapter 73 Consecutive Surprises, Zhou Na Confesses. For the entire day, Lin Xiao was surrounded by people talking about the incident on Bar Street.
Does the incident on Bar Street have anything to do with you?
Yu Bing and Lin Xiao walked out of the classroom one after another, and Yu Bing suddenly asked. She knew more about what happened on Bar Street than anyone else, including who was the leader of the incident.
Lin
Xiao did not hide anything and nodded slightly. Then, he briefly recounted the situation about the hospital's underground garage.
Li Sheng is behind this. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry.
Yu Bing has realized that all this has something to do with her, and she feels guilty.
It's okay, don't feel too burdened.
Lin Xiao smiled at Yu Bing.
I can't do that.
Yu Bing shook her head. Lin Xiao, I will ask Grandpa to find a way, I will go home now. Yu Bing left quickly without waiting for Lin Xiao to say more. Lin Xiao was helpless and wanted to call out to Yu Bing, but she was walking very fast and had already gone far away. Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, and finally had no choice but to head in the direction of the parking lot.
It's actually him. Oh my god, how powerful is he?
Lin Xiao didn't know that after he left, Yang Yuqing was standing at the place where he was previously, looking in the direction he left, with a look of shock on his face. He just happened to walk here and heard the conversation between Lin Xiao and Yu Bing. Yang Yuqing was shocked by her beauty, and his eyes were filled with complexity.
How dare I provoke such a being?
At this moment, he was extremely annoyed.
Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world.
He only hopes that Lin Xiao will treat him as a fart and let him go. There's someone confessing their love over there, a girl chasing a boy. Hurry up and go take a look.
Is there such a thing? Wait for me.
Yang Yuqing was about to leave, but at this moment, exclamations were heard from all around.
Yang Yuqing stopped curiously and took a look.
That seemed to be the direction Lin Xiao left.
After hesitating for a moment, he followed.
At this time, Lin Xiao opened the system panel while walking.
System, Legendary Lottery System Rare. Host, Lin Xiao. Number of draws remaining, none. Legend value, 386303. The panel is as simple as ever, except for the legendary value column, which is amazing. That's a full 380,000. It went up in just one day.
Although it's not as crazy as the one in the auditorium that night, it's still very scary. You know, the incident on Bar Street was a big event, and it gained so much legendary points even though others didn't know it was related to them.
If others knew that all this was related to me, what would happen? I'm afraid that my legendary value would reach millions in a minute, right?
Of course, this is just a thought. So far, Lin Xiao has no intention of being so high profile.
System, give me a triple shot.
Lin Xiao shook his head, threw away those complicated thoughts from his mind, and then gave orders directly. Congratulations, you won the Mercedes-Benz G500 worth 2 million.
Wow, it shipped already?
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and the location information of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class immediately appeared in his mind.
It was parked in the garage of Teo Weiyuan. Surprises often never end once they begin.
When Lin Xiao was still feeling grateful for his good luck, the next system notification sound made him completely excited.
Congratulations, you have obtained the 7-star rejuvenation needle technique.
Congratulations, you have obtained the formula for the 7-star rejuvenation powder.
I'll go.
Lin Xiao froze where he was.
An ordinary 3-pull series actually ships out frequently.
The G-Class is fine, after all, it's something that money can buy. But the 7-star rejuvenating needle and the 7-star rejuvenating powder are different. At this time, a lot of information also poured into my mind. The 7-star rejuvenating acupuncture method, like the 13 needles of the Ghost King, has been lost for a long time and now exists almost only in the legend of acupuncture. The 13 needles of the Ghost King embody boldness and efficiency.
The 7-star rejuvenation needle is more conservative, focusing on stimulating human body functions and restoring vitality.
Combined with the 7-star rejuvenation powder, one might even be qualified to snatch someone from the hands of the King of Hell. That is to say, the combination of 7-star rejuvenation needle and 7-star rejuvenation powder can directly bring back to life a person who is only left with one breath. Acupuncture stimulates the body's functions, while medicine restores the body's damage. When the two work together, irreversible damage can be easily cured.
Hiss. After understanding everything clearly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a breath.
But then he became excited. With the 7-star rejuvenation acupuncture and 7-star rejuvenation powder, there is hope for his mother Qi Yan to fully recover. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but get excited and quickened his pace.
He wanted to go home immediately to treat Qi Yan and prepare the 7-star rejuvenation powder.
However, as soon as he reached the parking lot, Lin Xiao had to stop. Because at this time, the front was full of people, and each of them looked excited.
What?
With doubts, Lin Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked inside, then couldn't help but widen his eyes. I saw that in front of my car, there were roses of various colors arranged in the shape of a heart. At this time, Jonah stood in the center, holding 99 red roses in her hands, looking for something with anticipation. On the periphery, Qian Song looked at her with extremely encouraging eyes.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao's head was full of black lines. At this moment, Jonah's gaze suddenly glanced over, and the moment she saw Lin Xiao, a look of extreme surprise immediately flashed across Jonah's eyes.
The next second, 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face.
Lin Xiao, I finally waited for you. She looked at Lin Xiao steadily. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on him. Even the people around Lin Xiao automatically separated, leaving only Lin Xiao where he was.
Well. Lin Xiao was stunned and didn't understand. What are you doing?
In the end, he could only ask in confusion.
Xiao.
What Lin Xiao didn't expect was that Jonah made him feel sick as soon as she opened her mouth.
I love you.
I often dream about you, and all the little details of our 3 years together.
Today, I intend to give you everything I have. I hope you can accept it.
As Jonah spoke, she walked towards Lin Xiao step by step.
Oh yeah. Xiansong, that sissy, was dubbing excitedly on the side. Fuck, that's really bold, this seems like a sacrifice.
As expected, as long as people have money and fame, all kinds of unexpected things will happen.
Ah.
You are worthy of being my Lord Lin. There were sounds of envy coming from all around. But Lin Xiao himself was frowning at this moment. He stretched out his hand and said directly, Jonah, stop it.
We are over.
What's more, we don't have any good memories in the past 3 years. Lin Xiao felt a little disdainful. For 3 years, I have been working tirelessly but have not received any rewards. The person who is seen as a bootlicker by others will end up with nothing. When he couldn't lick her anymore, Jonah had already planned to leave. Lin Xiao couldn't help but call himself a bastard.
Chapter 71 Never Ending. How come?
After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Jonah immediately shook her head wildly. She raised her hand, and a bracelet appeared in front of everyone. Look, this is the bracelet you gave me on Valentine's Day. I have never been willing to wear it, so today I wear it specially for you to see.
And look at my shoes.
You picked them for me the night I sprained my ankle. All of this is filled with our love. Lin Xiao was so annoyed that he waved his hand and said, Okay, didn't you say that the bracelet is old-fashioned and only suitable for keeping in the bottom of the box?
Didn't you say these shoes are too cheap and hurt my feet? Jonah's mouth twitched.
She did say these things, and of course, she did so at the time. She didn't wear a bracelet and she wasn't even bothered to wear shoes, preferring to go barefoot. But at this moment, she certainly couldn't admit this. Lin Xiao is young and rich now, so we can't let him go easily. Compared to others, she has a huge advantage. After all, Lin Xiao loved her to death at the beginning. Even Lin Xiao was willing to work part-time to meet all her luxury needs. She believed that Lin Xiao must be deeply in love with her.
She immediately said, How could that be?
You must have remembered it wrongly. Lin Xiao, I love you.
I can give you everything I have. Please accept it.
Jonah stepped out of the heart paved with roses, walked in front of Lin Xiao, and handed the rose in her hand to him.
Wow. That's so romantic. Lin Xiao, can you really not accept such a good intention?
Kiss her, kiss her. Xiansong, this sissy, kept making noises at this time.
Lin Xiao's face turned black.
Originally, Jonah's actions made him feel disgusted. Now that Xiansong was talking, Lin Xiao felt even more disgusted. Kiss her, kiss her. Especially at this moment, some people started shouting. However, Lin Xiao only took a glance and found that these people were all directed by Xiansong, and they were just like extras.
You've watched too much TV. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart.
He raised his hand, and under Jonah's expectant gaze, he gently patted the 99 roses aside.
Then, Lin Xiao said calmly, Jonah, we are over. Don't make me say it for the 3rd time.
How can a gold digger like you, who wants to break up with someone just for a 36,000 yuan cell phone, be worthy of me? As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Each of them had a gossipy look on their face. Yan Yuqing also arrived. At this moment, he looked a little nervous and couldn't help but murmured, "Is he still holding a grudge?" But when Lin Xiao dumped Zhou Na, Yang Yuqing gave Zhou Na a mate x5. At that time, he even won Zhou Na's love for a day. Thinking about it, Yang Yuqing felt that he was quite despicable. He knew clearly that she was a gold digger, but he still wanted to get close to her. "Go away, before I lose control and slap you." Lin Xiao raised his hand and shook it. Zhou Na's face turned pale and she couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, Xian Song came up, raised his orchid finger, and pointed at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, what do you mean? Our Nana has done this, aren't you moved at all? Look around. In such a big university like Anda, which girl would put aside her pride and do this? No? Our Nana is the first one. You should feel honored, you know?" Lin Xiao looked at Xian Song like a fool. This is so damn poisonous. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. At this time, Xian Song said again, "Speaking of the matter of mate x5, our Nana is also completely for the purpose of spurring, you know? If Nana hadn't cruelly left you, would you have had the chance to find bargains in the antique street? Would you have had the chance to find bargains in Suiyun Street? I'm afraid you wouldn't even go to that kind of place, right? Lin Xiao, you really should thank Nana. Without her, you wouldn't be who you are today." Lin Xiao was stunned. Is that so? Is this how it all turned out? The crowd was also looking at Lin Xiao in shock. Could all this be true? Was it because of Zhou Na's urging? Oh my god. A second later, Lin Xiao cursed on the spot, then took a step forward, raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! Ah! There was a crisp slapping sound, accompanied by Qian Song's screams, and Qian Song fell to the ground with a sissy throw. Did you eat shit this morning? What the hell does this have to do with a gold digger like her? I obviously rely on the system, okay? Lin Xiao added secretly in his heart. Lin Xiao, how could you hit Song Song? Isn't what Song Song said true? Without me, you wouldn't be where you are now? At this time, Zhou Na couldn't stand it anymore and started yelling loudly. Depend on. Lin Xiao raised his hand and slapped him again. I almost forgot about you. He was in a good mood and had no intention of taking action, but these two bastards insisted on getting their faces close to him, and he really couldn't refuse them. Ah! Zhou Na fell heavily in front of Qian Song, covering her face with her hands, her eyes red. The people around looked at this scene with puzzled expressions. In fact, as Lin Xiao's reputation spread, many people knew about the affair between Lin Xiao and Zhou Na, and some people even dug deeper. At this moment, everyone admired Zhou Na. She was so shameless. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen such a thing. If you say you worship money, then just do it. Why do you have to do so many weird things? Don't show up in front of me anymore and disgust me. After fanning himself, Lin Xiao felt much more comfortable and walked directly towards the car. Buzz. The vehicle is started remotely, and the enchanting sound spreads out. Lin Xiao opened the car door and got in. Lin Xiao, you can't leave. If you want to go, take me with you. However, at this moment, Zhou Na, who was originally lying on the ground, rushed up and lay on the car. On the other side, Xian Song also stepped forward silently and stood in front of the car. Is it over yet? Lin Xiao's face was full of black lines. Lin Xiao, I know you love me. I really want to give you everything. Take me away, take me away. Let's go get a room now, and I will give you everything I have. Zhou Na spoke quickly. She really didn't want to let Lin Xiao go. She didn't know how much money he would be worth. As long as she could catch him, she didn't care about her dignity. Although at this time, the eyes of people around her had changed, and they were already full of disgust. Get lost. Lin Xiao scolded with a cold face. Unfortunately, Zhou Na and Xian Song were unmoved. This is simply shameless. Either I hit them to death or leave the car here and leave. But Lin Xiao doesn't want to choose either of these two. At this moment, Lin Xiao caught a glimpse of a figure and immediately had an idea in his mind. Chapter 72 Achievement, Farewell to the Past. Lin Xiao, please take me away. I am willing to give you everything. Zhou Na still refused to give in. Lin Xiao, are you really so heartless? Nana has already done this, what else do you want? Xian Song also spoke, with a look of righteousness on his face. Lin Xiao simply chose to ignore them and stared straight at Yang Yuqing in front of the crowd. Yang Yuqing felt a little nervous, but he could only smile respectfully and look at Lin Xiao.
Come here and stop these two idiots. My grudge against you is over.
Lin Xiao's voice reached Yang Yuqing's ears.
Yang Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. No problem, Mr. Lin.
Yang Yuqing was still worrying about how to apologize to Lin Xiao.
Now the opportunity had come. Spin kick.
Without saying a word, he took a step forward, turned 2.5 times in the air, and kicked Xiansong.
Yang Yuqing, you dare.
Xiansong shouted loudly, but before he could finish his words, he was kicked out. The next second, he turned to look at Zhou Na, who was in shock, and kicked her without hesitation.
Yang Yuqing, Lin Xiao is still here, do you dare?
Zhou Na also screamed, but everyone looked at her as if she were a fool at this moment.
This was clearly Lin Xiao's order. Do you really think you are that important? Some people know that these days Zhou Na has been calling herself Lin Xiao's girlfriend and is extremely arrogant.
Unfortunately, now, all the arrogance has been shattered as Lin Xiao's Bugatti drove away.
Well done.
Lin Xiao's words of praise echoed in Yang Yuqing's ears, and he couldn't help but touch his head and grin foolishly. The grudge between me and Lin Xiao has been resolved, and the huge stone that was weighing on my heart has finally disappeared.
Yang Yuqing, you ruined my business. I will fight you. Yang Yuqing, you deserve to die.
Just then, Zhou Na and Xiansong rushed up roaring.
Yang Yuqing's face turned cold. You are looking for death. He immediately took up his stance, using all his life's learning to start a fight with the two men. His current strength has been fully promoted to the red belt. It is not easy for him to deal with a sissy and a weak woman.
Witnessed by countless people, Yang Yuqing, with his own strength, suppressed Xiansong and Zhou Na to the point where they had no power to fight back. In the end, they could only run away in fear. A few minutes later, the two men fell to the ground with bruised faces and noses. Yang Yuqing gently patted the non-existent dust on his sleeves, looking like a master.
Young Master Yang is awesome. Young Master Yang has made great progress. We admire him.
Some people around him were bragging, but Yang Yuqing looked very proud. Then, he slowly squatted down, and a faint voice reached Xiansong and Zhou Na's ears.
Zhou Na, since I've been holding your hand for a day, I'll tell you a piece of news for free. From now on, stop pestering Master Lin, or one day, you might die.
Zhou Na's pupils suddenly contracted, and she wanted to yell at Yang Yuqing to stop exaggerating. But Yang Yuqing didn't give her a chance, and continued in a faint voice, the incident on Bar Street is directly related to young Master Lin.
The terrifying person that Song Gaofei offended is young Master Lin. What?
Zhou Na and Xiansong both widened their eyes.
Unfortunately, Yang Yuqing was too lazy to say any more words.
After he finished speaking, he just stood up and left, leaving behind an unfathomable back.
Nana, he's serious? Long after Yang Yuqing left, Xiansong couldn't help but ask.
Zhou Na was silent for a moment and shook her head. No, it's hard to say.
Yes, it might be true. He doesn't have to lie to us, right?
Hiss.
Xiansong took a deep breath. Lin Xiao, and also has a background in the underworld? This. He was a little scared. After all, they are just ordinary people. The fight on Bar Street was quite brutal. No ordinary person would want to face that scene.
Then, from now on, I'd better stay away from Lin Xiao.
Oh, it's all my fault. Why didn't I hold on to him properly? At this moment, Zhou Na finally gave up.
And at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly came from Lin Xiao's mind.
Ding! Congratulations to the host, unlock the achievement, say goodbye to the past, and get a rare lottery chance +1. What the hell? Lin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why did he say goodbye so suddenly? But soon, Lin Xiao knew the answer. This achievement was achieved because Zhou Na completely gave up the idea of herself. So smart? Lin Xiao was just thinking whether he should ask Zhou Kuan to find a few people to warn Zhou Na and Xiansong, but he didn't expect that Zhou Na would just give up like that. Lin Xiao shook his head, totally unable to understand why Zhou Na was going crazy again. He was too lazy to dwell on it. Overall, it was a good thing, a very good thing. System, draw a lottery. Without much hesitation, Lin Xiao gave the order directly. 1 second later, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations, you got +100 million.
Wow. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. To be honest, he couldn't help but call today his lucky day. Every time we draw a lottery, the items are actually sold out.
With the text message reminder of the bank's arrival, Lin Xiao was in great mood. Humming a little tune, Lin Xiao returned all the way to the Peach Blossom Land. Gao Chang and Gao Changlong were already waiting, so he treated Gao Changlong directly and changed the dressing. After more than a day of recovery, Gao Changlong no longer even needed the help of crutches. He could move freely just by holding Gao Chang's hand.
The black jade skin regenerating cream is truly amazing.
Late at night, Lin Xiao originally wanted to let Gao Chang and his son stay overnight, but the two insisted on going home, and Lin Xiao had no choice. It is worth mentioning that Gao Chang's car has been repaired. Gao Chang said that it was entirely handled by Zhou Kuan and others, so it was inevitable that it would be repaired quickly. After the two left, Lin Xiao called his mother Qi Yan, then took out a silver needle and used the 7-star rejuvenation needle to activate her body functions. Afterwards, he began to prepare the 7-star rejuvenation powder. Only after Qi Yan took it and fell asleep did Lin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed and fell asleep.
The next morning, Lin Xiao was woken up by Qi Yan.
Qi Yan was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. It was just one night, but she could feel that her physical condition had reached its peak. Lin Xiao smiled, having already anticipated this result. The two of them quickly had breakfast, and then Lin Xiao drove a G-Class out of the garage. In front of Qi Yan's surprised gaze, he took Qi Yan out of Peach Blossom Land and headed towards Splendid World.
After arriving at Jinqiu Tianxia and just parking the car, a voice rang in their ears.
"Hey, Qi Yan, why are you here?
Are you well?"
Lin Xiao turned his head and immediately saw a middle-aged woman dressed in a slightly seductive manner getting off an online hailing car.
Chapter 73 Get Out of the Way. Qi Yan frowned.
The seductively dressed middle-aged woman who had just got off an online ride-hailing car was her former colleague, Cui Shouying. They both joined Jinqiu Tianxia on the same day, and Cui Shouying relied on some means to continuously expand the company's business. She, on the other hand, has been achieving results based on her own strength, and because of this, she has always been firmly ahead of Choi Soo-young. At that time, the two were competing for the position of department head. Unfortunately, Qi Yan was later diagnosed with cancer, so she had to give up the job and focus on treatment. Qi Yan is very capable, otherwise, in such a big city like Anqing, it would be impossible for her to have the money for the early-stage cancer treatment with Lin Xiao alone. Before Qi Yan and Lin Xiao could say anything, Cui Shouying had already walked up to them.
"Oh, I forgot to ask you before, what disease do you have? You've been away for more than half a year. What? Are you planning to come back and continue to compete with me?"
Cui Shouying continued to speak, and then said as if showing off, "What a pity, I have already been promoted to department head, and you are no longer qualified to compete with me."
"Oh, not to mention now, you probably can't even look up to me."
Lin Xiao frowned slightly. She couldn't help but look at Choi Soo-young, thinking to herself, she had no idea where the sense of superiority of this person in front of her came from.
"Ha ha.
Cui Shouying, I admire your sense of superiority as always."
Qi Yan finally spoke, her voice a little indifferent.
At the same time, she closed the car door with more force, causing the door of the G-Class to slam with a dull sound.
Cui Shouying was stunned. Qi Yan's actions were very specific. How could she not see Qi Yan's intention?
Immediately, he hummed softly.
"Hoof. Not bad, you've already driven a G-Class, but so what?"
Qi Yan, I'm not afraid to tell you that from today on, I'll have the final say in Jinqiu." Lin Xiao and Qi Yan were both slightly stunned at this time, and then the mother and son looked at each other, feeling a little confused and awe-inspiring.
"What's the meaning?" Qi Yan couldn't help but be curious and asked with a frown. He. Cui Shouying curled her lips and said, "Of course it means literally. Forget it. I am too lazy to say more to you. I advise you not to enter Jinqiu. There is no seat for you here."
"This is what Cui Shouying, said."
Day.
After Cui Shouying finished speaking, she turned around gorgeously, her high heels making unusually loud noises, and soon entered the gate of Jinqiu. Lin Xiao and Qi Yan stood there in a daze for a long time, both speechless.
"If you don't know, you might think she's having an affair with the chairman." Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain. Bang!
But at this moment, a big bag full of maternal love fell on Lin Xiao's head.
"What are you talking about? Who is the chairman now?"
Lin Xiao touched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, Mom, I forgot about this." The transfer had been processed before, and now 70% of Jinqiu's shares have been completely transferred to Qi Yan's name. So now, Shi Yan is the chairman of Jinxiu and the absolute controlling shareholder. She has the final say over 70% of the shares and the entire operation of Jinxiu. No one can influence her. Be more careful next time. Snort. Qi Yan snorted softly, then took the lead and stepped into Jinxiu. Yes, Mr. Qi. Lin Xiao smiled and responded. Qi Yan turned her head and looked at Lin Xiao with great satisfaction. At the same time, her heart was already filled with pride. To be honest, she felt like she was dreaming these past few days. He was critically ill at first, but his son suddenly demonstrated incredible medical skills and pulled him back from the brink of death. After that, all the drugs were changed to the best ones, and after chemotherapy, my cancer cells were almost completely killed. After returning home, I thought it would take a long time to recover, but I didn't expect that in just one day. After Lin Zhao's treatment, I recovered most of it. Shi Yan believed that it wouldn't be long before she would be able to recover to the state before the cancer was diagnosed.
That's amazing enough.
You know, even though technology is very advanced now, cancer cannot be cured just because you want to. The disease was barely cured through chemotherapy, but it also caused irreversible and permanent damage to the body. Even if they are very young, they will become much more haggard after being cured and will not have many years to live. But I was able to recover completely immediately, which can be called a miracle in medical history. While missing him, Shi Yan couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao again. This glance made the pride in her eyes even more unconcealable. Shi Yan, I really gave you face, how dare you come in? Chui Xiuying's voice suddenly rang out in Jinxiu's office area. Jinxiu Tianxia, as a real estate company, is now located in a building it developed itself, with its office area on the first floor.
Sister Qi, you're back? It's really Sister Qi, are you okay?
Sister Qi, I'm so glad to see you. Unlike Choi Su-young, most people in the office were surprised and asked hello at this moment. Then, everyone focused their attention on Qi Yan, their eyes shining with brilliance.
Hey, I said. What are you doing? Don't you need to work? You're yelling at a stranger, and you don't want to do it anymore? Chui Xiuying suddenly asked in a deep voice.
At this moment, everyone was stunned, and then sat down at their posts helplessly. Seeing this scene, Chui Xiuying nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked at Qi Yan provocatively. Qi Yan shook her head speechlessly, and sighed inwardly. With this kind of control, Chui Xiuying's life will probably stop here.
It's probably impossible for her to go any further.
Of course, the decision-making power is now in her hands.
Qi Yan is very unhappy with Chui Xiuying's performance and will fire her later. Qi Yan and Lin Xiao ignored Chui Xiuying's thoughts and went straight to the general manager's office. However, how could Choi Su-young possibly let them do as they wished? She took a step forward and stood in the aisle, blocking the way of Lin Xiao and Qi Yan. Qi Yan, didn't you hear me? This is not the place for you to be. Please leave immediately.
Chui Xiuying frowned, her face full of displeasure.
Qi Yan stared at Chui Xiuying, her face turned cold. Get out of the way, I want to see President Xue.
Mr. Xue is naturally the general manager of Jinxiu, but he is only a manager and does not have much real power.
The power here is always in Qi Yan's hands. What qualifications do you have to see Mr. Xue?
Chui Xiuying crossed her arms over her chest with a look of disdain on her face.
Qi Yan frowned.
Faced with such a shameless person, she really didn't know what to do for a moment.
Get lost.
At this moment, Lin Zhao's faint voice sounded, and then he took a step forward, staring at Chui Xiuying with his eyes, and a majestic aura burst out from his eyes. At this moment, the hidden energy in his body was automatically circulating, making Chui Xiuying feel as if she was facing a cheetah.
Chapter 74 My Daughter's Boyfriend. Thump, thump, thump.
Chui Xiuying took 3 steps back in horror, and her face suddenly turned ugly.
Who are you, you bastard? Do you have the right to speak here? Choi Su-young was like a shrew, swearing madly. It's none of your business who I am.
But you, from today on, don't come to Jinxiu anymore.
Jinxiu doesn't need someone like you.
Lin Xiao spoke lightly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused.
Ha! Chui Xiuying was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. What did you say? Ha ha! Boy, who do you think you are? You want me to stop coming to Jinxiu? What gives you the right to do that? Of course it's because my mother now owns Jinxiu.
Lin Xiao didn't want to talk too much with Chui Xiuying, and just when he was about to tell her that Qi Yan held 70% of the shares, the door of the general manager's office suddenly opened.
Then, a middle-aged man came out, frowning, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you making so much noise? How can this be so disgraceful?"
Lin Xiao paused and looked at the man.
At this moment, the man also saw Qi Yan, and his fierce eyes relaxed. "It's Qi Yan, are you well?"
"I'm really sorry, we're all busy every day and don't have time to visit you, but we'll keep your position."
"Mr. Shui, long time no see." "Thank you, Mr. Shui, for remembering me."
Qi Yan nodded slightly and responded to the man. After a few words, Mr. Shui came closer. Looking at Cui Shouying standing in the aisle, he frowned slightly and said, "Manager Cui, what are you doing?"
"Nothing, I just don't want Qi Yan to come back to work."
"I have already removed her position and someone has already replaced her.
President Shui doesn't have to worry about her."
Cui Shouying spoke casually.
President Shui was stunned. "Cui Shouying, you took the wrong medicine. How can you talk to me like this? Also, who told you to remove Qi Yan from her position?" He couldn't help but look at Cui Shouying. "Are you crazy because of your obsession with gains and losses? You are the general manager, how can you, a supervisor, be so arrogant?" Qi Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and she was a little angry. "Cui Shouying, it seems that your behavior is indeed not suitable for staying in Jinqiu. Pack up and leave.
Jinqiu does not welcome you." President Shui raised his eyebrows slightly. Qi Yan had also overstepped her authority, but he was also angry at the moment. This happened to be exactly what he wanted to express, so he was too lazy to repeat it again.
"Ah, it's so funny." However, Cui Shouying seemed not to have heard Qi Yan's words at all. "Qi Yan, is this your son?" "Ha, like mother, like son."
"Your son also wants to fire me with just one sentence."
"You too." "I just want to ask, on what basis do you do that?" Cui Shouying's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait, you are not going to rely on the fact that you can afford a G-class, right? A G-class makes you so self-righteous that you have lost your way?"
At this moment, everyone looked over in disbelief.
Qi Yan, actually driving a G-class? Of course, this is not the point. The point is, Cui Shouying actually looks down on Qi Yan who drives a G-class? This is a bit messy.
Jinqiu employees are having a crazy brainstorming session. But soon, they were shocked to find that they couldn't figure out the reason at all.
Interrupt.
At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly said, "You are a taxi driver, and you look down on my mother for driving a G-class.
Aren't you a little too arrogant? Taxi? What's wrong with me taking a taxi?" Choi Soo-young's self-righteousness is heartbreaking. Snort. Then, she snorted, "You think you're so great for driving a G-class? Let me tell you, in my eyes, the G-class is not even trash. Everyone is messy. This is really crazy.
That is a G-class, which costs 2 million, and the top of the line one is close to 5 million.
This is a huge amount of wealth that many people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Has Choi Soo-young become so arrogant?"
At this moment, even Lin Xiao was speechless.
"Hoof. Bumpkin."
At this time, Cui Shouying continued to snort coldly, and then her face became arrogant.
The next second, she said calmly, "Do you know supercars? World class, limited edition worldwide. You wouldn't say you have a supercar like this?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Of course I didn't."
Cui Shouying was as confident as ever, which caught Lin Xiao off guard.
But
then, Choi Soo-young changed the subject. "My daughter's boyfriend has a Bugatti Noir, worth 130 million.
What? Is this true or false? A car worth 130 million? Is there really such a car?" Jinqiu's office area immediately became noisy. "Quiet."
Mr. Shui couldn't bear to listen anymore and shouted loudly. Then, he stared at Cui Shouying with a gloomy look. "Manager Cui, please stop talking nonsense and go to work."
"I'm talking nonsense? Ha ha. Mr. Shui's vision is indeed narrow." Cui Shouying said proudly, shaking her head. "Besides, what kind of work do you want to do? Others can go to work, but Qi Yan doesn't have to. Get out of here.
From now on, there will be no place for you in Jinqiu." At this time, Qi Yan was looking at Lin Xiao, and the mother and son were exchanging eye contact.
That's roughly what it means. Her daughter is your girlfriend?
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes.
No, he might not even know her. So where did his voice in the night come from? Qi Yan wondered. Who knows?
Lin Xiao shook his head.
Pretend.
In the end, this was the conclusion reached by Lin Xiao and Qi Yan, mother and son. Just at this moment, Cui Xiuying looked towards them.
But before they could say anything, Mr. Shui spoke again. Manager Cui, can you please stop? Mr. Shui, if you behave better, maybe you will be my subordinate soon. Cui Xiuying frowned. What do you mean? Mr. Shui looked confused. Snort. Cui Xiuying snorted coldly. My daughter's boyfriend is extremely wealthy. He has a sports car worth 130 million yuan and a set of jewelry that the European royal family once offered 200 million yuan for. It is priceless. Today. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Choi Soo-young drew out her voice. After a long while, he continued, my daughter is going to bring her boyfriend to see me. My daughter said that she will buy Jinxiu and give it to me as a gift. What? This isn't possible? Looking at that, why does it feel so real? Hiss, what would happen if she really became the chairman? Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. Why does the person Cui Xiuying talked about seem a bit like herself? No, I should say, this seems to be herself. But, where did I say I would buy Jinxiu and give it to her? Besides, you don't have a girlfriend yet, okay? Who is Cui Xiuying's daughter? Isn't this a big lie to her mother? Chapter 75 Boyfriend. Lin Xiao? Legend value plus 3,999. This string of information suddenly skipped across Lin Xiao's system panel. Lin Xiao seriously suspected that this was the legendary value he gained after being shocked. Because this is really too unbelievable. Without realizing it, I had become an existence that I myself did not understand. The splendid world is only worth 100 million. For my daughter's boyfriend, it's just a drop in the bucket. The arrogance on Cui Xiuying's face was so strong that it was outrageous. So, Mr. Shui, I said I removed Qi Yan's position and said she will no longer have a place here. Is that a problem? Mr. Shui swallowed hard, he didn't know how to answer. If what Choi Soo-young said is true, then to be honest, there is really no problem. But if what she said was false, then that would be a big problem. Boss Shui, forget it. Don't listen to her nonsense. It just so happens that you are here. I have something to hand over to you. Qi Yan had no idea how many times she had rolled her eyes in her heart at this moment. Cui Xiuying's words are becoming more and more outrageous. She plans to start the handover directly and then let Cui Xiuying go. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yan raised her hand and took out a file bag from the bag she was carrying. However, before he could open it, Choi Soo-young's voice rang out again. Qi Yan, didn't you hear what I said? What are you handing over? This place has nothing to do with you. Get out of here immediately. Qi Yan rolled her eyes and said, Cui Xiuying, you should leave. Think carefully about what you said. Do you think it's possible? Do you think you are qualified? What's impossible? Why am I not qualified? Cui Xiuying sneered. Mom. Just at this moment, two figures walked into Jinxiu again. Cui Xiuying's eyes lit up, and she quickly stretched out her hand to greet him, while she also said, my daughter is here, huh? Qi Yan, you still have time to get out now, otherwise later, I'm afraid you won't even have the face to stay. Mom, what are you talking about? Cui Xiuying's daughter's voice sounded, and people were approaching. No one noticed that his head was full of black lines at this moment. What the hell is going on? He promised that he would never forget this voice in his life. This is Zhou Na. Damn it, Zhou Na appears again. It turns out to be Cui Xiuying. So, all those boasts were made up by Zhou Na? So, Zhou Na thought that he would spend 100 million to buy Jinxiu for her? Oh, no, Jinxiu originally belongs to me, and I will build it into a huge industry in the future. But is Lin Xiao stupid? Would he give this to Cui Xiuying? Nana, you're just in time. At this time, Cui Xiuying pulled Zhou Na over, and Xiansong quickly followed beside her. At this time, Cui Xiuying pointed at Qi Yan and said, see? This is the shameless competitor I told you about. Now she wants to go back to the company, you should quickly ask your boyfriend to buy Jinxiu, and then immediately block her to stop her from thinking about it. Cui Xiuying finished speaking, her face full of pride. But she didn't notice that Zhou Na and Xiansong's eyes fell on Qi Yan. Then, the two of them moved slowly again, and finally, their eyes fixed on Lin Zhao's face. Both of their eyes widened at the same time, and their pupils shrank into needle shapes in an instant. Fuck. This is the truest thought in the hearts of the two people at this moment. Why, are you here? Zhou Na spoke suddenly. My mother is back at the company, so I'm stopping by.
Lin Xiao responded casually.
Do you know each other? Cui Xiuying was stunned, then her face was full of displeasure. Nana, how come you know all these shady people? You are not allowed to contact them in the future, understand?
Otherwise your boyfriend will misunderstand.
Gudong. Cui Xiuying didn't notice that after she said this, Zhou Na's face suddenly turned pale and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Did you hear that?
Seeing that her daughter did not respond, Cui Xiuying frowned and reached out to push Zhou Na. Then, she added, by the way, ask your boyfriend to come over quickly.
Is he still sincere? Since I'm dating you, it shouldn't be a problem for me to give me Jinxiu, right?
Oh, have him drive his Bugatti Noir over here. By the way, also bring the Angel's Love 3-piece suit worth 200 million that he wants to give you.
I'll let my colleagues take a look. Cui Xiuying gave instructions to Zhou Na in a serious manner. The expressions of Jinxiu's employees changed slightly.
However, no one noticed that Zhou Na's face was getting paler and paler, and after Cui Xiuying finished speaking, even the blood color disappeared.
Boom boom boom. Qiansong stepped back slightly.
He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat.
It was so uncomfortable. The atmosphere at the scene was a little quiet at this moment. Cui Xiuying couldn't help but reach out to push Zhou Na.
But at this moment, Shi Yan's voice suddenly rang out.
Son, your girlfriend?
Cui Xiuying immediately looked at the mother and son, and was about to scold them. But at this time, Lin Xiao shook his head. She doesn't deserve it.
Shi Yan nodded slightly. It was indeed unworthy. How could someone lie to his own mother like that?
The key point is, Cui Xiuying actually believed it.
What's wrong with her brain? What are you two doing? How can a poor boy like you deserve my daughter?
Cui Xiuying started shouting again at this time.
At the same time, she frowned deeply and shouted, Zhou Na, are you pretending to be deaf? I asked you to call your boyfriend, didn't you hear me? Zhou Na. Zhou Na seemed to finally react.
She turned around quickly and grabbed Cui Xiuying.
Mom, let's go, stop talking. Song Song, help. Oh, okay. Qian Song was stunned and quickly grabbed Cui Xiuying's other hand.
The two of them exerted their strength to pull Choi Su-young away.
But Cui Xiuying was stunned. What are you doing? Let me go. She struggled. Zhou Na, I asked you to call your boyfriend, why did you pull me? Zhou Na, are you crazy? Mom, stop talking, let's go.
Zhou Na was almost crying. She was just bragging. If she and Lin Xiao really got together, then considering Lin Xiao's level of being a bootlicker, it would be no problem for him to be a bootlicker. But now, the relationship with Lin Xiao didn't work out. Not only did it not work out, but she also learned about Lin Xiao's terrifying underworld background.
She doesn't even dare to brag now. Everything about Lin Xiao has become a taboo.
If she doesn't handle it well, she might end up in a vegetable state.
Asshole, let me go.
Cui Xiuying exerted force to break free from the two people's pulling, and roared, tell your boyfriend to see me immediately, otherwise, I will break up with you today. Only Choi Su-young knows how pretentious she is.
It would be so embarrassing if she left now.
But Zhou Na was so anxious that she gave up in the face of Cui Xiuying's pressure.
Mom, I don't have a boyfriend. The boyfriend I'm talking about is Lin Xiao, it's him.
Zhou Na pointed at Lin Xiao who was beside Shi Yan, and everyone's eyes were focused, filled with shock.
Legend value plus 1,399. Legend value plus 5,321.
Lin Xiao's legendary value suddenly increased.
But, he doesn't like me, he doesn't like me. Ah!
Zhou Na almost screamed out the last few words. After she finished speaking, she seemed to have used up all her strength. She fell to the ground with a blank look in her eyes. The whole place suddenly fell into deathly silence.
Chapter 76 Jinxiu Chairman, Shi Yan.
What?
What did you say?
Choi Su-young looked at her daughter in disbelief. She was completely confused. It turns out that the boyfriend that his daughter had been talking about was the son of the competitor that he despised the most?
No, how can a poor boy like this be worthy of my daughter? Zhou Na, don't joke with me. It's already so late. Get up and ask your boyfriend to come see me immediately.
Cui Xiuying was still struggling. She still didn't want to believe it.
Mom, I've already said it all. It's Lin Xiao, it's him, but he doesn't like me,
Jonah's face was still pale, she shook her head and murmured.
Boom.
At this moment, Chui Xiuying felt as if the sky had fallen. She couldn't help but squat down, clamping Jonah's shoulders tightly with both hands, and she looked like a madman.
You lied to me, Jonah, you lied to me, right? He is Chi Yan's son, a poor boy. He's clearly driving a G-Class, so where did the Bugatti come from? Also, look at him, does he look like someone who can afford to give someone jewelry worth 200 million?
Jonah's face showed pain, and she twisted her body hard to break free from Chui Xiuying's grip.
Mom, this is all true.
I saw it all with my own eyes. At this moment, Chui Xiuying was completely stunned.
Legend value plus 1,369. Legend value plus 2,453. On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value continued to rise.
He looked puzzled. To be honest, this was an unexpected gain. At this moment, all the employees of Jinxiu were looking at him in disbelief, with extremely fiery eyes.
Liar, impossible, I don't believe it.
Just then, Chui Xiuying suddenly screamed.
Why? Jonah sighed helplessly.
She really didn't know what to say, and she could only blame herself.
During those 3 years, Lin Xiaoka was a loyal bootlicker to the extreme, devoting everything to her.
She thought that as long as she expressed it casually, Lin Xiao would come back immediately, and she would have Lin Xiao, her dog, to boot. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao has become a completely different person compared to before. Even if I give myself to him completely, Lin Xiao will not be moved.
Xian Song lowered his head.
At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to look up at Lin Xiao.
Ha 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 ha, do you believe it? Everyone, tell me, do you believe it? Chui Xiuying looked crazy and looked around at the employees of Jinxiu. You must know what Chi Yan's conditions are, right? How can her son be so powerful? Ha ha ha, what a joke.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said lightly, ignorance.
You bastard, who are you calling ignorant? Do you really think you are the rich man my daughter is talking about?
Chui Xiuying seemed to be crazy and yelled at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned. Chui Xiuying had gone crazy. He even planned to teach her a lesson.
Mom, stop talking, let's go.
Jonah didn't know where she got the strength from, but she stood up and grabbed Chui Xiuying. Xian Song also rushed to help, and the three of them were instantly entangled together.
Let go, let me go. Chui Xiuying was unhappy and struggled desperately. Boss Shui, have someone kick them out.
At this moment, Qi Yan suddenly spoke.
Asshole.
Before Mr. Shui could say anything, Chui Xiuying had already started to curse. Qi Yan, who do you think you are?
What qualifications do you have? Qi Yan didn't even bother to look at Chui Xiuying.
She opened the file bag she had already taken out, pulled out a stack of documents from it and handed them to President Shui.
Mr. Shui took a look, then his eyes suddenly widened.
The next moment, he stood up straight and bowed deeply to Qi Yan.
Mr. Qi, I'm sorry, I'll do it now. Mr. Shui was shocked.
There wasn't much written on that stack of documents, but it clearly presented a fact. That is, the former subordinate in front of him, who now holds 70% of Jinxiu's shares.
She is the only master of Jinxiu. Boss Shui, what are you doing? Chui Xiuying was stunned and a little confused.
Similar to her, Jinxiu's employees were also slightly stunned, with puzzled looks in their eyes.
Inhale, exhale.
At this moment, Mr. Shui took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly.
He raised the document in his hand and said slowly, everyone, please pay attention.
Welcome to our Jinxiu chairman, Qi Yan, Director Qi.
What? Director Qi? Are you kidding? Sister Qi is our chairman? Is this true or false? The beautiful office area was bustling with noise. Chui Xiuying was stunned and looked at Qi Yan in disbelief. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? What's impossible about this?
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up, looking at Chui Xiuying with a half smile. You are right. Jinxiu is just a drop of water to me.
Unfortunately, I'm not your daughter's boyfriend, and she is not qualified to be my girlfriend. Boom.
Chui Xiuying's mind suddenly went blank, as if a thunderbolt exploded in her mind. She looked at Lin Xiao in horror, and stepped back in panic. After a few steps, she finally stopped.
Security, kick Chui Xiuying out immediately.
At this time, Mr. Shui's voice also rang out.
Chui Xiuying came back to her senses. No, Mr. Shui, you can't do this. Why not?
Shi Yan said calmly, "You are not rigorous enough in your work, exaggerate the facts, and even contradict the chairman.
Jinxiu dare not employ someone like you.
Kick her out, put her on Jinxiu's blacklist, and by the way, make her deeds public."
Shi Yan, you bastard. Cui Shouying's face turned extremely ugly.
Not only was he put on the Jinxiu blacklist, but he also wanted to make himself public.
Wouldn't that mean he was directly removed from the real estate industry? Who would dare to hire him in the future? I am only giving back what I have received. Shi Yan looked at Cui Shouying with disdain. If the roles were reversed today, even if I didn't contradict you, I'm afraid I wouldn't end up well, right? Shi Yan is not a pushover.
Coming from the imperial capital, she has seen countless intrigues and deceptions. She knew very well what serious consequences would occur if she failed to kill the snake. Even though the snake was inconspicuous, she must not be careless.
Cui Shouying's face turned pale and she felt humiliated. Walk.
At this time, 2 security guards came up, held her on the left and right, and dragged her away.
You will not die well, you will not die well.
Cui Shouying screamed hysterically. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one paid any attention to her. Zhou and Xiansong followed her nervously and left in shame.
Zhou, I want to sever ties with you. You are such an unfilial daughter. Why did I give birth to such a money-losing thing like you, ah?
A roar was heard back at Jinxiu, and everyone looked puzzled.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips, sighing at Cui Shouying's weirdness. Chapter 77 Goddess Invitation. So, Mr. Chi's son drives a Bugatti Noir, and he can easily give away a luxury angel's love suit worth 200 million? The employees of Jinxiu were talking about it. What else? Isn't the fact already in front of us?
An employee held up a mobile phone, on which was playing a long video on a certain audio platform, which showed exactly what Lin Xiao had done in the auditorium.
TSK, there's no way that Rowena, a top luxury designer, would mistake her teacher's masterpiece, right? It's so funny.
Young Master Lin Xiao's angel's love was clearly given to another beautiful woman.
Cui Shouying's daughter actually lied to her mother like this. Ha ha.
Cui Shouying is so stupid that she can believe this.
She thought that Master Lin Xiao would really spend 100 million to buy Jinxiu for her?
That's right, Mr. Chi should be the wise leader of Jinxiu.
Who the hell is Cui Shouying?
Lin Xiao was sitting in an office. With his current 5 senses, he could easily hear everything outside through the soundproof glass.
He
just shook his head and chuckled. Such discussions have the most direct benefits for him. In front of him, the system panel was open. At this moment, the legendary value column had a total of 213,684 legendary values.
Of course, this is only for now, and the legendary value is skyrocketing.
Forget it, it's still a little short, let's make 10 draws first. Lin Xiao is no longer so eager to participate in the lottery.
After closing the system panel, Lin Xiao started browsing on his phone.
He is waiting for Qi Yan. Qi Yan is returning to the company to start work today, and she must have a lot of things to explain. Moreover, as the only person with absolute decision-making power, Qi Yan also has to set the tone for Jinxiu's future development with her own ideas. Lin Xiao was not interested in these things, he was just accompanying them. At this time, Cui Shouying, who had been blasted out of Jinxiu, walked forward with a gloomy look. She clenched her fists, and her joints kept making creaking sounds.
Zhou Na!
She shouted loudly. Zhou Na and Xiansong, who were walking behind, were both startled.
Mom!
Zhou Na pursed her lips and responded somewhat guiltily.
You bastard! Cui Shouying cursed directly. Who swore to me that I would definitely be able to get the licking dog to lick me again? Who swore to me that I would bring the licking dog to buy Jinxiu for me today? Mom!
Zhou Na cried out in grievance. Who knows him? His temperament has changed drastically, he doesn't even take me seriously anymore.
That's right, Auntie. You can't blame Nana for this. We tried everything we could. Xiansong hurried to help. Just shut up, you bastard. Cui Shouying cursed angrily, causing Xiansong to turn his head away with a snort. I, Cui Shouying, will not suffer this loss in vain. With a wave of her hand, Choi Su-young quickened her pace in her high heels. Mom, what are you going to do?
Let me tell you, Lin Xiao.
Zhou Na instinctively had a bad premonition and immediately wanted to remind Cui Shouying something.
But at this time, Cui Shouying turned around and slapped him.
Bang!
Zhou Na was hit so hard that she staggered and almost fell down.
Mom!
Jonah covered her face and looked at Chui Shouying aggrievedly.
Stop your nonsense and shut up. Just follow me. I'll show you the world. Do you really think I've been messing around for nothing all these years? Chui Shouying spoke domineeringly, then turned and left. Nana, don't bother with this old woman.
Let's go with her and see how powerful she is. Xiansong supported Jonah at this time and said with an aggrieved look on his face. Jonah rubbed her red and swollen cheeks and finally could only respond. The three of them gradually disappeared into the street.
Time passed quickly and it was afternoon.
Lin Xiao and Qi Yan, who had been busy all day, walked out of Splendid World side by side.
Son, you don't have to worry about me tomorrow. I can drive here by myself.
In the parking lot, Qi Yan opened the driver's door and walked in.
Lin Xiao looked at Qi Yan in confusion. What?
Qi Yan rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao and said, "Go sit in the passenger seat. I haven't driven such a high-end car for many years."
I don't like your Bugatti. This one suits me better.
Lin Xiao sat in the passenger seat silently. Then, he looked at Qi Yan, started the car skillfully, stepped on the gas, and drove smoothly. Then, as if she had regained some feeling, Qi Yan began to let herself go, and the speed of the car increased wildly. However, Qi Yan was able to control this G-Class perfectly.
Why?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the system, I probably wouldn't have known in my life that my mother was actually a hidden boss. Of course, Lin Xiao said this in his heart, but Qi Yan could still see through the way he lowered his head.
He.
Qi Yan smiled gently. Son, in this world, only the circles of the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital are the top ones.
Just wait and see.
One day, Mom will take you to the top of this dragon country. Ever since she got cancer, Qi Yan could feel that all the behaviors directed at her had completely disappeared. After all, I have left the Imperial Capital and will not easily come into the sight of those people. Now that she has the foundation, Qi Yan is confident that she can make huge changes in the shortest time. She didn't know if she could change her fate, but she would definitely try her best. If you need help, just ask, Mom.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly. That's not necessary.
Qi Yan laughed and wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped. It seemed that he thought of the changes in Lin Xiao in the past few days. His expression became complicated for a moment. Soon, she changed the subject. Well, Mom won't be polite with you. Lin Xiao smiled. There was silence in the car for a while, and the mother and son soon returned to Taoyuan. Time flies, and 2 days pass in a flash. The past 2 days have been very quiet and nothing major has happened. Lin Xiao's legendary value has reached 360,000, and the growth rate has begun to slow down.
In 5 days, the plan for the wasteland in the Eastern District will be announced.
That evening, Lin Xiao returned home from school and opened the calendar to take a look.
2 notes on the calendar. One is the wasteland in the East District, and the other is the birthday celebration of Yumeng Kingdom. That's right, Yumengui's birthday banquet was held on the same day as the announcement of the indicators for the East District's wasteland planning. Bite. Suddenly, the phone rang.
Lin Xiao raised his head and, without any hesitation, swiped to answer the call.
Lin Xiao. Yu Bing's clear and pleasant voice came from the phone.
Lin Xiao responded softly.
Do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal. I have something to trouble you with.
There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then Yu spoke.
Oh?
Lin Xiao was stunned.
The frost goddess invited me to dinner? She even wanted to trouble me with something? This is simply unbelievable.
Of course, he didn't think too much about it and agreed directly. I have time. Where?
Zuixinlu. I'll wait for you. Yu Bing quickly hung up the phone. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. He sent a message to Qi Yan and then went out. Chapter 78 Wolf 3. Do you look down on me? Zuixinlu. One of the top restaurants in Anqing. To ordinary people, this place is the legendary den of money spending. Just any meal here will cost you tens of thousands of yuan.
Here, if it were the previous Lin Xiao, he might never be able to come in his lifetime.
So, Mom.
In the booth on the first floor, Jonah, Xiansong, and Chui Shouying sat opposite each other. Jonah was looking at Chui Shouying with an unhappy face. You said you would take me to see the world, but you made me wait like this for 2 days?
In the end, I came to the lobby of Zuixinlu to spend money?
Chui Shouying raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Is this place low class?
Humph, A meal costs at least 10,000 yuan, what else do you want? Whispering sound. Jonah couldn't help but spit. I used the money of 2 licking dogs to come in a few times. One of them is Lin Gudong. Jonah wanted to say Lin Xiao, but in the end, she held it back. If it were the current Lin Xiao, I'm afraid only the top-notch Jotian Pavilion box in Zuatian Tower would be eligible for his visit, right? Thinking of this, Jonah suddenly felt a sense of regret. Oof. Okay, put away your tricks. The person we invited today is not an ordinary person. You'd better keep quiet. I need him to help teach Qi Yan and that arrogant boy a lesson. Choi Su-young snorted and glared at her daughter. Okay, I'll keep quiet, but Mom, Lin Xiao actually. Just shut up and don't mention that name again. Jonah had no choice but to shut up, but she always had a bad feeling. Soon, a man entered Zuixinlu, took a quick look, and walked straight towards the booth where Cui Shouying and the others were sitting. The man was bald and wore a suit and tie, but there was a tattoo of a ferocious wolf on his forehead, which made him look a little hideous. Third brother, you are finally here. Choi Su-young greeted him with what she thought was a very sweet smile. After getting closer, she pressed her whole body against the man. Oh. The third brother grinned and took advantage of Choi Su-young without leaving any trace. Then, he glanced at Jonah and Xiansong, his gaze lingered on Jonah for a moment, and a lustful gleam flashed in his eyes. Of course, it was only for a moment and he hid it well. Letting Choi Su-young stick to him, the third brother sat down on the booth. Tell me, you're devoting yourself to me and inviting me to such a high-end place, what's the matter? Oh, third brother, don't you allow me to miss you? Choi Shouying put on a pitiful look, which made Jonah couldn't help but turn her head away and pout. The third brother didn't say anything, he just picked up the high-end red wine on the table and took a sip. Seeing this, Choi Shouying knew that she could not hide the truth from the person in front of her. He immediately said, Third brother, I have been wronged, and I need your help to teach the current chairman of Jinqiu Tianxia and her bastard son a lesson. They have some background, some money, and some means. Stop. Before Choi Shouying finished speaking, the third brother waved his hand. Background, means? Ha ha. Are you looking down on me? The third brother said proudly, I am Lang San, and I am well known in Ancheng. I got my start in the East District, and thanks to brother Chalong's care, I have made a name for myself now. I dare not say anything else, but as long as the person who made you suffer is not one of those big shots worth tens or hundreds of billions, I will not take him seriously. Jonah and Xiansong looked at Lang San, somewhat puzzled. They were wondering if this person was a little too arrogant to dare to say such a thing. Choi Shouying's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed, Third brother, what are you talking about? How dare I look down on you? That's right, in your eyes, no matter their background or money, they are not worth mentioning. Wolf 3 was extremely satisfied with Choi Shouying's reaction, and he grabbed a handful of it dishonestly, which made Choi Shouying flirt with him. Tell me, who is it? Wolf 3 asked at this time. Choi Shouying was about to speak when Jonah said, Mom, Lin. Okay, shut up. Choi Shouying interrupted Jonah and then said with a flattering smile, Third brother, that person is the current chairman of Jinqiu, her name is Qi Yan, and her bastard son is called Lin Xiao. Qi Yan? Okay. I've got it. Don't worry, serve me well tonight, and tomorrow I'll. Wolf 3 murmured, but suddenly stopped in the middle of his words. The next second, he stood up in a flash. Who are you talking about? Choi Shouying was startled and looked at Lang San with a sense of sternness, Qi Yan and her son, Lin Xiao. Wolf 3 was stunned, his heart beating violently. Mom, Lin Xiao has a background in the underworld. He is not simple. Jonah's bad premonition suddenly intensified and she shouted. Oof. Can you beat the third brother? Choi Shouying snorted in dissatisfaction. Just at this moment, Lin Xiao slowly walked into the hall and passed directly by the booth where Choi Shouying and the others were sitting. Lin Xiao? Choi Shouying was stunned and stood up suddenly. Third brother, it's this guy, bastard Lin Xiao, stop right there. Lin Xiao was just about to ask someone about the elevator. After all, it was his first time coming to Zuixinlu, but he didn't expect someone to call him, and he stopped immediately. Looking sideways, Lin Xiao's forehead was full of black lines. What the hell? There should be a limit to the number of enemies that meet on a narrow road, right? Can you meet weirdos like Jonah just by having a meal? What? Lin Xiao's face darkened and he asked indifferently. What are you doing? Humph, boy, you brought shame upon me in Jinqiu, do you think you can just let it go?
Chui Xiuying's eyes were ferocious. However, he did not notice that his daughter looked at Lin Xiao with some fear. However, Wolf 3 turned his head stiffly, and when his eyes fell on Lin Xiao's face, he felt unwell. His whole body twitched, and it was as if someone was strangling his neck, making him unable to move at all.
Third brother, it's him. Sorry to bother you, but you must make him pay the price. Then, you can do whatever you want.
Chui Xiuying said this and glanced at Lang San in a charming manner.
However, he did not notice that a large drop of cold sweat was running down Wolf 3's forehead.
Lin Xiao also set his sights on Lang San at this time.
Bang!
At this moment, Lang San could no longer hold it in. He bent his knees and knelt straight in front of Lin Xiao.
Mr. Lin.
This scene slightly surprised the customers on the first floor of Zuixinlu.
What era is this? Why are there still people kneeling?
Lin Xiao was stunned. He searched his memory but could not find any information about Lang San.
Sure enough, something went wrong.
At this moment, Zhou Na and Xiansong's faces turned pale. Chui Xiuying was the only one who knew nothing.
She said in disbelief, Third brother, what are you doing? WCNMD.
Chui Xiuying had no idea that Lang San would suddenly turn around and slap her in the face.
Chapter 79. How dare you be so disrespectful? Bang! The lobby on the first floor of Zuixinlu.
The crisp sound of a slap spread out, and everyone's eyes focused with surprise. First, Wolf 3 knelt down in front of Lin Xiao, calling him Mr. Lin.
Then, Wolf 3 slapped Chui Xiuying in the face. At this moment, almost everyone knew that the young man in front of them must have a relatively high status, right? Legend value plus 888. Legend value plus 999.
At this time, on Lin Xiao's system panel, the news about the increase in legendary value kept scrolling.
Ah!
Screams followed, and Chui Xiuying covered her face and looked at Lang San in disbelief. Perhaps, she was the only one in the whole audience who didn't know why all this happened.
Third brother, why did you hit me? Her face was full of grievance. However, he did not notice that Wolf 3's face was distorted.
Hearing her words, a flame of anger immediately burned on his face. Asshole, I'm going to hit you, bitch.
Lang San stood up suddenly and kicked Chui Xiuying.
Third brother. Chui Xiuying screamed and tried to dodge, but the space in the booth was so small that there was no place to hide.
Bang! With a dull thud, Chui Xiuying was kicked directly and hit the wall with her eyes rolled back. Fuck, you dare to ask me to teach Mr. Lin a lesson? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who Mr. Lin is? Ha! Bang! Wolf 3 cursed angrily and kicked out again.
During the whole process, Lin Xiao watched coldly, stroking his chin, with no intention of stopping it. Even a fool could see that Chui Xiuying was targeting him.
This kind of evil person still needs another evil person to deal with him.
Obviously, the third brother with a ferocious wolf tattooed on his head is the villain.
Look, Xiansong, the sissy, and Zhou Na, the gold digger, were both trembling as they watched, not daring to say a word. Third brother, what Mr. Lin? Third brother, stop hitting me, woo-woo.
Chui Xiuying had already started begging for mercy at this time.
Grass.
Lang San kicked out again and said angrily, you don't even know Mr. Lin's identity, and you still dare to disrespect Mr. Lin.
Who gave you the courage? Chui Xiuying had no idea that Wolf 3 was afraid.
The name Lin Xiao was like a taboo in the ears of these people at this moment.
This guy was in the East District and taught his top 3 bosses a lesson. Even top international mercenaries like Red Wolf are obedient to him. On their side, 2 people were blind enough to provoke Lin Xiao, one disappeared, and the other was fed to the fish. Even because of Lin Xiao, Zhou Kuan personally went to the bar street to join in the fight. This was enough to show how much the 3 top bosses thought highly of Lin Xiao and how much they feared him. But such a person actually has a stupid woman who wants to provoke him and even wants to drag him down with her? Wolf 3 was filled with rage. Isn't this hurting himself?
He was now lashing out at Chui Xiuying crazily, with some anger in his voice, but more of it was an attempt to save himself, fearing that Lin Xiao would be dissatisfied with him because of this.
Mr. Lin Xiao?
Chui Xiuying only felt her scalp tingling, and at this moment, she finally reacted. What made her feel complicated was that Lang San had clearly said before that unless the person was worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions, he would not take him seriously.
How come this doesn't match what he said?
Unfortunately, Lang San was in no mood to help her resolve any doubts at the moment.
After a crazy attack, Lang San turned around and looked at Lin Xiao cautiously. Mr. Lin, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this bastard was going to disrespect you. If I had known earlier, I would have brought my brothers here to kill her. There was a hint of ferocity in Wolf 3's eyes. Third brother. Cui Shouying looked at Wolf 3 in disbelief. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao with great horror again. She couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is Lin Xiao? She just wanted to save face, but ended up in such a big trouble? This person is Lang San. In Anqing, he is a man who can call the wind and rain. Especially in the past 2 days, the news of the bar street spread, and many people were afraid of the gang led by Lang San. At this moment, countless people were looking at Lin Xiao in confusion, their hearts shocked to the extreme, and they were guessing about Lin Xiao's terrifying identity. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Lin Xiao glanced at Lang San calmly, and suddenly uttered 2 words, "Who are you?" The whole place suddenly fell into dead silence, even the sound of breathing became quieter. What the hell is going on? Everyone had this crazy complaint in their mind. So, Lin Xiao didn't even know that person, but that person was extremely afraid of him. How high is his status? Legend value plus 1011. Legend value plus 1099. The system panel continuously provided feedback, and the legendary value had quietly broken through to over 300,000. Mr. Lin, I'm Wolf 3, and I follow Brother Qilang. Of course, Lang San was not angry. Isn't it normal for Lin Xiao, such a person, not to know him? Oh. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. At this time, Lang San said again, Mr. Lin, what do you think, how should we deal with this? This woman just asked me to deal with you, and there is also a woman named Qi Yan, the chairman of Jinqiu Tianxia. Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Lang San suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a layer of black ice that had existed for thousands of years. That's my mom. Lin Xiao spoke lightly. Wolf 3's pupils suddenly shrank. Asshole, how dare you be so disrespectful? His eyes had become vicious and he stared at Cui Shouying. You handle it as you see fit. I don't want similar things to happen again in the future. Lin Xiao looked at Wolf 3. As the saying goes, professional matters should be left to professionals. Wolf 3 is not a pushover and is very experienced in doing certain things. I understand, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down. Wolf 3 responded quickly. At this moment, Cui Shouying, Jonah and Xiansong all looked pale and were shaking all over. They wanted to speak, but found themselves unable to open their mouths no matter what. The muscles all over his body began to spasm because of the fear in his heart, and his whole body was twitching slightly. Lin Xiao casually glanced at the 3 people, too lazy to stay any longer, and walked towards a waiter not far away. Hello, which way is the way to Jiutian Pavilion? Lin Xiao asked politely. Ah. First, sir, you, please follow me, this way. The waiter came back to his senses from the shock, but then he was even more shocked. Jiutian Pavilion is the top-notch private room in Zuixinla and not everyone can enter. Everyone on the first floor was stunned at this moment, looking at Cui Shouying like a fool. Who gave you the courage? How dare you, a person sitting in a booth, provoke someone who is in the Jiutian Pavilion? Chapter 80, 9-1, 4Cs 9, U1. Jiutian Pavilion is not a symbol of nouveau riche, it is a symbol of status. Those who know Zuixinla know that the expenses in Jiutian Pavilion are very high, starting at hundreds of thousands. But, you can't get in just by having money. In the whole Ansheng, only a few people can enter Jiutian Pavilion. At this moment, everyone on the first floor felt extremely sympathetic towards Choi Su-young. If you provoke a big shot who can enter Jiutian Pavilion, I don't think things will be easy in the future, right? At this time, in the exclusive elevator that went directly to the Jiutian Pavilion box, the waiter kept his head down and accompanied respectfully throughout the journey. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's only been a few days, and the changes brought about by the system are really huge. Before, I wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. Now, just because of my name, I don't have to do anything. Many things are done for me by others. Lin Xiao felt a little confused. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, becoming famous, and obtaining a rare level lottery chance +1. Oh? There is such a good thing? Lin Xiao's mind moved, and he directly opened the system panel. He looked at the lottery opportunity column on the system panel with shining eyes. Smoke! No hesitation at all, it's a free opportunity and it doesn't cost anything.
Congratulations on obtaining the experience of a senior master of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled. This time, his luck was extremely good. In an instant, countless experiences flooded into his mind, and Lin Zhao's understanding of medicine reached a higher level. Bite. The elevator door opened at this time, and the magnificent box immediately appeared in front of Lin Zhao. Sir! Please. The waiter gestured respectfully.
Lin Zhao put away the system panel and walked into the box. After taking a quick glance, Lin Zhao was slightly shocked. The overall decoration of this so-called Zhoutian pavilion highlights one word. That is, rich. It's simply inhumane. However, against the backdrop of this extravagant and inhuman decoration, there is an inconspicuous round table, which gives a sense of returning to nature. This is really a bit hard to appreciate. Lin Zhao looked at the 80 mortals table, feeling inexplicably sad. Lin Zhao. A familiar voice came, and Lin Zhao's eyes moved over. Yu Bing stood in front of a landscape painting, looking incredibly beautiful as if she was immersed in it. It's a pity that there are two people spoiling the mood beside her at this moment. Lin Zhao frowned slightly. He happened to know these two people. One was Yu Bing's father Yu Sungwen, and the other was the second in command of the Yu family, Yu Sungwu. Lin Zhao, I'm sorry. When they found out that I had an appointment with you, my dad and second uncle also wanted to meet you and talk to you about something. I was wrong for not informing you in advance. Yu Bing has already walked to Lin Zhao's side with a sincere look in her eyes. Fine. Lin Zhao waved his hands, but he was confused in his heart. It seemed that he had nothing to talk about with these two people. Serve the food. At this time, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwen also walked down, each standing on one side of the table. Okay. The waiter responded and retreated. At this time, the two looked at Lin Zhao. Brother Lin, sorry for the intrusion, please take a seat. Yu Sungwen invited him, but Yu Sungwu said nothing. Thank you. Lin Zhao nodded slightly. He could feel that there seemed to be a hint of arrogance in the eyes of these two people, and he felt a little unhappy, but he couldn't ignore Yu Bing's face. Yu Bing naturally noticed this scene, and her pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, but because the other party was an elder, she didn't say much. Soon, long legs came into view, and waitresses who were more beautiful than flight attendants came up with dishes that Lin Zhao couldn't name. Looking at the various dishes in front of him, Lin Zhao felt that they could not even be called food, but could be directly called works of art. Brother Lin, please. Yu Sungwen invited him. Lin Zhao didn't bother to be polite, so he just picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Just pick up a little and put it in your mouth, and the ultimate deliciousness will immediately bloom on the tip of your tongue. Tasty. Lin Zhao sighed and then quickened his eating pace. Yu Bing hurriedly picked up some food for Lin Zhao with a smile in her eyes. When Yu Sungwen looked at each other, they both saw a hint of displeasure in each other's eyes. Of course, they didn't say much. After all, they would need Lin Zhao's help later. Time flies. It was a full half-hour later that Lin Zhao put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but pat his bulging belly gently. This is the first time I've eaten so much, and I have to say, this is really delicious. Lin Zhao, have some tea. Yu Bing has been taking care of Lin Zhao in every possible way. Thanks. Lin Zhao reached out to take it and said thank you. Brother Lin, do you like the food? Yu Sungwen's voice sounded again. Why? Lin Zhao couldn't help but sigh. For the first time, he looked up and looked at Yu Sungwen. I say, if you have something to say, can you just say it directly? What's the point of doing all this fancy stuff? He really couldn't stand these people. It was impossible that they were just treating him to a meal, right? When Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu heard this, they both frowned slightly. Okay, then we won't talk too much. A second later, Yu Sungwu finally spoke. This time, he got straight to the point. Bing Bing said that you have a product called Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream, which is incredibly effective. We want to buy the formula. Please name a price. Oh. Lin Zhao looked at Yu Bing. Yu Bing nodded slightly, looking a little embarrassed. But there is no way around it. Her family is really facing an unprecedented crisis now. Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream is the hope of Sihai Pharmaceutical. Lin Zhao thought about it, shook his head and said, I don't understand the value of the Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream. It's not easy to set a price like this. He is telling the truth.
After all, even Xiao Meng said that this black jade skin regenerating ointment was a secret medicine that only existed in legends and its value was inestimable.
This is easy to do.
We have a plan to adopt a win-win cooperation model. You provide the formula, and we provide the manpower and material resources, and take care of everything in the later stage.
Then we can share the profits. Yu Sungwen spoke. Oh? Tell me, how do we divide the profits?
Lin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly.
This was a good idea. This is easy.
We will take care of everything.
91% is enough.
Lin Xiao looked at Yu Sungwen in surprise.
Isn't this too generous? Just give him 90%? However, what he didn't expect was that Yu Sungwen then emphasized, see, High Pharmaceutical owns 90% and you own 10%.
Lin Xiao froze, then stood still, looking at Yu Sungwen in disbelief.
Dad, what are you talking about? Yu Bing couldn't bear to listen any longer. This was not even like sending away a beggar. What are you talking about? 1% is already high enough. Okay, Bing, shut up. Do you know how terrible the cost of operation is? Yu Sungwu also spoke at this time.
Chapter 81, It is difficult to achieve great things by doing this.
Funny, right? Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu. 91%, and I, the person who came up with the recipe, only account for 10%? Why not eat meat?
This was almost exactly what Lin Xiao was thinking at the moment.
What's the difference between this and eating human blood buns? How could these two people say that? The recipe is Lin Xiao's second uncle. 91 cents is not even enough to send away a beggar.
Yu Bing did not choose to shut up, but spoke in a deep voice.
Bing. Yu Sungwen looked over with dignity, his face clearly displeased. Well said.
But at this moment, Lin Xiao spoke.
He glanced at Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu and said calmly, you two are not sincere, are you? Then isn't it a bit redundant to go to such great lengths to come and see me? What do you mean by insincerity? Yu Sungwu frowned. Lin Xiao, we already respect you enough. I, Sihai, am willing to cooperate with you. It is your honor, do you understand? Oh.
Lin Xiao stood up directly. I'm sorry, I don't deserve your so-called honor.
There is no point in talking if you don't agree.
Lin Xiao turned and left.
Yu
Sungwu and Yu Sungwen were both stunned. They had never expected that Lin Xiao would be so decisive.
Hoof. Lin Xiao, this is a great opportunity for you. Do you know the power of my 4 C's? Do you know how amazing the value of the things in your hands can be?
Even if it's only 10%, in the future, maybe it can make you worth over 1 billion.
How many people can't even hope for this kind of wealth in their lifetime?
Yu Sungwen suddenly snorted coldly. At this moment, he finally stopped hiding his arrogance. To be honest, from the very first moment they met Lin Xiao, the two of them had already put themselves in a superior position. They looked down on Lin Xiao, thinking he was just a country bumpkin. It was just luck that he got some of the things they wanted, otherwise Lin Xiao would never have the chance to eat at the same table with them in his life.
He.
Lin Xiao was so angry that he laughed. He paused and turned to look at Yu Sungwen. You all know that the black jade skin regenerating cream is incredibly valuable, so what if I took it to Chongshan?
Not to mention a net worth of 1 billion, I'm afraid it would be at least 2 billion, right? You dare!
Yu Sungwu shouted suddenly.
If they took Chongshan away, wouldn't that mean they would be killed?
And they would be trampled to death.
Shut up!
Lin Zhao's eyes turned cold as he stared at Yu Sungwu. If it weren't for Yu Bing's sake today, I would have been rude to you guys a long time ago.
I'm putting this on the table.
None of you can hope to get the black jade skin regenerating cream.
If you really want it, you can only come and beg me.
At that time, I can force it depending on my mood. After saying this, Lin Xiao turned around and left, without any intention of staying. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu froze in place, their faces ashen. I should have rejected you.
I shouldn't have let you see Lin Xiao,
Yu Bing also snorted coldly at this time, and the next moment, she chased after Lin Xiao.
Bing, come back. Bing.
The two of them shouted, but Yu Bing pretended not to hear them, which made them look even uglier.
I don't know what is good for me.
After a long time, Yu Sungwu slammed the table and spoke angrily.
You really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You really think you are great just because you have some skills? What a joke.
Yu Sungwon frowned deeply. It will be difficult to accomplish anything great if we act this way. The arrogance of the two was clearly displayed, and the words they wrote were full of disdain for Lin Xiao. After a long while, Yu Sungwon frowned again. He won't really take the formula to Chongshan, right? Impossible. Yu Sungwoo shook his head. He's not stupid. Besides, he and Li Sheng have a grudge because of Yu Bing. If he goes to Chongshan, I'm afraid he will be eaten to the bone. Yu Sungwon nodded. The black jade skin regenerating cream will rot in his hands sooner or later. When that happens, he will beg us for help. No one will not care about wealth. Yu Sungwoo nodded, not thinking there was anything wrong with what Yu Sungwon said. If Lin Xiao heard what they said, he would definitely sneer. He is a man with cheats. What does he have? Even if the formula of a mere black jade skin regenerating cream rots, it will not have any effect on him. The two brothers, Yu Sungwon and Yu Sungwoo, are used to being superior, but they don't know that Lin Xiao is in a world higher than them. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Yu Bing chased Lin Xiao and left Zuixinlu. Lin Xiao heard the shout and stopped. Sorry. Yu Bing bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. I didn't know it would be like this. I thought they had prepared enough sincerity. But I didn't expect that they still have that condescending attitude. To be honest, Yu Bing sometimes feels sad for Sihai. The Sihai group is becoming increasingly decadent nowadays. I'm afraid it has something to do with those in power, right? Being too arrogant and complacent, how can you grow? You don't have to apologize. Lin Xiao waved his hand. One day they will find out how wrong they were. I'm leaving first. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he was ready to leave. Yu Bing gritted her teeth and followed him again, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Lin Xiao had no opinion about Yu Bing and spoke in a calm tone. I asked you to have dinner with me because I want to ask you something. And, besides, this is also a good thing for you. Oh? Lin Xiao became interested and looked at Yu Bing intently. Here's the thing. Do you know Tianxia Medicine Store? Yu Bing began to tell the story. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. In Anqing, Tianxia Pharmacy has many branches and is a large enterprise with assets exceeding 10 billion. However, Tianxia Pharmacy is not a group, but a company that specializes in pharmaceuticals and deals in both Chinese and Western medicine. You probably don't know that 100% of Tianxia Pharmacy shares are in the hands of their chairman, right? Yu Bing suddenly asked. Oh? Lin Xiao was stunned, a little unbelievable. One person controls all the shares, which means that the others are all employees. One person formulates all the strategic directions. This person is incredible. Brainstorming is the way to make progress. I never thought that there would be someone who could control such a large enterprise and make it flourish. It is truly extraordinary. Yu Bing nodded in agreement, and then she continued, but this time, he is willing to give up 51% of the shares to save his daughter. I came to you because I want you to try to get the shares. What? Lin Xiao even thought he had heard it wrong. By giving away 51% of the shares to treat his daughter, isn't that tantamount to handing Tianxia Pharmacy over to someone else? 51% is the bottom line for joint venture holdings. In other large companies and groups, it has the supreme power of veto. Chapter 82, Afraid she wouldn't die fast enough. What's the disease? Is it serious? Lin Xiao frowned and thought for a while before asking. I don't understand. Yu Bing shook her head gently. Xiao Zhao's condition is very strange. According to my grandfather, she is very energetic and everything is normal, but she is in a coma and cannot wake up no matter what she does. Xiao Xiao is the biological daughter of Ning Yuanshan, chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy, Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao and Yu Bing are good friends who can talk about anything. Yu Bing knows something about Ning Xiaoxiao's situation. Several months have passed since Ning Xiaoxiao fell ill, and during this period, Ning Xiaoxiao has been in a coma. The king of medicine Luo Xuan and Yu Bing's grandfather Yu Mengguo would often go to Tianxia Pharmacy to check on Ning Xiaoxiao's condition. The Yameng Kingdom simply cooperates with Tianxia Pharmacy, and Luo Xuan, the king of medicine in Anqing, is because Ning Xiaoxiao is his apprentice's granddaughter. Ning Xiaoxiao's father, Ning Yuanshan, who is the head of Tianxia Pharmacy, is a student of the king of medicine Luo Xuan. He is full of vitality and all body functions are normal, but he can't wake up? After Yu Bing finished speaking, Lin Xiao actually already had some ideas in his mind. The experience of a senior master of traditional Chinese medicine is not to be underestimated. This is already the pinnacle of the master level. But he couldn't see the patient, so it was hard to be sure.
Lin Xiao, can this be cured? At this time, Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao and asked, her eyes full of anticipation. Ning Xiaoxiao is one of her few friends. She really doesn't want anything to happen to Ning Xiaoxiao, and doesn't want her to never wake up again. I'm not sure either, I need to go and see. Lin Xiao shook his head lightly. Then let's go now. Do you have time? Yu Bing's face was full of hope. We have time, let's go. Lin Xiao nodded. To be honest, he was already coveting 51% of the shares of Tianxia Pharmacy. The system has now given 2 formulas, Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream and 7-Star Rejuvenating Powder. Maybe more formulas and other things will be provided in the future. Lin Xiao needs to have his own pharmaceutical industry, otherwise these things will just rot in his hands. Although it doesn't matter if it rots in your hands, it would be good if it can be monetized and promote the development of the industry. Soon, Lin Xiao drove away with Yu Bing and headed straight to Tianxia Pharmacy. In less than 20 minutes, the two had arrived at the headquarters of Tianxia Pharmacy. After entering the elevator, Lin Xiao, led by Yu Bing, arrived at the top floor of the Tianxia Pharmacy headquarters building. After Yu Bing's explanation, Lin Xiao finally understood that Ning Yuanshan, the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy, was a workaholic. He basically works all year round, and even moved his home to the top floor of the headquarters building for convenience. Yu Bing was obviously a frequent visitor here. Whenever she met people here, they would greet her warmly. Walking to the deepest part of the top floor, Yu Bing pushed open a door and walked in. A luxuriously equipped suite appeared in front of Lin Xiao, and a number of figures were busy working inside. Lin Xiao frowned. There was a pungent smell of medicine in the room. It should be someone boiling Chinese medicine. The 10 flavors soup for the rebirth of the Pure Land? After gaining the experience of a senior master of traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Xiao discovered that he not only had more experience and knowledge, but also had some special abilities. For example, now, he can almost clearly distinguish the medicinal ingredients contained in the wafting smell of traditional Chinese medicine. 10 flavor rebirth soup is a tonic soup that can promote the recovery of body functions and reserve vitality. But what puzzled Lin Xiao was that, since it was clearly said that the vitality was very strong, why did he need to replenish it? Bing Bing is here. At this moment, a voice interrupted Lin Xiao's thoughts. I saw a middle-aged man in loose white clothes walking towards the room with a bowl of inky black Chinese medicine. Uncle Ning, hello. Yu Bing hurriedly bowed slightly and said hello. Ning Yuanshan smiled and nodded, then glanced at Lin Xiao. This is Uncle Ning, this is Lin Xiao, who has great medical skills. Yu Bing introduced immediately. Ning Yuanshan raised his eyebrows and met Lin Xiao's gaze. Very nice. Ning Yuanshan praised casually, and then said, Bing Bing, take your friends for a walk, I still have to go feed Xiaoxiao her medicine. Uncle Ning, we'll go with you. Yu Bing said this and called Lin Xiao to follow. Ning Yuanshan didn't say much and let Lin Xiao and Yu Bing follow. Soon, Lin Xiao met Ning Xiaoxiao. Although she was lying down, Lin Xiao could still clearly see that Ning Xiaoxiao's looks were no worse than Yu Bing's. At this moment, her cheeks were rosy and her skin was as smooth as a baby's. She didn't look like a sick person at all. But after just one look, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Ning Xiaoxiao's symptoms were very similar to the rare disease called Gui Yuan in his mind. Return to the origin, the vital energy of the whole body will be gathered together. Vital energy is the general term for vitality, life essence, and other energies. Return to the origin. Once this state reaches its extreme, it will become extinct, and all vitality will be lost and dissipated in a very short time. At that time, the state of returning to the origin will be lifted, but the person's life will be lost along with the loss of vital energy, which means extinction. Of course, the treatment is also simple, especially for Lin Xiao now, it is not difficult at all. Someone, help the young lady up. As Ning Yuanshan's voice spread, 2 nurses in white nurse uniforms and masks came forward and helped Ning Xiaoxiao up. Afterwards, Ning Yuanshan walked over, blew away the Chinese medicine in his hand to cool it down, and fed Ning Xiaoxiao with the help of the nurse. Uncle Ning, I actually brought Lin Xiao here because I wanted him to see Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiao's medical skills are very impressive, and even my grandfather praised him highly. Yu Bing did not say that Yu Mengwei admired Lin Xiao to the extreme, mainly because it was too hard to believe. Ning Yuanshan paused slightly while feeding the Chinese medicine, turned his head to look at Lin Xiao, then smiled at Yu Bing. Bing Bing, I know you are worried about Xiaoxiao, but we have almost figured out Xiaoxiao's illness. She will get better soon. Lin Xiao's age made Ning Yuanshan ignore Yu Bing's words. What kind of amazing medical skills are these? How amazing can they be at this age?
Yu Bing specifically emphasized that her grandfather also praised it highly, but this only showed that Yu Bing wanted to increase the persuasiveness of her words. Ning Yuanshan has lived for decades and thinks he can see through all these things at a glance. But little did she know that Yu Bing had no such idea at all. Instead, she was afraid that it would be too shocking, so she chose a more conservative statement.
Yu Bing frowned slightly, not knowing what to say. But at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. You guys have figured out the disease? If you did, why did you feed her the 10 flavors of Rebirth soup? Are you afraid that she won't die fast enough? Chapter 83. Which layman said that?
Lin Xiao's words made Yu Bing stunned, and then a hint of joy appeared on her face. The fact that Lin Xiao spoke showed that he had obviously seen something.
This is easy to solve, maybe Ning Xiao can be cured.
But when Ning Yuanshan heard Lin Xiao's words, his expression changed slightly, and his hand that was feeding him medicine froze in mid-air.
What did you say?
He turned his head suddenly and his eyes became unfriendly. Lin Xiao was not afraid, and said calmly, I said, giving her the 10 flavors of Rebirth soup will only accelerate her death.
She will die today after drinking this bowl of soup. Presumptuous. Ning Yuanshan suddenly shouted, Bing Bing, what's wrong with your friend? You should control him.
However, what Ning Yuanshan didn't expect was that Yu Bing quickly said after hearing his words, Uncle Ning, listen to Lin Xiao, he won't be wrong.
Ning Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yu Bing in disbelief. Bing Bing, do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know, Uncle Ning, you're right to believe me. Yu Bing's eyes were sincere.
But Ning Yuanshan was so angry that he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Bing Bing, this 10 flavors Rebirth soup was prescribed by my teacher, the king of medicine Luo Chuan.
How could there be any problem with it?
Also, the teacher came here yesterday.
He checked Xiaoxiao's condition and said that after drinking this medicine today, Xiaoxiao will definitely wake up soon. Mediocre people make mistakes themselves.
Lin Xiao curled his lips in disdain.
What did you say? Ning Yuanshan's face became even uglier and gloomier, as if water could drip out of it. Lin Xiao was too lazy to answer. He had made it very clear. Since Ning Yuanshan didn't want to listen, there was nothing he could do.
Seeing that Lin Xiao was too lazy to speak, Ning Yuanshan became even angrier.
Someone, ask him to leave. He is not welcome here. Bing Bing, you have to control the person you brought with you. Snort. Ning Yuanshan was really angry.
After he finished speaking, he snorted coldly and turned around to continue feeding the medicine. Uncle Ning, Lin Xiao wouldn't say anything nonsense, just believe it. Yu Bing spoke quickly, but Ning Yuanshan shouted angrily, shut up.
Bing Bing, I know you mean well, but use your brain. Could my teacher be wrong?
In terms of medicine alone, he is more powerful than your grandfather.
Ning Yuanshan did not look back and did not stop talking.
Ever since I offered a 51% stake in Tianxia Pharmacy as a reward for Xiaoxiao's treatment, more and more people have shown interest in her. Bing Bing, you'd better be careful and don't get cheated. Ning Yuanshan's words were filled with distrust, and he even felt that Yu Bing was being deceived. I don't have any, Uncle Ning, my grandfather's illness is all. Yu Bing wanted to explain, but Ning Yuanshan didn't give her a chance.
Okay, Yu Bing, you should go out first.
The teacher said Xiaoxiao will wake up today.
I will ask her to invite you to play here tomorrow. See a visitor out.
As Ning Yuanshan finished speaking, 2 security guards immediately came up with rubber sticks in their hands. The 2 of them quickly came and stood in front of Lin Xiao.
Sorry, please leave.
The 2 men looked at each other unkindly, with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Yu Bing looked helpless. Lin Xiao curled his lips, glanced at Ning Yuanshan, and then said calmly, next time I make a move, the price will be different.
Ning Yuanshan's face became even uglier, but he still endured it. After all, he had to give Yu Bing face. See a visitor out. He drank again. Please. X2.
The 2 security guards stepped forward and stared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was too lazy to say anything more, so he turned around and left.
Why? Yu Bing sighed and finally had to follow. Soon, the 2 left the elevator and walked towards the headquarters of Tianxia Pharmacy. Neither of them noticed that after they left the elevator door on their side had already closed.
Soon, the elevator reached the top floor again and Luo Xuan walked out slowly.
He walked all the way to the room where Ning Xiaoxiao was.
I knew you couldn't wait any longer, and I've already started making medicine for treatment.
Luo Tsuwan looked at Ning Yuanshan with some amusement.
This student of mine dotes on my daughter to an extreme degree. He built up a large pharmaceutical company worth billions, and he was willing to give up 51% of the shares to save his daughter.
If he gives away 51%, what's the difference between that and him working wholeheartedly for others in the future? Teacher.
Ning Yuanshan fed the last bit of medicine to Ning Xiaoxiao while looking at Luo Tsuwan. You don't know, someone just said that Xiaoxiao will die faster after taking this bowl of 10 flavors decoction.
Nonsense. Which layman said that? Luo Tsuwan simply waved his hand, appearing very angry. A young fellow.
Ning Yuanshan casually explained, I asked the security guard to send him away just now.
Ha ha. What a jerk. Do you really think that 51% of the shares of Tianxia Pharmacy are easy to get? Anyone can get it. Just send him away. Luo Tsuwan nodded calmly. Nowadays, anyone dares to come and cheat. You should be more careful in the future. I know, teacher.
Ning Yuanshan bowed slightly and said, if Bingbing hadn't brought him here today, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to come here.
I don't know what tricks he used to get Bingbing's help. Bingbing? Old Yu's granddaughter Yubing? After hearing Ning Yuanshan's words, Luo Tsuwan suddenly felt something was wrong and frowned. Yes, teacher. By the way, teacher, you have to remind Mr. Yu that the boy doesn't look like a good person. Ask Mr. Yu to restrain Bingbing and make sure she doesn't suffer any harm. Ning Yuanshan nodded in response. However, he did not notice that Luo Tsuwan was frowning slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Is it him? It was his words. While thinking, Luo Tsuwan suddenly heard a painful groan in his ears. Ah. Xiao Xiao. When Luo Tsuwan came back to his senses, Ning Yuanshan's face had changed drastically and he started shouting. At this time, Ning Xiaoxiao on the bed had opened her eyes, but strangely, her face was full of pain. Dad, oh, so uncomfortable. After more than half a month, Ning Yuanshan heard his daughter's voice again, but it was so heartbreaking. Where does it hurt? Xiaoxiao, tell Daddy quickly, where does it hurt? Ning Yuanshan panicked and asked hurriedly. Whole body. Ah. Ning Xiaoxiao let out a scream and arched her body on the bed. Teacher, what's going on? Why is this happening? Ning Yuanshan was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss. He reached out to grab Luo Tsuwan as if he was grabbing his last straw. Luo Tsuwan quickly reached out to feel the patient's pulse, and after a few seconds, his face changed drastically. How could this happen? The vitality has clearly reached its peak, so why is it now venting like crazy? Why on earth? Luo Tsuwan couldn't figure out the connection at all. By the way, what did the person that Yu Bing brought with him say? Luo Tsuwan's questioning voice suddenly sounded in Ning Yuanshan's ears. Chapter 84. The Lion Opens His Mouth. Teacher, is this the time to care about what he says? He didn't even return to Ningyuan Mountain. Why? Luo Tsuwan sighed and couldn't help asking, is he a college student? Ning Yuanshan looked at Luo Tsuwan in confusion. It was already this late, why was he still bothering about that guy? But he still recalled it and said, yes. Oh, confused. Luo Tsuwan suddenly stamped his feet and sighed. What did he say? Tell me quickly. Luo Tsuwan asked Ning Yuanshan almost in an interrogative tone. At the same time, he kept muttering to himself, I should have known it was him earlier, I should have known it earlier. In Luo Tsuwan's mind, Lin Zhao's figure became clearer and clearer. Teacher, you, this is this? Ning Yuanshan was stunned by the shouting. Speak, now. Luo Tsuwan looked at him viciously. Ah? Ning Yuanshan was startled again. Seeing that Luo Tsuwan was about to get angry again, he hurriedly said, he said that if Xiaoxiao was fed the 10 flavors decoction, it would only hasten Xiaoxiao's death. What? How could this happen? Luo Tsuwan's face was full of disbelief. By the way, how did he know about the 10 flavors decoction for Rebirth? Did you tell him? The 10-ingredient decoction for Rebirth was found by Luo Tsuwan in an ancient medical book. He studied and verified it for a long time before finally using it. I didn't say anything? Ning Yuanshan was startled and stood up suddenly. Only you and I know the 10 flavors of the Pure Land soup. Could he have known it by smell? A very bad premonition arose in Ning Yuanshan's heart. It must be. Luo Tsuwan answered without even thinking, and then he angrily said, "Asshole, you are confused. Do you know who he is? Do you know how much he has achieved in medicine?" Ah.
Ning Yuanshan swore that he had never seen Luo Tsuwan react like this. But he still didn't want to believe how much Lin Xiao could have achieved in medicine at that age.
Where are the people? Luo Tsuwan didn't care about anything else at this time and asked directly.
But Ning Yuanshan was in a daze at this time, with a stiff face.
Bang!
Seeing this, Luo Tsuwan raised his hand and slapped Ning Yuanshan in the face, making him see stars.
I asked you where she is. Why don't you go and invite her back immediately? Do you still want your daughter? Ha! Luo Tsuwan spoke angrily. My old teacher, he really. Ning Yuanshan stuttered.
Luo Tsuwan raised his foot and kicked him out. He is a master of medicine who is dozens of times more powerful than me.
Go immediately. I hope it's not too late. Ah. Okay, I'll go right away.
Ning Yuanshan was still in shock, constantly repeating in his mind that it was impossible, but his body was rushing towards the elevator quickly. Watching Ning Yuanshan's disappearing back, Luo Tsuwan sighed in annoyance. If only I had known I would have come earlier, otherwise, Xiao wouldn't have been in so much pain. At this time, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing had just walked out of the headquarters of Tianxia Pharmacy.
Lin Xiao, are you telling the truth? Is Xiao's illness really that serious?
After taking that bowl of medicine, she really... Yu Bing asked Lin Xiao as she walked, but she couldn't continue talking before she finished her words.
That's right. Lin Xiao nodded gently. I'm not exaggerating, but it's the truth. How come?
Yu Bing's face was full of disbelief. Seeing this, Lin Xiao casually explained, Ning Xiao's disease is an extremely rare symptom called return to the origin. Next, Lin Xiao told Yu Bing some things about Gue Yuan.
The more Yu Bing listened, the more frightened she became.
In the end, she even stayed where she was.
Doesn't that mean that Xiao has already entered a state of nirvana? And all this is caused by her biological father who feeds her medicine every day? If she doesn't take the 10 flavors rebirth soup to replenish her vitality, how long will her state of returning to the origin last before she begins to die?
Yu Bing is not stupid, and she understood everything after Lin Xiao gave it a casual explanation.
Indeed. Lin Xiao nodded lightly.
At this moment, Yu Bing suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. Lin Xiao, save Xiao, I beg you. A faint mist had already appeared in Yu Bing's eyes.
It's not difficult to save her.
I can just give her acupuncture once, but... Before Lin Xiao could finish his words, Ning Yuanshan's figure suddenly rushed over.
Bing Bing.
He first called out Yu Bing, and then looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression.
Little brother, I'm sorry. I was reckless before. Please don't take it to heart. Please help me save my daughter. He.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't know that Ning Yuanshan's attitude would change so quickly, but it didn't matter. It wasn't important.
He looked at Ning Yuanshan calmly. Don't you think your Tianxia medicine store doesn't welcome me? Lin Xiao's words made Ning Yuanshan's pupils shrink suddenly. It's my fault. I apologize to you, little brother.
From now on, no matter when, the door of Tianxia medicine store will be open to you, little brother.
Lin Xiao curled his lips and said, Isn't your teacher, the king of medicine Luo Tsuwan, infallible?
Ning Yuanshan's body trembled. I'm sorry, little brother, I shouldn't have questioned you. I apologize to you again, little brother, please don't take it to heart. Yu Bing looked at Ning Yuanshan and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It would have been great if I had listened to her from the beginning, there wouldn't be so many problems. At this moment, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and the unhappiness in his heart almost disappeared. However, his tone did not change at all. I said, if I sell it again, the price will be different. Ning Yuanshan was startled, then gritted his teeth and said, You tell me, any condition, as long as I, Ning Yuanshan, can do it, I will never frown.
51% of the shares, I think it's too little.
Lin Xiao's voice sounded calmly, I want at least 67% of the shares. After Lin Xiao said this, not to mention Ning Yuanshan, even Yu Bing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. 67% means absolute controlling stake and decision-making power. Even from a legal perspective, this 67% is definitely more than 2/3.
As long as he gets it, Lin Xiaoke will become the sole owner of Tianxia Pharmacy. This is definitely a huge opening.
But Lin Xiao didn't care. This was what he wanted. He wanted 100% control, rather than taking the 51% and being constrained by Ning Yuanshan, the master. Of course, this is just one of Lin Xiao's conditions. When Yu Bing and Ning Yuanshan were shocked, Lin Xiao said again, I still need you to serve Tianxia Pharmacy for the rest of your life. Ning Yuanshan is definitely a talent, and Lin Xiao doesn't want to let him go.
Of course, this is also Ning Yuanshan's opportunity. Lin Xiao is confident that Tianxia Medicine Store is just the starting point. What awaits him in the future is a business empire that dominates the world. Chapter 85, There is no order of learning, the wisest one is the teacher. 67% of the shares of Tianxia Pharmacy. Do you want Uncle Ning to work for Tianxia Pharmacy for the rest of his life? Doesn't this mean that Uncle Ning has worked hard for half his life, and in the end he has to give everything up, and he has to pay for it with the rest of his life? It was too cruel. The price asked was so cruel that Yu Bing felt terrified. Ning Yuanshan himself was stunned. He thought that no matter how greedy a person is, there should be a limit, right? Lin Xiao simply has no limits. If I really gave all these to him, I would be trampled upon for the rest of my life. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is, how can such a young man, who hasn't even graduated from college, step on himself so easily? Ning Yuanshan felt very unwilling in his heart. So at this moment, his face didn't look very good, but because he needed a favor from Lin Xiao, he didn't dare to show it so obviously. He took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart, and slowly said, Little brother, are these conditions too harsh? Lin Xiao looked at Ning Yuanshan indifferently. Your daughter's condition can only last for an hour at most, after which she will be completely annihilated. I must be more than one person in this world who can cure her, but I am the only one who can arrive within the hour and treat her. Lin Xiao's words made Ning Yuanshan's heart tighten, and even Yu Bing's pretty face turned pale. 1 hour. This is probably not long for anyone. To tell you the truth, I need a pharmacy that belongs to me alone, because some of my things cannot be shared with others. Lin Xiao's faint voice continued to sound. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. It is true that Lin Xiao has a system, but the things given by the system cannot be just left there. Lin Xiao has to fulfill them one by one. Whether it is giving back to the country or enhancing his own foundation, he must do something. He was indeed asking for an exorbitant price, but business is business and it's all about profit, so there's no need to worry too much about how you eat. He grasped Ning Yuanshan's weakness and was not afraid that he would not agree. At this time, Ning Yuanshan had already looked at Lin Xiao, with a hint of deep shock in the depths of his eyes. To be honest, Lin Xiao's character and domineering nature are unique among the younger generation. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, the name Lin Xiao will spread all over the country and become an object of admiration and worship by countless people. Legend value plus 5,213. A huge legendary value number scrolled out on Lin Xiao's system panel. You can choose not to get treatment, and I can continue to look for the next pharmacy I like. I have plenty of time. After Lin Xiao finished his last words, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in Ning Yuanshan's heart. At this moment, his last bit of persistence was shattered. Lin Xiao's decisive turn completely crushed his last bit of dignity. Etc. Ning Yuanshan spoke immediately, looking at Lin Xiao's back with extremely complicated eyes. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at him with a calm gaze, as if he had everything under control. Ning Yuanshan sighed inwardly. I have been in the business world for decades, but I didn't expect to lose to a college student today. In this game, I can say that I was completely defeated. But it doesn't matter. No matter what it costs, as long as I can cure my daughter, that's enough. I agree to your terms, but only after you cure my daughter. Ning Yuanshan spoke again, using all his strength to say one sentence, and after he finished speaking, he staggered slightly. I agree. Yu Bing was extremely shocked. She knew very well how proud Ning Yuanshan was. Countless times before, her grandfather had wanted Ning Yuanshan to deepen cooperation with Sihai, or even to hang up Sihai's signboard, so that he could be independent of Sihai and not impose any restrictions on him. But Ning Yuanshan was arrogant and had no intention of agreeing. He relied on his own means to make Tianxia Pharmacy prosper. But such a person was restrained by Lin Xiao today and was completely dominated by him. How could Yu Bing not be shocked? When she looked at Lin Xiao, there was another different emotion in her eyes. Rest assured. Lin Xiao curled the corners of his mouth, turned around, and walked directly into the Tianxia Pharmacy.
Ning Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, but did not dare to delay and quickly followed.
Yu Bing didn't say anything more and followed the two of them.
2 minutes later, Lin Xiao and the other two returned to the top floor of the Tianxia Pharmacy headquarters building.
Ding dong! The elevator door opened and Luo Tsuwen was already standing outside.
Luo Tsuwen saw Lin Xiao, who was leading the group, at a glance, and his old eyes immediately became excited.
Luo Tsuwen, meet Master Lin. There is no order of precedence in learning, the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Luo Tsuwen, the great doctor of his time, is now like a junior. This is enough to show how much he admires Lin Xiao. Legend value plus 999.
Lin Xiao's system panel legendary value increased. Ning Yuanshan's look was extremely strange. Lin Xiao walked out of the elevator, nodded to Luo Tsuwen, then walked past him, and only his voice floated back.
Don't treat diseases you can't diagnose in the future.
You almost caused a father to bury his daughter with his own hands. Lin Xiao's words surprised Ning Yuanshan and Luo Tsuwen.
Afterwards, Ning Yuanshan looked frightened. Luo Tsuwen's face was full of guilt. Yes, I understand. It's because I'm not good enough in my studies. Thank you for your advice, Master.
Luo Tsuwen bowed deeply to Lin Xiao.
To be honest, if it was really because of me that Ning Yuanshan killed his own daughter, Ning Yuanshan would probably hate him for the rest of his life, right?
Lin Xiao didn't say anything else and walked straight to Ning Xiaoxiao. At this time, Ning Xiaoxiao was already sweating all over from the pain. Several nurses were helping her wipe the sweat off her face and giving her a massage. But it was no use, she was still groaning in pain, her brows deeply furrowed, her eyes tightly closed.
Xiao.
Yu Bing, Ning Yuanshan and others all felt heartbroken.
Get out of the way.
When Lin Xiao's voice sounded, all the nursing staff immediately looked towards Ning Yuanshan.
Ning Yuanshan waved his hand and everyone immediately retreated.
Then, Lin Xiao took out the silver needle, spread it aside, and took action directly without any delay.
Puff!
The tip of the silver needle flashed with a cold light, and it fell like a meteor, directly piercing into Ning Xiaoxiao's acupuncture point. The next second, Lin Xiao sped up, and the silver needles bounced up and were pinched in his hands. Then, without any hesitation, he fell down quickly.
Snort!
Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but hum softly. Every time a silver needle fell, it would relieve her pain a little.
Gudong!
Luo Tsuwen, who had been staring at this scene, suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
This is the 7-star rejuvenation needle.
Luo Tsuwen's eyes were slightly excited as he looked at Lin Xiao with extremely complicated feelings.
7-star rejuvenation needle, this is a nearly lost acupuncture method. Chapter 86, 7-star rejuvenation needle. 7-star rejuvenation needle?
Hearing Luo Tsuwen's words, Ning Yuanshan exclaimed suddenly and stared at Luo Tsuwen.
Luo Tsuwen nodded. Ning Yuanshan was even more shocked.
He knew about the 7-star rejuvenation needle. Before, when Luo Tsuwen went to the imperial capital, he saw a medical genius performing the 7-star rejuvenation needle. When Luo Tsuwen came back, he described the 7-star rejuvenating needle in a way that was simply miraculous. Ning Yuanshan couldn't have thought that he would have the chance to see her now. That was the acupuncture method performed by a medical master. To ordinary people, it was simply a legend.
Why?
But at this moment, Luo Tsuwen sighed.
Teacher. Ning Yuanshan looked at Luo Tsuwen with a puzzled look, not knowing why he was sighing.
But at this time, Luo Tsuwen gave the answer, even the saint in the imperial capital is not as good as him. Ning Yuanshan widened his eyes. Luo Tsuwen, however, felt extremely bitter inside. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his title as the medical king of Anqing was no longer an honor to him, but a derogatory term that humiliated him all the time. With Lin Xiao around, how could he be called the king of medicine? He didn't deserve it at all.
Legend value plus 999. Legend value plus 2399.
On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value was increasing rapidly, breaking through again and reaching over 400,000. Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a look at Ning Yuanshan and Luo Tsuwen. The speed at which these two produced legendary values was really extraordinary. Lin Xiao actually discovered it during this period of time. The greater the influence of what you do, or the more serious the emotional fluctuations it causes to people with more powerful identities, the faster the legendary value will grow. Luo Tsuwen and Ning Yuanshan are both upper elites in this society, so it is inevitable that their legendary values are produced quickly. Lin Xiao even had a plan in mind at this time, which was to get in touch with more social elites in the future and reveal his uniqueness bit by bit, so as to gain a large amount of legendary value. The legendary value draw will replenish itself, and then it will reappear in front of the world with a new look, gaining legendary value again, and the cycle continues. It won't be long before Lin Xiao will rule the world. Soon, Lin Xiao suppressed these complicated thoughts and continued to give acupuncture. The 7-star rejuvenation needle activates the body's functions and can temporarily curb Ning Xiaoxiao's current state of desolation. With Lin Xiao's full efforts, Ning Xiaoxiao's vitality no longer dissipated, but began to gather again and once again entered into the return to origin.
Ning Xiaoxiao's tightly furrowed brows relaxed and she fell into coma again. Master, this. Luo Tsuwen was a little confused and wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao waving his hand. Just watch. Luo Tsuwen didn't dare to say anything else, just stared quietly. At this time, Lin Xiao pulled out the silver needles one by one, disinfected them, and then started the acupuncture again. Teacher, what kind of needlework is this? Looking at Lin Xiao's movements, Ning Yuanshan always felt familiar, but he couldn't confirm it. Because in his opinion, it seemed that Lin Xiao was still using the 7-star rejuvenation needle, but it was somewhat different from before. It seemed that he was disorganized and randomly inserting the needles. At this moment, he couldn't help but worry about his daughter. I don't know, it looks like the 7-star rejuvenation needle. Luo Tsuwen shook his head. This is the reverse 7-star rejuvenation needle. Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded. At this moment, Luo Tsuwen and Ning Yuanshan were shocked again and opened their mouths wide. The reverse 7-star rejuvenating needle, as the name suggests, is used in reverse. The effect of reverse use is completely opposite to the original effect. Medicine can save lives, but it can also kill people. Using all these methods in reverse is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Not to mention such an advanced acupuncture technique as the 7-star rejuvenating needle, even ordinary acupuncture techniques used in reverse can be life-threatening. Lin Xiao. Ning Yuanshan couldn't help but speak, and even called Lin Xiao's name directly. Shut up. However, at this time, Luo Tsuwen directly stopped him. Retrograde acupuncture is an extremely difficult task. If you are interrupted or make mistakes, there will be no recovery. Ning Yuanshan was stunned and gritted his teeth. At this moment, he swore that if anything happened to Ning Xiaoxiao, he would fight Lin Xiao to the death. Lin Xiao naturally felt the deep malice behind him, but he didn't care at all. The experience in using the 7-star rejuvenation needle that the system instilled in him was absolutely perfect to the extreme level. Combined with his advanced experience as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, retrograde acupuncture is no problem at all for him. Ning Xiaoxiao is now in the state of returning to her origin, so let her enter nirvana again in advance. However, this time, Ji Mia was controlled by Lin Xiao, who used the 7-star rejuvenation needle to release her excess vitality completely at once. In this way, the cycle of returning to the origin and extinction can be broken directly and will never appear again. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Lin Xiao's movements were still swift, and silver needles fell one after another. After a long time, Lin Xiao held the last silver needle in his hand, bent down gently, and then quickly stabbed the needle out, directly landing on Ning Xiaoxiao's forehead. Swish! At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao, who had rosy skin, suddenly turned sickly pale. It seemed that at this moment, a large part of her life functions disappeared directly, and even the cells in her body were unable to react. Even her heartbeat stopped completely at this moment. Fortunately, this condition did not last long and disappeared. The next second, Ning Xiaoxiao's vitality began to revive, her blood circulation began to return to normal, and her skin slowly returned to its white, tender and translucent state. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes slowly opened. What came into view was Lin Xiao's handsome face. When their eyes met, Ning Xiaoxiao had an inexplicable look in her eyes. Lin Xiao's eyes were calm. How do you feel? A faint questioning voice rang in my ears. Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion spreading in her heart. The handsome face in front of her seemed to have left a very deep impression in her heart. It's never been better. She answered softly, looking away, feeling inexplicably. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, stood up and put away the needle. Continue to give her the 10 flavors of rebirth soup, and she will be back to normal in 2 days. Xiao Xiao.
Ning Yuanshan came to the bed excitedly at this time and didn't even bother to listen to Lin Zhao's words. Luo Tsuwen hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Master, that medicine?" Lin Zhao waved his hand to interrupt him. "It's fine now, just take it without worry." Luo Tsuwen nodded gently, and then, unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Master, how did you know that the medicine was the 10 flavors decoction for rebirth? Did you smell it? Is this difficult?" Lin Zhao responded, then looked at the excited Ning Yuanshan. "Don't forget what I want, come to me when you are ready." After Lin Zhao finished speaking, he left directly. Yu Bing quickly said something to Ning Xiaoxiao and also chased after Lin Zhao. As for Luo Tsuwen, he was lying there in a mess. Yes, you can tell it is the 10 flavors soup for rebirth just by smelling it. It's not difficult, but this is only for Lin Zhao. At this moment, the words Anqing Medical King seemed even more humiliating to Luo Tsuwen. Legend value plus 3,699. Lin Zhao's system panel scrolled with messages again, but Lin Zhao didn't care. Chapter 87, Saving My Life, Repaying It with My Own Life is a Matter of Course. Lin Zhao. On the top floor of Chongshan Group's headquarters building, Li Shang's eyes were extremely gloomy. Because of Lin Zhao, Li Shang was locked on the top floor by his father to reflect on himself, and was only allowed to leave today. A college student has caused Chongshan to lose a senior executive. How could I, Li Jiayin, give birth to a waste like you? Li Shang's gloomy look turned into humiliation, and then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Dad, I don't know how that bastard Zhou Kuan got involved with Lin Zhao, and he would even go to such lengths for Lin Zhao. Humph, a gangster, not worthy of being on the stage. Li Jiayin snorted coldly, but then he couldn't help but sigh. He looked down on gangsters, but he couldn't really say that he didn't take people like Zhou Kuan seriously. At least, even he has to be cautious when facing a gangster of Zhou Kuan's level, otherwise, endless troubles will be waiting for Chongshan. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhou Kuan was almost on the same level as business tycoons like him. Li Shang remained silent and did not respond to Li Jiayin's words. Obviously, he also knew that Li Jiayin only said so, but he actually took it seriously in his heart. In other words, he had to take people of Zhou Kuan's level seriously. Okay, you handle the college student. There are more than one gangster in Ansheng. The guy in the West District is not a pushover either. He has always wanted to cooperate with me, Chongshan, so why not give him a chance? Li Jiayin said lightly. Hearing this, Li Shang's eyes lit up slightly. I know what to do, Dad. Li Jiayin nodded and continued to suppress Sihai Pharmaceutical. Since you ignore me, Chongshan, then be prepared to pay the price. You don't have to be too persistent with that woman. When the 4 Cs are about to fall, she will just kneel down and beg you to accept her. Li Shang nodded. I know, Dad, I have always just regarded her as a toy. Li Shang's words were very indifferent, which was similar to Li Jiayin. They are all extremely arrogant. At this moment, Li Shang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, Dad, do you want to go to Old Man Yu's birthday party? Why not? Li Jiayin narrowed his eyes and said, bring a generous gift. Sihai Pharmaceutical will soon be taken over by us. This can be considered as a little compensation for him. Yes. Li Shang responded with a smile on his face. At this moment, it seemed as if Sihai Pharmaceutical had already been taken into their hands. No one knew what happened at Chongshan headquarters. At this time, 3 days had passed since Lin Zhao treated Ning Xiaoxiao. On this day, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of the gate of an university, and countless people's eyes suddenly focused on it. The car door opened, and Ning Xiaoxiao, wearing a black dress and a valuable hair chain on her head, with an extremely noble temperament, walked down. Hiss. Where did this beautiful lady come from? Holy crap, what's going on? A Rolls-Royce Phantom, an extremely beautiful woman, is this, coming to pick someone up? Who are you picking up? Who has such a grand ceremony? Ning Xiaoxiao ignored all the gazes around her and waited quietly at the gate of Anda University. She has deep eyes, a beautiful face without any makeup, and skin that is as smooth as a baby's. At this moment, she satisfied all men's fantasies about the queen. Everyone passing by was extremely excited just by looking at her. And she, just standing there, is the most beautiful scenery. Finally, her eyes trembled slightly, and a figure approached from afar. Glancing at the crowd gathered around, Lin Zhao couldn't help but frown. Of course, he didn't care too much and walked straight towards Ning Xiaoxiao. Beside him, Yu Bing followed leisurely, looking at Ning Xiaoxiao not far away with a puzzled look in her eyes. Fuck, that's Lin Xiao. What does it mean that he hangs out with my wife every day?
Get lost, are you worthy of the school beauty? She's my wife. Stop arguing, who among you can beat my adoptive father? You are a bunch of idiots. Lin Zhao's adoptive father, I am here. The crowd was talking about Lin Zhao's appearance. Do you think that beautiful lady is waiting for Lin Zhao? How is that possible? Jade school beauty is already enough. If there is another one, can he handle it? Anyway, I can handle it. Get lost, who the hell do you think you are? Look at yourself in the mirror. The discussion grew louder. Afterwards, Lin Zhao did not disappoint them and walked directly to Ning Xiaoxiao's side. Heh, you really came to see him. Just as I expected. Countless people were smiling, but that smile was uglier than crying, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Zhao was full of irreconcilable hatred. Legend value plus 3,421. Legend value plus 4,125. Lin Zhao's legendary value was increasing wildly and he was in a very good mood. At this time, he had already come to Ning Xiaoxiao. Are you ready? Just asking casually. At this moment, everyone's heart was touched, and they stared at Lin Zhao fiercely. You are so fucking pretentious. This is the tone you speak to such a beautiful woman? If it were them, they would want to hold her in their hands. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaoxiao nodded respectfully and looked at Lin Zhao with her beautiful eyes. Mr. Lin just needs to go over and sign. Crack. At this moment, countless tough guys were heartbroken. Ning Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Lin Zhao was extremely respectful, and she was almost exactly like Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's legendary value is skyrocketing, and he is on a winning streak, like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, and he cannot be stopped at all. Then let's go. When Lin Zhao's voice sounded, Ning Xiaoxiao did not delay at all. She walked quickly in front and actually opened the car door for Lin Zhao personally. This scene made countless people grit their teeth. Lin Zhao sat in the car, Ning Xiaoxiao closed the car door with a smile, and then her eyes regained that aloof and independent feeling, as if she was indifferent to everything around her. Yu Bing gritted her teeth and walked closer. Xiaoxiao, you don't have to do this, right? She didn't know why, but she always felt a little blocked in her heart when she saw Ning Xiaoxiao's look. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on Yu Bing's face, and she suddenly smiled. Bing Bing, ever since he pulled me out of hell, he has been indelible in my heart. Are you jealous? Yu Bing's pretty face flushed slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of panic, but she tried hard to maintain her aloofness. I feel uncomfortable. It is only natural that I would repay his life with my life. Everything in the pharmacy in the world belongs to him. Ning Xiaoxiao is still smiling. The so-called everything in the world's pharmacy naturally includes her. Lin Zhao was in the car and even felt a little embarrassed when he heard it. Yu Bing gritted her teeth, not knowing how to start. In the end, she opened the car door and sat in. Her eyes wandered around, not daring to make eye contact with Lin Zhao. Ning Xiaoxiao smiled and got into the car. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove away, and at the gate of it, there was an immediate burst of shocking cheers. Chapter 88 Business Shock. Lin Zhao's legendary value continues to rise. In the car, Lin Zhao stared at the system panel in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. It will be soon. It won't be long before we can do a rare 10 draw. Muttering to himself, Lin Zhao closed the system panel. Inside the car, the atmosphere seemed a little quiet. Lin Zhao sat alone in a row. Opposite him were two stunning women of comparable looks, each with her own unique temperament. Both of them were looking at Lin Zhao. Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes were fiery, and all her emotions were shown on her face. Yu Bing pursed her lips slightly with a complicated expression. Her personality determined that she would not behave like Ning Xiaoxiao, but the unwillingness to admit defeat deep in her eyes was particularly obvious. Lin Zhao touched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly. To be honest, before he got the system, he wouldn't even dare to dream of doing this. Let it be. Lin Zhao murmured softly in his heart, and then he felt a lot more relaxed. Time flies. 20 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Tenxia Pharmacy. Lin Zhao got out of the car, and a dazzling white light began to flash. At this moment, even the growth rate of legendary value is increasing crazily. What's going on? Lin Zhao was stunned, his face full of confusion. With just a casual glance, Lin Zhao saw several well-known media outlets. Mr. Lin, this was arranged by my father. This is also a historic change for Tianxia Pharmacy and needs to be announced to the public. Ning Xiaoxiao quickly explained to Lin Zhao. Is that so?
Lin Xiao glanced at the legendary value and found the growth rate to be an unexpected surprise.
Oh my god, isn't this too young? To become the owner of Tianxia Medicine Store at such a young age? That's outrageous. I dug deep into the information and found out that his name is Lin Xiao and he is a junior student at Anhui University.
A junior student has become the new owner of a company with an industrial value of nearly 1 billion.
This is an extremely explosive thing in the Anqing business community.
Various media outlets were already discussing the situation and filming frantically from multiple angles. Lin Xiao's image began to spread wildly in the business circle. The legendary value increased at an increasingly rapid rate, breaking through the 600,000 mark in the blink of an eye.
Countless business leaders are paying attention to the latest news in the business world. This is the first time that Lin Xiao has entered their site. Countless people were surprised. That's Tianxia Pharmacy. Who would have thought that its new owner is a young man of only 21 or 22 years old? At this moment, the two words Lin Xiao are remembered by many people.
At the same time, at Anhui University, the shocking news that Lin Xiao was picked up by a Rolls-Royce Phantom had just spread. At this time, an even more shocking piece of news once again spread on the school forum.
Fuck!
My godfather was picked up by that beautiful lady to sign a contract with Tianxia Pharmacy.
Now, my godfather is the new owner of Tianxia Pharmacy, which is worth nearly 1 billion. You are worthy of being my godfather. Godfather, please accept my knee. Damn, where the hell does he get such shitty luck? The comments on the forum took off immediately, and the entire Anda was in shock.
Lin Xiao's name has become a legendary existence in Anda at this moment.
The direct benefit Lin Xiao obtained was that his legendary value skyrocketed.
After he signed the contract with Ning Yuanshan, it directly exceeded 1 million, and the growth continued, still increasing crazily. At the age of 21, Lin Xiao is in charge of a medicine store with unlimited potential. He is definitely a rising star in the business world.
It's incredible that an extraordinary dragon appeared in Anqing. The youngest entrepreneur in Anqing's history, Lin Xiao. One media outlet after another began to make shocking remarks.
The business community was in turmoil, and news about Lin Xiao was spreading throughout almost the entire circle.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. The business world is shaking, and the rare level lottery chance is +1. In Lin Xiao's mind, a system prompt sounded. Looking at the legendary value of more than 1 million on the system panel, Lin Xiao was in a good mood. An hour later, all the media left, and Lin Xiao and Ning Yuanshan sat in the huge conference room.
There were not many people in the meeting room.
Apart from them, there were only Ning Xiaoxiao and Yu Bing, as well as Ning Yuanshan's teacher, the king of medicine Luo Tsuwen. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with complicated expressions. At this age, this achievement has surpassed countless people. Among his peers, the only ones who have achieved his achievements without relying on family background are probably the super geniuses in the Magic City and the imperial capital.
In Anqing, no one can match him.
Lin Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, he suppressed the urge to draw the lottery and his consciousness left his mind. Then, he picked up his mobile phone, opened WeChat for Business, and sent a series of documents to Ning Yuanshan.
Director Lin, what are these? Ning Yuanshan asked in confusion.
The signing has been completed, and now 67% of the shares of Tianxia Pharmacy belong to Lin Xiao, who naturally becomes the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy. You can lead your team to develop the formulas for the Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream and the 7-Star Rejuvenating Powder.
I want to see the results within a month.
The original formulas of the two legendary medicines, with the most complete production processes and methods attached, would be a waste if Ning Yuanshan couldn't come up with a successful result within a month. At this moment, Ning Yuanshan glared when he heard Lin Xiao's words.
Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream? 7-Star Rejuvenating Powder?
He looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. That is a legendary medicine with miraculous effects.
If it is true, then its value is simply immeasurable.
Luo Tsuwen was also quite shocked, but after all, he had rich social experience and was able to remain calm.
But his eyes were fixed on Ning Yuanshan, indicating Ning Yuanshan to confirm whether it was true.
Ning Yuanshan came to his senses and hurriedly opened the file to check.
The more Ning Yuanshan looked, the more frightened he became, and his pupils kept shrinking wildly. With his experience, it was not difficult to judge that the documents provided by Lin Xiao were as true as could be. In fact, it is almost like a step-by-step instruction, and it is not difficult to produce original medicines. Why?
At this moment, Yu Bing suddenly sighed in her heart.
The black jade skin regenerating ointment was originally the greatest hope for Sihai Pharmaceutical to revive.
Unfortunately, his father and second uncle were too arrogant, and they killed the hope of resurrection with their own hands.
Now that Lin Xiao owns his own pharmacy, he is going to develop the black jade skin regenerating ointment himself.
It will be harder than climbing to the sky for Sihai Pharmaceutical to revive.
It's all true, Mr. Lin. Where did you get these things from? Ning Yuanshan couldn't help but speak in shock, even using honorifics when speaking. However, he was interrupted by Luo Tsuwen before he could finish his words. Yuanshan, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You just need to be responsible for the execution. Well.
Luo Tsuwen was startled, then he quickly said to Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, Director Lin, I overstepped my authority.
Lin Xiao waved his hands. At this moment, he was confused. Chapter 89, A Double Harvest of Wealth and Beauty.
The bigwigs in the business world and the top medical figures now have to think twice before talking to me. Lin Xiao's mood was complicated for a moment. In the past, these things would have only existed in fantasy. But now, it was happening right before his eyes, and even Lin Xiao himself felt like it was a dream. It took Lin Xiao a long time to suppress the special thoughts in his mind. He stood up and said, Come to me if you have any questions.
I'm leaving now. Yes, Mr. Lin. Take care.
Ning Yuanshan stood up in a hurry, speaking respectfully, and quickly ordered, Xiao Xiao, see Director Lin off. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more and stood up directly, Director Lin, please follow me. Lin Xiao nodded, followed Ning Xiaoxiao, and left the Tianxia Pharmacy headquarters. Ning Xiaoxiao took Lin Xiao directly to the school to pick up the car. During this period of time, many students were in class, so it didn't cause any commotion.
Director Lin, if you need anything, just contact me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. You can ask me to do anything.
Before Ning Xiaoxiao left, she smiled softly at Lin Xiao and spoke. Before Lin Xiao had a chance to speak, Yu Bing spoke first.
Xiao, can't you be more reserved? Why are you being so explicit?
There was an obvious sour taste between the lines of Yu Bing's writing. Lin Xiao touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. To be honest, it's really touching to see Ning Xiaoxiao expressing herself so unrestrainedly.
Bing, you know me well. I never hide my true thoughts, especially from people who trust me absolutely.
Ning Xiaoxiao was not angry and still had a smile on her face.
Snort.
Yu Bing couldn't help but snorted, and then suddenly hugged Lin Xiao's arm. Lin Xiao, I'm not going home tonight, let me cook dinner.
Okay.
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Ning Xiaoxiao watched the scene without any extra changes in her expression. She just said, Director Lin, I'll leave first.
Just call me if you need anything. Go slowly.
Lin Xiao waved his hand. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. At this time, Lin Xiao was looking at Yu Bing with a smile. Yu Bing's pretty face flushed, but at this moment she was still forcing herself to maintain the image of the ice goddess. She took Lin Xiao's arm and walked to the car, then let go, opened the door and got in.
He.
Lin Xiao shook his head with amusement and walked to the driver's seat.
A few minutes later, the car left the Anhui University campus.
Back in Taoyuan, Yu Bing had already started busying herself in the kitchen.
Shi Yan didn't come back yet, probably still busy with work.
Lin Xiao ignored her and opened the system directly.
Legend value, 108-2364. Chance of winning, 1 rare.
The legendary value has already reached a terrifying level of 1.08 million, and the chance to unlock a lottery that will shock the business world is also there. Let's do 10 consecutive draws first, so as not to waste the rare lottery opportunity again. After Lin Xiao made the decision, he gave the order directly in his mind. At this moment, 1 million legendary points were instantly consumed by 1 million, and then the system prompt sound rang out frantically.
Congratulations, money plus 500,000, x5.
In an instant, 5 guaranteed reward reminder sounds were heard, making Lin Xiao feel helpless. Of course, money is also a good thing, and Lin Xiao will not despise it no matter how much he has. Finally, after the 6th reminder sounded, the prizes won from the lottery were no longer guaranteed. Congratulations, you have achieved the perfect level of national martial arts, Tai Chi.
Boom!
At this moment, Lin Xiao's physical fitness was enhanced again, and the dark energy in his body that had reached its peak became more solid at this moment. By clenching his fist slightly, Lin Xiao could even feel a terrifying force that could crush steel flowing through his body.
Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur. In my current state, I'm probably almost as bad as a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Congratulations, you have achieved the perfect level of Chinese martial arts, Xingyiquan.
Seventh draw, another shipment. Another perfect level martial art?
Lin Xiao was surprised.
Boom!
Within the body, abundant power exploded again, and that magical power once again merged into every part of the body. The flesh cells, tendons, bones and membranes continued to strengthen madly, the dark energy in the body continued to grow stronger, and the qi and blood surged like a raging sea. Lin Zhao's whole body turned red, and a fierce heat emanated from his body, causing the temperature in the living room to rise by 2 degrees.
Boom!
Lin Xiao swung his fist casually, causing ripples to spread out in the air.
There was even a deafening sound of gas explosion in the air. What level has this reached?
Lin Xiao murmured in surprise, but unfortunately he knew very little about the realm of martial arts, and Lin Xiao could not figure out his current level. However, he could clearly feel that he seemed to have reached a limit and had encountered something called a bottleneck. It seems that by breaking through this barrier, I will step into a new world. Some distances seem close at hand, but they are actually as far as the abyss. Lin Xiao seemed to have felt something and murmured softly. At this time, the prompt sounds for the 8th, 9th, and 10th draws sounded one after another. Congratulations, you have acquired 20% of Shengshi Entertainment's shares and become the second largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. Congratulations, money plus 2 million. Congratulations, money plus 3 million. All were shipped. The 9th and 10th were slightly inferior, but the 8th was not simple at first glance.
Shengshi Entertainment? Isn't that a well-known company in Anqing's entertainment industry?
It has endless potential. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. In the future, any new drugs developed by Tianxia Pharmacy will definitely use celebrities from entertainment companies to promote them. It's just right, this is like a pillow for you when you feel sleepy. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with this 10 consecutive draw. There will be another rare lottery next time, let's use it together. While muttering, Lin Xiao gave another order in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the most perfect bid information for the wasteland in the East District.
What is this?
Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and while he was confused, countless pieces of information appeared in his mind. The wasteland in the East District is still in Lin Zhao's hands, and the planning information will be announced in a few days. Afterwards, the government will reclaim the wasteland and then look for someone to develop it, which naturally requires bidding. In other words, I can make 1 billion from this wasteland first, and then I can still get the development rights back through bidding, which will be just right for my mother's Jinxiu to use. By developing this wasteland, Jinxiu will be able to accumulate enough reputation and industrial value in the shortest possible time, and will surely become a top-tier enterprise in Anqing Circle.
Yes, everything is moving in a good direction.
Lin Xiao was satisfied.
This moment was the moment when the future was truly promising. Glancing at the busy figure in the restaurant, Lin Xiao touched his nose and murmured, "Isn't this considered a double harvest of wealth and beauty?" If other people heard this, I wonder if they would punch him.
Chapter 90, Even Ants Attempt to Shake the Sky.
Time flies.
Several days have passed since Lin Xiao's last 10 consecutive draws. This day marks Yu Menggui's birthday, and the news that the wasteland in the Eastern District will be included in the plan will also be announced today. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ning Xiaoxiao arrived on time at the gate of Taoyuan No. 1. In her hands, she held 2 long boxes and handed them to Lin Xiao with great respect. Lin Xiao reached out and opened it, and the items in the long box immediately appeared before his eyes.
Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream, high quality. 7-star rejuvenation powder, of top quality. Very good, it's enough as a gift.
Lin Xiao observed the items in the box and nodded with great satisfaction. A look of relief flashed across Ning Xiaoxiao's face. Then, she said, Director Lin, the Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream and 7-star Rejuvenating Powder have reached the target, and the newly developed drugs are now available on the market.
Just do it as you wish. You are better at doing business.
Lin Xiao spoke casually.
Yes.
Ning Xiaoxiao responded, and a strange light flashed across her eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao. According to her father Ning Yuanshan, the Black Jade Skin Regenerating Cream and 7-star Rejuvenating Powder, these 2 formulas are enough to push the value of the Tianxia pharmacy industry to tens of billions. These days, Ning Yuanshan was often so excited that he couldn't sleep, which was enough to show how excited he was. Today, Ning Yuanshan was too lazy to even attend Yu Menggui's birthday party, but went to the well-known entertainment company, Shengshi Entertainment, to look for endorsements. Ning Yuanshan is very excited and wants to launch the newly developed drug on the market within a week. By then, the market value of Tianxia Pharmacy will definitely soar. Let's go! Lin Xiao covered himself with the black jade skin regenerating cream and 7-star rejuvenating powder and walked directly into the Rolls-Royce behind Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao did not delay and hurriedly got into the car. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the Yu family mansion. The Yu family mansion had already been decorated with lights and colors, creating a festive atmosphere. At the gate of the Yu family mansion, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu had already been standing on both sides to welcome the guests. Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao got out of the car and walked straight towards the gate of the Yu family. The two brothers' eyes fell on Lin Xiao's face, and their expressions were not very good. During this period, Lin Xiao's name has become more and more famous in the circle. Even the black jade skin regenerating cream that they had once wanted to purchase had already appeared in Tianxia Pharmacy, and a new product had been developed and would soon be on the market. However, at this time, Sihai Pharmaceutical was falling further and further into a trough, and even its stocks had been hitting the daily limit. If there is no way to break the impasse, Sihai Pharmaceutical will really be finished. The most terrifying thing is that Chongshan has now begun to target Sihai Pharmaceutical, which has made Sihai Pharmaceutical even more overwhelmed. For this reason, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu were often scolded by Yu Menghua. But no matter what, the two of them couldn't bring themselves to go look for Lin Xiao again. They still maintained their pride. No matter how great Lin Xiao was, in their eyes, he was still inferior to them.
Lin Xiao! Xiao Xiao!
Yu Bing's cold voice came from the door of the mansion, and she came forward in a light blue dress. The two looked at Yu Bing and nodded in response. You guys are so slow. The birthday party is about to start and the guests are almost all here. At this time, Yu Bing looked at the two of them with some dissatisfaction. This is just right. Lin Xiao replied. The three of them walked to the gate of the mansion, but Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu had no intention of talking to him. Lin Xiao was too lazy to try to please someone, so he followed Yu Bing into the Yu family. At this time, the Yu family was full of guests, each of whom was communicating in their own circles. However, the topic they talked about the most was surprisingly the same, and they all revolved around one person, that is, Lin Xiao.
It's really interesting.
He found bargains in Antique Street and Suiyin Street.
He is worth over 100 million yuan at such a young age. I wonder how many people he has surpassed. What a pity. What's puzzling is why he would invest in a piece of wasteland. Is it because his family is in the East District that he wants to show off there? What a piece of shit luck. His legend should have ended here, but he was unexpectedly linked to Tianxia Pharmacy and even became the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy. To be honest, I just can't understand why a 21 or 22-year-old college student can be so worthy of such a position. Countless people discuss Lin Xiao, all with a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. Many of them have worked hard all their lives and are still wandering, but Lin Xiao can crush them with just one thing. Many people in the business community are actually very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao, thinking that Lin Xiao is just lucky and has no real talent. There are many people who are lucky, but there are also many who are short-lived. Suddenly, a voice sounded among the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on the past, and most people fell silent at this moment. The owner of the voice was a young man with gray hair, dressed in top-notch custom-made luxury goods, looking very sharp. It was none other than Li Shang, the Prince of Chongshan. Lin Xiao is indeed very lucky, but the investment of 100 million in wasteland is extremely poor vision. With such an investment mindset, no matter how big the industry is, it can't withstand his squandering. Even a strong company like Sihai Pharmaceutical is now facing the risk of exiting the business world, let alone a lucky upstart. Li Shang's words made countless people change color. After all, this is Yumeng Kingdom's birthday party. Is it really okay for Li Shang to speak so recklessly? Of course, this is what some people think. Some people had strange looks in their eyes. They could already see that Chongshan didn't care at all. This is purely to establish authority in front of Sihai Pharmaceutical. Some business leaders have even foreseen the collapse of Sihai Pharmaceutical at this moment. The mountains are at their peak, and their future glory is unstoppable. It's natural that a person's luck can't always be good. Young Master Li is right. Lin Xiao is just a flash in the pan. He is not worth mentioning. I don't know what that girl from the Yu family is thinking. She has to hang out with this kind of person. He doesn't deserve to be in our circle at all. That's right. Sihai is in crisis right now, but Yu Bing doesn't want to get closer to Chongshan, but is close to that upstart. How stupid.
The four Cs are bound to collapse, and no one except Chongshan can save the situation.
I think the Yu family will kneel down and beg Chongshan sooner or later, right?
There was constant discussion around him, and Li Shang's mouth curled up slightly, feeling very proud. At this time, Lin Xiao, Yu Bing and Ning Xiaoxiao had already walked into the banquet hall.
The harsh sound kept coming into his ears.
Lin Xiao frowned deeply and looked at Li Shang calmly. Li Shang seemed to sense something and looked over, then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Since when did ants attempt to shake the heavens?
Lin Xiao, the crackdown on you has just begun. Li Shang murmured secretly in his heart, and his eyes looking at Lin Xiao gradually became disdainful. Chapter 91 How Ridiculous Your Confidence Is.
Do you think you can be safe just because you have a relationship with Zhou Kuan? But you don't know that Zhou Kuan is just a small character.
There will always be someone who can crush him to death.
Do you think that by becoming the chairman of Tianxia Medicine Store, you can call the shots and get everything you want?
Little do you know that for me, Chongshan, to crush you to death is as easy as crushing an ant. Li Shang was extremely disdainful of Lin Xiao. What happened to Song Gaofei was a lifelong shame for him. A mere upstart actually made Prince Chongshan lose face. If he couldn't pin Lin Xiao to the ground, then he, Li Shang, would definitely become a laughingstock in the circle.
Everyone, it's not good to talk about the world like this at my Yu family's banquet, right?
At this time, Yu Bing's face was cold and a slightly icy voice spread. All the business celebrities around Li Shang paused and looked over. However, there was no fear in their eyes, but rather a hint of teasing. This scene made Yu Bing couldn't help but sigh in her heart.
Today, the world is surrounded by enemies. How could these people dare to show such an expression in the past?
Sihai Pharmaceutical, the Root Enterprise, is facing suspension of trading, which will have a huge impact on Sihai Group. Although the current Sihai Group is still a multi-billion-dollar group, it is almost in name only. Those people who used to be afraid of the Sihai Group now dare to touch the Sihai Tiger's whiskers.
Bing Bing, we are not discussing Sihai.
We are just talking about the upstart Lin Xiao who has become famous recently. Since you are close to him, it is inevitable that the topic will be about Sihai.
Please don't mind it.
Li Shang withdrew his disdainful look from Lin Xiao and spoke casually to Yu Bing. Deep in his eyes, there was a sinister glimpse. It was this woman who ignored everything he had done and left the auditorium of Anhui University, causing him to lose face. He would not let her get any benefit. He would deal with Lin Xiao first, and then Sihai and her.
That's right, Miss Yubing, we are talking about Lin Xiao, please don't mind it. But, Miss Yubing is defending Lin Xiao so much, does that mean you two have confirmed your relationship?
A voice sounded at the right time, with a hint of speculation.
But then, he changed the subject. No way, Miss Yubing, don't you know that Sihai Pharmaceutical is in danger?
It will not do any good for Sihai Group to establish a relationship with an upstart at this time.
That's it. Someone chimed in, I remember that Master Li seemed to have pursued Miss Yubing before, right? Miss Yubing, you wouldn't be so stupid as to go against Master Li's kindness, right? A nouveau riche and a prince of Chongshan, any fool would choose them, right? Miss Yubing, shouldn't you think about it carefully?
The last voice was even more straightforward. Lin Xiao was not even worthy of carrying Li Xiao's shoes.
Miss Yubing, what do you think?
Hearing these voices, Yu Bing's expression immediately darkened, and her pretty face was as cold as frost. Lin Xiao also frowned.
These people kept talking about him every other sentence.
Their purpose was too obvious. If he continues to swallow his anger, he will have lived in vain.
At this moment, Yu Bing was speechless and didn't know how to refute.
But at this moment, she felt someone pulling her, and then a broad figure blocked her behind. Looking at Lin Xiao's back, Yu Bing felt a sudden sense of peace in her heart.
Who the hell are you all? Is it polite to talk about me in front of me?
Lin Xiao's faint voice suddenly spread. At this moment, countless eyes focused on him, all of them were surprised and shocked. No one thought that Lin Xiao would dare to stand up at this time and show his willingness to confront.
Fool!
Li Shang curled the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Xiao with disdain. All the people present at the scene are celebrities and upper echelons of the business community. Lin Xiao is confronting all of them head-on. Anyone who dares to do this is undoubtedly a fool, unless he has sufficient background.
You're asking us what we are? Can you first figure out what you are? That's right, you're just a nouveau riche. So what if we talk about you right in front of you? What can you do?
A number of business celebrities looked disdainful, and some even mentioned the wasteland in the West District.
a nouveau riche is a nouveau riche. After finally getting some money, they insist on investing it in some wasteland. The nouveau riche can't keep their money no matter how much it is. Yes, with this vision, you also want to gain a foothold in the circle? What the hell?
Everyone was talking at once, expressing their disdain for Lin Xiao and criticizing him. Li Sheng laughed jokingly and looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a clown.
Very good, I have memorized you all.
At this time, Lin Xiao's voice sounded again, with indifference.
I, Lin Xiao, look down upon your so-called circle, and have no interest in entering it. However, there is still a long way to go in the future. If we meet again in the future, I, Lin Xiao, will never show any mercy to you. Ha ha ha.
As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone laughed and looked at him mockingly.
You're killing me. Do you really think you're so great? You can't be kind to us? What gives you the right to do that? Are you going to rely on all the medicine in the world? Ha ha. Lin Xiao, you don't know that Tianxia Medicine Store is being held down by Chongshan, right? Tianxia Pharmacy, now we can't even find someone to endorse it. Do you think that having new products can make Tianxia Pharmacy rise? That's impossible.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on Li Sheng. Li Sheng raised his head proudly, with a feeling of looking down on others, and looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at an ant. He suddenly waved his hand, and a man and a woman walked up to him with smiles on their faces. The man was wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes were filled with a faint majesty that came from being in a high position for a long time. The woman is absolutely beautiful, with only light makeup on her face, but she still looks stunning. Lin Xiao, let me introduce you to Wen Zixing, the general manager of Shengshi Entertainment, and Xian Linger, the most popular actress in Shengshi Entertainment.
You should know them, right?
Li Sheng raised his lips and said, Tianxia Pharmacy is looking for an endorsement agent, but sorry, Shengshi Entertainment has blacklisted Tianxia Pharmacy, including other entertainment companies.
Now, no one will endorse Tianxia Pharmacy. You think you are very confident? But do you know how ridiculous your confidence is in our eyes? Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The Yu family banquet hall was instantly in an uproar.
Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with mockery. Countless people also looked at him with pity. Why pick on Li Sheng when there are so many people to pick on? He is the prince of Chongshan and holds terrifying power.
In Ansheng, it would be extremely easy for Chongshan to crush someone to death.
That's enough.
At this moment, an old but powerful voice sounded, interrupting everyone's laughter. Everyone looked sideways and saw the brothers Yu Sungwen and Yu Sunwu, accompanying Yu Menghua.
Chapter 92, Crush Lin Xiao and Step on the Four Seas. Yu Menghua had a gloomy look in his eyes and walked towards them step by step with a strong aura.
Yu Sunwu and Yu Sungwen followed him, but they were looking at Lin Xiao with great dissatisfaction. Soon, Yu Menghua came closer.
Everyone, today is my birthday party.
I am very grateful that you have come to celebrate my birthday, but please do not talk about anything other than celebrating my birthday. At this moment, countless people changed color. Although Yu Menghua is old, his aura is still powerful. At this moment, countless business celebrities have been intimidated by him and kept silent.
But there is one exception, and that is Li Sheng. Mr. Yu, aren't you meddling too much? We are talking about the upstart Lin Xiao, and it doesn't bother you, right? You invited us to your birthday party, but now you want to restrict us. I don't think that's appropriate.
Li Sheng's words made Yu Menghua frown.
Li Sheng, is this your Chongshan's attitude? Yu Sunwu had a hot temper and questioned directly in a deep voice. He.
Li Sheng didn't care about Yu Songwu's tone at all, and sneered, yes, this is my attitude.
Sihai is no longer the Sihai of the past.
Now, it can only be trampled by me, Chongshan.
Wow. Li Sheng's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. He is not here to celebrate the birthday, he is here to ruin the party.
This attitude of not taking Sihai Group seriously at all made countless people shudder.
Of course, some people were extremely excited.
They are naturally on Li Sheng's side and have a very good relationship with Chongshan. In the past, they had been under pressure from all over the world to varying degrees, but now, this pressure was about to completely disappear, and they couldn't help but be excited.
Li Sheng, you are too presumptuous.
Yu Sungwen couldn't listen any longer, so he took a step forward with a gloomy look in his eyes.
Ha ha. I'm just being presumptuous, what can you do?
Sihai Pharmaceuticals' stock price continues to fall to the limit and faces suspension.
Without this root enterprise, Sihai Group will soon face collapse.
Not to mention, Chongshan, am still sniping at Sihai from all directions.
Do you think Sihai still has a chance to turn things around?
Li Sheng had an indifferent attitude, but what he said made everyone in the Yu family look livid.
For no other reason than because all of this is true. The world is now full of dangers and is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Asshole!
Yu Sungwu shouted suddenly, then stared at Lin Xiao with a gloomy look.
Lin Xiao was stunned and didn't understand. At this moment, Yu Sungwu said, "Did you see it? Is this the result you wanted?" Lin Xiao was confused. "What do you mean?" Snort.
Yu Sungwu snorted coldly. "If you had taken out the formula of the black jade skin regenerating cream, why would I, Sihai, have to step into such a situation today?"
Are you satisfied now? Oh. Lin Xiao almost choked to death on his own spit. "You mean, your incompetence is due to my inaction? Are you fucking stupid?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse out loud. Yu
Sungwu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yu Mengwa.
"Shut up, isn't this embarrassing enough?" Yu Mengwa scolded, then looked at Lin Xiao. "Master Lin, don't bother with him. I don't want to argue with fools."
Lin Xiao just waved his hands and was speechless towards Yu Sungwu.
Ha! Dad, the second brother is not wrong either.
At this time, Yu Sungwon also spoke up. "They didn't give us the black jade skin regenerating cream, but instead they teamed up with Tianxia Pharmacy.
What's going on now?"
Although our Sihai is surrounded by dangers, we still have a chance to recover if we are given the chance.
Although Tianxia Pharmacy is good, it is too small and has no chance of rising at all. This is the consequence of arrogance.
Today, both Sihai and he are in a passive situation. It is not his own fault.
Bang! Lin Xiao slapped his head and couldn't help complaining in his heart. What the hell is going on? These two brothers are so weird. He couldn't help but look at Yu Bing. How come Yu Bing didn't have such a weird idea when they were of the same blood? Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen were so arrogant that they didn't even know their last names. Shut up!
Yu Mengwa waved his hand angrily. He couldn't bear to listen any longer.
He now feels a little regretful. Why didn't he just throw these two guys against the wall?
At this moment, everyone was looking at the Yu family and Lin Xiao as if they were watching a play, with their eyes full of mockery to the extreme. Many people even felt that today's birthday party was well worth it, as it was like watching a great show. A young upstart who has risen to fame and a long-established large group are both being trampled under the feet of Li Sheng and Chongshan today.
Who dares to say that this drama is not exciting? Master Lin.
At this time, Yu Mengwa looked at Lin Xiao again. However, Lin Xiao waved his hand at him, interrupting his words. Then, Lin Xiao glanced at Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu calmly, and then said, "All along, you are the only ones who have been passive."
The two brothers frowned and snorted at the same time. "Humph!
What time is it, and you are still so self-righteous?" Lin Xiao shook his head and was too lazy to pay attention to them. At this time, Li Sheng also spoke again. "All right, I'm not interested in Sihai's affairs now."
"Mr. Yu, please don't be too nosy. It's time to hold the birthday banquet, so hold your birthday banquet well.
After all, after today, the Yu family of Sihai Group may no longer be able to hold such a large-scale birthday banquet."
Now, don't interrupt our discussion, got it?
Li Sheng's words made Yu Mengwa and others look extremely ugly, but at this moment they were unable to refute a single word.
Li Sheng didn't care about them. He was in a very good mood.
Because of Song Gaofei's matter, he has been very depressed during this period.
Now, he just wanted to let loose.
He once again set his gaze on Lin Xiao, and then spoke slowly to all four directions.
"Everyone, let's continue discussing the nouveau riche Lin Xiao. Ha ha! Ever since he got all the bargains, he's become arrogant and thinks he can do anything.
But he doesn't know that in the eyes of our circle, he is just a clown who is just there to make people laugh.
Investing in Wasteland is my biggest failure in life.
I'm so lucky to be the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy, but it's a pity that a company worth only about 1 billion yuan can't stand being manipulated.
Now he can't even get an endorsement. Even if he wants to rise, he can't do it.
In the future, he will have to face my strong suppression.
His final ending will be just as miserable as Sihai's." Li Sheng talked freely. "Mr. Li is so powerful. The mountains are mighty."
At this time, thunderous compliments spread throughout the banquet hall. Li Sheng was extremely proud. Today he crushed Lin Xiao and had his feet on the world.
He was in a better mood than ever before.
The upstart Lin Xiao is not even worthy of carrying Mr. Li's shoes.
A flash in the pan is only a flash in the pan after all. Countless people shook their heads. But no one knew that at this time, the Anqing Planning Bureau released a message, and then the whole Anqing was shaken. Chapter 93. You don't even have the qualification to look at me from a distance. The latest news is that the Anqing Planning Bureau has released a new plan for the next 6 months. Thousands of acres of wasteland in the East District have been included in the commercial street plan. The government will fully fund the construction and it will be completed in the shortest possible time. We will now invite construction bids from all major companies. Companies or individuals who own wasteland in the East District are requested to report to the Planning Bureau as soon as possible. The collection funds will be in place in 5 days. Anqing TV broadcast this news in a continuous loop, and major radio stations in the East District also began to spread the news. Not only that, Anqing's financial channels and self-media also began to promote it. The wasteland in the Eastern District of Anqing has been abandoned for decades, but now it has suddenly become popular. The estimated value will increase by more than 8 times. Oh my god, the Planning Bureau has already finalized the pricing. The price for each acre of wasteland starts at 1.25 million. This is more than 8 times, this is almost 10 times. In the East District, countless people were shocked. However, what troubled them was that many of them had nothing of the 1,000 acres of wasteland in the East District, but some of them had some scattered around. I'm rich. Those who had a little were naturally very excited and rushed to the Planning Bureau. Those who don't have it can only sigh and beat their chests. Gudong. At the East Street Agency, Wang Xinrui was trembling all over. Is this true? Then Chang Ji's brother, then Lin Xiao, isn't he rich? Wang Xinrui frantically checked various notices, and finally confirmed everything. She picked up her phone and called Gao Chang directly. The two talked on the phone for 2 minutes, and Gao Chang yelled fuck 80 times, fully demonstrating his lack of culture. After hanging up the phone, Gao Chang directly dialed Lin Xiao's cell phone number. At this time, at the Yu family. Li Sheng still looked at Lin Xiao jokingly. Lin Xiao, you think Sihai and Yu family are passive, but you, a nouveau riche, are more passive than them, do you understand? Lin Xiao shook his head lightly and was about to speak when the phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was Gao Chang calling, so I swiped to answer it. A few seconds later, Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. Xiangzi, wait a moment, repeat what you just said. After saying this, Lin Xiao moved the phone away from his ear, turned on the speakerphone, and turned the volume up to maximum. At this moment, everyone looked at him in confusion, somewhat unsure of what was going on. Gao Chang was also extremely confused, but he thought that Lin Xiao didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. Brother Xiao, you've become rich. The wasteland behind our house is the one you spent 100 million to buy. Today, the Planning Bureau released the latest planning plan and included it in the planning of the commercial street. The value of our wasteland has increased tenfold, and your 100 million has become more than 10 billion. My family's 10 acres can be sold for more than 10 million yuan. No wonder Brother Xiao said I wanted to get rich. It turns out I really wanted to get rich. Ha ha ha. Not only that, Brother Xiao, it is said that the country attaches great importance to the planning of this commercial street this time. It can be said that it is fully funded. Not a penny will be delayed. The funds will be in place in 5 days. Brother Xiao, my dream of building a food city finally has a chance to come true. On the phone, Gao Chang was extremely excited, and that emotion could not be faked at all. Yeah, okay. I understand, Xiangzi. If you have nothing to do, come over for dinner tonight. I won't tell you for now. Okay, Brother Xiao, I will be there in the evening. The two hung up the phone. At this moment, the Yu family banquet hall was completely silent, with only the busy tone coming from Lin Xiao's phone. Everyone stared at Lin Xiao blankly with complicated expressions. Lin Xiao was too lazy to care about them and put away his phone. This is fake, right? Finally, someone woke up from his shock, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and murmured. And at this moment, his words finally brought everyone back to reality. The Yu family banquet hall was in an uproar. Impossible. There was no news before, this is impossible. Only a fool would believe that. Lin Xiao, if you want to save face, you don't have to act like this, right? Okay, stop arguing. Can't we just go to the Planning Bureau's official website and check it out? Countless people started to take out their mobile phones, open the web page, and enter the official website of the Planning Bureau. After a few seconds, everyone froze. On the official website of the Planning Bureau, the big word announcement attracts attention. Click on the announcement to get the latest urban construction planning information. Boom.
At this moment, everyone felt as if thunder exploded in their hearts.
Really? Oh my god. This is actually true. The wasteland in the East District is really included in the plan.
It will be built entirely by the state and will be completed in the shortest possible time.
The funds will be in the account in 5 days.
Lin Xiao, made a fortune. 100 million becomes 10 billion. Holy shit, I'm going to make a killing.
In 10 days, the value of the wasteland has increased tenfold since he bought it.
It's only been 10 days, 100 million a day.
This is the greatest investment I've ever seen. 10 days, 1 billion. Who can do it? Is he a prophet? How could he know that this place would be included in the plan? No, it's not luck again, is it? Get lost, how can you be so lucky? Antique Street, Suayan Street, and now the East District wasteland. You have to rely on luck every time.
I don't know how much my life has been shortened.
There was a commotion in the banquet hall.
Li Shang looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Today, he was using the matter of Lin Xiao buying wasteland as an example, but he didn't expect that such shocking news would suddenly come out of the wasteland. Then what he said before, that Lin Xiao was unlucky in buying wasteland, was the biggest failure in his life, weren't they all clown remarks? What kind of shitty luck or what kind of failure in life could make my fortune increase tenfold in 10 days? Legendary value plus 9,999. Legendary value plus 9,999. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, the legendary value on his system panel rose like crazy, advancing all the way and breaking through new heights. Hey, this guy, if he gets lucky, he can make $1 billion just by buying a piece of land.
What can we do about it?
When everyone was shocked and horrified, Lin Xiao suddenly shook his head, his face full of dissatisfaction.
Fuck.
At this moment, countless business celebrities wanted to kill him.
But unfortunately, they could only stare at Lin Xiao with grim faces.
Because at this moment, Lin Xiao was taking revenge on them. They were the ones who looked down on Lin Xiao first, and now it was understandable that Lin Xiao wanted to step on them.
What are you so proud of?
It's just shit luck. Li Shang gritted his teeth and snorted coldly.
Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao laughed wildly. Li Shang, do you have such shitty luck? When it comes to investment, you are not even qualified to lick my toes.
Li Shang's eyes were terribly gloomy and filled with murderous intent. But Lin Xiao didn't care at all at this time. He swept his eyes around the whole audience with a melodious voice.
Not just you, everyone here who looks down on me, Lin Xiao, you are worse than trash in my eyes. You don't even have the qualifications to look at me from afar. Arrogant and domineering.
At this moment, Lin Xiao embodied these two words to the fullest, even more high profile than Li Shang before. Countless people stared at him angrily, but they had no way to refute him at all, and could only grit their teeth. Chapter 94, A Man Should Be Like This, Li Shang's Punishment.
Arrogant.
This is the feeling that Lin Xiao gives people at this moment. However, this is exactly what Lin Xiao wants to express at this moment.
Why can't I be arrogant?
In terms of martial arts, I have now reached a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. If I go one step further, I will even step into a whole new level. Lin Xiao estimated that he would be able to deal with firearms such as pistols with ease now. In terms of financial resources, he will soon have a cash flow of 10 billion, and this is just one of them. Secondly, his mother Qi Yan now controls Jinqiu Tianxia real estate, and Lin Xiao also obtained the most perfect bid for the wasteland in the East District. In the future, Jinqiu will definitely be a leader in the real estate industry in Ansheng. Third, Lin Xiao also holds 20% of Shangshur Entertainment S shares, making him the second largest shareholder of Shangshur Entertainment.
Lin Xiao knew about Shangshur Entertainment.
Its market value was close to 10 billion yuan. As the second largest shareholder, he was worth tens of billions. Of course, these are not Lin Xiao's greatest confidence. His greatest confidence comes from the system. Everything he has now was only obtained from the system in just over 10 days. I still have a long future ahead of me. What kind of strength, power, and wealth can the system give me? In the future, I will rule the world. This is not Lin Xiao being arrogant, but a transformation of his character during this period of time. He has enough capital to be proud of himself more than anyone else. He cannot keep a low profile, nor does he need to keep a low profile.
Indeed.
This world is filled with unknown darkness, but Lin Xiao believes that his growth rate is definitely faster than the speed at which the darkness covers him.
Lin Xiao, you are too arrogant.
Li Shang had a gloomy face, and finally couldn't suppress the fire in his heart and shouted.
Yes, too arrogant. Why are you so arrogant? It's just that you got lucky again. Aren't you still a nouveau riche? How can you keep such a huge fortune?
Li Shang's words immediately aroused the echoes of those around him. The so-called business celebrities once again began to sneer and ridicule, vividly demonstrating what it means to say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Lin Xiao looked extremely disdainful.
He glanced around and said proudly, "If you have the ability, you can have some luck and let me see it. You are a bunch of trash." The whole place fell into deathly silence.
Lin Xiao is now targeting a group of people, all of whom are business celebrities.
Is he really not afraid of offending so many people? Does he have such confidence? Almost everyone had the same thought in their mind.
Yu Mengwa's old face changed slightly and he looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes.
Snort.
Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu snorted in their hearts. They were very pessimistic about Lin Xiao's actions.
The value of Wasteland has skyrocketed.
If Lin Xiao remains humble at this time, he might even win the praise of some business celebrities. But Lin Xiao chose to be arrogant and domineering, which can be said to have narrowed his own path.
If one cannot endure, then his achievements in this life will be very limited, not to mention that Lin Xiao is now madly offending these business celebrities.
The two of them looked down on Lin Xiao extremely. The only difference in the whole venue was probably Yu Bing and Ning Xiaoxiao. The two women looked at Lin Xiao at this moment, their eyes shining brightly. For some unknown reason, both of them felt a surge of emotions in their hearts at this moment, and they developed special feelings for Lin Xiao. No matter how others see it, in their eyes, Lin Xiao is the epitome of arrogance at this moment.
How ambitious is it for one person to take on most of the celebrities in Anqing's business community? A man should be like this. Who doesn't yearn to be a hero?
At this moment, Lin Xiao is the hero in the eyes of the two women.
Whether I can keep such great wealth or not has anything to do with you?
At this time, Lin Xiao's voice continued to sound, full of mockery. You guys, who call yourselves business celebrities, have been working in the business world all your life, but many of you have not even achieved 1% of my achievements. Why don't you just take a piss and look at yourself? What qualifications do you have to come here and criticize me, Lin Xiao?
Remember, I, Lin Xiao, am only a junior.
I haven't even entered society yet, but I've already far surpassed many of you. In the future, you will be nothing more than ants wailing under my feet. The whole place became increasingly silent.
Countless people gnashed their teeth. Lin Xiao's words directly hit their pain points. That's true.
Many of them have struggled all their lives, but they are not as rich as Lin Xiao.
Their sarcasm and ridicule are nothing more than pink eye attacks after all.
At this moment, many people had to remain silent. Because it is impossible to refute, what Lin Xiao said is all true.
Legendary value plus 9,999. Legendary value plus 9,999. Legendary value plus 9,999.
At this moment, the extreme legendary value on Lin Xiao's system panel continued to soar. It didn't break through 4 digits, not because it couldn't, but because Lin Xiao felt that his system might be limited and he needed to be promoted to the next level in order to increase the upper limit of the legendary value.
After such a while, the legendary value balance of the system has skyrocketed to over 400,000, and is still rising crazily. The system level will be upgraded soon.
Lin Xiao murmured in his heart. Lin Xiao, you are really too arrogant. You should be quite respectful of this world, understand? Li Shang spoke again, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out.
So pretentious.
In his opinion, what Lin Xiao did was simply too pretentious. And now Lin Xiao seemed to be showing off by stepping on his face. He is the Prince of Chongshan, and he cannot swallow this humiliation.
Why should a country bumpkin upstart step on his face again and again?
Li Shang refused to accept.
Oh.
Lin Xiao glanced at Li Shang with disdain. I respect the world, but this does not include trash like you.
Boom.
At this moment, the whole audience was filled with anger. Lin Xiao's words were like a fuse, igniting the depressing atmosphere at the scene.
Asshole. What did you say? You're looking for death.
Lin Xiao, you are so arrogant.
Your path will be narrowed.
Lin Xiao, this won't end well for you. Li Shang was also laughing angrily at this time. Ha!
Okay, okay. He said good 3 times in a row, and then said in a cold voice, very good, Lin Xiao, I, Li Shang, on behalf of Chongshan, officially announce that from now on, sanctions will be imposed on you. Wow. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar, staring at Li Shang in disbelief. Sanctions. When these words were uttered, it meant that Li Shang was really angry to the extreme. This is the first time that Chongshan, a 10 billion yuan group, has imposed sanctions on an individual. Don't you have 1 billion in funds soon? Don't you still have Tianxia medicine? Ha ha. Right now, I want you to stay in Ansheng. You have money but can't spend it, and your medicine store can't move an inch. Remember, this is what I, Li Shang, the Crown Prince Chongshan, said. Chapter 95 Lu Ruyan, a strong background in the prosperous times. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, but didn't pay much attention to what Li Shang said. Have money but no money to spend? Can't even get to the pharmacy? Can Chongshan really do it? Maybe, but Lin Xiao may not have no way to break the impasse. Why? Because of the system, because Lin Xiao himself already possesses powerful personal martial arts, and he even has terrifying medical skills. But others didn't know this. At this time, those who were extremely angry with Lin Xiao became excited. They were extremely unhappy with Lin Xiao. Now, Prince Li Shang of Chongshan announced sanctions against Lin Xiao, which exactly met their wishes. You must pay the price for your arrogance. Especially this upstart whom they already looked down upon. The mediocre ones make mistakes. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu snorted in their hearts. They had already foreseen this result. Yu Menghua clenched his fists slightly, his mind was extremely complicated. He wanted to say something, but finally stopped. Nothing else. The current Sihai group can do nothing as the gap between it and Chongshan is too big and too far. I second the motion. He must be sanctioned. My Tianhe group will follow in Chongshan's footsteps. I second the proposal to sanction Lin Xiao and Tianxia Pharmacy. Second. At this moment, most of the business celebrities at the banquet spoke up, and Li Shang's words directly caused a sensation. Some people always get carried away by their temporary success and lose their respect for the world. It's ridiculous. Beside Li Shang, when Zixing, general manager of Shangshur Entertainment, spoke after everyone else, looking at Lin Xiao with a playful look. Beside him, Linger, a popular young actress in Shangshur Entertainment, also nodded slightly, with a look of deep disdain on her beautiful face. We, Shangshur Entertainment, will definitely follow the steps of Li Xiao and Chongshan. In addition to us, the other entertainment companies and friendly media in Ansheng will also cut off all business cooperation with Tianxia Pharmacy. For the development of a pharmacy, hiring endorsements and placing advertisements are very important links. If there is a problem in this link, the pharmacy will inevitably have a hard time. From the moment Qian Linger said this, Chongshan, or the business community's sanctions against Lin Xiao, officially began. He. Li Shang smiled with great satisfaction, and admired the two people's actions in his heart. At this time, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Who do you two think you are? Can you represent Shangshur Entertainment? Can you represent the Ansheng entertainment industry? He didn't know in Zixing, but Lin Xiao had gotten to know Qian Linger over the past year or so. After all, she had starred in several popular TV series. Of course, there is another channel to get to know Qian Linger, and that is the sissy Qiansong. According to Qiansong, Qian Linger is his distant relative and the two seem to know each other. He mentions Qian Linger almost every day, as if he is afraid that others don't know about it. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, Lin Xiao would never believe that an actor could represent the Ansheng entertainment industry. However, at this moment, as Lin Xiao's words came out, the banquet hall became quiet again, and then those business celebrities looked at Lin Xiao like fools. Ha ha! He is indeed a nouveau riche who knows nothing. He's just an arrogant kid who showed up in the past few days. His background is really too shallow. Doesn't he know who is behind Shangshur Entertainment? He doesn't know that it's the company of the popular actress Ruyan Lu? Its market value is close to 10 billion? Combined with Lu Ruyan's all-powerful means, and the powerful connections in the capital of Tiannan province, it is hard to imagine how huge Shangshur Entertainment is. A nouveau riche will always be a nouveau riche. At this moment, countless people were disdainful. Lin Xiao also learned from everyone's words that Shangshur Entertainment actually has such a powerful side. No wonder, as the general manager of Shangshur Entertainment and a popular young actress, she has such a big tone.
But Lin Xiao holds 20% of the shares, and he is the second largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. Strictly speaking, he is the boss of both of them. They are simply destroying their own future by contradicting their boss and even joining forces with Chongshan to sanction Lin Xiao.
So, when Zixing suddenly spread his hands towards Lin Xiao, you know? What are we to? Xianlinger also smiled jokingly. What do you think? Can we represent the Anqing entertainment industry? With just one word from me, Shengshi, I can silence the Anqing entertainment industry. I can also check and balance the Anqing entertainment industry and punish you. It's more than enough.
At this moment, the two were extremely arrogant. The business celebrities around him also had joking expressions on their faces.
Yu Bing and Ning Xiaoxiao frowned at this moment, feeling a little worried for Lin Xiao.
However, Lin Xiao's expression did not change at all at this time. Facing the two people's questions and the sneers of the crowd, he spoke slowly. I know what Shengshi Entertainment represents.
Lin Xiao's words made everyone grin and prepare to laugh. This means you have to bow your head. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Now, it's too late.
However, what they didn't expect was that Lin Xiao suddenly changed the subject and said, so, both of you, kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can still forgive you and not bother with you.
Ha! When Zixing and Xianlinger were both stunned, and then just stood there.
The others were also confused. They even suspected that they might have heard it wrong.
What was Lin Xiao talking about? The background of Shengshi Entertainment has been fully exposed, and he still dares to make the two of them kneel down and apologize?
Not to mention how huge the background of Shengshi Entertainment is, even if the two of them are following Chongshan now, it is enough to cause countless people to treat them with caution. Lin Xiao actually dared to make such a request. He is simply crazy and insane.
Remember, you only have this one chance. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Lin Xiao spoke again, lightly.
Hee ha 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 ha. However, this time, when Zixing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter.
He looked at Lin Xiao as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world.
Hee ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment, the people around also laughed. Upstart, what makes you so confident? Who gave you the courage? Xianlinger's beautiful face was full of mockery. Why should I?
Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently, and his words touched everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone looked at him, wanting to see what he could say.
Just because I have.
Before Lin Xiao finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Frowning slightly, Lin Xiao picked up the phone and took a look.
It was an unfamiliar number. He swiped to answer the call and put it to his ear. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Lu Ruyan from Shengshi Entertainment.
On the phone, a voice as crisp as the cry of an oriole reached Lin Xiao's ears.
Chapter 96, Addicted to Pretending. Does Lu Ruyan know him? Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Lu Ruyan from Shengshi Entertainment.
The crisp sound seems to make the ears pregnant. There was a hint of apology in the voice on the other end of the phone.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin.
I should have contacted you earlier, but I was too busy. Mr. Lin, Shengshi encountered a small crisis this time. It was really thanks to you that you paid a premium for 20% of Shengshi's shares, which allowed Shengshi to catch its breath. Mr. Lin, please rest assured that in the future, I will make Shengshi completely jump out of Anqing and move towards Tiannan, and even the whole Longhua and the world.
You will not regret your investment.
There was a series of words said on the other end of the phone. Lin Xiao's mind was in a tizzy. He had no idea what Shengshi had encountered, but it didn't matter. It was all the system's fault. Since you have obtained shares, you should be a good shareholder.
You don't have to be so polite.
After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Lin Xiao responded directly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. On the phone, Lu Ruyan thanked him again.
After a moment of silence, she continued, by the way, Mr. Lin, I want to meet you.
Is it convenient for you now? Where is it? Can I come over?
At this moment, Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly fell on Wen Zixing and Xianlinger, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
I'm at Si Haiyu's house. Is it convenient for you? It happens that there is a problem here that needs your attention. It's about the company's senior executives and artists. Si Haiyu family? It just so happens that I'm going to celebrate Mr. Yu's birthday. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, but then she became serious. Mr. Lin, did the company's senior executives or artists offend you? Come over here and talk.
Lin Xiao did not point it out clearly. Lu Ruyan would be there soon anyway, so he didn't mind taking a little while.
Okay.
Lu Ruyan responded, and then Lin Xiao heard her instructing the driver to speed up, and then the two hung up the phone.
The call lasted less than half a minute, and everyone looked confused. Why, Lin Xiao, why don't you keep talking? What's your reason? When Zixing spoke at this time,
Xian Linger also said, from what you said on the phone, it seems that you want to deal with me and Mr. One.
What is your basis? Who has the ability to do this? Lin Xiao nodded slightly and looked at the two of them indifferently.
Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he said, of course, I am relying on my 20% stake in Shangshur Entertainment and my status as the second largest shareholder. The person who called just now was Lu Ruyan. As it happens, she is your boss, the chairman of Shangshur Entertainment and a popular actress. It should be more than enough to deal with you, right? I gave you a chance to apologize, but you didn't take it seriously. You can't blame me later. I've said before, I won't show mercy to any one of you who has any interests intersecting with mine, starting with you too. Lin Zhao's voice echoed in the Yu family banquet hall. At this moment, the whole place was in dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Lin Xiao blankly, their mouths open so wide that it seemed as if an egg could fit in.
Is he crazy?
Yu Sungwu suddenly spoke.
20% of Xingshur's shares? Lu Ruyan called him? Yu Sungwen also murmured and shook his head, it's really no different from being crazy. Wow! The brothers' words immediately ignited the atmosphere in the banquet hall. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What a joke. How could Lu Ruyan know a little jerk like him? Is it possible for him to own 20% of Xingshur's shares? Even Chongshan and Sihai, at their peak, couldn't take over Shangxi's shares, right? This is so funny. Is this because you are addicted to bragging or pretending to be cool? Legendary value plus 9,999. Legendary value plus 9,999.
The legendary value of the system panel is rising wildly. Lin Xiao just took a glance and saw that the legendary value was approaching 1 million and was about to cross it.
Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin.
At this moment, only Yu Bing and Ning Xiaoxiao stood beside Lin Xiao. The two men had firm eyes, both expressing their intention to always stand on Lin Xiao's side. Of course, they were both a little nervous. Lin Xiao's words were really unbelievable.
Don't worry, it won't flip over.
Lin Xiao saw through their thoughts and said casually that he didn't care about the ridicule from the people around him.
TSK, I originally thought of you as my rival, but now I realize that I was totally wrong.
Li Shang's voice suddenly came into Lin Xiao's ears.
When Zixing also spoke up at the right time, Mr. Li, how can he be worthy? Xian Linger also agreed, yes, your sanctions against him are a bit overkill.
The three of them looked at Lin Xiao with playful eyes. The whole audience was filled with ridicule and disdain. At this moment, the atmosphere was depressed to the extreme. Mr. Yu's birthday party is still as lively as ever. At this moment, a clear voice, covering all the noise, reached everyone's ears.
Refreshing. Everyone feels this way. Then, countless eyes focused.
A graceful figure, accompanied by two bodyguards in black, came slowly. At this moment, countless people's pupils contracted. Some beautiful celebrities and ladies even had jealousy in their eyes, while the celebrities and wealthy men had strange looks in their eyes. The graceful figure slowly stepped closer, and her every step touched everyone's heart.
Master Yu, I'm sorry I was delayed for a while. This is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Xianying came in front of Yu Mengwa and handed him a brocade box.
When the box was opened, a string of golden Nanmu bracelets appeared in front of everyone. The bracelet is inlaid with warm jade, and you can tell at first glance that it is very valuable, at least worth several million.
Thank you, Mr. Lu. You are so thoughtful. Yu Mengwa took it and thanked him very seriously. It's my duty. Director Lu smiled, a beautiful smile that made all the flowers lose their color at that moment. So beautiful. Director Lu's smile can usually only be seen on the big screen. Lu Ruyan, I saw her in person today. She is much more beautiful than on TV. With a woman like this, I wonder who will sleep with her in the future. At this moment, all the business celebrities were amazed. At this moment, Lu Ruyan swept her eyes around and finally her eyes fell on Lin Xiao. She smiled, her smile brighter than before.
Then, she took a few steps forward, came directly in front of Lin Xiao, and stretched out her slender, jade white hand towards Lin Xiao.
Hello, Mr. Lin, let me formally introduce you to Lu Ruyan from Shangshur Entertainment. Lu Ruyan's every move touched everyone's heart from the very beginning.
This action now made everyone astonished. At the scene, only Lin Xiao remained calm.
He stretched out his hand and shook Lu Ruyan's, saying calmly, "Hello, Director Lu, I have heard of your name for a long time." Boom! At this moment, everyone's heart was shocked, as if a volcano erupted. Chapter 97 Director Lin, we were wrong. Lu Ruyan, do you really know him?
In the Yu family banquet hall, everyone was shocked. Even Li Shang looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
That's Lu Ruyan. He is the behind-the-scenes controller of Shangshur Entertainment and is said to have connections with the capital of Tiannan Province. Shangshur Entertainment is a mysterious area that even the mountains above his home cannot reach.
Lin Xiao is actually related to Lu Ruyan. If you want to say that I have long admired your name, it is me who has long admired Mr. Lin. He has achieved something that others cannot achieve even if they work hard for their entire lives in just his third year of college.
Even I am extremely envious.
Lu Ruyan chuckled and shook her head at this time, and also ended the handshake with Lin Xiao.
He. Lin Xiao smiled and had no interest in talking about this topic. Lu Ruyan didn't say much. At this moment, Wen Zixing and Xianlinger were startled and suddenly came back to their senses. Director Lu. Sister Lu.
The two looked surprised, and even had a hint of uneasiness in their eyes.
It's Xiao Wan and Linger.
Lu Ruyan was unaware of the conflict between the two and Lin Xiao, and at this moment, she introduced them to Lin Xiao with a smile on her face. Mr. Lin, these two are the general manager of Shangshur and the current top star of Shangshur, Wen Zixing and Xianlinger.
Boom!
At this moment, Wen Zixing and Xianlinger only felt as if there was a thunder exploding in their ears, making their scalps numb.
Lu Ruyan introduced them to Lin Xiao as soon as possible, which shows how much Lu Ruyan values Lin Xiao. Could it be that he really holds shares in Shangshur Entertainment?
The two of them had a myriad of thoughts in their minds and were unwilling to believe it, shaking their heads wildly in their hearts. At this time, Lu Ruyan continued to speak, but her words directly shattered all the fantasies of the two.
Xiaowan,
Linger, this is Lin Xiao, the second largest shareholder of Shangshur. You can call him Director Lin.
Boom! It's over. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wen Zixing and Xianlinger did not respond immediately.
Instead, they stood there as if they had lost their souls.
Legendary value plus 9,999. Legendary value plus 9,999.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's legendary value began to increase explosively again. Not to mention Wen Zixing and Xianlinger, all the guests in the Yu family's hall were stunned at this moment.
Shocking, this is absolutely shocking.
Lin Xiao had said before that he was the second largest shareholder of Shangshur. But no one believed it at the scene. Even when Zixing and Xianlinger mocked him. But now, Lu Ruyan is here, and Lu Ruyan said it herself. Everyone felt like they were dreaming, but since it was the truth, they had no choice but to believe it.
Lin Xiao is really the second largest shareholder of Shangshur Entertainment. What's wrong?
Lu Ruyan frowned, somewhat confused. But at this moment, the two still hadn't come back to their senses, which made her feel helpless. Not bothering to care about them, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xiao again. Mr. Lin, oh no, Mr. Lin, we are a family from now on. I heard that your Tianxia pharmacy has launched a new product and is now looking for an endorsement. You don't need to look for anyone, we at Shangshur have our own resources. Besides, Shangshur is also quite famous in Ansheng, and his peers also give him face. Linger happens to have no plans recently, so just let her fully cooperate with you. Lu Ruyan was talking to herself and didn't notice that when Zixing and Xianlinger, who had already reacted, were now pale. Not only that, as she finished her words, the two of them became weak all over, as if they had lost their souls.
He.
Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ruyan's beautiful face and suddenly shook his head and smiled.
Director Lin, what are you doing?
Lu Ruyan instinctively felt that the matter was not simple, and her expression immediately became serious.
Director Lu, do you remember what I said during our phone call just now? The company's senior executives and artists need Director Lu to handle it.
Lin Xiao nodded and said,
Certainly.
Lu Ruyan was startled and her eyes suddenly turned to Wen Zixing and Xianlinger. At this moment, the two men's bodies went limp and they fell to the ground.
Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold in an instant.
At this moment, even a fool would understand that these two people might have offended Lin Xiao. Lu Ruyan turned around and looked at Lin Xiao apologetically. Director Lin, please tell me what happened.
Nothing.
Lin Xiao waved his hand gently. The two of them joined forces with Li Shang and threatened to sanction me and Tianxia Pharmacy, and they plan to unite the entire entertainment industry to attack me.
What? Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly focused. At this moment, a unique aura of dominance burst out from Lu Ruyan.
All the business celebrities took a step back at this moment, and then stared at Lu Ruyan. It seemed that at this moment, Lu Ruyan was the absolute focus of the banquet. The two brothers Yu Menghua, Yu Sungwu, and Yu Sungwen looked puzzled. Li Shang came back to his senses from his shock and couldn't help but stare at Lu Ruyan. Lin Xiao made everything clear, and it was obvious that he was not going to let it go easily.
From Lu Ruyan's current attitude, we can see how much she values Lin Xiao.
Who gave you the courage? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan spoke, her voice still clear but chillingly cold.
At this moment, when Zixing and Qianlinger were trembling all over and their scalps were numb. Who gave you the right? Lu Ruyan asked again.
There was no trace of blood on Wen Zixing and Qianlinger's faces. Very good, since you listened to Chongshan so much, then you can be Chongshan's dog from now on. In the banquet hall, only Lu Ruyan's voice was heard.
Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief. What is this? Is this a direct challenge to Chongshan? Of course Lu Ruyan has that ability.
At this moment, even Li Shang's expression changed. I hereby announce that Wen Zixing will be dismissed from his position as general manager of Shengshi Entertainment and all artist contracts with Qianlinger will be terminated.
Boom!
Lu Ruyan's words were like the collapse of the sky to the two of them. There was a dazzling light in front of their eyes and they almost fainted on the spot.
Director Lu! Director Lu! We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Let us go. We will never dare to do it again. We won't dare to do it again. Woo woo.
The moment the two reacted, they immediately began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan ignored them and turned to Lin Xiao and bowed deeply.
Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Director Lin, I'm sorry, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Director Lin, please forgive us this time. We were blind and offended you. We kowtow to you.
Please let us go. The two of them finally reacted and began to beg Lin Xiao.
Oh.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's mouth curled up, his eyes full of teasing. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't seize it. Lin Xiao is not a good person.
In fact, he is well aware of the consequences of not killing the snake.
Faced with the two people's pleas, he showed no mercy at all.
He even added fuel to the fire and looked at Lu Ruyan. Director Lu, I think there are some issues between the two of them.
It's best to investigate them thoroughly before terminating the contract.
Chapter 98 Lu Ruyan endorses new products. Cha? When Zixing and Qianlinger were stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Isn't this too cruel? Who in this industry doesn't have some dark history? These things simply cannot withstand scrutiny.
The two of them have even foreseen their future at this moment, and they are afraid that they will only be able to see the world through iron doors and bars.
Too cruel.
Apart from them, all the business celebrities were horrified at this moment.
What is this, Lin Xiao? This is a complete annihilation approach. There is no mercy at all.
Lu Ruyan was slightly startled, and there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xiao. At least now it seems that Lin Xiao is not a simple person. It's no surprise that he has achieved so much at such a young age.
Lu Ruyan couldn't help but sigh in her heart.
Don't worry, Director Lin, we will investigate this thoroughly.
Finally, Lu Ruyan responded. Boom!
At this moment, when Zixing and Qianlinger really felt that the sky was falling. The whole world fell into darkness, and the sky really collapsed. The two men's eyes went dark and they fainted on the spot.
Everyone was in an extremely inexplicable mood. Director Lu, isn't that too much?
When Zixing is a senior executive of Shengshi, he has worked hard and made great contributions, and he has been dedicated to his work for many years.
Qianlinger is a popular actress with a lot of traffic.
Treating them like this will probably cause Shengshi to suffer heavy losses. Li Shang spoke at this time. This time, he had to admit defeat. Lin Xiao was the second largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment, which was something he had not expected. But after all, the two of them got into such a big trouble because of him, so at this time, he had to step forward.
Lu Ruyan's gaze suddenly fell on Li Shang.
Her eyes were cold and clear, without any ripples. She didn't care about Li Shang's words at all.
This has nothing to do with Mr. Li.
With just a few words, Li Shang was sent away. Li Shang was angry and was about to speak again, but Lu Ruyan was faster than him. I forgot to mention that since young Master Li and Chongshan have conflicts with our Xingshi's second largest shareholder, Xingshi will terminate all cooperation with Chongshan and will inform colleagues to act with caution.
Boom!
Lu Ruyan's words immediately set off the entire audience. Everyone's face was filled with horror.
This is absolutely outrageous. That was a collaboration with Chongshan. How could it be terminated just like that?
Everyone looked at Lin Xiao in horror. They had never expected that Lu Ruyan cared about Lin Xiao to this extent. At this moment, a strange look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel surprised about Lu Ruyan.
This woman gave people a very special feeling.
I'm surprised that Lu Ruyan takes me so seriously. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu were gritting their teeth at this time, and they still looked at Lin Xiao with pride.
It seemed like jealousy, and Lin Xiao at this moment made them even more unhappy. Director Lu, do you know what you are talking about?
Li Shang was stunned.
Was Lu Ruyan crazy? How could she do this?
Certainly. Lu Ruyan nodded, without making any comment. I will take care of everything after I return. I will inform Mr. Li in advance now. I hope that Mr. Li will be prepared and we can directly contact each other when the time comes.
Everyone's time is valuable. Cancel some contracts and don't waste too much of everyone's time. Asshole.
Li Shang cursed angrily.
At this moment, he couldn't control his anger and stared at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was not afraid at all. Not to mention Li Shang, even if his father Li Jiayin came, Lu Ruyan would have the same attitude.
Not bothering to care about Li Shang, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xiao again.
Director Lin, I'm really sorry. If I had contacted you earlier, none of this would have happened.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan's completely different attitude towards Lin Xiao made these business celebrities feel complicated and confused to the extreme.
Mr. Lu, you are too polite. I am also very sorry.
I just hope that it will not cause too much impact on Xingshi. To be honest, Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. The way Lu Ruyan handled the situation, people who didn't know might even think that Lin Xiao was the absolute boss of Xingshi.
That won't happen. Lu Ruyan shook her head slightly and didn't dwell on the topic anymore.
Instead, she continued speaking and revealed a shocking news.
She looked at Lin Xiao and said, Director Lin, why don't you let me endorse Tianxia Pharmacy's new product myself? I don't think other artists in the company are qualified for the job at the moment.
Lin Xiao was stunned and was unable to react.
What?
What the hell did I hear?
Is this true?
A group of business celebrities around him also spoke in shock, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
This news is really explosive, isn't it? This is Lu Ruyan, a popular actress.
She is not comparable to any popular young actress, the top star of an entertainment company, or those traffic stars.
She really has the ability and absolute background.
She is famous all over the country and a terrifying existence deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Such a person endorses a new product of a drugstore. Regardless of whether this product is good or not, the fact that Lu Ruyan is the spokesperson is enough to make the sales of this product explode and become a national necessity.
Son of a bitch.
Li Shang gritted his teeth, his face full of dissatisfaction.
He even felt that Lu Ruyan did it on purpose. I want to sanction Tianxia Medicine Store, but how can I sanction Lu Ruyan for endorsing it? Damn it, with such resources, if I had Sihai, I wouldn't have ended up like this.
Yu Sungwu gritted his teeth, his face full of grief and anger.
At this moment, he was extremely angry towards Lin Xiao. The black jade skin regenerating cream and Lu Ruyan's endorsement, with these two things added together, Sihai Pharmaceutical can not only be revived instantly, but can even go further. But Lin Xiao did not give them Sihai Pharmaceutical, which made Yu Sungwu furious. The same was true for Yu Sungwen. He stared at Lin Xiao, feeling extremely unhappy. In their opinion, perhaps all of this should belong to them. After all, they humbled themselves and went to meet Lin Xiao in person. But Lin Xiao ignored them, turned around and left, which was extremely disrespectful to them. Now, the more dazzling Lin Xiao and Tianxia Pharmacy's everything is, the more shameful it is for them. Director Lu, are you sure? It took a long time for Lin Xiao to react and ask.
Certainly. When Lu Ruyan smiled, all the flowers lost their color. Lin Xiao's face became serious. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Xiao bowed deeply to Lu Ruyan.
This is no longer a simple respect. At this moment, Lin Xiao has already regarded Lu Ruyan as a friend. You're welcome.
Director Lin, please don't call me Director Lu anymore.
It sounds strange. Just call me Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan waved her hand. A strange look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he nodded gently. Then you can call me Lin Xiao. I'm not used to hearing that, Mr. Lin.
Lu Ruyan chuckled and nodded. At this moment, Lin Xiao was already extremely dazzling in everyone's eyes. Chapter 99, New Business Leaders, Unrivaled Prize Draw. Isolated from the world. At this moment, this term appeared in everyone's mind.
Lin Xiao, a nouveau riche whom they looked down upon.
With the appearance of Lu Ruyan, everything began to turn around.
Li Shang, who wanted to sanction him, was terminated by Lu Ruyan.
Wan Zixing and Qian Linger, who helped Li Shang, also had their contracts terminated directly by Lu Ruyan.
Not only that, the two will even be thoroughly investigated by Shangshi, and they will probably have to spend the rest of their lives behind bars. There is also the wasteland in the East District, a place that no one was optimistic about, but it brought Lin Xiao 10 times the huge profit.
Is he really a nouveau riche?
At this moment, those who had mocked Lin Xiao for being a nouveau riche were all feeling extremely heavy-hearted. If Lin Xiao is a nouveau riche, then they are just a pile of garbage on the roadside. No matter what Lin Xiao achieved, he could crush them to pieces. Lin Xiao had said before that he would remember all of them, and would not be merciful to them in any future conflicts of interest. At first, they were disdainful, unbelieving, and even didn't take it seriously at all. Now, they began to panic and feel fearful, afraid that Lin Xiao would suddenly vent his anger on them. They have even begun to recall and reflect on whether there will be any intersection between themselves, Tianxia Pharmacy and Shangshi Entertainment in the future. If so, you must immediately apologize to Lin Xiao and beg for forgiveness.
Of course, there are also many people who are still unhappy with Lin Xiao.
Looking at the angry Li Shang, they have decided to deepen their relationship with Chongshan and Li Shang. They will not tolerate Lin Xiao's arrogance.
Chongshan will definitely punish Lin Xiao, and they will fully cooperate. He is really the way for my Yu family to break the impasse. Yu Bing was filled with emotion at this moment, but then she glanced at Yu Sungguan and Yu Sungwu and said, "What a pity, we missed it." The Yu family and the Four Seas all missed it. Grandpa was also shaken and didn't have faith in himself. Yu Bing sighed. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had stayed with Lin Xiao despite her family's opposition. If one day, Sihai and Yu family collapsed, if she stood on Lin Xiao's side, Yu family and Sihai would not be completely destroyed. Lin Xiao is growing really fast. It doesn't take long before the entire Anqing sky will be too small to accommodate him and he will be the only one who is destined to be stepped on. Tianxia Medicine Store is about to become the most dazzling enterprise in Anqing. Ning Xiaoxiao was extremely excited at this moment, and she became extremely infatuated as she looked at Lin Xiao. The man who impressed me deeply at first sight is indeed different from the rest of the world. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao even had the urge to give her everything as long as Lin Xiao was willing. Snort. Lin Xiao, you won't be so proud for long. A temporary victory doesn't mean anything. The mountains are still the mountains, and you are still an insignificant upstart in my eyes. Li Shang suddenly snorted coldly, attracting everyone's attention. Everything today is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. I'll wait and see. Lin Xiao nodded, not showing any fear towards Li Shang's bold words. The world is still undecided, and you, Chongshan, may not have the last laugh. Li Shang looked sinister, turned around, and said lightly, "Who said the fate of the world is undecided? From the moment you provoked me, Li Shang, the fate of the world has already been determined." Li Shang walked out of the Yu family without even looking back. Lin Xiao raised his hand lightly and smiled calmly, "Then I will be the one who turns the world around." Li Shang paused, and no one could see that his face became even gloomier. Without saying another word, Li Shang left. The celebrities and dignitaries in the business world all had strange looks in their eyes at this moment. Lin Xiao's performance was really crazy and arrogant. But at this moment, they didn't know how to deal with it at all. He has the capital to be crazy and the confidence to be arrogant. There was no need for anything else. Lu Ruyan standing in front of him was everyone's nightmare. Time flies. As Li Shang left, the people who attended the banquet began to disperse gradually. Lin Xiao talked with Lu Ruyan for a while, and then they left together.
Everyone looked at him and Lu Ruyan's backs with complicated eyes, and a noun suddenly popped up in their minds.
New business elite.
After today, Lin Zhao's name will spread completely in the business world and become the topic of everyone's conversation. At this time, Lin Zhao glanced at the system panel and found that the legendary value had exceeded 2 million. The terrifying thing is that the legendary value is still skyrocketing at a rapid speed, with no sign of stopping, and is heading straight towards 3 million. Lin Zhao, come visit Shangshur when you have time.
Although you don't have any authority, you are considered one of the bosses. Before parting, Lu Ruyan said jokingly. I'll go when I have time.
Actually, I prefer to sit and wait for my dividends. Lin Zhao responded that the relationship between the two has become much closer and they can really be called friends.
Okay.
Lu Ruyan smiled and waved goodbye. Lin Zhao got on the Rolls-Royce Phantom and left the Yu family.
Go to the East District.
Lin Zhao gave an instruction to the driver and then opened the system panel.
With the announcement of the Planning Bureau's new plan, Lin Zhao naturally had to dispose of the 800 acres of wasteland in his hands. That's 10 billion in cash flow.
Even if it's a billion-dollar group like Chongshan, it won't be able to come up with 10 billion at once. Lin Zhao has now thought about what to do with this money.
Dedicated to the development of Jinxiu. The development of wasteland in the East District is an opportunity for a brilliant leap forward, and the opportunity lies in the East District. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the achievement, a new business elite, and are rewarded with a world-class lottery chance +1. At this moment, Lin Zhao had just turned on the system when a prompt sounded in his mind. Peerless level. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, this was a new level.
Obviously, this is above the rare level.
Don't be in a hurry, first make some preparations, accumulate some luck, then you can ensure that you will not have any time. Lin Zhao suppressed the urge to draw for the Peerless Lottery and looked at the legendary value balance that had skyrocketed to 3 million.
Call.
Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhao gave a command in his mind, system, upgrade the level. At this moment, the legendary value was deducted by 1 million, leaving only 2 million. The word rare in the brackets after the legendary lottery system also became uncommon at this moment. Just like before, the rare level lottery is open, and the previous levels can still be drawn, but Lin Zhao feels that there is no need to lose sight of the important things. In the future, just draw all rare levels.
If the legendary value is not enough, then accumulate it.
A rare lottery draw, one draw costs millions of legendary points. System, start the lottery, rare level, 2 consecutive draws. Congratulations, money +1 million.
The first shot, guaranteed bottom line.
Lin Zhao was glad that he did not use the Peerless Lottery, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss. The second lottery draw, the prompt sound came soon.
Congratulations, you got the top recipe. Chapter 100 Grandmaster Advancement Card. Congratulations, you got the top recipe.
As the system prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Zhao looked surprised. This time, the system did not instill a large amount of information into Lin Zhao.
Instead, a book that was 20 centimeters thick appeared in the system space. With just mental contact, Lin Zhao was able to get some detailed information about the recipe.
The cookbook records countless top-secret recipes in the history of Dragon Kingdom, many of which even only exist in legends.
It is indeed a rare grade. Lin Zhao couldn't help but sigh.
Not to mention anything else, just from this cookbook, picking out a few secret recipes at random can support a food business.
It's just right for Qiangzi.
When the 10 million for his wasteland arrives, I will inject some more capital into him and let him train his own food team. His dream of building a food city will soon be realized. As he thought about it, Lin Zhao's lips curled up into a knowing smile.
He had even imagined Gao Chang's surprised expression after getting the recipe.
I don't know how things are going between him and Wang Xinrui, but I think they should be going well. Lin Zhao thought to himself. Otherwise, with Gao Chang's rough and sturdy character, he probably wouldn't have paid attention to the news about the wasteland. Lin Zhao wouldn't believe it if Wang Xinrui hadn't told him.
Obviously, Gao Chang is not stupid.
With Lin Zhao's repeated assists, Wang Xinrui has developed some good feelings towards him. There are not many girls like Wang Xinrui these days.
If you meet one and can hold on to her, it would be the best.
Lin Zhao suppressed his chaotic thoughts and stopped thinking about Gao Chang. Instead, he focused his attention on the Peerless Lottery that he would get by unlocking the achievement.
Peerless level, the highest level obtained so far. Above rare level.
Even to unlock the system, 10 million legendary points are required, and each shot starts at 10 million legendary points.
Please don't let me down.
Lin Xiao murmured something, and then gave the order for the lottery in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the Grandmaster Advancement card.
It's shipped. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
At this time, a transparent card appeared in the system space. When the mind falls on it, a large amount of information immediately appears in the mind. The Grandmaster Advancement card enables a Dark Force practitioner to break through perfectly into the Transformation Force Grandmaster realm. The Master of Hua Jin can make the Force leave the body and can protect himself or injure others.
100-step magic fist, flying flowers, and leaves to kill the enemy.
Hiss. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened.
Grandmaster of Hua Jin, after listening to this introduction, doesn't it mean that he has surpassed ordinary people and become an inhuman being? Do such people really exist in this world?
Lin Xiao was a little bit unbelievable. But then, he remembered himself, and now the dark energy in his body had grown to a terrifying level. His 5 senses were also greatly enhanced, and he was even confident that he could avoid a sudden attack from a pistol bullet.
In this way, it doesn't seem so outrageous that the Master of Hua Jin, who can take the next step and use his strength to leave the body and protect himself or attack, can achieve this. Wait a minute, I don't know what will happen with this non-human enhancement. It can't be used in the car.
Lin Xiao suppressed the urge to use the advanced card and suppressed his restless mood. Ning Xiaoxiao kept staring at Lin Xiao's face and found that his expression changed very differently, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. She racked her brain, trying to analyze what Lin Xiao was thinking, but she was soon disappointed.
Lin Xiao's expression was so complicated that she couldn't understand it at all.
In the end, she put away her thoughts and looked at Lin Xiao's cheek with a fascinated look. Lin Xiao didn't know about this and calmed down.
Time flies. Soon, they arrived at the East District.
Lin Xiao called Gao Chang, and Gao Chang took his cousin Gao Changlong straight to the East District Planning Bureau. When Lin Xiao arrived, Gao Changlong, Gao Chang, and Wang Xinrui were already waiting.
Uncle!
Lin Xiao brought Ning Xiaoxiao and went straight forward to greet them.
Meet Uncle Gao.
Ning Xiaoxiao is indeed a lady from a noble family, her manners are impeccable.
Good. Xiaozi, this. Gao Changlong's eyes were shining, and he seemed surprised by Ning Xiaoxiao beside Lin Xiao. Ning Xiaoxiao.
Lin Xiao made a casual introduction, and Gao Changlong and the other two suddenly understood.
Xianzi, not bad.
At this time, Lin Xiao looked at Gao Chang again and couldn't help but tease him.
Ah.
Wang Xinrui lowered her head shyly and didn't dare to look at Lin Xiao.
Hey hey. Gao Chang laughed innocently, Brother Xiao, please stop making fun of me.
Although I don't look smart, I still understand what you mean.
Ha, you're just smart.
Lin Xiao smiled and patted Gao Chang on the shoulder, then said, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in and get things done first, then find a place to eat.
I have something for you. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Xiao.
Gao Chang naturally had no objection.
Afterwards, the group entered the planning bureau.
When the people from the planning bureau learned that Lin Xiao alone occupied 800 acres of wasteland in the East District, they all looked at him in shock.
Lin Xiao also gained a wave of legendary points here. There were no unexpected events during the business process.
After all, it is a state-owned unit and everything was in order and done to the utmost. Half an hour later, the senior management of the planning bureau took the initiative to send Lin Xiao and his team out, and informed them that all the funds would arrive in 5 days. Lin Xiao and his friends said they were not in a hurry. They were the last group to leave and return to East Street, where they found a food stall to eat. Xiangzi, use the 10 million you have to buy a house first, and leave the funds for the food city to me. We brothers will take over the shares, and I will deduct them from your dividends when the time comes.
What do you think? During the meal, Lin Xiao mentioned it casually.
Brother Xiao, I don't think there's a rush to buy a house, and your money will definitely be of great use. Gao Chang was stunned for a moment, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao before he could finish his words.
Okay, let's not talk about anything else. The 1 billion will be deposited soon. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say.
Lin Xiao made the decision, and to be honest, if Gao Chang wanted, he would give him all his current wealth without hesitation. Although they are not biological brothers, Lin Xiao believes that Gao Chang is closer to him than his biological brothers. Lin Xiao was not just talking about sharing glory and wealth. But Lin Xiao knew that Gao Chang had a strong self-esteem and he would not even accept many things, so Lin Xiao could only take it slow. It took Lin Xiao a long time to convince Gao Chang, and then he found an opportunity to give him the top-notch recipe. Gao Chang was just as Lin Xiao imagined, stunningly beautiful. Time flies, and as the dinner was about to end, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number.
Lin Xiao swiped to answer the call, and then a familiar voice came. Lin Xiao, come to Zuixinlu immediately, Zhoutian Pavilion private room.
If you are late, don't blame me for not serving you.
From the other end of the line came an extremely sissy man's voice.
Chapter 101, Something Unexpected Happened. Zuixinlu.
Shensong, Jonah and Jonah's mother Cui Shouying walked in arrogantly. As soon as he came in, he immediately asked to see the manager of Zuixinlu. The waiter had no choice but to call the manager.
You guys want to open a private room at Zhoutian Pavilion? You guys know the conditions for entering Zhoutian Pavilion. You must register with Zuixinlu before you can enter.
The manager's surname was Lu, and he frowned at the three of them.
Of course we know that. After today, the three of us will also be registered on your case.
Zhou Na spoke proudly. Manager Lu frowned even more tightly, totally unaware of where the three men got the confidence from. To be honest, he has been a manager for a while, but he assures that this is the first time he has seen such an arrogant and domineering person.
Okay, Nana, don't let a worker like him guess. He won't be able to figure it out.
Xiansong fiddled with his orchid fingers and suddenly turned to Manager Lu.
Manager Lu, right? My name is Qiansong, and I'm Qian Linger's cousin from Shangzhou Entertainment. Of course, I'm not inviting my cousin to dinner today.
Manager Lu frowned and looked at Qiansong as if he were an idiot.
Where is Qian Linger's cousin? He didn't even know that Qian Linger had fallen? Is he going to be put in jail soon? This morning, he was at the Yu family and watched Qian Linger's entire tragic experience.
At the same time, a terrifying figure was engraved in his mind, that was Lin Xiao. When he left the Yu family, he was extremely grateful that he did not follow those so-called celebrities to mock Lin Xiao, otherwise he would definitely be in big trouble.
Xiansong did not notice anything unusual about Manager Lu. He pointed at Zhou Na with his orchid finger and said, "The one who is coming here to eat today is Nana's boyfriend, Lin Xiao."
Who? Manager Lu was shocked.
He just thought of Lin Xiao and heard his name now. Isn't this too much of a coincidence?
Oh. Looking at Manager Lu's reaction, Xiansong was able to conclude almost instantly that this person knew Lin Xiao, and might even know about Lin Xiao's glorious deeds.
Lin Xiao. Xiansong's mouth curled up. Manager Lu is also in the circle. I think he also knows about the East District wasteland, right? No. Manager Lu nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Na with a puzzled look. He couldn't understand.
Whether it was Yu Bing or Ning Xiaoxiao, those around Lin Xiao were hundreds of times stronger than the person in front of him.
How could Lin Xiao's girlfriend be such a person?
He didn't believe it in his heart, but it didn't stop him from seeing what these people were up to.
Okay, now that you know, let's open the box. You are not qualified to know more. Xiansong became even more arrogant at this time. Manager Lu was startled, his eyes flickered, and he asked, "How do you prove it?" Whispering sound. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Never mind.
I'll call Lin Xiao now. Xiansong spat, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Look, Lin Xiao was still eating when he received a phone call. Lin Xiao, come to Zuixinlu immediately, Zhoutian Pavilion private room.
If you are late, don't blame me for not serving you.
Lin Xiao frowned as he listened to Qiansong's extremely sissy voice on the phone.
What?
Lin Xiao asked while suppressing his nausea.
It's nothing, just some news about Tianxia Pharmacy, which is also news about your future. Can you come or not? Give me a definite answer.
Xiansong curled his lips and spoke, as if everything was under control.
Manager Lu couldn't help but frown.
Judging from the voice, it was indeed Lin Xiao.
But, how could someone like Lin Xiao be controlled by such a sissy? I see.
Lin Xiao's voice was heard on the phone, and then the call was hung up.
Xiansong smiled and looked at Manager Lu. Did you hear that? Manager Lu nodded. Why don't you open the box? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our Nana is Lin Xiao's girlfriend.
If you neglect her, you will be in trouble if Lin Xiao blames you later.
Xiansong said arrogantly. Manager Lu felt a little headache. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. Soon, the three of them took the exclusive elevator to the top floor of Zuaxian building.
In the hall, countless envious eyes were cast upon them, greatly satisfying the vanity of the three people. At this time, Lin Xiao finished eating and drinking and planned to return to the city center.
Let's go to Zuixinlu.
Lin Xiao gave an order. To be honest, he wanted to see what this sissy Qiansong was up to.
It also concerns Tianxia Medicine Store? Is this something he can get involved in? At the same time, in the box of Jiutian Pavilion,
Qiansong and the other two turned on the huge projector, which played the latest news from Ancheng. The three of them looked at the luxurious decoration around them, and for a moment they felt that they had entered the top circle.
Nah, Nana, after all, I was driven out of Ancheng by Lang San. If Lin Xiao goes crazy later, I'm afraid of Lang San.
At this moment, Cui Xiuying suddenly spoke with some trepidation.
He dares.
Jonah suddenly spoke, her eyes proud.
Ha ha. Auntie, don't worry.
Qiansong also laughed at the right time.
Auntie, you don't know, Lin Xiao is in urgent need of an endorsement from my cousin, and this endorsement is all a matter of a word from me. Without my cousin's endorsement, Lin Xiao's new medicine from Tianxia Pharmacy will definitely not be sold. Now, he has to come to us for help.
That's perfect.
Auntie, don't you want to travel abroad?
Let him give the 1 billion yuan of funds for the wasteland to Nana to take care of. When we come back from our trip, we'll see how Nana feels.
If she's in a good mood, we'll get the marriage certificate with her. If she's not, forget it. Anyway, we're holding on to his weak spot now.
As long as my cousin doesn't give in, his drug business will be ruined, and I am the one who can directly influence my cousin.
Qiansong's words revealed boundless confidence. Song Song, you're the best.
At this time, Zhou Na walked forward, took Qiansong's arm, her face full of happiness. Cui Xiuying felt relieved after hearing what he said. She didn't dare go back to Ancheng these days, but it suppressed her badly.
Now that she has let go, Cui Su-young's true nature is almost exposed. Bring me the menu. She waved her hand and started ordering food.
They ordered everything, both seen and not seen before. The waiter was shocked. When he calculated the price, it was as high as 1 million.
Even in Jiutian Pavilion, such consumption is not common. 3 of you, there are so many, you may not be able to finish them, otherwise.
The waiter kindly reminded him, but was interrupted at this moment.
Shut up, is this something you should care about?
Serve the food immediately. If you keep talking nonsense, your manager will fire you.
Cui Xiuying shouted domineeringly. The waiter's expression changed and he left with a gloomy face. Humph. You look down on people with your eyes wide open. Nana, what are you going to do with the 1 billion yuan we get from Lin Xiao? Mom is in need of an apartment right now.
Cui Xiuying spat, then looked at Zhou Na and began to make a wish. It was as if Lin Xiao really wanted to give them 1 billion. If Lin Xiao knew this, he would be disgusted to death on the spot.
Chapter 102 The Clown. Mr. Lin, you are here.
As soon as Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao arrived at Zuixinlu, Manager Lu came to greet them.
Mr. Lin, my last name is Lu, you can just call me Xiao Lu. Lin Xiao looked at Manager Lu, nodded slightly, and then asked. What's going on? Well, this. I'm not sure what to say. Anyway, 3 people came.
One of them claimed to be your girlfriend. She insisted on booking a private room at Jiutian Pavilion and ordered dishes worth millions. Manager Lu shook his head in distress.
Then I'll go and see for myself. Lin Xiao thought about it and didn't ask any more questions.
The 3 of them came all the way to Jiutian Pavilion. After entering the door, Lin Xiao immediately saw a jaw-dropping scene.
Inside the Jiutian Pavilion, the extremely luxurious decoration was no longer noticeable.
The most eye-catching thing was the 3 figures who were feasting.
How does Wolf 3 do things?
The moment he saw Cui Xiuying, Lin Xiao frowned. At this time, Cui Xiuying, Zhou Na and Qiansong didn't care about their image at all and were frantically eating the food in their hands. Lin Xiao and the others came in without seeming to attract the attention of the 3 people. It was not until Lin Xiao and the others had stood there for almost a minute that Qiansong looked up.
Qiansong quickly swallowed the food in a few mouthfuls, wiped it with a tissue, and then looked over. You're here. Sit anywhere.
This sentence made him seem like the master of this place.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. What on earth are you going to do? Belch. Qiansong burped and glanced at Lin Xiao. What? Are you so impatient? Then what are you doing here? Bang.
Lin Xiao slapped his head. Yes, what am I doing here?
He must be mentally ill. Let's go.
Lin Xiao called out Ning Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Qian Song frowned and looked extremely unhappy.
This is their meal ticket.
If they leave, they won't be able to afford their meal today.
Xiansong immediately said in a deep voice, Lin Xiao, you don't care about Tianxia medicine at all, right? Go away.
If you leave, Tianxia medicine will be finished. Lin Xiao paused. He turned his head and his eyes became indifferent.
Who do you think you are? Do you think you can talk about the world's medicine business? He.
I'm not a big deal, but Lin Xiao, my cousin is Qianlinger. Xiansong smiled proudly. I went to look for my cousin early this morning.
Do you know who I met? Ning Yuanshan.
Ning Yuanshan asked my cousin to be the spokesperson, but she refused.
Do you know why?
Because I asked her to refuse.
$1 billion enterprise, that's really amazing.
Ha, but without my cousin and the entertainment industry's promotion, your products would have rotted in your hands.
Lin Xiao, your fate is in my hands now, you know?
With just one word from me, my cousin can help you endorse Tianxia Pharmacy's new products.
Xiansong's words left Lin Xiao dumbfounded.
Manager Lu and Ning Xiao are actually similar.
I was dreaming this morning? You, Xiansong, actually possess such great power? Qianlinger refused, isn't it because of Chongshan? Also, Qianlinger is about to be killed, and you're still using Qianlinger to threaten me? Aren't you stupid?
Thousands of divine beasts were galloping through Lin Xiao's heart. However, his performance at this time shocked Xiansong and others. Cui Xiuying felt relieved, and Zhou Na looked proud. Xiansong said directly, Lin Xiao, it's very simple for me to help you. Just announce to the public that Nana is your only girlfriend, and give Nana your 1 billion wasteland funds to use.
It just so happens that Nana's mother wants to travel abroad, so the two of us will go with her. When we come back, Nana can get a certificate from you if she has fun.
Oh, by the way, don't forget to pay for your expenses at Jotian Pavilion today. After Qiansong finished speaking, Lin Xiao was completely speechless.
Damn, how stupid must a person be to do something like this? Hello? Lin Xiao, did you hear that? Are you pretending to be mute?
Zhou Na suddenly spoke at this time. At this moment, she once again made Lin Xiao feel the superiority he had felt not long ago, the superiority that had lasted for 3 years.
Boom!
At this moment, a flame suddenly exploded in Lin Xiao's heart. He didn't say anything, but walked towards Zhou Na and the other two. The three of them looked at him leisurely. Finally, Lin Xiao came closer, raised his head, and his eyes were as cold as ice.
What? Xiansong frowned and asked, you can't even speak? You're a fool, aren't you?
Lin Xiao finally spoke, and his words made the three of them look confused.
Lin Xiao, you're looking for.
Xiansong was the first to react. However, before he could finish his words, a slap came from the side.
Bang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the Jotian Pavilion, and Xiansong was blown 2 meters away.
Xiansong fell heavily to the ground, rolled his eyes, and almost fainted.
Lin Xiao, what are you doing?
Zhou Na's face changed drastically and she started to yell angrily.
Bang!
Lin Xiao slapped him without saying a word.
Ah! Zhou Na screamed and followed Xiansong's footsteps. Asshole!
Cui Xiuying was about to speak, but before she could say anything, she flew out.
The whole process takes less than 10 seconds.
The three of them lay on one side, and it took them a long time to recover. Xiansong supported himself on the ground, pointed his orchid finger at Lin Xiao, and screamed, Lin Xiao, are you crazy?
You don't want Tianxia Pharmacy anymore? Ah!
Now, kneel down and beg for our forgiveness, or you're dead. Lin Xiao looked at the three of them like they were fools, and finally said with disdain, do you really not know or are you crazy?
Don't you know that Qianlinger is going to get into trouble because she offended me? How dare you use chicken feathers as a token of authority? I had already forgotten about you, why did you have to jump out and seek death? Especially you, Choi Su-young. The world outside Anqing is so big, but you just don't want to live a good life and insist on coming back, right? Lin Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think you are? My cousin offended you? Do you have the qualifications? Xiansong roared at this time.
Lin Xiao looked disdainful and was too lazy to explain. But at this moment, the huge projection suddenly changed.
A news story. Shengshi Entertainment's popular young actress Qianlinger is suspected of tax evasion, and the amount is huge. Shengshi Entertainment has now terminated the contract with her. Qian Linger will face a huge fine and imprisonment.
The sound of news broadcasts resounded throughout Jotian Pavilion.
Qiansong was dumbfounded.
Zhou Na and Cui Shouying were also confused.
He. Lin Xiao laughed. Now, do you know?
He looked at the three people as if they were a group of clowns.
What is this? Taking chicken feathers as a token of authority, only to end up shooting oneself in the foot? This is Jotian Pavilion, and the consumption is 1 million. If you can't afford it, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Jail is inevitable, right? And you still have to pay compensation afterwards. Lin Xiao. We were wrong. Chapter 103, Amirant dares to act so presumptuously under heaven?
As the news from Anqing TV came on, Choi Su-young, Zhou Na and Qiansong were stunned.
How long has it been? At this time in the morning, Qian Linger was investigated? Tax evasion? She was facing jail time. Then aren't the three of them now clowns?
Not only did he take chicken feathers as a token of authority, he was also arrogant and domineering, which severely offended Lin Xiao.
You are shooting yourself in the foot. This saying is deeply reflected in the three people at this moment. This is Jotian Pavilion, and the three of them ordered dishes worth millions. If you can't afford it, you will probably have to spend some time in jail. He.
Lin Xiao looked at them jokingly at this time, with smiles in his eyes.
He really didn't know how these three people dared to threaten him without investigating the matter first. He especially wanted to know what these three would do next. Lin Xiao, we were wrong.
Suddenly, Zhou Na propped herself up and knelt in front of Lin Xiao. The proud image she had maintained for 3 years collapsed at this moment. On his face, where was the cool and aloof look of someone who had to manage $1 billion? All that was left was endless pleading and begging for mercy.
Lin Xiao, yes, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Everything that happened before was my fault. I'm not a human being. I was wrong.
Qiansong also reacted and followed Zhou Na's example by kneeling in front of Lin Xiao. He even raised his hand and slapped himself hard, as if he was afraid that Lin Xiao would not be satisfied.
Bang!
A clear voice rang out in Jotian Pavilion, accompanied by Qiansong's pleading.
I was wrong, Lin Xiao, please forgive me and don't make things difficult for me. Pa.
Qiansong's cheeks became visibly red and swollen.
Unfortunately, Lin Xiao watched coldly and was not moved at all. He even had the urge to let Qiansong regain his previous arrogant attitude. Bang!
At this time, Cui Shouying also knelt in front of Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Since I'm a colleague of your mother's, can you forgive me this time? I will leave Anqing immediately and never come back. Cui Shouying's face was full of pleading and her voice was full of tears. She looked so pitiful. Oh. You shouldn't have come back. What were you doing earlier?
Lin Xiao sneered and looked at the three kneeling people without any mercy.
These three people have ulterior motives. If he is really caught by them, Lin Xiao estimates that his end will be terrible. If that is the case, why should we have mercy on them?
When Cui Shouying heard Lin Xiao's words, she felt extremely bitter. At this moment, all fantasies were shattered.
Zhou Na didn't give up, she knelt down and took 2 steps forward. Lin Xiao, woo.
For the sake of our 3 years of relationship, please help me.
I promise that I can give you whatever you want. I can do anything for you. Yes, me too, Lin Xiao. I know you don't like me. I can disappear from your sight immediately and never show up again. You will have 1 billion in funds soon. Please treat today's incident as a small mistake we made. Please help us.
Qiansong hurriedly agreed with Zhou Na. However, Lin Xiao just glanced at them indifferently, and he was not even in the mood to answer.
It's so fucking speechless. Now you are still thinking about your own billion? What does it have to do with them?
Lin Xiao is now extremely annoyed with these 3 people in front of him. Without saying anything, he took out his cell phone and called Zhou Kuan. As soon as the phone rang, someone on the other end answered it immediately.
Mr. Lin.
Zhou Kuan's voice was so respectful that it was outrageous. After Lin Xiao taught Zhou Kuan a lesson in the East District, Zhou Kuan became afraid of Lin Xiao. Today, after hearing about the East District wasteland incident and everything Lin Xiao did in the Yu family, Zhou Kuan's awe of Lin Xiao has now reached its extreme. It can be said that he is worshipped like a god.
Choi Su-young has returned to Anqing.
Ask Lang San how he does things. Lin Xiao spoke lightly.
What? There was a cry of surprise from the other end of the phone. It was from Wolf 3. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Where is Chui Xiuying? I'll come right over. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Joe Cohen and others broke out in cold sweat. Jiutian Pavilion.
Lin Xiao uttered 3 words casually and then hung up the phone.
City Center, Bar Street. Joe Cohen put down the phone, his eyes became extremely gloomy. Go and deal with it. You can't even handle such a small matter. If Mr. Lin is not angry, you don't have to come back. Yes, Brother Cohen. Wolf 3 turned around and left in a hurry. In just a few minutes, Wolf 3 arrived at Jiutian Pavilion.
The moment they saw Wolf 3 appear, Chui Xiuying, Jonah and Xiansong's faces changed drastically and they felt hopeless.
I'll leave it to you. Do it seriously.
Before Lang San could speak, Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Afterwards, Lin Xiao signaled Ning Xiaoxiao to leave with his eyes.
He had no intention of staying any longer. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin. Wolf 3 quickly responded.
Suddenly, Lin Xiao paused. Oh, by the way, they spent $1 million on this meal, remember to ask for some for Manager Lu.
Yes. Wolf 3 said meticulously.
Manager Lu was deeply moved and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Lin Xiao nodded, without saying anything more, and left Jiutian Pavilion with Ning Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Jonah and the other 2 felt a black screen before their eyes and almost fainted.
What is the end of the world? At this moment, the 3 of them really felt that the end of the world had come. The beautiful fantasy in my heart was shattered the moment the news broke. Now they can even foresee their own tragic end. The 3 of them couldn't help crying. Chui Xiuying, you have hurt me time and again. You really want to die.
Inside Jiutian Pavilion, Lang San vented his anger. After a few slaps, Chui Xiuying's cheeks were deformed.
Third brother, I was wrong, woo woo.
Chui Xiuying was full of grievances, and raised her hand to point at Jonah and Xiansong. It's all their fault. They said they had something on Lin Xiao and called me back.
Otherwise, how could these things happen? Ha ha ha.
Wolf 3 seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and he bent over with laughter.
After a long while, he looked at Jonah and Xiansong with disdain. Who do you think you are? You want to control Mr. Lin? Are you worthy? Don't you know how powerful Mr. Lin is?
Even the Prince of Chongshan Group is being held down by Mr. Lin.
How can you be so worthy? Does Qian Linger know?
And Wen Zixing, the general manager of Shangshur Entertainment, is in jail because he followed Prince Chongshan and offended Mr. Lin.
They will never see the sun again in their lives. You are just ants, but you dare to act so arrogantly under the sky? Who gave you the courage? Lang San's words made the 3 men's eyes go dark and they almost fainted.
At this time, the legendary value on Lin Zhao's system panel was increasing wildly.
Legend value plus 4,562. Legend value plus 7,777.
Of course, Lin Xiao didn't care too much about it.
It was just a 4-digit number. He had gotten used to it after a day. If there is any major event after that, the number will probably surge to 5 digits. Chapter 104. May you hold the sky. Jiutian Pavilion.
Jonah, Xiansong, and Chui Xiuying were stunned on the spot.
Lin Xiao's incident shocked them greatly. It's all your fault, you 2 bastards. You killed me.
Chui Xiuying suddenly became crazy, jumped up, and used her hands and feet to rush towards Jonah and Xiansong frantically.
Mom, you're crazy.
Jonah exclaimed, but was slapped in the face before she finished her words.
Old woman, how dare you hit Nana? Xiansong went crazy and stood up and started wrestling with Chui Xiuying.
Jonah also reacted, became furious, and started to help.
Soon, a 3-way fight broke out in Jiutian Pavilion.
What is terrifying is that Chui Xiuying alone was able to suppress Jonah and Xiansong.
3 of you, if you break something, you have to pay for it.
Finally, the 3 of them stopped what they were doing after hearing Manager Lu's calm words, and then they looked sad again.
Okay, stop being crazy and pay for what you spent.
Lang San did not forget Lin Xiao's words and helped Manager Lu to start collecting the debts. The 3 of them felt like they were falling into an abyss. They started making phone calls frantically, begging everyone for help, and finally managed to collect nearly 500,000 yuan. But their spending amounted to 1 million, and they were short of 500,000. Wolf 3 even suggested classifying them as fraudsters, which would be enough to put the 3 of them in jail for life. Upon hearing this, the three of them were terrified. In the end, Cui Xiuying took out the real estate she had earned from working hard in Anqing for so many years, and sold it to Lang San at a low price of 500,000, so as to make up for the expenses of Jiutian Pavilion. She had made a wish for a house, and now she didn't get it, which was bad enough. Instead, she lost her own house. Only Cui Xiuying knew how painful she felt. At this moment, she hated her daughter and that sissy Qian Song to the core. She wished she could eat their flesh and drink their blood to relieve her hatred.
1 hour later, outside Anchang.
A Prado stopped on the side of the road, and Jonah, Cui Xiuying, and Qiansong were kicked out of the car by Wolf 3. At this time, the three of them were covered in wounds and looked miserable.
If you dare to step into Anchang again, your life will be over.
The fish in the sea have been starving recently because of the sewage problem. The three people's eyes trembled, and boundless fear spread in their hearts. Lang San was too lazy to look at them. He closed the car door, started the car's engine, and drove away. The three of them could only watch, their emotions extremely complicated. It was unknown how long had passed before the three of them stood up, looked at In Chung deeply, turned around, and limped away.
Peach Blossom Villa number 1.
Lin Xiao was answering a phone call. On the other end of the line were Zhou Kuan and others.
Okay, I get it. Don't make things difficult for Lang San. Yes, Mr. Lin, this will never happen again. Zhou Kuan and his brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao hung up the phone.
At this time, the door of the villa opened automatically, and Shi Yan quickly entered the villa. After several days of treatment, Shi Yan's energy and spirit have returned to their peak. Not only that, but because of the miraculous effects of the 7-star rejuvenation powder and the 7-star rejuvenation needle, Shi Yan seemed to be 10 years younger. At this moment, she looked heroic and had a feeling that women were as good as men, and Lin Xiao was stunned.
What? There's a flower on my face? Feeling Lin Xiao's gaze, Shi Yan couldn't help but ask. Ha, that's not the case.
Lin Xiao retracted his gaze, but said sincerely, Mom, I feel that you have a queen-like aura.
In the future, maybe you will be the queen of the real estate industry.
Shi Yan's eyes flickered slightly, but then she calmed down. She turned her head, looked at Lin Xiao calmly, and spoke as a matter of course.
Isn't it just a matter of time? I am no weaker than anyone else, and I even have your help.
Shi Yan was incredibly confident, and her eyes were filled with pride when she looked at Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes trembled, and a sense of heroism was aroused in his heart.
Yes, sooner or later.
Lin Xiao nodded heavily, and then pushed the prepared stack of documents in front of Shi Yan. Mom, this is the detailed information of the winning bid for the wasteland in the East District.
Go and get the development over there. Shi Yan was stunned.
She picked up the document and looked at it carefully. She wanted to ask a question, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao.
Mom, strictly follow the documents and we will definitely get the rights to develop the wasteland in the East District.
Also, in 5 days, when the 1 billion funds from the East District wasteland arrive, I will transfer them directly to Jinxiu's account.
Mom, you can go all out.
Shi Yan suddenly clenched the document in her hand, turned her gaze to Lin Xiao, her heart in turmoil. Her eyes were filled with complexity. She couldn't understand what her son had experienced during this period of time and why he had changed so much.
In the past, my son had a weak personality and lacked confidence.
But now, he felt it in Lin Xiao, that endless dominance and wisdom. Such a change made her feel like she was living in a dream. Mom, I have to go out for something, please look at the winning bid information first. Lin Xiao was afraid that Shi Yan would ask more questions and it was difficult to explain, so he stood up and left.
He.
Shi Yan looked at Lin Xiao's back as he left and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh.
How could she not see Lin Xiao's thoughts?
However, she was too lazy to ask more questions. On the contrary, the more mysterious Lin Xiao became, the more beneficial it would be for her future return to the capital. She wished that Lin Xiao could take control of the sky and overwhelm the aristocratic families in the imperial capital.
Shi Yan was forced to leave that place.
She had been suppressed for many years and was already full of anger. If one day she were to rule the world, she would be extremely arrogant and ruthlessly wipe out the resentment in her heart. Lin Xiao didn't know what Shi Yan was thinking, and had already driven away from Taoyuan. His thoughts sank into the system space, and all his attention fell on the Grandmaster advancement card.
Let's go to Yunwu Mountain. It's quiet there. It's dark now and there aren't many people. Let's find a secluded place where we won't disturb others. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, and the sounds of the night began to accelerate.
He sped along the way, making countless people envious. The legendary value was increasing rapidly, but Lin Xiao did not pay too much attention to it. Now that the system has been upgraded to a rare level, each draw starts at 1,000,000 legendary points, and Lin Xiao doesn't want to go back to draw low-level prizes, so the time interval between each draw may be extremely large.
Misty Mountain.
The highest mountain in Ansheng and also a landmark area in Ansheng. Lin Xiao parked the car in the parking lot and then climbed the mountain from one side of Yunwu Mountain. He chose a more rugged road and rushed all the way to the top of the mountain.
That's right, a raid.
Lin Xiao is now at the peak of his dark energy. The road that is steep and dangerous for ordinary people is as easy as walking on flat ground for him. There is a sea of clouds halfway up the Yunwu Mountain. It only took Lin Xiao half a minute to break through the middle of the mountain. Then he rushed to the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed and found a secluded place to sit cross-legged.
Call.
After taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao gave the order with his mind.
System, use the Grandmaster Advancement Card. Chapter 105 Bagwazang, Lu Ruyan, please teach me. System, use the Grandmaster Advancement Card.
As Lin Xiao's order was issued, the transparent Grandmaster Advancement Card in the system space shattered and disappeared. Then, a powerful force suddenly exploded in Lin Xiao's body. At this moment, his hidden strength suddenly grew stronger. The barrier that shackled him suddenly exploded at this moment and was torn apart by a terrifying force. Lin Xiao's flesh, blood, and bones were madly strengthened at this moment, and his cells vibrated and cheered.
Boom!
The body was in turmoil, with blood, essence, and other substances running wildly, ascending to a higher level. A terrifying force emanated from his body, and Lin Xiao actually floated a little off the ground.
Such great power is no longer human.
Lin Xiao felt the changes in his body and was extremely shocked. The Grandmaster Advancement Card was obtained through the system's peerless lottery, and it had already surpassed the scope of ordinary people's understanding. Lin Xiao didn't know how difficult it was for people who practiced martial arts in this world to break through to this level. That requires extraordinary talent, and countless years of polishing and accumulation. Only then will there be a slight chance of cracking it. He is now walking ahead of countless people. If anyone in this world sees him, they will probably be shocked by his beauty. At such a young age, he has entered the realm of Huajin, so it is not an exaggeration to call him a young master. Young Grandmaster, this only happened in the ancient times when martial arts were popular, and only one young master would be born among 100.
The breakthrough is not over yet, Lin Xiao is still transforming himself wholeheartedly.
Lin Xiao was not familiar with the new power. He could feel that his current strength was enough to make him able to use anything as easily as his own arms.
This should be the benefit of the Grandmaster Advancement Card.
The description says that the Grandmaster Advancement Card can help one break through to the Grandmaster level in the most perfect manner. What's more, Lin Xiao is proficient in 3 traditional Chinese martial arts, Baji, Tai Chi, and Xingyi. These 3 Chinese martial arts are all at the perfection level. Countless people find it difficult to achieve perfection in one thing throughout their entire life, but Lin Xiao has surpassed countless people in this regard. He entered the Grandmaster realm in the most perfect state, and his power might have been inherently different from that of ordinary Grandmasters.
Of course, Lin Xiao doesn't know this now.
He continued to mobilize the new energy in his body and began to circulate it around him. With a casual slap of his hands, he was able to condense a transparent handprint out of thin air, destroying the bushes on the cliff in front of him.
I'm afraid it's a pistol, but that's all. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim.
The transformation in the body finally began to slowly weaken, and Lin Xiao also returned from the suspended state. The violet energy began to return to his body, and Lin Xiao tried his best to restrain it. At this moment, he was just like an ordinary person, no longer having that sense of sharpness. Lin Xiao calmed down again and carefully felt some changes in his body. At this moment, on his way up the mountain, a figure rushed towards the top of the mountain swiftly. She was dressed in a black outfit, showing off her perfect figure, which was the ultimate fantasy in many people's hearts. She took strange steps, and each step landed at the most suitable place. When she leaped, she could walk on the steep mountain wall as if it were flat ground. Soon, she broke through the clouds and reached the top of the mountain in the moonlight. She jumped up, with the rising moon behind her, and a magnificent scene came into view. The graceful figure fell gently, with a slight frown on her brows. Wherever she looked, Lin Xiao was sitting cross-legged. As if sensing something, Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head. Their eyes met, and their gazes were fixed. Why is she here?
X2.
The two of them looked surprised and narrowed their eyes slightly.
Lin Xiao. Lu Ruyan.
The two spoke almost at the same time, and then their gazes became inexplicable again. A special atmosphere began to spread.
Bang!
Lu Ruyan suddenly kicked on the huge rock under her feet, and her figure immediately floated towards Lin Xiao.
Oh!
Lin Xiao was stunned, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
Apart from Qi Lang, Lu Ruyan was the first warrior Lin Xiao had ever seen. The most important thing is that there is a force flowing in Lu Ruyan's body. Lin Xiaoke was very familiar with that power. It was the so-called dark energy. However, the power inside Lu Ruyan's body was very weak, and Lin Xiao felt that he could crush it with just one finger. Laugh.
While Lin Xiao was thinking, Lu Ruyan had already approached him, raised her leg, and suddenly chopped down from above, with a sound of breaking air.
Lin Xiao could sense that Lu Ruyan had no hostility and was just kicking him casually, mostly as a test. Obviously, Lu Ruyan also saw something, and at this moment, she was mostly thinking about communicating. Xing Yi. Bombardment.
Lin Xiao murmured softly in his heart, then controlled his strength and threw a punch lightly.
Bang! A muffled sound. Lu Ruyan looked surprised and flew back.
Lin Xiao stood there without moving, with a twitch of his lips. There was no other reason, he was just too weak. Even though he was just testing, Lu Ruyan's leg was really soft and weak. At this moment, Lu Ruyan stopped after flying back. The surprise in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest, but became even stronger. You are strong in martial arts, have a long-term investment vision, and are extremely wealthy.
Lin Xiao, are you really a junior student? This is so unexpected. Who would have thought of it? Who could have imagined it? Legend value plus 10,000. On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value suddenly broke through the 4-digit limit. He chuckled at Lu Ruyan. Who would have thought that actors' skills were not just acting? Lu Ruyan nodded, her expression suddenly turned serious, and she clasped her fists towards Lin Xiao from a distance. Bagwazang, Lu Ruyan, please teach me. Well. Lin Xiao was startled by Lu Ruyan's sudden seriousness.
But he guessed that this should be the etiquette of martial arts, so he immediately raised his hand and clasped his fists in return. Lin Xiao, please give me some advice. A strange look flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she snorted, humph.
I won't report my family, do you look down on me?
Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed and shook his head. I don't know how to say it, I know a lot. He is proficient in Xingyi, Tai Chi, and Baji, but he doesn't know which one he is good at. In terms of strengths and weaknesses, each has its own merits, and you can't just sign up for one subject.
Arrogant.
Lu Ruyan became more and more angry. The way of martial arts is easy to learn but difficult to master.
I want to see how much you know. Bang.
After saying this, Lu Ruyan stopped talking and ran towards Lin Xiao.
As fast as a meteor, as if there is a god under his feet.
Lu Ruyan approached instantly and still kicked vertically, but this time, the force was stronger and the speed was faster. Lin Xiao could even sense that she had used a hint of hidden strength.
Xing Yi. Collapse.
Lin Xiao didn't care and still controlled his strength and punched again.
Bang.
The two men were evenly matched in strength, so they both stepped back and took up their positions.
The battle begins suddenly. Chapter 106, Master of Huajin, Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves to Hurt People. Bang, bang, bang.
At the top of Yunwu Mountain, the sound of intensive fighting spread far away. Lu Ruyan and Lin Xiao kept fighting, and their attack speed was dazzling. Lu Ruyan launched attacks continuously, stepping on the bagua with mysterious steps, chopping, hanging, moving, blocking and hammering. Each move had tricky angles and was unparalleled in speed. Lin Xiao used Xingyi and Tai Chi alternately for blocking, unloading force, and counterattacking meticulously. He did not dare to use Baji, for fear of killing Lu Ruyan in one blow. Baji was too fierce and he could not control the strength. It's just so. Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart. Lu Ruyan's strength was too weak. He thought he could hone himself for a while, but unfortunately it was of no use. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt a little bored. Tai Chi, Xingyi. There is actually someone who can master both martial arts to such a high level, and at this age. Has he been practicing since his mother's womb? What Lin Xiao didn't know was that Lu Ruyan's heart was like a raging wave hitting the shore at this moment, and she was shocked to the point of being completely confused. The art of martial arts is easy to learn but difficult to master, and countless people spend their entire lives studying one martial art. But Lin Xiao is different. He has already demonstrated 2 martial arts and his level of comprehension is not low, which is enough for others to spend several lifetimes to hone their skills. The scary thing is that Lin Xiao is only a junior in college. Even if he doesn't study and researches every day, he probably won't reach this level, right? As the frequency of the battle increased, Lu Ruyan became more and more shocked. Of course, I became more and more excited. Bang! The two men exchanged blows again, and then Lu Ruyan used the force to retreat. Lin Xiao did not pursue, because he really had no interest in it. He was just like a sparring partner for Lu Ruyan, extremely cautious, afraid of hurting Lu Ruyan by accident. Lin Xiao, you are very strong. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao did not comment, and said leisurely, why not just forget it, it's just a competition, there's no need to decide who wins or loses. Etc. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and said, I haven't used my full strength yet. I stepped back to remind you to be alert and respond. Well. Lin Xiao was stunned, a little helpless, forget it, that's all you can do even if you use all your strength. I'm afraid that if I'm careless, I might hurt you. Lin Xiao's reminder could be considered as a kind one, but to Lu Ruyan, it sounded like sarcasm. Arrogant. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows, her pretty face slightly cold. Lin Xiao, I admit that you are very strong, but this is not a reason for you to look down on me. Watch this. As soon as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she didn't even bother to listen to Lin Xiao's words. She exerted force on her feet and rushed up like an arrow. Laugh. Lu Ruyan chopped down her long legs at high speed, and a sound of breaking wind was heard in the air. Hey, why don't you believe it? Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, then shook his head, forget it, I'll show you some real skills. Asshole. Lu Ruyan saw Lin Xiao shaking his head, and she cursed angrily and stepped 3 times harder. The speed of the long legs suddenly increased, and in an instant they reached Lin Xiao's shoulders. In a normal fight, Lin Xiao would have raised his hand to block or stepped forward to dodge. But this time, Lin Xiao didn't move at all, and even just looked up at Lu Ruyan indifferently. Quick! Lu Ruyan was startled and it was too late for her to reduce the force. How could she have thought that Lin Xiao would not dodge or evade? At this moment, she even felt a little regretful. After all, she used all her strength in this chop. Although it was only in the initial stage of dark power, this kick was enough to kill a cow. Lin Xiao is not weak, but if he were to be hit head-on by this kick, half of his body would probably be broken. Bang! Under Lu Ruyan's panicked gaze, she kicked Lin Xiao's shoulder hard with her leg. However, the imagined sound of bones breaking did not come out, and even Lin Xiao's body did not move at all. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan was stunned, and the panic on her face suddenly turned into shock. But the next second, the shock changed and turned into boundless fear. She stared at Lin Xiao's shoulder. There was clearly nothing there, but his legs were just hanging in the air, blocked by something above Lin Xiao's flesh and blood body. Gudong. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, a noun suddenly popped up in Lu Ruyan's mind. Transformation of strength. Boom. Before she could think too much, a huge force suddenly exploded from around Lin Xiao. Ripples of terrifying power suddenly swept out, and the air began to fluctuate like waves. Huff. Lu Ruyan was hit head-on by the force and flew backwards. Strong winds swept across the mountain tops, sending leaves flying everywhere. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was flying backwards in the air, her eyes filled with inexpressible surprise. In her vision, Lin Xiao slowly stretched out his hand, pinched with 2 fingers, and a lush green leaf was pinched between his fingertips. What is he going to do? A doubt flashed through Lu Ruyan's mind. The next moment, she saw Lin Xiao casually throw it away. Call out. The sharp sound of breaking through the air seemed to pierce the eardrums. The green leaves cut through the air like lightning. Lu Ruyan widened her beautiful eyes. Laugh. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking air passed by my ears, and I felt a stinging pain on my cheek. Flying flowers and leaves can hurt people. Grandmaster of Huajin. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly rose in Lu Ruyan's heart. Legend value plus 10,000. Legend value plus 10,000. Oh. It's a pleasant surprise. Lin Xiao felt the prompt on the system panel and his eyes lit up slightly. Puff. At this time, Lu Ruyan had already landed on the ground, and her body could not stop retreating. Behind her, the green leaf shot out by Lin Xiao sank deeply into the tree trunk behind her. Lu Ruyan stopped and looked towards the big tree in a daze. That green leaf penetrates deep into the wood. This is ironwood, it's extremely hard. But the fallen leaf that was shot out casually had the power of a bullet.
The power of the Grandmaster is evident from this.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan no longer had the desire to compete. Her heart was already filled with boundless shock, even with a hint of fear.
The way she looked at Lin Xiao was extremely complicated.
At this moment she finally understood that Lin Xiao didn't really look down on her before, but he was really afraid of hurting her. At the top of the mountain, there was a gentle breeze.
Lin Xiao and Lu Ruyan did not move,
and the scene seemed to be still. An unknown amount of time had passed before Lu Ruyan finally took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated and incomprehensible gaze. The next second, she took a step forward, clasped her fists towards Lin Xiao from a distance, and knelt on one knee.
I didn't know that the Grandmaster was here. I was arrogant and offended the Grandmaster.
I hope the Grandmaster will forgive me. After the words fell, Lu Ruyan bowed her head deeply, respectful to the point of being outrageous.
Chapter 107, Above Tens of Thousands of People.
In the martial arts, there are beginners, Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hua Jin. A beginner who has just started martial arts. Ming Jin has already gone a long way in the path of martial arts. Hidden power and obvious power reach their peak, and power is born from the outside to the inside. Hua Jin, the strength reaches its peak, the strength penetrates the body, and has the ability to protect the body and attack with the body.
Hua Jin, respected as the master.
It represents that one has reached the pinnacle in the martial arts and can establish a school and pass on the tradition.
Lu Ruyan's mind was extremely complicated at this time.
For ordinary people practicing martial arts, it is difficult to master the Ming Jin. Once one reaches the Yin Jin, he can be respected as a martial arts master, which means a martial arts teacher. However, there are very few people who can practice hidden power and reach the pinnacle of power.
Not to mention the power of transformation that penetrates the body.
That is 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000 or a million.
It's not like Lu Ruyan hasn't seen masters of Hua Jin before, but those masters were all already quite old.
How could there be someone like Lin Xiao who is already a master at the age of 21 or 22? Even in the era when Chinese martial arts and martial arts were at their most popular, there were only a few people like him.
Hurry up, it's not that serious.
Lin Xiao had no idea how shocked Lu Ruyan was.
He was not used to seeing Lu Ruyan half kneeling.
However, Lu Ruyan did not stand up immediately. Instead, she shook her head and said, "Master, if you do not forgive me, Ruyan will not stand up."
Okay, I don't blame you.
Lin Xiao looked puzzled and waved his hands quickly.
This is Lu Ruyan, a big star.
If people knew that she knelt in front of someone and begged for forgiveness, I wonder how many people would be heartbroken.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
At this time, Lu Ruyan let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. But this time, she lowered her head and didn't dare to look up at Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, but he was curious in his heart and couldn't help asking, "Are you afraid of people at my level?" Lu Ruyan looked up suddenly, her eyes full of surprise. She was very surprised. Lin Xiao knew nothing.
He didn't even know what the Grandmaster meant? Tell me about it.
Lin Xiao saw through Lu Ruyan's thoughts and couldn't help but speak up, trying to hide his embarrassment at the same time.
There is nothing we can do about this.
Who would have thought that it had only been a dozen days since Lin Xiao came into contact with Chinese martial arts? In just over 10 days, Lin Xiao went from an ordinary person to a master of Hua Jin.
How could he know so many things about the martial arts world? Suck. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xiao's serious eyes and took a deep breath.
She was finally sure that Lin Xiao was not joking. At that moment, she spoke slowly. The Grandmaster is like a dragon, His Majesty is like a prison. When the Grandmaster gets angry, 10 miles of land will turn red.
Grandmaster cannot be insulted.
Lin Xiao listened quietly, feeling inexplicably that this so-called master was really pretentious. As Lu Ruyan talked, Lin Xiao finally understood the status of the Grandmaster of Hua Jin in the world. That is the ultimate pursuit of countless martial arts practitioners. Once you enter the state of Hua Jin, you will be above millions of people.
The Grandmaster's dignity is inviolable. According to Lu Ruyan, in Nandu, the capital of Tiannan province, a large family used thundering means to eliminate several opponents during its development.
But one of them escaped and later returned as a master. That night, that big family was slaughtered by the master, and blood flowed like a river. No one could resist, and even firearms lost their effectiveness in front of the master. The blood debt has been repaid with blood. The master got angry and 10 miles of red land were created. Blood flowed like a river and the ground was dyed blood red.
How could it not be a 10-mile red land?
It was also during that battle that the world realized the horror of the Grandmaster. Especially a master who has fallen into madness.
That is a terrifying existence that ordinary people cannot understand at all.
They ignore the rules and act outside the law. Unless the country's military forces are deployed on a large scale, it is difficult to strangle a master.
That's no longer human. Even the relevant state departments may not want to confront a grandmaster. You don't have to be so scared. I'm not that violent. Listening to Lu Ruyan's story, Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, Lu Ruyan's story is not completely useless.
At least, Lin Xiao knew what kind of position the Grandmaster of Huajin occupied in this world, in this so-called Jianghu. Above millions of people. To be honest, Lin Xiao likes this feeling very much.
I can see that.
Lu Ruyan answered softly, but then smiled bitterly, but the terror of the Grandmaster has already been deeply rooted in people's hearts.
Anyway, I can't do something like slaughtering an entire clan.
Lin Xiao waved his hand gently, not wanting to dwell on this topic any longer, and took the initiative to change the subject.
Tell me more about the major underworld forces in Tiannan province. I really have no idea about them.
Lu Ruyan naturally didn't dare to say much, and began to tell Lin Xiao everything she knew without hiding anything. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that Lu Ruyan felt her mouth was dry and she had almost finished her story. At this moment, Lin Xiao is finally no longer a rookie in the world. He also had some understanding of the so-called underworld forces in Tiannan province. At the same time, he also learned about an incredible world. It turns out that behind those super tycoons, there are shadows of powerful underworld forces. The water in this world is not as clear as always, but turbid.
Those in power are not necessarily the ultimate bosses.
Because there are people who hold the life and death of those in power, and these people come from the Jianghu. I was originally worried that Master Lin would offend the Li family and that it would be difficult for them to move forward in the future.
Now I realize that Ruyan is short-sighted and overestimates the Li family. Lu Ruyan said with a wry smile.
Lin Xiao nodded. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that the Chongshan Li family was a branch of the Li family in the provincial capital.
But it doesn't matter.
Li Shang has bad intentions towards me, and I won't indulge him.
Provoking Grandmaster Lin is definitely the most unwise decision in Li Shang's life. Lu Ruyan's voice was respectful. Okay, you can just call me Lin Xiao from now on. Master Lin sounds weird.
Lin Xiao waved at Lu Ruyan, afraid that she would refuse. After he finished speaking, Lin Xiao jumped up and floated down the mountain like a fallen leaf. Forest. Lu Ruyan wanted to shout, but saw that Lin Xiao was running so fast that he had already disappeared into the sea of clouds.
He. She could only smile bitterly and shook her head helplessly. Isn't this the most humble master? Young Grandmaster.
She stood there and murmured, with a different look flashing in her beautiful eyes.
If it's him, then no matter how many obstacles there are, it doesn't seem to be a problem.
Lu Ruyan bit her red lips lightly, her mind full of thoughts.
Chapter 108 Yu Bing leaves home.
Time flies, and 5 days passed in a flash.
A lot of things happened in these 5 days.
First of all, when Huang Di's 1 billion yuan of funds arrived, Lin Xiao transferred it directly to Jinxiu without saying a word. When Shi Yan received the funds, the bidding for the wasteland in the East District also began, and Shi Yan immediately started bidding. With the detailed winning information that Lin Xiao obtained through the lottery, it was a foregone conclusion that Jinxiu would win the bid. At the same time, during these 5 days, the promotional videos for Tianxia Pharmacy's new products, Black Jade Cream and Rejuvenation Pills, have begun shooting. However, before the promotional video came out, Black Jade Cream and Rejuvenation Pills had already become popular due to Lu Ruyan's celebrity effect. With this wave of popularity, Chongshan's so-called ban became a joke, and countless people were scrambling to buy the 2 new products. These days, Ning Yuanshan would wake up laughing in his dreams. It's already so popular now, and he can already foresee how popular the 2 products will be after the promotional videos are shot and released online. The size of Tianxia Pharmacy began to soar wildly.
In contrast, Sihai Pharmaceutical is heading further and further downward.
Their stocks continue to fall every day, and the market value of Sihai Group continues to evaporate. The country was already overwhelmed, and now with heavy mountains attacking from all sides, Sihai was in great pain.
Asshole, damn Lin Xiao, why? Yu Sungu was furious and kept cursing.
At this moment, the original words "he will come to us for help" became a joke. Not only did Lin Xiao not beg them for help, he even did very well on his own.
Humph. He has the Black Jade Frost and rejuvenating pills, so their upper limit is not high. He is wasting them.
Yu Sungwon snorted coldly.
Not bad, he won't be so proud for long. Yu Sungwoo snorted in agreement. Dad, second uncle. Yu Bing suddenly appeared and she couldn't bear to listen anymore. Can't you see the facts right in front of you? The world's medicine industry is booming, and even the mountains can't hold it down. Do you still think your half-dead Sihai can be stronger than it? Wake up! Sihai is no longer the same Sihai.
Because of your arrogance and pride, Sihai is now facing suspension and bankruptcy. The market value of the 10 billion yuan group has evaporated by nearly 2 billion yuan, but these two people are still unaware of it and still maintain their arrogance. If he had been able to kneel down and beg Lin Xiao earlier, Sihai would have been able to do more than just become the agent of the Black Jade Cream and the rejuvenating pills.
But what about the two of them?
They think themselves noble and believe that everything should belong to them, but now they have nothing and they don't even realize it. Yu Bing felt sad for Sihai Group.
Shut up! Yu Sungwon suddenly shouted, it's all because of you.
You should have just agreed to Li Shang's pursuit.
Why are there so many problems? Why did you have to provoke Lin Xiao? Look at the crisis that Sihai is facing now, what did he do? That's right. Yu Sungwoo agreed, Bing, you are really too ignorant.
If you agreed to Li Shang's pursuit, why would our Sihai be in this situation?
Yu Bing was startled, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Dad, second uncle, is it only by sacrificing me that Sihai can be saved? Is this your only way to compromise? If you hadn't been so embarrassed, we wouldn't be so passive. Why can't you just admit your mistakes? Why do you want to pass the buck to others? Presumptuous! Yu Sungwon shouted, Yu Bing, who are you talking to now? Is this the attitude you should have?
Yu Bing was about to speak but was immediately interrupted.
Shut up, don't say any more.
Yu Sungwon's eyes were cold and gloomy. You are a member of the Yu family, you must obey the arrangements of the Yu family, you should prepare well, go to Chongshan to apologize to Li Shang and beg for his forgiveness.
Dad!
Yu Bing looked at Yu Sungwon in disbelief.
He was not like this before. Now that the group is facing a crisis, how come he has become like his second uncle Yu Sungwoo?
Instead of thinking about breaking the situation, he was thinking about sacrificing the people around him. Looking at his daughter's incredible look, Yu Sungwon felt a little distressed, but did not say any words of comfort. He just sighed lightly, and then said calmly, don't blame me, the four seas cannot be destroyed in my hands. Yu Bing was silent, and her eyes became cold. At this moment, her mind was full of Lin Xiao's figure. She wished that Lin Xiao could appear and take her away, just like that night in the auditorium. But at this moment, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Bing, you don't have to have any illusions about Lin Xiao.
The West District and the East District are fighting each other.
Zhou Kuan, whom Lin Xiao relies on, will soon be finished. By then, Chongshan will have nothing to worry about. Lin Xiao will soon be finished. After all, the nouveau riche are just nouveau riche, a flash in the pan, and they can't cause any waves in this great world. The person who spoke was Yu Sungwoo. The moment he finished speaking, the disdain in his eyes was already somewhat dazzling.
What? What is Chongshan going to do?
Yu Bing was shocked and took out her cell phone, ready to call Lin Xiao. But at this moment, Yu Sungwon snatched Yu Bing's phone and said, before you go to Chongshan to apologize, you are not allowed to contact anyone else, especially Lin Xiao.
Dad!
Yu Bing's face turned pale and she looked at Yu Sungwon in disbelief. Unfortunately, Yu Sungwon was unmoved and just said calmly, Bing, Dad is doing this for your own good.
You will understand it later.
Yu Bing pursed her lips, her mind was extremely complicated.
Asshole, how could my Yumeng country give birth to two useless people like you?
At this moment, Yu Mengwa's deep shout suddenly came.
A look of joy flashed across Yu Bing's face. Among the Yu family, the one who loves her the most is Yu Mengwa. Now that Yu Mengwa appears, there is a turning point. However, what she didn't expect was that this time, her father and her second uncle actually confronted Yu Mengwa. Dad, don't worry about this matter.
The second brother and I will take full charge. You are old and haven't been in charge of the group's affairs for many years.
You don't know as much as we do. That's right, Dad. We have our own ideas. You don't have to control us all the time. We can't live under your shadow all our lives. Yu Sungwon and Yu Sungwoo looked determined. Yu Mengwa was startled, his face gloomy. What? Are you two brothers going to ignore me, an old man? Dad, I'm sorry. X2.
The two brothers spoke in unison, their eyes determined.
Good. That's fine, Bing Bing, you don't have to act according to their wishes.
If they dare to force you, I will skin them alive.
Yu Mengwa spoke in a cold voice, snatched the phone from Yu Sungwen's hand, and then said to Yu Bing, Go, no one can restrict you in the Yu family. Hoof. I don't care about Sihai anymore. Let the two brothers do whatever they want. Grandfather. Yu Bing grabbed the phone, her eyes full of gratitude, then she resolutely turned around and left.
Yu Mengwa glared at his two sons coldly and eventually left, leaving the two brothers standing there stiffly with grim looks on their faces. Yu Bing left the Yu family and headed straight for Peach Blossom Land.
Chapter 109. Red Wolf is seriously injured. What's going on?
In Peach Blossom Land Villa Number 1, Lin Xiao frowned slightly.
At this moment, Yu Bing was standing in front of him.
The frost on her face that had been there all day had long since disappeared, and she now looked extremely pitiful.
Since I met Yu Bing, she has never shown such an attitude.
However, Yu Bing did not answer Lin Xiao. Instead, she stepped forward, opened her arms, and threw herself directly into Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao instinctively raised his hand and let Yu Bing pounce on him. A strange feeling filled his heart and Lin Xiao was in a weird mood.
Woo woo.
At this moment, Yu Bing burst into tears. At this moment, for some reason, the frost goddess took off all her disguises and became a girl next door who just wanted to vent her depression. Lin Xiao clasped his hands together, said nothing, and just gently patted Yu Bing's back. It was more than 10 minutes before Yu Bing's crying gradually subsided. She gently pushed Lin Xiao away. At this time, the clothes on Lin Xiao's chest were already wet, which made Yu Bing blush.
So, now can we talk? What happened?
Lin Xiao didn't care about his wet clothes and started asking.
It's the right medicine for the right disease. He doesn't know what happened and he doesn't even know how to comfort her. Why?
Yu Bing lowered her head, sighed softly, and then said, I'm sorry Lin Xiao, I really couldn't help it. Lin Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. Yu Bing stopped hesitating and started to tell the story. Lin Xiao also quickly learned what happened in the Yu family.
He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how weird. He now really admired the two brothers Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu.
He is so self-righteous that he is beyond redemption. The collapse of Sihai Group, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, is absolutely inseparable from the incompetence and self-righteousness of these two people. By the way, Lin Xiao, I have something else to tell you.
Yu Bing's expression suddenly became serious.
Lin Xiao looked towards her. Yu Bing quickly said, during this period, the forces in the West District and the East District have been fighting. I have learned about it in detail when I came here. This fight is not without reason, but Chongshan is instigating it behind the scenes. Chongshan's goal is to use the methods of the man in the West District to suppress Zhou Kuan, and then they will attack you in the East District and kill you all.
The current situation is that Zhou Kuan in the East District is gradually losing his strength. I'm afraid.
Yu Bing didn't continue here, but Lin Xiao could basically guess what was going to happen next.
Li Shang thinks that I rely on Zhou Kuan? Zhou Kuan is my confidence?
Lin Xiao suddenly laughed, feeling full of disdain for Li Shang in his heart. His confidence never comes from others, but from himself and the system. Everyone's dissatisfaction and deliberate targeting of him will only speed up the growth of his legendary value, which will then turn into his own foundation. The news that Zhou Kuan personally got involved in a fight on Bar Street for you has long been spread in the circle. Everyone thinks that you dare to be so arrogant and domineering because you have Zhou Kuan's support. You don't even take Li Shang seriously.
Yu Bing began to explain. He.
Lin Xiao sneered.
Zhou Kuan came out personally because he wanted to curry favor with me, not because he valued me.
Of course, Lin Xiao was too lazy to explain these things to others, so he just let the misunderstanding remain. But after all, Zhou Kuan was fighting with the West District because of him, and now he is in trouble. Lin Xiao can't just ignore it.
Find a chance to help him.
Lin Xiao had already made a secret decision in his heart, and then spoke to Yu Bing.
Okay, forget about that for now.
You shouldn't be going back to the Yu family for now, so you can just stay at my house for now.
Thank you, Lin Xiao.
Yu Bing nodded slightly, and a special feeling flashed across her beautiful eyes.
Why are you so polite to me? To be honest, people outside are saying that you are my girlfriend. But up to now, apart from the sneak attack by you and the hug you gave me today, I haven't gained anything.
You are such an incompetent girlfriend. Lin Xiao looked at Yu Bing with a smile. Yu Bing's pretty face turned red in an instant, then she lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito.
Nothing is happening outside.
I'm going upstairs. After saying this, Yu Bing fled directly. But at this moment, Lin Xiao raised his hand and grabbed Yu Bing.
Ah!
Yu Bing couldn't help but scream out in surprise, and then she felt a strong force pulling her sideways, and then she fell into Lin Xiao's arms.
Baji!
Before she could react, the special feeling blossomed between her lips. Lin Xiao opened his eyes full of smiles. Yu Bing's heart was pounding and her eyes were wide open.
Rogue!
A second later, a high-pitched scream resounded in the villa. Then, Yu Bing, with strength from nowhere, broke free from Lin Xiao and fled upstairs.
Ha ha ha!
Lin Xiao was in a good mood and laughed out loud. Yu Bing felt more and more embarrassed.
She didn't even dare to look back.
She rushed back into the room, closed the door, and then sat against it. She covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling her heart beating violently, and she felt like she was about to burn. At this moment, she no longer looked like the ice goddess, but had turned into a shy girl.
Time flies.
An hour had passed since Yu Bing had been hiding in the room. At this time, someone came to Peach Blossom Land Villa number 1 again. This time it was Zhou Kuan and Chao Mang, followed by several young men, who carried the Red Wolf on a stretcher.
Mr. Lin, help! As soon as Zhou Kuan entered the door, he knelt down immediately.
Lin Xiao frowned and his eyes fell on the Red Wolf on the stretcher. At this moment, the Red Wolf was barely breathing and was almost losing his vital signs. However, there was no sign of anything abnormal about him.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao's face was solemn. While asking, he asked everyone to carry the Red Wolf closer and put it on the ground.
Master, there is an expert who has taken action.
Xiling told me before he fell into coma that he is at least a strong man in the middle stage of dark energy. Xiling became like this after just one attack. That person gave us half a day to settle the matter on the island in the middle of Yunwu Lake, and told us to call for help as much as we wanted. Chao Mang spoke, his face full of bitterness.
Lin Xiao nodded.
His hand had already grasped Shilong's pulse. After a while, he had already figured out Shilong's condition.
The Red Wolf had suffered serious internal injuries, and ordinary medical treatment might not be enough to save him.
It was the wisest choice for them to bring the Red Wolf to them.
Without further ado, Lin Xiao took out the silver needle, then tore open Shilong's clothes and quickly gave him the acupuncture. Zhou Kuan and others didn't dare to breathe and just looked at Lin Xiao.
During this time, Yu Bing also came down from the second floor and watched the whole process. Finally, after half an hour, Lin Xiao pulled all the silver needles out of his body, and the Red Wolf spurted out large mouthfuls of dirty blood on the ground on one side of its head. Chapter 110 Grandmaster Skill, Song Yun Jue.
Legend value plus 6,354. Legend value plus 10,253.
On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value increased rapidly. Lin Xiao just glanced at the balance and didn't pay too much attention to it. In the past few days, Lin Xiao's legendary value has been rising continuously, and now it has reached 1.8 million. Lin Xiao planned to hold a lottery when the amount reached 2 million. Now that he is close to it, he believes that it will not take long to reach the amount. Now, because of the treatment of the Red Wolf, the growth rate of legendary value has accelerated again, and it will definitely exceed 2 million within today.
Ahem. Puff.
At this time, after spitting out several mouthfuls of dark and dirty blood, the Red Wolf turned his head again. He was still weak, but his breathing had stabilized and his eyes were slightly open.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
His eyes fell on Lin Xiao and he hurriedly opened his mouth to thank him. Lin Xiao nodded calmly, then took out the 7-star rejuvenation powder and handed it to Chao Mang, feed it to him, and then just rest. Xiling suffered severe internal injuries. Lin Xiao had activated his body functions with the 7-star rejuvenation needle and made him spit out the dirty blood.
He will no longer be in any danger.
Combined with 7-star rejuvenation powder, as long as you rest well, you will be back to normal in a week at most.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Zhou Kuan heaved a sigh of relief at this time and knelt on one knee with great gratitude.
Get up. Lin Xiao waved his hand and then said, Tell me, what's going on? Yes. Zhou Kuan stood up and began to tell his story.
What he was talking about, of course, was what happened in the past few days.
The fierce battle between the West District and the East District has entered a white-hot stage.
The underworld boss Xuan Tianhao from the West District found a martial arts master from somewhere and swept all the way here. Not only did Zhou Kuan suffer heavy losses, but even his trump card, Xi Lang, was seriously injured by a single blow. Zhuang Tianhao, that bastard, asked me to go to the Lake Island to settle things.
Humph, did he really think he could control me, Zhou Kuan?
Zhou Kuan's face was ferocious and his heart was filled with anger. There is a Yunwu Lake at the foot of Yunwu Mountain. The island in the middle of the lake is shrouded in clouds all year round, and a Yunwu villa is built on it.
Yunwu Villa has always been the place where underworld bosses like Zhou Kuan gather and negotiate.
Most of the big and small affairs in the martial arts world will be resolved in Yunwu Villa. The fight between the East District and the West District has reached a white-hot stage, and it will be a fight to the death.
And this is the bottom line of the fight, and it's time to make a break. But the opponent has a mid-stage dark energy, and even the Red Wolf was almost beaten to death. Aren't you afraid?
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Zhou Kuan's anger instantly died down, but he still said stubbornly, I have already contacted Master Su Hui, and Master Su has already arrived. I, Zhou Kuan, have been around for a lifetime, and not everyone can control me. Lin Xiao nodded and felt a little curious about Su Hui mentioned by Zhou Kuan. At this time, Zhao Mang quickly explained, Master Lin, Su Hui is an old man in the middle stage of dark energy. This time we spent a lot of money to ask him to take action on our behalf. Zhuang Tianhao can't cause any trouble.
Lin Xiao nodded to show his understanding. At this time, Zhou Kuan said again, Mr. Lin, I have an unwelcome request. Explain. Lin Xiao gestured. It's like this, Mr. Lin. I would like to invite Mr. Lin to go to the Lake Island with me. I can feel that Mr. Lin is stronger than the one in the middle stage of dark energy.
I am afraid of death, so I dare to ask Mr. Lin to take charge of the situation for me.
I hope Mr. Lin will agree. As Zhou Kuan spoke, he half knelt down.
This time, not only him, but even Chao Mang and a group of brothers half knelt in front of Lin Xiao.
Yubing was shocked. Zhou Kuan, that's a person who even the 10 billion group wants to promote, a fierce man in the underworld.
Now he is kneeling in front of Lin Xiao and asking him for help.
I wonder how the outside world would feel if they knew about this.
At this moment, she felt more and more that her father and second uncle were short-sighted. For such a person, they actually thought that Lin Xiao would ask them for help.
It was simply a pipe dream.
The 4 Cs are about to collapse.
You have a good eye.
I am indeed much stronger than that person in the middle stage of dark energy. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, and his words shocked Zhou Kuan and the others, making them uncontrollably excited. Then, Lin Xiao continued, the fight between you and the West District started with me, so I should help.
Come find me when you go. With me here, there shouldn't be any accidents. From now on, whether it's the East District or the West District, you, Zhou Kuan, will have the final say. Chongshan likes to follow the path of the underworld, so you should have fun with him from now on. After taking over the West District, you will be responsible for taking action against Chongshan and cutting off all of his minions, turning him into a toothless tiger. Zhou Kuan and others looked at each other with shining eyes. Lin Xiao's self-confidence shocked them, but Lin Xiao's heroism and dominance deeply infected them. Yes, Mr. Lin. Zhou Kuan and others answered in unison.
Finally, the group of people left with the Red Wolf in excitement. At this time, Lin Xiao glanced at the system panel and found that the balance of legendary value had successfully exceeded 2 million.
System, start the lottery. Rare level, 2 consecutive draws.
There was nothing else to do, so Lin Xiao gave the order directly in his heart. Congratulations, money plus 1 million. The first shot was a guaranteed win, which Lin Xiao was not surprised by. Congratulations, you have obtained the Grandmaster skill, Song Yun Jue. When the second batch of goods was shipped, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, a large amount of information flooded into his mind, and Lin Xiao had a clear understanding of the so-called Grandmaster skills. The so-called Grandmaster skills are the exclusive means of the Grandmaster of Hua Jin. The Master of Hua Jin, the 100-step Divine Fist, can hurt people with flying flowers and plucking leaves.
The Grandmaster's skill is the further development of this kind of power leaving the body.
Song Yunjue, from top to bottom, condenses the strength into a large handprint to kill the enemy, which is an extremely powerful master skill.
Not bad.
Lin Xiao admired in his heart, but it was a pity that he was at home now and it was not convenient to test out this master's skill.
Time passed quickly, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Mang arrived outside Taoyuan number 1. Lin Xiao, can I come with you?
When Lin Xiao was about to leave, Yu Bing chased him out.
Sure.
Lin Xiao agreed without even thinking about it. With my current martial arts strength at the level of Hua Jin, it would be difficult for anything to happen to me in a place like Anqing with Yu Bing following me. After all, now he can ensure that he will not be hurt even if facing the sweeping fire of submachine guns or the continuous fire of rifles.
The master is like a dragon, and this is not bragging.
The master of Hua Jin has far surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Yu Bing was delighted and followed Lin Xiao into the car.
Chao Mang naturally didn't say much.
He drove Lin Xiao and Yu Bing away and came to the dock of Yunwu Lake and boarded a small cruise ship. The cruise ship started and headed towards the island in the middle of the lake. There were also a number of speedboats full of people leading the way.
Chapter 111 Walking on Water. Mr. Lin. On the small cruise ship, Zhou Kuan saluted Lin Xiao with great respect.
Next to him stood a man, about 50 years old, wearing a loose martial arts uniform, looking extremely capable. The moment Zhou Kuan saluted Lin Xiao, he frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
Zhou Kuan also spoke to the man, Master Su Hui, this is the Mr. Lin I told you about. With Mr. Lin in charge, this trip will be foolproof. Master, you can give it your all.
After Zhou Kuan finished speaking, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, Mr. Lin, this is Master Su Hui, a mid-stage dark energy expert who has great prestige in Anqing. Lin Xiao nodded and was about to say hello to Su Hui, but Su Hui spoke first.
Zhou Kuan, if you don't think highly of me, why would you spend 100 million yuan to ask me to help you?
Humph.
A mere kid is worthy of you to take charge? And you think it's foolproof? Do you think this martial arts fight is a tour?
Su Hui snorted coldly and glanced at Lin Xiao with indifference. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing beside him were wearing custom-made branded clothes, exuding a noble air. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people, but either rich or noble.
But now it's a fight between the martial arts world, what's the use of such people coming? Do you really think that the Jianghu people would care about their identities and show mercy? Are you kidding?
The funniest thing is that Zhou Kuan used this kid as his trump card, which made him feel humiliated. Lin Zhao's original intention to say hello disappeared in an instant, and his eyes turned cold.
Zhou Kuan was stunned and shocked. Master Su, no, you misunderstood. I definitely don't mean to disbelieve you, but Mr. Lin.
Zhou Kuan was interrupted by Su Hui before he could finish his words.
Okay, I know what you mean.
His identity may be terrifying, but to me, identity is useless. Su Hui waved his hand, still speaking calmly, in martial arts, fists and feet have no eyes.
If there is any injury, it has nothing to do with me.
Zhou Kuan, the money you gave me only allows me to help you deal with Jin Chao, but it does not include helping you protect others.
This. Zhou Kuan was stunned and didn't know what to say. Why does Lin Xiao need your protection?
Lin Xiao has already said that he is stronger than the middle stage of dark energy.
Zhou Kuan doesn't dare to guess how much stronger he is.
Mind your own business, don't capsize in the ditch.
Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded.
This Su Hui is another person who thinks highly of himself.
It seems that everyone is like this. Once they achieve a certain level of success in something, they become arrogant and look down on others. The Yu brothers are like this, Li Sheng is like this, and the same is true for Su Hui. What did you say?
Su Hui looked at Lin Xiao suddenly, and a faint sense of oppression was conveyed in his eyes. The clothes around him fluttered, which was a sign of internal energy surging in his body.
Young man, do you know what reverence is?
In this world, power is respected after all. You may have a great identity, but in this world, your identity is not your amulet. Lin Xiao was not affected by Su Hui's aura.
He glanced at Su Hui calmly. Do you think you are worthy of my respect?
Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with him. Just now, when the dark energy in Su Hui's body burst out, he clearly sensed it. Not to mention being strong, to Lin Xiao, it was simply pitifully weak. When he achieved the great perfection of Baji, the hidden energy in his body was several times greater than that of Su Hui. Su Hui has only reached this level at his age, and I don't know what he is so proud of.
Arrogant. Su Hui's eyes flashed with anger. Young man, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Do you know what Jianghu is? Do you know what the hidden power of martial arts is? Snort.
Su Hui snorted coldly, suddenly turned to Zhou Kuan, and said coldly, Forget it, Zhou Kuan, I am too lazy to sit on this cruise ship today.
I will leave as soon as you finish your business. Zhou Kuan was stunned, somewhat confused.
At this time, Su Hui looked at Lin Xiao again and said, "You little brat, if it weren't for Zhou Kuan's sake, I would have made you kneel down and beg for mercy."
Snort. Another cold snort.
The next second, Su Hui leaped up in the incredulous gaze of everyone, and actually jumped directly off the cruise ship, falling straight into the lake.
Master Su. Zhou Kuan and Xiao Mang exclaimed at the same time.
At this moment, everyone looked at him in surprise.
But the next second, something happened that shocked everyone.
Su Hui, who jumped from a high place, did not fall directly into the water. Instead, at the moment of falling, he stepped on a wave and then bounced up. The next second, he fell down again, but ran directly on the lake. That's right, running at an incredibly fast speed. On the surface of the lake, a white ribbon stretched out into the distance, then slowly walked on the water and disappeared into the clouds in the center of the lake.
Oh my god! Is this a martial arts master? He is actually able to do such an inhuman thing. Zhou Kuan's brothers all exclaimed. Zhou Kuan himself was also extremely shocked.
It was the first time he knew that a dark energy expert could possess such power.
Walk on the water. Normally, this can only be seen on TV.
Su Hui is only in the middle stage of dark energy, but he is already so amazing.
Then how terrifying must Lin Xiao be, who is even stronger than those in the middle stage of dark energy?
At this moment, Zhou Kuan was extremely grateful that he had given in front of Lin Xiao. Otherwise, there would have been no such person as me in this world.
Is this true?
Yu Bing was also extremely shocked at this moment, and felt an irritation on her scalp. This was also her first time to see a world that was different from what she knew.
Of course it is true.
Lin Xiao gave her an answer. Walking on water, Lin Xiao can also do it when he uses his dark energy. It is not difficult. The main thing is to control the dark energy. It's just that Lin Xiao didn't have the chance to show it. Now that he is a master, he can naturally use the skill more casually, but Lin Xiao is just too lazy to show it off.
You can do it too? There was a gleam of light in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes.
Lin Xiao smiled and nodded.
Legend value plus 12,345. Legend value plus 22,222.
At this moment, the legendary value was soaring, making Lin Xiao even have the urge to perform in public.
Of course, Lin Xiao finally endured it. There was no need at all.
Mr. Lin, Su Hui doesn't know your strength. I hope you can forgive me for the offense. Zhou Kuan came back to his senses at this time and hurriedly apologized to Lin Xiao. He was trembling with fear, afraid that Lin Xiao would get angry.
I didn't take it to heart.
Lin Xiao waved his hand, saying that someone like Su Hui was not worthy of affecting his mood.
If he is unhappy, Lin Xiao will just slap him to death.
At this time, the cruise ship had entered the clouds in the center of the lake. Through the light haze, everyone saw two figures fighting back and forth at a very fast speed on the island in the middle of the lake.
One of them was Su Hui. Chapter 112, Old Man, Stop Being So Arrogant. Bang, bang, bang.
On the island in the middle of the lake, the sounds of intensive fighting penetrated the space of 100 meters and were clearly heard by everyone on the cruise ship. On the deck, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing stood side by side. Lin Xiao looked indifferent, watching the battle on the shore with great interest. It was the first time for him to see a fight between warriors, and it was much more exciting than those professional fighting scenes on TV. You go back and forth, dodge and move, which is much more brutal than those specially designed moves.
Every move and every style is aimed at the vital points. Kung Fu, killing skills. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered this sentence. Now it seems to be true, not to mention the two people who are fighting.
As for the few Chinese martial arts that Lin Xiao knows, Tai Chi is moderate and peaceful, while the other two, whether it is Baji or Xingyi, both have infinite murderous intent. Beside Lin Xiao, there was a light flashing in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes. This was a world beyond her cognition. The fierce battle opened the door to a new world for her, and aroused an urge to explore the inside in her heart. Next to them, Zhou Kuan, Xiao Mang and several confidants stood with serious eyes. Mr. Lin, the man who fought against Master Su Hui, was Jin Xiao, a martial arts expert hired by Bin Go.
It was he who killed Qi Lang.
Zhou Kuan introduced himself to Lin Xiao at this time. Then he pointed at a person standing far away on the shore. Mr. Lin, that is Zhuang Tianhao, the man who has the final say in the West District. I have had a grudge against him for decades. When Zhou Kuan looked at the bearded dog, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. After all these years of fighting, the two have not yet determined the winner, but their hatred has only grown deeper.
By now,
the two of them were almost in a situation where they would fight to the death. Lin Xiao looked towards the bearded man Zhuang Tianhao. Zhuang Tianhao was about the same age as Zhou Kuan, with a face full of flesh, wearing gold and jade, and a tuft of dyed white hair, which is particularly conspicuous. At this time, Zhuang Tianhao also looked at Zhou Kuan with a playful sneer on his lips, and his eyes were as if he was looking at a dead person.
Snort.
Zhou Kuan obviously noticed this and snorted coldly. Lin Xiao ignored him and didn't look at Zhuang Tianhao again. Instead, he looked behind Zhuang Tianhao. His perception was very strong. Even 100 meters away, he could still feel that there was a strong aura behind Zhuang Tianhao. His gaze fixed, Lin Xiao clearly saw a middle-aged man with a sinister look. His blood and energy were vigorous, and there seemed to be a huge river hidden in his body. The river was constantly surging and rolling, and a rumbling sound could be heard. No wonder Zhuang Tianhao despises Zhou Kuan so much.
Lin Xiao understood.
The man behind Zhuang Tianhao is much stronger than Sui's Jin Chao, and that's where his confidence comes from. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't say much, and he didn't even mean to remind Su Hui.
Isn't Su Hui very arrogant? Let's see how he responds. Old man, you dare to wade into anyone's muddy water. Aren't you afraid that your entire family will be wiped out, and the survivors will live a life worse than pigs and dogs?
The cruise ship was less than 20 meters away from the shore. At this time, Jin Chao's threatening voice spread. The two were still fighting fiercely, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jin Chao was at a disadvantage at this time. As for Su Hui, he is a little arrogant, but his strength is still good. Throughout the whole process, he almost suppressed Jin Chao's attack. As his fists and feet moved, terrifying sonic booms were heard everywhere, and his power was terrifying.
Hearing Jin Chao's words, Su Hui's eyes suddenly became gloomy. Young man, do you understand the rules of the underworld? Don't you know that the disaster will not affect your family? Ha ha ha. Jin Chao laughed wildly. Old man, when have I ever cared about the rules?
You don't take a good rest when you are old, but you still come out to travel around, then you should bear the consequences. Jin Chao was really overwhelmed and had no choice but to resort to this kind of psychological offensive. However, what made him helpless was that Su Hui was experienced and strong-willed, and did not confuse his mind at all. On the contrary, his few words directly aroused Su Hui's murderous intent.
Forget it.
I wanted to play with you for a while, but since you are so ungrateful, I won't practice with you anymore.
Thunder.
As Su Hui's energy returned to his body, it suddenly surged up, and his clothes were rustling.
Boom.
Suddenly, Su Hui's speed doubled and his strength increased instantly.
Not good.
Jin Chao's face changed drastically. At this moment, Su Hui made him feel a huge crisis. However, before he could prepare too much, Su Hui's attack had already arrived.
Laugh.
The air was torn apart, and a slap suddenly left afterimages all over the sky, falling from all directions at the same time. Jin Chao's face was filled with horror. He couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. He could only raise his hands to protect his head at the critical moment.
Bang, bang, bang.
3 consecutive muffled sounds spread in all directions. At this moment, countless people could clearly see that a circle of ripples was rolling out outside the two people's bodies.
Puff.
Jin Chao suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards uncontrollably. While in mid-air, several mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and a strong smell of blood filled the air.
Win. Ha ha ha.
Zhou Kuan and others have not yet reached the shore, but they are already happy. On the other side, Zhuang Tianhao and others on the shore had slightly changed expressions.
Bang.
Finally, a few seconds later, Jin Chao fell heavily in front of Zhuang Tianhao and others. His face turned pale and he stretched out his hands, trying to support his body. Everyone could see that Jin Chao's hands were shaking and his muscles were tense. It seemed as if he had lost the strength to fight again. At this moment, Su Hui stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud.
Master Su is mighty. Master Su is mighty.
On Zhou Kuan's side, a group of brothers shouted.
The cruise ship docked, but Zhou Kuan and others did not move.
The brothers on the speedboat landed on the island in the middle of the lake and gathered around Su Hui. At this moment, Su Hui seemed like a great master, and everyone looked at him with passionate eyes.
Dian Go, do you really think you can defeat me? If Master Su attacks you today, you will definitely die.
Zhou Kuan's voice suddenly spread. He had been so depressed these past few days. At this moment, he had the upper hand and the depression in his heart could finally be released.
Zhuang Tianhao looked indifferent and said nothing. Instead, he looked at Joe Cohen as if he were a fool. Joe Cohen, there are a few martial artists out there. Add another 100 million and I'll help you solve all of them.
At this time, Su Hui's voice was also heard, and it seemed that Zhuang Tianhao and others were already fish on the chopping board.
Old man, stop being so arrogant.
Jin Chao gritted his teeth and said softly. Su Hui glanced at him with disdain, ignored him, and looked indifferently at Joe Cohen.
He even glanced at Lin Xiao, his eyes seemed to say, see? This is the world of martial arts.
Lin Xiao shook his head secretly.
Su Hui's arrogance would definitely make him pay the price. Okay, thank you Master Su Hui. Joe Cohen was also very straightforward at this time and directly agreed to Su Hui. Su Hui nodded gently, took a step forward, and shot towards Zhuang Tianhao like lightning. Chapter 113, Dark Power Peak, Jin Yong. Call out. The sound of breaking air rang in everyone's ears.
Focusing his eyes, the sound of breaking air came from Su Hui's side.
He was extremely fast.
Although they were about 20 meters apart, he had already crossed over in an instant. He went straight to Zhuang Tianhao. Around Zhuang Tianhao, several figures began to move, but they were obviously a step slower.
I'll deal with you later.
Su Hui's voice reached everyone's ears. He raised his hand and suddenly attacked Zhuang Tianhao. The expressions of the people around Zhuang Tianhao changed drastically. As for Zhuang Tianhao himself, a sneer appeared on his face.
The same thing happened to Jin Chao, who was lying on the ground nearby. This slight abnormality gave Su Hui a bad feeling.
But looking at his palm that was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhuang Tianhao, he suppressed the bad feeling.
Dian Go, you have come to this day, ha ha ha.
Joe Cohen's depressed mood completely dissipated at this time, and he burst into laughter.
Don't be too happy too soon. However, at this moment,
Lin Zhao's faint voice sounded in Joe Cohen's ears. Joe Cohen's smile froze, his expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Xiao suddenly, wanting to find out.
Careful.
But at this moment, Chao Mang suddenly exclaimed.
Joe Cohen's heart suddenly sank and he quickly looked towards Su Hui.
At this moment, someone stepped out from behind Zhuang Tianhao and stood in front of him. That person actually looked a bit like Jin Chao, who was propping himself up on the ground beside him. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Just by looking into his eyes, Joe Cohen actually felt like he was staring into the abyss.
Gudong. A bad premonition spread throughout his body, almost swallowing him up. Retreat.
Su Hui felt a strong sense of alarm in his heart at this moment. The person who had just appeared made him feel deeply powerless. Years of experience told him that he had met a master.
Too late.
However, at this moment, the man spoke lightly, his voice indifferent.
Boom.
He attacked suddenly, and the air was exploded by his punch, and ripples spread out. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly came upon him, and Su Hui's old face was full of horror.
The peak of dark energy.
He only had time to exclaim, then put his hands over his chest.
Boom.
The terrifying punch landed at this moment, with a violent force bursting out, as if a high-speed train was hitting straight at him.
Crack.
There was a sound of bone cracking inside Su Hui's arm.
This is not over yet.
The terrifying force was transmitted from his arm to his entire body. Every inch of muscle fascia felt tearing pain at this moment.
Boom.
His body flew backwards uncontrollably like a cannonball, shooting 20 meters backwards and crashing into the crowd.
Ah!
Screams were heard, and several of Zhou Cohen's brothers broke their bones and screamed when they were hit by Su Hui.
Crash! 7 or 8 people rolled directly into the cloudy lake under the huge impact force. The power of this strike is so terrifying. Ahem! Puff!
Su Hui suddenly started coughing violently, and then large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the people around Zhuang Tianhao with eyes filled with extreme horror. On Zhou Kuan's side, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes were dull and their faces were full of disbelief. Just now, Su Hui was like a god in their eyes. The Jin Chao, whom they feared, was defeated by Su Hui. But how could such a ferocious Su Hui be killed instantly with just one strike? Looking at Su Hui's current condition, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to even stand up, let alone fight.
Ha ha ha. Old man, I told you not to be so arrogant. You have been in the underworld for so many years. Don't you know that there are always people who are better than you and there are always higher powers?
At this moment, Jin Chao's wild laughter suddenly spread, and everyone was brought back to reality. Blood was still flowing from the corner of Su Hui's mouth, but at this moment, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. All he had was fear on his face. He stared at the man next to Zhuang Tianhao, feeling extremely bitter and regretful. If he had known that there was such a strong man, he would never help Zhou Kuan even if he was beaten to death. Let alone 100 million or 200 million, even 1 billion is nothing compared to life. Zhou Kuan, do you think you won? Zhuang Tianhao's voice spread right after Jin Xiao's voice, and he looked at Zhou Kuan with great teasing. How could I not know that you have a relationship with Su Hui? Ha, you think too highly of him. Do you know who this person next to me is? Master Jin Yong, Master Jin Xiao's elder brother, is at the pinnacle of dark energy. In Ansheng, Master Jin Yong is the king. Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth and looked grim, but at this moment, he was unable to refute at all. Jin Yong's indifferent gaze put him under tremendous pressure. It's time to end it all, Zhou Kuan. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. After so many years of fighting, you are still not as good as me. Just go ahead and go. From now on, I, Zhuang Tianhao, will have the final say in the East and West districts. After he finished speaking, Zhuang Tianhao looked at Jin Yong respectfully, bowed slightly, and was extremely humble. Master Jin Yong, we're in trouble. Jin Yong nodded slowly, and the next moment, he took a step and shot out, his speed more than twice as fast as Su Hui before. In everyone's eyes, a series of afterimages were left behind Jin Yong, which was extremely terrifying. Stop him. Zhou Kuan was horrified and shouted loudly while standing on the deck of the cruise ship. The faces of the brothers changed drastically, and in an instant more than 10 people rushed forward. Earth Chicken and Clay Dog. Jin Yong uttered 4 words lightly, and then without slowing down, he crashed directly into it. Bang, bang, bang. There were dense collision sounds, and a group of brothers flew backwards in all directions, spitting blood in the air, their faces pale. Some people even went dark and fainted in the air. There is no more obstacle in front of Jin Yong. Boom! He took a step forward, and his body suddenly flew into the air, shooting towards Zhou Kuan like an arrow. Asshole! Chao Mang suddenly reached into his bosom and pulled out a pitch-black pistol. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in succession, and 3 bullets pierced the air and shot towards Jin Yong. Countless people turned pale. After all, it was a hot weapon, and ordinary people would die if they touched it. However, Jin Yong, who was in mid-air, was not panicked at all. He twisted his body, forming a strange arc. At this moment, he actually changed direction directly in the air. The next moment, he stepped on the ground again and rushed forward again. Before Chao Mang could fire the 4th shot, a palm knife came and cut his pistol into pieces. The cold look made him fall to the ground in shock. Die! Jin Yong's faint voice sounded in Zhou Kuan's ears. Zhou Kuan's eyes widened and his heart stopped. It's over. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. His brothers were also disheartened at this moment. Chapter 114, The Power of Blue Cloud. It's over. Zhuang Tianhao has already turned his gaze away from Zhou Kuan. Decades of old rivalry finally came to an end today. In the future, both the East District and the West District will belong to him, Zhuang Tianhao, and his brother. He was already starting to get excited. It's over. On Zhou Kuan's side, everyone felt hopeless. So fast. Yu Bing lightly covered her red lips, her heart filled with shock. From the time Jin Yong took action to the time Chao Mang fired 3 shots in a row to the time Jin Yong arrived on the cruise ship, the entire process took definitely less than 10 seconds. That was an inhumanly terrifying speed, which completely overturned Yu Bing's worldview. Su Hui stared with bitterness in his heart. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze. In everyone's eyes, there was only Jin Yong's hand that was getting closer and closer to Zhou Kuan. But suddenly, in this frozen time and space, a hand appeared on Zhou Kuan's shoulder, and then his body was suddenly pulled back. An extremely young figure stood in front of Jin Yong. It was none other than Lin Xiao. No one else reacted, but Jin Yong's eyes suddenly changed. Su Hui's pupils also shrank suddenly. Lin Xiao looked indifferent and waved his hand casually. Buzz! The air vibrated, and a huge force suddenly formed. Jin Yong's hand could no longer move forward even an inch, and just hovered in the air strangely. What? Jin Yong's pupils shrank into needle shapes, and his heart was filled with disbelief. His mind was racing, and a terrifying word suddenly popped up in his mind. Transformation. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a violent force suddenly appeared around him, and his body flew backwards at this moment.
Bang! Thump, thump, thump.
Jin Yong fell off the cruise ship and his feet retreated frantically on the ground, leaving a foot-deep footprint with each step.
How is this possible?
Su Hui opened his mouth wide, bleeding profusely without realizing it.
What's going on?
All the others were confused at this moment and had no idea what had just happened.
Mr. Lin. Zhou Kuan was suddenly surprised.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's strength made him feel at ease. Lin Xiao didn't look back, but looked indifferently at Jin Yong, who had finally stopped.
No one can touch him while I am here today.
On the contrary, from now on, whether it is the East District or the West District, Zhou Kuan has the final say. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
Everyone's face changed drastically. Asshole. Who do you think you are?
Zhuang Tianhao was furious, but he did not notice that the moment he said this, a large drop of cold sweat suddenly flowed down Jin Yong's forehead. Master Jin Yong, kill him. As he spoke, Zhuang Tianhao shouted to his brothers around him, remember his face.
Go check who he is. I will wipe out his entire family.
Anyone who dares to ruin my good deeds will be killed no matter how far away he is. Jin Yong's face darkened and his heart started beating wildly. He looked at Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and glanced at him lightly.
Escape.
Without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, an endless desire to survive erupted from Jin Yong's body. The next moment, under the incredulous gazes of Zhuang Tianhao and others, Jin Yong turned around and ran away.
Call. His speed was 3 times faster than before.
He stepped into the lake and shot towards the distance.
Master Jin Yong. Zhuang Tianhao was dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. Asshole, you hurt me, you will die.
However, the response Zhuang Tianhao received left him somewhat confused. He didn't understand what was going on, and looked at the figure that had already stepped more than 10 meters into the lake, his face full of confusion.
You can't escape.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's indifferent voice suddenly spread far away, and everyone heard it clearly. Their eyes focused, and then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Lin Xiao took a step forward and suddenly raised his hand and pressed towards the distance.
Boom!
At this moment, it seemed as if a thunder exploded in everyone's ears.
The sky suddenly changed.
Jin Yong, who was running on the lake, looked horrified to the extreme. His body froze involuntarily, and he raised his head and looked upward in horror. At this moment, there seemed to be a large transparent handprint falling towards him.
Song Yun Jue.
Lin Xiao's faint voice rang again in everyone's ears.
Boom!
The horrible sound became even more piercing. As everyone looked on in horror, the surface of the lake suddenly sank, and a large handprint several meters long and wide appeared.
Well. Ah.
In everyone's eyes, Jin Yong, who seemed invincible, suddenly let out a terrified cry, and then his entire body was pressed fiercely under the lake. The huge handprint was pressed deeply into the lake water.
After a few seconds, the lake's surface gathered and stirred up huge waves. Gudong. A large mouthful of saliva was swallowed by everyone.
Their eyes were confused, not knowing what they were seeing or whether they were living in a dream.
Is that within human reach?
At this moment, their worldview was turned upside down. The world they knew seemed to be shattered at this moment.
Transformation, Grandmaster. I actually offended a master of Huajin. I called him a brat? At this moment, Su Hui's thoughts were extremely complicated, and he felt extremely annoyed and regretful.
Unfortunately, no one could comfort him at this moment. Besides him, there were others who were shocked.
That is Jin Chao. Ansheng, how could there be such a person in Ansheng? And, so young. Damn it, damn it. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted, the Grandmaster cannot be insulted.
If I had known that Zhou Kuan had the Grandmaster's protection, I would not have dared to attack his people even if I had 100 guts.
He.
Jin Chao's teeth were chattering. He stared fixedly at the turbulent lake. At this time, Jin Yong's body was washed ashore by the waves. He was already in a coma and unconscious.
Legend value plus 33,333. Legend value plus 66,666.
At this moment, Lin Zhao's legendary value was skyrocketing wildly, increasing by tens of thousands and tens of thousands. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 1 million, and then broke through 2 million.
It works great.
Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the power of Song Yunjue. He glanced at the system panel and saw the legendary value balance exceeding 2 million, and his mood became even better.
Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. At this time, Zhou Kun finally reacted and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao.
At the same time, he began to get excited.
With such a terrifying being like Lin Xiao in charge, what else does he have to fear?
At this moment, in his eyes, Zhuang Tianhao was a complete clown and was not worthy of his attention at all. I didn't know that the Grandmaster was here.
I was blind. Please forgive me, Grandmaster.
Su Hui suppressed his discomfort, knelt down in front of Lin Xiao, and apologized loudly. Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently. I am just a little kid, I can't bear Master Su's kneeling.
Su Hui's face changed drastically and his whole body trembled violently.
The next second, he gritted his teeth, raised his hand which was barely still movable, and waved towards her cheek frantically. I am outspoken, I slapped my mouth, I know I am wrong, I hope Master will forgive me.
Pa pa pa.
The sound of intensive slapping was heard, and Su Hui's face swelled up like a pig's head in an instant.
It was obvious that he had killed him. Chapter 115, Traditional Chinese Medicine Experience, Master Level. This. Zone, Grandmaster? The sound of Su Hui's slap echoed on the shore of the island in the middle of the lake, and Zhuang Tianhao finally reacted at this moment. As a big shot in the martial arts world, he has deep contact with the martial arts community and naturally knows what a Grandmaster represents. At this moment, his heart felt cold. Previously, he threatened to kill Lin Xiao's entire family, which was a huge humiliation for Lin Xiao. You know, in the eyes of a master-level martial arts expert, he is just an ant who can be crushed to death at any time. But even such a person actually tried to kill the Grandmaster's entire family. How could the Grandmaster forgive him?
Zhuang Tianhao trembled all over, so frightened that he couldn't utter a word.
Master, please forgive me.
Brothers Jin Chao and Jin Yong are blind and are showing off their skills in front of the Grandmaster.
Jin Chao is here to kowtow to the Grandmaster.
At this moment, Jin Chao suddenly knelt down from a distance towards Lin Xiao, and slammed his head towards the ground.
Bang!
A muffled sound was heard, and the force of the knock was quite strong. Jin Chao's eyes were full of stars, but he didn't dare to stop. He stood up and knocked down hard again.
Pa pa pa. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of slapping and kowtows were heard alternately.
On the shore of the lake island, everyone had mixed feelings. That was Su Hui and Jin Chao, both of whom were terrifying and inhuman beings. But at this moment, they were frantically admitting their mistakes and begging for forgiveness. It was obvious how much terror Lin Xiao brought to the two of them. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Xiao changed and became fearful. At this time, Lin Xiao glanced at the two of them indifferently. Without saying a word, he let the two of them hurt themselves madly. A few minutes later, Su Hui rolled his eyes and fainted. His face was swollen like a pig's head, several teeth had fallen out of his mouth, and blood foam kept flowing out. The scene was extremely horrifying. On the other side, Jin Chao also felt dizzy and his eyes went dark. After falling down heavily, he could no longer hold on and was unable to get up.
He also knocked himself out. Mr. Lin, how should we deal with it?
At this moment, a strange light flashed in Zhou Kuan's eyes, and then he started to ask.
Keep it for now.
Lin Xiao said casually, then looked at Zhuang Tianhao, deal with him first.
Boom.
At this moment, Zhuang Tianhao felt as if the sky was falling, and the sound of the sky collapsing came to his ears.
Bang. His body softened and he knelt down towards Lin Xiao from a distance. Master, please spare my life. I was blind and offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time.
I, Zhuang Tianhao, am willing to work like a cow or a horse and let you order me around.
Please forgive me.
On the shore of the island in the middle of the lake, everyone fell into silence. Zhuang Tianhao, that is a terrifying existence who can call the wind and rain in the west district of Ansheng. Who would have thought that one day he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness from a college student? Normally, only others would kneel down and beg for forgiveness from him.
If this were to get out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Legend value plus 88,888.
Lin Zhao's legendary value soared again and has exceeded the 3 million mark. On the shore, there was only Zhuang Tianhao's cry for mercy. Everyone was looking at Lin Xiao. After all, now, Lin Zhao's words can decide Zhuang Tianhao's life or death.
Hurry up!
Lin Xiao showed no mercy at all and spoke calmly. Zhuang Tianhao's begging for mercy suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. At the same time, a deep resentment arose in his heart.
Didn't you hear me? Why don't you do it now?
Zhou Kuan suddenly shouted towards the shore. The next moment, several figures rushed towards Zhuang Tianhao. Their speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, and they were all experts trained by Qi Lang.
Stop them!
Zhuang Tianhao was horrified and shouted behind him.
However, at this moment, no one dared to move.
Soon, Zhuang Tianhao was knocked unconscious by several people and dragged to the front like a dead dog.
Okay, you handle it.
Take over the power in Zhuang Tianhao's hands as soon as possible, and then attack Chongshan immediately. The gunfight between the East District and the West District has come to an end as the culprit Zhuang Tianhao has been killed.
The winner this time is Zhou Kuan.
From now on, Zhou Kuan will have the final say in both the East and West Districts of Ansheng.
However, Zhou Kuan only follows Lin Xiaoma's lead.
On the surface, Lin Xiao is still a junior student, but in fact, he is already a feared behind-the-scenes tycoon in the underworld.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Grandmaster Majesty, and reward of Peerless Lottery Chance +1.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
Zhou Kuan responded, and then immediately led his men off the cruise ship and walked towards Zhuang Tianhao's brothers. Zhuang Tianhao has already been executed, so these people naturally would not be foolish enough to resist, and they are all very cooperative. On Lin Zhao's side, as the system prompt sounded, his eyes lit up slightly. After entering the cabin, Lin Xiao found a place to sit down and immersed his mind in the system. The system panel remains simple.
System, Legendary Lottery System Rare. Host, Lin Xiao. Number of draws remaining, 1 unparalleled. Legend value, 308-6745.
The balance of legendary value is as much as 3 million, and there is also a peerless lottery.
This trip to the island in the middle of the lake was quite fruitful.
System, start the lottery, rare level, 3 consecutive draws.
Lin Xiao didn't think much about it and directly gave the order to draw the lottery. 3 million legendary points were deducted immediately, and the next moment, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations, you have gained Chinese medicine experience, master level. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. The Saint Hand level was obviously a rare experience that surpassed the Grandmaster level. It was at this moment that a large amount of information exploded deep in my mind and was quickly integrated. Lin Zhao's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine has once again improved terrifyingly. It's a long story, but the integration of a large amount of knowledge actually only takes a moment. The system prompt tone continues to sound. Congratulations, money plus 500 million. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up again.
This was 500 million, a rare level lottery. It was indeed extraordinary.
Congratulations, money plus 1 million. The third shot was slightly disappointing, it was just the bottom line, but Lin Xiao was already very satisfied. 3 consecutive draws, 2 deliveries, a master-level Chinese medicine experience, and 500 million in money. Any one of them is enough to shock people and the benefits are endless.
Next up is the Peerless Lottery, please don't let me down.
Lin Xiao was full of anticipation and gave the order directly in his mind. The Peerless level is a higher level lottery than the rare level.
Lin Xiao drew a Grandmaster advancement card in his first Peerless level shot. I hope it's not a guaranteed minimum.
According to the system's convention, a Peerless lottery requires tens of millions of legendary points to unlock. At the same time, there must be a single draw for tens of millions of legendary points, and the minimum guarantee should be 5 million or 10 million. Although money is good, Lin Xiao now wants to obtain something else, preferably something beyond the ordinary people's cognition. The moment the thought came to mind, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations. Chapter 116, Life Locking Needle.
Congratulations, you have obtained the Life Locking Needle.
This name.
Lin Xiao was shocked and suspicious. The Life Locking Needle sounds very strange. Soon, a large amount of information appeared in my mind, and I was enlightened.
Swish.
Lin Xiao stood up suddenly.
What's wrong?
Yu Bing was startled and looked at him in confusion.
It's okay. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and sat down. Yu Bing didn't think much about it and didn't ask any further questions.
What she didn't know was that Lin Zhao's heart was not at all calm. The reason, of course, is because of the life-locking needle. The life-locking needle, according to the introduction, is the product developed through the in-depth integration of medicine and martial arts. The life-locking needle requires a high level of strength to be used,
and its only use is to forcibly control others.
Of course, this would only work if the martial arts skills of the person being controlled were lower than yours.
As the name suggests, the life-locking needle, once planted, the person's life will be locked.
It uses one's own strength to condense into a thin needle, which is then embedded into another person's body.
This needle will stay in the human heart.
Normally, there would be no problem with this needle, but every 6 months, the person administering the needle would need to transfer a bit of strength into it, otherwise, this life-locking needle would explode in the heart and kill the person hit by it.
What a brilliant person must be to be able to create such a miraculous method. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. With this life-locking needle, some of the ideas in his mind can be implemented immediately.
Lin Xiao values his mother Qi Yan very much.
He has also been worried about Qi Yan's safety.
Especially after coming into contact with the dark side of this world, Lin Xiao became even more anxious. He felt that he must have a strong military force to stay by Qi Yan's side at all times, otherwise one day, someone might attack Qi Yan for various reasons. It was naturally impossible for Lin Xiao to follow Qi Yan every day. If he just found a few people to follow her, Lin Xiao would not feel at ease. Now, with the life-locking needle, Lin Xiao can completely control several people for his own use and protect Qi Yan.
It just so happens that there are a few of them right now.
Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, he stood up and left the cabin.
Soon, Jin Chao, Jin Yong and Su Hui, who had woken up from their coma, were found by Lin Xiao. The three men were trembling with fear.
Jin Chao's forehead was bloody and his face was covered in blood, looking miserable. Su Hui's cheeks were red and swollen, like a huge pig's head, with saliva and snot flowing.
Among the three, Jin Yong is the most normal. However, he was the most seriously injured. After all, San Yunjue was hit hard by Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao did not use his full strength, a master is a master, and he cannot be compared with mere dark energy. Jin Yong's face was pale, and his eyes when he looked at Lin Xiao were filled with boundless fear. Master, master. The three of them swallowed their saliva and spoke with great respect.
Lin Xiao glanced at them and stated his purpose without further ado, I am short of people now. I need you to follow me and help me protect my mother in case someone plots against her. Of course, I will give you corresponding benefits, whether it is guiding you in martial arts training or giving you financial support. The three of them were stunned and looked at Lin Xiao suddenly.
Then, all three of them became excited.
This is simply pie in the sky, a great thing. They have been struggling in the martial arts world for so many years, and they are extremely yearning to become the Grandmaster.
But no master would ask to recruit them to work under him.
This is because whenever a master raises his arm and calls out, people will come to him from all directions.
Lin Xiao didn't know all this. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't do that.
People recruited like this have too strong a purpose and are not suitable to stay with Qi Yan.
Master Lin, I am willing. Thank you for thinking highly of me. I, Su Hui, will definitely follow your lead.
No matter how hard it is, as long as Master Lin says a word, I, Su Hui, will definitely not frown. Su Hui was the first to react and spoke quickly.
That means working under a Grandmaster.
The benefits are simply beyond words. Perhaps a word of advice from a great master could benefit him for the rest of his life. Of course, the benefits go far beyond this.
Once he works under Lin Xiao, Su Hui's backer will be a genuine master. The master is like a dragon. The ultimate goal of countless warriors.
Lin Xiao is so young, and his future achievements are beyond Su Hui's imagination. The more terrifying Lin Xiao becomes in the future, the higher Su Hui's status will be.
There is no need to hesitate at all. Master Lin, is it true? We brothers actually have the opportunity to follow the Grandmaster?
Brothers Jin Chao and Jin Yong also reacted, their faces filled with excitement.
Of course it's true.
Seeing the excited looks of the three people, Lin Xiao realized that he was probably still underestimating the importance of the Grandmaster.
Of course, it doesn't matter.
Now he urgently needs the strength of three people.
But I will use some tricks on you. You must not have any second thoughts. Every 6 months, I will help you transfer your strength. Otherwise, my tricks will explode and kill you.
The three of them were startled and extremely shocked by Lin Xiao's methods. They have been in the underworld for so long, but have never heard of such strange methods.
But since Lin Xiao told them this clearly, it must be true. It's not too late for you to regret now. I won't make things difficult for you.
But from today on, you must stay away from Ansheng.
If I see you again, I will kill you. My mother is in Ansheng. I won't allow any unexpected factors. Do you understand?
Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the terrifying murderous intent made the three of them feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Lin Zhao not killing them now is already a great mercy to them. This also gives them a chance. Master Lin, since I have decided to follow you, I am ready to sacrifice myself. Compared to the forced enslavement of some evil masters, this is just a little bit of control, which I can still accept.
Master Lin, please feel free to do what you want.
After a long time, Su Hui spoke first, looking at Lin Xiao with an extremely firm gaze. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Su Hui with higher regard. He raised his hand, and the strength burst out of his body.
A dazzling fine needle condensed in his palm. You won't regret your decision. Follow me. Maybe one day in the future, you will be able to enter the realm of Huajin.
Lin Zhao's voice rang in Su Hui's ears.
This is certainly not Lin Xiao bragging. The system is omnipotent.
It is possible that he will soon be able to draw something useful for martial arts practitioners. At that time, Lin Xiao will naturally not be stingy with the people around him.
Thank you, Master Lin.
Su Hui's eyes lit up and he bowed deeply. Lin Xiao nodded, then he pinched the fine needle with 2 fingers, bent his fingers and flicked it, and the fine needle shot into Su Hui's chest and directly into his heart.
Chapter 117, I am all over the world, why do I need his help? This is. Su Hui looked horrified. He could clearly feel that there was something extra in his heart. However, it seems to have no effect on me. If you transfer my power once every 6 months, the life-locking needle will remain active.
If you don't receive my power for more than 6 months, the life-locking needle will explode and turn into countless tiny silver needles that will pierce your heart. Lin Xiao explained casually.
Master Lin, please rest assured that Su Hui has no second thoughts.
Su Hui knelt on one knee and bowed his head deeply.
Lin Xiao nodded.
At this time, Brother Jin Chao gritted his teeth and knelt down on one knee towards Lin Xiao.
Master Lin, we brothers are willing to follow you. X2.
The 2 brothers spoke in unison with a firm attitude. Jin Yong has reached the peak of his dark energy and is actually not far from becoming a grandmaster.
However, how could it be so easy to break through the grandmaster, a terrifying existence that is 1 in a million?
Jin Yong didn't think that he could successfully break into the grandmaster realm with his own qualifications.
But if you follow a grandmaster, that may not be the case.
At least, the chance of breaking through will increase several times. As the younger brother, Jin Chao naturally follows his elder brother's lead. What's more, they will be loyal to a master in the future, and it is not shameful to say it out loud.
It will even make others envious.
They have no reason to refuse.
Isn't it that Lin Xiao controls their life and death? As long as they have no second thoughts, Lin Xiao will not do anything to them.
On the contrary, Lin Xiao is now a master of Huajin, and it is impossible for them to predict how high he can reach in the future.
Perhaps above the legendary Grandmaster. At this moment, the 2 of them have begun to look forward to it. Good.
Lin Xiao nodded, and using the same method, 2 life-locking needles were quickly buried into the brothers' hearts.
Come back to Anqing with me later. I will treat you. After that, you just need to do your best to protect my mother. After Lin Xiao gave his order, he turned and left. I will follow the Grandmaster's orders.
The 3 of them responded quickly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Lin Xiao paused and said, just call me Mr. Lin from now on. Compared to Grandmaster Lin or Young Master Lin, Lin Xiao still prefers the title Mr. Lin.
Yes, Mr. Lin. 3 people responded.
Lin Xiao said no more and returned to the cabin. The matter on the island in the middle of the lake soon came to an end and the cruise ship returned. The story of Zhuang Tianhao, the side-breasted dog, was kept secret by Zhou Kuan and did not spread.
Those who paid attention to this incident did not get the exact news.
Of course, it's not that Zhou Kuan doesn't want to make it public, but now is not the right time. He needs to take over everything from Zhuang Tianhao as soon as possible before those people in the martial arts world can react.
Otherwise, when others discover the problem, there will definitely be bold people who want to get a piece of the pie. Although Zhou Kuan was confident that no one could take it away, there would still be some trouble. So, everything needs to be handled calmly. 2 days later, the gunfight was officially over, and Zhou Kuan also controlled most of the underworld forces in the Western District.
At this time, Tianxia Pharmacy's Black Jade Cream and Rejuvenating Pills were officially launched.
The promotional video endorsed by Ruyan Lu became an instant hit as soon as it was released. The efficacy of Black Jade Cream and Rejuvenating Pills also shocked countless people. With the support of these two products, Tianxia Pharmacy has become a star enterprise in Ansheng. Unlike the booming Tianxia Pharmacy, other pharmaceutical companies suffered a huge impact at this moment. Damn it, Tianxia Pharmacy's products are so popular that our market value is evaporating faster. Our Sihai Pharmaceutical is about to be finished. At the Yu family, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu looked very unhappy. There is no other way.
I can only go to Chongshan in person to seek help. Yu Sungwen suddenly spoke.
Hubby, are you sure? Aren't you afraid that Chongshan will eat you till there's nothing left?
Yu Bing's mother, Xin Fong, frowned and spoke rarely.
Sister-in-law, there is nothing we can do. Yu Sungwu was dejected. He no longer had the hot temper he used to have.
Although Chongshan's pharmaceutical company was also impacted by Tianxia Pharmacy's products, he controls the source of medicinal materials, so the impact is minimal. The only way for us to survive now is to rely on Chongshan to ensure that Sihai Pharmaceutical will not fail. After hearing Yu Songwu's words, Xin Fong fell silent. After a long while, Xin Fong gritted her teeth and said, Bing Bing should be with Lin Xiao. Otherwise, we should go and beg Lin Xiao.
Shut up.
However, his words were quickly stopped by Yu Sungwen.
I, Yu Sungwen, don't have such a daughter. Ask Lin Xiao? How can a mere upstart like him be worthy of help? Humph. I am Sihai, why do I need his help? Second brother, set off immediately and head to Chongshan. Okay, big brother. Yu Sungwu responded.
Xin Fong pursed her lips and said nothing, but sighed in her heart. She always felt that Chongshan was not the best choice, and this was simply courting death. At this time, on the top floor of Chongshan Group building.
What did the dog say? Li Jiayin's eyes were gloomy.
Below him, Li Shang stood respectfully. I haven't been in touch, but these past few days, the forces in the East and West districts have been vigorously integrating.
I think he has already controlled Zhou Kuan.
Now in the darkness of the East and West districts, he has the final say. Li Shang's lips curled up in a sneer, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhao's figure seemed to appear in front of him, and the scene of being cut into pieces appeared.
Good.
Li Jiayin nodded slightly, then said, immediately give orders to have Mao Dezhong work with all the suppliers of medicinal materials to stop the import of raw materials. I want to see how Tianxia Pharmacy can rise without raw materials available.
You are just an ant, do you really think you can stir up any waves? I know, Dad.
Li Shang responded respectfully, and as if he had thought of something, he spoke again, by the way, Dad, the bidding for the wasteland in the East District has ended. We have prepared 15 plans, and the chance of winning the bid has reached 80%.
Good.
Li Jiayin nodded slightly, and then a cold smile appeared on his lips. That rubbish Jinshou Tianxia actually dared to bid. I don't know where the courage came from. Hee, maybe it's because the chairman is Lin Zhao's mother.
A mere upstart wants to compete with us? Are they worthy? We have made a feud this time. After we win the bid, I will arrange for someone to teach them a lesson and let them know who is the king of the real estate industry in Ansheng. Li Shang smiled disdainfully, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I will break Lin Zhao's bones bit by bit, let him feel the real despair, let him know what it means to cry out to the heavens and the earth for help but get no response. Li Jiayin nodded indifferently. It was just a small matter and he didn't take it to heart at all. Soon, Peach Blossom Spring number 1. Master Lin, we have encountered a big problem.
Ning Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry.
Tell me more about it.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Tianxia Pharmacy was doing very well these days, so it was normal to have troubles. However, Lin Xiao did not expect that the troubles would come so soon.
Chapter 118, Boy, I give you face, right?
Since the launch of Black Jade Cream and Rejuvenation Pills, coupled with the promotional video endorsed by Lu Ruyan herself, sales have continued to be hot. But just this morning, the raw material suppliers at the West District Medicine Market collectively stopped supplying medicinal materials. Our marketing department ran around all morning, but it was of no use. I later learned that the reason for the sudden shortage of stock was because Mao Dezhong, the leader of the West District Medicine Market, deliberately cut off the supply.
My father had already gone over to negotiate.
Our raw material reserves can only last for one day at most. If we suddenly stop supplying them, Tianxia Pharmacy will be criticized, and the market value that just soared will probably evaporate directly. Lin Xiao listened quietly to Ning Xiaoxiao's words. Ning Xiaoxiao kept her brows slightly furrowed throughout the whole process. She still couldn't understand why the leader of the West District pharmaceutical market wanted to cut off the source of trouble. They had been cooperating very well all along.
If I remember correctly, there have always been people with underworld backgrounds in the West District medicine market.
However, the underworld in the West District has now been controlled by Lin Xiao.
How dare the West District medicine market be so bold? Could it be that some information has not yet been conveyed?
Ning Xiaoxiao guessed in her heart.
Let's go and take a look.
Lin Xiao was also slightly confused. He stood up and went straight out of the villa.
Ning Xiaoxiao naturally didn't say much and followed Lin Xiao. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that before leaving, Ning Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked inside the villa.
Yu Bing stood there prettily with a complicated expression on her face. Ning Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue at her, with a teasing look on her face.
Yu Bing stamped her feet and pretended to be fierce.
Ning Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned around with a smug look on her face and followed Lin Xiao.
You are so disloyal. You abuse your power for personal gain to satisfy your desire to be with Lin Xiao. Ning Xiaoxiao, Yu Bing, look down on you.
After the two left, Yu Bing couldn't help but spit softly.
Half an hour has passed.
Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao came to the West District Pharmacy. The West District Medicine Market covers an area of 3,000 square meters and is densely populated with various stores and stalls, and is a hodgepodge of good and bad businesses. However, the West District Pharmacy has always had a leader, who not only runs the largest raw material shop in the market, but also controls 90% of the merchants in the market.
The reason is simple. The position of the leader is designated by the big boss of the underworld. Behind every leader is the best person in the Western District, which used to be Zhuang Tianhao. Now, needless to say, it has been replaced by Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan had just taken over everything in the West District, and yesterday he began to gather his think tanks to study Lin Xiao's instructions. That is, Duan Chongshan's minions. Now, we have basically figured out the plan, and the specific plan will be implemented soon.
In the largest raw material store in the medicine market, Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao found Ning Yuanshan. At this time, Ning Yuanshan was sitting beside a root-carving coffee table with a gloomy face, with a cup of untouched fine tea in front of him. On the opposite side of Ning Yuan Mountain, a middle-aged man with a fat face was leisurely sipping tea, with a gleam of disdain flashing across his eyes from time to time.
Boss Mao, is there no room for negotiation? Ning Yuanshan suppressed his unhappiness and asked again.
Boss Mao is naturally Mao Dezhong, the current leader of the West District pharmaceutical market.
Hearing Ning Yuanshan's words, Mao Dezhong paused slightly while drinking tea. Suck.
Then, he took a sip of the tea, then slowly put it down, then he slowly raised his eyes and looked towards Ning Yuanshan.
Of course not.
Mao Dezhong said firmly, after all, it was the Prince of Chongshan who asked me to cut off the supply, Ning Yuanshan.
Do you think that your position as the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy can be compared with the Prince of Chongshan?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Mao Dezhong's words, and he did not even intend to conceal the fact that he was instructed by Chongshan.
Lin Xiao, who had just arrived, immediately frowned.
He had guessed it when he came, but he didn't expect that it was really related to Chongshan. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt a little unhappy.
Zhou Kuan's efficiency is too low.
He hasn't taken any action against Chongshan yet, which has caused problems for Tianxia Pharmacy.
You.
Ning Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much, Mao Dezhong. Do you know who is behind my Tianxia medicine store?"
Who do I care who's behind you? Mao Dezhong waved his hand to interrupt Ning Yuanshan's words. No matter how awesome you are you more awesome than a man with a shaved head? I'm not afraid to tell you that Bingo has fallen from grace now. Now our West District medicine market has been completely taken over by Master Cohen from Louis Bar. From now on, Master Cohen will take charge of both the East and West Districts. If anyone is dissatisfied with my West District medicine market, will Master Cohen just sit back and do nothing? He. As Mao Dezhong spoke, he sneered and looked at Ning Yuanshan with a mocking look.
The world's drugstores are nothing.
In the future, Anqing's pharmaceutical companies will definitely be dominated by Chongshan. You bastard. Ning Yuanshan cursed out loud. Snort. Mao Dezhong snorted and waved his hand. Let's go. I'm in a good mood now. I don't want to bother with you.
I also consider it for the sake of our cooperation over the years.
Don't force me to do it.
Mao Dezhong issued an order to expel Ning Yuanshan and didn't want to say another word to him. At this moment, in Mao Dezhong's eyes, Ningyuan Mountain was about to be destroyed. After all, why not offend anyone else but become a thorn in Changshan's side? It would be hard to avoid trouble. This kind of person is not worthy for Mao Dezhong to make friends with. After all, he will soon be gone. What Mao Dezhong didn't know was that he had already stepped onto the abyss. You know that the East and West districts will be under Zhou Kuan's control in the future, but don't you know the relationship between Zhou Kuan and Tianxia Pharmacy? When Ning Yuanshan was at a loss, Lin Zhao's faint voice rang out. Mao Dezhong raised his eyebrows and looked over. When he saw Lin Zhao's face clearly, disdain immediately appeared in his eyes. But when his eyes fell on Ning Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but light up. Master! Ning Yuanshan stood up hurriedly at this time. Mao Dezhong didn't pay attention to Ning Yuanshan's actions, but said disdainfully, "Boy, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Are you guys in the same group? You are not welcome here. Please get out of my sight right now." Certainly. Mao Dezhong paused, and a smile appeared on his lips. Beautiful women can be excluded. If there is anything, we can discuss it in detail. After he finished speaking, Mao Dezhong's eyes wandered around Ning Xiaoxiao, which made Ning Xiaoxiao extremely dissatisfied. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. What did you say? When Mao Dezhong heard Lin Xiao's words, his eyes suddenly pierced and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Boy, I'm giving you face, right? Do you know who you have offended? This is the West District Medicine Market, Mr. Cohen's territory. Chapter 119, Tianxia Pharmacy is the leading pharmaceutical company in Ancheng. Okay, I told you to leave but you refused. Sorry, but now I've changed my mind. You should stay. Pa! After Mao Dezhong finished speaking, he immediately clapped his hands. In an instant, a large number of people poured into the store, each of them with a fierce look on their face. TSK, Mao Dezhong is causing trouble again. In the medicine market, many people looked over here with a hint of pity in their eyes. Ha, the leader in the pharmaceutical market, what a glorious life. When Bengo was here, Mao Dezhong was arrogant and domineering. Now that Master Cohen is in charge of the East and West districts, Mao Dezhong is even more arrogant than before. That's right. How powerful is Master Cohen now? I'm afraid there is no family in the entire Anqing that dares to challenge Master Cohen, right? Humph. Mao Dezhong is so arrogant and domineering, sooner or later something bad will happen to him. Someone suddenly snorted coldly. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at him. Ma Qing, restrain yourself and stop going against him. You will get nothing in return. Yes, although you are the only one in this medicine market who has the chance to replace him as the leader, you can't beat that guy's luck. Master Cohen has no plans to replace the leader. The middle-aged man named Ma Qing gritted his teeth lightly and said nothing more. Everyone continued to pay attention to what was happening inside the pharmacy. Lin Xiao and the other two were surrounded by Mao Dezhong's men. You are playing with fire. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Xiao could kill a peak dark energy expert like Jin Yong with a single strike, so he really had no interest in the people around him. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are so arrogant. I just played with fire today. What can you do about it? Mao Dezhong laughed disdainfully, then waved his hand and said, Brothers, break the man's legs and throw him out, and ask the lady to stay. Everyone responded immediately, and then approached Lin Xiao and the other two with sinister eyes. Presumptuous. At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao, who had been silent, took a sudden step forward, her beautiful eyes turning cold. Mao Dezhong, don't you know that Zhou Kuan works for Master Lin? Don't you know that Zhou Kuan personally participated in the fight in the city center because of Master Lin? You dare to be so disrespectful to Master Lin, are you seeking death? Ning Yuanshan was stunned and slapped his forehead. He was so angry just now that he actually forgot about this. Yes, Mao Dezhong has always used Zhou Kuan as his trump card, but Zhou Kuan is Lin Xiao as subordinate. The whole place suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Ning Xiaoxiao with surprise. What the hell is Master Lin? I don't know. At this time, Mao Dezhong shouted and cursed. You do not know? Then you are really ignorant, Mao Dezhong, you are finished. Ning Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at him like a fool. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. After all, you are a beauty. Mao Dezhong was too lazy to argue and waved his hand, go ahead and do as I say.
Ignorance is fearless.
Ning Yuanshan and Lin Xiao shook their heads and sighed at the same time. Lin Xiao was helpless and was about to take action, but at this time, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Chao Mang, Lin Xiao pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. Master Lin, hello, we have already developed a plan for Chongshan.
Chongshan's three major industries are pharmaceuticals, real estate, and shipping. Now that we have taken over the West District pharmaceutical market, we can easily cut off their raw material channels. Although it won't be a serious blow to Chongshan, it will definitely be enough to hurt Chongshan. Chao Mang's voice spread through the cell phone.
No one paid attention at first, but when they heard the word Chongshan, the whole audience suddenly became quiet, and then there was an incredible light in their eyes. Mr. Lin, I have arrived at the West District Medicine Market and will contact the market leader immediately.
Do you think I should cut off the supply of raw materials now? Chao Mang asked again on the phone. What the hell? Are you kidding me, kid?
Mao Dazhong suddenly spoke at this time. Lin Xiao ignored him and spoke into the phone. I think this faucet is unreliable, let's change it. At the entrance of the medicine market, Chao Mang suddenly froze in place.
He was very familiar with Mao Dazhong's voice.
Lin Xiao's words made his heart beat twice as fast.
Gudong. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chao Mang asked tremblingly, Master, are you in the medicine market? A bad premonition arose in Chao Mang's heart.
The moment he finished asking the question, Chao Mang started to speed up and rush towards Mao Dazhong's shop frantically.
Exist.
Lin Xiao only answered with one word.
Chao Mang didn't dare to speak anymore and sped up even more. At this time, Mao Dazhong's voice once again reached Chao Mang's ears through the phone. Who the hell do you think you are? From what you said, you want to sanction Chongshan's pharmaceutical company? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who do you think you are? How dare you, a piece of trash from the world's pharmacy, make such a boast? Listen carefully, in the future, Chongshan will be the leader in the pharmaceutical industry. This is what I, Mao Dazhong, said.
Chao Mang wanted to die and felt like all the blood in his body was freezing. Fortunately, he had already arrived at the store and saw the extremely familiar figure at a glance.
Mao Dazhong, you are talking nonsense. Chongshan is nothing.
Tianxia Pharmaceutical is the leading pharmaceutical company in Ancheng.
A loud shout came not only from Lin Xiao's phone, but also from outside. Mao
Dazhong raised his eyebrows. Who the hell is that?
Swish.
Before Mao Dazhong finished cursing, he saw Chao Mang rushing into the store. He stood up suddenly with a look of horror.
Master, master, master.
His pupils suddenly contracted and a bad feeling surged into his heart.
Master Chao Mang is Master Koan's think tank and capable subordinate. Could it be that what that boy said is true?
Mao Dazhong looked at Lin Xiao suddenly. However, he found that Lin Xiao's eyes were indifferent, while Ning Yuanshan and Ning Xiaoxiao looked at him with disdain.
This is a big problem.
Mao Dazhong finally realized something at this moment, and cold sweat suddenly broke out all over his body.
Mao Dazhong, who the hell gave you the courage to speak to the master like that? Ha!
Chao Mang rushed in front of Mao Dazhong as fast as the wind. He raised his foot and kicked out.
I.
Mao Dazhong was shaking all over and he began to stutter.
Facing Chao Mang's kick, he didn't even dare to dodge and was hit hard. Bang! Mao Dazhong's body weighing over 200 pounds fell out directly and knocked down a shelf full of medicinal herbs. Go to hell, you bastard. However, this was just the beginning.
Chao Mang followed closely behind, using his hands and feet to attack Mao Dazhong frantically.
Master, spare me, woo-woo.
Mao Dazhong begged for mercy frantically, but Chao Mang seemed not to hear him and continued to attack with all his strength.
Everyone looked at this scene in amazement, not daring to step forward, and even began to feel insecure.
Chapter 120, King of the North City, Xiao Family.
Legend value plus 66,666. Legend value plus 77,777.
Lin Xiao's legendary value skyrocketed at this moment.
Everyone looked at him in horror, and had endless fantasies about his identity. You've hit a wall. Look, I told you that Mao Dazhong would be in trouble sooner or later, but you didn't believe me.
Ma Qing spoke to his colleagues with great relief. Everyone looked puzzled, their eyes filled with shock and doubt.
Who is that college-looking guy? That beautiful lady just now said that Zhou Kuan had a fight in the bar street in the city center because of him? I heard a rumor that Zhou Kuan personally got involved in a fight in order to curry favor with someone, and that person was him. I thought it was just a rumor, but now looking at Master's expression, I'm afraid it's true. Everyone remembered Lin Xiao's face deeply at this moment. Lin Xiao has been listed by them as one of the people who must not be provoked. 10 minutes passed. Inside the store, Mao Dezhong's begging for mercy had weakened to the point where his entire body was covered in bruises. Chao Meng did not hold back at all. Fortunately, he did not practice martial arts, otherwise Mao Dezhong would have been beaten to death. Huff, huff. Gasping for breath, Chao Meng suddenly turned to Lin Xiao and half knelt down with great respect. Master Lin, I'm sorry, we didn't control these bastards well. Chao Meng felt bitter, as he had just received these from Bin Go. Who would have known that something strange would happen just after receiving them? You handle it. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said calmly, your efficiency is too low. I asked you to attack Chongshan immediately, why haven't you done anything yet? Instead, let Chongshan take action first and have your people cut off the supply of raw materials to Tianxia Pharmacy. Chao Meng was sweating profusely. It was our mistake, Master Lin, I'm sorry. No need to apologize anymore. Give the order. Tianxia Pharmacy is in urgent need of raw materials. Lin Xiao waved his hand and then sat directly next to Mao Dezhong's coffee table. Ning Xiaoxiao very tactfully stepped forward and poured tea for Lin Xiao. At this time, Chao Meng breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up with a gloomy look and glanced around. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back under this gaze. Starting today, all raw materials from the West District Medicine Market will be supplied to Tianxia Medicine Store first. Only those left over by Tianxia Medicine Store can be resold to others. Spread the word to me. Anyone who doesn't comply will never be able to set foot in the West District Medicine Market again. Chao Meng's cold words fell into everyone's heart. No one dared to refute, no one dared to say more. Ma Qing, come in. At this time, Chao Meng shouted again. Ma Qing shuddered and walked in from outside the door. Master, master. You will be the leader here from now on, taking over Mao Dezhong's business. Remember, serve Tianxia Pharmacy wholeheartedly. Also, restrain everyone. Anyone who dares to supply raw materials to Chongshan will be kicked out of the medicine market immediately. Chao Meng's words made Ma Qing excited. I understand, master. I will never let you down, master. Outside the store, colleagues looked envious. TSK, just now I was saying that Ma Qing had bad luck, but now it's good, Ma Qing's luck has come. Oh. I'm so envious. This is the leader appointed by the master, he is much more authoritative than Mao Dezhong. The Malaysian Youth League has endured for so many years, and now it can be said that it has reached the top in one step. There was a lot of discussion outside the shop and constant expressions of envy. Inside the shop, Mao Dezhong was lying on the ground, his fat all over his body shaking violently. Now he finally knew what a terrifying identity the college student he looked down upon had. He thought that Chongshan, who needed to be flattered, was the target of others. He thought that the Tianxia Pharmacy, which he was about to trample upon, had now laid the foundation for its rapid rise. He got everything wrong. He wanted to cry and felt extremely regretful, but unfortunately there was no medicine for regret in the world. He could almost foresee what would happen to him next. Unfortunately, no one will sympathize with him. Everything is his own fault. Half an hour later, in a high-end restaurant outside the West District Pharmacy. Mr. Ning, I'm really sorry. If you need any help in the future, just come to me directly. Chao Meng toasted Ning Yuanshan to apologize. It's all a misunderstanding. Since Master has said so, I will have to trouble you again in the future. Ning Yuanshan returned the toast, and the two of them toasted each other. We all work under Master Lin, and that's as it should be. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, ate with his mouth full of oil under Ning Xiaoxiao's meticulous service. Finally, the two finished exchanging pleasantries and Chao Meng turned to Lin Xiao. Master, among the three major industries in Chongshan, the pharmaceutical company has cut off the supply of raw materials and will soon be paralyzed. The next step is to take action on his real estate and shipping. According to the information, Chongshan is currently spending a huge amount of money to bid for the wasteland in the Eastern District. If we can start from this aspect and make him fail in the bid, he will definitely suffer heavy losses. You don't need to worry about this. The bid for the wasteland in the East District will definitely be won by Jinqiu in the end. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said calmly. Chao Meng's eyes narrowed and he looked at Lin Xiao in surprise.
That's a big project of the planning bureau, there's absolutely no chance of any trickery involved. But Lin Xiao was so confident. If Jinxiu really won the bid, then Lin Xiao's methods would be too terrifying. After all, Lin Xiao dared to say this before the winning bid information was announced, which meant he was absolutely 100% confident.
The mystery of Master Lin may be much more terrifying than I thought.
Xiao Mang could only sigh in his heart. At this time, Lin Xiao said again, now let's talk about the information of sea transportation. The pharmaceutical industry and real estate have already been able to constrain Chongshan.
If his sea transportation also encounters problems, Chongshan will immediately become a toothless tiger and will be at the mercy of others.
Of course, Lin Xiao could also choose the most direct way, which was to kill his way into the mountains, kill Li Shang and Li Jiayin directly, and then leave. But in this way, the heavy mountain did not fall, which was not the result that Lin Xiao wanted. Not only did he want Li Shang to pay the price, he also planned to take Chongshan into his possession.
This is Lin Xiao's ambition.
In terms of shipping, it's a bit difficult. Xiao Mang frowned and explained, Chongshan's shipping has always been cooperating with the Xia family in the north of the city.
If we want to sanction him, we must go through the Xia family. And the Xia family has a very deep background.
In Anqing, the Xia family is a truly terrifying existence that can cover the sky with one hand.
The old man of the Xia family was once revered as the king of the North City.
The Xia family is full of loyal and brave people of the Dragon Kingdom.
It is very difficult to deal with.
Lin Xiao listened quietly and frowned at this time.
Xia family? Xia Jin's family?
At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly frowned. Lin Xiao and others all looked at her.
Chapter 121, Just a mere Zhou wants to check and balance me, Chongshan? Xia Jin is the most outstanding child of the Xia family in 3 generations. He is about the same age as Miss Ning. Could he be Miss Ning's classmate?
Xiao Mang looked at Ning Xiaoxiao and asked softly.
Yes.
Ning Xiaoxiao nodded and continued, but he joined the army at the beginning of his junior year.
There was news before that he would return from the army and continue his studies at Anhui University.
According to our understanding of the Xia family, Xia Jin has returned and is now at the Xia family. Xiao Mang replied, and then brought the topic back, Master, regarding the Xia family, we don't know where to start. The main reason is that the Xia family has always been somewhat dissatisfied with forces like us. Having said that, Xiao Mang smiled bitterly.
There was no way. The Xia family was a tough family.
If they went to the Xia family and asked Xia Jin to help punish Chongshan, it would immediately cause the Xia family to be furious. Lin Xiao frowned slightly.
It seems that it is not easy to cut off all of Chongshan's claws and turn him into a toothless tiger that can be controlled by anyone. Master, I know a little about the Xia family.
The health of the king of the North City, Mr. Xia, seems to have been not very good. My teacher often goes to the Xia family to help the old man regulate his body.
Maybe we can start from here.
At this time, Ning Yuanshan suddenly spoke. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. Help me contact your teacher and ask him to take me to the Xia family.
Lin Zhao's medical experience has now reached the master level.
In the entire Ansheng, no one can match him.
Even if we look at the Dragon Country, they are among the top group of people. Yes. Ning Yuanshan did not dare to delay and immediately took out his mobile phone to call the king of medicine Luo Tsuwen.
After Luo Tsuwen understood the situation clearly, he said that there was no problem at all. He would be going to the Xia family in 2 days and would notify Lin Xiao then. Soon, Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao finished their meal and left.
Master, there is actually one thing I didn't say just now.
In the car, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke.
What's up?
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows.
About Xia Jin.
Ning Xiaoxiao didn't say anything more. Before Xia Jin went to the army, he pursued Yu Bing, and he made it clear that he would continue to pursue her after he came back. Considering the relationship between Master and Yu Bing at this time, I think Xia Jin. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't finish her words, but a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. Obviously, Lin Xiao had gained another rival in love. Although Lin Xiao and Yu Bing have not confirmed their relationship, the rumor has already spread like wildfire in Anda University that Lin Xiao and Yu Bing are boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that Xia Jin is back, it would be strange if he didn't cause trouble.
Let him be. I don't care.
Lin Xiao didn't care much about it. His martial arts strength had now reached the Hua Jin level. He had money and was not afraid of any challenge. Ning Xiaoxiao stopped talking, and the two of them returned to Peach Blossom Land. Ning Xiaoxiao did not leave, but followed Lin Xiao into the villa.
Xiaoxiao, aren't you going home? Inside the villa, Yu Bing's pretty brows were slightly frowned. Well, actually.
Ning Xiaoxiao was a little shy and hesitated to speak. What's up? Lin Xiao looked at her in confusion.
Actually, I want to stay with the master.
Ning Xiaoxiao finally spoke.
Yu Bing blared, Xiaoxiao, what did you say?
Lin Xiao was also stunned for a moment, and his eyes became weird. But ever since Ning Xiaoxiao was rescued by me, she has been trying her best to show herself, and she really looks like she is willing to devote herself to me.
Is he planning to sacrifice himself? Well, it's like this. Actually, I have some talent in medicine. I have learned a lot from Grandpa Luo over the years. Now I want to make a breakthrough.
I hope to stay with the master and ask him some questions. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. Yu Bing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. She knew this, but then her eyes became alert again.
I remember that you seem to have obtained the qualification for further study at the Medical Alliance? You even boasted to me at that time. What? You are not going to the Medical Alliance now? Lin Xiao knew a little about the Medical Alliance.
It was a relatively unpopular, but extremely terrifying official organization.
There gathered countless medical experts from home and abroad with superb medical skills.
If one could enter there, he would at least become a medical master like Luo Chuan in the future.
I think it's better to stay with the master than to go to the Medical Alliance.
Ning Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xiao, with a different feeling in her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiao was slightly embarrassed and did not respond.
Snort. Yu Bing snorted lightly, somewhat dissatisfied.
Master, please let me stay with you. At this time, Ning Xiaoxiao spoke again.
There are many rooms, you can choose anyone you want.
Lin Xiao agreed casually. Yu Bing couldn't help but stare at Ning Xiaoxiao, but saw that Ning Xiaoxiao had a look of half-smile on her face. Soon, Ning Xiaoxiao went upstairs to choose a room, and Yu Bing followed. Lin Xiao ignored them and opened the system panel to take a look. From the West District Medicine Market, Lin Xiao once again obtained a large amount of legendary points, once again reaching the level of 2 million. But this is not the end yet, the legendary value is still rising, and the speed is not slow.
It should be related to Tianxia Pharmacy. As Tianxia Pharmacy's influence grows, the legendary value growth rate will also become faster. In the future, if I have enough industries to support me, maybe I can earn tens or even millions of legendary points in a day. Lin Xiao couldn't help but become even more coveted towards Chongshan Group. 2 days passed quickly. The top floor of Chongshan Building. What? How dare the medicine market stop supplying raw materials to our Chongshan? Who gave him the courage, Mao Dezhong?
Li Jiayin was furious.
Dad.
Li Sheng shook his head slightly. The leader of the pharmaceutical market has been replaced by Mao Dezhong's rival Ma Qing.
What? Why?
Li Jiayin frowned deeply.
Something happened to Bingu. Zhou Kuan won the Battle of Lake Heart Island. Now Zhou Kuan has the final say in both the East and West districts.
Li Sheng has conducted a detailed investigation in the past 2 days.
At this moment, his eyes were particularly gloomy and he felt extremely unhappy.
You're useless.
You can't even do a small thing.
A sinister light flashed wildly in Li Jiayin's eyes.
Dad, what should we do now?
Our inventory has been used up, and our pharmaceutical business has started to go downhill in the past 2 days.
Li Sheng asked again. Look for Sihai. Don't they want to cooperate with us?
Give them a chance and let them provide us with raw materials.
We'll transfer 2 more teams from the shipping department to buy goods by sea. It doesn't matter if the cost is a little higher. Humph. Amir Zhou Kuan wants to check and balance me, Zhongshan? Continue to suppress Tianxia Pharmacy. Remove all the means used against Sihai and focus on Tianxia Pharmacy.
Li Jiayin gave orders in an orderly manner, not caring at all about the interception of raw materials in the West District Medicine Market.
I know, Dad. Li Sheng took a deep breath, agreed and left. Chapter 122, Reshuffle the 4 Cs. Lin Xiao, you are lucky this time.
But you won't be so proud for long. Li Sheng left the top floor and murmured twice before entering the elevator.
Soon, Li Sheng passed Li Jiayin's information to Sihai.
At the Yu family, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungu sat face to face. In the past 2 days, Chongshan's supply of raw materials has been cut off, and our Sihai pharmaceutical has shown signs of recovery. Perhaps, we can restore our former glory without having to rely on the mountains anymore.
Yu Sungwen was in a good mood. God bless me all over the world.
Yu Songwoo's face was also full of smiles. But soon, both of them frowned slightly.
But after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Chongshan should start with shipping and purchase goods from outside. Although the cost is a little higher, Chongshan's pharmaceutical companies will not have any problems.
Yu Sungwen spoke softly. Yu Sungwoo nodded immediately and said, "And now they have sent us a message asking us to provide raw materials.
What should we do?" The two fell into deep thought. After a long while, Yu Sungwoo suddenly said, "If we can take this opportunity to obtain black jade cream and rejuvenation pills and join Sihai Pharmaceutical, we will surely be able to rise against the trend and not be restrained by the heavy mountains. Even if the mountains revive again in the future, we won't be afraid at all." Yu Songwen's eyes flashed slightly and he nodded heavily. "That's true, but this is a difficult point." Both of them were silent. Asking them to ask Lin Xiao for help was absolutely impossible. The worst that could happen is that they would give in and hope that Lin Xiao would learn what's good for him. How about this? We should prepare for both scenarios. First, we should contact Lin Xiao and give him 30% of the profits so that he will cooperate with us. If you agree, we will join forces with Tianxia Medicine Store to directly suppress Chongshan's pharmaceutical companies. As he spoke, Yu Sungwen paused, and his voice became low. If you don't agree, then we will provide Chongshan with raw materials and work with Chongshan to suppress Tianxia Medicine Store. As long as Tianxia Medicine Store is suppressed, we can still take advantage of the situation to rise. Sihai will not be in trouble, and we will not offend Chongshan. We can even deepen our cooperation in the future. Yu Songwoo's eyes lit up. Good idea, let's do it. This is equivalent to preparing for both situations, and they will not lose anything if they go all over the world. Afterwards, the two brothers began to discuss the matter. After 2 hours, they took out their cell phones and called Lin Xiao. In Taoyuan, Lin Xiao was sitting in the living room. Today happened to be the weekend, and neither he nor Yu Bing went to school. Coincidentally, he was also waiting for Luo Tsuwen to contact him. Ning Xiaoxiao was naturally here too. One of the two women was pouring tea for Lin Xiao, while the other was busy in the kitchen. To be honest, Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed, but the two women enjoyed it. Lin Xiao finally thought that since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. After giving up completely, Lin Xiao suddenly found that he seemed to quite like this kind of life. At this time, Yu Bing just came out of the kitchen and Lin Xiao's phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Lin Xiao frowned. But he didn't wait too long before he swiped to answer the call and turned on the speakerphone out of habit. Lin Xiao. The voice on the phone made Yu Bing freeze, then her beautiful eyes frowned and she looked over. The voice was so familiar, it was Yu Sungwen. What's up? Lin Xiao was puzzled and looked at Yu Bing. Yu Bing shook her head, not understanding what was going on. She has been in Taoyuan these days. Although she calls Qin Fong every day, she doesn't know why Yu Sungwen would call Lin Xiao. Chongshan Pharmaceuticals is temporarily in crisis, you know? Yu Sungwen's voice came from the phone. Lin Xiao agreed, and he knew very well that all this was directly related to him. Now is an opportunity. Give the black jade cream and rejuvenating pills to Sihai. We will join forces with Tianxia Pharmacy to crush Chongshan Pharmaceutical Company in one fell swoop. Yu Sungwen said calmly. Oh. No need, I can do it myself. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. What has Sihai Pharmaceutical become now? Why is Yu Sungwen still so self-righteous? Lin Xiao, don't be so crazy. Yu Songwoo's voice came. Do you know that a lean camel is bigger than a horse? Chongshan has a lot of foundation. Without Sihai, Tianxia Medicine Store alone would never be able to check and balance Chongshan. Well, we can make a concession and split it 70% to 30%. I'll give you 30% of the net profit of the black jade cream and rejuvenation pills. Lin Xiao was completely confused. What a fool. How can they still be so arrogant? Who gave them the confidence? Ning Xiaoxiao looked at him strangely. Yu Bing gritted her teeth lightly, her face full of disappointment. What a great opportunity this is. If Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu are sincere enough, Lin Xiao will probably give in. Now, it's all over. Shut up and stop spewing shit. I have no interest in cooperating with you. Do you understand? Lin Xiao said indifferently, and then prepared to hang up the phone. Lin Xiao, you have thought it through. Yu Sungwen suddenly threatened, if you don't agree to cooperate, we will immediately provide raw materials to Chongshan and deepen cooperation with Chongshan.
When the time comes, our two companies will join forces, and Tianxia Medicine Store will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure. Lin Zhao's hand paused as he hung up the phone, and his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Are you declaring war on me? He glanced at Yubing, whose face had turned pale. At this moment, he was completely speechless towards his father and second uncle. It has simply reached an unreasonable level. We are just reminding you to understand the current situation. As for declaring war, you and Tianxia Medicine Company are not worthy of it right now. Yu Sungu responded indifferently. Haha, interesting.
Lin Xiao laughed. You really should find out why Chongshan Pharmaceutical has become like this.
Okay, you look down on Tianxia Medicine Store, right? You want to cooperate with Chongshan to suppress Tianxia Medicine Store, right? That's fine.
From today on, don't even think about getting a single herb from the West District Medicine Market. Lin Zhao's words caused silence on the other end of the phone.
Who do you think you are?
After a long time, Yu Sungu spoke directly.
Beep, beep.
However, at this time, Lin Xiao had already hung up the phone and then blocked the phone number. Afterwards, he called Chao Mang and ordered him to cut off the supply of raw materials to Sihai Pharmaceutical, and finally hung up the phone.
I will reshuffle Sihai as well. Are you interested in taking charge of your Sihai group?
Lin Xiao suddenly looked at Yu Bing and asked in a low voice. Yu Bing was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Ning Xiaoxiao's face was full of excitement at this time, and her eyes were shining when she looked at Lin Xiao.
This man is too overbearing.
If he disagrees with something, he will directly replace the person in charge of a billion-dollar group.
If he succeeds, his achievement will be beyond belief. Chapter 123, Flying Crossing, Nourishing Essence.
Lin Xiao's idea was very simple. He still trusted Yu Bing. Only if the Sihai group is controlled by people I trust, they will no longer cause trouble for me without any reason. Otherwise, people like Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungu really annoy Lin Xiao. When Yu Bing heard what Lin Xiao said, she was completely stunned.
However, she had no doubt that Lin Xiao had this ability. If I were in charge of Sihai, would I be able to cooperate with Tianxia Medicine Store? I only want 10% of the profits.
Yu Bing gritted her teeth.
Sure.
Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Yu Bing with appreciation, but 10% profit is too little.
I will buy some shares of Sihai and become a shareholder of Sihai. Then I will give 20% of the net profit to Sihai.
In the future, Tianxia Pharmacy will be larger in scale, and there will be more and more products.
20% is enough to take off all over the world and reach another peak.
This is Lin Xiao's confidence. The system can now draw many incredible things, and in the future, it will definitely be able to obtain more. Lin Xiao is confident that Tianxia Pharmacy will be able to become a business giant, and by then, its vassals will also rise in power.
Thank you, Lin Xiao. Yu Bing thanked him sincerely.
Lin Xiao waved his hand, no longer dwelling on this topic, and walked towards the restaurant. Ning Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and followed. At this time, at the Yu family.
What the hell? Who does he think he is? Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungu had sinister looks on their faces. He still wants to cut off our raw materials? Can he do it?
Second brother, contact Chongshan immediately and tell them that we are willing to provide raw materials and deepen our cooperation with Chongshan.
We will work together with Chongshan to suppress Tianxia Medicine Store. Humph.
He doesn't know what's good for him, so there's no need for us to be polite to him.
I know, brother.
Yu Sungu responded and prepared to make a phone call. But at this time, Yu Sungwen's cell phone rang. Yu Sungwen took a look and answered the call directly. A few seconds later, Yu Sungwen stood up with his eyes wide open.
What did you say? Say it again? He almost roared. What's wrong, bro?
Yu Sungu paused slightly while making the call and looked at Yu Sungwen in confusion. Yu Sungwen did not answer, but pressed the speakerphone. Boss Yu, I was purchasing goods at the West District Medicine Market when Ma Qinglongta found me and told me that Sihai Group is not allowed to set foot in the West District Medicine Market again.
Now, we have been kicked out.
A wronged voice came from the phone.
Son of a bitch, how could this happen? Yu Sungu was immediately furious. Ma Qing? Isn't Mao Dezhong the leader of the West District's pharmaceutical market? Second master.
The voice on the phone continued, I've already inquired about it.
The power in the West District has been reshuffled. It's all Mr. Cohen's territory now.
By the way, a big thing happened yesterday. Mao Dezhong offended that Lin Xiao and Mr. Kuhn's people came directly. Not only did they change the leader, but Mao Dezhong also disappeared.
Even because of Lin Xiao, Chongshan's supply of raw materials has stopped.
But why does he want to stop our supply of raw materials as well?
Boom.
On the other end of the phone, the person purchasing the raw materials was confused. On the other end of the phone, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu were struck by lightning.
It's him. It's really him. Asshole, why?
The brothers' faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, a variety of emotions such as annoyance, shock, and regret were intertwined on their faces.
Boss you? Second master? What should I do now?
After a long time, a voice from the phone brought them both back to reality.
Come back first, we will find a way. Yu Sungwen said this and hung up the phone.
Afterwards, he sat down dejectedly. Yu Sungwu remained silent and threw his phone aside. He really didn't expect that the final result would be like this.
Asshole, how dare he embarrass us like this? Okay, don't blame us for being rude to him. Contact Chongshan immediately and deepen cooperation with him.
From now on, we will fight him, Lin Xiao, to the death.
Yu Songwen's eyes were extremely gloomy. As if he had thought of something, he then said, by the way, isn't Xia Jin back? Contact Xia Jin and invite him to a banquet. Didn't he pursue Bing Bing before? Ask him about his intentions. If he still likes Bing Bing, then arrange a marriage for them directly.
This, brother, Dad sighed.
Yu Sungwu was a little worried.
I am his father, I have the final say, if she dares to refute me again, I will cut off all ties with her.
Yu Sengwen's eyes were firm. As for Dad, don't worry about it. Now Sihai is under our full management. We are the ones who make the decisions in the Yu family. Good. Yu Sungwu nodded and quickly began to make arrangements. Peach Blossom Villa No. 1. Legend value plus 88,888. Legendary value plus 99,999.
On Lin Xiao's system panel, the legendary value growth rate suddenly increased, breaking through 3 million again, and moving madly towards 4 million.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao was very confused, his mind racing, guessing it might be related to Sihai. Of course, he was not sure. So, he just didn't bother to care and watched the legendary value increase. About half an hour later, the legend value growth rate suddenly slowed down, but at this time, the legend value had reached 536,8912.
Far more than 5 million. System, rare level, 5 consecutive draws. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao directly gave the order to draw the lottery. A moment later, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Congratulations, money plus 1 million. The first shot was a guaranteed win, which Lin Xiao was not surprised by. Congratulations, you have obtained the Grandmaster skill, Flying Crossing. When the second batch of goods was shipped, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in my mind. The Grandmaster skill linking to, like Song Yunjue, is something that can only be practiced and performed by those who have transformed their energy. What shocked Lin Xiao was that the effect of linking to was actually the fascinating feeling of walking in the air.
Of course, this kind of walking in the air is not flying, but it allows people to borrow power from the void. Of course, this is also a kind of body movement that can greatly increase the speed of the Grandmaster. According to the description, the effect of stepping on air consumes a lot of internal energy.
If the lottery wasn't still going on, Lin Xiao would really like to try out the effect.
Congratulations, money plus 1 million, x2. The third shot, the fourth shot, and the bottom line again. The fifth shot gave another different hint. Congratulations, you have obtained the formula of Peiyuan original solution. A large amount of information appeared in Lin Xiao's mind again, which was another lost magical prescription.
Peiyuan essence strengthens the body and prolongs life.
The introduction is simple, but the effect is incredible.
This is definitely the supreme pursuit of countless people. It's a good thing.
Let mom and uncle use it first, even though they are not very old.
Lin Xiao murmured. Of course, everyone around you can use it, and there is no harm in it anyway. Chapter 124. Stay away from her.
Lin Xiao called Ning Xiaoxiao over and directly handed her the medicinal materials needed for the Peiyuan essence he had just obtained, and asked her to prepare them. Ning Xiaoxiao just took a look and couldn't help but widen her eyes. The medicinal materials used in the formula are extremely precious, and there are extremely strict requirements on the age. The cost of one portion of medicinal materials is at least 1 million.
Master, what are the effects of these medicines? She couldn't help but ask. Extend life.
Lin Xiao explained casually. I don't know the specific effects, so you should prepare 3 copies first. The system introduction says that the Peiyuan solution has a very good life-extending effect and can even directly increase the activity of cells. If you take it consistently for more than a week, it can have the terrifying effect of extending your life by up to 3 years. If certain tycoon bosses knew this, they would probably come to buy it immediately. For many people, let alone extending their life by 3 years, even extending their life by half a month is worth spending a huge amount of money to buy it.
Yes. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't ask any more questions.
She took the list of medicinal materials and left, heading straight to the West District Medicine Market. 10 minutes after Ning Xiaoxiao left, Lin Xiao finally received a call from Luo Xuan.
Luo Xuan has already arrived at the door. Lin Xiao looked at Yu Bing. Changbei Xia family, are you interested in going together?
Lin Xiao's eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with obvious mockery in them.
Yu Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, Xiao must have told you about Xia Jin, right? Do you still want me to go? As she spoke, she lowered her head slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, aren't you afraid that I will be robbed by someone else? After she finished speaking, Yu Bing's face turned red. Ha ha. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao just laughed. She is the most beautiful girl in Anhui University, the ice goddess. If someone saw her like this in front of him, I wonder how jealous they would be. Okay, then you just wait at home. I'll go to the Xia family and tell Xia Jin that you've fallen in love with him, and ask him not to be so persistent. Lin Xiao said this with a smile, then turned and walked out of the villa. Pooh. Who has a crush on me, shameless? Yu Bing spat lightly and her face turned even redder. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Xiao's back. After saying that, she turned around and went straight upstairs. Lin Xiao had a faint smile on his face. He stopped teasing and left the villa. Master. Luo Xuan had been waiting respectfully outside the door. When he saw Lin Xiao coming out, he immediately bowed to him. Let's go. Lin Xiao nodded and got into Luo Xuan's car. Luo Xuan got into the car right after him and told the driver to drive. To the north of Anqing, the Xia family compound. The Xia family has a long history and still retains the style of a courtyard. Master, the Xia family has a history of 200 years, and all the people in the clan live in the compound. Lin Xiao took a look at the huge lintel of the Xia family compound and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There aren't many intact compounds like this one left nowadays. It's obvious at first glance that the Xia family is not a simple entity. At this time, Luo Xuan was still introducing. The Xia family is full of loyal and brave men. All male members must serve in the army for 2 years of training. 2 years later, most of them choose to stay in the army, but some of them will go out to fight and make a good living by relying on their relationship with the army and the Xia family. Master, you should have heard about the Xia family's shipping route. Those pirates from foreign countries would avoid the Xia family's cargo ships when they saw them. The most outstanding genius of this generation of the Xia family is named Xia Jin. He was once a well-known figure in Anqing, and he overwhelmed those second-generation rich people. Then he joined the army. It's been 2 years now. I heard he came back these days. Luo Xuan suddenly paused, then raised his hand and pointed to the gate of the compound. Master, please look, that's Xia Jin. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of Luo Xuan's finger. I saw 2 people standing under the huge lintel of the Xia family compound. A middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s. Both of them had strong faces, straight bodies, and firm eyes. When Lin Xiao and Luo Xuan looked at them, the 2 of them looked over at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xiao could even clearly feel 2 sharp gazes falling on him. Interesting. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire in his heart. The soldiers of the Dragon Country are really not to be underestimated. Just with their extremely oppressive gazes, they can bring terrifying pressure to the enemy invisibly. At this time, 2 people walked over. King Dr. Luo, long time no see. The young man took the initiative to speak, bowed, and used the etiquette of the underworld. Okay, Xia Jin, have you been doing well in the army these past 2 years? Luo Xuan responded with a smile. Everything is fine. Xia Jin's answer was meticulous. He then looked at the middle-aged man beside him and introduced him, King Dr. Luo, this is our military instructor, Fan Sun. Fan Sun? Luo Xuan was startled, then his eyes showed horror, Black Kirin head coach Fan Sun? He. I didn't expect that King Luo would know.
The middle-aged man, Fan Sun, chuckled, then he also cupped his hands and said politely, Fan Sun has often heard of the name of Dr. Luo in the army.
Hey. Coach Fan, you're too polite. This is just an empty title.
Luo Xuwen sighed, looked at Lin Xiao, and felt bitter in his heart. Xia Jin and Fan Sun did not notice anything unusual about him, but both of them looked at Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao has always been one body position ahead of Luo Xuwen.
Of course, it was not that Lin Xiao did so intentionally, but that Luo Xuwen took the initiative to be a step slower.
To be honest, this surprised the two of them. They didn't understand why a young man would deserve such treatment from Luo Xuwen.
Seeing the two looking at Lin Xiao, Luo Xuwen did not hesitate and introduced them directly. Xia Jin, Instructor Fan, let me introduce you too.
This is Lin Xiao, Linda. Who? Lin Xiao?
Luo Xuwen's introduction had not yet been completed when Xia Jin suddenly interrupted him. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that Xia Jin's gaze towards him became sharp.
Among them, one strand of hostility is particularly evident.
Luo Xuwen was stunned, his heart skipped a beat, and he wanted to continue speaking, but Xia Jin did not give him a chance.
Interesting, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Xiao.
Xia Jin changed from his previous meticulousness, and his gaze and aura became domineering at this moment.
You really want to see me?
Lin Xiao was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention to Xia Jin's gaze.
Certainly. Xia Jin did not comment.
A big part of the reason why I came back from the army this time was because of you.
Oh?
Lin Xiao was even more surprised.
Because of Yubing, someone should have told you that I pursued Yubing.
Listening to Xia Jin's words, Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
Xia Jin continued, so I came back, hoping you would stay away from her.
Xia Jin's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if there were flashes of lightning in them.
Chapter 125 Defeat the Prodigy. Well, I'm sorry, but I also have a crush on the person you pursued.
Lin Xiao was not afraid at all when facing Xia Jin's sharp gaze. Xia Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. You have guts, just as I expected. You won't give in just because of a few words from me. Lin Xiao didn't answer and still looked at him. Xia Jin said frankly, I have investigated some of your information.
I know that you are a martial artist.
Although you are a college student, you are also a martial artist.
Well, you are a man of the world, then let's solve it the way the men of the world solve it. I happen to be in the world of the world too, so let's have a fight, and the loser will leave.
Xia Jin was very direct, without any beating around the bush. This of course has something to do with the fact that he is a soldier, and also has something to do with the heritage of his Xia family.
This won't make people feel disgusted. It's better than doing some sneaky tricks, right? For example, Li Shang.
We didn't see him face to face for a few times, but instead he made all kinds of small moves, which was very annoying.
You are no match for me.
Lin Xiao spoke casually. His five senses were strong and he could clearly sense the hidden power in Xia Jin's body, which was twice as strong as Lu Ruyan's. But even so, it was still too weak for him. However, the head coach Fan Sun was somewhat interesting. The strength in Fan Sun's body has reached a peak and seems to have even gone a little further.
To break through, it seems that all it takes is an opportunity. Arrogant.
Lin Xiao's words made Xia Jin's face flash with anger.
Lin Xiao, do you know Black Kirin?
It's the top special forces unit of the Jinbei army, consisting of a team of 36 people. These 36 people are the 36 with the strongest individual combat capabilities in the Jinbei army, and they are all in the Dark Force. I, Xia Jin, rank 18th among these 36 people in overall strength and 15th in personal combat power. At the martial arts level, the peak of the middle stage of dark energy will soon be able to break through to the late stage. Within 10 years, it is expected that I will be able to reach the half-step Grandmaster level. Xia Jin directly revealed his trump card, which shows how confident he is.
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up.
Of course he would not look down on Xia Jin. If it weren't for the system, he might never have the chance to reach Xia Jin's current level in his life.
This person is definitely not an ordinary person.
He deserves to be respected as the #1 prodigy in Anqing. You know, Xia Jin is only 24 or 25 years old now and is far from reaching his peak. But now that he has achieved so much, I'm afraid he will be able to lead the Xia family to a new height in the future.
You said I'm no match for you, where do you get your confidence from?
Xia Jin looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Head coach Fan Sun also nodded and looked at Lin Xiao.
Luo Xuwen had already shut up.
As an old man, there is no need for him to meddle in other people's affairs when they are jealous of each other. The most important thing is that he knows that Lin Xiao will not suffer any loss.
This person is no ordinary person.
Forget it, if you want to know, then just try it.
It would be a waste of words to say more. I don't dislike you. You're not bad if you're honest. Lin Xiao said casually, you make your move. If I make my move, you won't have any chance.
In the last sentence, Lin Xiao's tone became heavier and he seemed very serious.
Xia Jin's eyes became serious, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he did not explode.
His military qualities enable him to maintain a calm state of mind at all times. Without any nonsense, the dark energy in Xia Jin's body surged, and his robes fluttered slightly, rustling.
King Luo, let's stand further away. Fan Sun's voice rang in Luo Xuan's ears.
Luo Xuan nodded, and the two of them stepped aside. Lin Xiao remained calm and composed, but Xia Jin was extremely cautious.
I am coming. Xia Jin's voice sounded, reminding Lin Xiao.
A lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit, and Xia Jin never holds back.
This is also a compulsory course for soldiers. If you hold back when facing an enemy, you may be the one who dies. Boom!
The two were only 2 meters apart. Xia Jin suddenly exploded and moved his body close to Lin Xiao. A punch strikes, as fast as thunder. The fist instantly reached Lin Xiao's throat, and a strong wind raged.
So arrogant?
Fan Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. In his sight, Lin Xiao didn't move at all, which made Fan Sun unhappy. He is the head coach of Black Kirin, and Xia Jin is his right-hand man. Lin Xiao is so arrogant, so what's the difference between that and looking down on him as the head coach? He looked at her with a slight disdain, intending to see Lin Xiao make a fool of himself after being too arrogant. Xia Jin was also extremely confused at this time, but he had no intention of holding back. Instead, he increased the force of his attack.
Those who are arrogant will surely suffer backlash.
The fist was less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally moved. He raised his hand and pressed lightly with one finger. Fan Sun and Xia Jin were both stunned at this moment, looking at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
Laugh.
But suddenly, a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives appeared.
Lin Xiao's fingers pressed against Xia Jin's fist. Xia Jin's full-strength punch was blocked by Lin Xiao's finger and could not move forward even an inch. One finger is enough to defeat you.
Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded in Xia Jin's ears. The next moment, Xia Jin's face changed drastically.
Boom! He clearly felt an irresistible force coming from his fist. An extremely terrifying feeling of oppression affects the entire body. How is that possible?
Xia Jin's pupils contracted to the extreme, and he exerted all his strength to try to retreat.
But it was too late. The terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout my body.
At this moment, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down from the sky, and boundless gravity acted on every cell.
Bang!
Xia Jin fell to his knees on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his knees.
Time seemed to stand still. Luo Xuan opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief.
He has extraordinary medical skills, but he is not good at martial arts.
However, even a layman like him could see that Lin Xiao's victory was a complete victory without any suspense. The gap is extremely large.
Xia Jin was completely confused, his mind racing with thoughts, am I defeated?
Even when facing the Black Kirin chief, I didn't lose so badly, did I? Lin Xiao, is he so fierce?
Xia Jin opened his mouth, but found that under the tremendous pressure, he couldn't utter a word.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, defeating the genius with a finger, and obtaining a peerless lottery chance +1. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he glanced at the system panel. The balance of the peerless lottery is 1, and the legendary value is also rolling like crazy.
Legend value plus 55,555. Legend value plus 66,666.
Temporarily suppressing the urge to draw the lottery, Lin Xiao looked at the kneeling Xia Jin and spoke lightly.
Do you know the difference now?
Xia Jin was speechless, but his eyes said it all.
Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a smile. By the way, this time I came to the Xia family, I also told you that the person you like has already fallen in love with you. Don't be too persistent in the future.
Xia Jin was stunned, then smiled bitterly in his heart. He came back with pride, but he didn't expect that at this moment, his so-called pride was shattered by Lin Xiao.
Okay.
I didn't expect that besides Black Qilin, there is actually a young genius like you.
Young man, are you interested in joining the Black Kirin?
Fan Sun's voice sounded at this moment.
Not interested.
Lin Xiao refused without even thinking about it. These words made Luo Tsuwen and Fan Sun stunned, and Xia Jin felt even more bitter.
Chapter 126, Unable to gain leverage in the air? Xia Jin's proudest achievement now is his identity as the Black Kirin.
But he didn't expect that Lin Xiao would look down on his identity as the Black Kirin, which he was so proud of.
As expected of a master.
Luo Tsuwen sighed in his heart. To be honest, with Lin Xiao's medical ability, even if he joins the Medical Alliance, he will be able to obtain a high status. The Black Kirin is indeed not simple, but just joining the Black Kirin and becoming a member of the Black Kirin would be a waste of talent.
Lin Xiao, do you know what it means to join Black Qilin?
Fan Sun frowned and spoke.
What?
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows.
It means that you will be able to receive the best resources for training.
In the next 10 years, you will hopefully achieve the ultimate goal of martial arts practitioners, the transformation of energy.
Fan Sun said with great pride.
Lin Xiao curled his lips. He has the power of transformation now. As for the Black Kirin, even the head coach Fan Sun doesn't have the Hua Jin.
If he joins in, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? If you face a group of dark-minded people every day and learn from them, what can you learn?
Forget it, you should look for someone else. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand from Xia Jin and said to Fan Sun.
You don't know what's good for you. Fan Sun's face darkened. You are too impatient.
Lin Xiao, you are a rough diamond.
Joining Black Qilin will be of great benefit to you. Well, let me show you what the Black Kirin can give you.
Fan Sun was very eager to recruit talented people, and after he finished speaking, he actually took the initiative to walk towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned and sighed softly in his heart.
Boom!
At this moment, Fan Sun rushed up at an extremely fast speed, and his whole body turned into a phantom.
See? With your current level, you can reach my level in half a year at most.
Fan Sun's voice rang out, and he appeared beside Lin Xiao.
Isn't that a step backward?
Lin Xiao couldn't help but shook his head.
What?
Fan Sun didn't react for a moment. He stretched out his hand and subconsciously slapped Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao didn't explain and just waved his hand.
Boom! A violent force suddenly generated.
This is... Fan Sun's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He clearly felt that a terrifying force erupted the moment Lin Xiao waved his hand. The next moment, he was blown away.
Transformation of energy, Grandmaster.
While in the air, Fan Sun's face changed drastically.
Legendary value plus 99,999. Lin Xiao's legendary value skyrocketed.
Laugh. Fan Sun landed on the ground and slid more than 10 meters away. The whole time, he stared at Lin Xiao with horror in his eyes.
What happened? Luo Tsuwen didn't understand. Gudong. Xia Jin's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
A large patch of fine cold sweat had already seeped out of his back without him noticing.
The Grandmaster of Hua Jin. He actually attacked the Grandmaster of Hua Jin? Moreover, he was jealous of the Grandmaster of Hua Jin? How can I be so worthy?
Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't seem to take it to heart.
Come to think of it, how could a mere ant like me be worthy of his attention? There's no point in me joining Black Kirin.
Lin Xiao's voice spread.
Fan Sun finally came back to his senses, a bitter look on his face. Indeed, it doesn't make much sense. But the Black Kirin isn't bad either. Fan Sun's eyes suddenly became sharp.
At this moment, his competitive spirit exploded. He stood up, and a terrifying force roared in his body. At this moment, Fan Sun's blood and energy suddenly burst out, and his aura increased dramatically.
Boom!
A ripple of power swept in all directions.
Transformation?
Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Fan Sun was only at the level of a half-step Grandmaster just now and had barely touched the level of Hua Jin. Now he has reached the level of Hua Jin, which is truly amazing. But soon, Lin Xiao realized that Fan Sun was using a secret method. There are many such secret methods in the martial arts world, which can forcibly enhance one's combat effectiveness. They are usually used in life and death situations and may be able to save one's life. However, this kind of secret method usually requires a certain price to be paid. After using it, one will enter a long period of weakness for a period of time.
It's a rare opportunity to meet a master of Hua Jin, please teach me.
Fan Sun's excited voice came at this moment.
Fighting maniac.
Lin Xiao held his forehead.
Soldiers should all be like this. Boom.
At this moment, Fan Sun had already moved. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, and he was in front of Lin Xiao in an instant. A punch was thrown out, and the terrifying force formed a transparent fist mark, pressing hard towards Lin Xiao.
Tai Chi.
Lin Xiao raised his hand and used the soft power of Tai Chi to move a heavy object with just a little effort. With just a pull, the powerful fist was pulled into the air.
Shan Long.
At this moment, Fan Sun suddenly punched from bottom to top. Lin Xiao took a step and rushed into the air.
Grandmaster, be careful.
Fan Sun was extremely excited. Lin Xiao suddenly lowered his head to look at Fan Sun, and immediately discovered that all the strength of Fan Sun was concentrated on his fist at this moment.
I can't use the power of the air. You are worthy of being the head coach.
Facing a master, you can even prepare an attack plan in advance.
Xia Jin was full of admiration and admired Fan Sun to the core.
Now that I think about it, every move made by Fan Sun was not redundant. He grasped the timing of the battle and Lin Xiao's psychology to the extreme. If such a being were an enemy, it would be extremely terrifying.
100 steps divine fist.
At this moment, Fan Sun suddenly shouted loudly. 100-step divine fist, this is exclusive to the Grandmaster. At this moment, Fan Sun, who had forcibly acquired the Grandmaster level combat power, burst out with all his strength, and the power was not weak at all.
Boom!
A huge roar echoed at the gate of the Xia family compound.
A terrifying force attacked Lin Xiao in the air.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, stepped suddenly in the air, and flew backwards suddenly.
What?
Xia Jin and Fan Sun opened their mouths at the same time.
Then, they heard Lin Xiao's joking voice. Who told you that you can't use leverage in the air? Isn't this common sense? Even if you are a master, you can't be so shameless, right?
They were both in tears.
How could they know that Lin Xiao actually obtained such incredible skills from the system? Flying through the air.
Able to ignore the restrictions of the void and use force in the air. It consumes a lot of energy, but it is weird.
Legendary value plus 99,999. Legendary value plus 99,999.
Lin Xiao's legendary value was skyrocketing wildly, breaking through 2 million in the blink of an eye, and this was just the beginning.
Song Yun Jue.
While Fan Sun and Xia Jin were confused, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and pressed.
Boom!
The terrifying energy of Hua Jin on Fan Sun's body was shattered in an instant, and he fell to his knees on the ground just like Xia Jin had done before.
Too strong.
Fan Sun smiled bitterly in his heart. He actually wanted such a person to join the Black Kirin under his command.
Isn't that funny?
Lin Xiao landed lightly on the ground with a proud posture. At this moment, Xia Jin and Fan Sun looked at him with extremely complicated expressions.
Chapter 127 Special Talent, Extraordinary Understanding. Head coach, just lost like that? Xia Jin's eyes were dull.
Lin Xiao is a master of Hua Jin, which is completely beyond expectations. However, Fan Sun's defeat was so tragic that it was even more unbelievable.
Fan Sun, in the Black Kirin, is a terrifying existence that Xia Jin and his friends regard as a god.
Although he is not a grandmaster, he has taken half a step forward and reached the level of a half-step grandmaster. With just an opportunity, Fan Sun could break into the realm of the grandmaster of Hua Jin.
Of course, not only that, Fan Sun also possesses the Black Kirin's unique secret method.
Once used, Fan Sun can obtain the combat power of a master in a short period of time. Xia Jin had also seen Fan Sun use his secret technique to fight a true master, but the battle did not end so quickly.
This is enough to show that Lin Xiao is more powerful than ordinary masters. Gudong.
Xia Jinxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cold sweat broke out all over his body. At such a young age, with such terrifying combat power, it is simply horrifying.
I am such a stubborn person, why would I mess with such a person? I am even jealous of him. Now I realize, how can I be worthy of it? Master Lin, Fan Sun has offended me before. I hope you will forgive me.
At this moment, Fan Sun's voice sounded, bringing Xia Jin back to reality.
Below the door lintel, Luo Xuan also came to his senses.
At this moment, his gaze was extremely complicated. He knew something about the legend of Black Kirin head coach Fan Sun.
But he didn't expect that the legendary terrifying figure would be defeated so miserably by Lin Xiao.
He originally thought that he had thought highly enough of Lin Xiao, but now he suddenly realized that his vision was still too narrow. Lin Xiao was not a terrifying existence that he could measure at all.
I didn't take it to heart.
Lin Xiao waved his hand. The matter between Xia Jin and Fan Sun was just a minor episode to him. I came to Xia's house today for other things.
Master Lin, please come in. Xia Jin immediately stood up from the ground and put on a respectful attitude.
Indeed, for a master, it is easy to crush us ants, so there is no need to take it to heart. Fan Sun murmured bitterly in his heart at this moment, and then he forced himself to stand up. At this moment, the side effects of using the secret technique hit Fan Sun, and his whole body was shaking. Seeing this, Luo Xuan hurried forward to support him.
The group headed towards the depths of the Xia family.
Wherever the people passed, the Xia family members all looked at each other with strange expressions. They saw an extremely strange scene. That was Lin Xiao walking in front, and the people behind him were one step behind him, with expressions of awe on their faces.
Who is that? Why? Master Xia Jin has to be so respectful? It's not just Master Xia Jin.
Even Chief Instructor Fan Sun and King of Medicine Luo Xuan are very respectful.
Could it be a big shot from the provincial capital? Countless speculations flooded the Xia family's minds.
The direct benefit of all these to Lin Xiao is that his legendary value is increasing.
Today, the balance of legendary value has successfully exceeded 3 million and is still rising steadily. System, use the peerless lottery opportunity.
Lin Xiao gave orders as he moved forward. As for the legendary value draw, Lin Xiao does not plan to use it for the time being.
He wants to save up for a 10 consecutive draw. It's a matter of probability. The chance of getting something out of 10 draws is much higher.
Congratulations, you have obtained a special talent and extraordinary understanding. The system prompt sound soon rang in Lin Xiao's mind.
What is that?
Lin Xiao was stunned and paused for a moment. The three people behind him stopped in confusion and couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao's back, not knowing what was going on. Lin Xiao had no intention of explaining. At this time, he already had a lot of information about extraordinary understanding in his mind.
Extraordinary comprehension, special talents, and a high level of understanding and comprehension of martial arts practice. No martial arts can stump a person with extraordinary comprehension. Even bringing forth something new from the old and applying it to other situations is no problem. As the introduction continued, Lin Xiao also felt the extraordinary understanding integrating into his body. At this moment, the brain becomes exceptionally clear. The traditional Chinese martial arts that I had learned, such as Tai Chi, Baji, and Xingyi, suddenly flowed through my mind. At this moment, Lin Xiao had a deeper understanding of the three martial arts. The three martial arts even merged directly in his mind and became indistinguishable from each other. Boom!
At this moment, Lin Xiao's internal energy was surging wildly, as if a floodgate had opened, rushing out of his body uncontrollably.
Be careful! X2. Fan Sun and Xia Jin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
However, before they could react, the terrifying force had already blown them away. Fortunately, the force was just an unconscious outburst, not a targeted attack. The three of them landed more than 10 meters away and steadied themselves, so nothing serious happened. However, the three of them couldn't help but stare in horror, not knowing what had happened to Lin Xiao.
Is this his true strength? If he unleashes his full strength, I'm afraid I'll be blown to pieces in an instant.
At this moment, Fan Sun suddenly murmured. Xia Jin looked at him incredulously. Head coach, you must stop joking.
Who are you kidding?
Fan Sun laughed bitterly. Based on the degree of energy leakage, it is simply not something that an ordinary grandmaster can contend with. I dare not imagine what kind of foundation he had to advance to the Huajin level. As he spoke, Fan Sun suddenly became excited. If he can give Black Qilin some advice, the combat effectiveness of my Black Qilin will definitely soar. Xia Jin was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xiao with shocked eyes.
Does Fan Sun mean to let Lin Xiao be the instructor of Black Kirin?
After going through untold hardships, he finally climbed into the Black Kirin. But now, someone younger than himself might be invited to be their instructor.
Comparing this person to others is really infuriating.
Interesting, the fusion of the three national martial arts has actually increased my combat power so much, and my fighting style has become more and more free. Lin Xiao was feeling emotional at this moment.
Of course, the power of extraordinary understanding is not just this. At this moment, he also had a different opinion on the two grandmaster skills, San Yunjue and Linkingdu.
Using it now, he felt that he could double the power of Song Yun Jue and double the speed of Ling Kong Du. On the contrary, the consumption would be further reduced. The benefits of extraordinary understanding are real. This time, this peerless lottery can be said to be the one that Lin Xiao is most satisfied with. Finally, Lin Xiao restrained all his breath and turned to look at the three people.
Sorry, I suddenly realized something.
Xia Jin and Fan Sun had complicated expressions.
I can't answer this question. I suddenly realized it. I suddenly became stronger while walking, right? Okay, you're bullying me like this, huh? Luo Tsuwen was not familiar with martial arts, but he was the first to react. Congratulations, Master Lin. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Let's go, it's important to go find the old man. Master Lin?
At this moment, Xia Jin came back to his senses, but his eyes became slightly strange.
Chapter 128, First Place Under the Saint. Why not Grandmaster Lin? There is a difference between the titles of Master and Grandmaster.
Master is a respectful title that can only be earned by someone who has made special achievements in certain fields or has reached a certain level.
Luo Tsuwen is a master of medicine.
And he actually called Lin Xiao a master.
No way? Lin Xiao is not only a martial arts master, but also a medical master? How is this possible?
This thought suddenly flashed through Xia Jin's mind.
He couldn't help but look at Fan Sun.
Fan Sun pursed his lips slightly. He and Xia Jin had the same idea, but they both couldn't believe it. Being a martial arts master in his 20s is already terrifying enough. If he could achieve extraordinary success in medicine, it would be too incredible.
Bang!
At this time, Luo Tsuwen slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, I'm getting old and confused.
I haven't even finished introducing myself at the door before."
Xia Jin, Coach Fan, Master Lin Xiao not only achieved extraordinary success in martial arts, but also in medicine.
Even I, he. Luo Tsuwen smiled awkwardly, it's also far beyond my reach. What? Fan Sun and Xia Jin were both stunned, and then exclaimed in disbelief. Their guess actually came true.
Luo Tsuwen, the king of medicine in Ansheng, said this himself, so it cannot be false.
Xia Jin, your grandfather's illness can be cured. You know old man Yu, right?
He was almost dead, but Master Lin saved him. Master Lin, I can't say it's 100%, but I think there's at least an 80% chance that he can cure your grandfather. Luo Tsuwen spoke excitedly, praising Lin Xiao highly in his words. The two became more frightened, and their eyes when they looked at Lin Xiao became more complicated.
They don't even know what they are thinking anymore.
It seems that sometimes, people really shouldn't compare themselves too much. Otherwise you will find that compared with some people, you seem to have lived in vain.
Everything that I once took pride in is not even considered an achievement in front of others. Let's go. Lin Xiao didn't want to delay and called the three of them.
Xia Jin and Fan Sun were stunned and hurriedly followed with complicated thoughts.
All the way deep into the Xia family.
Master Lin, the reason I came to the Xia family this time is actually to escort someone here.
As they walked, Fan Sun suddenly spoke.
Lin Xiao looked at Fan Sun in confusion. Fan Sun didn't say much and explained, he is the military doctor of the Jinbei army, his name is Lu Shang, and he is also the last disciple of the 7-star master of the Medical Alliance. He has made great achievements and is respected as the #1 in our Tiannan province under the master.
Oh?
Lin Xiao paused slightly.
Of course, that's all. Below the level of a master, that means one is not even close to being a master.
As for myself, I have gained master-level medical experience, and it is produced by the system. It is the most perfect experience, so I don't need to worry too much about it.
With so many honors, Dr. Lu is very arrogant.
And with the 7-star master as his background, he has always acted a little arrogant.
Xia Jin also spoke at this time, and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Master Lin, if Dr. Lu offends me in any way later, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xiao nodded. He finally understood why the two of them suddenly introduced that Lu Shang.
It turned out that the two were afraid of having a conflict with that person.
After all, he is a master of Hua Jin.
If something goes wrong and he directly kills the #1 person under the Saint hand, it will be a huge loss for the Jinbei army.
I know what you mean, don't worry.
After thinking about it, Lin Xiao waved to the two of them. Finally, the group arrived at the deepest part of the compound. In an antique room, Xia Anbang sat on a throne, holding a dragon-headed cane. There was a faint sense of majesty emanating from him. It has been 30 years since he retired from the army, but the iron-blooded murderous spirit he cultivated back then has not dissipated to this day. It is enough to see how many murderers this man killed.
Old man, how do you feel?
Next to Xia Anbang, a young man in his 30s was holding a stack of golden needles and giving him acupuncture. Each stitch is extremely mysterious. The drops of stitches one by one are like the stars in the sky, complex, yet following some special pattern.
7-star rejuvenation needle. Lin Xiao and Luo Tsuwen, who had just stepped into the room, recognized him at a glance. Luo Tsuwen was not surprised.
After all, Fan Sun had just introduced that this person was the disciple of the 7-star saint. The 7-star divine hands also got its name from the 7-star rejuvenating needles. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He just took a glance and found that the 7-star rejuvenation needle was used in a disorderly manner.
This is not rejuvenating and saving lives, but hastening death.
Of course, that person definitely didn't do it on purpose, it was just that his skills were not good enough. It feels very comfortable, but those old injuries are a little stinging.
Xia Anbang answered Lu Shang's questions. Lu Shang nodded gently, it's normal. The main purpose of the 7-star rejuvenation needle is to activate vitality. When vitality is restored, there will be a certain reaction.
As Lu Shang spoke, he stabbed again. Xia Anbang's whole body tensed up, and the pain in his body deepened. However, as a former iron-blooded soldier, he was now meticulous and did not cry out in pain at all.
However, he gripped the dragon-headed cane a little tighter.
Lu Shang didn't care about that and continued with acupuncture. A golden needle popped into his hand. Just as Lu Shang was about to stab it, a voice was heard. If you give him this injection, he will die today, and even the golden immortal cannot save him. Lu Shang froze for a moment, and then his eyes were filled with anger.
Xia Anbang was stunned and frowned deeply.
This.
Fan Sun and Xia Jin looked bitter.
I just got vaccinated, why are they still arguing?
Luo Tsuwen didn't feel anything, but was wondering why Lin Xiao said that.
He believed in Lin Xiao. Although Lu Shang is very famous, Luo Tsuwen doesn't think he is better than Lin Xiao. Because, judging from the way Lin Xiao used the 7-star rejuvenation needle, it was even more powerful than the 7-star sage he had ever seen.
Even Lin Xiao could perform the reverse 7-star rejuvenation, which even the 7-star sage could never do.
Lu Shang had already turned around and glanced at Lin Xiao. Where did you come from, you little brat?
Do you know medicine and acupuncture? Very arrogant indeed.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
No wonder Fan Sun and Xia Jin said that about Lu Shang.
This man, who is only in his 30s, has already placed himself at the level of a medical senior.
Of course I understand.
Lin Xiao did not intend to hide it, and even said it more loudly, at least it is much better than a half-baked person like you.
Legend value plus 88,888. Legend value plus 88,888. As soon as Lin Xiao said this, the legendary value skyrocketed.
At the scene, except for Luo Tsuwen, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
Saying that Lu Shang is a half-baked person?
Lin Xiao is probably the first person in the world to say that.
Chapter 129. Even if your teacher comes, I won't take him seriously. What did you say? Lu Shang's eyes almost popped out. Do you know who I am? Do you know that what you said has seriously offended me, and even offended my teacher? If it were in the provincial capital, you might even be interrogated by the Medical Alliance because of what you said.
Everyone knows that the master cannot be insulted. However, few people know that the same is true for the Holy Hand. The Saint Hand is a giant in the art of medicine. Although he does not have supernatural powers, even a master would be willing to help him with just a wave of his arm. Offending a saint is sometimes more serious than offending a grandmaster. After all, even a master cannot guarantee that he will never get help from a saint.
We are just discussing the matter, how can we say it is offensive?
Lin Xiao's faint voice came out. Lu Shang became more and more annoyed and looked directly at Fan Sun. Coach Fan, please throw him out.
I don't want to see him. Ah?
Fan Sun opened his mouth wide and was stunned.
Isn't this putting him in a difficult position? How can he do this? What? My words don't work?
Lu Shang's eyes turned cold.
No. Fan Sun sighed. Dr. Lu, this is Grandmaster Lin Xiao.
I am no match for him.
Legendary value plus 99,999.
The system panel messages continued to scroll and directly exceeded a limit value. Lu Shang stared at Lin Xiao in shock.
Xia Anbang also gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain while looking at Lin Xiao. Fan Sun, are you kidding?
Lu Sheng came back to his senses and asked with an incredulous look on his face.
He is in his 20s and you say he is a master? In Tiannan province, the most talented grandmasters all achieved breakthroughs in their 30s. What are you doing here making a fuss? I'm not kidding.
Fan Sun smiled bitterly. I have fought with Master Lin before, and we were not even a match. Oh, I used the secret method of Kirin's Fury to forcibly obtain the Grandmaster's combat power, but I still lost. Fan Sun said this and raised his hand. His hands were trembling visibly. At this moment, the side effects of his Qilin's rage broke out and his whole body was convulsing. Lu Sheng naturally saw it at a glance, and the horror in his eyes became even stronger. A young master is rare.
Hello, Lin Xiao. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Xia Anbang's old eyes.
In any case, at such an age and with such achievements, he is more than enough to treat others with courtesy.
Hello, old man.
Lin Xiao nodded faintly in response. At this time, Lu Sheng slowly suppressed the anger in his heart, but there was still a trace of displeasure in his eyes.
Snort.
He snorted softly. Even if he is a young master, it doesn't matter. Questioning my teacher, questioning the master, is still an unforgivable crime. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Sheng indifferently.
I'm just stating the facts. Questioning them? That's unforgivable. What a great honor.
To be able to teach you such a half-baked person, it seems that your teacher's level is not that high.
How outrageous. The anger in Lu Sheng's heart was ignited again.
He raised his hand, wanting to point at Lin Xiao, but thinking of Lin Xiao's Grandmaster-level martial arts ability, he had to put it down in disappointment.
Don't be so arrogant. Even if you are a master, you should still be in awe of the medical saints. Cough.
After Lu Sheng finished speaking, Luo Tzuwen coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Grandpa Xia, Dr. Lu, and Master Lin are far superior to me in medical attainments.
Oh?
After hearing Luo Tzuwen's words, Xia Anbang's old eyes lit up even brighter.
Luo Tzuwen would never do something without a purpose.
Lin Xiao is definitely the real deal. But, at such a young age, if his martial arts are extremely proficient and his medical skills are also beyond compare, then it would be too horrifying.
I know you, Luo Tzuwen, the king of medicine in Ansheng.
Lu Sheng looked disdainful and said, you have only just stepped into the threshold of becoming a master of medicine.
Do you know that in the field of medicine, at the master level, there are 3 levels, elementary, intermediate and advanced?
Only by crossing them completely can one reach the saint level.
Even if he knows a little about medicine, he is at most a little better than you. He can't be a master, right? Humph.
He can't even understand my treatment, yet he dares to speak nonsense here. You think highly of yourself. Lin Xiao said nothing with disdain.
What did you say?
Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, humph, who thinks highly of themselves? Boy, I started studying medicine when I was 8 years old.
Now I am 33 years old. With my extraordinary talent, I am far ahead of my colleagues.
Under my teacher's careful instruction, my medical skills have surpassed the limits of the master level and I am honored as a half-step saint.
The Tiannan Province Medical Alliance even ranked me first under the saint hand. What achievements have you made? How dare you question me so many times? It's only this level after 25 years, and you still have the nerve to be proud of it?
Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. With just one sentence, the whole place fell silent again.
25 years, this time is not long at all. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. Countless people spend their entire lives without ever becoming a master.
And Lu Sheng is now half a step away from becoming a saint. It is no exaggeration to say that he is extremely talented. But when it comes to Lin Xiao, he completely looks down on him, which is simply overturning their 3 views.
You have no achievements at all, and you dare to say that? After Lu Sheng reacted, he sneered.
Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with Lu Sheng, so he said directly, you think you are so powerful, then continue to give me acupuncture, and see if this injection can kill Mr. Xia.
Ha, have you finally realized your own ignorance?
Lu Sheng smiled. At this moment, he felt that he had won and felt a little better. Turning around, he picked up the golden needle and said, watch carefully, this needle will give you a good impression.
Wait.
But at this moment, Xia Anbang suddenly spoke. Lu Sheng's hand froze while he was applying the acupuncture. Old man, this is. Lin Xiao nodded, thinking that Xia Anbang had some brains and this might be able to save his life.
Dr. Lu, I'm really sorry, I want to hear Master Lin Xiao's opinion. Xia Anbang looked at Lin Xiao. He?
Lu Sheng was startled, then shook his head. Old man, unless he is a master, he simply cannot understand my treatment methods.
What's the point of listening to his opinions?
At this time, Lin Xiao said calmly, when it comes to the 7-star rejuvenation needle, I have already reached the pinnacle.
Let alone you, even if your teacher comes, I won't take it seriously.
As for the Saint Hand, it's just the Saint Hand of medicine.
I have already achieved that. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Shang looked at Lin Xiao as if he was a fool.
The others were also extremely shocked, with disbelief on their faces. At the scene, only Luo Tsuwan looked surprised. In fact, he had guessed it a long time ago. When Lin Xiao was treating Ning Xiaoxiao, he felt that he was no longer at the master level. Now that Lin Xiao admitted it himself, his guess was confirmed. What excited him was that in the past, he was not even qualified to look the master in the face. When he went to the Medical Alliance, he could only stand far behind and observe and learn. Now, I have become closer to a holy hand, which is truly a great blessing from heaven.
Chapter 130: The 5 Deteriorations of Heaven and Man. The 7-star rejuvenation needle has reached its peak?
Even if my teacher came, he wouldn't dare to say such big words.
You have already achieved the Saint Hand? Do you know what the Saint Hand means?
Even for me, the teacher only dared to say that I would have a chance to advance to the Saint Hand level within 3 years, and then it would take at least another 10 years to surpass the teacher.
How old are you now?
Even if you have been studying medicine since your mother's womb, you can't become a medical master.
Lu Shang looked at Lin Xiao like a fool, and after he finished speaking, he turned to Xia Anbang.
Old man, now it is almost certain that he is a liar, huh?
He relies on his master's cultivation to swindle people. It is really an eye-opener for me. Xia Anbang frowned.
What Lin Xiao said was indeed unbelievable. The most important thing is that Lin Xiao has the cultivation level of a grandmaster.
How could one person have the energy to achieve such inhuman achievements on 2 equally profound and mysterious paths?
If Lin Xiao was in his 70s or 80s, then there would still be a certain degree of credibility. But now Lin Xiao looks like a college student in his 20s.
At this age, many people are still asking their parents for money, but he is already a master, a saint?
No matter how bold Xia Anban was, he still couldn't believe it at this moment. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Lin Xiao.
But then, his body was stunned.
He stared at Lin Xiao's eyes, feeling complicated. Lin Xiao's eyes were calm, without the slightest fluctuation. But he saw an unprecedented confidence in that look. He had never seen such confidence in his life. For a moment, Xia Anbang's heart was filled with turmoil.
Could it be that, what he said, is true?
He murmured in his heart, and finally, he took a deep breath and slowly said, Dr. Lu, I still want to hear Master Lin's opinion.
What?
Lu Shang gritted his teeth secretly and said in a deep voice, Old man, think twice. I will finish the acupuncture soon. By then, your condition will be greatly improved, and it is not impossible for you to fight again.
Xia Anbang's eyes suddenly lit up.
He is very dedicated to martial arts, but for some reason, he has not practiced martial arts for 30 years. This is almost the biggest regret of his life.
But soon, Xia Anbang suppressed the excitement in his heart.
He waved his hand gently, Dr. Lu, it's okay to listen.
Lu Shang was very upset.
He couldn't help but stare at Lin Xiao and snorted coldly, humph.
Do you know the old man's current condition?
His 5 internal organs are injured and he is suffering from depression. In this world, only the 7-star rejuvenation needle can improve the old man's condition.
I don't believe you have a better way.
Lu Shang looked at Lin Xiao with extreme disdain. Xia Anbang also looked at Lin Xiao at this time, with questioning eyes. Luo Tsuwan, Xia Jin, and Fan Sun also looked over.
Lin Xiao nodded and said calmly, You are right, the 7-star rejuvenation needle is indeed the best choice. Everyone was stunned.
Why are you arguing for so long?
You are just making trouble. At this moment, even Xia Anbang was a little annoyed.
Ha ha ha. Lu Shang laughed out loud, Boy, I think you are really crazy.
If you know that, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you really think that being a grandmaster is so great?
Lin Zhao's eyes remained calm, and he continued speaking only after Lu Shang finished speaking.
But your half-baked 7-star rejuvenation needle can't do the trick.
You. Lu Shang was completely furious. He raised his hand to point at Lin Xiao and spoke angrily. But Lin Xiao didn't give him a chance at all, and continued, "What's more, he has already entered the state of the 5 decays of heaven and man, and even the 7 stars rejuvenation is powerless to save him." The furious Lu Shan was stunned and swallowed the words he had not yet said. What? What are the 5 degenerations of heavenly beings? What nonsense are you talking about? His voice sounded incredible. Lin Xiao was too lazy to explain and continued to narrate. The 7-star rejuvenation needle can activate vitality, which is indeed magical, but it is impossible to generate vitality out of thin air, right? The old man is in the 5th stage of decline. Using the 7-star rejuvenation needle to revitalize him is not rejuvenation, but hastening his death. Everyone's heart trembled and was filled with fear. It's not rejuvenation, it's death. These words continued to echo in everyone's hearts. What exactly are the 5 degenerations of the celestial being? Is my grandpa okay? Xia Jin was anxious and worried. Lin Xiao did not explain, but Luo Tsuwen spoke. The so-called 5 decays of heaven and earth are a sign of impending death. All vitality in the body is exhausted, and life is about to come to an end. Xia Anban's body trembled. At this moment, no matter how good his character was, he was still a little scared. Death is not scary, but knowing that you are going to die but can only wait silently for death to come is the scariest thing. Once one enters the 5 decays of heaven and man, the vitality of human cells has already reached the end. At this time, if the 7-star rejuvenation needle is used to stimulate cell function, it will only be counterproductive. Luo Tsuwen stopped talking here. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. Luo Tsuwen was quite knowledgeable and what he said was basically correct. Lu Sheng's face turned pale and he fell into silence. At this moment, he seemed to realize something. The half-baked 7-star rejuvenation needle is even more of a death warrant for the 5 degenerations of the celestial being. Lin Xiao continued to speak at this time. Nonsense. You can question my inability to see the 5 decays of heaven and man, but you cannot question my acupuncture skills. I have been practicing acupuncture for 20 years, and I have never made a mistake with the 7-star rejuvenation needle. I have never had any problems with anyone I have treated before. Lu Sheng raised his head, his eyes full of struggle and a bit of hysteria. Yes, you can treat some young people with vigorous vitality. Your half-baked one will be no problem, but the old man is suffering from the 5 decays, so you will have a big problem. Traditional Chinese medicine is rigorous and even the slightest difference can make a world of difference in treatment results. Lin Zhao's words made Lu Sheng's face suddenly turn pale. Believe it or not, if you dare to give me another shot, your career as a doctor will be ruined. You will be reviled by others, and the image you have built up throughout your life will completely collapse. You will become a disgrace to the medical profession. Boom! Lin Zhao's words struck Lu Sheng's heart directly. It was as if thunder exploded in his ears, and he couldn't help but take several steps back. Gudong! Lu Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva with his throat rolling, his voice trembling slightly. You, stop talking here. You are scaremongering. I will remove the needle right now, okay? Let you heal it. He was already a little scared. As he said this, he reached out to remove the needle. Wait. However, at this time, Lin Xiao spoke again. What happened again? What else do you want? Lu Sheng was very angry. For the sake of his medical career, he has really made concessions. At this time, Lin Xiao smiled and said calmly, if you remove the needle now, he will die too. Half-baked, don't give out needles so easily next time. Bang! Lu Shang widened his eyes, then fell to the ground with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 131. Such ambition is shocking. How is it possible? If the needle is inserted, it means death. If the needle is removed, it means death too? I don't believe it. Lu Sheng forced himself to stand up, and with trembling hands, he prepared to remove the needle. Xia Anbong's face changed drastically and he wanted to stop him. But before he could open his mouth, Lu Sheng stopped on his own. In the end, he still didn't have the courage to challenge. That's gambling with his medical career. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners value their reputation the most, especially when they are in the medical alliance. If someone dies due to misdiagnosis, you will never hear a good word from them in your life. He will fall into the abyss under endless torture of public opinion. Master Lin, please, save my grandfather. Xia Jin's voice suddenly rang out. He also rushed to Lin Xiao, and then knelt down in front of Lin Xiao. Bang! The knees touched the ground with a dull thud.
Master Lin, I am in this situation now. Can I still be saved? Xia Anbang also spoke, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Who could have expected?
The so-called half-step saint, the first place under the saint, almost caused himself to die prematurely in the end.
Since I am here, there will be help.
Lin Xiao spoke calmly.
Lu Sheng's face turned pale and he fell to the ground again.
But he still looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes full of disbelief.
This is typical, even after cremation, the mouth is still hard.
After taking a closer look at the 5 deteriorations of heaven and earth that Lin Xiao mentioned, he naturally saw some clues. He didn't dare to give acupuncture anymore, because if he gave another injection, the 5 degenerations of heaven and man might be activated, causing his vitality to extinguish prematurely. Naturally, he didn't dare to withdraw the needle. The major acupoints in the human body are mysterious and extraordinary, and the 5 signs of decline of heaven and man are synonymous with the end of life. When the needle is removed, the major acupoints will vibrate, which is very likely to induce the 5 signs of decline of the heavenly being. Taking a step forward is difficult, taking a step back is even more difficult. In this situation, even if the 7-star saint came, he would be helpless.
Lin Xiao, what right does he have? Is he better than his teacher? Lu Sheng didn't believe it, or rather, he didn't want to believe it. Master Lin, please save my grandfather. We can agree to any conditions you ask.
When Xia Jin heard Lin Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and continued to beg.
Xia Anbang dotes on Xia Jin to the extreme.
To some extent, the relationship between Xia Jin and Xia Anbang is closer than that between Xia Jin and his father. Since he was a child, Xia Jin has followed his grandfather almost every day, never leaving his side.
The relationship between the grandfather and grandson is extremely deep.
If Xia Anbang passed away, the saddest person would definitely be Xia Jin. I do need the Xia family's help with something, and this is also the purpose of my coming to the Xia family. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, without any intention of concealing anything.
Master Lin, please tell me. If we can do it, our Xia family will never refuse. Xia Jin quickly spoke.
However, Lin Xiao did not speak, but looked at Xia Anbang.
Xia Anbang is the one who makes the decisions in the Xia family. No matter how much Xia Jin talks, it is useless.
In the end, Xia Anbang still has to agree.
Xia Anbang's face became serious. Master Lin Xiao, please speak frankly. Of course he would not agree immediately. Otherwise, if Lin Xiao wanted the huge Xia family foundation from him, would he give it to him?
Even if he agreed, his Xia family, as big as he is, would not agree. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Xia Anbang with a higher regard. Then, he said, not only can I cure you, I can even extend your life by at least 3 years.
Xia Anbang was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao with horror, as if he wanted to confirm whether what Lin Xiao said was true. Kai, are you kidding me? Lu Sheng was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Extending his life by 3 years? How is that possible? Even his teacher couldn't do it. Of course, this is just one of them. And the second one? Xia Anbang's eyes widened.
That military doctor Lu said that your 5 internal organs were damaged and you haven't used force for a long time. Based on my previous fight with Xia Jin, it should be related to your family's martial arts training method.
Swish.
Xia Anbang suddenly stood up from the armchair, as if he had forgotten that there were still golden needles in his body and that he was still aching slightly.
Don't get excited.
Lin Xiao smiled calmly. With your cultivation method, every time you fight, I'm afraid your 5 internal organs will be damaged. In 3 years at most, Xia Jin will become like you, unable to fight for the rest of his life.
What?
Xia Jin looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Lin Xiao was too lazy to explain more.
Xia Anbang should know these things better than him. I can cure you and extend your life by 3 years. I can even help you improve your martial arts training method. After you get better, you can also try to practice. Maybe in the future, you can make further progress.
Lin Xiao's words shocked everyone.
Xia Anbang was trembling all over. What are you saying? Are you serious? Nature.
Lin Xiao smiled confidently.
These were things that couldn't be simpler for him.
Treatment and longevity, with his master-level experience, and the many other methods he possesses, such as the Ghost King's 13 needles, the 7-star rejuvenation needles, as well as various legendary prescriptions, these are no problem at all.
There is absolutely no problem in improving the exercises.
He himself has mastered the 3 traditional Chinese martial arts to perfection, and his understanding of martial arts is extremely profound. For hundreds of years, I'm afraid no one knows martial arts better than him. Not to mention, he had previously drawn a special talent of extraordinary comprehension, which allowed him to reach an extremely deep level in his understanding of martial arts. Not to mention improving the skills and eliminating the harmful effects. Even if we deduce it, there will be no problem in elevating the Xia family's practice method to a higher level.
Are you kidding?
At this moment, Lu Shang felt like he was living in a dream. Everything Lin Xiao said at this moment was too shocking and almost beyond his understanding. Xia Anbang and Xia Jin became excited at this moment.
But soon, the grandfather and grandson forced themselves to calm down. Lin Xiao has given me so many benefits.
In a society of profit, Lin Xiao must want a lot.
Master Lin, we have obtained these, what do we need to pay? Xia Anbang asked calmly.
If he was really asked to give up the Xia family, that would be absolutely impossible. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, and without further suspense, he spoke bluntly, I want to bring down Chongshan, and then take over all of Chongshan's industries. I need the Xia family's help.
Legendary value plus 99,999. Legendary value plus 99,999.
The system panel information scrolls wildly. Lin Xiao's words made everyone stand still and their hearts skipped a beat.
Heavy mountains.
That's a billion-dollar group, and Lin Xiao actually came here just for that. Such ambition is shocking.
I need the Xia family's full cooperation, can you do that?
When everyone was shocked, Lin Xiao asked again.
Xia Anban was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer.
And Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly.
I have given the Xia family an opportunity. You can decide for yourself how to choose.
After saying this, Lin Xiao turned around and left.
At this time, he had to be decisive.
Xia Anban was able to help the Xia family gain its current status, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xiao didn't intend to give him too much time to think.
Chapter 132 Lin. Holy Hand. Wait a minute.
Xia Anban called out to Lin Xiao the moment he turned around. Lin Xiao turned his head to look.
Xia Anbang took a deep breath and was slightly shocked.
Now he really doesn't dare to underestimate this young man Lin Xiao. He has been struggling in this society for decades, but at this moment, because of Lin Xiao, huge waves have been set off in his calm heart. He had a premonition that the sky of Ansheng would sooner or later be trampled under the feet of the young man in front of him. Everyone, no matter what their current achievements are, will probably only be able to look up to him in the future. I want to know what the grudge is between Master Lin and Chongshan. After all, it is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and the Xia family has very close cooperation with Chongshan. It is understandable that Xia Anban wants to know more.
You don't need to know so much. You just need to know that the mountain must fall.
Also, I am not necessarily from the Xia family.
Think carefully before answering me.
Lin Xiao said this calmly and turned back again, obviously not wanting to say another word.
Xia Anban was helpless.
He was being controlled, but there was nothing he could do. Luo Tsuwan and Fan Sen felt complicated at the moment, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Xiao. I agree, and I ask Master Lin to help me.
Xia Anban's voice rang out.
Lin Xiao paused, then turned around and said, yes, you made the right choice. Now, cut off your connection with Chongshan and paralyze his shipping industry. The Xia family's shipping is the best in Ansheng, and the Xia family has the final say in shipping. It can check and balance the entire Ansheng shipping.
Xia Jin, do it immediately. Xia Anbang didn't say anything more and gave orders directly.
Xia Jin left in response, and before leaving, he bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Grandpa's illness, I'm sorry to trouble you, Master Lin.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
Then he took out the silver needles, asked Xia Anbang to sit down, and prepared to start the treatment. At this moment, Luo Tsuwan and Lu Shang both looked over with serious eyes. Removing the needle means death, and giving the needle also means death.
Both of them were extremely curious about what Lin Xiao was going to do.
Lin Xiao did not disappoint them and gave them the answer directly. With a flick of his finger, silver needles flew out and then hovered in the air. Lin Xiao achieved this by using the Grandmaster's internal energy.
Of course, there are also masters of traditional Chinese medicine who can do it, and it's called controlling the needle with qi.
However, compared with Lin Xiao's method, it's not as efficient.
Hold on.
Lin Xiao gave a reminder and the silver needle in his hand fell immediately.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dense silver needles found the acupuncture points and penetrated directly into Xia Anbang's body.
What was strange was that the places where those silver needles penetrated were all the acupuncture points where Lu Shang's golden needles had been inserted.
The difference is that the silver needle was completely inserted and disappeared completely. Snort.
Xia Anbang groaned in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat.
You, what are you doing?
Lu Shang screamed, and then his face changed drastically.
The Ghost King's 13 needles are so amazing every time I see them. Luo Tsuwan murmured. What?
This is the Ghost King's 13 needles from the Ghost Doctor lineage.
Gudong.
Lu Shang was completely shocked. Lin Xiao did not explain. He raised his hand and pulled. With a surge of force, Lu Shang's golden needles were pulled out directly and fell to the ground one by one. Xia Anbang's face turned pale, and he felt a little weak at that moment. But at this time, Lin Xiao continued to act. He raised his hand and more silver needles appeared in his hand. Then one by one, they pierced into the major acupoints of Xia Anbang's body like meteors. Each silver needle was completely immersed in the air and disappeared without a trace. Gudong. Lu Shang watched the whole process and was extremely shocked. It is worthy of being praised as the most daring acupuncture method in history. Only the Ghost King's 13 needles dare to insert silver needles into the body. After a few minutes, Lin Xiao slowly stopped. Okay, now that the 5 degenerations of the celestial being have been stopped, the silver needle will remain in your body temporarily, but it will not affect your daily activities. Later, I will have someone send you 3 doses of the essence nourishing liquid. You must consume them within a month. It will replenish your vitality and extend your life by 3 years. After you take it, I will help you remove the needle, and then use the 7-star rejuvenation needle and 7-star rejuvenation powder to help you repair the injuries to your 5 internal organs. After that, you can practice the cultivation method I improved for your family. Lin Xiao's voice spread.
Thank you, Master Lin. Xia Anbang stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. He could feel that his condition was better than ever before. At this moment, he had complete faith in Lin Xiao. Gudong. Dr. Lu swallowed his saliva, his eyes were extremely complicated. It was true that he acted arrogantly, but when he saw Lin Xiao's acupuncture technique and heard terms like Peiyuan Yuanye and Qixing Huichun San, he was deeply shocked. At the same time, his pride was ruthlessly shattered at this moment, without a trace left. Bang! Suddenly, Lu Shang bent his knees and knelt down towards Lin Xiao. Lin. Saint Hand, thank you very much. Fan Sun stared in horror. Lu Shang actually knelt down. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat him to death. That extremely arrogant man, who even the commander of the Jinbei army had to give him face, knelt in front of a college student. If this gets out, I'm afraid the whole world will be shocked, right? Lin Xiao nodded lightly. Lu Shang naturally had to thank himself. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, he would have inevitably killed Xia Anbang, and his medical career would have been ruined. Not to mention kneeling, even kowtow is as it should be. As soon as he finished speaking, he kowtowed deeply to Lin Xiao. I was short-sighted earlier and offended Master Lin. I hope Master Lin will forgive me. Get up. Lin Xiao didn't want to dwell on this matter. To him, people like Lu Shang were just passers-by, and he had no intention of making close friends with them. Yes. Lu Shang did not dare to delay, he stood up, and then stood aside somewhat stiffly. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were complicated. There is no other reason. Because of Lin Xiao. It is hard to imagine that a college student not only has reached the level of Hua Jin in martial arts, but has also surpassed the masters in medicine and reached the level of a saint. I'm afraid such a person shouldn't exist in this world, right? Heavy mountains. At this moment, this word flashed through everyone's mind. For a moment, they couldn't help but mourn in silence. It would be a miracle if the country didn't collapse after provoking such a terrifying existence. Time flies. Lin Xiao stayed at Xiao's house for most of the day and didn't leave until the afternoon. During this period, the matter of cutting off Chongshan's shipping had been completed, and Chongshan's shipping was directly paralyzed. After the news was passed back, Chongshan immediately went into an uproar. And Lin Xiao also left after obtaining the Xia family's fiery power. When Lin Xiao returned to Taoyuan, an important piece of news was also released on the official website of the Planning Bureau. The final winning bidder for the wasteland in the East District is Jinqiu Tianxia Real Estate. Boom!
The heavy mountain, which had already exploded, erupted like a volcano at this moment.
Chapter 133 The Yu Family's Trump Card Yu Bing. I'm crazy, am I crazy or is this world crazy? The winner of the bid is actually that rubbish company Jinxiu Tianxia? It's not me, Chongshan?
On the top floor of Chongshan building, Li Jiayin roared, his eyes full of disbelief. In order to win the bid for the wasteland in the East District, he invited several expert teams to analyze the situation and came up with more than 10 plans, with a winning rate of over 80%. Unexpectedly, in the end, everything they did was in vain. Any bid rigging scheme with a winning rate of over 80% will result in a total loss. No one can bear the consequences of spending huge amounts of money and ending up with nothing.
Chongshan has 3 major enterprises: medicine, shipping, and real estate.
Today, the pharmaceutical industry is firmly controlled by Tianxia Pharmacy, and the West District medicine market has cut off its source of raw materials. On the shipping side, the Xia family suddenly severed all cooperation for unknown reasons and even exerted crazy pressure, making it difficult for Chongshan shipping to move forward.
And as the news spreads, those pirates outside the territory will immediately attack his heavy sea transportation.
If no shelter is found, the shipping in Chongshan will be completely over.
The problems with medicine and shipping have made Chongshan suffer terribly.
But now, even the East District Wasteland Championship has failed. These days have been a nightmare for Chongshan. Li Shang stood opposite Li Jiayin with an extremely ugly expression.
He couldn't understand why Chongshan suddenly came to this point.
Now the people of Chongshan are still negotiating with the Xia family, but unfortunately the attitude of the Xia family is extremely firm, and they are too lazy to pay attention to Chongshan at all.
I always feel like there is an invisible hand controlling all this.
Li Shang sighed in his heart.
Dad, what do we do now? Li Shang couldn't help but ask out loud.
It happened regardless of whether it happened or not, and now we can only find a way to solve it.
Contact Sihai. Didn't they reach a cooperation agreement with us? Let them start operations immediately.
We must get the raw materials of the medicinal materials out as quickly as possible to maintain the pharmaceutical company first.
As for shipping and real estate, I will personally ask for help from my family in the provincial capital. I think they will help me.
One word from our family is enough for us to thrive in Ansheng. At worst, we can let our family take 60% of the profits in the future. Li Jiayin was a little unwilling, but he was forced into a desperate situation. If he didn't do something, Chongshan would really be in trouble.
I see. I'll contact Sihai immediately. Li Shang responded and left.
Soon, he met brothers Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu, and quickly informed them of his purpose. Of course, he did not hide anything and told the Yu brothers about Chongshan's current condition. Because he had the support of the Li family in the provincial capital, Li Shang was not afraid at all that the Yu brothers might have any extra thoughts. The West District medicine market has also cut off our supply of raw materials because of Lin Xiao, but don't worry, Mr. Li, we will start with the Xia family. Although the Xia family has severed cooperation with Chongshan, we have a trump card in hand. They will agree to cooperate with us. Sihai.
Yu Sunwen and Yu Sunwu are extremely confident.
Li Shang frowned slightly. The trump card you are talking about is
Yu Bing?
He also knew that Xia Jin from the Xia family had returned, and he had been worried for a while.
Xia Jin had declared at the beginning that Yu Bing was his and no one in Anqing could have any ideas about it.
Li Shang did have thoughts about Yu Bing before, and he was really afraid that Xia Jin would be the first person to look for him when he returned. You know, being respected as the #1 prodigy in Anqing, Xia Jin puts a lot of pressure on his peers. From time to time, he would recall the fear of being dominated by Xia Jin. I finally managed to relax in the past 2 years, but I didn't expect Xia Jin to come back at this time. But fortunately, the person who should be worried now is not him, but the poor upstart, Lin Xiao.
Good.
Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu nodded slightly.
Mr. Li should know everything about the circle. Xia Jin is still very persistent about Bingbing.
I believe he will help us for Bingbing's sake.
Xia Jin holds a very high position in the Xia family.
It is said that Mr. Xia Anbang wants to skip the second generation and make Xia Jin the head of the Xia family. All these things show what Xia Anbang expects of Xia Jin.
It can also be seen how terrifying Xia Jin's status is in the Xia family. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you.
The future of Sihai and Chongshan depends on you. Don't worry, our two families have deepened their cooperation. From now on, the interests of Anqing will be shared by both families with a 50-50 share.
We will advance and retreat together.
Li Shang felt relieved.
Good. Mr. Li, I wish us a pleasant cooperation.
Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu stretched out their hands at the same time.
Li Sheng shook hands with the two men, and then the three of them ended the conversation and went about their own business. Time flies.
2 days have passed since Lin Xiao returned from the Xia family. Now, on the system panel, the legendary value has exceeded 5 million.
It's almost there.
After I finish my rare 10 pull run, I'll concentrate on accumulating legendary points and upgrade the system.
Lin Xiao suppressed the urge to pull out 5 times in a row.
In the past 2 days, he studied the Xia family's martial arts, made some improvements, and then sent it back to the Xia family. When Xia Anbang saw the newly improved martial arts training method, he was immediately astounded. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use force, he would have wanted to practice immediately. However, Xia Jin has already tried to practice it, and the effect is surprisingly good. In the past, he always felt a little depressed when practicing, but now he no longer feels that way. Instead, he feels extremely refreshed.
Of course, this is one of them.
Lin Xiao also used these 2 days to successfully produce the Peiyuan essence and gave it to Xia Anbang. The first time Xia Anbang took the Peiyuan essence, his cells began to revive crazily, and he could feel the activity of the cells very clearly.
It is worth mentioning that Lu Sheng temporarily lived in the Xia family.
After seeing the efficacy of the Peiyuan essence, he was full of admiration for Lin Xiao. The arrogance that Fan Sun mentioned had long since disappeared without a trace under Lin Xiao's astonishing methods. On the other hand, Tianxia Pharmacy's 2 major products continue to be popular, and Lin Xiao now receives large sums of money every day. He truly felt that money was just a string of numbers to him. Jinxiu Tianxia won the bid and then directly invested in the development of the wasteland in the Eastern District.
The funds from the Planning Bureau arrived very quickly.
With the protection of Zhou Kuan, the big boss of the East and West regions, and Qi Yan being accompanied by 3 Dark Force Masters, the development of Jinxiu Tianxia is very smooth.
Anyway, the one who is suffering the most right now is Chongshan, followed by Sihai Group.
Everything under Lin Xiao's command is thriving. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing go between 2 places every day, home and school, nothing else. But on this day, something happened after all. Yu Bing's eyes were slightly red, and she hung up the phone with her mother Qin Fong in great sadness.
Chapter 134 Don't Hurt Me. What's wrong? Seeing Yu Bing's sad look, Lin Xiao frowned and asked. My mother asked me to go to Jiutian Pavilion to meet an important person.
She said it was related to the future of Sihai. If I didn't go, she would cut off all ties with me. Yu Bing said this with heartache. You know, Qin Fong had never said such words to her before. Qin Fong has always loved her the most, but now she suddenly said such words. Yu Bing found it difficult to accept for a moment.
What important person?
Lin Xiao was puzzled.
Yu Bing shook her head, I don't know either. Maybe. I am what they call a noble person from all over the world.
I have become their bargaining chip again.
In fact, this is what makes Yu Bing most sad.
Her parents used to love her very much and even told her that she could make her own choices in everything. But now, everything has changed, and she has completely become a bargaining chip for interests.
Don't worry, it won't be long before you control the world. By then, no one will be able to control you.
Lin Xiao raised his hand and gently patted Yu Bing's shoulder. Yu Bing's heart trembled slightly, and then she boldly stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Xiao.
Thank you, Lin Xiao.
A voice as soft as water waves sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. Lin Xiao responded and patted Yu Bing on the back. Come on, I'll go with you to see who this so-called nobleman is.
Good.
Yu Bing agreed, and then suddenly pecked Lin Xiao on the cheek. The next second, without waiting for Lin Xiao to react, he immediately ran upstairs.
Well.
Lin Xiao touched the side of his face and always felt that something was wrong. As a master of Hua Jin, it seems unreasonable for me to be ambushed again and again.
Perhaps it's time to let Frost School Bell see the majesty of this Grandmaster.
The next moment, Lin Xiao went upstairs like the wind. Yu Bing's door was not closed, so Lin Xiao walked in naturally.
Ah, hooligan.
Yu Bing's heart was beating fast and her cheeks were flushed red.
Hee hee, you know too much. Now I have no choice but to do things that only gangsters can do.
As Yu Bing was in panic, Lin Xiao pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao left with satisfaction.
Cough.
Except for the last step, Lin Xiao had taken all the advantages.
Shameless. Yu Bing's pretty face flushed red as she quickly tidied up her messy clothes. Another 20 minutes passed, and the two drove out of Taoyuan and headed towards Zuixinlu. At the same time, in the private room of Jotian Pavilion in Zuixian Tower, Xia Jin and Fan Sun arrived. "Mr. Xia, please take a seat." In front of the 8 immortals table, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu hurriedly stood up to invite them, while Qin Feng stood aside with a smile on her face. "Boss Yu, second master Yu, you are too polite. In fact, we can just find a random place. There is no need to come to such a high-end box. Xia Jin doesn't have the airs of a rich second generation at all. Of course, this is also because he is in the army." "What are you talking about, young Master Xia? We must not lose our manners when hosting young Master Xia, or people in the circle will say that we are ignorant." Yu Sunwu quickly spoke. "This is Xia Jin, the most outstanding young person in Ansheng. 2 years ago, before he even joined the army, he had already put the younger generation under great pressure. Now that he has joined the Black Kirin and returned with supreme glory, his peers no longer have the qualifications to even look up to him." "Why?" Xia Jin shook his head. He knew the rules of the circle and was too lazy to care too much about it. He leaned slightly towards Fan Sun and introduced him. "Boss Yu, second master Yu, this is our Black Kirin head coach, Fan Sun. It's Coach Fan. I've heard a lot about you." "Hello." The Yu Sungwen brothers immediately stepped forward to shake hands with an extremely respectful attitude. "Hello." Fan Sun was meticulous and had no extra words. To be honest, he felt too bored staying at Xia's house, so he came out with Xia Jin. Otherwise, he really doesn't like to have contact with businessmen like the Yu Sungwen brothers. There were too many intrigues and he felt upset. "Master Xia, Coach Fan, please take your seats. The food will be served soon." After a brief introduction, Yu Sungwen immediately asked the two to take a seat. Qin Feng sat next to Yu Sungwen. Then, there was a lot of drinking and flattery. Xia Jin smiled bitterly the whole time. The Yu brothers really put him too high. If it was before he met Lin Xiao, he would have calmly accepted the so-called honors and titles in the circle. But now, he felt that those titles and honors were an insult to him, and made him feel tremendous pressure. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The flattery and fawning of the Yu brothers ended, and the banquet finally got to the point. "Mr. Xia, we still remember what you said when you left Yincheng. Bingbing is on her way here. You two can chat alone later." Yu Sungwen's words made Xia Jin, who was picking up food, tremble all over. "Boss Yu, I think, it's not necessary, right? I was just saying it casually at the time." "What an international joke. That's the person that Grandmaster Lin Xiao likes, please don't harm me." Xia Jin swore that if he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to come to this bureau. Fan Sun looked at him at this time, his eyes full of pity. He is tired of living. He was not taught a lesson before, so now he starts to act crazy. He doesn't care. He wishes someone could massage these idiots in the army every day. "Hey, what do you mean by casual remark? Bingbing has mentioned you frequently in the past 2 years. She even rejected Li Shang from Chongshan because of you." Yu Sunwu directly reversed right and wrong and did his best to perform. Xia Jin's throat rolled, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and looked at Yu Sunwu with a strange look. "Don't lie to me, it's obviously because of Grandmaster Lin. Xia Jin is no fool. He has investigated all the major and minor events that have happened in Anqing recently in the past 2 days. Not only did he mobilize the power of the Xia family, he also found Zhou Kuan, who only followed Lin Xiaoma's lead. After a detailed discussion, he knew almost everything about Lin Xiao. Mr. Xia, as long as you nod, Bingbing will immediately agree to be your girlfriend. You two can get along first. We have no objection." Yu Sungwen spoke, and Qin Feng beside him nodded slightly. Xia Jin's mind went blank and he raised his hand to refuse, but the 2 men didn't give him a chance. Yu Sungwen continued, "It's just that Sihai has encountered some crises recently, and I hope the Xia family can help. But don't worry, young Master Xia, it's just a small matter, and the Xia family can solve it with just 1 word. Bite." At this time, the exclusive elevator door of the Jotian Pavilion box opened, and Yu Bing and Lin Xiao walked out side by side. "Mom and Dad, I'm not your bargaining chip. Please don't make any decisions for me anymore, okay?" Yu Bing's eyes were slightly red and a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked over, and then, their expressions varied. Chapter 135. Ants comparing their heights with the sky. Yu Sungwen, Yu Sungwu and Qin Feng all changed their expressions.
They could never have imagined that Yu Bing would bring Lin Xiao with her. Now they want Yu Bing to meet Xia Jin, so what's the point of bringing Lin Xiao along? What if Xia Jin misunderstood me? The three of them were nervous and a little angry at the same time, secretly cursing Yu Bing for being ignorant. However, what the three did not notice was that Fan Sun and Xia Jin's bodies instantly tensed up the moment they saw Lin Xiao. The two's pupils suddenly contracted, and they even had an urge to stand up and salute immediately. However, Lin Xiao's eyes became stern, and the two of them stopped their actions abruptly, not daring to go even a little bit beyond that. Bing Bing, it's good that you're here. What are you bringing him for? At this time, Yu Sungu was the first to react. He stood up, took 2 steps towards Yu Bing and Lin Xiao, and looked directly at Lin Xiao. We didn't invite you, leave immediately. Oh. Well, Yu Bing, let's go. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Yu Songwu's attitude remained the same, and the arrogance and disdain in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out. Where did this person's sense of superiority come from? Sihai is in such a situation, the market value has evaporated by billions, and the assets of the 10 billion yuan group have shrunk by nearly 1/3, but the arrogance in his eyes is still so strong. What is he thinking? Yu Bing didn't even think about it and turned around to leave with Lin Xiao. Bing Bing, what are you doing? Yu Sungu became angry immediately. Yu Sungwen and Qin Fan also stood up immediately. Bing Bing, stop. Yu Bing paused, then turned to look at the three of them. Mom, Dad, second uncle, I told you, I won't be your bargaining chip. Then he looked at Xia Jin again. Xia Jin quickly gave a kind smile. Are you kidding? This woman is the one close to Grandmaster Lin. Just looking at him is giving him a huge face. He did have feelings for this girl once, and the two families were considered a good match. But now, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. As for Master Lin's men, even if Xia Jin had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to have any extra thoughts. It's not that he's cowardly. But he knew what it meant when the master got angry and 10 miles of land turned into fire. He is still young and has a bright future. He still wants to pursue the ultimate in martial arts and to step into foreign territories to crush to death those bastards who covet the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't want to sacrifice his life and dreams because of a woman. Besides, I don't have any feelings for Xia Jin. Yu Bing's voice rose again. Xia Jin felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. It's best if I don't feel anything. This way, Master Lin won't vent his anger on me. You are so outrageous, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Sungwen and others had no idea what Xia Jin was thinking. When they heard Yu Bing's words, they were scared to death. They have made a good plan, and the key to this plan lies in Yu Bing. If Yu Bing's words caused Xia Jin's dissatisfaction, then they would lose everything. Yu Bing, we are your parents. We will help you decide your path. Yu Sungwen's eyes were cold. Mr. Xia admires you very much. You two can spend some time together first. No need, I have Lin Xiao. Yu Bing spoke suddenly with a determined look, and then reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. Yu Sungwen's expression changed drastically. I'm so mad. Yu Sungwu was startled and quickly turned to look at Xia Jin. Mr. Xia, Bing Bing is ignorant. You forgive me, forgive me. He was nearly scared to death. What they had today was actually pretty much the same as a blind date, but the blind date protagonist, Yu Bing, was holding another person's hand. What was going on? Oh, it's okay, I don't mind. Xia Jin spoke hurriedly. In his opinion, that was a very normal thing. In fact, he was a little envious of Yu Bing now. To be favored by Grandmaster Lin, what incredible luck that was. However, what he couldn't understand was why the Yu family didn't seem to like Master Lin very much. Has the Yu family become so arrogant? Someone like Master Lin, even if he was placed in a provincial capital, would be a big shot who could cover the sky with one hand. The Yu family, a group with only tens of billions of assets, is actually no longer worth looking up to? What virtue and ability did his Yu family have? Yu Sungwu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xia Jin's performance. Then, he turned around angrily and rushed to Yu Bing and Lin Xiao. Bing Bing, let him go immediately, Master Xia is still watching. Yu Sungwen and Qin Fan also looked over at this time, their eyes were extremely stern. I don't. Yu Bing was not moved at all, and even hugged her tighter. The three were helpless and very anxious. There was no way. The three of them looked at Lin Xiao coldly. Lin Xiao, let Bing Bing go. Yu Sungwen said in a deep voice. Let go immediately.
Yu Sungwoo also spoke.
Xin Fong didn't say anything, but her cold gaze showed that she had the same attitude as the other two.
Whispering sound.
Lin Xiao glanced at the three of them with disdain.
What if I don't let it go?
As he spoke, Lin Xiao even raised his hand and hugged Yu Bing in his arms.
Ah!
Yu Bing screamed, and her pretty face turned red. This was in front of her parents.
You!
As a result, Yu Sunwen and Xin Fong immediately trembled with anger, raised their fingers and pointed at Lin Xiao, but could not say anything.
Asshole! Yu Sungwoo was furious. Lin Xiao, don't push your luck. Do you know that Bing Bing wants to have a private chat with Xia Xiao today?
Xia Jin was stunned and waved his hands hurriedly, trying to explain. But he didn't have the chance to speak at all, which made Fan Sun laugh.
There are 36 black unicorns, each of them is unruly.
It was rare for him to see the eggs look like this. It was worth the trip.
Do you know young Master Xia Jin?
He is the grandson of the king of the North City and the #1 prodigy in Anqing. 2 years ago, Xia Xiao was already the focus of the younger generation, towering over everyone and making it difficult for the younger generation to breathe. Now, young Master Xia has been in the Jinbei army for 2 years and has become an elite member of the Jinbei army's Ace Special Forces Black Kirin.
Do you know the Black Kirin?
They are the most terrifying team in the Jinbei army.
Xia Xiao's personal strength is already in the upper middle of the Black Kirin. Only a genius like this is the right match for Bing Bing. Let Bing Bing go immediately. Bing Bing is not someone a rubbish upstart like you can get your hands on.
Yu Sungwoo frantically revealed Xia Jin's identity. His words were sharp, full of pride and admiration. Lin Xiao looked indifferent and didn't take it to heart at all. Xia Jin slapped his forehead, wanting to tell him to shut up.
What does my little achievement mean? The person in front of you is a martial arts master and a medical expert.
Black Kirin even planned to invite him to be a guidance consultant, just to give some casual pointers every year and directly assign him an honorary rank of Major General. Lu Shang, who ranked first among the masters, even planned to kneel down and beg for guidance. What you are doing is like an ant trying to compare himself with the sky, idiot.
Chapter 136 Lin Xiao is the real dragon.
This Yu family is ruined, completely ruined. Today I finally saw what it means to play a good hand of cards badly.
This Yu family is really talented.
Xia Jin felt that his heart was a little bit unbearable, and he looked at Fan Sun. They both saw the look of idiot in each other's eyes.
Who is the idiot?
Obviously, they are the three people from the Yu family. Obviously, Yu Bing and Lin Xiao have such a good relationship. As long as Sihai Group does not make trouble, its rise is only a matter of time. No matter what happens, in the future I will have the entire Anqing under my feet and no one will dare to be dissatisfied.
It will be an easy thing. But what happened?
These three people from the Yu family are like idiots, constantly putting themselves in opposition to Lin Xiao. He even tried to drag himself down with him.
Isn't this courting death? Uncle, please stop talking.
Yu Bing couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop it. Lin Xiao also looked at him like an idiot. He didn't even want to pay attention to Yu Sungwoo. He really wanted Yu Sungwoo to ask Xia Jin, would Xia Jin, the prodigy in his eyes, dare to act rashly in front of him? However, Yu Sungwoo had no idea what Lin Xiao was thinking, and was too lazy to listen to Yu Bing's advice.
Bing Bing, don't talk.
He waved his hand, his eyes gloomy, and continued, Lin Xiao, you have been able to get to where you are today by picking up leaks, and Zhou Kuan has done this for you.
To be honest, it is really amazing. Even we have to admire your luck.
Luck? Lin Xiao sneered. This is my strength, absolute strength.
It is unexpected that people can be as ignorant as Yu Sungwoo. But I tell you, no one's luck will always be good. Your luck has run out.
Yu Songwoo's eyes were cold and gloomy. If you offend Chongshan will never let you go. Now, Chongshan and our Sihai have deepened their cooperation. In the future, you will face suppression from both of us. The world's medicine business will end sooner or later.
You can't win all the way. Do you really think you can block our two families with just Zhou Kuan? Don't you know that a lean camel is bigger than a horse?
Chongshan has already contacted the provincial capital, and the Li family in the provincial capital will intervene sooner or later.
We in Sihai will also be able to get the support of the Xia family soon. Your cutting off of raw materials is meaningless to us. You are just like fireworks, fleeting in beauty.
Yu Sungwoo spoke excitedly, and even confidently believed that the Xia family would help them all the way. Little did they know that the Xia family now respects Lin Xiao like a god, and Lin Zhao's random words can influence the Xia family's will. Having finished speaking, Yu Sungwu just stared at Lin Xiao. At this moment, he wanted to see panic on Lin Zhao's face. After that, he could naturally pull Yu Bing back to his own camp and tell Yu Bing what choice she should make. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao disappointed him. Lin Zhao's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. Hoof. Are you still trying to pretend to remain calm? Yu Sungwen snorted coldly. Maybe he was scared silly. Qin Fong responded softly. What the two said made Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Ignorance. In the end, Lin Xiao just uttered 2 words lightly, which made the 3 of them extremely unhappy. But then Lin Xiao said, to be honest, I never thought that you would get involved with Chongshan. What? Are you scared now? Yu Songwen's lips curled up. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I didn't want to embarrass you for Yu Bing's sake, but since you were determined to stand on the opposite side of me, I'm sorry. You see, hi, it's time to change your blood. Since you are walking on the road through the mountains, I'm sorry, but I will cut off this road myself. Lin Zhao's gaze suddenly became sharp. Xia Jin and Fan Sen both trembled all over. They felt an unprecedented pressure from Lin Xiao. How dare you say that? Yu, Song, Wu, and the other 2 seemed to be unaware of anything. Why? At this moment, even Yu Bing sighed. This is really stubborn. Is it so hard to get rid of the pride in my heart? You will find out. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, then looked suddenly at Xia Jin. Xia Jin stood up immediately, his body straight. Did you hear everything? Xia Jin nodded immediately. The 3 people from the Yu family were wondering who Lin Xiao was talking to. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhao's voice continued to ring out. Then you should know what to do, right? Before I give you my order, the Xia family cannot have any connection with Sihai anymore, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Lin Xiao, are you crazy? Yu Sungwu stared and asked with some confusion. Ha, who do you think you are? Can you control the Xia family? Yu Sungwen also looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. Qin Fong reached out to pull Yu Bing, and said earnestly, Bing Bing, did you see that? He has been scared silly, come here quickly. Yu Bing didn't move and looked at Qin Fong with complicated eyes. Seeing that she couldn't pull it, Qin Fong's face became stern. But at this moment, a voice made her freeze. I know what to do, Mr. Lin. Xia Jin's voice is very distinctive, very straight, with a unique military style. With just one sentence, the 3 members of the Yu family were stunned. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu stared in disbelief, then turned their heads woodenly and looked at Xia Jin, their eyes full of confusion. At this moment, they thought they were dreaming. But Xia Jin's next words completely shattered their fantasy. My Xia family will not have anything to do with Sihai Group and all its partner companies. Boom! At this moment, it was as if thunder exploded in the ears of the 3 people, and their brains went blank in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 of them turned their dull eyes to Lin Xiao. Legendary value plus 99,999. Legendary value plus 99,999. Legendary value plus 99,999. At this moment, Lin Zhao's legendary value was skyrocketing, directly increasing to the limit value. Facing the gazes of the 3 people, Lin Xiao seemed to have done something insignificant. He nodded lightly at Xia Jin, then turned and left without any reluctance. Yu Bing glanced at the 3 people with complicated eyes, and suddenly said softly, Can't you see it? Lin Xiao is the real dragon. You made a wrong move from the beginning. Sihai will be destroyed in your hands. The 3 of them came back to their senses, their eyes still filled with disbelief, as if they were still unwilling to believe it. Why? Seeing this, Yu Bing sighed, turned around and quickly caught up with Lin Xiao. The 3 of them raised their hands and wanted to shout, but in the end, their arms froze in the air, and the words they were brewing could not come out of their throats. The exclusive elevator left, and Lin Xiao and Yu Bing had left. Xia Jin and Fan Sen looked at each other and prepared to leave. There was really no point in staying. Xia Xiao, you are joking, right? Finally, Yu Sungwu uttered a complete sentence. Xia Jin paused, and looked at Yu Sungwu with an idiotic gaze again. He really couldn't understand why this person would ask such a stupid question at this time. Chapter 137 Rare Level 10 Draw. Of course I'm not joking. My Xia family will follow Mr. Lin's words. Xia Jin spoke lightly. The names they addressed to Lin Xiao were too mixed, so Lin Xiao simply asked them to call him Mr. Lin.
But he, Amir.
Yu Sungguan didn't understand and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Xia Jin.
Shut up.
Xia Jin's eyes were cold and stern. You are really blind and can't recognize a true dragon. With such insight, even the golden immortal cannot help you.
Snort.
In the end, Xia Jin even snorted coldly. Then, not bothering to pay attention to the three people who were in a daze again, they called Fan Sun, and the two of them got into the exclusive elevator and left.
In Jiutian Pavilion, only 3 members of the Yu family were left, stunned. They felt as if they were living in a dream. It's so unreal. Even the Xia family has to listen to Lin Xiao? He is just a nouveau riche. What qualifications does he have?
The 3 of them racked their brains but couldn't figure out why all this happened.
Asshole.
After a long time, Yu Sungwu cursed angrily. At this moment, he did not feel ashamed at all, but was full of resentment.
With such resources, you can use them against RC High.
If they were used by RC High would have taken off long ago. These words were extremely shameless. If Lin Xiao were here, he would probably not be able to help but slap him in the face.
Humph.
He won't be so proud for long.
It's fine if the Xia family doesn't help.
Chongshan has connections in the provincial capital, so the Xia family can ignore it.
That's right. We are now on the same front with Chongshan. Are we still afraid of him?
Yu Sungwen and Qin Fong also spoke at this time. The 3 of them had extremely complicated thoughts and they disliked Lin Xiao even more. What they didn't know was that Xia Jin and Fan Sun had caught up with Lin Xiao at this time. Lin Xiao was checking the system panel and the balance of legendary value was about to break through 10 million.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but get a little excited.
He will be able to do 10 consecutive draws soon, a rare 10 consecutive draws. By then, his foundation will be raised wildly.
Mr. Lin.
In excitement, Xia Jin's voice sounded behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing paused slightly. Then, both of them turned to look at Xia Jin and Fan Sun. When they came closer, the two seemed a little reserved, with expressions as if they wanted to say something but hesitated.
Explain.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Hey, Mr. Lin, this is what happened.
This time it was Fan Sun who spoke, his face full of embarrassment. I took the initiative to report your intelligence to the Jinbei army. They asked me to hire you to guide Black Kirin. The military will also issue you an honorary Major General badge at that time. Yu Bing listened and her eyes suddenly widened. Honorary Major General, although the word honorary is added, it means that it is just a title and has no real power.
However, this is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Honor in the military requires countless merits.
Countless people put their lives at risk, but never obtained the qualification of a general until their death. It was too easy for Lin Xiao to obtain this qualification.
He just had to give some guidance to Black Kirin.
However, when Lin Xiao heard this, he simply waved his hand. Sorry, I don't have time. Yu Bing was stunned and stared at Lin Xiao in surprise.
This was rejected? Such a good thing, and you just rejected it? Oh my god.
Yu Bing felt that her 3 perspectives were about to explode. Fan Sun and Xia Jin also froze at this moment, then looked at each other and smiled bitterly.
Mr. Lin, please, I have been given a death order. If you don't agree, I will not be allowed to go back. Fan Sun cried and looked eagerly. What does that have to do with me?
Lin Xiao looked at Fan Sun as if he were an idiot.
I am a junior student, and you want me to guide you Black Kirin? I don't want to go to school anymore? If Fan Sun knew what Lin Xiao was thinking, I wonder if he would use his connections to get him a diploma.
Of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't say that. He really didn't have that intention. Right now, the 10 consecutive draws were more important. Fan Sun froze at this moment, then hugged Lin Xiao's thigh and said, Mr. Lin, please save me.
Military orders cannot be violated. I am Fan Sun.
I am alone, and my only dream is to serve my country and kill the foreign villains with my own hands.
Now, the higher-ups are going to deprive me of my qualifications because of a mission.
I, Fan Sun, really feel ashamed of my Fan family ancestors.
Stop.
Veins popped out on Lin Xiao's forehead.
Is this the Black Kirin head coach? Is he regarded as a legendary figure? This is a scoundrel.
Lin Xiao didn't notice that Xia Jin had already opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. He had been in the army for 2 years, but he had never seen this side of Fan Sun.
If this were to get back to Black Kirin, I'm afraid many people's views would be shattered. You agreed? Fan Sun sobbed and looked up pitifully. Roll.
Lin Xiao exerted his strength and directly knocked Fan Sun away.
Promise a hell of a lot. Mr. Lin.
Fan Sun was in so much pain that he half knelt not far away and reached out to Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao was pulling Yu Bing and walking farther and farther away, but fortunately, a word floated back.
Bring the Black Kirin here, I can give him some pointers.
Fan Sun's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up, straightened his body, and saluted with a standard military salute.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Oh no, Major General Lin.
Xia Jin remained stunned. On this day, he got to know this head coach, this legend all over again. That soldier. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded.
Have.
Xia Jin subconsciously straightened his body and raised his hand to salute.
Forget everything about today. This is in order. Fan Sun looked dignified. Yes. Xia Jin is meticulous.
Fan Sun nodded in satisfaction, then put away his military attitude and returned to his calm expression.
He turned and walked away. The dictionary definition for leaving is.
It took Xia Jin a long time to come back to his senses. Finally, he followed with a complicated look.
Lin Xiao, I feel like I'm dreaming. Your change is really huge, really huge. Tao Weiyuan, Lin Xiao, and Yu Bing have returned.
Yu Bing looked at Lin Xiao with boundless complexity in her eyes. It has only been a short time since Lin Xiao slapped Zhou Na until now, and he has completed an incredibly amazing transformation. Now, he has become a person that even the military wants to invite. Yu Bing was a little worried. It seemed that she was not worthy of him now.
Don't think too much. My future changes will be even greater.
Lin Xiao saw what the girl was thinking and moved closer, then their lips touched.
Yu Bing stared, and finally gave in and responded.
10 minutes later, Yu Bing entered the kitchen to busy herself, while Lin Xiao opened the system panel and looked at the legendary value column.
Legend value, 101335548. 1,130,000. System, 10 consecutive draws. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao directly started the lottery. The system prompt sounded wildly 1 second later. Chapter 138, Rapid Increase of Foundation. Congratulations, money plus 1 million, x3. The system notification sound rang out frantically, 3 times in a row, all guaranteed. Lin Xiao was used to it. Finally, the 4th prompt tone sounded and the goods started to be shipped. Then things got even more crazy.
Congratulations, you have obtained the perfect level of killing technique, Yellow Sand 100 battles. A large amount of knowledge came to my mind, all about the battles in the Yellow Sand. However, Lin Xiao had a strange look on his face.
System, you don't know that I plan to give some advice to Black Qilin, do you? Huansha Baijian is a killing technique that was born entirely for the battlefield.
It combines modern techniques with traditional Chinese martial arts and is designed only for killing. After hundreds of battles in the Yellow Sand, one truly achieved the goal of focusing on intention rather than form. One needs to go through countless life and death trials before one can practice this offensive technique to the extreme. The most outstanding feature of the Yellow Sand battles is that it can quickly enhance strength. The more battles you experience, the more you will understand the true meaning of the Yellow Sands. Of course, Lin Xiao does not have this limitation. He directly reaches the perfection level. After the fusion is completed, it is as if he has experienced hundreds or thousands of battles. Not only did he gain even more terrifying combat power, but at this moment, he also gained boundless murderous intent. That murderous intent was completely condensed from countless battles in the Yellow Sand.
Yu Bing, who was busy in the kitchen, trembled all over.
Suddenly, she felt a sudden shock in her heart and was filled with boundless fear. However, at this time, Lin Xiao had already put away his strong murderous intent, and Yu Bing recovered after just a moment.
What's going on?
She frowned in confusion, but didn't worry too much. On Lin Xiao's side, the reminder sound for the 5th lottery continued to sound. Congratulations, you have obtained the Grandmaster skill, Finger Sword.
Another martial arts ability. A lot of insights came to my mind.
The Finger Sword uses the dark energy in the body to burst out and attack like an invisible sword energy. The more condensed the dark energy is, the greater the power of the Finger Sword will be.
Different from Song Yunjue.
Song Yunjue can be said to be a range attack, while the Finger Sword is an indestructible single target attack. Lin Xiao secretly estimated that the power of the finger sword could easily penetrate an iron plate about 10 centimeters thick, which was even more terrifying than the power of a rifle. The sixth lottery reminder sound continued to sound.
Congratulations, money plus 800 million.
A series of numbers appeared in Lin Xiao's account again.
The seventh shot.
Congratulations, you have received a set of Zhou Tian golden needles. There was an extra brocade bag in the system space. Lin Xiao thought about it and it immediately appeared in his hand.
There are 108 golden needles in total, representing the number of Tiangang and Disha in the Zhou Tian.
They come in both long and short lengths.
With this Zhou Tian golden needle, Lin Xiao will no longer have to worry about acupuncture.
The eighth lottery reminder sound continued to ring in my mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the formula for the martial arts quenching fluid. A large amount of information flooded into his mind, and Lin Xiao's eyes focused. Martial arts body tempering fluid, this is absolutely a heaven-defying thing. The use of martial arts body tempering fluid can greatly speed up the training speed of a martial artist, and can complete the physical training of the Ming Jin and In Jin stages in a very short time. You know, not everyone is like Lin Xiao, who can acquire martial arts skills directly from the system. All the others need to practice step by step and strengthen themselves before they can eventually reach the level of Ming Jin and In Jin. With this thing, the speed of martial arts practitioners can be increased several times. Once this formula is known to others, it will probably cause a bloody storm immediately. Lin Xiao has secretly decided to only let people around him use it and never pass it on to anyone else.
Gold and jade make people brave.
The ninth lottery was drawn and a notification sound was heard soon. Congratulations, you have obtained the special item, the God Control Needle. A transparent needle suddenly appeared in the system space, and only Lin Xiao could feel it. As his mind moved slightly, Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly.
The God Control Needle is a special item that is beyond the scope of the category.
As the name suggests, the Soul Control Needle can control a person's mind and make him or her obey orders. Of course, this kind of control can only last for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, the controlled person will directly become an idiot.
What a good thing! Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh.
If this was used well, it would definitely bring him huge benefits. In the last lottery draw, the system was still powerful and Lin Xiao was still very lucky. Congratulations, you have obtained the Grandmaster level 100 years of combat experience. At this moment, countless insights flooded into his mind, and Lin Xiao's understanding of the battle reached an unprecedented new height. A master-level warrior with 100 years of combat experience. At this moment, I'm afraid no one can say that they understand combat better than him.
10 consecutive draws, it's really extraordinary.
After Lin Xiao absorbed all the combat experience, he let out a long breath. This rare wave of 10 consecutive draws directly raised Lin Xiao's foundation to an extremely terrifying level. After that, I will concentrate on accumulating legendary points to prepare for upgrading the system to the Peerless level. I wonder what kind of surprises the Peerless 10-draw combo will bring. Lin Xiao's eyes were burning with anticipation. Soon, Yubing prepared the meal and they ate face to face. Throughout the whole process, Yubing's cheeks were flushed, and Lin Xiao glanced at her from time to time. The beauty in front of me was so pleasing to the eyes that I ate 2 more bowls of rice. And Yubing, in front of Lin Xiao, finally took off all her disguises and no longer looked frosty. At this moment, she has more girlish shyness, and is even more beautiful and charming.
Time flies.
After Xia Jin and Fan Sun arrived at the Xia family, they immediately gave orders, and the cooperation between the Xia family and Sihai was soon severed.
Not only that, the Xia family also terminated cooperation with other small businesses that were related to Sihai.
In an instant, Sihai and Chongshan became toothless tigers, unable to even eat a piece of meat in Anqing.
Waste, what else can you Sihai do? Li Jiayin and Li Sheng faced the Yu brothers. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu looked unhappy and stared at Li Jiayin. Li Jiayin, watch your words. What can you do about Chongshan?
You are still being held tightly by Lin Xiao. Li Jiayin and Li Sheng's eyes immediately turned sinister, but they were unable to refute.
This is a fact and there is no way around it.
Li Jiayin now knows that it was Lin Xiao who was behind the Xia family's conspiracy.
What surprised him was that Lin Xiao had such enormous power that he could even influence the Xia family.
The atmosphere was very quiet and the 4 of them were silent.
Ding dong.
After a long time, Li Jiayin's cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at it, then the sinister look on his face disappeared.
Alright, someone from the Li family is coming and will be here soon.
In the next 2 days, we will do our best to deplete the strength of Tianxia Medicine Store at all costs. The Yu brothers looked at each other and nodded slightly.
At this time, Li Sheng suddenly asked, "Dad, who is coming?" "Li Song."
Li Jiayin uttered 2 words lightly. The Yu brothers looked confused. Li Sheng was stunned, and then his eyes flashed with light. Chapter 139 Lin Xiao is finished.
Li Song. It's him. The Yu brothers didn't know Li Song and looked confused.
But Li Sheng was different. There was a gleam in his eyes and his whole body was trembling.
He could not suppress his excitement at all.
If he comes, no one in our Anchang will be able to ignore him.
Li Jiayin nodded lightly. You two should stop playing dumb. Who is Li Song? Yu Sungu couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't suppress his curiosity.
Yu Sungwen didn't say anything, but his eyes were looking at Li Sheng and his son. At this time, both the father and the son looked at the Yu brothers, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. People from small places are people from small places. If the name Li Song was mentioned in the provincial capital, it would be impossible for no one to know it.
It's a pity that this is Anchang. Sihai Group is just a local enterprise in Anchang.
It has not expanded outward and does not have the capital to expand outward, so it is normal that it does not know Li Song. Of course, this does not prevent the father and son from looking down on the Yu brothers.
However, the two concealed their gazes very well and the Yu brothers did not notice.
After a moment, Li Jiayin explained, Li Song is the genius of the provincial capital's Li family.
He studied medicine and is now a certified medical master by the Medical Alliance.
The Yu brothers' eyes lit up slightly. The Medical Alliance is a special organization in Dragon Country, and not many people know about it. However, anyone who knows about the Medical Alliance knows what position the Medical Alliance occupies in the upper-class society.
And this Li Song turned out to be a medical master certified by the Medical Alliance.
It goes without saying that he must have incredible connections. Not only that, he has the huge Li family behind him. Even before they saw him, the Yu brothers could already imagine how much power Li Song possessed. At this time, Li Sheng said again, in front of Li Song, Anqing Medical King Luo Xuan has to stand aside. I'm afraid he doesn't even dare to reveal his title of Medical King, otherwise, he will only become a laughing stock. At this moment, Li Sheng was extremely disdainful of Luo Xuan.
Hiss. The Yu brothers took a deep breath and looked at Li Sheng in disbelief.
Li Jiayin nodded without comment, which surprised the Yu brothers even more. Of course, they also became excited at this moment. In this way, after Li Song arrives, all the difficulties they are currently facing can be easily solved.
Cooperating with Chongshan is definitely the best choice we have made.
At this moment, the same thought popped up in the minds of the Yu brothers.
Then, when will this young master Li Song arrive? Yu Sunwen asked. Now, he couldn't wait to meet Li Song. Soon. Why are you in such a hurry? I will let you know when the time comes.
Li Jiayin replied casually. The Yu brothers had no choice but to stop urging him.
Time flies. A night passed.
After this day's fermentation, the market value of Sihai and Chongshan evaporated again.
Today's $2 billion groups have begun to decline because of Lin Xiao alone.
Originally, Chongshan was still triumphant when Sihai was on the decline, but now, he has fallen into a situation similar to Sihai. Most industries have stopped operating, and major companies are struggling to survive.
Every step they take is like walking on thin ice.
In today's stock market, most retail investors have begun selling the stocks of the two companies. This situation has caused the market value of the two companies to continue to hit the limit.
Mom, you can use the money in this card as you like. I'll trouble you to collect the stocks of Chongshan and Sihai.
In Peach Blossom Spring No. 1, Lin Xiao is conscripting men.
Shi Yan rolled her eyes. Son, don't you know how busy I am now? If you don't have time, do you think I have time to stare at the computer for you? But you are the person I trust the most.
Lin Xiao shrugged. Besides, that's Chongshan and Sihai.
I want to take over Chongshan. As for Sihai, I won't be so cruel. After all, I have to take Yubing into consideration.
Mom, you should know better than me the benefits of taking down Chongshan.
From now on, all of this will be your foundation. Shi Yan's eyes sparkled.
Recently, Shi Yan's body has recovered as before, and with the help of Peiyuan essence, she has become younger and younger. When Lin Xiao looked at Shi Yan at this moment, it was as if he was looking at a woman in her 30s, at the prime of her life, and she didn't look like she was in her 40s at all. As she managed Jinxiu during this period, Shi Yan's temperament gradually returned and she was no longer as haggard as before.
Alright, stop trying to PUA me. I know what you mean. Leave it to me.
Chi Yen suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and waved her hands helplessly. To be honest, she now even finds it difficult to understand her own son.
The means are really too horrific. The mountains and the four seas are not ordinary existences.
But now, because of his son, everyone is having a hard time in Ancheng, walking on thin ice. Chi Yen couldn't imagine what kind of big hand was behind her son, and what kind of background that person had to be able to create such an existence for her son in such a short time.
Of course she didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets.
As long as Lin Xiao is safe, she won't delve too deeply into it.
Well, I'll be relieved if you leave it to me. I'll go to school first. Lin Xiao bids farewell to Chi Yen.
Walking out of the villa, Ning Xiaoxiao was driving the car and Yu Bing was sitting in the back seat, waiting for him. Recently, Lin Xiao would take time out to give Ning Xiaoxiao some advice whenever he had nothing to do. It's no wonder that Ning Xiaoxiao has a great talent in medicine. She can learn anything quickly and there is no need to worry about anything. Lin Xiao estimated that in a month at most, Ning Xiaoxiao's medical attainments would surpass Luo Xuwen.
This is a true medical genius.
To be honest, if there was no system, Lin Xiao felt that he would never have the chance to look up at Ning Xiaoxiao's back in his life. But now, everything has changed. Others are making rapid progress, but he, Lin Xiao, is growing like a rocket. He will rush to the top at a speed that no one can catch up with, stepping on everyone and looking down on the world.
The car soon arrived at the gate of Anhui University. Lin Xiao and Yu Bing got out of the car, waved goodbye to Ning Xiaoxiao, and then the two entered the school side by side.
This scene was seen by countless people, who were filled with jealousy beyond words. But after the jealousy, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Lin Xiao is now in Anda University, and he is a legendary figure.
Not everyone can compare with him. Hey, why is he so lucky? Humph, so what? It will all be over sooner or later. This is a typical statement of jealousy. Lin Xiao has strong five senses, how could he not hear it? But he was too lazy to pay attention to it and really didn't care. The more frequently these people talked, the more legendary points they provided him. Have you heard? Lin Xiao is finished. At this time, someone suddenly discussed. Chapter 140, Lin Shan? Is he worthy? What's the matter?
Everyone suddenly became curious, and their eyes were full of excitement.
There are too many people in this world who are jealous of others.
Lin Xiao is now very popular. Even some students want to see when Lin Xiao will be brought down.
By then, they will even want to beat the man who has fallen into the water. This is the human heart and human nature. Hey.
The person who spoke smiled mysteriously and did not keep the question in suspense.
Does Xia Jin still remember? He is back.
Right now, he's in the finance department classroom, waiting for Lin Xiao.
Do you think he'll finish?
Hiss. As he finished speaking, waves of gasps of shock were heard.
Xia Jin. This name is not simple. Most people in An know him.
He once was the only one who put pressure on the rich second generation of Anhui University and made it difficult for them to breathe, and he was the most popular person at that time. When he left, he also announced at Anda University that Yu Bing was his and no one was allowed to have any idea about her.
No one dared to move. Such majesty.
Recently, Lin Xiao and Yu Bing have become so close that some people even speculate that they have taken that step. Now that Xia Jin is back, given Xia Jin's original style of doing things, Lin Xiao will definitely have to pay something.
He's dead. Xia Jin is not a pushover. Ha, this upstart is finally going to be ruined.
Anyone dares to mess with him. That's Yu Bing, the ice goddess, the school beauty, and the #1 goddess of an university.
She's not the ultimate configuration he can afford. Let's go to the finance department and watch the fun.
Someone raised his arm, and the next moment, a large group of people headed towards the finance department classroom. Lin Xiao noticed this situation keenly, frowned slightly, listened carefully, and finally raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
This time, we have to get several million legendary points, right?
To be honest, it's not that Lin Xiao doesn't want to keep a low profile, but if he wants to gain legendary points, there is no way to keep a low profile.
This is not a system that allows him to hide. This is a system where the more you pretend and act arrogantly, the faster you can realize your real strength and background. Thank you so much.
Lin Xiao murmured in his heart. Soon, he and Yu Bing approached the finance department classroom. A figure rushed out quickly and came to Lin Zhao's side.
Lin, Master Lin.
The person who came was Yang Yucheng. Before, there were some grudges between them, but afterwards, Yang Yucheng helped Lin Zhao educate Zhona in Xiansong, and the grudges between them were completely written off.
How?
Lin Zhao raised his eyebrows. Recently, Yang Yucheng greets me every time he sees me, which is extremely respectful. To be honest, Lin Zhao has developed a slight affection for Yang Yucheng recently. Xia Jin is back and is in the classroom.
You'd better not go in yet. Xia Jin.
As Yang Yucheng spoke, he glanced at Yu Bing with a strange look, and then he didn't dare to say anything more. Yu Bing looked straight ahead, but she felt extremely helpless in her heart. She glanced at the people around her who looked gloating and felt sad for them. They simply don't understand Lin Zhao's current power. When Xia Jin sees Lin Zhao, he can only be respectful. He was afraid that if Lin Zhao was unhappy, he would be in trouble.
Fine. Let's go.
Lin Zhao waved his hand. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone around him.
He is indeed very arrogant. He will regret it later. TSK, Lin Zhao has lost his way, right? It's over. He's finished.
I wonder how Xia Jin will teach him a lesson later.
Hey, can't Lord Lin make a comeback? Some people are dissatisfied. Some people are extremely jealous of Lin Zhao.
Naturally, some people regard Lin Zhao as an idol and think that Lin Zhao can do anything.
Get lost. Do you think you're reading a novel? A comeback? Are you kidding me?
Lin Zhao, a nouveau riche, is destined to be trampled and crushed.
Impossible, God Lin is omnipotent. Some people were very fanatical. That's right, that's right. The legend of the forest god is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Legend value plus 88,888. Legend value plus 66,666. The noisy quarrel caused Lin Zhao's legendary value to soar rapidly. Master Lin, Xia Jin is a genius from the Xia family in the north of the city, and is highly valued by the old man of the Xia family. I even heard that he joined some mysterious army and has a very terrifying background. Yang Yucheng was still worried, but his social status was still too low, and he knew very little about Xia Jin. That's called Black Kirin, the ace special forces of the Jinbei army. Lin Zhao paused and explained. Yang Yucheng glared, Mr. Lin, do you know? Then you. It's okay.
When he sees me, he has to be respectful to me. Lin Zhao said casually.
Ah.
Yang Yucheng opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief.
Quick, Xia Jin is out. Mr. Xia. It's over.
Lin Zhao is finished. Xia Jin was disturbed by the noise outside the classroom, walked out of the classroom, and then saw Lin Zhao. Without saying a word, he accelerated and rushed towards the side.
However, in the eyes of everyone, they saw Xia Jin walking towards Yu Bing.
This was completely an impulse of wanting to appear in front of her immediately after being apart for a long time.
Lin, Master Lin. He's here. Yang Yucheng's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was a little scared. Xia Jin's aura was so strong that he couldn't bear it at all.
He didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He just stood beside Lin Zhao, his teeth chattering. Lin Zhao took a glance and found it somewhat amusing. Watch carefully how your Lord Lin kneels before Master Xia later.
TSK, Lord Lin?
Such a great name, but in front of young Master Xia, the only way out is to turn it into slag. That's right, he's still called Forest God. You guys don't even let him take a piss and look at himself properly. Does he deserve this title?
Countless people joked and spoke jealously. After seeing Xia Jin, Lin Zhao's supporters were intimidated by his aura and dared not speak.
To be honest, many people still don't think that Lin Zhao will be able to get along well with Xia Jin. After all, the pressure Xia Jin put on them was really too great. He was the undisputed number one among the younger generation in Ansheng. Finally, Xia Jin rushed over a distance of more than 10 meters and stood 1 meter in front of Lin Zhao.
Everyone became excited. However, the scene they imagined did not happen immediately afterwards. Instead, a scene appeared that they would never forget. Mr. Lin, you are here.
Xia Jin suddenly bowed towards Lin Zhao, with his head lowered and his waist bent, but he did not stand up, as if waiting for Lin Zhao's instructions. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Each of them stared with eyes full of disbelief. Legendary value plus 99,999. At this moment, Lin Zhao's legendary value began a new round of crazy growth, all of which were crazy growth to the limit value.
Chapter 141 The Name of the Godfather.
This.
Yang Yuqing was shaking with shock.
That is Xia Jin, the eldest son of the Xia family and the #1 prodigy in Anqing. He has been in the army's ace unit for 2 years and has become a terrifying existence that countless people look up to.
Why now? It turned out to be.
Bowing to Lin Zhao so respectfully.
This is unscientific. This completely overturned everyone's 3 views.
The air seemed to freeze, and almost everyone could hear their own heartbeats at this moment. This scene was so horrifying and shocking.
Mighty God Lin. Ha ha ha, did you see that?
You idiots, I am the god of forest. When Xia Jin saw me, he could only lower his head and look in obedience. At this moment, Lin Zhao's fans suddenly burst into extremely excited screams. In an instant, there was noise outside the finance department. Lin Zhao's legendary value was skyrocketing, and the information on the system panel was scrolling at an extremely fast speed, which was simply outrageous. Lin Zhao looked at the balance of legendary value, which had risen to more than 2 million in the past few days, but now, it went crazy, 3 million in the blink of an eye, then 4 million, 5 million. It marched forward triumphantly, reaching 7 million, and then slowed down, but only relatively speaking. After today, I'm afraid the base price will be more than 10 million.
Lin Zhao couldn't help but make an estimate.
At this time, the surroundings became increasingly noisy, and he waved towards Xia Jin.
Get up. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xia Jin thanked him very respectfully and then stood up. Gudong.
Yang Yuqing swallowed hard. At this moment, his mind was extremely complicated. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. I am still worried about Lin Zhao, but what's the point of worrying about him? His identity is so terrifying. If Xia Jin is so respectful, then who else in Anqing can stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Yang Yuqing couldn't imagine it. There was no way. The world he could access was so small. How could he know those people in the upper echelons of Anqing? The surroundings were still noisy, but Lin Zhao ignored it and glanced at Yang Yuqing.
Do you know him? He asked Xia Jin.
I know him, Yang Yuqing.
It seems his family has opened a small shopping mall.
Xia Jin thought about it and nodded slightly in response.
Lin, Master Lin. Yang Yuqing didn't understand and looked at Lin Zhao in confusion.
Lin Zhao ignored him and said to Xia Jin, he's a good guy.
Can you give him some convenience from the Xia family?
Hiss. Yang Yuqing looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. His heart was shaking madly. At this moment, Lin Zhao had become extremely majestic and tall in his eyes.
What? What is this? Yang Yuqing must be prosperous. Oh my God. Lin Shen, mighty.
The students around started to make noise.
Xia Jin lowered his eyebrows, thought for a moment and said directly, Shangbei Central Street, New World Department Store, the second floor is for your shopping mall to be a chain store, the rent is 30% off, how about it? Boom.
The whole place was dead silent.
Everyone's eyes widened.
At this moment, it seemed as if thunder exploded in their minds, followed by an endless storm. This horse. With Lin Zhao's words, Xia Jin directly gave a piece of land on the central street in the north of the city to Yang Yuqing. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have thought they were dreaming. Yang Yuqing's family has assets worth tens of millions, but if they move into the second floor New World Shopping Mall on the North Central Street, the size of the small shopping mall will instantly rise to over 100 million.
This is a great gift from heaven. Bang! Yang Yuqing knelt down on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Xia.
Xia Jin raised his eyebrows, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face.
Yang Yuqing froze for a moment, then reacted instantly. The next second, he turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Zhao. Thank you, father. Fuck, I don't want to be your dad yet.
Lin Zhao really didn't expect that Yang Yuqing would say this.
He cursed inwardly and pulled Yu Bing away.
Yu Bing covered her mouth and chuckled.
This scene was seen by countless people.
A smile brings out all charm.
This was the first time they saw the school beauty Yu smile. Oh my God, I'm in love. Wow, my God has smiled in someone else's hands. Lin Zhao, you bastard. Countless noisy voices broke out again. Farewell, Godfather. Farewell, Godfather.
A large number of students suddenly spoke up, imitating Yang Yuqing's tone and calling him Godfather.
We.
The silver bell-like laughter melted the hearts of countless tough men. Lin Xiao was so upset that he rushed into the classroom, not bothering to pay attention. But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly came.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the latest achievement, the name of foster father, and obtained a peerless lottery chance +1.
Can this also unlock achievements?
Lin Xiao was convinced and froze in his seat. Yu Bing's pretty face was flushed with shame. Her jade hands were still held by Lin Xiao.
She was unwilling to pull them out until Lin Xiao let go.
Then, the people who entered the classroom and saw the two people in this state were hit hard mentally. Throughout the entire class, everyone glared at Lin Xiao and Yu Bing. Of course, Lin Xiaoke didn't care about all that. He directly opened the unique lottery that he got by unlocking the achievement.
Congratulations, you got the amulet. Ha! Peerless level? So Kunrib?
Lin Xiao was speechless, his consciousness sank into the system space. But then, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance. The amulet is made of a special material called Wu Yu. It can store master-level strength and protect its master at critical moments.
So magical?
Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the amulet appeared in his hand. Looking down, I saw that it was a white jade pendant with a very simple design, and it seemed to be an ordinary object picked up on the street. However, after getting his hands on it, Lin Xiao felt a sense of warmth, and the strength in his body was involuntarily absorbed. Lin Xiao did not restrict himself, but instead actively input his strength into it. A tremendous force entered it, and then it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any ripples at all. Of course, Lin Xiao could still feel that a terrifying power was gradually increasing within the amulet.
Just in time for Mom.
Lin Xiao murmured. Although Qi Yan was protected by 3 dark energy masters at this moment, Lin Xiao was still a little worried. Fortunately, the system was very considerate and sent a pillow when she felt sleepy. The martial arts body tempering fluid must also be produced as soon as possible. If Jin Yong can break into the Grandmaster realm, then Mom's safety will definitely be better guaranteed. Lin Xiao murmured. Time flies, and after a day's classes, Lin Xiao left the school amidst the calls of Godfather. At this time, the legendary balance on the system panel has reached more than 9 million. We are getting closer and closer to our goal. Lin Xiao took a glance and murmured.
The next day. Anxiang Airport.
The father and son of the Chongshanli family and the brothers of the Sihai Yu family were waiting with great respect.
Chapter 142. The Yu family brothers arrive. A handsome young man walks slowly into the VIP channel of Anqing International Airport. Beside him, an old man in loose martial arts uniform followed closely. The old man had a sinister look in his eyes, which were slightly cloudy, but in the deepest part of his pupils, there seemed to be endless murderous intent. Master Li Tsang.
When they saw the two men, Li Jiayin and Li Shang immediately went up to them, lowering their heads and looking submissive, extremely respectful. Li Tsang stopped, glanced at the two of them slowly, and nodded lightly.
Uncle Ling, long time no see.
Only then did Li Jiayin turn to the old man, his words still respectful.
He. The old man nodded and chuckled. Yes, it has been about 20 years. The last time we met, your father was still alive. Unfortunately, time flies by. Uncle Ling was particularly moved. Back then, Uncle Ling and Li Jiayin's father had a good relationship.
Uncle Ling is still in good health, and he can fight against time for another 100 years without any problem. Li Jiayin is very good at talking, and his words made Uncle Ying smile even brighter.
Hello, Grandpa Eagle.
Li Sheng spoke at this time.
Yeah. Okay. Uncle Ling responded with a smile.
At this time, Li Tsang glanced at Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen. Li Jiayin was very good at observing people's expressions and immediately introduced them. Master Li Tsang, these two are the two leaders of the Sihai group that I mentioned, Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu.
4 Cs.
Li Tsang withdrew his gaze.
Meet Master Li Tsang. X2.
The Yu brothers hurriedly greeted them. However, Li Tsang didn't even glance at it. It's just $1 billion enterprise, and it's entering its sunset period. It's only suitable to be a dog of my Li family. Li Tsang's words made the Yu brothers' faces change drastically, and anger surged in their hearts. Master Li Tsang is right. Li Jiayin immediately agreed, which made the Yu brothers even more indignant.
It was as if a volcano erupted in the brothers' hearts.
But as Li Jian's words continued to ring, the fire in their hearts was extinguished. After all, being a dog means you can live a good life and be successful with your owner in the future.
But if you want to be a human being, the only outcome is to be torn to pieces.
Li Jian's voice was flat. He seemed to be making a statement, but in fact he was reminding the two brothers that they were not facing ordinary people and they should think about how to speak. The Yu brothers trembled all over, and the anger in their hearts was completely extinguished.
Master Li Tsong is wise.
X2. In the end, the Yu brothers could only respond against their will, while still putting on a smile.
Snort. Li Tsong snorted and said calmly, "If you show any dissatisfaction again, I will break their legs. It's time to go."
After he finished speaking, Li Tsong took the lead, walked past a few people and walked out.
Uncle Ling quickly followed.
Li Jian and Li Shang glanced at the Yu brothers and said nothing more. The Yu brothers were silent for a moment, then looked at each other, sighed, and followed.
It's all Lin Xiao. If it weren't for him, why would we have to endure this insult? Just wait, we'll definitely give you a good beating one day.
Following behind everyone all the way, the Yu brothers' hearts were in turmoil, and their resentment towards Lin Xiao grew deeper.
Achoo!
At this moment, in the living room of Tao Weiyuan, Lin Xiao sneezed.
Who's talking about me?
He murmured in confusion, then he didn't bother to care and handed the amulet directly to Qi Yan. After a day of inputting energy, he finally filled the amulet with as much energy as it could store. Afterwards, Lin Xiao secretly tested it and found that the amulet would actively burst out with strength to protect the body when danger approached. The problem with Koan Rib is that it consumes a lot of energy, which is difficult to replenish. One must be at the Grandmaster level to input energy.
What's this?
Qi Yan looked at Lin Xiao with confusion.
Mom, this is something that can save your life at a critical moment. Please carry it with you and don't take it off except at home.
Lin Xiao did not explain, but looked at Qi Yan seriously and said,
I understand, son. Why don't you keep such a precious thing for yourself?
Qi Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling somewhat worried about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's heart warmed slightly and he shook his head. Mom, if I'm in danger, this amulet can't save me. Qi Yan's heart trembled, and she held the amulet in her hand, thinking about something.
Okay, Mom. Don't think too much about it. I promise I won't let anything happen to me.
Lin Xiao looked at Qi Yan helplessly, muttering in his heart, after all, my background becomes more and more terrifying as time goes by. With the system in hand, Lin Xiao is particularly confident. Today, he has reached a terrifying height that countless people cannot reach in their lifetime.
All right.
Qi Yan put away her complicated thoughts. Son, if you need anything from me, you must tell me as soon as possible.
Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Then I'll go first.
Seeing this, Qi Yan stood up and left, and at the same time, solemnly hung the amulet around her neck.
Time passed quickly and it was noon.
Lin Xiao, Yu Bing, and Ning Xiaoxiao had just finished lunch when the smart access control system of Villa No. 1 reminded them that someone was visiting.
Then, the scene at the door was projected into the living room. Dad? Second uncle? Why, are they here?
Yu Bing looked at the projection with a strange expression. The people outside the door turned out to be the Yu brothers.
Have you figured it out? You're here for help?
Lin Xiao made a guess and then shook his head, thinking it was unlikely. These two brothers are very stubborn.
Open the door.
After all, he is Yu Bing's relative, so it is not easy to turn him away. Lin Xiao directly instructed the smart butler.
Crack. The gate of the villa opened automatically. Snort. Is this Lin Xiao's way of entertaining guests? You don't even know how to come out to greet them?
The Yu brothers were very dissatisfied.
Love or not?
Lin Xiao curled his lips. Yu Bing's face was filled with embarrassment, while Ning Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head.
Of course, although the two were dissatisfied, they still came to the living room.
Yu Bing went straight forward to greet him.
Dad, second uncle.
Lin Xiao and Ning Xiaoxiao were sitting there, with no intention of getting up. A gloom flashed across the eyes and hearts of the Yu brothers, and they were very unhappy.
Bing Bing, how long will you stay here? Don't you have a home?
Yu Sungwen suddenly spoke, staring at Yu Bing intently.
Yu Bing pursed her lips and suddenly looked up. Dad, who do you want me to meet this time? Who do you want me to go on a blind date with? If you still want to use me as a bargaining chip, then I will never go back in this life.
Yu Sungwen's expression changed and anger surged in his heart.
Hello? But at this time, Lin Xiao suddenly said, "You too, this is my home, if you have something to say, please say it. If not, please leave." Yu Sungwon paused for a moment as he was about to say angrily, then forced himself to swallow the words back. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and looked away. "Bing Bing, you are so ignorant." Yu Sungwoo looked at Yu Bing, shook his head, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, reached into his arms, and took out a gold-stamped invitation. "Lin Xiao, we are here to give you an invitation. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at Zuixinlu, young Master Li Tsong will host a banquet for the dignitaries, wealthy people, and geniuses of Anqing, and he specifically asked you to go in person." Chapter 143 Recruitment Order. "Lin Xiao, we are here to give you an invitation. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at Zuixinlu, young Master Li Tsong will host a banquet for the dignitaries, wealthy people, and geniuses of Anqing, and he specifically asked you to go in person." Yu Songwoo's last few words were spoken with great emphasis. "What Li Tsong? I don't know him. I won't go." Lin Xiao refused directly. "And he specifically asked me to go there in person? What the hell? In Anqing today, no one is qualified to force me to do anything, right? Apart from anything else, I am now a master of medicine and martial arts. No one would dare to ignore any one of these two identities, even in the provincial capital. Not to mention, now Zhou Koan, the underworld boss of the East and West districts, and the Xia family in the north of the city have to listen to him. In the current Anqing, he is almost the uncrowned king. Who can force him? Is there something wrong with the Yu brothers' heads?" As soon as they heard Lin Zhao's answer, their faces changed. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Zhao's voice continued to sound. "Also, aren't you two usually so high and mighty? When did you become someone else's errand boy?" Lin Zhao's words made the two men's faces even uglier. "Lin Xiao, don't push your luck. It's your blessing that we can send you an invitation. Others can't even hope for it in their lifetime." Yu Songwon's voice and expression were both stern. Lin Xiao waved his hand calmly. "Sorry, I don't need this kind of blessing. Take your invitation and leave quickly." He originally said get out, but considering Yu Bing, Lin Xiao changed his words. "You." Yu Songwon's face turned pale and he looked at Yu Bing suddenly, with flames flickering in his eyes. It seemed to be saying, "This is the man you like? Look at how he treats your father." Yu Bing looked away, too lazy to look at Yu Sungwen. The ones with a bad attitude were obviously his father and second uncle, and Lin Xiao was already giving them face by being able to say so much so calmly. "Lin Xiao, don't be ungrateful." At this time, Yu Sungwu spoke again. "Do you know who Li Tsong is?" "I don't know, I'm not interested." Lin Xiao answered immediately. Yu Songwu's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his unhappiness, Yu Songwu's voice came out. "Li Tsong is from the provincial capital Nandu, the Li clan. He has made great achievements himself. He is now a certified medical master by the Medical Alliance. His achievements are even more dazzling than those of Anqing medical king Luo Tsuwen. He came to Anqing to entertain all the nobles, wealthy people, and geniuses, and specifically asked you to go there in person. That was a huge honor for you. Do you know that if you go against his dignity, you will not be able to take a single step forward in Anqing in the future?" Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu stared at Lin Xiao. At this moment, they wished they could see a hint of fear on Lin Xiao's face. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao had a blank expression and a dull look from beginning to end. After the two of them finished talking, Lin Xiao even said directly, "Okay, then I want to see how he makes it difficult for me to move. Xiao Xiao, please see the guest off." After saying that, Lin Xiao took out his phone and started watching videos, no longer paying attention to the two people. Ning Xiaoxiao stood up without hesitation. "Boss Yu, second master Yu, please leave. I'm sorry that we can't entertain you. Lin Xiao, you will pay the price for your arrogance sooner or later." Yu Songwen's face looked appallingly ugly. "Please." Ning Xiaoxiao didn't want to hear more from them, and her voice turned colder. "Hoof. X2. The two said no more and left. Lin Xiao, "Yes, I'm sorry." After the two left, Yu Bing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She looked at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes and apologized softly. "It's none of your business." Lin Xiao waved his hand and threw the phone aside. "Your father and your second uncle have completely run out of options and have started to curry favor with the powerful. But between Chongshan and the Nanduli family, who is the best person to get along with? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. If they try to get close to them, they will just be someone else's dogs. These people might even eat them till nothing is left of them.
Yu Bing nodded, agreeing with Lin Xiao's point of view. But at this time, Lin Xiao said, it doesn't matter.
My mother is now buying shares in Chongshan and Sihai.
In a few days, those retail investors will sell all their stocks, and it will be time to move on to the next step. In the past few days, Lin Xiao has asked Zhou Kuan to find out that Chongshan Li Sheng holds 37% of the shares. However, retail investors only hold more than 20% of the shares. Even if all the retail investors hold the shares, it will not deal a fatal blow to Chongshan. So, Li Sheng is the key. On the Sihai side, retail investors hold about 30% of the shares, the Yu brothers each hold 20%, and Yu Menghua holds 30%. Yu Bing could easily take over the shares from Yu Menghua, and Sihai would soon be able to change hands.
Chongshan is of course no exception.
Li Sheng is the key, so the final decision must start with Li Sheng. Lin Xiao already has a clear plan.
You useless bastards, you can't even do this. You can't even be a dog. In Chongshan building, Li Tsong scolded the Yu brothers without any hesitation.
The two brothers looked very unhappy, but they did not dare to refute a word.
Master Li Tsong, it's not that they are incapable.
At this time, Li Jiayin came to the rescue and said, Lin Xiao is a rebellious person, and the two of them have a grudge against Lin Xiao. Besides, Lin Xiao is just a country bumpkin upstart who doesn't know your reputation, so it's normal for him to refuse.
Li Tsong nodded, as if thinking about something. After a long while, he said calmly, give me all the information about Lin Xiao.
Li Sheng quickly brought a large stack of documents, and Li Tsong slowly began to look through them. More than 10 minutes later.
Interesting. Li Tsong smiled and suddenly said, go tell Lin Xiao that he must go to Zuixinlo and kneel in front of me to apologize. Otherwise, I will cut off the relationship between Tianxia Pharmacy and the Medical Alliance, and invalidate Ning Xiaoxiao's recruitment order. The recruitment order, the employment letter issued by the Medical Alliance, requires very complex qualifications.
Ning Xiaoxiao, under the guidance of the King of Medicine Luo Tsuwen and her father, spent a year and finally obtained the recruitment order. However, after meeting Lin Xiao before, Ning Xiaoxiao felt that there was no need for her to go to the Medical Alliance.
The Nandu Medical Alliance only has a few masters. Lin Xiao's medical attainments are probably not comparable to those of ordinary masters. What are you still standing there for? Do it immediately.
Li Jiayin glanced at the Yu brothers and his voice became stern.
Yes. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu responded with great humiliation, then turned and left.
After leaving the mountains, the two brothers took a deep breath and looked up at the sky.
It's all Lin Xiao's fault. Otherwise, why would we brothers end up like this? Just wait, he won't be arrogant for long.
We should endure it now for the sake of future success.
Cooperation with Chongshan is the general trend.
Only in this way can Sihai reach new heights in the future. The two brothers continued to brainwash themselves.
Chapter 144. We can refuse, but they can't refuse.
The Yu brothers left Chongshan and did not go to Peach Blossom Spring No. 1 again.
Instead, he returned to the Yu family and told Qin Fang everything Li Tsong meant, and then Qin Fang conveyed it to Yu Bing. On the other hand, the Medical Alliance also severed its cooperation with Tianxia Pharmacy.
Master, I originally laid the foundation for Tianxia Pharmacy to leave Anqing and settle down in the provincial capital, but I didn't expect that Li Tsong would have such means.
Not only did they sever the cooperation between Tianxia Pharmacy and the Medical Alliance, they even wanted to annul Xiaoxiao's recruitment order.
Ning Yuanshan arrived at Peach Blossom Spring with a rather strange look on his face.
Is this considered a show of force for me?
Lin Xiao murmured. Ning Yuanshan didn't say anything, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was what Li Tsong meant.
I wonder how Li Tsong compares to Lu Sheng.
Lu Sheng is the number one person under the Saint Hand, and his teacher is also a 7-star Saint Hand of the Nandu Medical Alliance. Not only that, Lu Sheng is also the military doctor of the Jinbei army, and his status is not low.
Li Tsong is naturally no match for Master Lu Sheng.
Ning Yuanshan replied, if nothing else, Lu Sheng is known as the number one among the masters. Although Li Tsong is also a medical master certified by the Medical Alliance, there is really a world of difference between him and Lu Sheng.
I also got news from the Xiao family.
This time, Li Tsong specially invited Master Lu Sheng to the banquet.
It's obvious that he wanted to curry favor with them. From this point, it can also be seen that Li Tsong is far inferior to Lu Sheng.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly, showing a hint of disdain towards Li Tsongxing.
I had no intention of going for this recruitment order in the first place. Since it is going to be revoked, then just cancel it.
Ning Xiaoxiao also spoke at this time. Then, she looked at Lin Xiao with burning eyes. With the master, the medical alliance seems to be eclipsed. I think that no matter how many masters there are, they are still far from the master. Gradually, Ning Xiaoxiao's gaze became obsessed, and deep in her eyes was her fanaticism for Lin Xiao. Xiaoxiao, calm down, I'm still here.
Yu Bing spoke angrily.
Ning Xiaoxiao didn't care at all. Master is such an outstanding person, I don't mind sharing with you.
A big drop of cold sweat dripped from Ning Yuanshan's forehead.
He really wanted to remind Ning Xiaoxiao that his old father was still here.
His old father must be very sad if you say that.
Lin Xiao was slightly embarrassed. In order to prevent the two from arguing further, he waved his hand and said, "Stop talking.
Let's go to Zuixinlu."
At this moment, everyone looked over here, somewhat confused. At this time, Lin Xiao casually explained, "They have already shown us their power, so we naturally have to give some response."
Of course, this is one of them. Everyone became even more confused. Lin Xiao did not keep the secret and looked at Ning Xiaoxiao. Secondly, Xiaoxiao's recruitment order does not need him to cancel it.
We can refuse it, but he is the medical alliance, so we have to give it to him.
Ning Xiaoxiao's heart trembled.
At this moment, Lin Xiao's dominance deeply impressed her.
This is the man I, Ning Xiaoxiao, like.
She whispered in her heart. There was also a gleam in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes. Ning Yuanshan was slightly shocked, but soon calmed down.
Of course he knew about Lin Xiao's affairs in the Xiao family.
At this moment, he thought that it was not surprising that Lin Xiao could say this. What the three of them didn't know was that Lin Xiao said one more thing. That is this banquet, which will gather many people, and Lin Xiao now needs a large amount of legendary points.
It just so happens that I can go to this banquet and have some fun. Time flies.
Soon, 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, and luxury cars drove into the Zuixinlu parking lot, and soon filled up the parking spaces. The dignitaries, wealthy people, and geniuses of Anshan were all heading towards Zuixinlu. Some even said that this was the most grand banquet held in Anqing in recent years. For no other reason than because the person who hosted this banquet was Li Tsong from the provincial capital Li family. The two words Li Tsong carry a lot of weight. Those who are invited to this banquet all have sufficient status and position in Anqing, which is already a symbol of authority.
Have you heard? The upstart Lin Xiao rejected Master Li Tsong's invitation. Of course I heard about it. It's really amazing. How dare he do that? Ha ha. Do you know what it means to overestimate one's own capabilities?
He has already paid the price for his arrogance.
Oh? Tell me more. Because of his refusal, the little cooperation that Tianxia Pharmacy had with the Medical Alliance has been severed.
Ning Yuanshan originally wanted to use this to push Tianxia Medicine Store into the provincial capital, but unfortunately now, there is no way.
Ha, isn't this too tragic? Lin Xiao has gone too far this time and ruined the future of Tianxia Pharmacy. This is just one of the points. Ning Yuanshan's daughter Ning Xiaoxiao knows about this, right? Everyone nodded. Ning Xiaoxiao's beauty was well known in Anqing.
It is said that someone has made a list in the circle, and Ning Xiaoxiao's appearance can be ranked in the top 3. Ning Xiaoxiao went through so much trouble to obtain the Medical Alliance's recruitment order, but now she hasn't even joined the alliance and is already facing the risk of having the recruitment order revoked.
Do you know why?
Everyone shook their heads. Of course it's because of Lin Xiao, because he is the chairman of Tianxia Pharmacy, and Ning Xiaoxiao is his subordinate.
Everyone's heart trembled, and then they sighed. Ah, what an unexpected disaster. The Medical Alliance's cooperation line and the recruitment order, I don't know how much resources Ning Yuanshan has spent and how many connections he has mobilized. But now, because of Lin Xiao's arrogance, it has all gone to waste. How sad and lamentable. Everyone, don't learn from Lin Xiao, who is so arrogant after achieving a little success. If he offends a real big shot, he will be in big trouble. At this moment, Lin Xiao became a negative example and was repeatedly mentioned by a group of powerful people. Naturally, these words were also heard by the Li family father and son and the Yu family brothers. At this moment, they are in a very good mood. Lin Xiao is here. Just then, someone suddenly shouted. Ha! What? Did you see it right? Didn't he refuse in a very arrogant manner? TSK, isn't this too embarrassing? It's so funny, if you can handle it, don't come. There was an uproar in the Zuixinlu banquet hall. Soon, Lin Xiao and his group appeared in sight, and the noisy noise became even louder. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao jokingly. Lin Xiao and his group of 4 walked into the banquet hall, paying no attention to the eyes around them. At this moment, Li Tsong heard the voice and suddenly looked towards Lin Xiao. At this moment, the arrogance in his eyes reached its peak. He was like a god, looking down on all living beings. He. In the face of absolute majesty, even the most arrogant people will have to yield. Everyone in Anqing has bowed their heads, so what do you count for? Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu murmured in their hearts. Chapter 145. What can you do? Lin Xiao and 3 others walked in the banquet hall. There were mocking and teasing looks all around. However, Lin Xiao and others ignored them and walked towards the arrogant Li Tsong. Li Sheng and his son sneered at this time. No matter how powerful you are, you must kneel respectfully in front of young master Li Tsong. In the eyes of the father and son, Li Tsong's termination of the cooperation between the Medical Alliance and Tianxia Pharmacy directly scared Lin Xiao. Moreover, there is the subsequent crisis of invalidating Ning Xiaoxiao's recruitment order. Now, Lin Xiao can only bow to Li Tsong. Of course, it wasn't just them, almost everyone in the banquet hall had the same idea. Only one person had a strange look in his eyes. That is Lu Sheng. To put it bluntly, today's banquet was actually Li Tsong's way of currying favor with me. In the Nandu Medical Alliance, his position is almost number 1 after the saint. People like Li Tsong are at most ordinary members of the Medical Alliance. Maybe he has some background, but his background is still inferior to his own. He doesn't know how terrifying Mr. Lin is. Lu Sheng glanced at Li Tsong, and with his sharp mind he had already guessed something. A trace of pity suddenly arose in his heart. Unfortunately, no one saw it. At this time, Lin Xiao and the other 3 had already come and stood in front of Li Tsong. Lin Xiao just looked at Li Tsong. Li Tsong still maintained that condescending attitude. Yes, it is surprising that a place like Anqing has a genius like you. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Li Tsong spoke calmly. It's such an honor to receive praise from Master Li Tsong. I'm so jealous. The dignitaries around immediately looked over with envy. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Li Tsong's performance can be described as extremely arrogant. Of course, in a place like Anqing, Li Tsong naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he was targeting the wrong person. He simply didn't understand what kind of person was in front of him. At this time, Li Tsong continued, you have some skills. With your own strength, you have suppressed the 2 old groups, Chongshan and Sihai, so much that they can't breathe. But now that I'm here, do you know what to do? How? Lin Xiao finally spoke. To be honest, he was really curious about what Li Tsong intended him to do. A cold light flashed in Li Tsong's eyes. Lin Xiao's attitude did not make him feel a bit respectful, which made him very unhappy. However, he still said, since you have some relationship with the Xia family, let them lift the blockade of Chongshan shipping and let Chongshan shipping operate as usual. Also, since you have connections with those thugs in the East and West districts, you should ask them to take the initiative to provide raw materials to Sihai and Chongshan at the lowest price. Finally, let your mother transfer the development rights of the wasteland in the East district. Chongshan will take over when the time comes. That piece of land is not something your family can afford. Li Tsong's faint voice spread. At this moment, the entire banquet hall fell into deathly silence. This is simply too overbearing. Just a few words have included all of Lin Xiao's industries. If Lin shouted this, then Lin Xiao would be working directly for Sihai and Chongshan. You have quite a big appetite. Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Master Li Tsong. Master Li Tsong, that. However, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that this was not over yet, and the brothers of the Yu family came up at this time. Lin Xiao looked at them in confusion. Li Tsong glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. Then, as if he remembered something, he said to Lin Xiao again, also, take out your black jade cream and rejuvenation pills and give them to Sihai for operation. This is your apology to the 2 families. When the time comes, I can give you 10% of the net profit, and the rest will be divided equally between Sihai and Chongshan. Do you hear me? Li Tsong's words made Ning Yuanshan angry, and he stared at the Yu brothers. If looks could kill, the 2 brothers would have been riddled with wounds by now. It would be a blind act to hand over the world to these 2 people. Sihai did not learn the independent spirit he had at the beginning, but he took this despicable behavior of taking advantage of others' misfortune to the extreme. Yu Bing looked at her father and second uncle in disbelief.
She couldn't even understand how her father and second uncle had the nerve to do that. She felt ashamed of them. Lin Xiao also had a strange look in his eyes, and the last bit of pity he had for the Yu brothers was completely shattered. These two people are really not suitable to be in charge of the overall situation. Their vision is too narrow. What do you think Lin Xiao would do? Of course I surrendered. What else can I do? Should I fight against him? Isn't that courting death? Ha ha. What a pity. He was about to take off into the sky, but was held down by young Master Li Tsong. This time, Lin Xiao is completely ruined. There will be no chance for him to make a comeback in the future. People around started talking. Li Tsong did not comment and looked at Lin Xiao indifferently. At this time, Lin Xiao raised his eyes and spoke again. Who do you think you are talking to? Lin Xiao's words made everyone who were talking stop suddenly, and then a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. What is he going to do? Everyone had complicated thoughts, and a terrible idea came to their mind. Is this really a tit-for-tat confrontation? Is he crazy? Does he know what kind of existence he is facing? Li Tsong raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Lin Xiao did not answer, but just looked at Li Tsong as if he was an idiot. A faint anger rose in his heart, and Li Tsong's eyes were stern. You don't intend to surrender? Then why did you come here? He finally realized that Lin Xiao came here not because he wanted to surrender to him. Quite ambitious indeed. But, is ambition useful? I am the ruler of Ansheng. It would be easy for me to control a nouveau riche. Two things. Lin Xiao raised his hand and held up two fingers. First, you came to Ansheng and showed me your power. I will naturally respond to you. Lin Xiao responded sharply. At this moment, the powerful people in Ansheng felt a huge wave of emotion in their hearts, and they looked at Lin Xiao with shock. He is actually so arrogant. That Li Tsong. Isn't he afraid at all? A big shot in the provincial capital, a medical master certified by the Medical Alliance, with extensive connections and the Li family as his background. How could you, Lin Xiao, afford to offend such a person? No one is optimistic about Lin Xiao. Are you saying that I cut off the cooperation between your Tianxia pharmacy and the Medical Alliance? A playful smile appeared on Li Tsong's lips. Ha ha. Even if I'm broken, what can you do? He looked at Lin Xiao like a fool. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was an ant, and he was an elephant. Let me ask you, would an elephant care about the barking of ants? The answer, of course, is no. Chapter 146. Tell him if he is qualified. Ha, he's actually here to cause trouble. TSK. This is really interesting. He's picking a fight with young Master Li Tsong? What's his reason? Because he's the upstart Lin Xiao? Or maybe Zhou Kuan can help you with medicine. Ha ha ha. The dignitaries around laughed wantonly. Listening to these discussions, the playful smile on Li Tsong's face became even more intense. He just looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes becoming more and more arrogant. However, Lin Xiao's eyes remained extremely calm from beginning to end. Finally, he spoke slowly. Slap him in the face, and by the way, tell him whether the cooperation between Tianxia Pharmacy and the Medical Alliance will be terminated. Lin Xiao's voice spread. The whole place fell into deathly silence. The next second, everyone looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. Presumptuous. Lin Xiao, do you know what you are talking about? Li Jiayin shouted suddenly. Hoof. Slap? Slap whose face? Whose face are you qualified to slap? Li Sheng snorted coldly. Lin Xiao. You are still stubborn and don't want to change your ways. Why don't you just do as Master Li Tsong says? Yu Sunwen and Yu Sunwu were also looking at Lin Xiao coldly at this moment. There was a hint of pride in the depths of their eyes. Before that, they humbled themselves to meet Lin Xiao and asked him to give them the Black Jade Frost. But Lin Xiao actually rejected them. Now, he still has to hand it over? Didn't it end up in their hands? They were slightly happy in their hearts, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with being a dog. No one noticed that Lu Sheng next to Li Tsong suddenly raised his hand and slapped them in the face before anyone could react. Bang! The crisp sound echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Li Tsong. At this moment, Li Tsong looked at Lu Sheng with horror and confusion on his face. Bang! At this moment, Lu Sheng didn't say anything and slapped him again.
The crisp sound exploded in everyone's ears. However, at this moment, to them, the sound was like thunder. Boom! Everyone's scalp tingled and their eyes were dull. Their hearts roared with rage, and the waves rolled back like the sky collapsing. Lu, Master Lu? Li Tsong's cheeks were burning and he looked at Lu Sheng in confusion. At this moment, the arrogance in his eyes had long disappeared, and instead, it was flashing with an extremely complex light. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Lu Sheng hit him. The most important thing is that he had no other choice but to endure the beating. This is Lu Sheng. He is the first in the list after the Saint Hand, and his status in the Nandu Medical Alliance is extremely high. Li Tsong has a background, but his background can be easily trampled under the feet of Lu Sheng. Can the cooperation between the Medical Alliance and Tianxia Pharmacy be terminated just by you, Li Tsong? Remember, the cooperation between the Medical Alliance and Tianxia Pharmacy will continue. Do you understand? Lu Sheng's faint voice spread at this moment. Li Tsong was stunned on the spot, looking at Lin Xiao with horror on his face. Just now, the person Lin Xiao was talking to was actually Lu Sheng? But why would Lu Sheng listen to Lin Xiao? Who is he? Why? Li Tsong's mind was extremely complicated, and his face was full of disbelief. Wow! At this moment, the banquet hall was in an uproar. The looks that everyone gave Lin Xiao could only be described by the 4 words horrified. Legendary value plus 99,999. Legendary value plus 99,999. At this moment, Lin Xiao's legendary value was also skyrocketing wildly, constantly breaking through the peak. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. Of course, this is just the beginning. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Xiao reached out his hand towards Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao understood and quickly placed a brocade scroll in Lin Xiao's hand. There's a second thing. Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded. The whole place fell silent instantly. This is a recruitment order issued by your medical alliance. Do you want to cancel it? Lin Xiao looked at Li Tsong and asked. Li Tsong trembled all over. At this moment, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare speak. Lin Xiao continued, tell him again whether he has the qualifications. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Lu Sheng. What familiar words. Before, they didn't know who Lin Xiao was talking to, but now, they know clearly. Without saying a word, Lu Sheng raised his hand and slapped him twice. Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and Li Tsong staggered and almost fell to the ground. Both sides of his cheeks were swollen, but Li Tsong didn't dare to say a word. Who gave you the qualification to cancel the recruitment order? Lu Sheng's voice spread, and then he reached out to take the recruitment order and opened it. Ning Xiaoxiao's name on it was particularly clear, imprinted in everyone's eyes. Remember, this recruitment order is issued to Miss Ning. No one is allowed to invalidate it. Boom! At this moment, the banquet hall was filled with noise. Oh my god, Master Lu Sheng has spoken. Now, no one can stop Miss Ning from joining the medical alliance. Is this the key? The key is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao can actually make Master Lu Sheng speak. What kind of person is Lin Xiao? Someone hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes. Just now, they were not optimistic about Lin Xiao and even mocked him. But now, reality has slapped them hard in the face. The Li family father and son, and the Yu family brothers, all looked nervous at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost. Their feelings are more complicated than anyone else's. I thought that with Li Tsong around, everything was under control. But unexpectedly, Lu Sheng, the person with the highest status at the scene, would stand on Lin Xiao's side. Others may not know, but they know it very well. In fact, the most important guest at this banquet was Lu Sheng. Li Tsong said that as long as they could get hold of Lu Sheng's clothes, it would be enough for them to become successful. But now, everything has been turned upside down. Forget it. I actually don't want to go to the medical alliance. Following Master Lin is much better than going to the medical alliance. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Sheng and spoke word by word. At this moment, all the dignitaries felt their hearts twitching. Are you giving up just like that? Such a good opportunity, just give up like that? At this moment, even Li Tsong was confused. Since you were going to give up, why bother bringing it up? But at this moment, Lin Xiao glanced at him indifferently. At this moment, Li Tsung understood. We may not want it, but you can't not give it. A trace of paleness immediately flashed across Li Tsung's face. Lin Zhao's silent tyranny deeply shocked him. Miss Ning is right. The Nandu Medical Alliance is indeed not worthy of Miss Ning's entry. But rest assured, Miss Ning, this recruitment order will be kept forever. If Miss Ning ever comes to her senses, as long as Miss Ning says a word, Lu Shang will definitely bring all the disciples of the 7-star Saint Han to welcome Miss Ning into the Medical Alliance. Boom! The whole audience was shocked again. The dignitaries felt their mouths dry and their blood rushed like a river. Chapter 147 Furious Li Tsung. Why doesn't such treatment happen to me? At any time, with just one word, Master Lu Shang and his 7-star disciples will welcome me. This is a great honor. Li Tsung still wants to invalidate this recruitment order? He is not worthy at all. In the banquet hall, all the dignitaries were shocked. The Yu brothers' faces turned pale, their eyes full of disbelief. The Li family father and son are similar to them. At this moment, they actually felt fear towards Lin Xiao. We were wrong, we were all wrong. I always thought Lin Xiao was a nouveau riche, but who would have known that he had grown to a terrifying height unknown to everyone without anyone noticing? That's Li Tsung, a member of the Nandu Li family and a certified medical master by the Medical Alliance. Even he can't suppress Lin Xiao. In Ansheng, who else dares to look him in the face? No one, absolutely no one, could look him in the face. No, we couldn't even see his back. In the banquet hall, the powerful and influential people were in extremely complicated moods. Their initial disdain and pessimism towards Lin Xiao all disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was awe and deep fear of Lin Xiao. At this moment, they knew that a latent dragon in Ansheng had ascended to heaven and was no longer something they could reach. At this moment, Lin Zhao's legendary value growth rate suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, it broke through the threshold of 10 million and rushed towards a higher limit. System, upgrade the level. Ding! Upgrade successfully, unlock the Peerless Lottery. The legendary value was deducted instantly, and then the system prompt sounded. The word behind the legendary lottery system also changed to Peerless. Legend value plus 123,650. The upper limit of legendary value growth was also broken, reaching the 6-digit range. The legendary value that was originally exhausted actually exceeded 1 million again after several information scrolls. It feels great. Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied. Thank you Master Lu for your kindness, but I don't think there will be such an opportunity again. Ning Xiaoxiao continued to speak at this time. No matter what, we will retain the qualification for this recruitment order. Lu Shang was extremely determined. Ning Xiaoxiao said nothing more and just nodded slightly. Let's go, this party is meaningless. At this time, Lin Zhao's voice sounded. The whole place fell silent immediately. All the powerful people felt bitter. In their view, this banquet is a symbol of status, and those who can enter are people of extraordinary status. But at this moment, in Lin Zhao's opinion, it was meaningless. The gap between them was really huge. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute it at all. Because the person who was speaking was Lin Xiao, who was speaking over Li Tsung's head. No one here has the right to offend him. The four of them turned around and left. Lu Shang had no intention of staying and followed them closely. No one dared to speak during the whole process. Li Tsung gritted his teeth and stood where he was. Today was a huge humiliation for him, but he didn't dare to get angry at all. Let's go. Finally, he waved his hand and left with Uncle Ling. The Li family father and son and the Yu family brothers had complicated looks and didn't know how to keep them. Just like that, the party ended unhappily just as it began. But Lin Zhao's reputation spread at this moment, sweeping across the entire Ansheng like a wave. There was an immediate earthquake in Ansheng's upper circles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, the latent dragon ascends to heaven, and the legendary lottery chance is +1. In Lin Zhao's mind, a system prompt sounded, making his eyes light up. At this time, the entire upper circles of Ansheng were talking about him. Gradually, the name Lin Xiao became a myth, as if he had really become a hidden dragon ascending to heaven. And also because of Lin Xiao, the stocks of Sihai Group and Chongshan Group plummeted the next day, and their market value evaporated at an outrageous rate. All retail investors could no longer hold on to the hot potato in their hands and frantically sold their stocks. Qi Yan bought out all the retail stocks of the two companies at a very low price.
A large amount of funds have entered the market, but strangely, the market conditions of the two companies cannot be stabilized at all and are still continuing to decline. The Li family father and son and the Yu family brothers were completely overwhelmed. After learning this, Lin Xiao immediately started laughing. Today, Qi Yan holds a 20% stake in Chongshan and a 37% stake in Sihai. Since Sihai has been on the decline for a long time, some people have already started selling its shares. Yubing, go find your grandfather and ask him to transfer 30% of the shares to you. After that, you will take over Sihai and directly cooperate with Tianxia Medicine Store. The glory of Sihai will bloom again in the shortest time.
Villa number 1 in Taoyuan, Lin Xiao gave the order. Good.
Yubing nodded heavily, then left with Ning Xiaoxiao. At this time, Lin Xiao opened the attribute panel and started the lottery.
Now, the legendary value has once again risen to 10 million.
Lin Xiao plans to first try a peerless level draw to cushion it, and then use the newly acquired legendary level draw. Needless to say, the legendary level is naturally one level higher than the peerless level. To be honest, even Lin Xiao was a little excited. After all, the peerless level has already begun to go beyond the scope of cognition. I wonder what kind of surprises this legendary level can bring.
System, Peerless Lottery, start. Lin Xiao gave the order.
The system prompt sound soon rang in Lin Xiao's mind. At the same time, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that on the top floor of Chongshan building,
Li Song is going crazy.
Things were scattered all over the floor. He had never suffered such a great humiliation, not even in the provincial capital of Nandu, let alone in a small place like Ansheng.
Uncle Ling, I want him dead, kill him.
After venting for a while, Li Song yelled at Uncle Ling.
No problem, leave it to me. Uncle Ling nodded and agreed immediately. Master Li Song.
Li Jiayin stood up and said, he has a relationship with Master Lu Shang.
You, think twice. I'm afraid it will have an impact on you in the provincial capital. What are you afraid of?
Li Song said angrily, Lu Shang has an incredible background, but do you think he will go head to head with the Li family for a dead person?
Li Jiayin, you have stayed in this small place for too long and have forgotten the dignity of the Li clan. Although my Li family is not the best in Nandu, it is not something that people in Ansheng can mess with. So what if Lin Xiao can rely on Lu Shang? My Li family is in Nandu, so we don't have any trump cards. Li Song finished speaking in one breath and began to breathe heavily. Yes. Li Jiayin said nothing more and just responded.
Li Shang, take Uncle Ling to find Lin Xiao.
I want him dead. Li Song spoke again.
Yu Sungguan and Yu Songwu's faces changed slightly, and they said hurriedly, Master Li Song, my Yu Bing is following Lin Xiao, I hope Master Li Song can show some mercy.
Just kill Lin Xiao. Li Song waved his hand, Uncle Ling nodded, and left with Li Shang. Lin Xiao didn't know this.
At this moment, he was paying attention to his own lottery information.
Chapter 148, Mid-Stage of Huajin, the killing intent materializes.
Congratulations, you have obtained the 10 years of pure cultivation at the Grandmaster level. 10 million legendary points were consumed, and a system prompt sound soon came from Lin Xiao's mind. I thought it was just a one-time guarantee, but I didn't expect that I was so lucky this time and it actually shipped.
Boom. The moment Lin Xiao's thought came to mind, a terrifying force suddenly emerged from his body.
The moment the force appeared, all the cells in his body immediately became active, frantically integrating the force and making himself stronger.
Crack.
Lin Xiao could clearly feel that something in his body seemed to be broken, and his strength had therefore entered a new realm.
The middle stage of Huajin?
Lin Xiao whispered softly.
The previous conversation with Lu Ruyan gave Lin Xiao a detailed understanding of the martial arts world and the realm of martial arts.
He first advanced to the Huajin stage, which was called the initial stage. After that, there were the middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. At each stage, there will be a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness.
Lin Xiao didn't understand it before, but now he knows it.
I am now at least 4 or 5 times stronger than I was before. The body is full of strength, as if it is inexhaustible.
After 10 years of pure cultivation, I have only entered the middle stage. Is this what Lu Ruyan said, that the foundation is too solid?
Before Lin Xiao's breakthrough, his body contained the essence of 3 traditional Chinese martial arts and had been developed to the limit.
His foundation is more solid than any other powerful person.
This is because, generally, a master of Huajin has only practiced a certain martial art or national art to the pinnacle. With the help of the system, he directly achieved perfection in 3 areas. Even in the era when martial arts and traditional Chinese arts were at their peak, almost no one could achieve this. The strong foundation has made Lin Xiao extraordinary. He is several times stronger than ordinary people. Of course, correspondingly, his breakthrough will become more difficult. Otherwise, the refined cultivation accumulated over the past 10 years would probably be able to push an ordinary Huajin master to the late stage. But Lin Xiao has just reached the middle stage.
I wonder what realm is above the Grandmaster. Is there anyone like that in this world? Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He is strong enough now, but he cannot imagine what it will be like after surpassing the Grandmaster of Huajin. Perhaps it is the legendary Land Immortal? Shaking his head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the system panel again. Unlock the achievement Ascension of Hidden Dragon and get the best chance to win the lottery so far. Don't let me down. System, use the legendary lottery opportunity. Lin Xiao murmured and gave the order for the lottery.
Congratulations, you have gained a special ability, and your killing intent has materialized. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, unable to understand how the murderous intent could materialize.
Murderous intent.
This thing was built through countless battles and countless shed blood. And he had obtained the Yellow Sand 100 battles before, and the system directly endowed him with murderous intent, which he was able to burst out, invisibly making people feel terrified.
A coward, under the murderous intent, would probably lose his fighting ability immediately.
However, when the murderous intent materialized, Lin Xiao was still a little confused.
Of course, the system will explain all of this.
The moment the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiao clearly felt that there was something more in his mind.
Boom!
Then, the murderous intent bestowed by the Yellow Sand in hundreds of battles actually broke out on its own. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked as if he had just slaughtered hundreds of people on the battlefield, and came down covered in blood-stained clothes, which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was the only one in the villa at that time, otherwise, ordinary people would be in big trouble facing this murderous intent.
I see.
A large amount of information appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, and he also understood what the materialization of murderous intent meant. This is actually a mental attack that goes beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Condensing one's own murderous intent and directly exploding it to attack people's minds, this is a special power that usually requires countless training and killing countless enemies before one has the chance to comprehend. This kind of power has already surpassed the scope of cognition.
If an ordinary person has just glanced at by me, I'm afraid that his mind will be damaged and he will pass out.
Lin Xiao suppressed his terrifying murderous intent and returned to normal. The moment he put away his murderous intent, Lin Xiao keenly felt that two strange auras broke into the villa.
What's going on?
As a person becomes stronger, his five senses will naturally become stronger.
After reaching the middle stage of Grandmaster, his five senses become even more abnormal.
Now, even a slight change within Villa Number 1 can be felt by Lin Xiao. What he couldn't understand was that in this era, there were still people climbing over walls and acting like thieves.
He couldn't help but stand up and go out of the villa.
At this moment, in the yard, two figures fell from the sky.
It was none other than Li Shang and Uncle Ling.
Grandpa-ing, this is the power of martial arts. Li Shang was responsible for bringing Uncle Ling to find Lin Xiao. When they arrived at Peach Blossom Land Number 1, Uncle Ling directly picked him up and carried him over the 7 or 8 meter high wall. Li Shang was amazed by such skills. This is just a little bit of power that comes with practicing martial arts, just the tip of the iceberg.
Uncle Ling smiled casually. The tip of the iceberg?
Li Shang's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but ask, "So, Grandpa-ing, how strong are you?" Uncle Ling curled his lips slightly. He was very pleased with Li Shang's gaze. He looked slightly proud and said, "Not very strong, I can barely catch bullets with my bare hands, tear apart the enemy alive, and dodge continuous fire from hot weapons."
What?
Li Shang widened his eyes in shock.
This is already in the inhuman category. If this is not considered strong, then what is considered strong? Are you surprised by this?
Uncle Ling shook his head slightly and smiled. Martial arts are broad and profound. A master with great strength can even ignore rifle fire and kill a buffalo with one punch from 100 steps away.
Flying flowers and leaves can kill people.
Hiss. Li Shang took a deep breath and looked at Uncle Ling in shock. "Grandpa-ing, are you a master?"
No.
Uncle Ling shook his head regretfully. "I have devoted my entire life to martial arts.
I am not talented enough. Now I can barely be considered a half-step master. Call out."
Uncle Ling said this, and he reached out his hand to his waist, and a cold light appeared. Li Shang looked at it carefully and saw that it was a soft sword. He really didn't expect that in this society, there are still people who carry cold weapons with them. But at this moment, a surprising scene happened.
Zheng.
The soft sword suddenly made a slight sound, and then it straightened up, flashing with cold light, and became indestructible.
This is Gudong.
Li Shang's throat rolled, he swallowed a big mouthful of saliva, his face full of surprise.
Chapter 149 I will kill it with one sword.
This is the wonderful use of martial arts power.
Unfortunately, I am only a half-step grandmaster now.
I can only let a little bit of my strength pass through my body to enhance my own attack. I can't do the 100 steps divine fist or hurt people with flying flowers and leaves.
Uncle Ling explained, speaking with some regret. Grandpa Eagle, this is already very powerful.
It has surpassed the scope of what ordinary people can understand. Li Shang exclaimed sincerely, and then his eyes turned sinister. Lin Xiao, country bumpkin, today is the day he dies.
Uncle Ling nodded gently. If he offends Master Li Tsong, tomorrow's sunshine will be a luxury for him.
Uncle Ling made a sword flower, with the sharp sword pointing to the ground. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a knight, his loose martial arts uniform fluttering in the wind, revealing his chivalrous spirit. Li Shang's eyes were full of yearning and admiration. Suddenly, Uncle Ling seemed to sense something and looked up abruptly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the end of his sight, Lin Xiao had been standing there for some time, looking at them curiously. Li Shang noticed something strange and suddenly turned around to look over.
Lin Xiao.
The moment he saw Lin Xiao, Li Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes.
It's unreasonable to break in without my permission, right?
Lin Xiao looked at the two of them. Of course he knew Li Shang, and he had seen Uncle Ling next to Li Shang at the previous banquet. At that time he felt that Uncle Ling had a certain level of cultivation, but to him, he did not pose any threat at all.
In fact, Uncle Ling is not as good as Fan Sun. He.
When Li Shang heard Lin Xiao's words, he just laughed. Lin Xiao, I really don't know whether to say you are ignorant or stupid.
Do you know that the rules of this world are only meant to constrain ordinary people?
Many people have already broken free from the constraints of the rules. Of course, you have some courage. You were able to remain calm when you saw us.
That's pretty good.
Li Shang spoke, his words full of teasing.
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean, I have to act scared when I see you guys? Ignorance.
Li Shang uttered two words lightly. Then, he and Uncle Ling stepped forward at the same time and walked towards Lin Xiao. In this world, there is something called martial arts.
Uncle Ying's voice suddenly sounded.
Suddenly looking up, Uncle Ying's cloudy old eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao, with a unique light flashing in them.
You are quite good.
You are young, but you have unlimited wealth and great power. You alone can suppress $2 billion companies. Unfortunately, even if you have countless wealth and power, you still cannot withstand a blow from my sword. What controls the world is never money or power, but power that is so strong that it is unrivaled. Uncle Ling said this and paused slightly. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from Lin Xiao. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I came here today to tell you that in your next life, don't easily touch the world that you can't reach.
Otherwise, you will only have one ending, and that is to pieces. Bang!
The moment he finished speaking, Uncle Ling took a step forward and rushed out, his figure as fast as lightning.
Uncle Ling arrived in an instant at a distance of less than 10 meters.
At this moment, sword shadows appeared in the sky, shining coldly. In your next life, remember to keep a low profile and don't provoke people you can't afford to offend. Li Shang looked at Uncle Ling with burning eyes, then glanced at Lin Xiao and whispered softly. In his opinion, Lin Xiao was doomed to die.
How could an ordinary person be able to withstand the sword light and murderous intent that filled the sky?
The sword shadow enveloped Lin Xiao at an extremely fast speed. If it were an ordinary person, under the sword shadow, perhaps the only outcome would be to be smashed to pieces.
But unfortunately, Lin Xiao is not an ordinary person. You made a very good remark. Even if you have countless wealth and power, you can't withstand a single blow from me.
Lin Xiao suddenly looked up under the sky full of sword shadows. Then, he put his fingers together to form a sword, and a sharp sword light burst out from between his fingers.
What?
Uncle Ling rushed forward and glared at him, his eyes filled with intense disbelief.
I will kill it with my own sword.
Lin Xiao's words spread again. At this moment, these few short words sounded like thunder in the sky, resounding in Uncle Ying's ears.
Boom!
He just felt that his brain was blank, and there seemed to be endless thunderstorms in front of his eyes, madly attacking his mind.
Swish!
At this time, Lin Xiao also waved his hand casually, and the sword light emitted from his fingertips directly crossed the void in front of him.
Bite!
A crisp sound was heard, and the sword shadows in the sky disappeared in an instant.
Call out! Puff!
A flash of cold light flashed, and a broken sword fell like a meteor, sticking into the soft ground in the yard. In Li Shang's vision, Uncle Ling froze in front of Lin Xiao, holding a broken sword in his hand.
Fa, what happened?
Li Shang was confused. He had no idea what had happened just now.
Gudong!
Uncle Ling swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment. You are the master of Huajin.
Grandmaster of Huajin?
Li Shang's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of horror. Uncle Ling just told him how powerful the Huajin Grandmaster is, how powerful he is with his 100 steps divine fist, how he can kill people with flying flowers and leaves, and how he can withstand a rifle.
Now, the Grandmaster of Huajin is right in front of them? Or is it Lin Xiao? Is it Lin Xiao they want to kill? Li Shang was completely confused and felt like he was living in a dream. All this is so unscientific.
This finger sword has a really good attack strength. Lin Xiao did not answer, but raised his hand and admired the sword light emitted by the finger sword. Finger sword, a master skill acquired previously, can be shot out from thin air, or condensed at the fingertips to extend the attack distance.
It's already in human strength. Gudong! Uncle Ling swallowed a big mouthful of saliva again.
Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. The next second, he turned around, and his body suddenly shot out, leaping 3 feet high in one step, trying to escape.
Grandpa Eagle!
Li Shang reacted and shouted loudly. But at this moment, Uncle Ling had no time to care about him, as he might not even be able to escape. He is the master of Huajin.
His strength leaves his body and condenses between his fingers, making him indestructible. Is that an existence he can rival? Ridiculous, I wanted to kill him before? Li Tsong, you misunderstood me. Uncle Ling roared in his heart. He. What do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please?
Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded in Uncle Ying's ears. Murderous intent materializes. Lin Xiao's mind moved.
At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent erupted in Villa Number 1.
Uncle Ling jumped 3 feet high and was about to rush out of the wall, but suddenly he felt a blood-red color appear in front of him.
Chapter 150 Yu Bing controls the 4 seas.
In front of Uncle Ying's eyes, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, and the surrounding sky and earth seemed to have completely turned into a scene of white bones.
It seemed as if endless killing had just swept the surroundings.
At this moment, his mind was completely lost, and a fear from the bottom of his heart suddenly spread out, sweeping over his whole body in an instant.
Ah!
Uncle Ling had a splitting headache and fell from the air with a scream, hitting the soft ground in the yard.
Uncle Ying's eyes went dark and he fainted. Grandpa Eagle!
Li Shang looked at this scene in disbelief. He didn't understand why Uncle Ling, who was soaring into the sky and about to escape, suddenly fell down.
It didn't make sense at all. It's him!
Suddenly, Li Shang reacted and turned to look at Lin Xiao. All this must be related to Lin Xiao. Uncle Ling ran away because of Lin Xiao. Uncle Ling also said that he was the master of Huajin.
That existence that even Uncle Ling longs for.
Li Shang's eyes suddenly became complicated. The moment he looked at Lin Xiao happened to look at him as well.
Their sights crossed in the air.
Endless murderous intent suddenly enveloped Li Shang.
Boom!
Li Shang fainted instantly, and even a lot of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ordinary people really can't withstand the impact of murderous intent. Lin Xiao murmured and put away his murderous intent. But think about it, even Uncle Ling was injured and fell into coma under the materialized murderous intent, let alone Li Shang. Lin Xiao even felt that if he continued to surround Li Shang with murderous intent for one more second, he would die. Of course, Lin Xiao was not afraid of Li Shang's death, but this was his home after all, and death was unlucky after all. What's more, Li Shang is still useful. He just happened to come to the door, which saves Lin Xiao a lot of effort. Without further ado, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and called Zhou Kuan. Not long after, Zhou Kuan arrived and took Uncle Ling and Li Shang away directly, and asked someone to clean up all the traces in the yard. Master Li Song, from now on, the Sihai group will follow the lead of Master Li Song. In a high-end restaurant, the Yu brothers spoke to Li Song with great respect.
Li Song nodded. Well, a man who knows the times is a hero. You will not regret your choice today.
Although our Nanduli family is not a powerful family with connections to the sky, it is still no problem for us to subdue Ansheng.
Moreover, my Li family has extensive connections.
When you move to the provincial capital, you will naturally be able to enjoy the support of my Li family.
Thank you, Master Li Song.
Yu Sungwu thanked loudly.
Yu Sungwen raised his glass and said proudly, I am Sihai, and I am about to take off. Thank you, Master Li Song. Li Song picked up the wine glass and took a sip casually.
Yu Sungwen drank it all in one gulp and was in a good mood. After eating and drinking, Li Song and Li Jiayin left the restaurant, and Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwu paid the bill.
Sorry, your card is blocked.
The counter handed the card to Yu Sungwen and said apologetically.
Freezing?
Weird. Yu Sungwen didn't think much about it and took out another card. However, this one is still frozen.
What's going on?
Yu Sungwen was puzzled and took out cards one after another.
But, all are frozen.
At this moment, Yu Sungwen's expression became solemn.
Brother, what's going on?
Yu Sungwu stepped forward puzzled.
Cards are frozen, all of them.
Yu Sungwen's eyes were solemn.
Yu Sungwu was startled and took out his card, swipe mine. 1 second later. You two want to eat a free meal?
At the counter, a group of restaurant staff looked at the two brothers with unfriendly expressions.
Shut up. I'm Yu Sungwu from Sihai Group. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars.
I have plenty of cards. However, as I swiped the cards one by one, they were all frozen.
Something happened. The brothers realized something was wrong at this point. Don't even think about running away. Pay the money before you leave.
A group of service staff gathered around, including 2 security guards. The Yu brothers' faces turned pale. Finally, they made a phone call and asked someone to pay the money before leaving in shame.
This day was a great humiliation for them.
After leaving the restaurant, the two immediately made a phone call, and soon, they figured out the whole story.
What?
Bingbing holds 67% of the shares.
Has she dismissed us from all our positions? Are we no longer members of Sihai Group?
The news that the Yu brothers received almost shocked them to death. The two rushed back to the Yu family like crazy, but they only saw Yu Mengwei in the living room, drinking tea leisurely.
Dad, do you know?
The two men rushed to Yu Mengwei like the wind and were about to speak, but were interrupted by Yu Mengwei with a wave of his hand. You are not fit to continue to control Sihai Group. From now on, start from the grassroots level and hand over all your shares.
What?
The Yu brothers' faces turned pale instantly, and they looked at Yu Mengwei in disbelief. At this time, Yu Mengwei continued, 30% of my shares have been transferred to Bingbing. Bingbing now holds 67% of the shares and has absolute control.
You have been dismissed.
The shares in your hands are useless.
Hand them over. You guys disappoint me so much. You've been sycophantic and have gone along with Chongshan. You've brought shame upon the Yumeng nation. Dad, you can't do this. We have already reached a cooperation with Li Tsong of Nanduli Group. Sihai is about to take off. Yu Sungwen was very anxious. Snort. Unexpectedly, Yu Mengwa snorted coldly and said angrily, You are still stubborn. Do you know that Li is nothing in front of Lin Xiao? Do you know what it means to be someone who can make Lu Sheng obey your orders? Ah.
Yu Mengwa's voice grew louder, making the Yu brothers' scalps numb.
Dad, he's just a nouveau riche, why are you?
Yu Sungwu agreed at this time.
Bang! Bang!
However, Yu Mengwa suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand and slapped the two brothers in the face.
It's already this hour, and you're still maintaining your high-handed superiority complex, you upstarts? Ha ha! Have you ever seen a nouveau riche that trampled $2 billion corporations under its feet? Have you ever seen an upstart that even City North King Xia Anbang had to treat with caution? Ignorance, stupidity. From today on, the two of you will no longer be able to control any power in the world. You are the greatest shame of our Yumeng nation in this lifetime. The Yumeng kingdom completely exploded. He originally wanted to give the two brothers a chance, but he didn't expect that their actions would plunge the world into the current crisis. Now, Yubing has absolute control, and the pressure from the Xiao family, Zhou Kuan, and Tianxia Pharmacy instantly dissipates.
Even the cooperation between Tianxia Pharmacy and the Xia family has begun to be discussed.
The Yameng Kingdom has already seen the trend of Sihai's rapid development, and these two black sheep can no longer stay in Sihai.
The four Cs are now completely under Lin Zhao's control. On the other side, Zhou Kuan and others were controlling Li Shang, and Lin Xiao was looking at him indifferently.
Lin Xiao, do you think I'm a fool? If I don't hand over my shares, I can still live. If I give you shares, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died, right? You're not stupid. Lin Xiao nodded. Unfortunately, you don't understand my methods.
As Lin Xiao spoke, a needle invisible to the naked eye appeared in his hand.
Control the magic needle. Chapter 151. $2 billion groups change ownership.
The God-controlling needle, a rare special item obtained by Lin Xiao through 10 consecutive draws, has been stored in the system space. Now, it has finally found a place to use its power. The mind-controlling needle is a special item with only one function, which is to control a person's mind and make the person who has been needled obey the orders of the person who gave him the needle.
This period of time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the person who is hit by the needle will become a complete idiot.
At this moment, Li Shang's heart skipped a beat.
He looked at Lin Xiao.
For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart.
What are you going to do?
Li Shang couldn't help but speak. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. Next to Li Shang, Uncle Ling was tied up with steel cables and had his mouth covered. He could only stare with his eyes wide open, unable to say a word. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear, and he no longer had the high spirits he had when he entered Villa number 1.
You'll soon find out.
Lin Xiao replied casually, then snapped his fingers, and the invisible divine control needle shot out immediately and pierced into Li Shang's forehead. Li Shang only felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, and the next second, he became dizzy.
Let him go. Lin Xiao gave an order to Zhou Kuan and others. Zhou Kuan and others did not delay and immediately removed all the restraints on Li Shang. What surprised them was that Li Shang showed no intention of struggling and just sat there.
Transfer the Chongshan shares in your hands to my name.
All the procedures have been prepared and your name must be signed on everything.
At this time, Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded.
Zhou Kuan and others were stunned and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief.
I have already said this to Li Shang, but Li Shang refused to obey.
What's the point of saying it again now?
They looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. But at this moment they did not notice that Uncle Ling, who was tied up tightly, suddenly had his pupils contracted, and boundless fear suddenly spread in his eyes.
Who on earth is this person? Uncle Ling was shocked.
In his sight, Li Shang actually took the initiative to pick up the agreement on the table next to him and started signing it.
What?
Zhou Kuan and others suddenly reacted at this moment, and were astonished when they saw this scene.
Legend value plus 102,896. Legend value plus 185,630.
Lin Xiao's legendary value skyrocketed, increasing by hundreds of thousands.
To everyone's shock, Li Shang quickly signed all the documents.
These documents contain all the agreements for Li Shang's unconditional transfer of equity. After he signs them personally, he only needs to take his account to the notary office to transfer all the equity to Lin Xiao's name. After signing, Li Shang took out his mobile phone without any further ado, opened his account, and wrote down various passwords on a piece of paper.
Gudong.
Seeing what Li Shang did, Zhou Kuan and the others as well as Uncle Ling, who was completely restrained, could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva.
This is so horrible. This seems to be completely under control.
Their shock caused Lin Xiao's legendary value to rise rapidly. Now, it has exceeded the 5 million mark. It won't be long before he can participate in the Peerless Lottery. It's a world-class lottery. Any product you sell won't be bad. Go transfer the shares, and then immediately take over all the properties under the shares, and replace all the original senior executives of Chongshan.
Lin Xiao's voice brought Zhou Kuan and others back to reality. I'll do it right away. Chao Meng put away all the agreements, took Li Shang's phone and left quickly. Ah! Just after Chao Meng left, Li Shang suddenly screamed.
He was fine at first, but suddenly he fell to the ground, twitching violently.
Zhou Kuan and others looked on in shock, not knowing what was going on.
Fortunately, after twitching a few times, Li Shang fainted.
Gudong.
Zhou Kuan and others were extremely grateful that they were not Lin Zhao's enemies and they knew how to act accordingly. Otherwise, their end would have been extremely miserable.
At this moment, Zhou Kuan was extremely grateful to Qi Lang.
Uncle Ling became even more terrified, but unfortunately he was tied up and his mouth was sealed, so he couldn't speak and could do nothing.
Mr. Lin, what should we do with these two people? After a long while, Zhou Kuan suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. Just deal with your mortal enemy the same way you normally deal with him. Lin Xiao responded calmly. Yes. Zhou Kuan did not dare to neglect.
To deal with mortal enemies, the natural thing is to make them disappear from this world.
A ruthless light flashed in Zhou Kuan's eyes. Uncle Ling and the unconscious Li Shang were quickly taken away.
Uncle Ying's eyes were filled with regret.
He wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't even have the chance to speak. Time flies and night falls. After transferring the equity, Chao Mang immediately followed Lin Zhao's arrangements and began to take over the industries under the name of the equity. He dismissed all the senior executives of Chongshan's subsidiaries and temporarily replaced them with trustworthy people. On the other hand, after taking over Sihai Group, Yu Bing also made quick adjustments. With the help of Yu Menghua, the original top management of Sihai Group quickly recognized Yu Bing's identity, and Yu Bing directly completed the control of Sihai. No one knew that within one day, $2 billion groups had changed hands. And behind them, standing was the same person, that was Lin Xiao.
On the top floor of Chongshan Building, Li Jiayin and Li Tsong frowned deeply.
What's going on? Uncle Ling can't be contacted, and he hasn't sent back any news.
Li Tsong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart.
I can't get through to Li Xing either. Li Jiayin's face was solemn. No. Something happened? How is that possible?
Li Tsong raised his eyebrows. Uncle Ling is at the level of a half-step grandmaster, and is a famous master in Nandu.
Will he get into trouble when dealing with an ordinary person?
Li Jiayin did not refute, but was still full of anxiety.
Bite. Suddenly, his phone rang.
He took a look and saw that it was Yu Sungwen calling.
He slid the answer button impatiently. What's up? Li Jiayin asked in a deep voice. Yu Sungwen's voice sounded on the phone, extremely anxious.
Li Jiayin stood up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief.
Are you serious? He asked in disbelief. Absolutely. Why? Yu Sungwen let out a long sigh. Snap.
Li Jiayin was distracted for a moment and the phone slipped from his hand and broke into pieces without him noticing.
What's wrong? Li Tsong instinctively had a bad premonition in his heart. Sihai changed its owner.
The Yu brothers were dismissed and their shares were taken back.
Now, Sihai Group is under the control of Yu Songwen's daughter, Yu Bing.
Li Jiayin said with some stammering.
Li Tsong frowned. In this way, wouldn't he lose two loyal dogs? It's a big problem.
Li Tsong narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured.
Chapter 152. Do you still dare to call him a nouveau riche? It's not just a small problem, it's a big problem.
Li Jiayin's voice sounded right after Li Tsong's words.
What do you mean? Li Tsong looked at Li Jiayin suddenly.
Behind Yu Bing stands Lin Xiao. Yu Bing holds 37% of the shares, all of which were acquired by Lin Xiao. Now Lin Xiao is the second largest shareholder of Sihai Group.
Tianxia Pharmacy and the Xia family have begun to fully cooperate with the Sihai Group. The Sihai Group is still owned by the Yu family on the surface, but it has changed its surname to Lin.
Li Jiayin said a lot in one breath.
Li Tsong was shocked. He actually has this kind of method? Li Tsong stared.
His impression of Lin Xiao was that he was just a nouveau riche from a small place. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xiao took over $1 billion group in one fell swoop, which really shocked his three views.
To be honest, even though Lu Sheng was very nice to Lin Xiao, Li Tsong didn't care too much. But now, he had to pay attention to Lin Xiao. That is not the point.
However, the things that shocked Li Tsong had just begun. Li Jiayin looked depressed at the moment. Without waiting for Li Tsong to ask, he said directly, Yu Sungwen said that the legal person of Chongshan has been changed.
It is now Lin Xiao.
He holds 57% of the shares of Chongshan.
Boom!
It was as if a thunder exploded in Li Tsong's mind. He stood up directly from the stool and stared at Li Jiayin.
Are you kidding me? Chairman Li Tsong is still here. When did Lin Xiao take away Chongshan?
Li Jiayin shook his head bitterly. I checked, it's true, Lin Xiao holds 57% of Chongshan's shares, which is more than the 30% I hold. Originally, 33% of my shares were in the hands of retail investors.
During this period, retail investors sold about 20%, and the remaining 10% is in the hands of Luo.
Now, there are still 3% held by retail investors, and Lin Xiao suddenly has 57%. As Li Jiayin spoke, he looked up at Li Tsang and said, the 37% in Shenger's hands must have been transferred by him.
Shenger, I'm afraid it's.
Li Jiayin clenched his fists suddenly, and his heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. After a long while, he finally uttered 4 words with difficulty.
It's a dangerous situation. Boom. Thump, thump, thump. Li Tsang suddenly took several steps back and looked at Li Jiayin in disbelief.
At this moment, he also discovered the problem.
Why couldn't Uncle Ling and Li Shang get in touch? He previously thought nothing could have happened. But now, he didn't dare to think so. Damn it! How could such a terrifying person exist in such a tiny place like Ansheng?
There was already a hint of fear in Li Tsang's eyes. At this moment, Li Jiayin's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Master Li Tsang, please help me, the heavy mountain cannot collapse, and Shenger, I want to see him alive or dead. At this moment, Li Tsang has become Li Jiayin's only life-saving straw.
How can I help you? Li Tsang came back to his senses.
To be honest, Lin Xiao's methods really made him feel scared. Such an amazing change in such a short period of time, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat him to death.
Lu Shang. Lu Shang must have helped, otherwise how could he have done it? Li Jiayin, Lu Shang intervened, how can I help you? Li Tsang stared at Li Jiayin. Master Li Tsang, I am willing to give you 30% of my shares in Chongshan. Please help me.
Li Jiayin's eyes became increasingly bloodshot, and at this moment, he was ready to risk everything.
Li Tsang was stunned. 30% of Chongshan's shares involves huge interests. At its peak, Chongshan was a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. 30% would be worth a full 3 billion.
Although it has shrunk because of Lin Xiao, it is still worth more than 2 billion. Li Tsang was tempted, but he knew his own limitations and knew he couldn't help Li Jiayin at all.
I can't help you. Li Tsang suppressed the greed in his heart and shook his head. Li Jiayin felt hopeless. But at this time, Li Tsang said, but I can help you contact the third master. The third master will help you. Even Lu Sheng can't stop the third master from doing what he wants to do. Li Jiayin's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he knelt directly in front of Li Tsang. Thank you, Master Li Tsang. No need to thank me.
Li Tsang waved his hand, his eyes sinister. I don't want him to be so arrogant. After saying that, Li Tsang took out his cell phone and made a call. At the same time, some news spread like wildfire.
A tsunami suddenly erupted in the upper circles of Ansheng. Dozens of Chongshan subsidiaries have undergone crazy changes, and all the shares have been taken over by Lin Xiao. Now, Lin Xiao holds 57% of Chongshan's shares. Sihai Group changed its owner. Yu Sunguan and Yu Sungu were dismissed. Yu Sunguan's daughter, Yu Bing, the campus beauty of Anhui University, took over Sihai Group. The latest news is that 37% of the shares held by Yu Bing belong to Lin Xiao, who is the second largest shareholder of Sihai Group. Boom! A real earthquake, at this moment, swept through the upper circles of Ansheng madly. All the dignitaries were shocked, and Lin Xiao's name resounded in everyone's heart at this moment. Sihai and Chongshan are $2 billion groups. Lin Xiao has directly become the person in charge of everything behind the scenes. This is simply incredible. Is this still the upstart? Someone made an incredible statement. The next second, someone immediately responded. Nouveau riche? How dare you say that? Ha ha. You're looking for death, aren't you? If such a person is still a nouveau riche, then what are you? A pile of shit? What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you say Lin Xiao is a nouveau riche? Have you ever seen such a terrifying nouveau riche? Now, in addition to Chongshan's pharmaceutical company, he has completely controlled Chongshan's real estate and shipping. With the shares of Sihai Group and his status as the second largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment, his net worth has long exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention, Jinqiu Tianxia is in control. Once the wasteland in the East District is developed, the size of Jinqiu Tianxia will at least grow to more than 5 billion. If we merge Chongshan's real estate, Jinqiu will be the king of Ansheng real estate. With such a background, you still dare to call him a nouveau riche? You'd better be careful, or you will die without knowing how. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The person who spoke was trembling all over, sweating profusely, and apologizing frantically. Everyone looked at him with disdain. 2 days passed as Anqing's upper class was shaken. Lin Zhao's legendary value has already reached 30 million. However, he did not draw the lottery immediately, intending to accumulate some more. On this day, a piece of news appeared in Anqing, which immediately raised the storm, which had not yet subsided, to a higher dimension. Nandu Li's intervened, Chongshan Pharmaceutical was saved, and Lin Xiao couldn't take over anymore. I knew that Nandu Li Group would not sit idly by. This is going to be fun. With Li Group's methods, Lin Xiao will probably be crushed to death sooner or later. The situation in Anqing began to change, and public opinion began to waver. Chapter 153 The Strongest Son-in-Law, Nandu Awaj. Hee, sudden outbursts won't last long after all. Chongshan is a tough nut to crack. Now the pharmaceutical company in Chongshan has been completely controlled by Nandu Li. Lin Xiao's people can't even get a bite of soup. The current situation is that Lin Xiao is very passive. He cannot completely control Chongshan. TSK, it just started to flourish, but it might be wiped out by the Nandu Li family. That's enough, you guys. Lin Xiao still controls 57% of Chongshan's shares, 37% of Sihai's shares, and 20% of Xingqi's shares. Jinqiu Tianxia is also developing rapidly. In Anqing, he is still in existence that you can't reach. You are right, but I don't know how long this unattainable situation can last. How terrifying is the Nandu Li family? How can ordinary people compare with them? At this moment, many people no longer have a good impression of Lin Xiao. Some people even believe that Lin Xiao would be crushed to death in Anqing by the Nandu Li family sooner or later. Chongshan's last bottom line has been saved. In Chongshan building, Li Tsang breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Li Jiayin, who looked exhausted, and said, "Don't worry too much. The third master will soon inject fresh blood into Chongshan Pharmaceutical. By then, we can make a comeback with the help of Chongshan Pharmaceutical. After you have trampled Lin Xiao under your feet, you can ask him in person where Li Shang went." Li Jiayin nodded vigorously. At this time, in Tao Weiyuan, Zhou Kuan was reporting the progress of the past few days to Lin Xiao. "Mr. Lin, Chongshan Pharmaceutical is really untouchable. We originally planned to slowly nibble away at it, but unfortunately, we can't do it at all. The methods used by the Nandu Li family are still terrifying." Lin Xiao tapped the table lightly with his fingers. It is naturally impossible to allow Chongshan Pharmaceutical to develop and grow independently. Is there no other solution? After a long time, Lin Xiao asked. Zhou Kuan immediately replied, "If we can get another 10% of Chongshan's shares, we can forcibly take over Chongshan Pharmaceutical, and no matter how powerful the Nandu Li family is, they can't save the situation. Absolute control is no joke. As long as you have absolute control, you have the final say in the entire group and no one can refute it. Can you get it?" Lin Xiao asked again. "It's not easy." Zhou Kuan shook his head. 3% of Chongshan shares are still in the hands of retail investors, which is difficult to accommodate. The remaining 10% is in the hands of Qi Ao of the Qi family in the south of the city. Lin Xiao frowned, but he did not interrupt Zhou Kuan. He knew that Zhou Kuan must have something else to say. Look, Zhou Kuan just sighed. Why? Mr. Lin, Qi Ao is not an ordinary person. He has both money and power. I have already contacted him, but he simply ignored me. Oh? Is there anyone in Anqing who doesn't even take you seriously? Zhou Kuan is quite famous in Anqing. He is now the one who has the final say in the underworld of the East and West districts. But he didn't expect that there would be someone who dared not to give him face. Mr. Lin, you don't know how terrifying Qi Ao is. He is a legendary figure in our Anqing. Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Kuan with curiosity on his face. Zhou Kuan didn't say anything more and began to narrate Qi Ao's legendary experiences one by one. The Qi family in the south of the city is just a small family in Anqing. However, ever since Qi Ao from the Qi family married into the Luo family in the provincial capital, the Qi family began to develop rapidly. Of course, its development was not in Anqing, but in the provincial capital, Nandu. Qi Ao married into the Nandu Luo family. With his extraordinary talents, he stepped on the legitimate sons of the huge Luo family all the way and became the second in command of the Luo family. The Nandu Luo family is even more terrifying than the Li family. The family assets start at hundreds of billions, and behind them is a deep underworld background that ordinary people cannot access.
For someone like Lee, Nandu Luo could push him into the abyss with just one word.
Chi Ao made a great name for himself in Nandu by virtue of his status as a son-in-law, and was respected as Nandu Awai.
Some people once looked down on Chi Ao's status as a son-in-law and mocked him for being a gigolo, but in the end, they could only shut up and come to apologize and ask for forgiveness.
This is truly the strongest son-in-law. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he listened to Zhou Kuan's description. Some people do call him that.
Zhou Kuan responded, and then said, the Chongshan shares in Chi Ao's hands were originally given by Li Jiayin.
Chongshan is in crisis now.
Although Chi Ao has no intention of helping, it is highly likely that he will not add insult to injury. Zhou Kuan said so much, and it can be summed up in one sentence. It is almost impossible to obtain 10% of the shares held by Chi Ao.
Can I see Chi Ao?
There was no way Lin Xiao would give up Chongshan, so he asked Zhou Kuan directly. He had no way to get Chi Ao to give up the shares, but he believed that there would always be a way out, and it would be a good idea to see it first. Chi Ao has been in the provincial capital, but he has to return to Anqing in 2 days.
Mr. Lin, do you need me to make an appointment for you? Let's make an appointment and see.
Lin Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. Zhou Kuan nodded, talked to Lin Xiao for a while, and then left.
But soon, someone else came to the door. Mr. Lin.
The people who came were Fan Sun and Xia Jin, with flattering smiles on their faces. Xia Jin was also holding a Dragon Country flag and a red box in his hands. The box was open, and inside lay a golden medal.
This is.
Lin Xiao frowned slightly.
Mr. Lin, this is the medal of Honorary Major General. The official documents are still being made. As for the military uniform, we need to take your measurements before we can make it. Fan Sun explained immediately. Are you serious? Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. What is this? I'm still a junior in college, and I'm already a major general?
Although there is no real power, it is real. A soldier from the Dragon Nation always keeps his word.
Fan Sun saluted Lin Xiao directly. Major General Lin, please accept the medal and flag.
Lin Xiao was a little helpless, but he still stood up and straightened his body. Naturally, he remembered the military salute during the military training. He saluted in a very standard way, then reached out to take the medal and flag.
Major General Lin, I'm really sorry.
Originally, the awarding ceremony was supposed to be held at the Jinbei Army, but I was afraid you didn't have time, so it was a bit hasty.
I know, that's it, I don't like trouble either.
Lin Xiao waved his hand.
Fan Sun didn't say much, but changed the subject. Major General Lin, that Black Kirin has come to the Xia family. When do you have time? Go and give some advice. Fan Sun rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Go now.
Lin Xiao spoke directly.
To be honest, Lin Xiao still wants to see the Black Kirin Ace Special Forces of the Jinbei Army.
After all, if I hadn't obtained the system, I might never have come into contact with such an existence in my entire life. But now, I can stand directly in front of them and give them instructions.
Chapter 150 For the strong are respected, I will beat you until you surrender.
The Xia family, a military family, has its own parade ground. Even the area behind the Xia family compound, called Chengbaipo, was bought and fenced off by the Xia family. The training ground covers an area of 5 kilometers in radius and is fully equipped with all kinds of military training equipment, so even comprehensive survival drills can be easily carried out. At this time, all the members of the Black Kirin, the Ace Special Forces of the Jinbei Army, except Xia Jin, had gathered on the Xia family's training ground. Each of them had a gleam in their eyes, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. These days, Fan Sun almost brainwashed them. Lin Xiao is portrayed as extremely powerful, almost deified. Now, every member of the Black Kirin team firmly believes that after receiving guidance from the instructor Lin, whom they have never met, they will surpass their current self dozens of times. So, in the car on the way to Xia's house, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Fan Sun with an unfriendly gaze.
You portrayed me as godlike and concealed my age and abilities.
Fan Sun looked embarrassed and felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Xiao.
He didn't dare look at Lin Xiao, and teased, I have no choice but to do this. These brats are too arrogant.
If I don't make you, Major General Lin, more powerful, I'm afraid they will cause trouble.
He. Lin Xiao looked at Fan Sun with a fake smile. If they see me now, won't they be more likely to cause trouble? Which soldier is not unruly? Especially people like you, Black Kirin, who among you is not a troublemaker? That's just right. Fan Sun finally looked at Lin Xiao. Major General Lin, please teach them a lesson. The more rebellious they are, the more obedient they will be after you teach them a lesson. There are advantages to being a troublemaker. They only obey people who are stronger than themselves. In fact, this is also a move of mine. Xia Jin rolled his eyes when he heard this. He always felt that Fan Sun was taking revenge on his own. Fortunately, he is an outsider now, and he has already witnessed how powerful Lin Xiao is. He had already made up his mind. He would just concentrate on observing a moment of silence for his 35 brothers in distress, and would definitely not be the first to do anything. Oh. Coach Fan is really calculating. He even schemed against me. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. I now seriously suspect that you, Coach Fan, did this on purpose to satisfy your own evil taste. Fan Sun's face turned red, and he waved his hands and explained, Major General Lin, I am innocent. I promise, I definitely didn't mean that. Whispering sound. Lin Xiao spat with disdain. Coach Fan, it's a pity that you don't pursue a career as a star. The entertainment industry owes you an award-winning actor. Lin Xiao could see that Fan Sun was not a good person and had many ulterior motives. He was planning to use his own hand to teach those soldiers under him a lesson. Fan Sun was extremely embarrassed, but he still looked serious. Major General Lin, you are joking. Everything I did was for the Jinbei army and for the Dragon Kingdom. That makes sense. Lin Xiao nodded, and then said, that's perfect, you can also join the Black Kirin training this time. It's disgraceful for the chief coach of an army to have such low combat power. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Fan Sun. When Xia Jin heard this, his eyes immediately became teasing. Major General Lin, I don't need this, right? Fan Sun was stunned, feeling that there was a hint of conspiracy. Lin Xiao raised his eyes and said firmly, it is necessary, Coach Fan. The things I brought to Black Qilin and Jinbei army this time can make your overall strength leap forward. If you miss it, you will be left behind by your teammates. Lin Xiao already had a plan to guide the Black Kirin in his mind, and now he was just waiting to put it into practice. This. Well, all right then. Fan Sun hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. This Fan Sun dared to plot against me, he will have to pay the price later. Of course, there are definitely many benefits to be gained. Fan Sun felt a little cold in his heart, and always felt that Lin Xiao had bad intentions, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Besides, now that he had agreed, there was no way for him to back out. The Xia family arrived soon. Xia Anbang and the Xia family's direct descendants were already waiting under the huge door lintel. The moment Lin Xiao got off the car wearing the medal of Major General, Xia Anbang took the lead in saluting. Lin Xiao responded immediately. Afterwards, the group entered the Xia family. Major General Lin, the Black Kirins have assembled. You can see them when you go over there. We will not go over there for now. We will go over there after you finish teaching us a lesson. Fan Sun and Xia Jin stopped and spoke to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded and walked towards the training ground. Major General Lin, you don't need to give us face, just beat him up hard. Fan Sun shouted towards Lin Xiao's back. No. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just right, I might as well let go of some energy. Since Fan Sun has given me the opportunity to show off, it would be unreasonable not to make good use of it and collect some legendary points. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that at this moment, in the Jinbei Army's headquarters, a group of Jinbei Army leaders were looking at a huge satellite projection. Everything on the Xia family training ground was clearly reflected on the projection. Here it comes. One person suddenly spoke, and all the boss's eyes immediately focused on him. So young? Someone suddenly frowned. Fan Sun has already said that you are a junior, so don't be too surprised. A dignified middle-aged man waved his hand gently. Everyone fell silent immediately. This man is no ordinary person. He is the commander-in-chief of the Jinbei army, in charge of the entire Jinbei army. He has made great military achievements. He is a Shura in the eyes of villains from outside the region and a legend in the eyes of the Jinbei soldiers. In the picture, 35 members of the Black Kirin team turned their heads in unison and looked at Lin Xiao. The sharp eyes fell on Lin Xiao like a sword. If an ordinary person were stared at with these eyes, he would probably be filled with fear in an instant. As expected of a soldier. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at this moment.
35 people, emitting an aura of iron and blood, with masculine willpower, compared to those feminine flower boys on the big screen, they are hundreds of thousands of times stronger.
A man should be like this.
Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, then he straightened his back and walked step by step to the front of the 35 people.
Instructor Lin?
A member of the Black Kirin team suddenly spoke up and asked with some uncertainty. Lin Xiao nodded, and then saluted everyone with a standard military salute. The 35 people saluted in unison, and after putting down their hands, they stared at Lin Xiao with stern eyes.
Fan Sun has deified me. I know you guys don't accept that. It's okay.
According to the military rules, the strong are respected.
I will beat you until you surrender.
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke at this time.
The
35 Black Kirin men were stunned, and then their eyes turned unfriendly.
Legend value plus 234,568. Legend value plus 196,325.
Lin Xiao's legendary value began to soar, and he couldn't help but curl up a knowing smile.
Chapter 155, The deification is not thorough enough. This Major General Lin is a bit crazy.
At the Jinbei Army headquarters, a group of bigwigs narrowed their eyes, their gazes all fixed on Lin Xiao's face.
There are special equipment on the training ground.
Not only does the satellite synchronize the images here, but the sound is also transmitted here.
I just don't know if there is any real material.
According to Fan Sun, he is a young master.
Ha ha. How can there be so many young masters in this world? It's okay. Fan Sun said that he will take full responsibility for any problems that arise. I just hope he won't hurt me.
The military leaders were talking about it. At this time, on the Xia family training ground.
Coach Lin, to be honest, your age does disappoint us. If this is a farce, please put an end to it.
One of the Black Kirin team members walked out of the team. His words were recognized by everyone in Black Kirin, and everyone nodded collectively.
It seems that you are the strongest in this team? Chief Black Kirin?
Lin Xiao didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "This is not a farce. I don't know how Fan Sun deified me.
Maybe I am even stronger than he deified me."
Lin Xiao's confident words resounded like thunder in the hearts of the Black Kirin team members and military leaders. There was a gleam of disdain in everyone's eyes.
He's pretty good at bragging.
At this moment, everyone has a definition of Lin Xiao.
Of course, what they didn't know was that Lin Xiaoka was not exaggerating at all.
After all, his previous lottery had raised his strength to the middle stage of Grandmaster, and he also gained 100 years of Grandmaster level combat experience.
100 years of combat experience.
That is 100 years of combat experience at the Grandmaster level. With this experience, Lin Xiao's combat skills can be said to be unmatched. He really didn't know how Fan Sun deified him, but in his opinion, Fan Sun's deification might really underestimate him greatly.
We're all about the same age, you probably think I'm bragging. It doesn't matter. From now on, I will fight all of you alone. I will only use the power of the initial stage of dark energy. If you use a little more, I will lose.
As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the whole place fell silent.
Everyone looked at him in disbelief. They even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Did I hear that correctly? He fought against all of us alone? He only used the power of the initial stage of dark energy? What I heard was exactly the same as you. Are we both hallucinating? After a long time, discussions began. Major General Lin, are you being too confident?
Outside the training ground, Fan Sun frowned. They were also watching the live broadcast, and at this moment, they couldn't help but frown. Xia Anbang and others had similar ideas as him, and even some people in the Xia family showed disdain at this moment.
Jinbei Army Headquarters. Nonsense. The commander-in-chief stood up and asked, is he kidding? Or does he look down on our Jinbei Army's ace troops?
Someone, bring Fan Sun back and punish him by military law.
This farce will end here. Humph. Yes. Among the big guys, someone immediately responded. At this moment, everyone was a little fed up and thought it was a farce. This is too crazy. If the 36 black unicorns burst out with all their strength, even the Grandmaster can be slaughtered by him. What does Lin Xiao say now?
One person fought against 35 people, and he was only using the power of the initial stage of dark energy.
This is no longer just arrogance, this is simply too arrogant. At this moment, everyone thought they were wasting their time.
As for Fan Sun, the culprit who made them waste their time, he will have a hard time from now on and may even be brought to a military court.
Coach Lin, stop joking. It's time to end this farce. You can leave now.
On the training ground, the Black Kirin team member walked out, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. That's right, Instructor Lin, stop playing.
Coach Lin, you should go and instruct others. We Black Qilin cannot afford your instruction. The Black Kirin team members echoed. At this moment, they felt extremely disappointed. They never expected that the being deified by Fan Sun would turn out to be such an arrogant person. Even if this kind of person has strong fighting ability, these people still look down on him. All the Black Kirin people are proud. They respect the strong, but not the arrogant ones. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and sighed helplessly. Hey, it seems that Fan Sun has not deified me thoroughly enough. Well, then let you feel it for yourself.
The 35 members of the Black Kirin remained unmoved. In fact, those who had walked out of the Black Kirin had already returned to the team. At the headquarters, everyone was ready to leave, not wanting to watch any further.
100 battles in the yellow sand. At this moment, a light shout suddenly rang in everyone's ears.
Lin Xiao suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying murderous intent suddenly erupted at this moment. On the training ground, the 35 members of the Black Kirin changed color in horror, and at this moment, they suddenly retreated.
35 people retreated at the same time.
The scene was extremely spectacular.
What's going on? Everyone in the headquarters was stunned and their eyes focused again. What? In the Xiao family, Fan Sun and others stared suddenly, their eyes full of disbelief.
At this moment, the eyes of the 35 Black Kirin people trembled. At that moment just now, they seemed to see an endless sea of corpses and blood. The moment Lin Xiao took a step, those horrifying scenes actually pressed directly towards them. They have experienced real battlefields and killed foreign villains with their own hands.
But at this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Do you feel it?
Now, please use all your strength, especially your Kirin's fury.
It's best to use it directly. Otherwise, you won't have the slightest chance to attack me.
Lin Xiao's voice spread at this moment. It was not loud, but it was like a thunder, hitting everyone's eardrums hard.
Arrogant.
Someone suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke, activating his internal energy. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Lin Xiao.
He.
Lin Xiao smiled slightly. It starts with you.
Boom.
The air was filled with murderous intent, and Lin Xiao immediately turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards the Black Kirin team member who was speaking.
You.
The Black Kirin member's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the boundless murderous intent actually made him lose his mind. He felt that he was not facing an ordinary person, but a peerless demon who had slaughtered millions of people. Perhaps, this is how those people felt when they faced the god of death by Qi? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and then he felt a pain in his chest, and then the man flew backwards.
Ah! Screams rang out.
At this moment, more than 30 Black Kirin members suddenly came to their senses, and their eyes all turned to Lin Xiao.
Chapter 156, Awarding Fan Sun the third-class military merit. So strong. The pupils of more than 30 people contracted. At this moment, they felt Lin Xiao's power. He is not arrogant, he is really capable. It is indeed only the power of the initial stage of dark energy, but it makes me feel invincible. Everyone, fight.
Everyone came to their senses amid the screams of their teammates.
Strong. At the headquarters, a group of bigwigs stopped temporarily, staring at the projection without blinking. Next. At this time, Lin Xiao turned around and attacked again. Huansha Baizhan is an offensive technique that combines traditional Chinese martial arts, and modern fighting skills. Focus on the meaning rather than the form. The more you hone your skills, the stronger your fighting power will be. Huansha Baizhan can perfectly integrate all one's combat experience, which is especially suitable for soldiers. Lin Xiao directly comprehended the ultimate through the system lottery. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension and 100 years of Grandmaster-level combat experience, Lin Xiao's understanding of Huansha Baizhan was profound to the extreme. Bang! A member of the Black Kirin team raised his hand to defend himself, but suddenly, Lin Xiao crashed into him. A huge force exploded and he was knocked away. Next moment. Bang, bang, bang. Dense sounds rang out, and Lin Xiao went straight into the Black Kirin team and launched a frantic attack. Drink. Ha! The Black Kirin team members reacted and began to fight back.
However, what shocked them was that in the face of their siege, Lin Xiao evaded them one by one quickly and flexibly. Not only that, every time Lin Xiao dodged, he was swept by boundless murderous intent, which made them lose their minds and react half a beat slower. Just like this, Lin Xiao was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every time he made a move, a member of the Black Kirin team was blown flying backwards.
Qilin is angry. Finally, someone reacted and directly unleashed the Black Kirin's secret technique.
At this moment, his blood boiled and a terrifying force was bestowed upon his body. He suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Lin Xiao, approaching him in an instant, and threw a fierce punch, causing the air to produce a sonic boom.
Hit!
The Black Kirin team members looked excited. In their sight, the teammate's fist was less than 1 centimeter away from Lin Xiao's back. But something strange happened. At this moment, Lin Xiao turned around suddenly and looked at the team member.
Boom!
The team member immediately stopped moving, as if someone had cast a spell to freeze him, and he was frozen in place.
Ah!
The next second, he actually screamed and stepped back, as if something terrible had happened.
What's going on? Damn it!
The Black Kirin team members were confused. However, the man had no time to explain. Lin Xiao approached and knocked him away with one punch.
Qilin is angry. Qilin's wrath. X3.
Several members of the Black Kirin team had serious looks on their faces. At this moment, they didn't dare to be careless at all. They burst into action like crazy and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Among them was the leader of the Black Kirin, the member who had left the team before.
His name is Luo Shanhai.
Among the Black Kirins, he is second only to the head coach Fan Sun and is very powerful.
Qilin is angry.
More team members burst out, and then rushed towards Lin Xiao in an orderly manner. They have received strict professional training, so even when they are laying siege, they have rules and methods in a clear and organized manner. This is not a melee, it is the combined strength of more than 30 people fighting against one person.
Ace Special Forces, extraordinary.
Unfortunately, the person they met at this moment was Lin Xiao.
100 battles in the yellow sand.
Facing the Black Kirin members who exploded at the same time, Lin Xiao's momentum suddenly rose at this moment. He was still in the early stage of dark power, and Lin Xiao did not violate the rules by using power beyond the initial stage of dark power.
But he is indeed stronger.
That is the unique power of the yellow sand that has been through hundreds of battles. It becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent, and becomes stronger with each battle.
Boom!
Under the impact of boundless murderous intent, the members of the Black Kirin team, who had burst into Kirin rage, felt that the strength in their bodies was a little sluggish. Elites like Luo Shanhai who rushed forward were also somewhat distracted at this moment. However, they still gritted their teeth and attacked Lin Xiao.
Unfortunately, Lin Xiao easily avoided their attacks and then attacked frantically.
He shuttled through the crowd like a butterfly, and wherever he passed, the Black Kirin members were thrown away with screams. At the headquarters, the eyes of a group of military leaders widened and their mouths slowly opened, until finally, it seemed as if they could fit an egg.
Is this still a human? Someone spoke, suddenly bringing everyone back to reality. You used more than just the initial stage of dark energy, right? Someone frowned.
No, he is only in the early stage of dark power.
There is something wrong with his fighting style. It is definitely not ordinary.
In the early stage of dark power, Luo Shanhai, who was bursting with Qilin's rage, was knocked away with one punch. The leaders in the headquarters felt that it was a little unreal.
It's so horrible.
Luo Shanhai, he is the chief member of the Black Kirin team, his fighting ability is beyond doubt. However, even after the Qilin's rage erupted, he was still knocked away by a single punch. This was really terrifying.
Hiss. As expected, Major General Lin. I still underestimated him.
At the Xia family, Fan Sun watched the live broadcast and took a breath.
Xia Anbang and others had extremely complicated looks.
At the beginning, the few people who looked down on Lin Xiao now lowered their heads deeply, feeling extremely ashamed. At this moment, almost everyone knew that Lin Xiao was not bragging, he really had terrifying fighting power. All this happened very quickly. It's a long story, but in fact, only 5 minutes passed on the training ground. In just 5 minutes, the more than 30 people who were originally standing on the training ground had all lay down. Only Lin Xiao clapped his hands casually and walked out of the crowd.
You are much weaker than I thought.
Lin Xiao suddenly spoke.
Boom!
At this moment, the brains of all the Black Kirin people were filled with terror. Everyone in the headquarters also had strange expressions on their faces.
Legend value plus 222,222. Legend value plus 333,333.
Lin Xiao's legendary value broke through the 40 million mark and officially headed towards 50 million.
Now, you should be convinced, right? I'll give you some pointers, is that okay?
I will teach you all the attacking techniques I just used without reservation. Lin Xiao's voice echoed in the ears of every Black Kirin member. They all stared, and then looked at Lin Xiao in unison.
Thank you, Instructor Lin.
Suddenly, Luo Shanhai shouted. The next moment, thunderous shouts of thanks spread throughout the entire training ground.
Thank you, Instructor Lin. More than 30 people stood up in unison and saluted.
At this moment, they were convinced. Lin Xiao nodded with great satisfaction.
Commander-in-Chief, do you still want to arrest Fan Xuanlu and bring him to the military court for trial?
Commander, someone suddenly asked. The commander-in-chief's cheeks turned as black as the bottom of a pot in an instant, but he changed his expression in an instant.
Cough. What nonsense!
Immediately award Fan Sun a third-class military merit.
Chapter 157 Cooperation with the Jinbei Army. Jinbei Army Headquarters.
Young Grandmaster, you are worthy of the title. Lin Xiao, tisk, it's a great fortune for our Jinbei Army to have such a talented person.
He really didn't use any power beyond the initial stage of dark energy? Someone raised questions. Nonsense, do you think the 35 members of Black Qilin are all fools? If he explodes with even stronger power, won't the members of Black Qilin be able to see it? TSK, being able to convince everyone in Black Kirin speaks volumes. Coach Fan has made outstanding contributions and the commander-in-chief is wise.
They deserve the third-class military merit award.
Agree. Second.
Just like that, Fan Sun didn't even know that he had won a third-class military merit, which was a great achievement that could make his resume even more brilliant.
At this time, Xia family.
Fan Sun, Xia Anbong, and others finally arrived at the training ground.
Fan Sun's eyes were fanatical, while the Xia family members' eyes were extremely inexplicable.
Previously, some of them were extremely disdainful of Lin Xiao and thought that Lin Xiao was bragging. But now, Lin Xiao really fought against 35 Black Kirins alone, and he only used a strength far below the average combat power of the Black Kirin. This was shocking enough.
Major General Lin. Fan Sun finally couldn't suppress his doubts and asked, how did you do it?
There are 35 Black Kirins, and the strongest one among them, Luo Shanhai, has already reached the late stage of dark power.
He is not a match for you. There are others as well.
They have all undergone rigorous training, and all of them have burst into Kirin rage. Their combat power has at least doubled.
How come you are still alone?
Fan Sun paused and did not continue speaking, but it was not difficult to guess what he would say next, as they were all words of amazement. Everyone in the Xia family pricked up their ears at this time, afraid of missing a word.
It's very simple, you will know once you feel it.
Lin Xiao responded casually, and then his eyes suddenly became sharp. Fan Sun and others looked at him in confusion.
But at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly enveloped their hearts. Boom!
At this moment, it seemed as if a peerless god of death appeared before their eyes, and the surrounding area was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
Ah!
Some people from the Xia family suddenly screamed in fear. Of course, most people had no problems, but they all looked pale and horrified. Fortunately, Lin Xiao withdrew his murderous intent in an instant, and everyone felt relieved. Murderous intent, such a strong murderous intent.
Fan Sun murmured, finally understanding, so that's how it is.
Under this murderous intent, I completely lost my mind and my fighting ability is not as good as before.
But it's not easy to condense such murderous intent. Major General Lin, how did you do it?
Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Fan Sun with a smile.
I spoke too much. Sorry, Major General Lin. Fan Sun reacted and apologized quickly.
After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it is really rude to ask like this.
Fine.
Lin Xiao waved his hand gently. I have a set of offensive techniques here, called Yellow Sand 100 Battles, which is the essence of condensed killing intent, and can completely adapt to the battlefield. Since I am here to instruct Black Kirin, I will teach him this set of attacking techniques. After being tempered on the battlefield, each of you will eventually have the same killing intent as me.
Major General Xia Ling.
Fan Sun saluted quickly, his face full of gratitude.
The Xia family members were full of envy.
Lin Xiao waved his hand. But at this moment, Fan Sun had a bitter smile on his face. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't train today.
How?
Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly.
Major General Lin, the side effects of Qilin's fury are huge. Plus, they've all been injured, not lightly or seriously.
I'm afraid the efficiency of the training will be greatly reduced. Fan Sun glanced at the 35 men of Black Kirin with some helplessness. He portrayed Lin Xiao as extremely powerful, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Lin Xiao. They thought that Lin Xiao would just give them a lesson, but they didn't expect that Lin Xiao would force all of them to burst into anger. If they need Lin Xiao's guidance now, I'm afraid the Black Kirin team members are willing but unable to do so. At this moment, all the members of the Black Kirin team also looked embarrassed.
There is no way. The side effects of Qilin's fury are indeed too great.
They are all exhausted now and it will take them a day or two to recover.
Small problem.
However, at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him in surprise, somewhat confused. Lin Xiao didn't care about their looks and said directly, "Give me the Qilin's wrath later, and I'll see if I can help you improve it.
Maybe it can reduce the side effects."
Everyone was stunned, and then looked at him in surprise. The Xia family, however, were not so surprised. They had experienced this before. Lin Xiao helped them improve the family's martial arts skills, and now it was much smoother to practice.
Thank you, Major General Lin.
Fan Sun was very excited.
Interesting.
Fan Sun said before that the Xia family's martial arts had been improved by him.
It seems to be true.
But the Kirin's wrath is the product of the meticulous research of countless predecessors.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to improve it any further. Let's see, maybe there will be a miracle?
At the headquarters, a group of bigwigs were discussing. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xiao's helping to improve Qilin's fury was just one of his ideas. Lin Xiao had thought about a lot of things on the way to Xia's house. Such an opportunity is rare, and Lin Xiao plans to find a strong backer for his future business empire.
Coincidentally, the Jinbei army is a huge background. No need to thank me. Improving the Kirin's fury for you is just one of the things I want to do.
I also have other cooperation to discuss with the Jinbei army. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said at this time.
Fan Sun suddenly frowned. Major General Lin, I can't make the decision on this cooperation, and the conditions for cooperating with the military are very harsh, you see. Listen to me first.
Lin Xiao interrupted Fan Sun. How many days do you think it will take for Black Qilin to recover?
Fan Sun nodded.
Lin Xiao shook his head. I have 7-star rejuvenation powder, essence nourishing liquid, martial arts body tempering liquid, and black jade skin regenerating cream.
Fan Sun was startled and his eyes suddenly focused.
7-star rejuvenating powder can increase cell activity, the essence replenishing solution can inject a lot of vitality into cells, and the black jade skin regenerating cream can speed up recovery from injuries.
Lin Xiao talked freely.
At this moment, not only Fan Sun, but even the bigwigs in the headquarters realized something. There is also a martial arts body tempering liquid that can speed up the body tempering progress of martial arts practitioners below the Grandmaster level.
When all these are added together, what do you think they can achieve? What do they mean?
Lin Xiao looked at Fan Sun, a gleam of confidence flashing in the depths of his eyes. Even if Fan Sun cannot make the decision, as long as he reports it, Lin Xiao believes that there will be no problem in his cooperation with the Jinbei army.
Chapter 158 Proud Luo Shanhai.
Black jade skin regenerating cream, 7-star rejuvenating powder, and essence nourishing essence. If these effects are real, then it means that the intensity of training can be increased crazily.
There is also the martial arts body tempering liquid.
If it can speed up the progress of martial artists' training, then when used in conjunction with the other three. At the headquarters, the faces of the big guys became extremely excited.
They have figured out the key. If these medicines were obtained, the strength of both Black Kirin and the entire Jinbei army would be unprecedentedly enhanced. What does that mean?
This means that the Jinbei army will grow at a rocket-like momentum and surpass the other three armies in the near future. Contact Fan Sun immediately and delegate authority to him. Let him talk to Lin Xiao. You can ask Lin Xiao to list the conditions, and then we can hold a meeting to discuss it. The commander-in-chief gave the order directly. At this moment, his heart was already moved.
Yes. Someone answered.
Soon, a call came to Fan Sun's military exclusive communicator.
Fan Sun's face changed drastically and he immediately straightened up and answered the call.
After dozens of seconds, Fan Sun hung up the phone and looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes. Lin Xiao glanced around and probably understood what was going on. I'm afraid the military is paying attention to this place now.
He didn't care. After all, they were the ace special forces of the Jinbei army, so it was normal for the military to pay attention to them. Major General Lin, the headquarters wants to verify the specific results, and also wants to know Major General Lin's intention to cooperate. Soon, Fan Sun spoke. Lin Xiao nodded, and without further ado, he said directly, it's very simple to verify the effect. I will immediately have someone send all kinds of medicines over, and let the Black Kirin people verify it directly.
Fan Sun nodded. Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. He took out his cell phone and called Ning Xiao Xiao. Then, Lin Xiao said, as for the intention of cooperation, it's very simple. The improvements to Yellow Sand 100 battles and Kirin's Wrath are directly considered as bonus points for the cooperation. Fan Sun was shocked and began to admire Lin Xiao a little. The hundreds of battles in the Yellow Sand are already priceless, so perhaps this is equivalent to a second-class military merit, right? There is also the improvement of Qilin's Rage. If Qilin's Rage is really strengthened, it will be at least a second-class military merit. But Lin Xiao just gave it to him like that, and his sincerity was absolutely beyond doubt. At this time, Lin Xiao continued, I can also give the military 30% of the profits of several major drugs. I will only take 60%, and the remaining 10% will be given to the Xia family. From now on, the Xia family will serve as a link. So much. Fan Sun was stunned. There was no need to talk about this at all. They could just cooperate directly. A 30% profit concession will give the Jinbei army more room for maneuver. It is entirely possible to unite with the other 3 military regions, hand these over to them, and then make a profit from the difference. In this way, the Jinbei army could grow rapidly without spending a penny. Isn't it just a matter of time before he becomes the leader of the 4 armies? Thank you, Mr. Lin. From now on, the Xia family will follow Mr. Lin's lead. Xia Anbang suddenly spoke. He really didn't expect that Lin Xiao would give such a great benefit to his Xia family. If this succeeds, the Xia family will have the entire Jinbei army as their foundation. Although his family is a military family, the Xia family is also very strong because of this. But now, as long as the cooperation is achieved, the Xia family's status will instantly surpass its current status by several times. This is a blessing from heaven. Lin Xiao waved at Xia Anbang, then looked at Fan Sun and replied, Don't be amazed, the country is strong and the people are safe. Fan Sun stood in awe, straightened his body, and saluted Lin Xiao with a standard military salute. The same is true for Xia Anbang and others. A strong country means a safe people. That's a good saying. Headquarters, the commander-in-chief also praised it. The other big guys also had flickering eyes. Lin Xiao gave so much profit, and his original intention was just like this. This has already surpassed many people. Let's first look at the verification results of Black Kirin. If the effect is good, we will reach a cooperation with him. The commander-in-chief made the final decision. Soon, Fan Sun received the news and told Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded without saying anything more. Ning Xiao Xiao was very efficient and delivered all the medicines in no time. The members of Black Kirin began to use it. Lin Xiao did not stay in the Xia family for long, but told them that he would come over the next day, and took Qilin Nu away with him and took it home to improve it. This night is destined to be restless. After using various medicines, all the people in Black Kirin are in surprisingly good condition. In just one night, the side effects of Qilin's Wrath disappeared and most of his injuries were healed. In fact, under the influence of the martial arts body tempering fluid, their physical fitness has actually improved significantly. Not only that, their hidden strength has also been significantly enhanced. It's going to go against the will of heaven. Fan Sun did not sleep all night and spent the whole night reporting the situation to the headquarters. The headquarters was also ecstatic and sent people to Wanqing without stopping to bring the samples back to the headquarters. Once they were verified, they would be able to reach a cooperation with Lin Xiao immediately. The next day, Lin Xiao came to the Xia family again and directly handed the improved Qilin Nu to the owner of the Black Qilin. After the experiment, all the people in Black Kirin were shocked. The side effects were reduced to the extreme. Now, they just felt weak after using it. You know, they were overdrawn before. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao began to teach the Yellow Sand 100 battles. After going through it once, Lin Xiao even directly materialized his murderous intent, and made all the Black Kirin members undergo special training under the cover of murderous intent, honing their skills in the Yellow Sand battle.
This kind of day lasted for a whole week.
Everyone in Black Kirin is in pain and happy at the same time.
Dad, Instructor Lin is too strong.
I have now broken through to the peak of dark energy, and all of us at Black Kirin have also broken through to a higher level within this week. Now, the overall strength of the entire Black Kirin has made a qualitative leap, at least 5 times stronger than before.
Black Kirin Chief Luo Shanhai was on the phone.
What?
A surprised voice came from the phone. So, doesn't that mean the Black Kirin has the power to crush the Azure Dragon army?
The Qinglong army, the ace force of another major military region, the Tiannan military region, has the same nature as the Black Kirin.
Luo Shanhai's eyes suddenly became arrogant at this moment. Dad, what is the Azure Dragon army?
Even if the Suzaku and White Tiger armies come together, my Black Kirin can crush them.
Luo Shanhai was extremely confident.
No one knows what they went through this week.
Immersed in murderous intent every day, they couldn't even stand up at the beginning.
Gradually, as their understanding of the Yellow Sand 100 battles became more profound, they finally realized how terrifying their instructor Lin was. Now, they can hold out for 10 minutes under Instructor Lin's murderous intent.
This is a qualitative leap.
They have the capital to look down on the geniuses of the other 3 armies.
Is your Instructor Lin really that strong?
The voice on the phone was still in disbelief.
Yes.
Luo Shanhai did not comment. Dad, I can try to make an appointment with Instructor Lin.
If he agrees, you must seize the opportunity. Okay. Don't worry, son.
The voice on the phone fell off and Luo Shanhai quickly hung up. At the same time, in the south of Anqing, Qi family.
Xiao slowly put down the phone. I didn't expect that Anqing would hide such a surprise. Master Ao. A figure appeared beside Xiao. What's the matter? Xiao glanced at him indifferently.
There's a man named Lin Xiao who wants to see you.
Zhou Kuan is the one who made the appointment.
The visitor was interrupted before he could finish his words.
Not see. Xiao waved his hand and said, Hey.
It's still like this in a small place like Anqing.
Every time I come back, there are people who want to meet me. How can I have so much time? Yes, I understand. The man retreated. Chapter 159 Hongjin, Hongyi. Grandmaster. At the Qi family in the south of the city, Xiao sighed. 3 days ago, the wealthy Hong family in Nandu held a Grandmaster banquet.
At the Grandmaster's banquet, people from all directions came to pay tribute, and various cooperation offers came to the Hong family. However, the Hong family still needed to select them one by one to see which company could offer a greater profit and which company was in a good mood before they would take it. You know, those collaborations all provide huge profit margins, and some even result in one party losing money. Even so, the Hong family still has to select carefully. It can be seen how important a great master is. The Hong family and the Luo family were originally 2 powerful families on par with each other. But now, the Hong family has taken the lead in having a grandmaster. Xiao can almost foresee that in the near future, the Hong family will completely surpass the Luo family, and even in the future, will trample the Luo family under their feet. I hope to gain the support of Instructor Lin. At the very least, I have to befriend him. This way, the Luo family won't be in a passive position in the future. Xiao murmured, with a gleam in his eyes. It would be great if I could get his strong support. Then, maybe I, Xiao, could replace the Luo family's boss and become the true king in charge of the Luo family. After he finished speaking, Xiao's eyes were already filled with ambition. Of course, he quickly suppressed this thought.
It's too early to say anything now. Everything depends on how the conversation with the new instructor Black Kirin goes. It's the first time we meet, so we can't lose our manners. We must prepare a good gift for the meeting. Xiao thought about it in his mind, and quickly gathered the people around him and started discussing. Xiao showed great importance to the meeting with Instructor Lin, whom he had never met before. At this time, Lin Xiao was here. Mr. Lin, as expected, Xiao rejected our meeting.
Zhou Kuan called Lin Xiao.
Then forget it.
Lin Xiao replied directly, and then asked, how is Chongshan doing recently? These days, Lin Xiao has been at the Xia family every day and rarely cares about Chongshan's situation.
Not very good.
Zhou Kuan said solemnly, with the addition of Nanduli, Chongshan Pharmaceutical is thriving and has introduced a large amount of resources.
The position of the pharmaceutical company has become more solid and is firmly controlled by Li.
Even recently, the pharmaceutical companies have been planning to become independent, and our people are not allowed to interfere in their affairs at all. If things continue like this, I'm afraid the pharmaceutical companies will counterattack, which could cause some trouble for us.
Joe Cohen actually put it more tactfully. The methods of Nandu Li are not simple.
Today, Chongshan Pharmaceutical Company has a tendency to swallow the world. Although it has only been a few short days, the signs are already visible.
It's really troublesome.
Lin Xiao was a little helpless. Forget it, let's talk about it later.
I'll see if I can think of a solution from the Medical Alliance.
If that doesn't work, I'll go to Nandu and see if I can directly join the Medical Alliance and gain some real power.
Yes. Joe Cohen didn't say much. Soon, the two hung up the phone on each other.
Lin Xiao entered the Xia family training ground. At this time, the training ground was bustling with activity. The 36 Black Kirins and the head coach Fan Sun devoted themselves to training. Under the scorching sun, everyone was sweating profusely as they practiced the yellow sand battle, attacking each other and going back and forth. Endless murderous intent was colliding, and their eyes were bloodshot, as if they were ready to devour someone.
All good.
Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nodded slightly. The next moment, Lin Xiao's murderous intent materialized.
Boom!
At this moment, the murderous intent on the training ground reached its peak, and the competition among the 37 Black Kirin men entered a white-hot stage. They roared loudly and started fighting with all their might. During this process, their combat effectiveness, reaction speed, and understanding of the yellow sand battles were rapidly increasing. Over the past week, the overall strength of the Black Kirin has increased several times. All of this not only comes from the hundreds of battles in the yellow sand, but also from the full supply of various medicines and martial arts body tempering fluids. Of course, the most fundamental reason is Lin Xiao's special ability to materialize his murderous intent. With this ability, the training ground was almost simulated into a real battlefield. Every minute and every second, the people of Black Kirin felt that they were on the brink of life and death. After so many battles in the yellow sand, it is difficult for Huangsha to make slow progress. If the Black Kirin participated in the 4-army competition at this time, it would definitely shock the other 3 armies. Unfortunately, there is still some time before the 4-army competition.
That's about it. We can let them go back after today.
Lin Xiao murmured.
Nowadays, if you want to improve, you can only rely on accumulation over time.
The Black Kirin has its own responsibilities after all, and the battlefield is their destination.
We can't just keep working in isolation.
At this time, outside the Xia family, 2 figures slowly approached.
Is this the place?
The 2 men had straight bodies, their eyes gleaming with the sharp light that is unique to soldiers.
One middle-aged and one young. Xia family courtyard. It's quite impressive.
The young man spoke softly.
The middle-aged man nodded slightly, waved his hand, and stepped forward. Let's go in and take a look at our old enemy, he.
It's really hard for us to find him. As the ace of the Jinbei army, he didn't stay in the military area, but came to this small place to train. If I hadn't returned to the Hong family to host the Grandmaster Banquet this time, I would have really missed an opportunity to kick things off.
At this time, the young man frowned slightly. Uncle, you are now at the Grandmaster level, aren't you bullying Master Fan too much? I'm not looking for that good for nothing.
I'm looking for their new instructor, who is said to be a great master.
Being able to become the instructor of Black Qilin is enough for me to take him seriously.
As for that good-for-nothing Fan Sun, let's wait until he breaks through to Grandmaster.
The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. The young man said no more, and the 2 of them walked into the Xia family. You 2 are.
Soon, someone from the Xia family came to greet them. The head coach of the Qinglong army, Hong Jin. The leader of the Qinglong army, Hong Yi. The Xia family members straightened their faces and gave a standard military salute. Hello, comrades.
Hello. The 2 of them immediately returned the gift.
Afterwards, after a conversation, the man from the Xia family immediately brought Hong Jin and Hong Yi into the Xia family and soon found Xia Anbang. After stating their purpose, the 2 were taken to the parade ground. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 of them with some confusion. Of course, with his sharp 5 senses, he was able to detect the tremendous power in Hong Jin's body.
Grandmaster realm. How interesting.
This was the first time that Lin Xiao had seen a martial artist at the Grandmaster level. Hong Jin and the other man also saw Lin Xiao, but they just glanced at him and didn't pay any attention to him.
They couldn't tell Lin Zhao's ability and thought he was just an ordinary Xiao family disciple watching Black Kirin training. Chapter 160. I'll defeat you today. If you use half a move more, I lose. When Hongjin, Hongyi and others arrived, Lin Zhao had already put away his murderous intent and materialized it. The Black Kirin and others who were practicing Huangsha Baijian were extremely sensitive to killing intent and stopped at the same time. Then, their eyes all turned towards Lin Zhao. All the people in Black Kirin were stunned at this moment. They didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. What brought Coach Hong to Ancheng? Fansun spoke first, his eyes falling on Hongjin's face. At this moment, the eyes of the other Black Kirin members were all focused on Hongyi. This person is amazing. They have all come into contact with him. In a previous competition, this man with extraordinary combat power, Luo Shanhai, the leader of the Black Kirin, was killed instantly by him. Luo Shanhai was staring at Hongyi with fiery eyes at this moment. However, Hongyi looked at him with an indifferent gaze, treating him as just an ordinary defeated opponent. Luo Shanhai clearly felt Hongyi's thoughts, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. I was just passing by. I happened to hear that Black Qilin has found a new instructor, a grandmaster, so I plan to come and meet him. Hongjin answered casually. Then he glanced at the rest of the Black Kirin team and said, by the way, let me, the chief of the Azure Dragon Army, come and help the Black Kirin team check if you have made any progress in recent time. After Hongjin finished speaking, Hongyi had already taken a step forward, and his gaze changed from calm to stern. Who's coming? He challenged directly, without any frills. This kind of behavior is allowed among the four armies. As long as you have enough strength, you can go to any army to provoke them. Of course, if they lose, the outcome will be miserable. Not only will they become the laughingstock of the four armies, but they may also have to endure several days of inhuman torture. When the members of the Black Kirin team heard Hongyi's words, a strong desire to fight immediately flashed in their eyes. But at this time, Fansun didn't speak, and Lin Zhao didn't speak either, and none of them moved. Hey, Coach Hong is so confident. Are you two going to challenge us? Fansun narrowed his eyes slightly. His progress during this period is quite significant. Although he has not yet broken through to the Grandmaster level, he feels that ordinary Grandmasters may not be his match. Of course, that is when the Kirin's wrath is unleashed and the Grandmaster's combat power is acquired. Under normal circumstances, he is still below the Grandmaster, and there is a significant gap between him and the Grandmaster. No, Coach Fan misunderstood. After hearing what Fansun said, Hongjin simply waved his hand. The one I want to challenge is your Black Kirin's new instructor, the master, not you, Fansun. Hongjin's words were tinged with sarcasm. Fansun's eyes darkened. Hongjin, you are not qualified to challenge Instructor Lin. I'm not qualified? Hongjin was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Fansun, don't you know that I am already a powerful Hua Jin expert? He. On the contrary, it's your instructor Lin. I've been here for such a long time, but he doesn't even dare to show his face. He has become a coward, and you still say that I am not qualified. Fansun and others were all stunned and looked at Hongjin as if he were an idiot. You didn't even know that Instructor Lin was standing next to you, and you still say that he didn't even dare to show his face? This is just too much pretense. Lin Zhao was also a little speechless. He glanced at Hongjin. This middle-aged man with well-developed muscles probably has muscles all in his head. However, I have to say that Hongjin and the person he brought with him were quite arrogant. Alright Fansun, I don't want to waste my time with you anymore. Let your instructor Lin come out and I'll practice with him. We still have to hurry back to the Qinglong army after that. At this time, Hongjin was already a little impatient. After that, he added, by the way, let the chief of your Black Kirin come out and fight with Hongyi first. The Black Kirin people did not say anything, but after Hongjin finished speaking, they all turned their eyes to Lin Zhao. Hongjin and Hongyi both looked towards them in confusion. When they saw Lin Zhao, their eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Lin Zhao's faint voice came out. Take action. Be more tidy. They are not strong enemies anyway. They are just chickens and dogs. Hongjin and Hongyi narrowed their eyes slightly, and fire flashed in their eyes. Just as they were about to say something, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in their ears. Yes. The 36 members of the Black Kirin team, along with head coach Fansun, shouted at the top of their lungs. Hongjin and Hongyi both widened their eyes and looked at Lin Zhao in disbelief. He is the new instructor? So young? Both of them had a lot of question marks in their heads. Qilin is angry. However, what answered them were two loud shouts.
Fan Sun and Luo Shanhai stepped out of the team at the same time, and the improved Kirin's fury erupted instantly.
Boom!
At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out, crushing towards Hongjin and Hong Yi respectively. They were both shocked at the same time, and then their expressions became complicated.
Hong Yi, you were so powerful the day that you killed me in 1 second.
Today, you used half a move more than me, so I, Luo Shanhai, lose. At this moment, Luo Shanhai's voice suddenly came out.
Hong Yi's eyes narrowed. Luo Shanhai's momentum made him dare not be arrogant at all.
The internal energy instantly surged in his body, directly raising his state to the peak.
Come! Hong Yi shouted loudly.
Luo Shanhai exhaled lightly, stepped forward suddenly, and turned into lightning.
100 battles in the yellow sand.
After a deep shout, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly broke out, instantly sweeping across the void and enveloping Hong Yi.
This is...
Hong Yi's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, he seemed to see a peerless god of death, who had returned after slaughtering countless villains. The boundless murderous intent made him terrified to the extreme.
What's going on? What's going on with this murderous intent?
Hongjin, who was beside Hong Yi, was slightly shocked and looked at Luo Shanhai in disbelief. The overwhelming murderous intent almost made this master lose his mind. If it was a little stronger, even he would have a greatly reduced combat effectiveness if facing it.
You lose.
At this moment, Luo Shanhai's deep shout was heard, and he had actually arrived in front of Hong Yi.
Roll. Hong Yi reacted, suppressed his inner panic, and took action boldly. However, something horrified him. The strength in his body seemed to be suppressed by the murderous intent. It was as heavy as lead and difficult to use. What?
Hong Yi was shocked and stared with his eyes wide open. In his sight, a fist enlarged in front of him and then landed heavily on his chest.
Boom! With the terrifying force exploding, Hong Yi flew backwards like a cannonball. Puff!
While in the air, Hong Yi spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief.
I lost, just like that, lost? Chapter 161 Black Kirin God. What kind of international joke is this?
At this moment, not to mention Hong Yi, even Hongjin was shocked.
That's his nephew, the chief of the Qinglong army.
Hong Yi's cultivation had already reached the peak of internal strength, and he was extremely talented, even more terrifying than him. He felt that Hong Yi would definitely be able to reach the level of Hua Jin within 10 years, and at that time, he would be able to surpass him directly.
But what about now? My own nephew was killed in an instant?
When the 4 armies competed, his nephew crushed the geniuses of the 3 armies and won the title of the number 1 among the 4 armies.
But now, he was killed instantly by the Black Kirin's people?
To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Hongjin would not have believed it. At this time, something even more bizarre happened. At this moment, Luo Shanhai immediately dissipated the Qilin's anger, and his aura returned to normal.
How is it possible? Not feeling weak at all? This is still Qilin's wrath? Hongjin was shocked once again.
The 4 armies know each other well.
Every time the Qilin's wrath erupts, the aftereffects can make people bedridden for several days. But after Luo Shanhai's eruption, nothing happened at all. This is outrageous. Hongjin. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came.
Hongjin was startled and came back to his senses instantly, then looked at Fan Sun in horror. At this moment, the good-for-nothing whom he looked down upon suddenly leaped up, and his figure flew through the air like a sharp arrow. An extremely terrifying aura burst out wildly, which was no weaker than that of a grandmaster.
Instructor Lin asked me to be more tidy. I'm sorry.
It's not that I don't want to save your face, but you have already offended Instructor Lin.
As a soldier, I can only obey military orders.
Fan Sun's voice exploded in Hongjin's ears like thunder.
Boom!
Hongjin only felt a loud thunder passing by his ears, and a faint fear arose in his heart.
100 battles in the yellow sand.
Before he could have any extra thoughts, Fan Sun had already shouted loudly. He used the same fighting tactics as Luo Shanhai, however, the murderous intent that Fan Sun exuded was 3 times more terrifying than Luo Shanhai's. At this moment, Hongjin felt everything his nephew had faced before. Of course, he is worthy of being called the Grandmaster of Hua Jin. It was just a moment, and Hongjin had forced himself to calm down.
Drink!
He let out a deep shout in his heart, and a terrifyingly strong dark force burst out of his body, instantly enveloping his body. War! At this time, Fan Sun was already approaching, and he punched in the air. At this moment, boundless murderous intent instantly gathered and concentrated on this punch. Boom! The air exploded directly, circles of energy ripples swept out, and a fist formed entirely by strong force fell down with a bang. Crack! The sound of something breaking seemed to be heard in everyone's ears, and they could not help but stare at Hongjin. At this moment, cracks appeared in the space around Hongjin, as if an eggshell was about to break. What a joke, you good for nothing, I am Huajin, Huajin. Hongjin roared in shock. Whispering sound. Although I haven't broken through yet, my burst of Qilin fury is not weaker than Huajin. What's so great about your Huajin? I told you that you are not qualified to challenge Instructor Lin, but you still don't believe me. Crack, crack. As Fan Sun finished his words, the eggshell around Hongjin completely shattered. Boom! The next second, he flew backwards like a cannonball, and in the air, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang! Hongjin fell next to his nephew Hong Yi, and it took him a long time to stand up with difficulty. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, confused. This is not what they imagined. They originally came to challenge, so how come they were both defeated in 1 second? Forget about Hong Yi, after all, he is only at the dark energy level and there are too many variables. But Hongjin was at the Huajin level, and he had just returned to Nandu to hold a Grandmaster banquet. Now, his momentum has reached its peak, his mentality has reached its peak, and his whole person is in the best condition. But even so, he was killed in seconds. At this moment, Hongjin felt like crying but had no tears. Instructor Lin, I have accomplished my mission. At this time, Fan Sun and Luo Shanhai both saluted Lin Xiao with a standard military salute. Well done. Lin Xiao nodded at the two of them, then shifted his gaze to Hongjin and Hong Yi. The two of them had stood up by now. They looked at Lin Xiao with complicated eyes. Instructor Lin? How, is he so young? If he was the one who taught Black Qilin, how strong must he be? Hongjin gritted his teeth, still with disbelief in his eyes, and shook his head deeply. He. Lin Xiao saw through Hongjin's thoughts at a glance and smiled faintly. Well, I'll let you see it for yourself. It can also be regarded as a perfect end to this guidance. Hongjin's eyes fixed. Everyone was surprised at this moment. To be honest, even the people from Black Kirin were curious about how strong Lin Xiao was. Over the past few days, they had no idea how many times they had guessed it. Unfortunately, in their eyes, Lin Xiao was so profound and terrifying that they could not guess at all. At the same time, at the Jinbei Army headquarters, a group of military leaders were also staring at the projection nervously. They saw the changes in the Black Kirin and were extremely curious about Lin Xiao. In the past few days, the Jinbei Army has also established preliminary cooperation with Tianxia Pharmacy. To be honest, they really wanted to see how powerful the college student who was working with them behind the scenes was. Now, there is a chance. Song Yun Jue. At this moment, Lin Xiao took a step forward, and his body soared into the sky, leaping 10 meters high. Then, he slapped it casually. Boom! At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to change color, and a terrifying rumbling sound spread throughout the Xiao family. Then, terrifying murderous intentions appeared and fell fiercely. This. Hongjin opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, in his sight, a huge handprint fell from the sky and smashed heavily beside him. The terrifying murderous intent made him unable to move at all. The good thing is, the target of that big handprint was not him, but the ground beside him. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, blurring the vision. The breeze was blowing gently and the dust gradually thinned. Lin Xiao fell gently from the sky, and the murderous intent in the sky disappeared without a trace. Next to Hongjin, a giant handprint appeared, more than 2 meters long and wide, and 1 meter deep. Hongjin's eyes widened. The ground had been squeezed and was very tight, but it was so fragile after a slap. If this slap landed on a person, even a master like him would be turned into a meat patty, right? Legend value plus 666,666. Legend value plus 666,666. At this moment, Lin Xiao's legendary value was also skyrocketing, breaking through the 60 million threshold and moving madly towards 70 million. This is Instructor Lin, this is our Black Kirin Instructor Lin. A god-like existence.
It is simply a godlike existence.
At this moment, Lin Zhao's back has already penetrated into everyone's heart. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Zhao's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, God of Black Kirin, and getting a legendary lottery chance +1.
Chapter 162, God of Medicine, Clear Sword Heart. Gudong! Gudong!
Hong Jin and Hong Yi's throats rolled and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, boundless fear in their hearts swept out and swallowed them up in an instant. Just now, the terrifying murderous intent made them feel as if they were being dragged into hell by the ox-head and horse-faced demons.
How dare I come to play?
Hong Jin asked himself this question in his heart and finally concluded the problem. He had now broken through to the realm of Hua Jin and there were too many compliments from people around him, which made him inflated.
You must know that there are always people better than you.
As a human being, you should still maintain awe, otherwise one day, a person who looks like a college student might come out and beat you into a meat pie.
Grandmaster of Hua Jin? It's really nothing special.
Hong Jin has decided to keep a low profile.
Of course, what he couldn't understand was how the Black Kirin could find such a monstrous existence.
At this age and with this kind of power, Hong Jin feels that this world is somewhat unreal.
Legendary lottery?
Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise.
And the legendary value is almost over 70 million. We can start the lottery now.
When Lin Xiao heard the system prompt sound, he felt extremely satisfied.
Then, he withdrew his gaze from Hong Jin and Hong Yi and turned to the members of the Black Kirin team. The training ends here. Your progress is already very slow.
It is time to return to the battlefield. Only the battlefield can help you improve faster.
It will not work if we work in isolation.
When the members of Black Kirin heard Lin Xiao's words, they were slightly stunned. However, Lin Xiao didn't intend to say more and just turned around and left. Xia Anbang and everyone in the Xia family saluted hurriedly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest.
Farewell, Instructor Lin.
At this moment, Fan Sun suddenly spoke, straightened his body and saluted. The next second, the 36 Black Kirins straightened their bodies at the same time, and their uniform, earth-shaking roars spread throughout the Xia family.
Farewell, Instructor Lin.
Lin Xiao didn't look back, just waved his hand and walked away.
The Black Kirin people just watched him leave. 7 days.
The way the Black Kirin people looked at Lin Xiao had changed from fear at the beginning to fanaticism now. They were deeply impressed by Lin Xiao's strength. These 7 days of training are comparable to several years of training.
Not only that, this is just a foundation.
As they enter the battlefield in the future, they will make this foundation stronger and stronger.
At this moment, the deafening roar also brought Hong Jin and Hong Yi back to their senses.
The two looked at each other with extremely complicated expressions.
TSK, you're embarrassed, aren't you? You're extremely embarrassed, aren't you? Ha 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 ha.
Xiaozhenzi, you're really good at delivering a gift from 1,000 miles away.
Who gave you the courage to come here and challenge me? Are you so arrogant just because you have achieved the Hua Jin level?
There is never a shortage of people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. At this time, Fan Sun came in front of Hong Jin and Hong Yi and spoke jokingly. Hong Jin and Hong Yi's faces changed drastically, looking uglier than if they had eaten shit. But he was speechless now.
Who could have expected such bad luck?
In a place like this, encountering such a perverted existence.
I heard that you held a Grandmaster banquet at home, right? Ha ha.
Hurry, spread the word that Grandmaster Hongjin was defeated in one move by me, Fan Sun.
Yes, sir. Someone immediately started to make a noise at Black Kirin.
Hongjin's face changed drastically. You are too much, you are too much.
Ho ho ho.
Fan Sun laughed slyly. I just went too far, so what?
TSK, in the last competition, your Azure Dragon army stole the show, now it's our Black Kirin's turn.
As he spoke, Fan Sun seemed to remember something, and quickly turned to the people from Black Kirin and said, by the way, don't forget, the news that Hong Yi was defeated in 1 second by Luo Shanhai has also spread. Oh, and also, you guys can challenge Hong Yi 1 by 1 and see where he ranks in our Black Kirin.
Coach Fan, please respect yourself. Hong Yi's face was filled with grief and indignation. Whispering sound.
Fan Sun said disdainfully, if you dare to come and challenge me, you will have to pay the price.
Boys, don't be polite to the two from the Azure Dragon army. Boom. The Black Kirin group rushed forward immediately.
The final fate of Hongjin and Hong Yi was extremely miserable. Of course, they were just superficial injuries and everyone acted in moderation. When they left the Xia family, the two felt extremely aggrieved. Especially Hong Yi, he looked like he had lost all hope in life. He was once a powerful figure in martial arts competitions, but now he couldn't even beat someone who was ranked 20 points ahead of Black Kirin.
Pervert.
X2. The uncle and nephew cursed at the same time, and finally left in dejection. No one knew whether the word pervert was directed at He Qilin or Lin Xiao. At this time, Lin Xiao had already returned to Peach Blossom Spring number 1. No one was at home, so Lin Xiao lay down directly on the soft sofa in the living room. With a thought, he opened the system panel.
Legend value, 710325565. A full 71 million.
And at the number of draws, the word 1 legend is clearly displayed.
System, Peerless level, 7 consecutive draws.
Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao started the lottery directly. Every time you win a lottery, your foundation will increase dramatically. Now, Lin Xiao has almost become accustomed to accumulating enough legendary points and then drawing them all at once. 7 consecutive draws were enough to satisfy Lin Xiao's needs.
Congratulations, money plus 5 million. X4.
However, Lin Xiao, who had been excited just now, turned pale the moment he heard the system prompt.
For consecutive draws, all guaranteed.
Although each shot earns 5 million, 4 shots would bring in 20 million, and there is no better way to make money than this.
But, that's tens of millions of legendary points per shot. How cool do you have to be to get it?
Lin Xiao was a little depressed.
But fortunately, on the 5th shot, I finally heard a different prompt sound.
Congratulations, you have gained Chinese medicine experience, medical god level.
God of medicine?
Lin Xiao was stunned, and the next moment, a large amount of information flooded into his mind.
Lin Xiao's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine has directly reached the peak.
These medical insights are many times more profound than those of the master level.
My luck is off the charts. After receiving the medical god level Chinese medicine experience, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Now, I am afraid that in Tiannan province, in terms of traditional Chinese medicine, if I claim to be second to none, no one dares to claim to be first. The god of medicine, as the name suggests, is a legend in medicine. He is a terrifying being who can truly bring people back to life and snatch people from the hands of the king of hell. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao quietly waited for the system prompt sound for the 6th lottery draw.
1 second later.
Congratulations, you have obtained a special talent, the sword heart is clear.
Lin
Xiao was stunned and full of doubts. However, at this moment, some inexplicable feelings suddenly appeared in my body.
Some information about Jianxin Tongming also appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. As he analyzed the information, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually widened. Chapter 163 God Level Alchemy.
So it's the legendary Kendo talent.
After understanding Jian Xintong's message, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Swordsmanship has always existed, whether in traditional Chinese arts or in martial arts. However, it is very difficult to practice swordsmanship to a certain level. All weapons require a lot of talent.
And this clear sword heart is a very terrifying sword talent that can make people who practice swordsmanship improve at an incredible speed. A person with a clear swordsmanship is a natural swordsman. Not only can he quickly practice swordsmanship to perfection, he can even draw inferences from one example and improve the power of his swordsmanship.
Finger sword.
Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the sword light flickered at his fingertips. At this moment, his understanding of the finger sword instantly deepened and reached an extreme.
The
sound of a sword chanting spread throughout the entire villa.
Sharp.
Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, and admired the swordsman's clear mind very much. In this way, my combat effectiveness has been improved again. Lin Xiao sighed, then suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this moment, the reminder sound for the last lottery draw rang. Congratulations, you have obtained the first of the 9 swords. The sword energy is as sharp as silk.
A lot of information flooded into my mind.
Lin Xiao was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to be brought into an illusory world. In this world, he holds a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, swinging it day and night without stopping. I don't know how many years I have been slashing and how many times I have slashed. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand began to become rusty, and eventually could not even withstand the ravages of time and turned into fragments on the ground.
However, even so, he did not stop swinging.
Gradually, traces of sword energy condensed in the air, and with every swing, sword energy shot out. The sword energy was very thin, like a thin thread used to thread a needle, but it was extremely sharp, and it could cut a huge tree that the two people were hugging in half in an instant. So strong. Lin Xiao suddenly came back to his senses, and silk-like sword energy burst out from between his 5 fingers at the same time. There was no target to attack, but Lin Xiao could clearly feel the sharpness of the sword energy. Call. After a long while, the sword energy in his hand dissipated, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmured, "The things that the system can draw are getting more and more perverted. Will there be a day when I draw something beyond common sense? Maybe one day, people will be able to live forever in this world and watch the changes in the world." Shaking his head, Lin Xiao threw the complicated thoughts out of his mind. Then he gave another order. System, conduct a legendary lottery. Don't guarantee a minimum. Lin Xiao muttered silently in his heart. The system is also very powerful and shipped directly. Congratulations, you have obtained the god-level alchemy technique. Ha! Lin Xiao was stunned. I was just wondering if something beyond reality would come out, and it's here already? A large amount of information suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. At the same time, the feeling of being drawn into a special mood reappears. But this time, Lin Xiao was not so shocked. After coming back to his senses, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The god-level alchemy was not the alchemy method in novels as he imagined, but a branch of medicine. Of course, it is not accurate to say that it is a branch of medicine, because alchemy has become a school of its own and has developed and grown to its peak. In fact, the formulas for various medicines that Lin Xiao obtained at the beginning were the earliest prototypes of alchemy. However, as drugs become more advanced, the required processing technology is different and can no longer be made by ordinary mixing and crushing. Therefore, alchemy evolved. At this time, Lin Xiao directly gained a lot of experience in alchemy. As long as he had the recipe, he could refine the pill without any obstacles. What a pity! A good cook cannot cook without rice. I was given the alchemy technique but not the recipe. Lin Xiao has a very thorough understanding of the refining of various medicinal materials under the god-level alchemy technique. Unfortunately, without the recipe and without knowing the combination of herbs, adding them randomly would only turn the medicine into poison. Never mind, there will be some time later. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, and the content in my mind also said that there is a medical lineage and an alchemy family. Maybe I will meet one someday. After closing the system panel, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and rested, digesting everything he had won in the lottery. 20 million cash, god-level experience in traditional Chinese medicine, a clear sword mind, sword energy as thin as silk, and god-level alchemy skills. Lin Xiao's foundation has been enhanced to an unimaginable level. Bite. Suddenly, the smart access control system gave an alert, and at the same time, the scene outside the door was projected into the living room. Ha! Lin Xiao was startled, then he said directly, "Open the door." After saying that, Lin Xiao stood up and looked out in confusion. At this time, the door of the villa slowly opened and a tall figure walked in. Instructor Lin. When he came in front of Lin Xiao, the man saluted him with a standard military salute. "Why are you here?" Lin Xiao waved his hands, looking puzzled. The person who came was Luo Shanhai, the chief of Black Kirin. Lin Xiao still had a deep impression of him. Luo Shanhai has great talent and his improvement during this period is enormous. "Coach Lin, this is it." Luo Shanhai opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao before he could finish his words. Lin Xiao waved at him and said directly, "Okay, the training is over. You don't need to call me instructor. Just call me Mr. Lin." If he was asked to call him by his name, he would definitely not agree, so Lin Xiao directly chose a name he liked. "Well. Yes, Mr. Lin." Luo Shanhai quickly changed his words and then said, "Mr. Lin, this is the case. I want to invite you to have a simple meal. I wonder if Mr. Lin has time." Luo Shanhai said this, feeling a little embarrassed. The training had just ended today, so they shouldn't be so anxious, but there was no way. They would set off back to the Jinbei army tomorrow, and today was a rare day of rest. "What's up?" Lin Xiao frowned. Something happened. Luo Shanhai said bluntly, "But I don't know the details, but my father wants to see you, and I hope Mr. Lin will do me the honor." Lin Xiao nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and asked, "Okay, where is it?" Anyway, he is free, and Lin Xiao admires Luo Shanhai very much, so it doesn't mind meeting his father. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that Luo Shanhai came from the Luo family in Nandu, and his father was Chiao in the south of the city, also the strongest son-in-law in Nandu, Chiao, Master Ao.
Zuixinlu, 8 o'clock tonight. Luo Shanhai was immediately surprised and gave the location. Okay, I'll be there. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Luo Shanhai left in great excitement, planning to tell Chiao the news as soon as possible. Lin Xiao did not try to keep him, and only later remembered to ask who Luo Shanhai's father was, but Luo Shanhai had already left by then. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao didn't bother to care. He would know when he saw it anyway. Time passed quickly. It was 7:30 and no one had returned home yet. Lin Xiao left the villa directly and headed towards Suixinlu. Chapter 164 First Meeting with Chiao. What? Shanhai, are you sure you're not kidding your dad? Hong Yi was killed in one move by you, and Grandmaster Hongjin was killed in one move by your instructor fan. But, aren't you in the late stage of dark energy? Hong Yi has already reached the peak of dark energy. And that instructor fan Sun, isn't he just at the peak of dark energy, half a step to Grandmaster? Can he defeat Grandmaster Hongjin in 1 second? At the Qi family in the south of the city, Chiao and Luo Shanhai drove their family's Rolls-Royce towards Suixinlu. In the car, Luo Shanhai told Chiao about the special training at the Xia family in the past few days, which led to the above exclamation words. At this moment, Chiao's eyes widened. A few days ago, Hongjin held a Grandmaster banquet in Nandu. Hongjin was so full of energy at that time. He was the only protagonist in the whole banquet. Countless powerful people and high-ranking chaebol in Nandu were very enthusiastic about him. They handed over all kinds of resources in their hands to Hongs and made concessions to the maximum extent. But such a terrifying existence actually suffered a defeat in Ancheng. Who would believe it if I told others about it? The key is what Luo Shanhai said. Luo Shanhai said that their instructor Lin was only in his 20s and still a junior student. This was enough to scare people to death. Chiao thought his beloved son was joking. But when he saw Luo Shanhai's extremely serious look, he knew that his son was not joking at all. Dad, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Luo Shanhai shook his head, then sighed. I thought I could already be called a genius, but unfortunately, in front of instructor Lin, I am nothing. Don't even mention me. Even those people in Nandu who claim to be the strongest geniuses in Tiannan province are rubbish in front of instructor Lin. I'm afraid that only the top people in places like the Magic City and the Imperial City are barely qualified to be compared with instructor Lin. Hearing his son's evaluation of instructor Lin, Chiao couldn't help but swallow hard. It's really shocking. Chiao's life was like a legend, but in Luo Shanhai's eyes, his legends were not even a fraction of that of instructor Lin. Dad, didn't you find out instructor Lin's detailed information? Logically, you should know more about him than I do. At this time, Luo Shanhai suddenly asked. Chiao suddenly felt embarrassed and waved his hands helplessly. Shanhai, I simply didn't go to learn about Ancheng. You know, to me, Ancheng is really meaningless. As Chiao spoke, his old face turned red. He didn't know that such a terrifying existence would appear in Ancheng. Luo Shanhai shook his head. Instructor Lin's name is Lin Xiao. He is a well-connected person in Ancheng. It is said that he has a very good reputation, but I don't know the details. I thought you would check it out. The name sounds familiar. Chiao thought about it, but unfortunately he couldn't remember. Forget it, never mind, let's meet first. That's the only way. Luo Shanhai nodded, and then reminded, by the way, Dad, Instructor Lin asked me to call him Mr. Lin, so you can call him Mr. Lin too. Okay, got it. Luo Shanhai agreed. Soon, the father and son arrived at Zuixinlu. Dad, go upstairs and wait for me. I've booked a private room at Jotian Pavilion. Someone will take you in when you go upstairs. Mr. Lin shouldn't be here yet. After Luo Shanhai finished speaking, he drove to park the car. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xiao had come to Zuixinlu when he had nothing to do. After taking a look and not seeing Luo Shanhai, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone to make a call, but he saw Zhou Kuan and his 3 brothers instead. Why are you here? When the 3 brothers Zhou Kuan, Xiao Mang, and Qi Lang saw Lin Xiao, they went straight up to him. Mr. Lin, you are here too. After greeting him, Zhou Kuan replied, Mr. Lin, it's like this. We received news that Chiao would come to Zuixinlu to meet an important guest, so we came here. We also want to try to see if we can meet him directly and discuss Zhongshan's 10% stake. That's thoughtful. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and then he waved his hand. Didn't I tell you? If I can't see you, forget it. I'll find another way. We're just trying it out. Joe Cohen smiled. Lin Xiao secretly kept in mind that Joe Cohen had done his best and was completely like one of their own. If there were any benefits in the future, he would definitely not be left out. After glancing at the three people, Lin Xiao's gaze focused on Qi Lang. Yes, you have entered the dark energy, and will soon reach the middle stage. Mr. Lin has a sharp vision. All this is thanks to the martial arts body tempering fluid. Qi Lang was flattered and quickly responded. Ha! Xi Ao is here. At this moment, Chao Mang suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Xiao's conversation with them. Let's go. Zhou Kuan's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Lin Xiao cautiously. Mr. Lin, do you want to join us? Let's go and have a look. Lin Xiao took a quick look and saw that Luo Shanhai still hadn't appeared, so he wasn't in a hurry. The group of four walked directly towards Qi Ao. Qi Ao casually glanced at the furnishings of Zuixinlu and was just about to find a waiter to ask about the Jotian pavilion box, but four people suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Kuan? With just one glance, Qi Ao recognized Zhou Kuan. After all, he was a big gangster with a good reputation. Of course, he only knew Zhou Kuan. To Qi Ao, these people in Ansheng were really not worth his attention. As his name suggests, he is very arrogant. Of course, he also has the capital to be proud. But not everyone can, on his own, in an isolated and helpless situation, rely on the identity of a son-in-law to make a name like Nandu Aoyi. Master Ao, I have long admired you. Zhou Kuan immediately bowed slightly and kept a humble attitude. Qi Ao raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qi Lang, Chao Mang, and Lin Xiao. When he saw Lin Xiao, there was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Of course, he didn't care much. You stopped me, is there something wrong? Qi Ao asked calmly. Master Ao has a keen eye. I asked you out before, but you rejected me. I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. I hope Master Ao will forgive me. Zhou Kuan still kept a low profile. Qi Ao didn't care. He didn't hide his whereabouts, so it was normal for Zhou Kuan to know that he was here. Since you've blocked me, then tell me, what's the matter? Zhou Kuan's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, Thank you, Master Ao. It's like this. We know that Master Ao holds 10% of Chongshan Group's pharmaceutical shares, and we want to purchase these shares. That's enough. Before Zhou Kuan finished speaking, Qi Ao interrupted him. Zhou Kuan, you know, I'm not short of money. And Qi Ao's eyes flashed with coldness. Zhongshan is facing a huge crisis and is about to collapse. Although the Li family is not very good, I, Qi Ao, don't need to be the one who adds insult to injury. Okay, please move aside. I have a distinguished guest to meet. I don't have time to talk to you. The expressions of Zhou Kuan and the other two changed slightly, and they felt somewhat helpless. Chapter 165 I can help you regain your power. Master Ao, please consider this. Chongshan's 10% stake is very important to us. We can buy it at a premium. Zhou Kuan did not give up and spoke again. However, Qi Ao glanced at him coldly at this moment, and a calm voice slowly came out of his mouth. I said, I don't need money, get out of the way, don't block the road. Zhou Kuan was silent and stopped talking, but his expression did not look very good. I was rejected twice, and there was no politeness at all, and my attitude became more and more resolute each time. It was obvious that Qi Ao had never thought about being polite at all. In his opinion, people like Zhou Kuan might not be worthy of him being polite. As for Zhou Kuan, no matter what, he is now the behind-the-scenes boss of the East and West districts. It is embarrassing for Qi Ao to look at him like this. But after all, he needed help from others, and Qi Ao's identity was not ordinary, so Zhou Kuan did not get angry again. He just exchanged a glance with Qi Lang and his advisor Chao Mang, and then the three of them silently moved to the side. Oh. Qi Ao sneered. This is the difference in status. I am a successful figure in Nandu. What does a mere big boss in Anqing mean to me? At this moment, Qi Ao was feeling extremely proud. He took a step forward and was about to leave. But at this time, Lin Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Hold on. The faint voice made Qi Ao stop. He suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, but found a strange phenomenon. Zhou Kuan and the other two looked at Lin Xiao with great respect at this time. This made Qi Ao feel a little surprised. He was just a college student, but Zhou Kuan and the other two were so respectful to him? This was obviously a bit weird.
Interesting, a gangster like him actually has the intention of groveling.
Zhou Kuan, are you going backwards as you grow older, or does this young man have an extraordinary identity? Shi Ao's voice spread. Zhou Kuan and the other two didn't say anything, as if they didn't hear anything.
Shi Ao didn't care and glanced at Lin Xiao. It's a pity, Anqing is still Anqing after all. Is it possible that a dragon can still appear? His arrogance remained unchanged, and he said, if you also want to talk about the problem of Chongshan shares, then there is no need to speak. Lin Xiao nodded, he did have this plan.
However, I want to say something else. Aren't you going to listen to what I can give you?
Shi Ao had already planned to leave, but when he heard Lin Xiao's confident words, he couldn't help but pause. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Xiao for a moment, and opened his mouth slightly. Tell me.
He became a little curious.
A person who looks like a college student is so calm when facing himself.
Such a person either has an extraordinary mind or an extraordinary identity. Or, just a fool. Shi Ao didn't think Lin Xiao would be the former.
After all, Shi Ao had a preconceived notion. He had a great reputation in Nandu. When he came to Anqing, he always felt that he was the god, and he looked down on the rest of the people.
As long as you give me your Chongshan shares, I can help you regain your glory. Lin Xiao's faint voice sounded.
However, this one sentence made Zhou Kuan, the other two and Shi Ao stunned.
Revitalize your strength?
Zhou Kuan and the other two looked at each other teasingly and tried hard to hold back their laughter.
Shi Ao's expression instantly turned ugly. Asshole, what are you talking about? Lin Xiao shrugged, don't you know whether I am talking nonsense or not?
Lin Xiao has acquired the experience of a god-level Chinese medicine practitioner, and has reached the pinnacle of Chinese medicine's three basic methods of observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation. The first time he saw Shi Ao, he could tell that Shi Ao was not good enough in some aspects. Of course, it was not congenital, after all, his son was already so old.
Shi Ao's face changed drastically, turning blue and white.
He did have a problem, and even sought help from the 7-star sage of the Medical Alliance. However, even the 7-star sage was helpless. He didn't think that there was anyone in this small Anqing who could cure his illness, and Lin Xiao bringing it up in person was simply humiliating him.
Asshole, if you dare to say any more nonsense, I will be rude to you. Shi Ao shouted angrily. Lin Xiao's expression remained as calm as ever. Master Ao, please respect yourself. You have spoken rudely to us time and again. Do you really think we have no temper? Zhou Kuan suddenly spoke at this time.
As he finished speaking, Xi Lang had already taken a step forward, staring at Shi Ao with a sinister look. The dark energy in his body began to circulate, and his robe fluttered slightly.
You have a temper? Shi Ao's face was even more arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you have a temper? Shi Ao, you are too presumptuous. Do you know who is in front of you? Zhou Kuan's expression turned even colder. Who do I care about him? In Anqing, is there anyone I, Shi Ao, need to be cautious with? What a joke!
Zhou Kuan, you are nothing more than a gangster at best, not worthy of being on the stage.
You know that in Nandu, countless people can slap you to death. Shi Ao didn't give Lin Xiao the slightest bit of face. He glanced at him calmly and said, I don't care who you are. Even if Zhou Kuan treats you with respect, it's useless. You spoke rudely today, so be prepared to pay the price.
Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint flame rose in his heart. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a murderous intent began to gather.
Shi Ao, you are looking for death.
At this time, Xi Lang could no longer listen, and he took a step and rushed towards Shi Ao. In Shilang's eyes, Lin Xiao is a godlike existence who will not tolerate any humiliation. Shi Ao kept speaking from a condescending perspective and looking down on Lin Xiao, which he absolutely could not tolerate.
Hoof. You don't know your own limitations. Shi Ao snorted coldly, and a vast force surged around him. Shilang's expression changed slightly. Shi Ao is stronger than him, but it doesn't matter. He has already shot the arrow and there is no turning back. What's more, Lin Xiao is standing next to him, and he is not afraid at all. If Lin Xiao takes action, Shi Ao will be nothing. In a flash, the red wolf was close to Shi Ao. It seemed that the two were about to come into contact and a fight would break out. Stop! At this moment, a light shout was heard, and then a figure with a faint afterimage shot over. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant, and the figure stood directly between Shi Ao and Xi Lang. At this time, both of them had already thrown a punch.
The man did not back down and raised his hands.
Bang! Bang!
There were two dull thuds. Qi Lang's full-strength attack and Qi Ao's angry punch were caught by the man at the same time. Both of them paused for a moment, then their eyes narrowed slightly.
Qi Lang was shocked.
The person in front of him looked to be in his 20s, but his internal energy was so powerful. Moreover, there was an iron-blooded aura in the air, which made him feel a little frightened involuntarily.
Qi Ao was puzzled. Shanhai, why are you stopping me?
This little thug and his companions are humiliating me, get out of the way. Qi Ao didn't notice that Luo Shanhai's face was pale and a layer of cold sweat was oozing from his forehead.
Chapter 166 What a Sin!
Dad, calm down. Luo Shanhai looked at Qi Ao and spoke quickly.
Calm? How do you want me to calm down? Humph.
In Ansheng, there are people who dare not take me, Qi Ao, seriously.
If I don't teach them a lesson, am I still Qi Ao?
Qi Ao was very excited and snorted coldly. But he didn't know that Luo Shanhai now wanted to scold him to death.
Dad, do you know who you are facing?
At this moment, Lin Zhao's eyes became puzzled. He never imagined that Qi Ao's son was actually Luo Shanhai, the chief of the Black Kirin, and the person who had made an appointment with him. Of course, he realized it now. Qi Ao sure married into the Luo family in Nandu, and later made a big name for himself in Nandu.
It is obvious that Luo Shanhai took his mother's surname. Humph. What's so great about you, Qi Ao?
In front of Mr. Lin, you have to coil up even if you are a dragon. Qi Lang withdrew his hand, his eyes cold.
What, Mr. Lin? Let me see how great you are. You dare to be in front of me.
Qi Ao refuted Qi Lang, but was interrupted by Luo Shanhai before he could finish his words.
Dad, shut up.
Mr. Lin is Instructor Lin Xiao. As Luo Shanhai spoke, he turned to look at Lin Xiao and bowed deeply with great apology. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's our fault.
I apologize to you.
At this moment, Qi Ao was suddenly stunned.
The next second, he opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Is this the Instructor Lin who was compared to a legend by his own son? College student, in his 20s.
He coached Black Kirin for a week, and his son defeated the chief of the Azure Dragon Army who won first place in the competition. Chief Coach Fan Sun, with his cultivation level of a half-step Grandmaster, instantly killed Qinglong Army Chief Coach Hongjin, who had just held a Grandmaster banquet. Not only that, he seemed to have close cooperation with the Jinbei Army, and from now on, the Jinbei Army would be his backing.
In Tiannan Province, he has already laid the foundation for his dominance. Gudong. Qi Ao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and his face turned pale in an instant. Lin Xiao, Zhou Kuan. Qi Ao chewed on the name, and suddenly, he remembered it. Before, Zhou Kuan took the lead and said that a man named Lin Xiao wanted to meet him. Is it the young man in front of you?
At this moment, a feeling of boundless regret swept over his heart, and Qi Ao wanted to slap himself twice.
What have I done? Those who look down on Ansheng will eventually waste a great opportunity. Not only that, I have offended someone now. I am doomed.
At this moment, Qi Ao's back was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Lin Xiao anxiously, praying in his heart that Lin Xiao would give Luo Shanhai some face and not bother with him. Otherwise, even if Qi Ao was killed today, he would have no choice but to accept it. That is an existence that even the Grandmaster doesn't take seriously. Legendary value plus 444,444. Legend value plus 333,333. Numbers were scrolling on Lin Zhao's system panel, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He looked at Luo Shanhai. Since he's your dad, forget it. It won't happen again. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Luo Shanhai heaved a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in Qi Ao's heart slowly fell at this moment. Let's go. Lin Xiao waved towards Zhou Kuan and the other two. Things have gotten unpleasant enough and there's no need to eat. Let's just go somewhere else and deal with it. Zhou Kuan and the other two didn't dare to say much and followed Lin Xiao away, but their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at Qi Ao. Qi Ao was still in shock and didn't say a word. Luo Shanhai wanted to keep her, but he just couldn't open his mouth. Lin Xiao was able to not care about it, which was already a huge favor to him. How could he have the nerve to ask Lin Xiao to stay? After all, he was the one who invited people today. The figures of Lin Xiao and the other three quickly disappeared. Luo Shanhai finally raised his head and looked at Qi Ao, with a look of disappointment in his performance.
Dad, did you know that Mr. Lin is not only an expert in martial arts, but also an unrivaled doctor? Military Dr. Lu is in the Xia family.
He said frankly that even his teacher, the 7-star master, is not as good as Mr. Lin. This time, I helped you make an appointment with Mr. Lin, not only to let you discuss cooperation with him, but also to let him help you with your medical treatment.
But look, what have you done?
I told you to put away your pride, but you refused to listen.
Now, I can't do anything about it. I will be returning to Jinbei Army tomorrow.
You can go and apologize to Mr. Lin yourself. After Luo Shanhai finished speaking, he waved his hand and left.
Mountains and seas.
Chi-Ao stretched out his hand and called out, but unfortunately Luo Shanhai was too lazy to stop.
Chi-Ao smiled bitterly, what a sin.
He wanted to cry but had no tears. It was his arrogance that really hurt him. He married into the Luo family and relied on his own means to get to where he is today. He was able to remain cautious in Nandu, but when he returned to Ansheng, he always looked down on everyone in the world.
It's too late to regret now. Let's think about how to apologize.
After a long time, Chi-Ao shook his head and left Zuexian Tower. Mr. Lin, Chi-Ao is too ungrateful.
You personally.
After leaving Zuexianlo, Lin Xiao and his 3 companions found a high-end restaurant to eat.
At the dinner table, Zhou Kuan made some unpleasant remarks.
Lin Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. He will come to find me, don't worry about it, let's eat first.
This. Yes. Zhou Kuan didn't dare to say much.
The 4 of them finished eating quickly, and Lin Xiao also returned to Peach Blossom Spring No. 1 afterwards.
Time flies and a day is passed.
Early the next morning, many people had gathered in Peach Blossom Spring Villa No. 1.
The first ones are Yu Bing and Ning Xiaoxiao, followed by Ning Yuanshan and the 3 Zhou Kuan brothers, Xia Anbong and Xia Jin from the Xia family, all of whom are people Lin Xiao trusts more. Lin Xiao, Sihai and Tianxia Pharmacy have been developing rapidly recently. We have already expanded towards the provincial capital. There was a gleam in Yu Bing's beautiful eyes.
Recently, she has no time to go to school. Of course, in this situation, it doesn't matter to her whether she goes to school or not.
Yeah, not bad. After we take over Chongshan, I plan to establish Tianxia Group. At that time, Sihai will be its subsidiary, and Chongshan will be directly disbanded and merged into Tianxia Group.
Lin Zhao's words made everyone's eyes light up. But at this time, Ning Yuanshan frowned slightly and said, Mr. Lin, we have encountered some obstacles in the provincial capital. It is the suppression from Mr. Li Sanya of the Li family. It is very difficult to expand. Oh, and there is also Chongshan Pharmaceutical. It is now completely independent and has shown signs of counterattack.
Li Jiayin and Li Tson are now fully controlling Chongshan Pharmaceutical.
With the support of the Li family, they are a major competitor of ours.
Lin Xiao nodded gently. It's okay, Chongshan's problem will be solved soon.
Everyone was confused and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion.
Just then, the smart access control system reminded that someone was visiting.
A projection immediately appeared in the living room, and Chi-Ao was seen standing outside the door with 3 business elites in custom-made suits.
Chapter 167 The Third Master Takes Action. Will all the dragons be coiled up for me? Chi-Ao, what is he doing here? Zhou Kuan frowned. Go take the next one.
Lin Xiao gave an order. Chao Mang and Qilang immediately headed for the door. Needless to say, Chi-Ao came to apologize.
Lin Xiao now basically understands how important a grandmaster is.
And I am not only a master, I also have considerable achievements in medicine. Even if I were in Nandu, I would probably be the object of fawning and flattery by countless people.
Mr. Lin, I apologize for the intrusion.
As soon as he entered the living room, Chi-Ao immediately lowered his posture and saluted respectfully towards Lin Xiao, no longer showing his arrogance from yesterday. There was a hint of teasing in Zhou Kuan's eyes. He was not stupid and had already figured out Chi-Ao's intention. At this moment, he just wanted to laugh.
You ignored me yesterday, but what about today? You must keep being tough.
Ning Yuanshan, Xia Anbong and others also had strange looks on their faces at this time.
Chi-Ao and the others naturally knew it, but they didn't know what happened between Chi-Ao and Lin Xiao.
But Chi-Ao apologized as soon as he arrived, so they could guess something.
When they looked at Chi-Ao, they couldn't help but feel a trace of pity.
At the same time, they were also glad that they had the good fortune to have had a relationship with Lin Xiao before, otherwise, they might have provoked this terrifying existence one day.
Legend value plus 555,555. Legend value plus 555,555.
The system panel information keeps scrolling.
Tell me why you're here. Lin Xiao waved at Chi-Ao. Chi-Ao heaved a sigh of relief.
Lin Xiao could say this, which clearly meant he wasn't going to take it too seriously. Of course, you also have to show the right attitude.
Mr. Lin, I was blind yesterday and offended Mr. Lin. I am really sorry.
Chi-Ao apologized again and Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then, Chi-Ao continued, Mr. Lin, I have 10% of Chongshan's shares.
I know you need it, so I specially gave it to you, Mr. Lin.
As Chi-Ao spoke, his old face turned red, and he didn't even dare to look at Zhou Kuan and the others. Look, Zhou Kuan and the other two were looking at him as if they were laughing at a joke. Yesterday, they were humble and wanted to buy it, but Chi-Ao didn't take them seriously at all.
Now what?
He had no choice but to obediently offer his shares voluntarily.
This is typical. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. It's really what I need, so I won't be polite with you.
At this time, the business elite following Chi-Ao had already taken out a stack of agreements. Lin Xiao motioned Zhou Kuan to take it, and said, I will transfer the money to you according to the market value. Chi-Ao's face changed, Mr. Lin, this is not allowed.
This is my apology to you. Please accept it. Nandu Ay, the strongest son-in-law, looks like this now.
I wonder how surprised they would be if they were seen by people from Nandu. However, after hearing his words, Lin Xiao waved his hand, I'm not that proud yet, just go ahead. Chongshan's market value has plummeted now, and Lin Xiao has not yet started to focus on developing Chongshan. This 10% stake is worth less than 10 billion.
With Lin Xiao's current financial resources, he can easily win it. This is. Chi-Ao smiled bitterly.
Lin Xiao's eyes were determined, so he could only grit his teeth and agree.
Anything else? After Chi-Ao finished speaking, Lin Xiao asked again. Why?
Chi-Ao sighed inwardly, then glanced around and his old face blushed.
No one understood what was going on, except Zhou Kuan and his two brothers who were trying to hold back their laughter.
Chi-Ao also took the risk and said directly, Mr. Lin, I would like to ask you to help me treat my stubborn illness. To show my gratitude, I have used the power of the Luo family to remove all obstacles for Mr. Lin's Tianxia medicine store in Nandu. Chi-Ao suffered from his previous arrogance and did not carefully investigate the major events that had occurred in Anqing recently.
After I went back last night, I didn't sleep all night.
I used all my connections to look up everything that happened in Anqing recently.
Only then did he realize how arrogant he was. He didn't even care about the emergence of a real dragon like Lin Xiao in Anqing.
After understanding everything, Chi-Ao directly used his existing abilities to begin providing convenience to Lin Xiao.
His purpose was to show goodwill. He knew how terrifying Lin Xiao was better than the people in Nandu.
All this was because his son was Luo Shanhai. Luo Shanhai was in Black Kirin, and coincidentally, Lin Xiao had only been coaching Black Kirin for a week.
He is in a very advantageous position. If he fails to seize the opportunity, Chi-Ao will really die. This is easy.
Lin Xiao spoke casually, and then continued, I will set up Tianxia Group later.
At that time, all major industries of Tianxia Group will expand towards the provincial capital. I will trouble you to take care of it. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. This is an honor for Chi-Ao and Luo's company.
Chi-Ao spoke quickly, but then changed the subject and said, however, Mr. Lin may not know that I am alive and son-in-law after all, and I have certain constraints in the Luo group.
I may not be able to help in some areas.
It's okay, just do your best, you don't need to worry about the rest. Lin Xiao responded indifferently.
Yes. Chi-Ao responded.
There was no further conversation afterwards. Lin Xiao directly ordered Zhou Kuan to take over the shares, and then started to take action against Chongshan. Soon, 10% of the shares were transferred to Lin Xiao's name, and Lin Xiao's controlling stake in Chongshan reached 67%, absolute control.
Sihai Group and Tianxia Pharmacy worked together and began to violently undermine Chongshan's pharmaceutical company. This time, no one can stop it. Ha ha.
Anqing is a small place after all. Once the third master makes a move, even the dragons will coil around him. On the top floor of Chongshan building, Li Cong and Li Jiayin sat opposite each other, both with smiles on their faces. Recently, with the intervention of Nandu Lisan, the pharmaceutical company's position has become very stable. It has even become independent and started to develop rapidly. In a month at most, we will be able to start fighting back with the advantages of pharmaceutical companies. We will eat away at Lin Zhao's shares little by little, and then we'll see how he can still be so arrogant. There was a bloodthirsty smile on Li Jiayin's lips. Once we have complete control over Chongshan, Third Master will definitely give us strong support. By then, we will destroy Sihai Group and Tenxia Pharmacy. I will never see him turn over again. Well, this day won't last long. Li Tsong agreed, but suddenly changed the subject and asked, "What did the Yu brothers say?" Li Jiayin answered without thinking, "We have already started. I estimate that it won't be long before we can take control of Sihai Group. After all, they have been running the business for so long, it is impossible for them not to have a backup plan." "Well, that's not bad, they are two good dogs." Li Jiayin gave a faint compliment. The two were in high spirits. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the pharmaceutical companies they controlled had gradually become shells and had been completely hollowed out. At this time, Zhou Kuan was leading his men into Chongshan Building and had already come back to reclaim Chongshan Building. Chapter 168, King's Landing End. Bite. The elevator door leading directly to the top floor of Chongshan Building opened, and Zhou Kuan walked in with a group of people. Li Jiayin and Li Tsong stood up suddenly, their faces changed drastically. "What are you doing?" Li Jiayin asked the first question. Li Tsong didn't say anything, but his gloomy face showed that he was very angry. "Nothing, just reclaiming Chongshan Building." Zhou Kuan spoke calmly, and then his eyes turned teasing. "Unrelated personnel, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for using extraordinary measures." "Ha ha. Zhou Kuan, are you crazy? Reclaiming Chongshan Building? Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Do you know who is standing behind Chongshan now?" When Li Tsong heard Zhou Kuan's words, he laughed out loud. The Chongshan Building is included in the 30% shares. Now the shares are in the hands of Mr. Li San of the Nandu Li family. The Chongshan Building belongs to Mr. Li San. Zhou Kuan is a gangster. He dared to snatch things from Mr. Li San. He was looking for death. "Of course I know who you are. You are a lost dog." Zhou Kuan sneered, and his words made Li Tsong's face change drastically. However, before Li Tsong could utter a word in anger, Zhou Kuan's voice continued to ring out, "As for the one behind you, isn't it the third Master Li of the Nandu Li family? He holds 30% of Chongshan shares, right? But I'm sorry, there are major changes within our Chongshan group now, and we need to take back all the shares. We will pay Mr. Li San's share according to the market value." "Crazy, Zhou Kuan, I think you are really crazy. Big changes within Chongshan Group? What right do you have to make changes?" Li Jiayin couldn't listen anymore. "Mr. Lin holds 67% of the shares, which means he has absolute control." "You don't know what that means, do you?" Zhou Kuan looked at Li Jiayin leisurely. "Are you kidding me? Where did he get 67%? Li Tsong and Li Jiayin's faces changed drastically, and a bad premonition came to their minds. "Ha, Mr. Lin's methods are beyond your comprehension. Get out of here right away. I'll give you 1 minute." Zhou Kuan smiled and looked at the two men as if they were two dead people. "No, I don't believe it." Li Jiayin took out his cell phone and made a call frantically. "Old Zheng." However, he had just opened his mouth when the other party responded immediately, "Mr. Li, it's over, we are finished, Chongshan is finished." "What's going on? Tell me clearly." Li Jiayin's eyes were full of anxiety. "Boss Li, Chongshan's surname is no longer Li, but Lin, and all the senior executives have been dismissed." Beep, beep. The call was quickly hung up, and Li Jiayin and Li Tsong were stunned on the spot. At this moment, they felt like the sky was falling. They simply couldn't understand why Chongshan was able to prepare for a counterattack when everything was apparently fine. But just when hope was just beginning, everything was shattered. Even the third Master Li of the Nandu Li family was controlled by Lin Xiao. If he were given a little more time, how high would he reach? Li Tsong and Li Jiayin looked as pale as death. There were some things that they just couldn't help but believe. "Go, throw them out. Oh, by the way, these two have caused us a lot of trouble recently. Let us brothers teach them what reverence means." At this time, Zhou Kuan gave direct orders. "Yes." A group of people immediately rushed up and subdued Li Tsong and Li Jiayin in an instant.
Zhou Kuan, you dare to touch us? Li will not let you go, third master Li will not let you go. Li Jiayin and Li Tsong were taken away, shouting unwillingly. Zhou Kuan pretended not to hear. Even Luo family's strongest son-in-law, Mr. Ao, has to bow down to Lin Xiao now. The third Mr. Li of Li family is nothing. Soon, Li Tsong and Li Jiayin were thrown out of Chongshan building. Of course, this is not the end. The two were followed by Zhou Kuan's men. The final outcome is self-evident and extremely miserable. On the other side, Sihai Group. Yu Mengguo's face turned pale, and Yu Sungwu and Yu Sungwen knelt in front of him. You two are traitors. Chongshan has already collapsed and has been completely taken over by Mr. Lin. Are you still thinking about taking over Sihai? Are you looking for death? Have you gone blind? Without you, how glorious would the four seas be today? Dad. Yu Sungwu raised his head. Is that still Sihai of our Yu family? He is just an upstart, how can he be worthy of such a title? Bang! Before Yu Sungwu could finish his words, Yu Mengguo slapped him hard in the face. You're still talking about a nouveau riche. Don't you know how powerful Mr. Lin is now? The Xia family obeys him at every turn, and Zhou Kuan, who controls the east and west districts, is willing to serve him. Sihai is now thriving thanks to him. Chongshan's huge business empire collapsed because of him. Shi Ao from the Qi family in the south of the city even came to apologize in person. He is the most powerful son-in-law in the southern capital, Master Ao. You still don't realize that this is just an ordinary upstart? This is a dragon, a real dragon. It's already soaring into the sky. King's Landing, Ancheng. After Yu Mengguo finished speaking, he threw his sleeves in disappointment and sat on a throne. Yu Sungwen and Yu Sungwen were stunned. The two brothers looked at each other suddenly, their expressions were extremely complicated. When did the nouveau riche they looked down upon actually grow to this point? King of Ancheng, perhaps this word is the only one that can describe Lin Xiao now. The world and the mountains are all in his hands. The Xia family obeys his orders and Zhou Kuan is willing to serve him. Tianxia Pharmacy belongs to him, and the development rights of the wasteland in the East District are in his mother's hands. He really has stood in the sky of Ancheng, and no one can match him. At this moment, the arrogance of the two brothers was completely shattered. A feeling of boundless regret surged in my heart. They were shaking all over and felt like the world was collapsing. Boom! Suddenly, there seemed to be a muffled thunder sounding in their ears. The two brothers rolled their eyes and fainted. How could our Yumeng country give birth to two such evil creatures? Yu Mengguo looked at the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. If they had put aside their arrogance earlier, relying on the relationship between Lin Xiao and Yu Bing, the market value of Sihai Group would have probably increased several times by now. Look, that Tianxia Pharmacy has now become the backbone of Sihai and Chongshan. Time flies. 10 days passed quietly. On this day, there was a huge storm in Ancheng, and an extremely shocking news swept through Ancheng. Tianxia Group was established, and its chairman Lin Xiao became the youngest entrepreneur in Ancheng at the age of 22, with a business worth tens of billions. Ancheng sensation. At the same time, the news spread like a wave throughout Tiannan province. Lin Xiao's name is deeply rooted in the hearts of countless people in Tiannan province. At this moment, in Lin Xiao's mind, the system legend value was skyrocketing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, becoming famous all over the world, and rewarding a legendary lottery chance +1. End.